I am an ordinary doctor, determined to eradicate all diseases in the world, turning Alzheimer's, AIDS, and others into terms of the past. The Nobel Prize is merely my starting point. I originally intended to be a law-abiding citizen, but when dark forces bypassed the law to provoke, the scalpel in my hand must become a weapon to sweep away all evil. Now, I have mastered proficient surgical techniques in multidimensional space, embarking on a legendary tale of medical supremacy. It has only just begun. My name is Fang Jian, a refined and scholarly college student, waiting at the airport with my backpack for the flight to SY. Chapter 1. The naughty kid. While queuing at the boarding gate, the playful noise made me frown. Two little boys, about 6 or 7 years old, were chasing and playing around in the crowd, while their parents were just chatting and laughing nearby, showing no intention of stopping. Attention all passengers, flight 5360 to SY is now boarding. As the announcement sounded, I quickly walked to the end of the line. In front of me stood a tall, slender man who was unscrewing his thermos to take a drink. At that moment, a mischievous kid suddenly rushed over and slammed hard into his thigh. The lanky man's hand trembled, spilling water from the thermos that soaked his pant leg and drenched the child. Even I suffered collateral damage, with a damp patch on my clothes. Oh dear, wow. The child who was hit stood there dazed for a moment, then burst into loud sobs. Xiao bao. Not far away, a young woman dashed over at lightning speed, desperately pushing aside the lanky man and embracing the little boy. What's wrong with you? How could you splash boiling water on my child? Are you even human? The young woman shrieked. The tall, skinny man froze on the spot, speechless. The people around also began murmuring, criticizing him. I was astonished. This woman actually had the audacity to play the victim and twist the truth. You're talking nonsense. Which eye of yours saw me splashing him? The lanky man flushed red with anger, arguing loudly. I was drinking water when this kid ran into me while running around recklessly. That's why you got splashed all over. Pa, what nonsense. I clearly saw you splashing water on my xiaobao, and it was hot water at that. The young mother cried out. The bystanders around were either indifferent or impassive, with not a single person speaking up. The lanky man was outnumbered, his face turning red with anger. Watching them act as if they held the moral high ground, my sense of disgust grew stronger by the minute. I took a big step forward and shouted loudly, "Shut up!" My booming voice drowned out all the noise. I looked at the young mother and spoke bluntly. We were just standing in line here when your unrestrained child ran around, bumped into this guy, and knocked the water over. Not only did you fail to apologize, but you also played the victim and made malicious accusations. My identity as a bystander and my appearance made passers-by begin to doubt, and the previous accusations grew quieter. You're the one talking nonsense. The brat's mother stomped her feet and shouted, I get it now, you two were in cahoots from the start. The people behind her also joined in the attack, hurling even harsher insults. My fists clenched unconsciously, a sudden urge to strike rising within me. Chapter 2. The beauty who upholds justice. What's all this noise? What's going on? Finally, airport staff arrived on the scene. The young mother, holding her child, shouted, No way! Today, I must get justice for my child. If they don't apologize and compensate, they're not leaving here. I suddenly burst into laughter and said, Sorry, my mistake. I was just thinking, how could there be people like you in this world who can't distinguish right from wrong and are so unreasonable and quarrelsome? But now, I finally understand. I shouted louder, You are not even human, you're beasts, a pack of beasts. The surroundings instantly fell silent, then many people chuckled knowingly. Percent what did you just say? The young mother was so furious she stamped her feet. At that moment, an elegant voice rang out, No manners? Heh, how amusing. Everyone turned to look and saw a beautifully dressed woman walking up, a camera hanging from her neck. She said with a smile, Auntie, I saw everything that just happened with my own eyes. The young mother's face turned sour. What did you see? Don't talk nonsense. Let me introduce myself, my name is Wang Jai. She waved the camera and continued, I was just adjusting the camera and accidentally captured some interesting footage. An unsupervised child was running around the airport and bumped into a young man who was about to drink water. Then, his mother started scolding without even asking what happened. This is quite an amusing story. If you're willing, I can post it online and publish screenshots in newspapers for everyone to judge. The young mother was instantly stunned. Seeing the situation take a turn for the worse, the old man reached out to snatch the camera from Wang Jia's hands. Wang Jia had been prepared and immediately took a step back, covering her chest as she shouted, What do you think you're doing? At such an old age, still trying to act like a pervert? The crowd burst into laughter, instantly turning the situation around. Wang Jia extended her finger and asked the old man, Sir, with so many of us waiting to board and take off right now, it's all because your family's unreasonable behavior delayed our trip. I just want to ask one thing, do you want me to post the truth online and publish it in the newspapers? The old man and the young mother looked at each other, unable to utter another defiant word. Oh, so it really was a case of shifting the blame. The target of people's accusations instantly shifted. The two staff members shook their heads and waved their hands, saying, Everyone, boarding is now available. Please line up to board. I nodded to Wang Jia and said, Ms. Wang, thank you. The tall, thin man also repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Wang Jia chuckled lightly and handed me a business card. This is my business card with the phone number on it. If anyone troubles you again, I'll release the footage. Those words made the old man completely back down. Percent under the staff's urging, everyone began lining up to board the plane. Luiwa, that tall and lanky man, thanked me gratefully. After bidding him farewell, I passed through the gate first with my backpack. When passing by the first-class cabin, I indeed spotted Wang Jia. I found my window seat and sat down. Percent it's you? A voice spoke up, and I turned in surprise to discover that the 2 seats beside me were occupied by that family. The old man sat in the middle, fuming with anger, glaring at me with a fierce look. I couldn't be bothered to argue with him and simply opened the book I had with me. Chapter 3, Mirage percent. The buzzing roar of the engine reverberated through the aircraft cabin. I closed the book in my hand and prepared to take a nap. However, a violent tremor jolted me awake. Looking out from the small window, the once clear sky had turned into a scene of lightning and thunder, with raindrops as big as beans rapidly striking the window. A tremendous roar overwhelmed everything. Ladies and gentlemen, due to turbulence, the aircraft will experience some bumpiness for a while. The passengers fell into panic. Little did they know, at this moment, the 2 pilots were even more bewildered and nervous. 5 minutes ago, both by visual observation and instrument readings, the airspace was completely cloudless. Yet 5 minutes later, violent storms and lightning as thick as buckets seemed to appear out of nowhere, and the plane lost contact with the ground control tower. Huh, what is this? The co-pilot Foam Lijun cried out in disbelief. Almost simultaneously, a passenger in the cabin shouted, "Look, a mirage." Everyone turned to look out the window. They were horrified to find that the thunderstorm had abruptly vanished. The aircraft stopped shaking, transitioning abruptly from violent turbulence to smooth flight. Even more astonishing was the completely different sci-fi world that appeared outside the window. Below the plane stood towering skyscrapers that pierced the clouds, their grandeur beyond description in modern language. My first thought was that this colossal structure could not possibly have been created by human hands. Hundreds of bizarre aircraft of all kinds still floated in the sky, much smaller than planes and incredibly agile, glowing with dazzling metallic hues. This was already a brand new world, far beyond anyone's imagination. Suddenly, the passenger beside me shouted in alarm, "Watch out, we're going to collide." A chill ran through me as I looked down to see a strangely shaped aircraft heading straight toward my seated position. "Move! Move! Get out of the way!" people screamed. At the instant the aircraft and plane were about to collide, the void abruptly surged, and the scenery twisted and transformed. Boom! A glimmer of light, imperceptible to the human eye, pierced through this eerie space, connecting the spiritual consciousness of 2 different lives. Then, everything faded away, and the sky returned to calm. The strangely shaped aircraft hovered alone in midair, its cockpit occupied by a stern-faced man scanning his surroundings, muttering to himself, "A sudden fusion of multiple high-dimensional spaces? Hee, my luck is really something, to have encountered such a once-in-a-lifetime scene. What are these memories?" Chapter 4, Seeking Medical Help. His body trembled, and Fang Jian opened his eyes. He suddenly realized that he and the others hadn't turned into a fiery ball in the sky, but were still inside the cabin. Looking up through the small airplane window, he immediately saw the scene outside. Outside the cabin, the mirage had vanished, replaced by thunderstorms and foul weather. Yet no matter how harsh the environment, his heart was filled with joy. Yet, at that very moment, a piercing wail pierced his ears. "Ah, ah, ah." A powerful tenor voice tore through the air, its overwhelming force instantly echoing throughout the cabin and triggering countless other equally shrill cries. Fang Jian whirled around in shock. Beside him sat an elderly man, not young but stubbornly unreasonable, his mouth agape as he emitted a deafening scream with a voice as powerful as Pavarotti's. All of Fang Jian's joy was violently shattered by that sound, choking him so badly he nearly couldn't breathe. Yet in the next instant, his eyes instantly clouded over with confusion, and his body began convulsing violently, beyond his control. Had this happened during the initial ascent, his behavior would have drawn immediate attention, perhaps even grounded the flight to rush him to the hospital. But now, the cabin descended into utter chaos. Everyone believed the plane was about to crash. With each person fighting for their own survival, no one noticed his abnormal state. Fang Jian grimaced, his mind a chaotic whirl as if countless memories not his own had suddenly invaded his consciousness. In that brief moment, it felt to him as though he had lived through 100 years, or even longer, plunging him into a state of utter bewilderment from which he could not extricate himself. "Doctor! Doctor! Is there a doctor on board?" Suddenly, a frantic voice pierced his ears. Fang Jian shook his head, his consciousness snapping back from the jumble of memories. He sat up straight. Though restrained by his seatbelt, he could now survey his surroundings. To his surprise, the elderly gentleman beside him remained deathly pale and trembling, while the young mother and her bratty kid in the next seat had already rolled their eyes back and passed out slumped in their seats. These two were such scaredy cats. Inside the cabin, the flight attendant's inquiries echoed repeatedly, growing increasingly urgent. Fang Jian gathered his wits and was about to speak, but his movement halted unnaturally. For some reason, a voice seemed to suddenly pop into his mind, warning him not to stick his neck out, lest he invite major trouble. Yet after only a moment's hesitation, Fang Jian called out loudly, "I." His voice wasn't loud, but it cut through the darkness like a sliver of dawn, instantly capturing the flight attendant's attention and that of everyone else. The flight attendant hurried over, her voice a mix of surprise and relief. "Are you a doctor?" Fang Jian furrowed his brow slightly. He knew little about the flight attendant profession. Yet, in this moment, he clearly sensed signs of panic and disarray in the flight attendant's tone and movements. Weren't flight attendants supposed to be selected for their strong psychological resilience? Yet this one was acting so nervous, wouldn't that only heighten passengers' anxiety and insecurity? What kind of people did this airline hire? Didn't they fear damaging their reputation? Yet, in the very next moment, Fang Jian suddenly froze. He found himself wondering inexplicably, how had these thoughts entered his mind? When had his observational skills become so sharp? Sir. Fang Jian composed himself and replied, "My name is Fang Jian. I'm an intern." "Ah, a doctor. That's good. Please follow me, sir." The flight attendant forced a smile and said urgently, "An intern is still a doctor, after all. Better than a layperson." Fang Jian sensed something serious was afoot, but he didn't press for details and simply followed her out. This time, the old man, still shaken, didn't give him a hard time. As he followed the flight attendant toward first class, Fang Jian's expression darkened after just a few steps. He saw that it wasn't just one or two passengers who had passed out in their seats. As he reached the junction between first class and economy, Fang Jian quickly glanced back. The situation behind him was no different. Over a quarter of the passengers were unconscious. Just as Fang Jian and the flight attendant entered first class, another pleasant voice rang out. "Wait, my name is Wang Jiai. I'm also a medical student. Whatever's happening, I'd like to help too." A beautiful young woman with bright eyes and a dazzling smile stood up. Even the harshest critic would give her looks a score above 90. Though her face was slightly pale at that moment, it didn't detract from her overall appearance. Instead, it added a touch of delicate vulnerability. Fang Jian looked at her in surprise. So she was a doctor too. Great, the more doctors the better. The flight attendant seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. "Please follow me, both of you." Fang Jian and Wang Jiai left their seats, but no one noticed the bewildered expression on the middle-aged man seated next to the beautiful woman. A huge question mark lingered in his mind. When had Wang Jiai become a medical student? The flight attendant continued walking forward, not even pausing after passing through the first-class cabin. Fang Jian's expression shifted slightly as he stared at the tightly sealed cockpit door ahead. A terrifying thought suddenly surfaced. Shaking his head, Fang Jian couldn't fathom why such a bizarre notion had popped into his mind. But if that were the case, this plane might be facing unprecedented danger. He turned to glance at the flight attendant still moving forward and suddenly asked in a low voice, "Miss, who exactly are you asking us to treat?" The flight attendant halted, lowered the fabric curtain separating them from first class, and whispered, "Doctors, there's been a minor issue on board. Please remain quiet. Whatever you hear, do not raise your voices." "What kind of problem?" Wang Jiai's eyes gleamed with intensity. Her hands gripped the camera tightly, and her entire being radiated an unusual brilliance. Fang Jian frowned slightly. Most people would be terrified to hear of a problem on a plane. Yet this Ms. Wang seemed downright excited, almost unnervingly so. Was someone like her really a blessing to patients as a doctor? The flight attendant took a deep breath and whispered in a voice barely audible, "Our captain, first officer, and flight data recorder have all passed out." Crack! Amid the raging storm, a massive bolt of lightning erupted beside the aircraft. The fuselage shook violently, and the cabin erupted once more with screams of terror. The flight attendant's face, illuminated by the flickering lights, took on a ghostly pallor that sent a chill down the spine. Chapter 5, Unconscious. What? The captain, co-pilot, and flight data recorder are all unconscious? Wang Jiai looked utterly incredulous, murmuring, "Then how many of you are left?" "One male flight attendant and 2 female flight attendants." Fang Jian's lips twitched slightly. At a time like this, she was still asking irrelevant questions. "Just tell me who's flying the plane now." "The autopilot system." Wang Jiai gaped, her pretty little mouth agape. "You mean, in this weather, there's no one in the cockpit and it's on autopilot?" She tried desperately to keep her voice steady, but it still rose higher and higher. "Quiet. Quiet." The flight attendant's expression wasn't much better than hers. "We can't cause panic. Otherwise, everything will fall apart." Fang Jian smiled bitterly. "It already is." Cries for help and calls for a doctor echoed through the cabin. More and more passengers were found unconscious by their companions, naturally triggering loud shouts and panic. What should we do?" the beautiful woman murmured, and even the flight attendant, who had been struggling to maintain her composure, now looked utterly distraught. Fang Jian's head was splitting. He was just an ordinary senior in college. How could he possibly know what to do when suddenly faced with this kind of accident? Yet, just as he was frantically panicking, a strange feeling surged within him. Almost instinctively, he blurted out, "Forget the passengers. Save the pilots first." Wang Jiai froze. But what if we can't save him? If we can't save him, then pray that someone among the passengers who are still conscious knows how to fly a plane. How is that possible? If not, then we'll just have to hope for the best. The two pretty faces of Wang Jiayi and the flight attendant instantly drained of all color. The four dreaded words plane crash, loss of life flashed through their minds in an instant. The thought that in just a little while, they might be blown to smithereens along with the aircraft sent shivers running through their bodies. Inside the cockpit were two seats. One held a man slumped unconscious, while the other was occupied by a man lying near the cockpit door. Dr. Fang, after the mirage vanished, we tried to contact the captain but couldn't reach him. We came to check and found the captain unconscious. The cockpit door must have been opened by the co-pilot before he lost consciousness. Fang Jian lifted the captain from his seat and laid him flat on the floor, just like the co-pilot. After a cursory examination, Fang Jian's expression turned distinctly peculiar. Both men were indeed unconscious. With extremely rudimentary diagnostic equipment, no one could determine the exact cause of so many people fainting simultaneously. Yet, upon seeing them and conducting his examination, an answer surfaced naturally in Fang Jian's mind. Even he himself couldn't explain where this answer had come from. It seemed as though the answer had always existed within his mind, and now that he encountered this situation, it simply surfaced. Dr. Fang, how are they? Will they wake up? Wang Jiayi asked urgently. Fang Jian pondered, a faint, almost imperceptible red thread suddenly flickering deep within his eyes. He abruptly asked, Ms. Wang, first, thank you for your assistance on the ground. Wang Jiayi inwardly fumed. Why are you chatting me up instead of saving them? Even the flight attendant looked slightly annoyed. The girl was indeed beautiful, but couldn't he see what was happening? To be so recklessly focused on flirting at a time like this was truly one of a kind. I told you, it's fine, Wang Jiayi forced a smile. Ms. Wang, you're a doctor too. What's your opinion? Wang Jiayi paused, hesitating before replying. They couldn't have been poisoned, could they? Her eyes suddenly brightened as if she'd discovered a new continent. Flight attendant, the meals they ate at noon weren't the same variety as yours, were they? Some passengers outside are unconscious while others are fine. Could it be because they ate different meals? On flights serving Chinese cuisine, there are typically two options, rice or noodles, for passengers to choose. The flight attendant looked hesitant but couldn't recall what the two pilots had eaten during the midday meal distribution. Fang Jian sighed softly. Ms. Wang, your imagination is truly wild. Huh? What? You're a doctor too, so you should know the specific symptoms of food poisoning. They didn't even have the most basic symptoms like vomiting or diarrhea, they just slept peacefully. How could that possibly be linked to food poisoning? Wang Jiayi stammered, her face flushing crimson. I'm sorry, I'm just an intern. I don't really know much about that. Ms. Wang, which university did you graduate from? Huaguo University of Media. Oh? Which department? Maybe we were classmates. Is that so? I was in the broadcasting department. Wang Jiayi's voice abruptly trailed off, her face flushing with embarrassment. The cabin fell completely silent except for the roar of the engines. An intern doctor who graduated from the Broadcasting Department of Communication University? Ms. Wang, are you actually a doctor, or just some clown hired by monkeys? At that moment, Fang Jian felt utterly disgusted. If not for her earlier act of bravery, he would have been tempted to curse her out. The flight attendant glared at Wang Jiayi, her mood just as foul as Fang Jian's. Wang Jiayi gritted her teeth and said, I'm sorry. I know it's embarrassing that I lied to you, but I just felt like big news was about to happen. I was afraid you wouldn't talk if I didn't pretend to be a doctor. Poof. Well, big news has indeed arrived. If we're lucky enough, we might even make the headlines. Wang Jiayi and the flight attendant flinched. While they weren't exactly pale with fright, they weren't much better off. Fang Jian shook his head. I just examined them. They appear to have been affected by some kind of magnetic field or electromagnetic wave, which caused them to lose consciousness. They should wake up after resting for a while. How long might that take? It could be hours, or it could be days. Fang Jian paused before adding, or it could be forever. But the plane. What about the plane? The flight attendant wailed, her face twisted in despair. The plane was arranged by your airline. Don't you have any contingency plans? Not a single one of you flight attendants knows how to fly? Wang Jiayi retorted indignantly. The flight attendant looked utterly helpless. What could she possibly do about this? Fang Jian waved his hand, and the two women immediately shut up obediently. In their eyes at that moment, Fang Jian was their only hope. Reaching out, he gently placed his hand on the pilot's neck. It looked like he was giving him a massage, but in reality, his mind was churning with intense thought waves. Chapter 6, Mental Power. Mental power. This was a special ability Fang Jian had acquired after emerging from the Mirage world. During his dazed state on the plane, fragments of strange memories had inexplicably surfaced in his mind, memories belonging to some powerful being from the Mirage world. In that world, he seemed to be a master of psychic power, possessing strength so immense it could move mountains and overturn seas. Yet within his current body, his psychic power could only be described as meager and pitiful. Nevertheless, possessing psychic power even at a minuscule level could prove crucial in certain moments. His eyes narrowed slightly as his hand moved slowly. All of this was merely a disguise. Fang Jian's psychic power had already entered the captain's consciousness. He wanted to try and see if he could revive the captain. Yet, at that very instant, something utterly perplexing occurred. Countless strange and unfamiliar memories instantly flooded his mind. Within these memories, Fang Jian seemed to transform into a stranger. He was born into a privileged middle-class family, excelled academically from a young age, and harbored a deep passion for aviation. Finally, he gained admission to flight school. After years of training, he became a pilot. He had a harmonious family and an adorable daughter. Though not wealthy beyond measure, he lived a life most would envy a true winner. This was. Fang Jian's eyes lit up as he stared intently at the captain's face. Indeed, the memories he had just accessed did not belong to the psychic master from the mirage, but to this unconscious captain. In an instant, a thought crystallized in his mind and spread uncontrollably. "Dr. Fang, how is the captain?" the flight attendant couldn't help but urge. Fang Jian slowly lifted his head. The faint, almost imperceptible reddish hue deep within his eyes grew more pronounced. Both the flight attendant and Wang Jiai froze, instinctively averting their eyes. Yet they couldn't resist stealing glances back at him. For some inexplicable reason, they both sensed an irresistible, peculiar charm emanating from Fang Jian in that moment. It made them dare not look directly at him, yet they also didn't want to turn away. It was an intensely contradictory feeling, yet precisely because of that, it left a profound impression. "Flight attendant, please ask the passengers who are conscious if anyone knows how to fly this plane," Fang Jian instructed calmly. In that moment, he didn't seem like a 22-year-old kid at all, but rather a powerful figure accustomed to giving orders. The flight attendant murmured a dazed response and, surprisingly, went to do it without hesitation. Fang Jian lowered his head and continued the slow massage. However, Wang Jiai beside him was unaware that at this moment, Fang Jian wasn't massaging at all. Instead, through a connection of mental energy, he was sharing the memories within the captain's mind. Of course, he was selective in what he read. He ignored the captain's privacy and personal life entirely, focusing solely on the knowledge and experience related to piloting the aircraft. Gradually, his consciousness seemed to reach a profound resonance with the memories within the captain's mind. He wasn't the captain, yet the captain's years of experience in piloting the aircraft were now being shared with him. This wasn't learning in the conventional sense. No matter how intelligent a person might be, mastering aircraft operation and acquiring the experience to handle all manner of emergencies within such a short time frame was impossible. However, guided by Fang Jian's consciousness, the unconscious pilot's memories transformed into a database, granting Fang Jian a similar ability. "Dr. Fang, I'm back." The flight attendant rushed over, her face twisted in a wry smile. "No, none of the passengers know how to fly." And with that question, the chaos on the plane only intensified. Though Wang Jiai had anticipated this answer, it was normal for there to be none, and having one would be a fantastical, low-probability event. Hearing it made her expression grow even more desperate. Fang Jian slowly lowered his hand and instructed, "Find something to secure their bodies. Don't let them get hurt." With that, he rose and walked to the captain's seat. After a quick glance, he sat down. The flight attendant and Wang Jiai stared at him in stunned silence. The two women exchanged bewildered glances, unsure how to respond. Just as Fang Jian was about to raise his hand, a thought struck him. He turned and deliberately asked, "Flight attendant, which one is the intercom to the ground control tower?" "Ah, this." The flight attendant looked utterly bewildered. "Dr. Fang, what are you trying to do?" "What do I want?" "To fly this plane, of course." Hearing Fang Jian's confident reply, the flight attendant felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, nearly fainting herself. "Don't joke around. Do you even know how to fly a plane?" Wang Jiai whispered urgently, her panic barely contained. Fang Jian glanced at her and said, "I can't do it." "You do it." Wang Jiai involuntarily took a step back, waving her hands frantically. "No, I can't." "Are you kidding me? You want me to fly this plane?" If there were no one else on board, if this were just a game, she wouldn't mind playing along. But the thought that she was actually on this plane made her wish she could die right then and there. Fang Jian turned to look at the flight attendant. The beautiful stewardess, like a startled rabbit, immediately jumped backward. Shaking his head slightly, he ignored the two behind him. Fang Jian naturally fastened his seatbelt and picked up the intercom. Yet, the moment he brought the intercom to his lips, all his movements froze. Good heavens, what am I doing? What's wrong with me? But in the very next instant, that thought vanished completely. Control tower, calling control tower. The crackling static dragged on for what felt like an eternity before the long-awaited voice finally came through. Tower receiving, calling 5360. 5360 was their flight number for this mission. Although Fang Jian knew from the captain's memories how to communicate with the control tower, he now understood even more clearly that he couldn't just follow the script. Control tower, listen carefully. I am not the captain of this aircraft, nor am I the co-pilot. Those two unlucky fellows are lying unconscious behind me. The radio fell instantly silent. Clearly, the poor dispatcher was stunned by this unexpected, completely off-script development. Fang Jian waited for what felt like an eternity, but no response came. Growing impatient, he barked, "Hello? Did you hear me?" Moments later, a deep voice boomed over the radio again. "Who are you? Don't do anything rash. Impulsive my ass." Fang Jian instantly realized they thought he was hijacking the plane. But given modern airport security standards, smuggling weapons onto a plane was no easy feat that the other party could jump to hijacking conclusions based on a single sentence showed imagination rivaling that of the woman behind him. "Listen carefully, I'll only say this once, I'm not a hijacker. I'm just a passenger on this flight. I'm temporarily taking control of the aircraft after the captain and first officer unexpectedly lost consciousness. The plane is currently on autopilot. I need to know what to do, which buttons to press to get this damn thing down safely." Chapter 7, I am not a hijacker. H Province, Control Tower. Director, Flight 5360 has reported an emergency. The captain and first officer have lost consciousness, and the aircraft is now under the control of an unknown organization. What? Hijacking? Are you sure? Chow Light sucked in a sharp breath, feeling a chill run down his spine. China's aviation security ranks among the world's best, arguably the very best. Describing the difficulty of hijacking a plane in this country as world-class would be no exaggeration. Before becoming the information center director, Chow Light had undergone similar training, but facing this situation for real was a first for him. And this wasn't a drill. If handled poorly, the consequences would be unimaginable. He strode purposefully toward the control tower. Is it confirmed? The hijacker stated it himself, both pilots are unconscious, and he has taken control of the aircraft. Senior command tower personnel arrived on the scene within moments. A middle-aged man murmured, "Could this be a joke?" Though everyone knew it was utterly impossible, a sliver of unrealistic hope still lingered in their hearts. Chow Light shook his head. Every pilot should know the consequences of pulling a stunt like this. "Hey, did you hear that?" An impatient call crackled over the radio. All eyes fixed on Chow Light. In that moment, he felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. Under the watchful gaze of everyone present, mishandling this situation would spell utter disaster for him. Yet, aside from him, there was no one else present who could shoulder this responsibility. Taking a deep breath, Chow Light said in a low voice, "Report this immediately and print out the passenger manifest. Quickly." "Yes." Watching the staff dash off, Chow Light steadied himself. Stepping forward, he forced his voice to remain calm. "Who are you? Please don't act rashly." The command center fell deathly silent at that moment, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. "Listen up, I'll only say this once, I'm not some hijacker. I'm just a passenger on this flight. I took temporary control when the captain and first officer unexpectedly lost consciousness. The plane is currently on autopilot. I need to know what to do, which buttons to press to get this damn thing down safely." "What?" The command center erupted like a lid being yanked off a boiling pot. Chow Light froze, then exclaimed ecstatically, You're not a hijacker?" "Of course I'm not a hijacker. And frankly, is this even the time to be discussing that?" The voice over the intercom was anything but polite, yet to the crowd, it sounded like heavenly music. "Fine, we won't discuss that." Chow Light sighed in relief. "Now, report your situation. I'm not your subordinate. Please refrain from using terms like report to insult me." Chow Light and the others stared in disbelief, feeling a dull ache in their temples. Who on earth was on the other end of that walkie-talkie? How could the word report be associated with insult? That line of reasoning was utterly bizarre. Inside the cockpit, Wang Jai and the flight attendant who had just secured the two unconscious passengers wore expressions of utter bewilderment. "Just report when told. What's the point of arguing now? You may not care about your life, but we want to survive." Exchanging glances, they saw the ashen pallor on each other's faces and knew their doom was sealed. But expecting them to wrest control from Fang Jian's hands was even more unrealistic. In a life or death situation like this, not everyone had the courage to shoulder such heavy responsibility. What they didn't know was that the strange expression on Fang Jian's face was no better than theirs. Two conflicting mindsets were battling within his head, profoundly altering his character and decision-making as if he had become a different person. "All right, my mistake. Could you please explain the specific situation on the plane?" Chow Light immediately softened his tone. At this moment, he would have willingly done anything, even address the other as grandfather, let alone merely soften his tone. "Our aircraft is currently in a thunderstorm zone. The pilot has lost consciousness, and the plane is being severely buffeted by turbulence, posing a risk of losing control." The tension in the control tower, which had just eased, instantly tightened again. This news seemed no better than a hijacking. Cold sweat beaded on Chow Light's forehead. Forcing himself to steady his nerves, he asked, "The pilots are unconscious? How did they lose consciousness?" "I don't know. They must have been affected by some kind of magnetic field, causing the unconsciousness." "What kind of magnetic field?" "That's just my preliminary assessment. I can't draw any conclusions without a thorough examination." "Oh, if you don't believe me, you can come up and check for yourself." Chow Light's facial muscles twitched slightly. "Come up? Then please tell me how I can get up there." "Who are you?" Everyone in the control tower perked up at this question. It was crucial. I said I'm just an ordinary passenger on the plane. Bull. In that instant, everyone who had overheard their conversation cursed inwardly. Any ordinary passenger in this situation would be lucky not to be scared out of their wits, let alone casually chatting over the intercom. Moreover, in just a few brief sentences, he had already explained the situation clearly, even using technical terms like thunderstorm area and turbulence caused by air currents with remarkable fluency, something far beyond the capability of an ordinary person. Alright, Mr. Passenger, could you tell me your name and your profession? My name is Fang Jian. I'm a medical intern. Intern? The control tower fell silent once more. A doctor flying a plane? That sounded utterly surreal. Control tower, I don't know how much longer it will take for the plane to arrive, but before that happens, you'd better hurry up and teach me how to operate this Airbus A320. Chow Lide's expression shifted slightly. He abruptly turned and shouted, quickly, bring the best pilot here. And get the Airbus 320 control templates immediately now, right this instant. Crack. Ah. Fire. A deafening explosion erupted over the intercom, followed by a relentless stream of screams. Chow Lide's face drained of color as he shouted, 5360, what's the situation? Come in, come in. We've been struck by lightning on the wing. It's on fire now, and the plane is losing balance. We must make an emergency landing immediately. Tell me now, how do we disengage autopilot and perform an emergency landing? Control tower. Chow Lide's face turned ashen. He screamed inwardly, how can I tell you? Tell me, how can I possibly teach you? Chapter 8, Air Disaster. Crack. A deafening crack erupted through the thunderstorm. A lightning bolt thick beyond description erupted from the void, striking the wing with uncanny precision. It tore a gaping hole through the metal, and whatever components it damaged caused thick black smoke to billow from the rear of the right wing. Fire! Fire! We're all going to die. Passengers who witnessed the scene let out blood-curdling screams. Every sober face was etched with utter terror. Airplanes are universally recognized as the safest mode of transportation. The number of people killed in car accidents each year far exceeds those lost in plane crashes by 1,000-fold. Yet everyone knows that when an airplane does crash, the chances of survival for passengers are minuscule. Up in the unreachable sky, rescue was utterly hopeless. All people could do was pray, write their last words, and wait for death. In that moment, they stared out the window in utter despair, even wondering why they hadn't passed out instead. To die unconscious would at least spare them this terror. The right wing was engulfed in flames, billowing smoke growing thicker by the second. Amidst violent turbulence, the plane rapidly nosedived downward. Fang Jian shouted urgently, but to his dismay, no one answered his questions over the intercom. His brow furrowed slightly as he sensed the situation was slipping beyond his control. Here's the button to disengage the autopilot, the flight attendant suddenly screamed hysterically. Great, thank you. Fang Jian's eyes lit up as he swiftly disengaged the autopilot. Gripping the control column with both hands, a profoundly familiar sensation flooded his mind. These were memories and experiences from the captain, but in this moment, they were entirely his own. Gripping the control column with all his might, Fang Jian's body swayed slightly with the aircraft's movements. His eyes fixed straight ahead, yet his mind remained utterly calm. This was indeed Fang Jian, yet in some profound way, he had undergone a transformative shift. And as the changes within him deepened, the crimson glow within his eyes grew more pronounced and intense. Wang Jia suddenly activated the camera hanging around her neck and began filming. The flight attendant asked nervously, "What are you doing?" Wang Jia gritted her teeth. "I'm a journalist. This is major news. I must document every detail of this process. Even if we can't escape this fate, I'll have left behind precious audio-visual evidence. That way, at least, my life won't have been in vain." The flight attendant stared blankly at Wang Jia, then turned to look at the young intern pilot at the controls. She felt utterly helpless. One woman impersonated a doctor for a news story, insisting on preserving footage even as certain death loomed. The other was even more outrageous, an intern piloting a plane, and a plummeting one at that. This wasn't just audacious, it was beyond description. With her mind in chaos, she couldn't even find words to describe these two reckless fools. Ah! The plane suddenly lurched violently. The flight attendant and Wang Jia instinctively grabbed nearby fixtures, but shrieks escaped their throats. Fang Jian's hands remained steady and firm, but soon he realized he couldn't control the plane anymore. The captain's 2 decades of flying experience were invaluable. Sitting in the pilot's seat now, he was no different from a true captain. But while he knew how to handle a normal aircraft, this was his first time facing a plane in distress. Then again, who else would encounter a crash every other day? The pressure on the control stick intensified relentlessly. Fang Jian even began to worry that if this stalemate continued, the stick might snap clean off. Sighing softly, he understood that under normal circumstances, this plane was beyond saving. Even the most experienced pilot would have no choice but to close their eyes and await their fate. But he wasn't ready to die yet. No, he didn't want to die. Intense emotions surged through his mind. The will to survive instantly overwhelmed everything else, igniting his spirit into a boiling frenzy. At this critical juncture, Fang Jian's gaze grew increasingly profound. The crimson light deep within his eyes, as if stimulated, rapidly spread and filled his entire irises, transforming him into a being with eerily red pupils. Simultaneously, his hair rapidly turned white. In the blink of an eye, his once thick, jet-black locks had transformed into dazzling silver strands. The flowing hair moved with his body, creating a moment of otherworldly, hauntingly beautiful movement. A surging wave of spiritual energy erupted from his body, sending invisible ripples of power radiating outward. Snap! All surveillance equipment in the cabin emitted eerie groans as inexplicable short circuits occurred. Sparks flew from the machinery's innards, yet only the monitoring circuits malfunctioned. All other systems remained operational. The flight attendant and Wang Jian experienced a sudden darkness before their eyes, as if their heads had collided with something solid, instantly losing consciousness. The camera hanging around Wang Jian's neck continued recording, yet inexplicably, the footage began to flicker and blur. It seemed as though some mysterious force was affecting it, causing the images to shift between distortion and clarity. This strange and powerful force did not spread indefinitely, but instead reverberated within a 3-meter radius around Fang Jian. Therefore, apart from the flight attendant and Wang Jian, none of the other passengers on the plane could sense its presence. At this moment, Fang Jian's mental activity reached an astonishing peak. His thoughts spread uncontrollably outward, his gaze breaking free from the constraints of his body. It detached from his physical form, piercing through the confines of the aircraft's hull, and emerged into the boundless void. In that instant, he felt like an omnipotent deity, observing the terrifying events unfolding below from a god's eye view in the void of the sky. The right wing was engulfed in flames, billowing smoke growing thicker by the second. Amidst violent turbulence, the aircraft rapidly descended at an angle. The screeching noise grew deafening, as if it could pierce eardrums. The captain's experience in Fang Jian's handling proved ineffective. The aircraft steadily lost balance, poised to begin spinning mid-air. The crisis was imminent. Once control was lost, no life aboard this aircraft would survive. Chapter 9, Superhero. Fang Jian's gaze pierced through the aircraft, revealing the scene inside the cabin. Due to the violent turbulence, several overhead luggage compartments had inexplicably opened. The contents crashed down, striking passengers below and leaving them bloodied and bruised. Yet this chaos was merely a symptom. Everyone now saw the billowing smoke from the wing and felt the intense weightlessness as the plane plummeted. This fear is beyond description. It's the feeling of watching yourself march toward death, enough to drive a sane person utterly mad. Ah! Amitabha Buddha, may the Buddha protect us. Amen, God, Muhammad. Mom, help me. Inside the cabin, some screamed frantically, while others remained silent, eyes tightly shut, tears streaming down their faces as they wept bitterly. As death approached, no one could remain calm. Each vented their terror in their own way. Humph, a bunch of useless ants. The consciousness entity suspended high above watched it all with disdain, its heart utterly unmoved. It seemed that no matter how tragic these people's fates and endings might be, they could not stir the slightest emotion within it. Yet in the next instant, Fang Jian, now transformed with white hair and crimson eyes, furrowed his brow slightly. No. I'm still on this plane. I can't let it crash like this. Otherwise, even if I survive, I'll be remembered forever, never finding peace. Moreover, in a crash of this magnitude, if the plane disintegrates mid-air, my chances of survival in my current state are minuscule. A sharp, unprecedented gleam flashed in Fang Jian's eyes. His crimson pupils shimmered with an unsettling intensity. His lips moved slightly. In this moment, he seemed like a different person, calm and in complete control. Steady, steady, steady. The air currents in the void underwent a miraculous transformation. Under the control of some indescribable force, all impossibilities ceased to be problems. The air currents no longer assaulted the aircraft from all sides. Though lightning still raged and the weather remained brutal and inexplicable, mystical force now seemed to envelop the plane's hull. Like a protective shield, it ruthlessly blocked every element that could threaten the aircraft. Not only that, but an equally bizarre and unimaginably powerful force suddenly materialized in the void. It coalesced into a pair of enormous, invisible hands, catching the plummeting aircraft. These hands were invisible, undetectable by any optical instrument or the naked eye. Yet they functioned like an anchor, steadying the precarious aircraft mid-air and guiding it along the optimal trajectory toward the ocean. The aircraft plummeted rapidly through the thunderstorm, its shaking and jolting growing increasingly frequent. Small parts kept flying off the wings, with the damage spreading rapidly. Perhaps it would disintegrate mid-air before reaching the ground. Yet, just as everyone was gripped by terror, they suddenly noticed the violent shaking seemed to ease considerably. Even with seatbelts restraining them, their bodies had bounced up and down, offering no sense of security. Now, however, their bodies were firmly pressed against the seatbacks. Though the sensation of rapid descent still made them feel miserable, everyone clearly realized they were much more stable than before. While some passengers still screamed in panic, many others had already caught a glimpse of what was happening. Look, the ocean. We're making an emergency landing. Passengers, grab the seat in front of you with both hands, tuck your head forward, and curl up. The flight attendant, already dazed from the impact, forced himself to stay alert. Though panic and fear gripped his heart, his strong sense of duty compelled him to shout loudly. Ah! Amidst the desperate screams of most passengers, the nose of the plummeting aircraft finally neared the sea surface. Such a massive object, such tremendous force enough to turn the soft sea surface as hard as concrete. Yet in the next instant, a colossal wave surged from the sea. It coalesced into the shape of a giant, extending a massive hand formed from seawater that forcibly braced against the falling aircraft. The plane's descent slowed, its angle of entry forming a perfect diagonal arc. The nose sliced through the water like a blade, cleaving the surface in two as it hurtled diagonally toward the distant shore. Splash! Massive waves surged skyward, churning the sea as if swept by a colossal typhoon. The water swirled upward, engulfing the entire aircraft in a shroud of mist. The smoke and sparks on the wings instantly extinguished, leaving no possibility of reigniting. The aircraft's forward momentum showed no sign of diminishing, continuing its straight glide forward. A deafening roar shattered the night's silence as the colossal machine crashed onto the sandy shore like some ancient sea monster emerging from the depths. Far along the coastline, a small boat bobbed on the waves. Its occupants looked up in disbelief. He witnessed the sea's churning waves transform into a colossal water deity, catching the falling aircraft. Though this divine presence dissolved back into the ocean in the blink of an eye, the unparalleled spectacle etched itself permanently into his memory, an indelible sight he would carry for the rest of his life. At that moment, the protective membrane enveloping the fuselage mysteriously vanished. The aircraft ground violently against the sand and gravel, triggering another jolt. Yet undeniably, its forward momentum steadily slowed until it finally came to a halt. Inside the cabin, several more overhead bins automatically popped open. Luggage rained down like scattered flowers, leaving everyone disheveled and disoriented. Despite the seatbelts restraining them, the violent impact still left many passengers bloodied and bruised. Whether unconscious or alert, nearly every passenger bore some bruises. But this nightmare-like ordeal finally came to an end. Inside the cabin, a middle-aged man bravely opened his eyes after the aircraft's shaking had completely ceased. He first examined his own body, then surveyed the chaotic surroundings, and finally turned his gaze toward the window. Beach, ocean. The plane had somehow landed safely on the sandy shore. From his vantage point, he could even see the wing nearly snapped in two. Yet, the wing no longer spewed that terrifying black smoke. A faint light flickering in the night sky seemed like a beacon of hope, illuminating his eyes. He extended a trembling finger, pointing shakily toward the window. Chapter 10, It's Not Me Shaking. His peculiar gesture immediately drew the attention of those around him. Gradually, the passengers beside him plucked up their courage and followed the direction of his finger. The next moment, their eyes lit up. We're saved! We're saved! The passengers' ecstatic cry echoed throughout the cabin, instantly igniting the entire aircraft. Everyone still conscious unbuckled their seatbelts, pressed themselves against the windows beside them, and looked outside. Though the aircraft had sustained near catastrophic damage, the cabin lights stubbornly flickered on, as if declaring they would never yield to fate. Unbelievable, frenzied joy flooded every passenger's heart, and most of them were even moved to tears. In a situation where they had thought certain death was inevitable, they had miraculously survived. This roller coaster of emotions was almost unbearable for anyone. Both passengers and the two remaining flight attendants let out uncontrollable shouts, unleashing every emotion pent up inside. Inside the cockpit, Fang Jian's hand slowly released the control yoke. His brow furrowed slightly, revealing a look of extreme exhaustion. The hair on his head began to shorten and gradually return to its original color, while the terrifying crimson in his eyes receded like a tide. In what seemed like an instant, he appeared to have returned to normal. Shaking his head, a thought suddenly struck Fang Jian. I only piloted a craft. Why am I so utterly exhausted? His gaze sharpened abruptly. Fang Jian stammered slightly. What nonsense was he thinking? Controlling a flying machine? And what exactly had he done just now? He clearly remembered that after emerging from the mirage world, his mind had been flooded with memories that weren't his own. But those memories were too chaotic to sort through in such a short time. Along with the memories came a peculiar ability, subtly altering his behavior in ways he hadn't even noticed. The flight attendant sought a doctor. Though Fang Jian couldn't revive the pilot, he gained another unique ability, consciousness linking. In this scientifically inexplicable situation, he gained the ability to pilot an aircraft. He had assumed that by following standard procedures, he could simply land the plane safely at the airport and complete his task. But unexpectedly, the aircraft was struck by lightning mid-flight, directly causing the crash. Amidst the disaster, the captain's experience proved utterly useless. Forced by the situation, Fang Jian unleashed. Ha! What had he unleashed? Staring at his own hands, Fang Jian's face was filled with horror. His memory grew hazy. He had indeed taken control of the aircraft, but what happened afterward? During the emergency landing, what had he done? He seemed to have done something that allowed the plane to land safely. But what exactly had he done? Slap! Fang Jian lightly slapped his own face, then suddenly jumped up as if his pants were on fire. I gained superpowers, super mental abilities, and then voluntarily piloted the plane? Good heavens, have I lost my mind? Why would I voluntarily pilot a plane? In that moment, Fang Jian was overcome with doubt about his actions. I just wanted to save people. How did saving them turn me into the pilot? Even if he suddenly possessed this so-called psychic power, he couldn't have become so reckless overnight. Turning around, he immediately saw the flight attendant and Wang Jia behind him. Both women were now unconscious. However, when Fang Jian's gaze fell upon the camera hanging from Wang Jia's chest, his eyes lit up. He gritted his teeth, about to make his move, when a moan escaped from Wang Jia's lips. How incredibly convenient. Why couldn't these two just sleep a little longer? In that moment, Fang Jian felt an overwhelming urge to knock them unconscious again. Yet, the ingrained belief his mother had instilled over the years that a real man doesn't hit women still held sway. After a moment's hesitation, Fang Jian refrained from acting and instead helped them to their feet. Ah, what's going on? The flight attendant opened her still drowsy eyes, looking utterly confused. Wang Jia, however, let her imagination run wild as usual. Where are we? Is this heaven? Fang Jian tore his gaze away from the camera hanging around her neck and snapped, "This is hell." Hell? Wang Jia froze for a moment, the confusion in her eyes gradually giving way to clarity. She suddenly stood up and leaned forward to peer into the cockpit. Though darkness dominated the view, the outline of a beach was faintly discernible beneath the flickering lights. We're ashore? We're saved. Wang Jia realized, unable to contain her cry. The joy surging through her heart at that moment was beyond words. The flight attendant finally snapped fully awake. She stumbled to the window, peered intently, and suddenly burst into tears. Wang Jia calmed down, gently patting the flight attendant's vest and saying, "We're alive. Everything's fine. Everything's fine." She turned to Fang Jian and asked, "Dr. Fang, how did this plane land?" The flight attendant's sobs subsided. She lifted her head, her face resembling a calico cat now brimming with curiosity. In that situation, they truly couldn't imagine any possibility of survival. Fang Jian forced a bitter smile. "I don't know either. It just came down like that." "You don't know? But I remember you were the one flying the plane at the end." Wang Jia exclaimed. "I was flying the plane." Fang Jian's face turned ashen not from elation, but from the sheer terror that hit him as reality sank in. "That's right, you were flying the plane," the flight attendant stated emphatically. Fang Jian turned to look at the plane, then down at his own hands. His mind felt like a chaotic whirlwind, and his body began to shake uncontrollably. It was as if only now did he truly grasp the sheer horror of what he had done. Hey, Dr. Fang, try not to shake." "No, it's not me shaking. It's shaking on its own." Fang Jian forced his trembling wrists upward, his voice now quivering too. "Why are you shaking?" Wang Jia suddenly asked. "You're not scared, are you?" Fang Jian glanced at her, wanting to deny it, but the memory of his actions left him speechless. Wang Jia huffed indignantly, "You're scared now? Where was your fear when you were flying that plane?" Fang Jian gave a bitter smile and finally said, "I don't know either." He was telling the truth. He genuinely didn't understand why he had changed so drastically. The flight attendant and Wang Jia exchanged glances, their hearts still pounding with fear. The thought that their lives had been in the hands of this young man sent shivers down their spines. At the same time, they were filled with endless confusion. Had this young man truly saved the plane? The composed, experienced, bold yet meticulous Fang Jian who volunteered to pilot the plane, and the trembling, flustered Fang Jian standing before them now, which one was the real him? Chapter 11, Saving Lives. "Doctor! Doctor! Help!" Suddenly, cries for help erupted from the rear cabin. The flight attendant snapped back to attention. "Guys, it must be chaos back there. They need a doctor." Wang Jia immediately looked at Fang Jian, who clasped his still trembling hands and said with a bitter smile, "I'm just an intern." "An intern is still a doctor. Hurry and save them," Wang Jia urged without hesitation. Fang Jian hesitated. After the plane landed safely, his earlier superhuman courage seemed to have vanished, leaving him once again just an ordinary college student. Watching Fang Jian and Wang Jia leave, the flight attendant didn't immediately follow. Instead, she approached the control console and fiddled with the aircraft intercom. After confirming it was unusable, she pulled out her phone and began making a call. Inside the cabin, after the initial euphoria, people gradually calmed down and began screaming in panic. This was not only because some passengers had lost consciousness, causing concern among their loved ones nearby, but also because during the plane's stop, the violent impact had caused the overhead bins to open uncontrollably. Heavy luggage fell, injuring many people. Most of them had no first aid experience or knowledge, and could only shout for help at this moment. "Doctor! Where's that doctor who was here? We have someone injured." Calls for medical assistance echoed continuously. When Fang Jian and others arrived in the cabin, the scene they witnessed was indeed shocking. The cabin was littered with evidence of collisions. Many passengers were bleeding from head wounds and covered in injuries. Seats in the middle section were deformed, with one unfortunate seat nearly buried under a mountain of luggage. "Save them! Fang Jian's eyes narrowed as he spoke without hesitation. Upon seeing the injured, he regained his composure, an instinctive response for any doctor, even an intern. He approached the two seats and swiftly began clearing away the luggage piece by piece. With just a glance, he made a rough assessment. While the injuries on the others looked terrifying, they were not life-threatening. The real danger lay with the person trapped beneath the luggage. Save him. A large man in the right seat struggled to stand, but his seatbelt buckle was deformed, making it impossible to release. Fang Jian paused, asking, "Are you?" "My name is Yu Dazhuang. The one pinned down is my father. Doctor, please save him." Wang Jia immediately responded, "Dr. Fang, you continue with the rescue. I'll get the emergency kit from the flight attendant." "All right." Fang Jian cleared away all the luggage, revealing the elderly man beneath. But the old man's condition was dire. His face was purple gold, his breath faint as a thread. Though unconscious, his face still bore an expression of agony. "Doctor, please examine my father." At that moment, Yu Dazhuang finally managed to free himself from the seat. Though his head and face bore scrapes and scratches, he paid them no mind. "His condition is critical. Lay him flat immediately. His breathing is already labored." Fang Jian spoke without hesitation. Yet, the moment those words left his lips, he found himself involuntarily pausing. This was his first time encountering such a situation. Why, then, did he feel not the slightest panic, but rather an air of familiarity, as if he'd seen it all before? The thought flashed through his mind, but he had no time to dwell on it. The burly man stood up, his height easily exceeding 6 feet. Hearing Fang Jian's command, he immediately reached out both hands, intending to assist the elderly man seated in the chair. "Hold on!" Fang Jian snapped. "What are you doing? I want to carry him out. Your father suffered crush injuries similar to those in a traffic accident. I suspect he has broken ribs and internal organ damage causing hemorrhaging, which led to shock. In this condition, it's best for non-professionals not to touch his body. If you cause secondary internal injuries, it would be well-intentioned but harmful, ultimately harming him." The crowd nodded in unison, their gaze toward Fang Jian shifting dramatically. The burly man sucked in a sharp breath, his voice laced with anxiety. "Then what should I do?" Fang Jian's brow furrowed slightly as he gently touched the elderly man's body. Though his outward demeanor remained composed, exuding strong confidence, his heart was filled with helplessness. He understood far better than the untrained exactly as he'd just stated that if the victim's internal organs suffered secondary damage during transport, even his most skilled techniques would prove futile. What troubled him now was that the victim was unconscious, leaving him no way to determine the exact location of the injury. Moving him rashly could very well be a death sentence. Yet leaving him here meant no treatment or examination was possible in this cramped space, only watching helplessly as death slowly claimed him. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. If only I could see where he's hurt. The very moment this thought surfaced, a strange, peculiar light suddenly flickered deep within his eyes. The light wasn't bright, too faint to attract anyone's attention. Yet, in that instant, Fang Jian's eyes underwent an unimaginable transformation. He could vaguely perceive the internal condition of the unconscious man's body. Sure enough, the left rib was fractured, with a fragment piercing into the stomach and causing bleeding. His head jerked slightly, and the vision vanished instantly. Fang Jian was plunged into a state of unprecedented shock. What just happened? What did I see? Doctor! Dr. Fang! Ah! Fang Jian snapped back to reality, his face turning deathly pale. "Dr. Fang, are you all right?" Wang Jiayi asked cautiously. Fang Jian gathered his composure, forcing himself to forget the bizarre incident that had just occurred. He managed a strained smile and replied, "I'm fine." "Dr. Fang, why didn't you carry him out?" "I was afraid of causing secondary damage to his internal organs, so I didn't dare move him." "If you don't move him or examine him, could he die?" Fang Jian hesitated for a moment before nodding reluctantly. "Then can you save his life by treating him now?" "I don't know. I can't be certain. I can only do my best." "Exactly. If you don't save him, he'll die for sure. If you save him, he still has a glimmer of hope. What's there to hesitate about?" "Exactly. Exactly. What's there to think about? Hurry up and save him." The crowd murmured in agreement. The big man opened his mouth, his eyes filled with expectation and pleading as he looked at Fang Jian. Chapter 12, A Matter of Life and Death. Fang Jian paused. Right, what was there to hesitate about? Yet just as he was about to act, a flood of strange thoughts surged through his mind. I must save him, but before that, I must protect myself. He couldn't fathom why so many thoughts suddenly flooded his mind, but he paused nonetheless. "Brother Yu," he said, "let me explain the situation first. I'm not a licensed physician, just an intern without a medical license. Your father has suffered a plane crash, with his body compressed, likely causing internal bleeding. This is only my preliminary assessment. Without medical equipment, an accurate diagnosis is impossible. So, I can attempt to save him, and I promise to do my utmost. But if something were to happen..." Yu Dazhuang's lips trembled. Clearly, caught completely off guard, he was genuinely stunned. "Brother Yu, this is an emergency. I need your authorization," Fang Jian said solemnly. Yu Dazhuang gaped, momentarily speechless. Brother, you saw your father's condition. If we treat him, there's a chance he'll survive. If we don't, you know the consequences. You're a grown man, can't you make a decision quickly? Wang Jiai exclaimed loudly. Those around them nodded in agreement, urging him on in a chorus of voices. Yet they weren't the ones facing this. They couldn't fathom the anxiety and utter helplessness gripping the person at the center of it all. The elderly man seated there was Yu Dazhuang's father. As the saying goes, those in the thick of things are often blind. To bystanders, it was crystal clear this wasn't a choice at all, but a life or death proposition with no room for hesitation. Yet, as the son of that elderly man, placing his father's life in the hands of such a young intern, especially one who hadn't even obtained a medical license, was a decision that proved far from easy to make. Staring at Fang Jian's youthful face, the words stuck in his throat. Suddenly, a voice sneered from the sidelines, "You doctors are all talk. You shift every risk onto the patients while shirking all responsibility. Your hospital drugs are ridiculously overpriced. Our hard-earned money goes straight into your pockets. Put. If you can't even save lives, what good are you? Just taking our money without delivering results, exploiting us patients." Fang Jian turned to see it was still the same old man who had been hostile toward him, snarling and ranting. His words seemed to strike a nerve with most people present. Many fell silent, even Yu Dazhuang's eyes flickered with a hint of doubt. Fang Jian clenched his fists, his heart boiling with rage. What kind of situation was this? The old man still dared to make trouble. Damn him. This time, his emotions surged violently once more. He snapped his head up, a flash of crimson gleaming deep in his eyes as he fixed the old man with a stare. The old man flinched, his body jerking back as he stumbled backward. His foot landed squarely on a luggage bag, and with an ouch, he fell to the ground, unable to get up. Fang Jian withdrew his disdainful gaze and turned to stare intently at Yu Dazhuang. "Brother Yu," he demanded, "do I save him or not?" Yu Dazhuang gritted his teeth. "Can you guarantee you'll save my father?" Fang Jian replied expressionlessly, "I've said it before, I'm just a doctor, still a medical student, not a god. I can only do my absolute best." Yu Dazhuang avoided Fang Jian's gaze. Though he was a third bulkier than Fang Jian, he now fidgeted like a wronged little wife, utterly at a loss. Fang Jian watched the increasingly desperate old man and declared with force, "Coward." Yu Dazhuang's body trembled, as if a flame of anger had ignited within him. But it lasted only an instant before he bowed his head once more. Wang Jiai watched Fang Jian in surprise. For some reason, she suddenly felt a strange sensation, as if the courageous Fang Jian who had initially volunteered to pilot the plane had returned. Fang Jian turned to the flight attendant entering the cabin. "Flight attendant, I need a sturdy stretcher, a wooden plank or door panel. Once the patient is lying flat, it's best not to move them again." The flight attendant's eyes widened. How could there possibly be such things on a plane? Indeed, space on an airplane was truly at a premium. Even considering unexpected situations, the low probability of such events meant it was impossible to stock these items. Fang Jian thought for a moment and said, "All right then, clear a space. I need to lay the injured person flat. Also, bring the first aid kit. There must be a first aid kit on board. While its contents might not be entirely suitable for this situation, it's better to be prepared." Wang Jiai stepped forward, grabbing Fang Jian's arm and whispering, "Dr. Fang, you haven't obtained the family's consent. Are you really going to proceed?" Fang Jian pressed his lips together and replied in a low, determined voice, "Human life is at stake. There's no time for hesitation." Wang Jiai froze. She opened her mouth to protest, but when she saw his youthful yet unexpectedly resolute expression, the words died on her lips. Something inexplicably tugged at her heartstrings, leaving her restless. At that moment, the gazes of those around Fang Jian began to shift. Especially Yu Dazhuang, his lips moved silently, his eyes brimming with guilt. Only the elderly man who had fallen groaned as he struggled to his feet, his gaze fixed on Fang Jian with pure hatred. Yet no one approached him now, no one offered a helping hand. Even those who had boarded the plane with him watched from a distance. "All right." Wang Jiai took a step back, patted the camera on her chest, and said, "Dr. Fang, rest assured. I've recorded everything that happened. If any trouble arises later, I'll provide the evidence." Fang Jian glanced at her in surprise, unsure whether she had actually recorded it or was just putting on a show. But now wasn't the time for questions. Fang Jian called out clearly, "Everyone, please make some space so the patient can lie down." Soon, a clear area free of luggage was cleared, and thick blankets were laid out on the ground. Fang Jian didn't delegate the task. He stepped forward himself and gently cradled the elderly man. In that moment, the strange scene that had flashed through his mind earlier reappeared, allowing him to see clearly the old man's true injuries. His arms encircled the old man's body, deliberately and perfectly avoiding the injured areas shown in the mental image. Slowly, the old man's body lifted from the chair and settled onto the cleared space. Throughout this process, even if others wanted to help, they were powerless to do so. Chapter 13, Mysterious Energy. How to save him? When he saw the injured man lying flat on the ground, a huge question mark surged in Fang Jian's mind. As a senior at N-City Medical University, he had completed his internship and was set to begin clinical training at a top-tier hospital after summer break. Emergency medicine was a discipline every doctor had to master, but this was no operating room. He had no instruments or tools at his disposal. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't even be able to determine the exact nature of the injuries. Even if the image he'd just seen was real and allowed him to diagnose the patient's injuries, that wouldn't mean he could successfully treat them in this primitive setting. Nano-organ repair worms. A strange term suddenly flashed through his mind, and he immediately knew that such minor injuries could be cured using these biological worms. Moreover, the worms would automatically decompose inside the patient's body, providing abundant nutrients that would allow the patient to move freely in a short time. But what the hell were these nano-organ repair worms? Where on earth could he even get his hands on them? As if sensing his confusion, his mind flashed with images showing this wasn't some high-tech marvel, but rather an ordinary medication as common as a Band-Aid easily purchased at any pharmacy. Fang Jian's mouth twitched violently. Though his mind felt cluttered with new information, sometimes leaving him confused and bewildered, he remained certain that no pharmacy he'd ever visited would stock such an extravagant product. If he were to stride into a pharmacy, name this specific item, and insist on obtaining it, the only outcome would be being escorted by the police to a psychiatric hospital. Automatic hemostatic bandage. Topical application. Medicinal properties penetrate skin to reach internal organs, preserving the patient's life. Another mystifying drug name surfaced, only to be immediately dismissed by Fang Jian. His lips moved slightly as he muttered under his breath, barely audible to anyone but himself, "Be reliable. Just be reliable." If his existing knowledge could resolve the current dilemma, he wouldn't hesitate. But the problem was, he was now utterly helpless, forced to search through countless wild, imaginative scenarios for a single glimmer of inspiration that might work. Under the current circumstances, where open surgery was absolutely impossible, modern Western medicine seemed unlikely to offer much help. Suddenly, Fang Jian's heart stirred. Gritting his teeth, he made a decision. Gauze. Bandages. Quickly. The flight attendant eagerly handed over the pre-prepared gauze. Fang Jian wrapped the gauze around the patient's body with extreme care, employing an unusual technique. Though the patient bore wounds and bruises, these were not the primary concern. Fang Jian's approach was to use the gauze to firmly immobilize the patient's body. Though conditions for open abdominal surgery were unavailable, fully immobilizing the ribs at least prevented secondary injuries. Moreover, as he wrapped, Fang Jian's hands repeatedly pressed and squeezed the patient's body. These seemingly casual movements significantly slowed the internal bleeding, nearly stopping it altogether. This was an entirely new experience even for Fang Jian himself. It was the first time he had employed such an unusual and miraculous technique. Yet, as he performed these actions, they flowed with such natural ease, as if he had practiced them 1,000 times before. Finally, Fang Jian finished tying the gauze and exhaled deeply. His eyes fluttered slightly, the faint red speck within his pupils flickering in and out of view. And within the world perceived by those crimson eyes, another strange transformation was unfolding. The old man's internal organs appeared clearly before his eyes. Though the injuries had not yet healed and the blood accumulation remained, it was no longer increasing. The on-site treatment had reached its limit. Whether the old man ultimately survived was no longer something Fang Jian could decide. "Dr. Fang, how is he?" Wang Jiai asked softly. She regarded this young man, who was several years her junior, with entirely new respect. If his intervention at the airport had stemmed from a momentary sense of justice and a desire to prevent their dispute from delaying the flight, then by this moment, Fang Jian's stature in her eyes had already changed completely. "I suspect internal bleeding. We administered emergency care, but he remains critical and requires immediate surgery." Fang Jian gave a wry smile. "I've done everything I could." Wang Jiayi replied without hesitation, "Dr. Fang, you did exceptionally well. We all saw it." She gave him a thumbs up and said, "Good job. Way to go." Applause erupted around them, with most people offering their praise generously. Fang Jian gave a slight nod, but suddenly his expression shifted, and even his gaze grew slightly suspicious. For he suddenly sensed that within the vast, formless void, mysterious and unfathomable forces were surging toward him in waves. These forces were invisible and intangible, so faint that not only could the ordinary people present not detect them, but even he, possessing psychic abilities, might have missed them. Indeed, if these strands of mysterious energy arrived individually rather than in swarms, he would surely have overlooked them. It was like the difference between a single ant and a swarm of ants crawling beneath one's feet. A single ant might go unnoticed, but once their numbers swelled to a certain scale, ignoring them became impossible. Fang Jian observed without betraying any emotion. Within his mental realm, he had already sensed the presence of these forces. Though invisible to human eyes, under the scrutiny of his spiritual perception, they manifested as multicolored lights. Most were warm hues, soothing to the eye, while one particularly dazzling yellow light shone brightest. It swirled around Fang Jian like an invisible protective barrier enveloping him. Yet, mingled among these lights was a strand of black radiance. Dim and gloomy, it carried a sense of decay, like a single rotten grain spoiling a whole pot of porridge, repulsive enough to make one want to vomit. Of course, this cold tone light was extremely faint, barely discernible beneath the veil of the warm hues. What were these forces? What effect would they have on him? He hasn't even woken up yet, and you're already so excited? A cold voice suddenly cut through the air. I suspect this fellow was merely unconscious, but that quack doctor messed him up worse with all his fiddling. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Why must a contrarian come out of nowhere to pour cold water on things at a time like this? Chapter 14, Good Deeds Beget Good Rewards. Yu Dezhuang abruptly turned and snapped, "Old bastard, what did you say?" The speaker was the old man. A flicker of fear crossed his eyes, but he persisted in stirring trouble. "None of us are doctors. We don't know your father's true condition. We just do whatever he says. Maybe your dad wasn't even in danger to begin with. But after he got his hands on him, even non-dangerous situations turned dangerous." He pointed at Fang Jian and said, "Look at him, so young. How could he possibly have real skills? You've been fooled." His words flowed more smoothly. "That's right, exactly. Keep a close eye on this kid. Don't let him get away. What if something happens?" Snap. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the room. Fang Jian, Yu Dezhuang, and the others were all stunned. Without hesitation, Wang Jiai stepped forward and delivered a heavy slap to the old man's face. "Shut your mouth, you old bastard." The blow was hard, the sound sharp and clear, and it actually stunned the old man. "Ah! What are you doing?" A middle-aged man pointed at Wang Jiai. "Young lady, how could you raise your hand to hit someone? What if you heard Grandpa bow?" This man had traveled alongside the old man and the others before boarding the plane. He hadn't spoken up until now. Wang Jiai stood tall, her voice unwavering. "Why shouldn't I hit someone like this? A morally bankrupt person who stands by mocking instead of helping?" Her tone grew fierce. "Do you think Dr. Fang didn't know the consequences of saving someone without permission? But human life is at stake. He risked everything to save someone. What kind of character is that?" Her gaze flashed like lightning as she swept the cabin. "Who is good and who is evil? Have your eyes all gone blind? Where is your conscience? Where is your moral compass? Where is your courage? Are you all weaker than this lone woman?" Her uniquely feminine voice echoed through the cabin, not a heart-wrenching scream, but a piercing interrogation of souls and human conscience. In that moment, Wang Jiai seemed to radiate a sacred light. Her proud, stern gaze swept over the crowd, making everyone avert their eyes. Even the other family who had boarded the plane with the old man turned their heads away, no longer daring to argue. Justice and fairness reside within the human heart. Even if one sides with family over reason, anyone with a shred of humanity can instantly discern good from evil. The old man scrambled to his feet, his heart the only place still seething with hatred. Now, under the scornful and disgusted stares of the crowd, his rage made his teeth itch. Of course, had Yu Dezhuang laid a finger on him, even a gentle push, he would have chosen to lie on the ground and feign death. If he didn't swindle the other party to death, wouldn't all those years of meals he'd eaten be for nothing? But now, the one who struck him was a seemingly frail little woman. This instantly ignited the deepest, darkest rage within him. "You dare hit me," the old man bellowed, extending his bony, chicken claw-like hand to claw at Wang Jiai's face. "You little minx. You think you can talk big just because you've got a pretty face? I'll scratch your face to pieces and see who'll speak for you then." The old man's sudden reaction caught everyone off guard. Even Wang Jiai was taken completely by surprise. Yet before she could react, a hand shot out and seized the old man's bony arm with an iron grip. "Ouch! Ouch! Let go! Let go!" The old man hopped in pain, grimacing and yelling. Fang Jian gave him a gentle shove. The old man staggered backward, stumbled over scattered luggage, and fell flat on his face once more. Ha ha! Most onlookers burst into laughter. Even those anxiously waiting for news of their unconscious loved ones couldn't help but crack a smile at that moment. The old man glanced at the young and strong Fang Jian, suddenly clutching his wrist and bellowing, "You've killed me. This pair of conspiring scoundrels has killed me." The crowd's brows furrowed slightly, growing increasingly annoyed with this old troublemaker. "Dr. Fang, I saw it with my own eyes." That old man tripped and fell on his own. A middle-aged man stepped forward, pulled out a business card, and handed it to Fang Jian. "Here's my card. If you need me to testify, I'm available anytime." "Yes, I saw it too," another woman declared loudly. "Here's my card, Dr. Fang. I can also testify anytime." "Here's mine." "Dr. Fang, I don't have a business card, but here's my contact information." "Here's my number, Dr. Fang. Let's connect." One after another, voices rose in succession. Everyone stood united on Fang Jian's side. The old man lying on the ground froze. He stared at the crowd in utter astonishment and disbelief. Their reactions far exceeded his expectations. In his experience, weren't modern people afraid of trouble? Whenever he lay down on the ground, relying on his status as an elderly person, he always received some preferential treatment. But why was today's outcome so different from before? Not a single soul showed sympathy for this elderly man who'd been beaten. Instead, they were fawning over the couple who'd attacked him. When had the moral fabric of this society deteriorated so badly? Suddenly, a towering figure loomed before him. Yu Dazhuang, this burly, bear-like man standing over 6 feet tall, stood before the old man, fists clenched, a savage grin on his face. Old man, listen up. I'm the one who hit you. From this moment on, if you dare utter another word that causes my father's injuries to flare up, I will pay you a visit. His knuckles cracked audibly, and a menacing aura radiated from his body. The old man's face instantly drained of color, paler than he had been during the plane crash itself. Yu Dazhuang turned, his expression shifting dramatically like a changing mask. Dr. Fang, I'm sorry. This responsibility should have been mine, but I shifted it onto you. He patted his thick chest and said, I apologize to you, and I thank you for saving my father. No matter what happens to him in the end, I thank you. With that, he bowed deeply, his back arcing low toward Fang Jian. Good. Someone called out, and the first round of applause broke out. Within moments, the entire cockpit echoed with thunderous clapping. Fang Jian's cold gaze gradually softened. Looking at the kind, joyful faces around him, his heart felt filled with sunshine. All the trials and tribulations they had endured, no matter how turbulent, had been worth it for this very moment. Perhaps some harbored fear, some were timid and avoided trouble, some loved to take advantage, and others bullied the weak while fearing the strong. Yet in this world, good people still outnumbered the rest. Chapter 15, Trauma First Aid. The flight attendant's voice suddenly rang out, Dr. Fang, there's more than one injured person here. Could you please check on the others too? The crowd instantly snapped out of their daze, ceasing to gawk and instead helping to organize luggage and assist the injured. Though the cabin appeared chaotic, the external forces stabilizing the plane during descent meant many injuries were superficial bloody cuts from debris, but nothing life-threatening. Only Yu Dazhuang's father faced genuine danger. Earlier, while tending to the critically ill patient, people had gritted their teeth and endured their own injuries, even as blood streamed down their faces. But once the old man was settled in a quiet place, he began to truly feel the pain radiating from their bodies. With over 100 people on the plane, counting minor bumps and bruises, at least half had sustained injuries. Though varying in severity, every casualty hoped for prompt treatment. Fang Jian scanned the room and announced, everyone, move your bodies and check for any discomfort. We'll start by stopping the bleeding. He paused, then added, the unconscious ones first. Dr. Fang, there's a man unconscious over here. His head split open. Luihua stood up and called out loudly. Fang Jian's expression darkened slightly. He immediately grabbed the medical kit and rushed over. Reaching the seat, he indeed found a male passenger with a bloody gash on his forehead. Blood trickled slowly, staining the surrounding area crimson. His appearance was horrifying, and his unconscious state only deepened the concern. However, Fang Jian's heart settled after just one glance. Though the man looked terrible, it was only a superficial wound, not life-threatening. Of course, if he didn't stop the bleeding and let the blood continue to flow freely, then his life would be lost right here. Opening the medical kit, Fang Jian retrieved the iodine solution inside and grumbled, is this all there is? The flight attendant flushed and explained, Dr. Fang, this is an airplane. Having one bottle is already quite good. Shaking his head, Fang Jian slipped on disposable gloves. His gaze was sharp, his eyes gleaming with an intensity that was almost impossible to meet as he studied the wound. Good. Nothing foreign inside the wound, just a clean cut from a sharp object. He poured a little iodine solution over it, which would serve as a temporary disinfection. But even he couldn't guarantee how effective such a small amount would be. He picked up the tweezers and gently yet precisely grasped the wound. Without any visible manipulation, he aligned the skin edges. Suturing a small wound required only one person, but a large wound demanded an assistant. Finding a competent assistant on a plane, one who wouldn't just get in the way, was wishful thinking. In the past, Fang Jian had practiced skin grafting and suturing techniques. But those were merely experiments on bananas and pig's trotters. Putting needle to human flesh was an entirely new experience for him. Hospitals offer various suture materials tailored to different wounds and requirements. But as the flight attendant had said, having even one type of suture available on an airplane was remarkable. Fang Jian had absolutely no choice regarding the suture material. He threaded the needle and drove it into the 2 pieces of calibrated skin. This sensation was indeed quite different from suturing bananas and pig's trotters. Yet to his surprise, despite performing surgery on a human for the first time, his hands grew faster and more deft with each stitch. There was no trace of nervousness. Up and down the small hook needle in Fang Jian's hand danced as if alive. Down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up. Before those watching could count the stitches, Fang Jian's hand twitched once, and the knot was neatly tied. He cut the suture thread and said, done. Next. Luihua stared in disbelief. That's it? Fang Jian replied gravely, there are still many people behind. We can only temporarily treat the wound now. We'll perform a deep cleaning and suturing at the hospital. But what about him now? Lie down and wait for the ambulance. What else can he do? Luihua stammered, realizing he'd asked a foolish question. The second casualty arrived, a young woman in her 20s. A deep, long gash ran across her arm. Though she pressed a handkerchief against it, blood still trickled out. Her face was deathly pale, and she looked as if she might pass out at any moment. Fang Jian examined the wound, and at this moment, his extraordinary memory proved invaluable. He stated flatly, just a minor scratch. Nothing serious. A glimmer of hope flickered in the young woman's eyes. Doctor, really? Nothing serious? Yes. But I lost so much blood. Blood is a viscous, colored fluid with a tendency to spread. Even a loss of just 100 cubic centimeters could look terrifying. Fang Jian replied without hesitation, don't worry, you won't die. Everyone paused, the girl's eyes brimming with sorrow. So as long as I'm not dying, it's just a minor injury? Dr. Fang, your standards are so different from everyone else's. Yet they didn't know the reality emergency doctors face. Not dying was already the best assurance an emergency doctor could offer. Within about half an hour, Fang Jian had treated all the external injuries on the plane. Though only the most basic care, the sheer efficiency was astonishing. After his rounds, everyone felt relieved at least there were no fatalities on the scene. For the survivors of this plane crash, that was an incredibly rare outcome. Now, the greatest concern among the passengers was those who had inexplicably lost consciousness. Their relatives and friends, especially, wore unmistakable anxiety on their faces. Fang Jian examined each one in turn. After a moment, he stood up and said, everyone, they are only temporarily unconscious due to extreme shock. I cannot say how long it will take for them to wake up, but at present, it appears there is no danger to their lives. So please rest assured. The crowd collectively exhaled in relief. Though young, Fang Jian's words carried immense authority after the recent upheaval. While examining the patients, Fang Jian silently scanned the surroundings with his psychic senses. Gradually, he discovered that the mysterious force, imbued with different colors, seemed to extend far beyond his immediate vicinity. Beyond himself, similar energies lingered around each of the others: Wang Jia, Yu Dezhuang, the flight attendant, and the passengers aboard the plane in varying degrees. These energies varied in intensity, but all were composed of countless strands of extremely fine, faint energy. Individually, these minute energies were insignificant, but once they coalesced into clusters, they became formidable. Chapter 16, The Hero. What surprised Fang Jian, however, was that among all present, the person surrounded by the most energy clusters wasn't himself, but the stunning beauty, Wang Jia. Whether warm-toned clusters representing goodwill or those cold-toned clusters that seemed to send shivers down one's spine, their sheer number far surpassed his own. What was going on here? Fang Jian scanned the room, carefully observing the reactions of those around him. He finally confirmed that, aside from himself, no one else had noticed the presence of these energy clusters. Suddenly, Fang Jian's expression shifted slightly. He sensed the energy clusters around him rapidly increasing at an indescribable pace. Faint, delicate strands of warm-colored energy so minute his mental senses barely registered them began abruptly materializing from the void, merging into the energy cluster around him. Though these threads were finer and weaker, their sheer quantity far surpassed anything seen before. As they coalesced into a torrent, the energy cluster around him rapidly swelled. Moreover, the number of these energy threads showed no sign of diminishing. If anything, their influx seemed to intensify. Ah! Over 10,000. Over 10,000. Suddenly, a cry filled with excitement shattered the cabin's tranquility. Everyone turned in surprise, their gazes tinged with a hint of displeasure. It was a young girl clutching her phone and shouting excitedly. Seeming to sense the disapproving stares, the young girl gave an embarrassed smile and explained, everyone, I'm sorry. I just posted a short video of Dr. Fang saving someone on Douyin, and I didn't expect it to get over 10,000 likes in just a moment. Her eyes sparkled brightly. This is the first video I've ever posted that broke 10,000 likes, so I got so excited I just had to shout it out. The elderly exchanged glances. They might have heard of Douyin, but knew little about it. To them, the little girl seemed crazy and unreasonable. But most people knew the app well and understood that racking up over 10,000 likes on Douyin was no easy feat. You play TikTok too? Let me see. How did you hit 10,000 likes so easily? How long did it take? I'll go post one too. In an instant, the cabin filled with murmurs and chatter, drowning out much of the post-disaster gloom. Fang Jian's heart stirred slightly. You posted my video? Can I see it? The young girl shyly nodded, handed over her phone, and opened the app. The video itself wasn't long, just the footage of Fang Jian performing emergency treatment with the triangular needle. Perhaps because the girl was skilled at editing, the footage showed Fang Jian moving swiftly and decisively, his expression serious and his entire demeanor radiating a determined, unyielding resolve. The accompanying text describing the crash scene and the layout of the aircraft cabin made the video feel even more authentic. Fang Jian had used TikTok before, though he'd never filmed himself, so he was familiar with the basic functions. He swiped down and immediately saw the rows of replies below. Which plane crash site is this? I've never heard of it. Inside the cabin? That girl's amazing shooting inside the cabin? How much did that cost? You idiot upstairs, this isn't a movie set. How could they possibly lend you a plane for filming in China? Who's this young doctor? He's so skilled, professional, and handsome too. Please share his WeChat ID. Same here, same here. A plane crash? I foresee major news breaking. Fang Jian's gaze flickered as his observation grew increasingly meticulous. As the number of likes and comments steadily increased, the faint, subtle energy emerging from the void also rose steadily and steadily. It wasn't just him, the same was happening around the young girl posting the TikTok video. Only, the rate at which the energy around her increased was nowhere near as noticeable as his own. At this point, Fang Jian began to grasp where this energy was truly coming from. Returning the phone to the girl, Fang Jian chose not to press the matter. He sensed this situation held significant potential benefit for him. Yet he remained unaware of the girl's true intentions at that moment. She hadn't just filmed this short clip. While Fang Jian was performing emergency first aid, she had captured nearly the entire event on video. That footage spanned nearly half an hour, far too long for Douyin, but perfectly suitable for other video platforms. The more she thought about it, the happier she became. This was major news. Posting the link on WeChat official accounts and Weibo, who knew how many followers it would bring her. Wait, didn't we just have a plane crash? How did the aircraft land safely? An elderly passenger suddenly asked. The flight attendant had been dying to speak up, but she'd held back while Fang Jian was performing emergency treatment. Now that all the injured had received care and someone had raised the question, she immediately replied, "You all don't know, just now, both the captain and first officer were unconscious. Our plane was successfully crash-landed by Dr. Fang." What? What the heck? A cacophony of regional dialects erupted simultaneously, all expressing the same confusion. None had understood a word. The flight attendant pointed at Fang Jian and explained, "I asked Dr. Fang to go to the cockpit to perform emergency treatment on the unconscious captain and first officer. Unexpectedly, instead of reviving them, we encountered a lightning strike. In that critical moment, Dr. Fang stepped forward and successfully piloted the plane to a forced landing." She took a deep breath, her face flushed from the intense emotion. "We all owe Dr. Fang our lives." An eerie silence fell over the cabin. Everyone's gaze toward Fang Jian seemed to drift uncertainly. This young man, who moments ago had been performing skilled medical rescue, had now transformed into the heroic pilot who successfully executed an emergency landing. The stark contrast between these two roles was too great to accept all at once. "Dr. Fang, is it really you?" Yu Dazhuang murmured. Fang Jian gave a bitter smile. He desperately wanted to shout, "It really wasn't me." But seeing the expressions on the flight attendant and the others' faces, he knew that no matter what he said, this outcome was unlikely to change. "Dr. Fang, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Fang. Thank you. You're a true hero." Heartfelt expressions of gratitude poured forth from every mouth. Though they didn't understand how Fang Jian had accomplished this, they knew their lives had indeed been snatched back from the jaws of death by his hands. As their gratitude flowed, Fang Jian noticed the warm-toned energy swirling around him growing even more intense. Chapter 17, The Contradictory Man. Woo! In the distance, the shrill wail of sirens pierced the air. Meeting the passengers' puzzled gazes, the flight attendant smiled. "Ladies and gentlemen, although we encountered an air disaster, we were incredibly fortunate. Not only did we successfully make an emergency landing at sea, but we also glided onto the beach. After contacting the control tower, they immediately dispatched a rescue team. They should be arriving now." Cheers erupted once more. To receive rescue so swiftly after the crash was truly a blessing in disguise. The earlier commotion caused by Douyin was merely a minor interruption. Now, the piercing wail of the ambulance sounded like heavenly music to everyone's ears, bringing genuine relief to all. Fang Jian breathed a sigh of relief. Though he had done everything in his power, using incredible methods to save the old man's life. But if the ambulance hadn't arrived promptly, the injured man's fate would have been all too predictable. The rescue capabilities of the Huagua government had always been widely praised, especially during major disasters when their effectiveness became even more prominent and evident. Soon, the aircraft doors and emergency exits opened one after another. Police arrived to maintain order, while medical personnel in white coats transported the injured requiring urgent care to the hospital. Once the government-organized response took over, Fang Jian's role was effectively over. The initial fleet of ambulances was limited in number. Not only could they not transport everyone, but they couldn't even take all the unconscious victims to the hospital. Only then did Fang Jian feel utterly exhausted. He stepped off the plane and slumped lazily onto the soft sand, watching the bustling crowd and the various lights flickering near and far, his mind drifting into a haze. He knew something extraordinary had happened to him. Whether it was sharing the pilot's ability to fly the plane, using superpowers to save it, or finally treating the injured man, these were all things he could never have imagined before. It could be said that the events of this single day had been far more thrilling and fascinating than the sum total of his past 20-plus years combined. "Dr. Fang." Suddenly, a familiar voice called out nearby. Fang Jian turned to see Wang Jiayi approaching with a warm smile, accompanied by a middle-aged man carrying professional-grade photography equipment. A faint smile touched Fang Jian's lips. Wang Jiayi was exceptionally beautiful, far beyond the ordinary standard. Any normal man would feel flattered and honored by her attention, and he was certainly no exception. Soon, Wang Jiayi reached his side. Fang Jian's eyes lit up slightly. He had thought her beautiful on the plane earlier, but with the crowd in commotion, plus the lingering shock, he hadn't paid much attention then. Now, with his emotions fully settled, he found her beauty even more breathtaking. Her face was petite and exquisitely defined, her figure tall and slender in perfect proportion, with a waist so narrow it seemed almost too delicate to grasp. Most captivating were her large, watery eyes like bottomless pools that seemed capable of drawing one's very soul into their depths. Dr. Fang, allow me to reintroduce myself. I'm Wang Jian, a reporter for the N-City newspaper group. Wang Jian smiled as she gently swept a strand of hair from her forehead. She possessed immense confidence in her appearance and, due to her profession, was highly adept at leveraging her beauty. These seemingly casual gestures only served to accentuate her stunning features. Ms. Wang, what brings you here? Fang Jian's face flushed slightly. Facing a beauty of this caliber, for a young man in the prime of his life to claim he felt nothing would be self-deception. Ah, Dr. Fang, I'd like to interview you. Would you be willing? Wang Jia's smile grew even brighter. She noticed the slight evasiveness in Fang Jian's eyes, understanding all too well what that meant. Wang Jian had interviewed countless subjects and encountered all kinds of people, some cunning and experienced, some young and naive, some polite and refined, others crude and rude. But if someone instinctively avoided her gaze when meeting her eyes, it usually meant they harbored feelings for her. In such cases, while she couldn't exactly have her way with them, conducting an interview posed little problem. Her only frustration was that interviewees often couldn't stop thinking about her afterward. I don't really have much to talk about, Fang Jian scratched his head, speaking with a touch of shyness, his hesitation tinged with excitement and anticipation. Wang Jia's beautiful eyes fluttered as she sensed Fang Jian was already captivated by her charm. There was no way he could refuse. She'd encountered similar situations many times before and was utterly confident in this outcome. Dr. Fang, there's no need to be shy. We're all eager to hear how you managed to make that emergency landing safely. Fang Jian froze. How had he managed the emergency landing? His mind immediately raced back to the abnormal state he'd been in, his emotions churning uncontrollably. A fleeting, imperceptible red glint flashed in his eyes. Trouble. Danger. Stay away from this man. For some reason, this intense thought surged through his mind. I don't want to do interviews. I asked the first, what? Ms. Wang, thank you for speaking up on the plane. It's an honor to have met you. But I have no interest in fame or anything like that. Fang Jian gave an apologetic smile, gestured toward the professional video camera in the man's hand, and said, "My apologies." With that, he turned and walked away. After walking several dozen steps, Fang Jian halted abruptly, waving his hand in frustration. What the hell was I thinking just now? This was an interview with a big-name reporter, such a rare opportunity. Why did I just turn it down? Oh man, if I turn back now, would that make me look like a total loser? No, wait, what was I thinking? The camera. That camera. He spun around, circled back, and sneaked back toward the scene. Photographer Zhang Tao, who was assisting Wang Jian, couldn't help but snort at Fang Jian's attitude. So young, and already acting all high and mighty. Since he doesn't know a good thing when he sees it, let's just ignore him. There are plenty of people in this world bending over backwards to get noticed. We don't need him. Wang Jian furrowed her delicate brows, utterly perplexed. Judging by Fang Jian's expression just now, he was clearly flustered by her beauty. But why did he turn on her so abruptly? Had her mention of the emergency landing triggered something? Could there be more to this? Her eyes sparkled with excitement. A journalist's instinct told her that a massive secret lay before her. Chapter 18, The Video. Regaining her composure, Wang Jian said, "Zhang Tao, we both owe him our lives." Zhang Tao froze, then gave an awkward chuckle. "Wang, you seem to care about him a lot." Wang Jian pursed her lips, her mind churning with countless thoughts. The more she interacted with Fang Jian, the stranger it all felt. How to describe this guy? At times he comes across as a naive young man, as seen when he clumsily jumped out to testify before boarding the plane only to have the bratty family turn the tables on him. Yet at other times, he displays remarkable maturity. When saving Yu Dazhuang's father on the plane, he specifically sought authorization from you. For a rookie intern, his self-preservation instincts are surprisingly sharp. Still, at heart, this young man is driven by passion. Even without Yu Dazhuang's explicit permission, he resolutely chose to save a life when faced with a matter of life and death. What truly lingered in Wang Jian's memory, however, was the moment Fang Jian took control of the aircraft. In that instant, Fang Jian radiated an overwhelming sense of heroism, embodying the boldness of a true leader who seemed to say, "If not me, then who?" To see such profound shifts within a single person was like a magnet, deeply stirring her curiosity. Perhaps this was the very reason she pursued him relentlessly. Zhang Tao watched Wang Jian's dazed expression and felt a surge of resentment. What was there to admire about that pretty boy? No experience, no reliability. A thought suddenly struck him. "Wang Ji, I remember you filmed something when you appeared at Mirage. Can I see it? Oh my, I'd completely forgotten about that." She retrieved the camera hanging around her neck, slowly adjusting it until she found her target. Her nimble fingers tapped the screen, and a breathtaking video instantly appeared. The opening scene was pure chaos. The plane was shaking violently. It was impressive enough that Wang Jia hadn't dropped the camera. Expecting her to hold it steady as a rock would have been unreasonable for a petite woman. The image swiftly shifted to the window outside. The torrential downpour, the thunderous roar of the storm, and the terrifying flashes of lightning far surpassed any computer-generated scene. Even now, watching it still sent shivers down their spines. Before long, the scene abruptly shifted, transforming into a sci-fi aesthetic. A perfect futuristic world unfolded before their eyes. However, this scene didn't last long before reverting back to the thunder and lightning. Soon, the footage froze completely. Wang Jia stared at the next file image, hesitated for a moment, and finally clicked it open. It was a series of jumpy, unstable shots. Screams from Wang Jia and a flight attendant echoed through the cockpit. The window view revealed the plane was plummeting rapidly. A plane crash? Zhang Tao's eyes lit up, his entire demeanor shifting in that instant. For a journalist, having matching footage with a story made all the difference in its credibility and impact. Such crash footage was exceptionally valuable in their eyes. It was no less than a rare treasure. In the footage, the audio and visuals grew increasingly chaotic. The roar of the aircraft, accompanied by violent shaking, sent shivers down the spine. The aircraft had been struck by lightning and was now in freefall. Panic reached its peak on board, and even through the screen, a palpable sense of despair washed over the viewer. The camera no longer focused on the window view but drifted aimlessly with the plane's violent turbulence. "Ha! What's going on?" Wang Jia suddenly gasped. Snowflakes appeared on the screen, the image becoming chaotic as if the machine had been affected by some electromagnetic interference. Oh no, right at the crucial moment. What rotten luck. Zhang Tao also wore a look of despair. Ugh, with this kind of image, it's not going to be of much value. Wang Jia's eyes suddenly brightened, a hint of suspicion flickering across her face. The camera feed finally stabilized, revealing the driver's seat. Though only the back was visible, she caught sight of a head of radiant white hair. It wasn't the withered, lifeless white of an elderly person, but rather possessed an indescribable charm, radiating boundless vitality and vigor. However, this image didn't last long. Just a second later, it turned to static again. After that, the picture fluctuated between clear and distorted, never showing anything similar again. Zhang Tao continued to sigh regretfully. Had the snowflakes not interfered, these images would have been priceless first-hand material for a news reporter. While still extremely valuable now, their worth had been significantly diminished. Wang Jia's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Though she had inexplicably fainted at the time, in her memory, the person sitting in the driver's seat. But when had he turned completely white-haired? And why did he seem enveloped in a halo of light? Could it be that the camera had been affected by electromagnetic waves, turning mystical itself? Wang Ji, once we return, have someone process the footage. See if we can restore it. Zhang Tao sighed. Ugh, this video keeps jumping around, it's impossible to make out. You should have held it steady back then. Wang Jia retorted irritably, I'm just a reporter, you're the cameraman. What were you doing back then? Zhang Tao's expression darkened slightly. He cursed inwardly, you think everyone's like you, still worrying about filming in that situation? You're such a weirdo. Wang, this footage is priceless. If we can restore it and put it on our website, we'll definitely make a name for ourselves, Zhang Tao said sheepishly. Fame, all you ever think about is fame. Wang Jia retorted irritably. Forget it. Just call and find out which hospital the injured and unconscious patients were taken to. Why ask that? Dr. Fang may not crave fame, but such positive material presents itself, it can't be missed. Besides, these casualties are linked to the plane crash, making them excellent material. Fine. But Wang, since we're on site, shouldn't we interview the airline? That's the real headline news. Right now, there are only 2 flight attendants here, and I'm already on the scene. What's the point of interviewing them? If we're going to interview someone, it should be the airline's top brass. Wang Jia chuckled lightly and said, as for the news, I've already written a press release and sent it to the office. I bet the website's headline has already been updated. Zhang Tao stared in disbelief, inwardly regretting how Wang had snatched yet another prime opportunity for fame right from under his nose. He cast a lingering glance at the camera in Wang Jia's hands before reluctantly making his call. Little did they know, however, that not far from them, Fang Jian had looped back around at some point. Head bowed, brow furrowed, he seemed deep in thought. Chapter 19, The Big Dummy. Trouble. Big trouble indeed. Not far away, Fang Jian wore an expression of helplessness. He hadn't seen the contents of the video clearly, but judging by the look on Wang Jia's face, something seemed terribly wrong. He wasn't quite sure why he felt this way, it was almost like some kind of instinctive ability. A sudden thought flashed through his mind, I absolutely must get my hands on that camera's memory card. It would save me a lot of trouble. Truthfully, though he hadn't been out of the mirage world for long, his mind kept conjuring up all sorts of unbelievable thoughts. In the past, he would never have dared to act on them, but now. Fang Jian's gaze began to sweep the surroundings. How could he get his hands on it without anyone noticing? Suddenly, his gaze settled on a backpacker in the crowd. After such a long wait, the sky was now faintly lightening. The plane crash was no minor incident, involving numerous passengers and crew members. The injured and unconscious were naturally taken to the hospital, but most passengers remained waiting at the scene. However, besides the passengers, rescue workers, and onlookers from nearby villages, there seemed to be some other individuals mingling among them. A young man with a backpack moved through the crowd, seemingly offering assistance. Yet, Fang Jian instantly recognized him as no good. As he squeezed through the throng, his fingers flicked and flipped, deftly slipping a wallet from the pocket of the person beside him. A thief taking advantage of the chaos. Though there weren't many police officers present at the scene, anyone bold enough to commit a crime right under their noses was definitely no ordinary criminal. A new, unsettling thought flashed through Fang Jian's mind. He immediately pulled out his phone, pressed it to his ear, and feigned a phone call as he walked toward the thief. The thief was highly alert and immediately spotted Fang Jian, shooting him a wary glance. But Fang Jian didn't even glance at him. As he passed by, he whispered extremely low, "Manager, I saw it with my own eyes. That pretty reporter's camera has the material we need. But her asking price is too high, 3 million. I offered 2 million, but she still wouldn't budge." Okay, I understand. I'll go talk to her again in an hour and try to get it for 2.5 million. With that, he turned his head, glanced in Wang Jia's direction, and walked away with a look of frustration. The thief slowly turned his head, his eyes flickering with an indescribable greed. 2.5 million for the footage? I worked my ass off blending into the crowd, risking getting caught by the cops, only to steal a few bucks after a whole circuit. These reporters, though who knows what kind of dog luck they had, snagging some secret footage that someone's willing to pay such a high price for. This one score was worth years of my hard work. The man took a deep breath, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and strolled nonchalantly toward Wang Jia. Soon, he was near Wang Jia and Zhang Tao. The area was bustling with people coming and going, and his approach went completely unnoticed. Whoa! The young man stumbled as if he'd suddenly stepped into thin air, tumbling to the ground. Wang Jia and Zhang Tao instinctively reached out to help him up. The young man looked embarrassed, muttering thanks while brushing dirt off his clothes before heading toward the outer perimeter. Not far away, Fang Jian blinked. He was quite impressed by the thief's skill. While Wang Jia and Zhang Tao were flustered trying to help him up, the thief had decisively made his move. He used a blade to cut the camera strap and casually slipped it into his own backpack. The entire process flowed like water. Who knew how many tens of thousands of times he'd practiced it? Truly, 1 minute on stage requires 10 years of practice behind the scenes. Indeed, any specialized task should be left to the professionals. He walked over and intercepted the thief from the side. The thief's expression shifted slightly, but upon recognizing Fang Jian's face, he relaxed and flashed a meaningful smile. Fang Jian extended his hand, gesturing toward the thief's backpack. The thief waved his hand smugly and whispered, 2,500,000. Not a penny less. Fang Jian regarded him with a peculiar look and said slowly, "Don't you find that number rather interesting?" "What? Man, you really are a moron." A flash of anger crossed the thief's face, his expression turning fierce. "How dare you mock me? This time, I won't settle for less than 3 million, no, 2,600,000. If I do, I'll be your son." But before he could speak, Fang Jian gave a sinister grin, then opened his mouth and shouted loudly, "Catch the thief." Though not exactly packed, the scene held at least several hundred people, including dozens of police officers. The piercing cry instantly startled everyone, drawing hundreds of eyes toward him almost simultaneously. The thief stared wide-eyed, utterly speechless. Beads of sweat formed thickly on his forehead and body, his inner anguish beyond description. From Fang Jian's gaze and movements, he sensed nothing but pure malice. "Brother, uncle, sir. I never said it had to be 250. You could have haggled. Even if you insisted on 230, no, even 2 million. Even 1 million. I would have sold it to you just the same. But don't you fear that the contents of the camera might be exposed when you flip the table over at the slightest provocation? Catch him." Fang Jian pointed at the thief and shouted, "He's got stolen goods in his backpack." The thief hesitated no longer. He immediately ducked his head and sprinted toward the perimeter. Even knowing escape was impossible, he had to try. But the moment he moved, he felt a tight grip on his back. Fang Jian had snatched the backpack. The thief reacted instantly, jerking his shoulders to free himself from the pack and continue fleeing. But his actions and reactions instantly ignited the fury of countless people. Catch the thief. Don't let him get away. Catch him. Beat him. Escaping from such a crowd was utterly impossible. Within moments, the thief was surrounded by people and pinned firmly to the ground. During this time, countless individuals took advantage of the situation to rain blows upon him, even causing his scalp to split open. Yet no one felt pity for him. Stealing at the site of a plane crash was an act that aroused universal disgust. And in such a situation of public outrage, even if he were beaten to death, no one would be held accountable. Fortunately, the on-site police officers were capable and quickly brought the situation under control. Chapter 20, Definitely the Old Doctor. "Young man, I'm Officer Suli from the county police. Did you spot this thief?" A middle-aged officer approached Fang Jian, his eyes piercingly sharp, as if they could see straight through a person's soul. "Yes, I saw him stealing." Fang Jian lifted the open backpack in his hands, pulled out a camera, and said, "This probably isn't cheap. Oh, there are 2 wallets inside too. Oh no, my camera." Only then did Wang Jiayi realize the camera hanging around her neck was missing. She let out a shriek and rushed over. Suli frowned deeply. "Ma'am, please hold on. This is evidence. You'll need to come with us to the station to file a report before you can retrieve your belongings." Wang Jiayi looked utterly frustrated, glaring fiercely at the thief lying on the ground playing dead. By now, she understood perfectly well this guy had definitely approached her on purpose. "Officer, my wallet's gone too." 2 more people stepped forward from the crowd, shouting loudly, their eyes practically shooting fire at the thief. Suli waved his hand. "Same for you. Everyone come with me to the station to file reports. You'll only get your belongings back if they match the evidence." Fang Jian handed his backpack to an officer and turned to ask Wang Jiayi, "This camera's pretty valuable, right?" "Just over 10,000 yuan, but it has the photos I took inside. They're very important." "Oh, over 10,000? If it were over 2 million, he'd probably get life imprisonment. People like this deserve the death penalty." The thief lying on the ground flinched slightly but kept his eyes closed, pretending to be dead. Fang Jian smiled faintly. As long as this thief wasn't completely stupid, he should know how to choose between 10,000 and 2,500,000, right? Outside the police station, Zhang Tao, who had finally retrieved his camera, fiddled with it for a moment before suddenly shouting, "Oh no! What's all the fuss about? I told you before, you have to stay calm in situations like this. That's how you become a qualified reporter." "The memory card is gone." "The memory card? The one inside the camera?" "Yes," Zhang Tao said, his face twisted in despair. "Damn thief. I'll kill you." Wang Jiayi turned angrily and walked back into the police station. Moments later. "Miss. Who's the lady?" "You're the lady. Class, Wang's family class." Zhang Tao stood by, wryly smiling as he tried to calm things down. Inside the station, the young officer stared wide-eyed, speechless at the sight of Wang Jiayi, eyebrows furrowed, cheeks flushed crimson, her face twisted with pent-up frustration. If a grown man had spoken like that in the station, he wouldn't have backed down. But standing before them was a delicate young woman and, more importantly, an exceptionally beautiful one at that. They say all people are equal, but beauty is an extremely scarce commodity. To claim an ordinary woman and a stunning beauty receive equal resources and treatment in society? Not even a ghost would believe that. Under Wang Jiayi's scorching, furious gaze, the young officer's blood boiled. He wished he could instantly transform into Ultraman. No, more like becoming Sherlock Holmes possessed by Conan, helping Wang Jiayi recover her lost item. As for the subsequent gratitude from the beauty, perhaps exchanging contact details, well, that was certainly worth considering. But the problem was, the thief flat out denied taking any memory card. And considering the circumstances, he genuinely hadn't had the time or motive to take it. "Ahem, Ms. Wang," Suli finally interjected, stepping forward to explain, "when we returned the camera to you, you confirmed the contents and signed the receipt. So please, stop making unreasonable demands." "Captain Su, I'm not making trouble. The contents of that memory card are extremely important to me. I must find it." "Alright, we will take your matters seriously," Suli said solemnly. "As soon as we have any leads, we will notify you immediately." Wang Jiayi knew full well this was just lip service. But being far from home, she had no other options. She stomped her foot in frustration and turned to leave the police station. "Wang Ji, the footage is gone. What do we do now? How should I know what to do?" "Sigh, if we'd known it would get stolen, we should have uploaded the data to the cloud first." Zhang Tao shot her a reproachful glance and muttered, "You're something else. That huge camera got snatched and you didn't even notice? What did you say?" "Nothing. I mean, I've already tracked down the injured person. When should we go to the hospital?" "Right now. We may have missed the big scoop, but we can't afford to miss the small ones." Wang Jiayi and Zhang Tao arrived at the hospital, identified themselves, and smoothly located the attending physician. Perhaps because of her beauty, the middle-aged attending physician readily agreed to the interview. "I examined his injuries. His ribs were indeed fractured from a severe impact, and the broken bone pierced his stomach. It's pure luck he survived this time. Doctor, it's all thanks to your exceptional medical skills. Otherwise, the patient might not have made it." "Ah, you flatter me. I have the utmost respect for the colleague who administered first aid. It was his precise actions that prevented secondary injuries." Wang Jiayi, ever sharp, immediately caught on and tentatively asked, "I was on that flight too. I saw a young doctor performing the rescue." "Oh, he said he was an intern." "An intern? Impossible," the middle-aged physician dismissed outright. "I examined the bandages. That doctor's technique was not only highly professional but also pinpointed the exact location of the injury. During surgery, we discovered the internal bleeding had slowed significantly, even stopped. That was the primary reason we could save the patient. Wen Jiayi's eyes lit up. So you're saying it was all thanks to those bandages? I can't say for certain, but under normal circumstances, the blood loss shouldn't have been so minimal. Oh, then who do you think this emergency doctor was? He must be a highly experienced orthopedic or trauma surgeon with deep knowledge of internal medicine, having performed numerous major operations. The middle-aged physician stated emphatically, doctors like that are rare, perhaps only a handful nationwide. So this patient is truly fortunate. Doctor, what about the other patients? The others only had minor injuries, but the first responders were careless. They mobilized so many hospitals and personnel, yet only performed basic wound care. The patients still needed deep debridement at the hospital, utterly irresponsible. The middle-aged doctor vented his rare complaint. Doctor, you're mistaken. All that emergency care was actually performed by one person on the plane. One person? Yes, he finished in under an hour. The middle-aged doctor stared in disbelief, his mind conjuring the image of a machine doctor with a motor attached. Looking at each individual emergency procedure, they did seem somewhat sloppy and perfunctory. But considering it was done by just one person within an hour, he couldn't fathom which colleague possessed such extraordinary skill. After leaving the hospital, Zhang Tao murmured in confusion, Wang Ji, the doctor's flattery was a bit over the top, wasn't it? Wang Jia slowly shook her head, her delicate brows furrowed. She seemed to be recalling something, but that fleeting insight remained elusive, just beyond her grasp. This Fang Jian, he's becoming more and more intriguing. Chapter 21, Sensation. In N City, editor-in-chief Fang Jian was roused from sleep in the dead of night, his face inevitably creased with the irritation of being woken. Yet, having chosen this profession, he had gradually grown accustomed to such disruptions. After all, he wasn't some entertainment website editor. If a headline on the newspaper or app went wrong, he'd be held accountable. But after receiving his subordinate's call that night, his expression darkened instantly. Old Gu, you're a veteran party member. How could you believe such baseless nonsense? Fang Jian suppressed his anger. Do you have any idea what kind of uproar publishing this article would cause? We're not those portal websites that'll stoop to anything to grab clicks. They have no bottom line. But we can't do that. Had the subordinate reporting to him not been his most trusted assistant over the past decade, he would have erupted in a torrent of curses. Yet deputy editor Gu Dahong sounded aggrieved over the phone. Old Feng, I didn't make this up. It's a manuscript sent by Xiao Wang, and he specifically requested immediate publication. Xiao Wang? Feng Liejuan's expression shifted slightly. If it were any other reporter, he wouldn't have minced words. But Xiao Wang? Why would Xiao Wang send this piece? Because she was on that plane and she was a witness. What? She was on that crashed plane? Feng Liejuan's voice rose in shock, his heart turning icy cold. Old Feng, don't panic. Xiao Wang and the others landed safely and were rescued. Otherwise, this article wouldn't have been sent. Feng Liejun finally snapped back to reality. After a long pause, he said, Old Gu, Xiao Wang isn't the type to make baseless accusations. Since she published this piece, call her and get in touch. Then put it on the top news of the app, immediately promote it everywhere. Right, I'll handle it immediately. After hanging up, Feng Liejun hesitated repeatedly before finally picking up his phone again. Ignoring the awkward timing, he dialed the number. Minister, I need to report something regarding Xiao Wang. Yes, I just received word that Xiao Wang's flight to SY encountered an accident. Don't worry, everything is under control now. Yes, I understand. I'll handle it properly. At the H Province Information Center, Chao Lied and his colleagues had been up all night. Yet now, their spirits remained intensely high, not a trace of sleepiness left. What they'd experienced today was undoubtedly the most thrilling, most dramatic event they'd encountered in years. They all shared the same feeling. If this were made into a movie, it would be an incredibly explosive subject. Of course, before that subject, the words fantasy and mystery would have to be added. Immediately after losing contact with the aircraft, everyone assumed the plane must have crashed on impact, with both the aircraft and all aboard lost. However, the command center soon received a call from a flight attendant. This call wasn't made through the cockpit intercom, but rather using the flight attendant's personal phone. Though her voice trembled with overwhelming emotion, her clear and coherent account revealed that the aircraft's communication systems had been struck by lightning. Yet, under the control of the intern doctor, the plane had miraculously landed safely. Well, there were some minor frictions, but at this point, no one cared about that anymore. Because everyone understood that no matter how precious the aircraft was, it couldn't compare to the immense value of the 100 lives on board. After confirming the caller's identity and details, they immediately initiated location tracking and alerted emergency services. Faced with an emergency of this magnitude, the entire province of H was mobilized from top to bottom, enabling the swiftest possible rescue efforts and the establishment of a green channel. News of the crash was impossible to contain. Once the passengers disembarked, they were like a herd of wild horses set free, completely beyond control. Each frantically called loved ones to report their safety, instantly turning the incident into a media frenzy. Compounded by onlookers, rescue workers and nearby villagers adding embellishments to their accounts, any attempt at a cover-up in modern society was utterly impossible. However, all circulating information was either hearsay or superficial. While rumors about the cockpit incident spread, none had been officially confirmed. Their immediate task now was to negotiate a mutually beneficial statement with the airline. This statement would minimize liability for both parties, pinning all blame squarely on the damned weather. As for why the captain and others had lost consciousness, and how the plane had managed to make a safe emergency landing, that required a plausible explanation. But before negotiations could begin, a subordinate rushed in, exclaiming, "Director, it's bad. News is already online." What? They hurriedly opened their phones and immediately saw major news portals pushing out the shocking headlines. Plane crash, superhero saves aircraft. Was it a doctor or a pilot? Cold sweat. A doctor flying a plane? Shock. Hijacking. Thrilling. Plane crash. Astonishing. Miracle. Chow Lide's face darkened as he snapped, "What's going on? How did they find out the inside story?" Though the website's content was somewhat exaggerated, it wasn't entirely fabricated. Moreover, he vividly remembered certain dialogues, memories he would never forget. Particularly, some sites explicitly stated that the pilot during the crash was an intern doctor, making this sudden incident feel utterly unbelievable. "Director, we've confirmed it wasn't an internal leak. There was a reporter in the cockpit at the time. She was the first to publish the story online, and then it was reposted by various outlets." A reporter? How could a reporter be allowed in the cockpit? Because the pilot had lost consciousness, the reporter posed as a doctor and witnessed the entire incident firsthand. Disgraceful. These journalists will do anything for a scoop. Some small websites have already started spinning wild tales, claiming eyewitnesses saw a water god transform into a giant to catch the plane, saving it from disaster. Utter nonsense. Ignore them. Right, so what do we do now? Chow Lide gave a bitter laugh. "I don't know either. We'll just have to wait for orders from above." But how did that doctor manage to force the plane to land safely? The group exchanged bewildered glances. Even now, with the news confirmed, they still felt as if they were in a dream. Yes, how exactly did that doctor accomplish it? Chapter 22, Multidimensional Space and Mental Energy. In the hotel, Fang Jian finally awoke from his deep slumber. As his consciousness gradually returned, he observed everything with intense curiosity. With his newfound psychic power, everything around him felt utterly different. Even the process of waking up seemed to become richly layered. He sensed that both the psychic power and the memories within his mind remained intact. However, as time passed, the intensity of this psychic power had significantly weakened. It seemed that the longer he stayed away from the mirage world, the more feeble his psychic power became. By now, however, the remnant psychic power had stabilized completely. Though not entirely vanished, Fang Jian could sense that this sliver of power was worlds apart from what he'd wielded when piloting the aircraft. He kept his eyes closed, continuously probing the memories belonging to the mirage. Gradually, his brow furrowed. As he wrestled with this question, a peculiar face began to emerge faintly in his mind. It was a face with distinct features, snow-white hair that radiated vitality, and mesmerizing crimson eyes. The instant that white-haired, red-eyed visage appeared in his mind, Fang Jian felt his own breath catch. It was a face radiating an eerie aura, yet for some inexplicable reason, he felt an uncanny resemblance, perhaps 7 or 8 parts alike. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Fang Jian's mind like lightning. He knew where this face came from. The owner of this face was none other than the mighty being from the Mirage world. Whether it was luck or misfortune, this great being had been piloting his aircraft normally when it collided with a plane that suddenly appeared in the sky. Of course, the seemingly mutual destruction never truly occurred, for the Earth aircraft and the Mirage world craft existed in entirely different realms. The Mirage world was a realm of highly advanced technology. Though it was unclear how many years ahead it was of Earth, the technological levels and the scale of cosmic exploration were clearly on entirely different planes. From the powerful being's memories, Fang Jian gleaned some crucial information. The universe was not a flat plane, nor was it a three-dimensional space. Within the cosmos, infinite secrets await discovery by all manner of life forms. In the Mirage world, it had long been proven that the universe is multi-dimensional and multi-layered. 4-dimensional, 5-dimensional, and even beyond the comprehension and imagination of all. The universe is boundless and infinite. Whether it be Earth or the planet where the Mirage world resides, they are but insignificant grains of sand within it. Under normal circumstances, worlds in different dimensional spaces exist independently and cannot merge. Yet, the saying unexpected events can occur holds true even in the cosmos. Under extreme conditions, worlds from different dimensions may experience slight friction. Most often, such friction is akin to two people brushing sleeves while walking, causing no harm to either. This is because the worlds exist in different dimensions. Even if a brief convergence occurs, it won't significantly alter the real world. At most, it might cause minor changes in certain areas, changes so insignificant they are negligible to the multiverse as a whole. It's akin to an Earth aircraft colliding with a Mirage world craft, terrifying in appearance, yet both remain firmly anchored in their respective dimensional realms. That fleeting moment of crossing paths is not a true encounter. However, these minor frictions, insignificant to the cosmos as a whole, can have earth-shattering consequences for individual life forms. Though the technology of the Mirage world has not yet reached the pinnacle of dissecting the entire multiverse, the mysteries it has uncovered are beyond the imagination of humans on Earth. At the very least, they have demonstrated that under extremely rare circumstances, multidimensional universes can potentially merge. And in that instant of convergence, beings from the two multidimensional universes could undergo fusion and mutation. Just as in this instance, the convergence of the multidimensional universes concluded within an instant. Yet, both Fang Jian and the powerful being from the Mirage realm experienced profound, inexplicable effects. These interactions granted them unimaginable abilities within their own realms. From the Sea Mirage Master's memories, Fang Jian learned many astonishing things. Precisely because of this, his heart surged with even greater agitation. Closing his eyes to sense his surroundings, though his psychic power was now negligible, he could still perceive the warm-toned energies swirling around him. This was mental energy. Fang Jian had once known nothing of this, but now he understood, this energy was unique to humans and intelligent life forms. Human thought processes were, in essence, a manifestation of energy in motion. Performing emergency medical care on the plane had made Fang Jian the center of attention, earning him the gratitude of most passengers. Thus, as he administered aid, warm-toned mental energy gathered around him. This was the benevolent mental energy of the people, gradually gathering and coalescing into a river around Fang Jian. If warm colors represented gratitude and appreciation, then cool colors signified negative emotions like hatred and jealousy. It didn't take a genius to figure out who on the plane harbored negative feelings toward Fang Jian. After freshening up, Fang Jian descended for breakfast and returned to his room, idly flipping through the newspaper on the desk. Yet after reading for a short while, he was startled to discover his reading speed had increased several fold compared to before. Moreover, his comprehension of the content seemed to have reached a new level. If forced to compare it to before, it was like comparing a poor student to a top student in terms of learning efficiency. The gap was as vast as heaven and earth. Fang Jian's eyes lit up. He pulled out his copy of Surgical Procedures, which he always carried with him. Gently opening it, his memory, amplified by his mental power, reached unimaginable heights. For instance, as his gaze swept across the pages, it took merely a second to absorb and commit the entire content of 2 pages to memory. Such speed and frequency were utterly mind-boggling. Moreover, the 2 pages remained crystal clear in his mind, every line and every word seemingly etched deeply into his memory. Fang Jian even had a strange feeling that, after using psychic power to aid his learning, he would likely never forget this content for the rest of his life. Human memory is inherently forgetful. Knowledge not regularly reviewed fades away. After graduating, skills not utilized in work are quickly returned to the teacher. This wasn't due to students' lack of diligence, but rather a natural selection. Yet the 2 pages Fang Jian had just read now lingered in his mind with a strange persistence. Even if he tried to forget them, it would be no easy task. Chapter 23, White Hair, Crimson Eyes. It took him a long while to suppress the wild excitement surging within him. His gaze shifted to a memory card on the table, his eyes growing deep and intense. His expression grew grave. For some reason, he felt a tinge of dread toward this memory card, as if it concealed something terrifying. Deep within him, a thought even surfaced, the urge to destroy the memory card completely. Yet, mere moments later, he regained his composure. What's meant to be will be. What's meant to happen can't be avoided. What was he still afraid of now? He stepped out, followed his navigation to a computer store, bought a card reader, and returned to his hotel room with purpose. He opened his laptop and soon, the contents of the memory card appeared before him. Initially, it was mostly pictures, primarily stunning landscapes, occasionally interspersed with selfies. Wang Jiai possessed a keen eye for photography, resulting in exceptionally beautiful shots. Even without any editing, the images seemed to make her appear even more radiant than she already was. This beauty reporter really looks great on camera. Fang Jian's brow suddenly furrowed. Sure enough, he found a photo of himself taken during the rescue in the cabin. By then, he had already gained psychic powers, which should have made his perception of his surroundings far sharper than before. Yet, he hadn't noticed when Wang Jiai had made her move. It had to be said her ability to thrive as a journalist relied on far more than just her looks. Opening several videos inside, only 2 were related to him. One showed him saving lives in the cabin and clashing with that shameless old man. But when Fang Jian saw the other footage, his expression darkened. It was footage captured unintentionally by Wang Jiai during the plane's descent. For reasons unknown, the images kept jumping and were filled with static, as if the camera had suddenly malfunctioned and failed to function properly. Yet, Fang Jian still managed to catch a glimpse of a scene that made his heart race. When the lens focused on the cockpit at one moment, Fang Jian saw a head of flowing white hair. This image might not seem unusual, but the problem was, Fang Jian remembered clearly that at that moment, he himself had been sitting in the pilot's seat. He instinctively touched his own short hair a world apart from the long locks in the footage. Fang Jian's heart raced, his gaze deep and unfathomable. That day when his spirit soared to unprecedented heights, transcending the constraints of his physical form, replayed vividly in his mind. Only now, his gaze no longer swept over the earth below. Instead, it gradually focused on the cockpit of that very aircraft. Suddenly, he saw it, the face in the pilot's seat was no longer the one he knew. Instead, it belonged to a completely unfamiliar young man. As if sensing his presence, the man in the cockpit turned his head. Their fiery gazes met in the void, as if they were staring at each other across time and space. Snap! His clothes suddenly fluttered in the wind, his mind entering an indescribably accelerated state of operation. Before him, a mysterious gateway seemed to open, drawing him into a completely different world. His hair color began to shift and slowly lengthen. As his short hair transformed into flowing locks, he abruptly turned and saw, reflected in the bathroom mirror, a pair of eyes with an unnatural, red glowing iris. Is this me? The thought barely formed before a wave of dizziness washed over his mind. Instantly, the flowing hair and crimson eyes faded, returning to normal. Yet Fang Jian's expression had turned grim. He finally began to vaguely recall something. The plane's safe landing must have been connected to his current form. White hair, red eyes. Within his own body, there was actually a being with white hair and red eyes. In that instant, he recalled memories from the mirage world. The appearance of that great being was also that of white hair and red eyes. Yet the knowledge he'd gleaned from those memories told him that the merging of multidimensional spaces could only foster exchanges of consciousness and spirit, never a case of one entity usurping another's place. Amidst the bitter wind and cold rain, how many splendors had suddenly vanished? Suddenly, a familiar ringtone sounded. Fang Jian composed his turbulent emotions and glanced at the screen. The name displayed felt so familiar. Moreover, upon seeing that name, a faint tremor rippled through the depths of his heart. Fang Jian, are you still alive? Was that really how you spoke? He forced a wry smile. If the person on the other end were standing before him, he promised to let it go. A gentleman doesn't quarrel with a woman. Sister Shui, I'm badly injured and about to die. Fang Jian stood up, wedging the phone between his neck and shoulder. He walked to the curtains, pulled them open, letting the scorching sunlight flood the room, all while speaking casually. Oh, so you're still alive. Made me worry for nothing. Never mind, I'll hang up now. Buzz. Fang Jian froze mid-motion, staring blankly at the phone in his hand, a whirlwind of emotions churning inside him. Was having such a childhood friend as a sister a blessing or a curse? Most likely a curse, he thought. The caller was a universally acknowledged beauty, 1 year older than Fang Jian. The two had practically grown up together since childhood. Because of Mu Shui's presence, Fang Jian had always been the object of envy. Countless people had asked him to deliver love letters to this family friend over the years. And he'd reaped quite a few benefits from it. At the very least, ever since junior high, his backpack had never been without snacks and a steady supply of pocket money. Yet only he understood the complexity of his feelings toward Mu Shui. Though Mu Shui possessed an almost unreal beauty, easily matching the stunning reporter Wang Jai, her personality was equally intimidating. She was a genuine tomboy, a real tough girl. Her biggest childhood dream was to become a police officer, and she actually managed to get into the police academy. Mu Shui was tough, incredibly tough. 3 or 5 ordinary grown men couldn't even get close to her. This terrifying conclusion was something he'd learned through countless personal experiences over the years. Memories surfaced in Fang Jian's mind, scenes from his childhood interactions with Mu Shui. Among them were many warm moments he could never forget. Gradually, as the memories surfaced, a faint smile began to curve the corners of Fang Jian's mouth. Mu Shui, though she had a fiery temper, was still a great friend. Her cheerful and generous personality, coupled with her striking, almost painted features, was truly captivating. Ding dong. The doorbell's ring cut through the moment. Fang Jian gathered his thoughts and rose to answer it. The door swung open, and his eyes suddenly widened. Standing outside was a stunning beauty whose looks easily scored over 95 points. Even if he dragged Wang Jia here, she'd likely be outshone. Yet, the moment he saw this gorgeous woman, his expression turned utterly peculiar. Hey, Fang Jian, aren't you thrilled to see me? Surprised? Fang Jian's facial muscles twitched violently, then he instinctively made a gesture he couldn't even explain to himself. Slam! The door slammed shut, instantly sealing that flower-like face outside. Chapter 24, It's Yours. Outside the hotel room door, Mu Shui's smile instantly froze. A dangerous gleam flickered in her captivating eyes. That brat, how dare he shut his own door? Was he rebelling or something? Could it be he was hiding something unsavory in his room? However, just as she instinctively prepared to act, her gaze habitually swept around the surroundings. This was one of the finest hotels in the area, with high-definition surveillance cameras monitoring the corridors, not some deserted wilderness. Maintaining enough composure, Mu Shui forced herself to calm down and spoke gently. Fang Jian, open the door. I just wanted to surprise you. Inside, Fang Jian stared at his own hand gripping the doorknob, utterly bewildered. Surprise? This was more like a shock, wasn't it? But closing the door in front of her, this outcome was probably not going to be good. What should I do? What should I do? Fang Jian's heart raced like wildfire as he repeatedly asked himself this question. Even though he knew Mu Shui wouldn't actually do anything to him, he couldn't help but feel panicked. He understood one thing deeply: a tomboy would take action. Especially when she felt justified, or even when she didn't, she tended to choose the most direct solution. This hotel had no back door, otherwise he could have slipped out that way. Escape. The very moment this thought flashed through Fang Jian's mind, the crimson glow deep within his eyes surged once more. How pathetic. A man of his stature, yet he felt fear toward a weak woman. How utterly pathetic. A voice seemed to echo in his mind, filled with contempt and disdain. Fang Jian abruptly halted his steps, retorting fiercely in his mind. A weak woman? Is Mu Shui a weak woman? If you think you can, then come at me. His response was instinctive, but after the rage subsided, he jolted awake. Who exactly was he arguing with? Before he could process it, the voice continued. Fine, I'll come. Fang Jian suddenly realized his body was out of his control. He saw and felt his body abruptly turn, stride toward the door, and yank it open. Oh no, don't open the door so carelessly. Fang Jian screamed inwardly, desperately trying to stop it, but in that moment, he felt utterly powerless, watching helplessly as the door swung open. Mu Shui pushed her way in, her slender legs sweeping gracefully to close the door behind her. She smiled sweetly. Fang Jian, you're something else. Your nerves really grown. Her gaze swept around the room, as if searching for something. Fang Jian knew her well. Though she appeared cheerful now, this demeanor carried the threat of turning violent at any moment. If he could beat her, that would be one thing, but the problem was, he genuinely couldn't. And even if he couldn't bring himself to do it. Yet at this moment, Fang Jian felt like a bystander, utterly powerless to control his own actions. Shui, is it really you? In the guest room, Fang Jian stared blankly at Mu Shui, his eyes filled with a complex mix of surprise, doubt, and dependence. The smile on Mu Shui's face slowly froze. She could swear she had never seen such a look in Fang Jian's eyes before, never had she seen such a rich and stirring gaze in anyone. These were eyes that spoke volumes, clearly conveying his current state of mind through their shifting expressions alone. Fang Jian, what the hell are you playing at? Mu Shui felt a flicker of unease for the first time. Sister Shui, I was in a plane crash. Fang Jian took a deep breath, his expression unusually vivid. At that moment, I thought I was going to die and never see you again. His voice trembled slightly, his eyes and movements betraying the profound shock that had robbed him of composure. Ah! Mu Shui was utterly speechless. Before entering, she had imagined countless possibilities and even planned how to handle Fang Jian. But Fang Jian's current demeanor felt unfamiliar to her, leaving her utterly flustered. Fang Jian was terrified by this sudden plane crash, which was why he appeared so helpless and pitiful. For a moment, Mu Shui felt as though she was witnessing a scene she had almost forgotten. When they were very young, Fang Jian seemed to love trailing after her, constantly calling her big sister. Back then, she had embraced that role, protecting him unconditionally. Sister Shui, it's so good to see you. To see you alive again. Fang Jian's eyes reddened, his voice catching slightly. Suddenly, he stepped forward and embraced Mu Shui tightly, burying his head deep into her chest. Although Mu Shui could have easily dodged it, she made no attempt to evade at that moment. Instead, she reached out and gently embraced Fang Jian. As for the anger she'd felt before entering the room, it had long since vanished, as if it had sprouted wings and flown off to who knows where. Ah, so soft, so big, soft yet firm, so comfortable. Ah, no, what am I thinking? Ah, no, what am I doing? What have I done? Fang Jian sucked in a sharp breath, feeling dizzy and disoriented. He had actually initiated the embrace with Mu Shui, burying his head between those two large, soft mounds. He had done this to her. Had he grown tired of living? But why was Mu Shui's reaction so strange? She'd actually let him achieve his goal. What's more, she'd even embraced him back, letting him savor this moment of tenderness. Was this really the Mu Shui he knew, the strong, assertive woman? Fang Jian suddenly realized his entire worldview seemed to have undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Am I capable? Out of nowhere, that strange voice echoed in his mind once more. Ah, who are you? Who exactly are you? Never mind that. I'm asking you, does it feel good right now? Though Fang Jian couldn't control his body, it didn't hinder his sense of touch. Comfortable? It was beyond comfort, it felt damn near deadly. He could say with certainty he'd never experienced such exquisite pleasure. This is how you treat a woman you don't want to hurt. Got it? Ah, I remember. Fang Jian answered instinctively. Good. I'm tired and need to rest. It's yours now. Leave it to me? What did that mean? In the next instant, Fang Jian suddenly realized he had regained control of his body. A faint, uniquely feminine fragrance tickled his nostrils, while a soft, velvety sensation brushed against his face. His hands, indeed, his entire body began to tremble slightly. He finally understood the meaning of those words. But to hand it over to me at this moment, in this situation. Ah, no. Come back, please come back. I beg you, don't watch me die. Chapter 25, The Two Women Meet. Mu Shui felt Fang Jian's body trembling. She could guess it was caused by fear. But she could never have imagined what the true source of that fear actually was. Gently patting Fang Jian's back and shoulders, Manhwa said something she rarely uttered, "Little Jian, don't be afraid. I'm here." When they were children, whenever Fang Jian was bullied and came to her in tears, begging her to stand up for him and seek justice, she would always do just that. But as Fang Jian grew older, he gradually drifted away from her. This feeling of protecting her little brother hadn't surfaced in a very, very long time. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Jian's trembling finally subsided. He slowly sat up straight, his face flushed crimson from his earlier loss of composure. He stole a glance at Manhwa. Seeing no trace of shame or anger on her face, Fang Jian's anxious heart finally settled. Even now, he still couldn't quite believe that after enduring such a long, thorough scrub, he'd managed to walk away unscathed. He turned his gaze toward the window, tempted to open it and see if the sun had risen in the west today. Manhwa, of course, noticed Fang Jian's little gesture, but she couldn't guess his true thoughts. Instead, she assumed he was embarrassed by his earlier loss of composure. Gently nudging him, Manhwa said, "Xiao Jian, anyone who's faced mortal danger and narrowly escaped will experience a period of emotional imbalance afterward. Especially when encountering loved ones, it often erupts without warning." She wrapped her arms around his shoulders and added, "You don't need to feel embarrassed or afraid. Just remember, Sister Shui will always be by your side, your strongest support." Yeah, okay. Fang Jian's mind was a jumble. He could only nod. Why, after openly taking such a huge advantage by hugging Manhwa, did she not angrily beat him up? Instead, she was casually comforting him? Good heavens, this world had gone mad. Manhwa sat down. Having studied psychology on her own, she knew she needed to speak quickly now to distract Fang Jian, preventing him from dwelling on the dangerous memories. "Xiao Jian," she said, looking at him with curiosity, "I heard a rumor from inside sources. Was it you who successfully crash-landed this plane?" "Yeah." "Really? When did you learn to fly a plane?" "I don't know how to fly. But when both the pilot and co-pilot passed out, I was the only man left in the cockpit during the crash. So I just drove it like a bumper car, never thought I'd actually pull off an emergency landing." "Bumper car? A plane?" This time, it was Manhwa's turn to be utterly speechless. Though she'd obtained accurate information through special channels, she'd always been skeptical. She simply couldn't believe how Fang Jian could have managed to land the plane safely. But when Fang Jian admitted it outright and explained the connection between the plane and bumper cars, Manhwa suddenly felt her worldview undergoing a seismic shift. "Is this really the Fang Jian I know? Sis, what brings you here?" When the crash happened, the bureau was notified immediately, so Dad naturally found out. He ordered me to take leave and come here right away. I had a case I was handling, but Dad threatened to cut ties with me, so I had no choice but to come. Manhwa snapped out of her daze and said, "Oh right. Your parents kept the crash a secret from Auntie. You should call home and let her know you're safe." "I already called last night. I didn't mention the crash. Let's just pretend it never happened." "Okay, that's best. Since you're fine, don't mention it to Auntie. Save her the worry." Ding dong. The doorbell rang again. Manhwa exclaimed in surprise, "Oh. Fang Jian, do you have friends here?" She jumped up and rushed to open the door. "Wang Jiai? Manhwa? What are you doing here?" The two startled exclamations from outside finally caught Fang Jian's attention. "You know Fang Jian?" Wang Jiai glanced inside and immediately recognized Fang Jian. "Fang Jian is my brother. Of course I know him." Manhwa offered a forced smile. "I'm actually quite curious, how did you, the big shot reporter, happen to know my brother?" "He's your brother? But you two don't look alike at all." "Oh, I get it." Seeing Wang Jiai's face light up with sudden understanding, Manhwa's temper flared instantly. She snapped, "Wang Jiai, I'm warning you, don't get any wild ideas." "Oomph, you're not me. How could you possibly know what I'm thinking?" Wang Jiai's face was aglow with a smile that looked exactly like a little fox that had just stolen a chicken and feasted on it. "Do you think I don't know your little schemes? Spill it. What do you want with my brother? It can't be anything good." Manhwa stood with her hands on her hips, her expression fiercely protective. "How do you know it's nothing good? Let me tell you, I'm here to help Fang Jian make a name for himself." "Help him? Forget it. I appreciate the sentiment." Manhwa sneered coldly. "I'm warning you now, stay away from my brother. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." With that, she flung her hand back without hesitation, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. Outside, Wang Jiai couldn't help but tilt her head back slightly. The rush of air and the sound of the door slamming sent a shiver down her spine. Her eyes darted around a few times. Wang Jiai wasn't angry, instead, her gaze held a growing curiosity. "So this kid is connected to Manhwa too?" She smiled faintly, turned, and walked away, humming an unknown tune under her breath, clearly in a rather good mood. The door slammed shut behind her. Manhwa turned, her face flushed with anger. "Fang Jian, how do you know this woman?" Manhwa eyed him suspiciously, her gaze now intensely interrogative. "Hey, don't let your professional instincts kick in," Fang Jian hurriedly explained. "We were on the same flight. We survived the crash together. It's only natural we'd know each other. She was on that flight too? Mu Xue's lips twitched slightly. No wonder the plane crashed. Turns out that Jinx was on board too. Fang Jian was utterly dumbfounded. Women really were unpredictable when they got angry. How could the plane crash possibly be linked to Wang Jia? That was a stretch. Sister Xue, do you have a grudge against her? Not exactly a grudge, but Mu Xue's expression grew grave. That woman is dangerous. I don't want you involved with her in any way. Do you understand? Chapter 26, False Accusation. Dangerous? Fang Jian asked in surprise. Yes. She's a reporter, but not an ordinary one. Oh, is she some kind of undercover reporter? Undercover? You've been reading too many novels. Mu Xue pursed her lips. She's a good reporter, but the subjects she covers are too dangerous. One misstep could bring disaster to those close to her. That's why I don't want you to have any contact with her. Fang Jian exclaimed in surprise, Sister Xue, that doesn't sound like you at all. What? You've always hated injustice since childhood, that's why you ignored Auntie's warnings and enrolled in the police academy. Why have you changed now? Mu Xue shot him a glare and sighed helplessly. I'm doing this for your own good. Besides, Wang Jia acts on impulse. She's caused us major headaches during investigations before. Anything she meddles in never ends well. Hearing the hint of disdain and complaint in Mu Xue's tone, Fang Jian began to piece things together. In a way, journalists and police officers were natural adversaries. One seeks to guard secrets tightly, ensuring greater certainty and flexibility when solving cases. The other, however, pursues the public's right to know, eager to expose every hidden detail. From the perspective of ordinary people, of course they want to know more secrets and truths. Yet, more often than not, what they end up knowing is merely a processed version of the truth. Mu Xue waved her hand dismissively. But she's got her hands full lately. After I sent her packing, she probably won't bother you anymore. What do you mean? Heh, she's gotten herself into a huge mess this time. She actually got into a physical altercation with an elderly passenger on a flight and got reported. Mu Xue said with a hint of schadenfreude, I knew it. With her temper, she was bound to get herself into trouble sooner or later. An elderly person? A faint sense of unease stirred in Fang Jian's heart. Yes, the elderly passenger on your flight. Mu Xue turned and said, you know. Her words trailed off abruptly, for at that very moment, her eyes seemed to blur for an instant. For some reason, though Fang Jian remained seated in silence, an inexplicable, eerie transformation had overtaken him. In that instant, Mu Xue thought she saw his hair turn slightly white and his gaze grow icy cold like two arrows piercing through the air, radiating a heart-stopping chill. Danger! Almost instinctively, without a moment's thought, Mu Xue crouched down, her hand darting toward the holster at her waist. It was an almost instinctive reaction, as if the sunny young man sitting not far from her had suddenly transformed into a terrifying, predatory ancient beast, unleashing a suffocating pressure and fear. Under the sudden, overwhelming pressure, Mu Xue reacted swiftly. She not only assumed a posture ready for attack and defense but also reached for her personal defense firearm. Yet her hand grasped only air. Only then did she remember she wasn't on a mission this time, but handling personal affairs. Naturally, she couldn't have brought any weapons or equipment. Sister Xue, what are you doing? Mu Xue froze, focusing her gaze. Fang Jian looked up at her, his eyes filled with puzzled questioning. I. Mu Xue eyed Fang Jian suspiciously, but there wasn't a trace of his usual fierce demeanor left. Instead, his familiar face wore a completely harmless smile. Shaking her head, Mu Xue thought to herself, could it be that she'd been too exhausted lately from that case? How could Fang Jian possibly be dangerous? This kid she'd watched grow up since childhood might be a bit reckless, but he was absolutely harmless. Sister Xue. How did you get this information? Mu Xue hesitated for a moment before replying, I'm in the police system. Naturally, I have access to certain special information. Oh? I don't know the specifics, only that Wang Jia struck an elderly passenger on the same flight. Well, I actually know a bit about her. Without special circumstances, she wouldn't act so impulsively. But regardless, she did strike someone, an elderly person at that. The Sun filed a report, so they had to open a case. Assault. A hint of sarcasm flickered at the corner of Fang Jian's mouth. Someone like that? Not hitting her would be a disservice to yourself. Huh? What? Sister Xue, that slap from Wang Ji was actually meant for me. What did you say? If she hadn't acted then, I might be the one facing charges now. What on earth are you talking about? Fang Jian didn't hold back, recounting everything that happened before and after his flight in meticulous detail. He didn't embellish a single word, and it was precisely this honesty that made his story ring true. Mu Xue's almond-shaped eyes widened. That old man really deserved it. If it were me, I wouldn't have let him off so easily. Fang Jian smiled softly. Mu Xue was still the Mu Xue he knew. Regardless of her opinion of Wang Jia, when faced with the truth, her innate hatred of evil took absolute precedence. Sister Xue, this matter started because of me. I can't just stand by and do nothing. You? Mu Xue chuckled wryly. What help could you possibly offer? Don't go making things worse. Rest assured, I'll handle this personally. She won't come out of this worse off. She paused briefly before adding, besides, Wang Jia isn't without backing. This little incident will be nothing more than a minor inconvenience. It won't affect her standing. Fang Jian's eyes flickered. Sister Shui, how would the police handle something like this? It's too minor, barely even a civil dispute. We'd let them settle it privately. Mu Shui pulled out her phone and dialed a number. After a few words, however, her expression darkened. Fang Jian heard clearly that she was inquiring about the incident, but the news wasn't good. The old man, accompanied by his son, had gone to the hospital for an examination. They found soft tissue contusions, bodily injuries from the fall, and so on. In short, he wasn't going to let it go easily. Mu Shui hung up and asked, "You said passengers on the flight are willing to testify about this?" "Yes." Fang Jian replied slowly. "He claims his injuries were caused by the plane's descent during the crash." Shifting all blame onto Wang's family, utterly shameless. Mu Shui nodded slightly. "I understand. I'll go question the passenger right away and make sure she's safe." "You're going?" "Yes. Calling and going in person make a world of difference." Mu Shui waved her hand. "Rest well here. I'll take you home once this is settled." Watching Mu Shui rush off, Fang Jian's eyes blazed with fury. "Since this mess started because of me, how could I just stand by and do nothing?" Chapter 27, Blackmail. Gu Laocheng, that was the name of the stubborn old man. During her conversations, Mu Shui had mentioned this name repeatedly, thoroughly investigating the family's circumstances. Gu Laocheng's son, Gu Xingyu, ran a small company in H province. This time, he had his father bring along his wife, young child, and the family of one of his son's close kindergarten friends for a visit. Upon learning of the plane crash, Gu Xingyu was terrified out of his wits. Fortunately, everyone ultimately escaped danger and landed safely. However, after landing, old Gu tearfully complained to his son that he had been beaten on the plane. Like father, like son. This age-old proverb proved strikingly true for this family. Upon hearing the news, Gu Xingyu immediately filed a police report at the hospital without inquiring about the incident's cause. Even after officers mediated and explained the circumstances, Gu Xingyu remained unmoved. He clung to one demand: regardless of the reason, anyone who struck his father would face relentless pursuit. Such an intensely stubborn attitude from the involved party proved a major headache for the police. This was the primary reason Mu Shui had to personally step in, seeking assistance from colleagues to mediate and gather evidence. If Fang Jian hadn't known about this, it might have been different. But now that he was aware, and since the incident had been triggered by him, his personality wouldn't allow him to sit idly by. Leaving the hotel, Fang Jian hailed a taxi and headed to the hospital. Though not a police officer, as one of the crash victims, he naturally knew which hospital to go to. He arrived at the inpatient ward of this well-known local hospital and located the relevant department. Old Gu hadn't sustained any serious injuries, just a few scrapes and bruises at most. Yet he stubbornly refused to be discharged. With the airline and insurance company covering all costs, he had no financial worries and was naturally unwilling to let the matter rest. It was afternoon now, past the busiest hours for medical staff. At the service desk sat a busy young nurse, holding a medical record card and typing something into the computer. Fang Jian approached the service desk and smiled. "Good afternoon, nurse." The nurse on duty looked up and immediately saw the face of a sunny, boyish young man, instantly feeling a warm regard for him. With a slight smile, she said, "Sir, you're here to visit a patient, right?" "Yes, you're very observant." The nurse chuckled at his playful remark. What else could someone be doing at the hospital this late in the afternoon besides visiting a patient? "Nurse, where might I find Mr. Gu Laocheng?" "Ah, Mr. Gu Laocheng." The nurse tapped on the computer for a moment and said, "You mean Mr. Gu Laocheng? He's in bed 33. Just go this way." "Thank you." Fang Jian flashed a broad smile, warming the nurse's heart. If every patient and family member were this cheerful, her own mood would lift considerably. Fang Jian walked slowly to the ward where bed 33 was located and pushed the door open without hesitation. Hospital beds were always in short supply. This ward had 2 beds, with bed 33 right by the door. However, only one person occupied each of the 2 beds at that moment. Hearing the door open, the elderly man who had been half-reclined reading a newspaper lifted his head. The moment he recognized Fang Jian's face, his expression darkened considerably. "You little brat, it's you." "That's right, it's me." "Old man Gu, are you staying alone? Where's your roommate?" Old man Gu snorted heavily and snapped, "Is that any of your business? You little brat, I wasn't looking for you, but here you are, showing up on your own. What do you want with me?" "You ask me that? If it weren't for you, would this old man have suffered such humiliation? You insolent scoundrel who shows no respect for elders. And that shrew who dared strike me. I'll make you both pay." Old man Gu, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, pointed at Fang Jian enraged. Fang Jian didn't argue with him, but the look in his eyes gradually turned cold. Some people simply couldn't be reasoned with. In their world, only I existed, no one else mattered. Everything revolved around their selfish, self-centered egos. Any action that obstructs them, any person who displeases them, becomes their enemy. As for whether their words or deeds affect others, that never enters their consideration. The door suddenly swung open, revealing a man in his 30s or 40s whose features bore a striking resemblance to Gu Laochang. Gu Laochang's eyes lit up as if he'd found a powerful ally, his voice deepening instantly. "Son, it's him. On the plane, instead of saving the baby first, he shoved me. Now he's back, nothing good can come of this. Call the police immediately. Arrest him. People like this deserve labor camp." Gu Xingyu's eyes widened as he strode up to Fang Jian, adopting a menacing demeanor. "Kid, think you're tough for picking on my old man?" Fang Jian watched his wild, aggressive display and felt his own blood boil. But remembering why he was here, he forced himself to calm down. "Gentlemen," he said, "I came here today with no ill intent." "Put." Gu Xingyu lunged forward, clawing at Fang Jian's chest. Fang Jian took a step back and blocked the attack. Though he hadn't trained in martial arts, he'd endured countless beatings from Mushue since childhood. He still possessed some basic reflexes. Parrying Gu Xingyu's palm, Fang Jian asked, "Gentlemen, I heard you filed a complaint against Wang Ji? Wangs? That little who started the fight." Gu Xingyu snapped, holding back his hand but refusing to back down. "That little actually hit my dad. Of course I'm suing her." Fang Jian tilted his head slightly. "Did you ask about the circumstances? Do you know why your father was beaten? What the hell are you talking about? My dad's such an honest man. They must have seen how honest he was and bullied him on purpose." Gu Xingyu waved his hand dismissively. "Since you're here today, let's get this straight before you leave. You didn't save my son first, and you damn well pushed my dad. How do you plan to fix this?" Fang Jian lowered his head. Beyond the rage surging within him lay a profound, heart-wrenching sorrow. People like this, they're beyond redemption. He took a deep breath and said, "Mr. Gu, I came here with peaceful intentions. I hope you'll stop harassing the Wang family." "Bah! I'll make that female reporter's career a laughingstock," Gu Xingyu declared with unyielding arrogance. "I'll make her regret hitting my father for the rest of her life." Chapter 28, Seeds of Fear. Fang Jian's lips curled slightly. What an arrogant man. "Gentlemen, is there truly no room for negotiation?" Old Gu and his son exchanged a glance. They must have discussed this beforehand and said, "Since she initiated the attack, she's clearly in the wrong. We demand a formal apology plus compensation for medical expenses, nutritional costs, lost wages, and emotional distress." "Oh? How much do you want?" 200,000. Gu Laochang interjected first. "I won't extort you. If you pay 200,000 as an apology, I'll forgive you." "That's right. We won't even pursue your liability," Gu Xingyu declared magnanimously, "otherwise, I'll pursue this to the bitter end and ruin your reputation." Fang Jian finally couldn't help but laugh. He'd heard through the grapevine about their true intentions. All this talk of not overcharging, of apologies and compensation, it was all smoke and mirrors. They were just trying to extort money. And their appetite wasn't small either. They were demanding 200,000 yuan outright. "Hey, what are you laughing at?" Gu Xingyu snapped. Fang Jian shook his head slightly and spoke slowly. "Gentlemen, do you believe in karma?" Gu Xingyu's expression darkened. "Kid, don't spout that nonsense. Get to the point." "I don't believe in superstition." "That's right. I've lived my whole life without believing in superstitions." Old Gu chimed in. "Since you've come here today, you're not leaving without paying up." Fang Jian gave him a deep, strange look. "Mr. Gu, do you recall what happened before and after our flight?" "Of course I remember. That little minx hitting me, and you shoving me. I remember every detail. Don't even think about denying it." Fang Jian lifted his head solemnly. "We Chinese have an ancient saying, above every man's head, there are gods watching. Generation after generation, we believe that good deeds beget good rewards, and evil deeds beget evil consequences. It's not that retribution doesn't come, it's just that the time hasn't arrived yet." His voice was firm and powerful, without a hint of hesitation or pause. Each word struck Old Man Gu's ears like a heavy hammer. "Old Man Gu, since you remember everything, then every time you recall those events, think them through from beginning to end. Then place your hand on your chest and see if you can live with your conscience." Old Gu's face turned ashen. "You insolent brat. What do you mean by that?" Fang Jian sneered coldly, turned, and started to walk away. Gu Xingyu shrieked, "Don't run!" He lunged forward again, reaching out to grab Fang Jian. But Fang Jian suddenly turned his head. Their eyes locked, and Gu Xingyu's body froze instantly, as if struck by a petrifying spell. He couldn't move an inch. He saw a pair of terrifying, indescribable eyes. Within those eyes was a feeling that sent shivers down his spine. He even had a premonition that if he continued forward, he might die right here. Son! Son! What's wrong with you?" Moments later, Gu Xingyu shuddered as if awakening from a dream, his voice dazed. "Father, where is that man? That brat? He's long gone. Why didn't you chase after him?" Gu Xingyu's face was etched with regret, yet his heart was filled with lingering fear, worry, and a sliver of relief. That kid was too strange, better not to meet him if possible. Fang Jian stepped out of the hospital room, his resolve hardening. This time, he would not resort to backdoor solutions. Though involving Uncle Mu might seem like overkill for this matter, he'd rather seek outside help than let old Gu and his son succeed. This was no longer about money. No, he would not only ensure that Gu Laochang and his son didn't get a single penny, but he would also make sure that Gu Xingyu's company encountered a little trouble. He wasn't part of the privileged class, nor did he harbor any affection for those who abused power. But sometimes, power was simply the most effective solution. Yet his pace suddenly slowed as the voice in his mind sounded again. Do you wish to punish them? Yes. Why bother others when you can handle it yourself? Me? Forget it. You watch closely. Fang Jian's body suddenly stiffened as he once again lost control of his limbs. He walked to an unoccupied spot near the stairwell, slipped off his t-shirt, and put the garment on inside out. Both its color and size had changed noticeably. He then left the corridor, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings to avoid the hallway cameras before entering the doctor's lounge. Every inpatient floor had dedicated offices for doctors, which, in theory, should have had physicians on call around the clock. In reality, however, the doctors' offices were often empty. This wasn't laziness, it was because doctors and nurses were so busy that if they wanted to, they could find endless work to do around the clock. Fang Jian didn't linger here. He casually grabbed a white coat from a chair, draped it over his shoulders, and added a medical staff cap and a disposable mask, instantly concealing his identity completely. While most people would feel constrained in a hospital setting, Fang Jian, with his internship experience, navigated it with ease. He strode toward Ward 33 as if no one else existed, knocked, and entered. Inside, old Gu and Gu Xingyu were trading accusations. Their tone made it clear they harbored deep resentment toward Fang Jian and weren't about to let it go. Spotting the doctor in the white coat entering, the Gu family rose promptly to greet him. Doctor. Even someone familiar with Fang Jian would have trouble recognizing him in this state, let alone the Gu family. Let me examine you, sir. How are you feeling? The Gu family was momentarily taken aback. The doctor's voice sounded peculiar, as if deliberately held back. However, they dared not complicate matters. Old man Gu smiled warmly and replied, fine, just fine. Fang Jian stepped forward, blocking Gu Xingyu's view. He fixed his gaze on Gu Laocheng's eyes and murmured, really? Those three words seemed to carry a magical power, instantly clouding old man Gu's mind. Moreover, when he looked into the eyes of this doctor in the white coat, his body trembled slightly. For he saw a vast ocean of red. Within that boundless crimson expanse, old City Gu felt as though he had returned to that airplane. Boom! Thunder roared in the sky, exploding in his ears and sending shivers down his spine. This was the scene when the plane had encountered lightning. But that had clearly already passed. Why was it reappearing in his mind? Fang Jian's eyes glowed crimson, as if some kind of energy swirled within them. The seed of consciousness. Fear. Chapter 29, You Are Me, I Am You. The energy brewing within Fang Jian immediately surged to a boil, entering Gu Laocheng's consciousness through their locked gazes. A wondrous pattern appeared within Gu Laocheng's mind, gradually transforming into a tiny, oval-shaped seed. This seed hovered in the empty world, radiating an inexhaustible charm. Crack! The seed exploded in the void, yet it did not vanish. Instead, it began to sprout and grow right where it was. As if time had accelerated 100-fold, 1,000-fold, Fang Jian could sense the seed growing at an astonishing pace. In the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a tiny sapling. Though this sapling was still a world away from becoming a towering tree, Fang Jian knew that given sufficient nourishment and time, it would one day grow tall. Now, on its still tender and slender branches, threads of lightning swirled and lingered, transforming the sapling into a tree of electricity. Within the endless flashes of light, countless images played back and forth. The moment the plane crashed during the accident, the instant two aircraft collided in the mirage world, every terrifying experience endured aboard the plane seemed to be captured within this thunderous display. Fang Jian slowly closed his eyes, severing their mental connection. Then he turned and said, the old man is recovering well. Nothing major to worry about. Oh, he added casually, he's been through a lot of trauma. Try not to remind him of frightening things. Yes, I'll take good care of my father. Gu Xingyu bowed and scraped as he escorted the white coat out, but he could never have imagined what kind of demon he was sending away. Turning back, the smile on Gu Xingyu's face hadn't fully faded when he saw old man Gu staring blankly, a sight that sent a chill down his spine. Father, are you all right? Gu Laocheng's body suddenly trembled. Clutching his chest, his eyes widened in utter terror. The plane. Airplane? What about the airplane? The plane is going to crash. Old Gu suddenly bellowed, his voice wailing like a ghost, as if slaughtering pigs and dogs, sending chills down one's spine. In his mind, a series of horrifying images suddenly flashed before him. He felt as though he had returned to the plane, witnessing once more the thunderous lightning that had torn a gaping hole in the wing. Worse still, he relived the terrifying sensation of the aircraft's rapid descent. In that moment, he seemed to relive that utterly terrifying sensation, as if death were already within reach. The smile on Gu Xingyu's face swiftly turned to shock as he watched old man Gu clutching his chest. His face suddenly paled, and his body swayed unsteadily, as if he might collapse at any moment. He immediately caught his father, exclaiming, "Dad! Wake up! Wake up!" Leaning heavily on his son, old Gu finally regained his senses. He glanced around in alarm, then exhaled a long breath and shook his head. And nothing. Yet despite his words, his face remained deathly pale, and his body still trembled uncontrollably. The images flooding his memory were all too familiar, and the terror they evoked felt painfully real. He had believed this memory long forgotten, yet its sudden resurgence not only caught him completely off guard but also terrified him to the core. Fang Jian walked at a measured pace. Though he heard the horrifying screams behind him, his face and composure remained utterly unruffled, showing not the slightest flicker of emotion. Four figures approached from ahead, and he recognized three of them: Mu Shui, Yu Dazhuang, and the beautiful flight attendant they had interacted with on the plane. Alongside them was a middle-aged man. From this man, Fang Jian sensed an intensely familiar aura, one he had felt countless times from Uncle Mu and Mu Shui. He instantly guessed the man's identity. Nevertheless, Fang Jian continued walking with unruffled composure, passing them by without a word. Mu Shui's footsteps faltered momentarily. She turned to glance at the figure in the white coat, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "Officer Mu, what is it?" "Oh, nothing." Mu Shui withdrew her gaze and said, "Let's go find old City Gu." Back in the doctor's office, he returned the white coat and cap to their places, slipped the disposable mask into his pants pocket, and pulled his t-shirt back on. Once all this was done, Fang Jian regained control of his body. This time, he didn't panic. Though fear still lingered in his heart, he had already begun to grasp the truth. "Who are you?" "Not you, me." "Me?" "Yes, you are me, and I am you. We were always one." "No way. How could you and I be the same person? We're too different, and you can even transform? Hey, why aren't you answering?" Suddenly, a swarm of active thoughts flooded his mind, filling his head in an instant and causing a splitting headache. Fang Jian grimaced, clutching his head, and it took him a long while to adjust. "You're too weak right now. Grow stronger gradually." The voice grew fainter and fainter, fading into silence. Fang Jian exhaled a long breath, processing the mental onslaught he'd just endured. Slowly, a thread of understanding began to form. The convergence of multidimensional spaces had caused a collision of consciousness between him and the powerful being from the Mirage world, allowing each to gain fragments of the other's memories and abilities. Though Fang Jian possessed no extraordinary abilities, the great being did. Moreover, the latter's mental power was immense. In that instant of collision, it bestowed upon Fang Jian an incomparable, immense benefit. Unfortunately, Fang Jian's frail body couldn't withstand the immense pressure these benefits brought. Thus, the powerful psychic energy and most of the memories transmitted by the great being formed a strange personality, existing in a semi-sealed state. The inexplicable voices in his mind, the loss of control over his body, and the sudden shifts in his personality all found their perfect explanation in this moment. Indeed, a second personality resided within him. Yet, having uncovered the secret of this second personality, he felt no fear that it would completely replace him. For as he had said, they were fundamentally one entity. At most, they could merge, there was no possibility of replacement. Moreover, the emergence of the second personality placed an immense burden on his body. Occasional brief appearances were manageable, but attempting prolonged control would be courting death, a sign of growing weary of life. Shaking his head, Fang Jian composed himself and walked back toward bed 33. Chapter 30, Going Mad. As Fang Jian pushed open the ward door, the gazes of all 6 occupants inside turned toward him simultaneously. "Fang Jian, what brings you here?" Mu Shui asked in surprise. "Oh, Dr. Fang. You're here. I finally found you." Yu Dazhuang's eyes lit up as he exclaimed excitedly. "Dr. Fang, it's good to see you again," the flight attendant said, her reserved smile radiating genuine warmth. The middle-aged man glanced at Fang Jian in surprise, then immediately smiled. "So you're Mr. Fang Jian, the hero who saved the plane. Pleased to meet you." He stepped forward, extending his hand. "I'm Lu Guantang from the S-City Public Security Brigade. It's a pleasure to meet you." "You're a cop." Gu Xingyu's eyes widened. "Officer, you're just in time. This man pushed my father on the plane. He's partly responsible for my father's injuries. And now he's threatening us here. Arrest him immediately." Lu Guantang's smile vanished instantly. "We don't need you telling us how to do our job. Just because you say arrest him doesn't mean we will. Are you a judge or a prosecutor?" Gu Xingyu was instantly speechless. Only then did Lu Guantang turn to Dr. Fang, his voice heavy. "Dr. Fang, did you threaten them?" Fang Jian spread his hands in a helpless gesture. "Do you really think I could beat them?" Lu Guantang's sharp gaze swept over them before he chuckled dryly, no longer giving the matter a second thought. Though Fang Jian was in his 20s and robust, Gu Xingyu towered over him in stature. If anyone was in a position to intimidate, it was the other way around. Yu Dazhuang suddenly stepped forward, bowing deeply to Fang Jian. "Dr. Fang, thank you for saving my father." Fang Jian reached out to steady him, smiling. "It was nothing. No need to thank me. His gaze drifted instinctively toward Gu Laocheng and his son. Both were fathers and sons, roughly the same age, yet their character differed vastly. Yu Dezhuang shook his head. Dr. Fang, I know better. If you hadn't stepped in back then, he wouldn't have uttered a word of gratitude in the hospital. He continued, I won't say much, but Dr. Fang, please leave me your contact information. If you ever need anything from Yu Dezhuang, I guarantee you won't be disappointed. The flight attendant nodded as well. Dr. Fang, you saved all of us. We haven't even thanked you properly before you left. Now that we've met again, would you mind sharing your phone number or WeChat? Seeing the two of them so warmly engaged, Gu Xingyu couldn't help but darken. Lu Guantang watched Fang Jian with keen interest. As a police officer, he possessed a keen eye for detail and could tell that Yu Dezhuang and the flight attendant's gratitude was genuine, not just polite courtesy. Recalling the rumors he'd heard about this incident, his curiosity about Fang Jian grew even stronger. Mu Shui furrowed her delicate brows and said, Fang Jian, tell me first what brings you here. Oh, I heard old man Gu wants to sue the Wang family, so I came to talk some sense into him. An elderly gentleman should focus on resting peacefully, no need to get worked up over trifles. You came to persuade him? Mu Shui looked utterly incredulous. Yes, Sister Shui. You're here for the same reason, he replied, knowing full well the answer. Before Mu Shui could respond, Yu Dezhuang interjected, Dr. Fang, these officers questioned us about the incident. We told them everything and are willing to testify. He turned to glare contemptuously at the Gu family father and son seated on the bed. That old fool asked for a beating. He should count himself lucky he didn't die. Now he has the nerve to slander others? Shameless and despicable. You, who do you think you're talking about? Gu Xingyu suddenly stood up, his voice brimming with fury. Yu Dezhuang sneered coldly, straightening his back and cracking his neck with a sharp pop. I'm talking about you two shameless scoundrels. Got a problem with that? Gazing at Yu Dezhuang's imposing frame, Gu Xingyu's earlier bravado evaporated instantly. Officer, he stammered, look. He's threatening me. This is pure gangsterism. Everyone chuckled silently. This man's temperament mirrored his father's perfectly, a classic bully who picked on the weak and feared the strong. Lu Guantang shook his head, pulling out a video recorder. Mr. Yu, please remain calm. Otherwise, we'll have no choice but to escort you back. He turned to Gu Xingyu. Mr. Gu, we're here to thoroughly understand the specifics of what happened. May we ask your father a few questions? Yu Dezhuang reluctantly took a step back, but his menacing glare remained fixed on Gu Xingyu, making the latter feel uneasy. Fine. Ask away. Lu Guantang nodded, approached old man Gu, and whispered, Sir, I'd like to ask you a few questions. What questions? We want to know how the conflict with reporter Wang arose on the plane. On the plane, Gu Laocheng paused, instinctively beginning to recall. But the moment he started, it triggered a chain reaction. In Gu Laocheng's mind, the seed of fear had already grown into a small tree, spreading its branches and leaves, radiating a terrifying aura and emotion in all directions. His thoughts would have been fine if they hadn't touched upon this subject. But the moment he recalled it, all the sparks on the sapling began to dance wildly. Scene after scene of the terrifying moment the plane crashed flashed before his eyes, instantly filling old City Gu's mind. Now, his mind was filled solely with images of the plane being struck by heavenly lightning, spiraling out of control and plummeting downward. Dead. I'm about to die. An overwhelming sense of dread gripped his heart like a giant's claws, paralyzing him so completely he nearly forgot to breathe. Ah! Gu Laocheng suddenly clutched his head with both hands, letting out a piercing scream. The scream came so abruptly that everyone except Fang Jian was startled. The flight attendant involuntarily took a step back, instinctively seeking shelter behind Fang Jian. Having survived the plane crash, Fang Jian held an exceptionally high standing in her heart. Faced with danger, her natural instinct was to draw close to him. Yu Dezhuang also startled, spitting out a soft curse, the old bastard still scares people. Coward. Lu Guantang and Mu Shui exchanged puzzled glances. They had anticipated every possible scenario before arriving, yet old Gu's reaction still left them utterly bewildered. Had this mad old man truly lost his mind? As if to confirm their suspicions, old Gu's behavior grew increasingly frenzied. He bellowed incessantly, his body shaking violently as if confronted by the most terrifying thing in the world. Chapter 31, Conscience. What's happening? Doctor. This was, after all, a hospital, and patients in this section received special care. Within moments, doctors hurried over. After a series of orderly examinations and calming words, old man Gu finally settled down, though his expression grew increasingly grim. Just as Gu Xingyu was about to speak, the doctor waved them all out and ushered them into the doctor's office. Doctor, what's going on here? Gu Xingyu asked impatiently. A middle-aged doctor removed his mask and said solemnly, What did you say earlier? Did it upset the old man? Stimulated? Lu Guantang frowned. We were merely asking him about the incident. He hadn't even answered before this happened. Oh my. The doctor slammed his fist on the table, his voice filled with anger. I know this patient's history. He's a survivor of a plane crash. Forcing him to relive such a horrific event is obviously a tremendous shock. What? We can't ask about the incident? Lu Guantang and Mu Shui exchanged glances, both feeling the situation was getting tricky. Yu Dazhuang spat, trauma my ass. That old geezer has skin thicker than a city wall. He was perfectly fine during the emergency landing, why's he flipping out now? Guilty conscience, that's what? What, guilty conscience? I warn you, watch your mouth. You can mess around with your food, but don't mess around with your words. Gu Xingyu's eyes darted around frantically before he blurted out, I remember now. That kid was threatening us earlier. It's because of him that my dad ended up like this. Fang Jian chuckled silently, though inwardly he thought, this little bastard just got lucky. Everyone else, including the doctor, shot Gu Xingyu a disapproving look and ignored his outburst. Seeing no one took his words seriously, Gu Xingyu seethed with anger. He was telling the truth, why wouldn't anyone believe him? Yu Dazhuang shot him a glare. Ask anyone here how your old man behaved on the plane. See if anyone has a good word to say about him. He turned to the officers. Officers, we had no idea before this old man and his son actually sued reporter Wang. And now they're trying to slander Dr. Fang? Such shameless people are practically endangered species, endangered trash. The flight attendant turned her pretty face away, but the smile on her lips was impossible to hide. Gu Xingyu seethed with rage, but seeing Yu Dazhuang's imposing stature, he didn't dare step forward. He only shouted, you're making baseless accusations. I'm making baseless accusations? Ha! That old man stirred up trouble on the plane, fanning the flames, and obstructed Dr. Fang from saving my father. Tell me, doesn't someone like that deserve a beating? Yu Dazhuang extended his thick, barrel-like arm and grabbed at Gu Xingyu, saying, come on, let me teach you what making baseless accusations really means. Mr. Yu. Lu Guantang rushed between them, pleading, this is a hospital. Please control yourself. Yu Dazhuang reluctantly lowered his fist, glaring at Gu Xingyu. You got lucky today, he spat. Then he turned to Fang Jian. Dr. Fang, the two officers have already questioned us. Everyone still here has reached a unified opinion and signed the statement. Rest assured, if they dare to give you or reporter Wang any trouble, I'll be the first to make them pay. Fang Jian paused, his gaze shifting toward Mu Shui. Mu Shui nodded slightly and said, Captain Lu, what do you think? Lu Guantang hesitated briefly before pulling an envelope from his briefcase. He opened it and said, Dr. Fang, we've interviewed several witnesses prior to this. Please review the details to confirm if this matches the situation. Fang Jian opened the envelope. Inside was a transcript detailing the events following the plane's emergency landing. At the bottom of the document were dozens of signatures. After skimming the contents, even Fang Jian's face flushed slightly. It was unclear who had drafted the report, but the content itself contained no fabrications. However, through clever phrasing and subtle insinuations, it conveyed a completely different impression. In their portrayal, old Gu had been transformed into a thoroughly self-serving individual, imbued with inherent malevolence from his first appearance, becoming a tragic figure despised by all. Meanwhile, Fang Jian and Wang Jiayi were cast as a pair of angels in white, heroic champions of justice locked in an eternal battle against evil. In just a few thin pages, this stark contrast was laid bare. For the first time, Fang Jian realized the immense power of words. Yet, this account still felt awkward to him, for he knew his own performance hadn't been nearly as commendable as described. The flight attendant interjected, Dr. Fang, only about 20 people from the hospital have signed so far. But rest assured, I've contacted more passengers through the company, and many have agreed to return and testify. She pumped her little fist. Promoting good and punishing evil is the duty every citizen must uphold. We won't let the righteous suffer. After the air crash rescue operation, most uninjured passengers had dispersed, while the injured were centrally arranged for treatment at this hospital. Yet even now, the number of injured passengers and their family members present was dwindling. Thank you, but we already have enough signatures. There's no need to trouble more people, Fang Jian said gratefully. No trouble at all. Don't forget, we're flight attendants, we can travel all over the country for free, the flight attendant said with a smile. Rest assured, once I make contact, I'll ask my colleagues to handle this matter perfectly. Fang Jian looked at the two of them in surprise, sensing their deep kindness and warmth, which stirred his own emotions. Ah, there you are. Finally found you. A middle-aged couple entered the office. They greeted Yu Dazhuang and the flight attendant, then spotted Fang Jian. Dr. Fang, you're here too, they exclaimed, their surprise mingling with delight. Yes. Fang Jian nodded with a smile, recognizing them as fellow passengers from the same flight, though he couldn't recall their names. The man introduced himself, Dr. Fang, I'm Deng Xing. This is my wife, Liang Qi. We were on the same flight as you. We spent half a day at the hospital and were discharged yesterday. He paused, then explained, we'd already bought our return ferry tickets, but just as we boarded, we got a call from the airline. They said you and reporter Wang were being slandered and needed witnesses, so we rushed back to testify for you. Yes. Where is that petition? Let us see it. We wish to sign as well. You boarded the ship and then came back? Deng Xing and Liang Qi exchanged a knowing smile. Surviving this ordeal has taught us many lessons. Some things aren't that important, but others we simply must do. Fang Jian stared in astonishment at the two radiating warmth, then glanced at the documents in his hands. A wave of warmth surged through him once more. In this world, while there are indeed petty individuals like old Gu and his son, there are far more warm-hearted people who bring comfort. Every signature on this paper represented a person's conscience. Though the paper itself was light, the bonds of friendship it contained felt as heavy as a mountain to him. Chapter 32, Karma Comes Full Circle. Gu Xingyu's face alternated between pale and green. Though he hadn't seen the contents of the petition, even a fool could guess it contained nothing favorable about his old man. Watching the heated discussion among the crowd, he felt an ominous foreboding. You are Dr. Fawn? The very Dr. Fawn who performed emergency treatment on old Master Yu and all the patients aboard the flight? The middle-aged physician in the white coat suddenly asked. Yu Dazhuan nodded vigorously. Yes, that's him. Don't let his youth fool you, his medical skills are truly exceptional. As he spoke, he deliberately gave Fang Jian a thumbs up, his face beaming with pride. He seemed to share some close connection with Fang Jian, radiating a sense of shared honor. Surprise flashed in the middle-aged doctor's eyes. Dr. Fawn's medical skills are truly remarkable. May I ask where he practices? Yu Dazhuan's father was the most critically injured among all the casualties. Having participated in the emergency response and observed the temporary treatment of the other victims, this doctor fully understood the extraordinary level of Fang Jian's emergency medical skills. He had assumed this was a seasoned veteran with years of experience, but seeing Fang Jian standing before him now, he realized how utterly mistaken he had been. You flatter me. I'm a fourth-year student at N City Medical College. I'll be starting my hospital internship after the semester begins. An intern? You're really just an intern? The middle-aged doctor stared in disbelief, his mind consumed by a single thought. N City Medical College wasn't renowned, so how could its students possess such seasoned expertise and skill? Though his mind was filled with doubt, upon closer inspection of Fang Jian's appearance, he couldn't help but believe it. Such a young man really should be an intern. Officer, may I take a look at this document? Gu Xingyu finally couldn't hold back and asked. Fang Jian smiled faintly and handed over the document before Lu Guantang could give his consent. If Gu Xingyu dared to tamper with this document bearing over 20 signatures in plain view, he would bear undeniable responsibility no matter how compelling his justification. In recent years, due to excessive media exposure, public security organs had become perceived as vulnerable by many. But let's not forget they were legitimate state enforcement agencies. Did anyone really think police officers were made of clay to be brazenly flouted in full view of the law? Lu Guantang hesitated but did not intervene. Yet, a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes, signaling he was prepared for any eventuality. Gu Xingyu read swiftly, finishing the entire document in moments. His expression darkened considerably. Mr. Gu, if you're finished, please hand it over to us, Deng Xing said with a smile. We need to review it as well. If the contents are accurate, we must sign to verify. No, impossible. Gu Xingyu clutched the papers tightly. You're lying. It couldn't possibly be like this. Though not a lawyer, he grasped one crucial truth upon reading the report. If this were true, the assailant would face no consequences whatsoever. On the contrary, they might even receive an award for bravery. After all, words polished through artistic embellishment possessed an unimaginable power capable of twisting truth and obscuring reality. Not to mention, the description didn't contradict the facts, it merely exaggerated the situation somewhat. From any angle, it gave the impression of authenticity, as if one were right there in the moment. Deng Xing snorted lightly and said, Mr. Gu, whether this is true or not isn't for you to decide, it's for us to prove. Yes, Mr. Gu, please hand over the documents, Liang Qi chimed in. The couple had spent time in the hospital and naturally recognized Gu Laochang and his son, harboring no goodwill toward either of them. Upon hearing that Gu Laochang and his son had falsely accused Wang Jia, they were filled with righteous indignation. They had returned directly from the ship and were certainly not going to give Gu Xingyu a friendly look now. Gu Xingyu clutched the documents tightly, his eyes darting around nervously. Lu Guantang said coldly, Mr. Gu, we have already retained this document for our records, and all the signatories are still in the hospital. Gu Xingyu froze, meeting the cold, mocking stares of the others. He finally abandoned his plan to tear up the document and sheepishly handed it to Deng Xing. Yet verbally, he refused to concede. That's your version. It's bound to differ from the facts. I'll seek confirmation from the old man. Deng Xing and his wife glanced through the document and couldn't help but exchange a knowing smile. As the parties involved, they had witnessed the entire process firsthand and could easily see the document's bias. The problem was, this benevolent bias was so compelling that any upright person would applaud it wholeheartedly. They would never find fault with it. Without hesitation, they picked up pens and signed their names. Lu Guantang nodded with satisfaction. Thank you both for your cooperation. Promoting virtue and punishing evil is the fundamental conscience of every citizen. It's our duty. Deng Xing said solemnly, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. Should any further developments arise, we're willing to testify at any time. Watching them drift away, Gu Xingyu suddenly exclaimed, "No, bring me the documents. I need to show them to the old man." "Very well," Lu Guantang replied. "But you may only take copies." If Gu Xingyu damaged the documents, Lu Guantang would show no mercy. Yet, considering old man Gu was an injured patient and advanced in age, Lu Guantang held back. Moments later, Gu Xingyu walked toward the ward with the photocopies. He intended to discuss a countermeasure with the old man. Yet Fang Jian's expression was strangely unsettled. He knew exactly how old man Gu would react upon reading the contents. He'd likely relive the terror of that plane crash, only this time it would be inflicted by his own son. Sure enough, mere moments later, piercing, despairing screams erupted from old Gu's room. The middle-aged doctor and others rushed over, but this time, the shock Gu Laocheng had suffered was clearly severe. He wailed unrelentingly until the doctor administered a sedative, sending him into a deep sleep. Fang Jian felt not a shred of pity. He now understood the purpose of the seeds of fear. They were intrinsically linked to the evil thoughts within a person's heart. The heavier the evil thoughts, the greater the fear, and the more vivid the scene of the plane crash became. That Gu Laocheng could be paralyzed by fear revealed just how deep-seated his evil thoughts truly were. Chapter 33, Sweet Justice. What is happening? The crowd outside the ward was utterly bewildered. Though they had noticed Gu Laocheng's peculiar behavior before, it had never been this severe. Now, only one thought occupied their minds: had Gu Laocheng finally lost his mind? The doctor in the white coat emerged and snapped at Gu Xingyu. "Mr. Gu, how many times have I told you? Don't provoke the patient. Don't provoke the patient. You just won't listen. And now you show him these things? Are you trying to kill him?" I didn't," Gu Xingyu protested, looking utterly aggrieved. "What do you mean you didn't? I clearly saw you hand those documents to your father, and then he had an episode." The middle-aged doctor turned to the others and said, "Everyone, please bear witness. The patient's condition worsened because his own family mishandled the situation." Fang Jian and the others froze for a moment before realizing what was happening. The hospital was shifting blame. If this had happened to anyone else, they might not have testified. But with these two involved, everyone was more than happy to oblige. You can't say that." Gu Xingyu flared up. "This is a hospital. If his condition worsened, it's because you doctors failed to treat him properly. How can you blame me?" The middle-aged physician responded solemnly, "Mr. Gu, we are doctors, not gods. Furthermore, during Mr. Gu's treatment, you provoked him with such matters. Do you truly believe that is the hospital's responsibility?" "No. Since my father is hospitalized here, if you fail to treat him properly, it's definitely your fault." Gu Xingyu blared and demanded, "You must treat him properly." The middle-aged doctor sighed. "We'll certainly do our utmost. But your family isn't helping, you're actually hindering our efforts. What's going on here?" He paused. "I'll document today's incident in detail." You're just shifting blame." Gu Xingyu shouted furiously. "I refuse to believe there's no justice in this world." Fang Jian suddenly stepped forward, placing a hand on Gu Xingyu's shoulder. "Mr. Gu, please calm down. We can discuss this." He leaned closer, as if offering quiet counsel, but spoke in a voice only Gu Xingyu could hear. "Mr. Gu, I asked you before, do you believe in karma?" Gu Xingyu shuddered violently. His earlier agitation instantly cooled as if doused with a bucket of ice water, leaving him feeling chilled to the bone. Fang Jian continued, "I've always believed that good deeds bring good rewards, and evil deeds bring evil consequences. It's not that retribution doesn't come, it's just that the time hasn't arrived yet. Now, do you believe it?" He released Gu Xingyu and took a step back. Gu Xingyu stared at Fang Jian with eyes filled with terror. He wanted to scream, but for some reason, the old man's frenzied scenes flooded his mind, sending shivers down his spine. He couldn't utter a single word. Fang Jian turned around and said with a smile, "Everyone, in my opinion, old Master Gu doesn't have any major issues, he's just feeling a bit guilty." "Guilt?" The others looked at him in surprise, wondering what nonsense he was spouting. Indeed, old Master Gu is advanced in years, and his memory has begun to fail him, so he couldn't recall the events on the plane. However, upon seeing the contents of the documents, he realized he had wronged the Wang family. His conscience wouldn't let him rest, causing him to feel guilty and temporarily lose his mental balance. Fang Jian nodded to himself as he spoke. Exactly, that must be it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become so agitated after reading the documents. Mu Shui and the others' expressions instantly turned extremely peculiar, each wearing a look that wanted to laugh but couldn't quite manage it. Mr. Gu, please don't provoke your father again. Otherwise, we truly can't guarantee what might happen to him. The middle-aged doctor said earnestly. His stern expression and piercing gaze seemed to spell out a stark warning. If you provoke him again, the hospital won't be held responsible. After all, this mess is entirely your family's doing. Gu Xingyu's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. In that moment, he felt the world owed him an apology. Suddenly, Fang Jian's words from earlier echoed in his mind. What goes around comes around. A bone-chilling coldness spread through his body, plunging him into a frozen dungeon where even his thoughts seemed to freeze solid. After seeing off Lu Guantang and the others, Mu Shui and Fang Jian returned to the hotel. She opened her bright, large eyes and looked Fang Jian up and down, as if she had just met him for the first time. Fang Jian, you've really grown some balls now. What? Spill it. Why did you go to the hospital? Fang Jian chuckled helplessly. This actually started because of me. Stepping in to mediate was my duty. Duty? Mu Xue's eyes widened further. Didn't I tell you everything would be taken care of? What, you don't trust me? Officer Mu, you've been saying that since we were kids. When have I ever doubted you? If you trusted me, you wouldn't have gone to the hospital this time. Mu Xue said solemnly, as a party involved, appearing directly before Old Man Gu wasn't the best choice. Fang Jian understood her concerns, but he had his own plans and couldn't stand idly by. Even if he believed Mu Xue could handle it perfectly, he wasn't about to sit back and reap the rewards. Shifting his gaze, Fang Jian asked, Sister Xue, who drafted that document? Gu Xingyu's decision to lay low was certainly tied to old Gu's sudden outburst, but that document and the signature on it played a crucial role. Anyone who had read it would instinctively categorize the parties as good or bad. Such blatantly biased writing, crafted with such florid language and dramatic peaks and valleys, it was clearly beyond Mu Xue's capabilities. Take a guess. Mu Xue said with a displeased expression. A flash of insight struck Fang Jian, and he tentatively asked, Wang Ji? You actually guessed it, Mu Xue exclaimed in surprise. Did you two already talk about this? Ever since you arrived, I'd been right under your nose. How could I possibly meet with her? Is that so? But when I was gathering evidence, why did you go alone to the hospital to see old Gu? Mu Xue asked with a straight face. During that time, I knew nothing about who you met or what you discussed. Fang Jian looked helpless. He knew arguing further on this point would only lead to frustration, so he changed the subject again. Sister Xue, shouldn't we wrap this up? Rest assured. Once business was discussed, Mu Xue grew serious. With this certificate and the Doctor's statement, if Captain Lu couldn't turn this into a watertight case, he wouldn't have lasted decades in the force, let alone risen to head of the Public Security Division. Chapter 34, Returning Home. Fang Jian finally relaxed. Alright, since we've taken care of business, let's head back. Go back? Yeah, you still have cases to handle, and I don't feel like sightseeing anymore. Let's just go home. He'd come out to travel during his final summer break from university, never expecting to encounter a plane crash before even reaching his destination. After experiencing something like that, even the most resilient person couldn't possibly retain any desire to continue sightseeing. Alright. I'll settle things with the airline and then head home. Mu Xue looked at Fang Jian and suddenly smiled. You really don't want to be an internet celebrity? It's such a waste to give up like this. What? The internet is already buzzing with rumors that it wasn't the pilot who safely landed the plane during this crash, but a medical intern. Mu Xue smiled sweetly. If you want fame, seize this chance to promote yourself. I guarantee it'll become headline news. Fang Jian gave a wry smile. Sister Xue, you're joking. While teasing him, Mu Xue booked their train tickets on her phone. We'll take a cruise ship to Province G first, rest for half a day, then catch a high-speed train home. Cruise ship and high-speed train? Fang Jian turned in surprise. Isn't that a bit too much trouble? Aren't you here to travel? What's the fun in going straight there and back? Why not take the boat and the bullet train? You can enjoy the scenery along the way, killing two birds with one stone. Fang Jian paused, looking at her deeply. In that moment, he understood her thoughtful consideration. After all, he had just endured the terror of a plane crash. That was why she chose to forego the fastest mode of transportation. For some reason, warmth welled up in Fang Jian's heart. This feeling of being cared for was truly uplifting. 2 days later, they finally returned to City Inn. The bullet train came to a slow halt. Fang Jian and Mu Xue lingered at the rear of the crowd. As soon as they stepped out of the station exit, they heard someone calling out warmly. Fang Jian, over here, over here. A burly, hefty man waved his thick arms, his booming voice drawing attention. Yet he seemed oblivious to the stares, as if only Fang Jian and Mu Xue existed in his world. Yu Huiliang, Fang Jian's childhood best friend. They'd been classmates through elementary school, middle school, high school, and medical college. Fang Jian glanced at Mu Xue in surprise. He hadn't informed Yu Huiliang, so this guy must have come to pick him up because of Mu Xue. Fang Jian, you and Yu Huiliang go ahead and meet Auntie. Come over to my place for dinner this weekend. Mu Xue set down her suitcase and said, Yu Huiliang, I'm leaving Fang Jian in your capable hands. Yu Huiliang grinned. Don't worry, Sister Mu. I've got this covered. Mu Xue gave him a meaningful look. Alright. If anything goes wrong, you'll be the one to answer for it. Watching Mu Xue set down her suitcase and drift away, Fang Jian felt a strange pang of disappointment. Fang Jian, you're lucky to be back alive this time. Fang Jian gritted his teeth and snapped, Old you, don't you know how to speak properly? What's wrong with my words? Am I implying you shouldn't have come back? Fang Jian shot him a displeased look. This idiot really was beyond help. But over the years, he'd grown accustomed to it. Yu Huiliang might have a sharp tongue, but he was dependable, the very reason they'd become such good friends. Let's go. I'll walk you home. Yu Huiliang grabbed the suitcase and headed toward the underground parking garage. He was a native of N City, born into immense wealth. His parents were renowned entrepreneurs, making him a bona fide second-generation rich kid. Yet Yu Huiliang never flaunted his wealth, content with just a Volkswagen for daily commuting. Fang Jian, what are your plans for tomorrow? We'll see. Fang Jian dragged his luggage out of the car. As he looked at his front door, he felt an overwhelming urge to go inside. As he pushed open the door, he immediately saw his mother, Suing. She was an intelligent, middle-aged woman. When Fang Jian was in his first year of high school, her husband passed away. Enduring immense grief, she raised her son alone. In her heart, her son always came first. Mom, you're back so early today? Xiao Shui told me you'd be back early, so I prepared dinner for you. Perfect. I only had one meal on the train, and that wasn't nearly enough. Fang Jian grinned as he sat down at the dining table. After quickly finishing the delicious meal, just as Suing was about to clear the table, Fang Jian beat her to it. Under her surprised gaze, he tidied up and washed all the dishes. Mom, you already knew? Suing hesitated before sighing. They may have kept it from me, but I'm not blind or deaf. With all the rumors flying around online, how could I not know? Fang Jian chuckled softly, unsurprised. After all, his flight had departed from N City. In today's world, information spread like wildfire. Many journalists would stop at nothing to gain fame, with no limits to their methods. Faced with such a golden publicity opportunity, they certainly wouldn't let it slip away. Though middle-aged, Suing was no stranger to smartphones and the internet, so she certainly wasn't completely unaware. Mom, even though we encountered terrible weather this time, no one died. So you really don't need to worry, Fang Jian reassured her. Oh, how could I not worry? Suing replied with a bitter smile. But seeing you standing right here before me now, I finally feel at ease. Feeling the worry in Su Ying's voice, Fang Jian's heart was deeply moved. He stepped forward, took his mother's hand, and whispered, Mom, rest assured. I won't make you worry like this again. A flicker of a smile crossed Su Ying's face. She too noticed how much her son had matured after this experience. Before, he'd finish eating, wipe his hands, and head straight to the computer or leave. Today, however, he'd voluntarily washed the dishes. Moreover, his tone and mannerisms had subtly changed, and he could now discern the truth from her expressions. After the plane crash, her son seemed to have matured overnight. Still, if she could choose, Suing would never wish for her son to gain maturity through such a harrowing ordeal. Mom, Sister Shui said we should all go to her place for dinner this weekend. Her place? Suing sighed softly. Xiao Jian, what do you think of Shui? Sister Shui? Fang Jian asked in surprise. She's great. Not a bit of a spoiled princess about her. Heh, her temperament is just like uncle's. You wouldn't guess she's Aunt Shui's daughter at all. Suing looked at him deeply and said earnestly, yes, Shuijia has a kind heart, but she's too stubborn. A girl like that is usually beyond the control of most men. Mom, Aunt Shui will handle that. Why are you so worried? Suing nodded, half puzzled, half relieved, and never mentioned the matter again. Chapter 35, Classmates Group. Returning to his familiar home, Fang Jian felt as comfortable as a fish in water. Lying on the custom-made solid wood bed felt 100 times more comfortable than the soft, spongy mattress in the hotel. Lying back contentedly, Fang Jian habitually opened his WeChat app. So much had happened recently that he felt overwhelmed, which is why he hadn't logged into WeChat much these past few days. Beyond replying to his friends' greetings, he simply couldn't muster the energy to do anything else. But now that he was home and completely relaxed, his old habits had quietly resurfaced. Among all his WeChat groups, one stood at the very top, the class group from their medical university. He casually tapped it open, only to find over 6,000 messages piled up inside. Fang Jian inwardly gasped. This group wasn't usually active, they were all adults, and even when organizing events, it was just a small circle of close friends. Beyond coordinating activities for school anniversaries or major holidays, the group's primary purpose was posting announcements. That over 6,000 messages had accumulated in just a few days truly surprised him. Scanning through them quickly, Fang Jian couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out that the overwhelming majority of these messages were about him. That big mouth Yu Huiliang had blabbed about his plane crash, even attaching 2 video links, the footage shot by that young girl on board. This sudden turn of events had sparked intense discussion among his classmates. Most messages, however, were well wishes for Fang Jian. After all, surviving a plane crash was no small feat. Fang Jian returned today. We finally have a living person to see. Everyone can rest assured. Yu Huiliang suddenly chimed in, sparking another wave of discussion. Fang Jian paused, then typed in the group, all is well. Thank you all. Fang Jian has truly resurfaced. Safe and sound is what matters. Safe is what matters. A flurry of greetings flooded the screen once more. It took Fang Jian a while to thank everyone before things finally settled down. Fang Jian, since you're back, will you be coming to school tomorrow? A user with a dazzling profile picture tagged him. This was Chen Hogong, the class monitor and vice president of the student council, a prominent figure on campus. It's summer break now, why would I come to school? After summer break, we'll be assigned to hospitals for internships. So during the holidays, we've organized an advanced prep class and invited Professor Jiang to mentor us. Professor Jiang? Fang Jian paused slightly, his mind immediately conjuring Professor Jiang's warm and approachable face. However, Professor Jiang's reputation didn't quite match his appearance. He was a rather strict individual, and among the many professors, his standing wasn't exactly stellar. Still, securing a professor-level instructor for a summer enrichment class meant Chen Hogong had gone to great lengths. 12 of our classmates are in the intensive program. If you have time, Fang Jian, you should come check it out. Yeah, if you go, Fang Jian, I'll go too. Yu Huiliang had to stick his neck out. Oh my, if young Master Yu is coming, welcome, welcome. With young Master Yu joining us, we'll all be in for a treat. Come on, Fang Jian, just say yes already. Yu Huiliang was wealthy and generous, often treating classmates to meals. Though he held no official role in the class, his reputation was immense. He was known as the most popular guy in the class. Of course, this also had to do with Yu Huiliang's rather safe looks, so the male classmates didn't mind hanging out with him. Among the three traits of being tall, rich, and handsome, Yu Huiliang only fit the rich category. The tall and handsome labels were worlds apart from him. After a moment's hesitation, Fang Jian wrote, "What do you mainly study in the advanced class?" Of course, the fundamentals of surgery. Professor Jiang secured funding, so we have plenty of bananas, pigs trotters, and the like. The school is that generous? Professor Jiang personally applied for it. The school wouldn't dare turn down a professor's request over such a small sum. Alright, I'll come tomorrow. It's a deal. See you in the classroom tomorrow at 9. We've been practicing intensively for over a month now. Fang Jian, I'm going to blow your mind when we meet. No worries, with Yu Huiliang here, I guarantee I won't come in last. Yu Huiliang sent an angry yet embarrassed gif, sparking a wave of laughter from the group. Truth be told, Yu Huiliang wasn't a bad student in the class, especially in theory exams where he consistently ranked among the top few. But Yu Huiliang was simply too overweight. Expecting those chubby fingers of his to wield a scalpel with mastery was asking too much. Still, everyone knew Yu Huiliang's ultimate goal was likely internal medicine or staying on for graduate studies, so his lack of surgical dexterity wasn't a big deal. After a few moments, Fang Jian closed WeChat. Little did he know that the moment he agreed to come to campus tomorrow, the class monitor breathed a huge sigh of relief. Securing Professor Jiang as the advanced class instructor had been unexpected. During the 2 previous sessions over the past 10 days, Professor Jiang had repeatedly inquired about Fang Jian's situation, subtly hinting that he hoped Fang Jian would also join the program. Though Chen Hogong couldn't fathom why Professor Jiang held Fang Jian in such high regard, this was the professor's directive. If there were no difficulties, he must fulfill it. If there were difficulties, he must overcome them to fulfill it. He had inquired with Yu Huiliang and learned Fang Jian was traveling in H province. He had planned to bring up the matter after Fang returned, but unexpectedly, it had been resolved today. Naturally, he was quite pleased. After putting down his phone, the fundamental principles of surgical procedures echoed in Fang Jian's mind. In truth, the fundamental principles of surgery were few. Thanks to his spiritual strength, Fang Jian had already mastered the theoretical aspects thoroughly. However, theory and practice were entirely different. To truly improve his hands-on skills, there was only one way: extensive practical experience. In this regard, Fang Jian was sorely lacking. Shaking his head, he gathered his thoughts. Since he had to go to school tomorrow, he decided to get an early night's rest and save his energy for the day ahead. Soon, nestled in the warm, familiar embrace of his large bed, Fang Jian drifted smoothly into sleep. Yet he remained unaware that at that very moment, the warm-toned mental energy swirling around him began violently churning, coalescing into an eerily twisted vortex directly above his head. All of this happened silently. Not only was the room empty, but even if someone had been beside Fang Jian, they wouldn't have sensed the slightest abnormality. Chapter 36, The Surgeon. Quick, doctor, doctor. Massive bleeding. Suture it now. Fang Jian's consciousness gradually cleared from his daze, instantly grasping his current predicament. He wasn't at home, he was in an unfamiliar place. Moreover, he felt like an observer attached to someone else's body, able only to see, hear, and think, without any ability to move. Through the eyes of the host, Fang Jian saw a terrifying, blood-soaked wound. As a doctor, even an intern, he could tell this large wound would be difficult to treat. Clean the wound thoroughly, leaving no foreign objects behind. Yes. English? Fang Jian suddenly realized that these people weren't speaking Chinese, but English. Yet, to his astonishment, he understood every word without the slightest hindrance, as if English had suddenly become his native tongue. The victim's back had been slashed open by some unknown object, causing extensive trauma. Though the wound wasn't deep, far from life-threatening, blood spattered everywhere, making it look extremely terrifying. Fortunately, the person he was attached to seemed to be an experienced emergency medicine doctor. Faced with this open wound, he remained calm, methodically issuing instructions. A generous amount of saline solution was immediately poured over the patient's back. The patient groaned softly, muscles twitching slightly, but offered no resistance. Wound irrigation is a crucial step in debridement. Whenever possible, the wound must be repeatedly flushed with copious amounts of saline until completely clean before proceeding with debridement. This is the standard modern medical approach. The surgeon's hands were skilled and deft, completing the irrigation step in the shortest possible time. If Fang Jian could speak at that moment, he would undoubtedly have praised him highly. The delay in delivery has caused localized muscle tissue necrosis. Excision is necessary, followed by suturing and anesthesia. Quickly! The surgeon's voice was high-pitched, forceful, and urgent. When performing debridement and suturing on a large wound area, local anesthesia is essential. Naturally, the wound must be thoroughly cleaned before anesthesia to allow the surgeon a clear view of the wound's condition. Once the anesthetic takes effect, debridement must thoroughly remove all necrotic tissue while preserving viable tissue to prevent infection and promote healing. The balance between excision and preservation varies in each surgeon's judgment. Though textbooks provide detailed guidelines, practitioners make different choices during actual procedures. Even the same surgeon may approach identical wounds differently based on their state of mind and assessment at the time. This is precisely where a surgeon's true expertise and skill are put to the test. The surgeon Fang Jian was observing was clearly a master of his craft. He picked up the scalpel and began cutting away at the patient's back without hesitation. Soon, all the necrotic tissue had been removed. The seasoned expertise, the deft technique, the unwavering confidence, and the resolute determination on display left Fang Jian, watching from the sidelines, utterly speechless and deeply moved. The doctor's confidence was overwhelming. But he truly possessed that level of skill. Amateurs watch the spectacle, professionals observe the technique. If an ordinary person witnessed this scene, they would likely be terrified out of their wits by the gushing blood, unable to look for more than a few seconds, let alone offer any critique. But as a pre-intern, Fang Jian deeply understood the solid, powerful foundation revealed in these minute details. The doctor's performance at this moment was flawless, beyond reproach. After excising the necrotic tissue, it was time to suture the wound. There were many choices for suture material. For aesthetic reasons, finer sutures were naturally preferable, but under normal circumstances, this was not a surgeon's first choice. They were not cosmetic surgeons, they were life-saving angels. Sutures that were too fine not only demanded greater skill from the surgeon but were also unsuitable for certain types of wounds. Yet this surgeon made a different choice, opting for sutures of a smaller gauge. Under his deft hands, the needle holder and suture needles seemed to come alive. One by one, the fine threads passed through flesh and skin, closing the wound in a circular pattern. Every rotation of his fingers and every turn of his wrist was perfectly executed. Tissue suturing must avoid excessive tension to prevent ischemia or necrosis. Moreover, finer sutures aren't necessarily better. The true mark of a skilled surgeon lies in achieving the largest possible sutured area with the fewest stitches. Of course, this hinged on one crucial condition: the sutured wound must not rupture afterward. Otherwise, the entire suturing process would be a farce. Fang Jian had watched numerous suturing instructional videos. Those selected by the school for demonstration were naturally the pinnacle of suturing techniques. Yet no matter how advanced the techniques in those videos appeared, they paled in comparison to the scene unfolding before Fang Jian's eyes. His consciousness was attached to this surgeon. Although the surgeon was performing the operation, it was almost identical to Fang Jian performing it himself. After this debridement and suturing procedure concluded smoothly, the doctor didn't pause but immediately turned to the next patient. Fang Jian was profoundly astonished. While seniority largely determines status among hospital doctors, possessing exceptionally formidable hands-on skills undoubtedly commanded greater respect. This surgeon's debridement and suturing skills were exceptionally formidable, unmatched by anything Fang Jian had ever witnessed. Logically, such a doctor would at least be a lead surgeon in a hospital department, handling level 3 or higher medical procedures. They shouldn't be expending limited time and energy on such basic level 1 surgeries. Yet for some reason, this doctor seemed particularly fond of such minor procedures. Day after day, he performed similar surgeries, and the results were the finest Fang Jian had ever witnessed. Regarding this, Fang Jian naturally couldn't change anything. He could only obediently cling to the doctor, passively learning. Come nightfall, Fang Jian was even more astonished to discover that when the doctor fell asleep, he could actually communicate with the doctor's thoughts and share in the years of surgical experience stored within him. It was as if he were sharing the pilot's experience on a plane. Over 3 days, Fang Jian absorbed the doctor's expertise like a sponge. Combined with the surgeries he performed during the day, he found his understanding deepening unconsciously. 3 days later, just as Fang Jian felt reluctant to part, his consciousness flowed away from the doctor like receding tide, leaving behind this unnamed world. Chapter 37, Suturing Practice. Fang Jian abruptly opened his eyes, lying still on the bed. He didn't immediately sit up but stared silently at the ceiling. Echoing in his mind were the gains from these past 3 days. He felt an odd sensation as if he had undergone a complete transformation since returning. Slowly, Fang Jian shifted his gaze to the phone beside the bed. The display read 7 a.m. His brow furrowed slightly. It seemed time flowed differently across dimensions. He had slept soundly at home for no more than 8 hours, yet 3 entire days had passed in the new dimensional world. Indeed, his experience was no dream. He had truly journeyed to a new dimensional realm. Though he couldn't pinpoint its exact location, he had no doubt about its existence. This time, however, it was a simple consciousness-based journey in fusion. After absorbing some knowledge and experiences, he had returned the same way he came, nothing like the heart-pounding adventure of last time. Recalling the events of those 3 days, a thought suddenly occurred to him. Perhaps his consciousness could only linger in other dimensional spaces for about 3 days each time, but the duration in this world wasn't fixed. It was probably just the length of a sleep cycle. Whether that sleep lasted until he woke naturally or was merely a brief nap, the effect was the same. Of course, this was merely his current hypothesis. To verify the specifics, extensive experimentation would likely be required. Rising to his feet, Fang Jian retrieved the medical kit. Inside lay the most basic tools: tweezers, needle holders, suture needles and thread, along with silicone practice pads. Fang Jian extended his right hand, inserting his thumb into the left loop of the needle holder, his ring finger into the right loop, and lightly resting the tip of his index finger on the right side of the holder. This was one of the most standard finger grip techniques, suitable for the vast majority of suturing situations, and also the grip that the surgeon was most skilled at and used most frequently. As he gripped the needle holder, an indescribable sense of familiarity suddenly welled up within him. He had practiced with needle holders countless times before, yet the sensation it evoked now felt entirely different. Particularly when he gently rotated his wrist, he experienced a sensation as if the needle holder had fused with his palm. It felt as though the instrument had become an extension of his own limb, allowing him to wield it with the same fluidity as his own body. A flicker of excitement danced in Fang Jian's eyes. In the high-dimensional world, he had indeed gained vast knowledge and experience. Yet within that realm, his consciousness felt imprisoned within a physical form, forced to observe this bizarre existence as an outsider. Thankfully, it lasted only 3 days. Thankfully, within those 3 days, he could distract himself by learning useful knowledge from the others' experiences. Otherwise, he would surely have been driven mad. Once his consciousness broke free from the higher dimensional space, the pent-up frustration demanded an outlet. The needle holder and specialized silicone in his hands proved the perfect choice. Clamping the suture needle, Fang Jian began practicing on the silicone. His movements weren't swift at first, much like his many previous practice sessions: awkward, hesitant, and lacking confidence. This was a common struggle for all beginners. Perhaps it would take years after stepping into the medical field before they could become qualified surgeons. Yet this clumsiness was not permanent. With each repetition, Fang Jian's movements improved at an astonishing rate. His technique grew increasingly proficient, his motions smoother and more deliberate. The coordination between his wrist and fingers gradually developed a fluid, effortless grace. Watching Fang Jian practice now, he didn't resemble a novice who had never stepped onto an operating table. Instead, he resembled an experienced doctor with decades of practice, returning to the operating room after a period of hiatus. Indeed, Fang Jian's practice now resembled an experienced physician gradually reclaiming his skills. And indeed, that was precisely the case. Through hands-on practice, Fang Jian was transforming the knowledge and experience he had gained in the multidimensional world into something entirely his own. Though the silicone in his hands was not actual human tissue, this specially formulated material came at a hefty price. Its softness and firmness closely mimicked human skin. As he sutured, Fang Jian gradually mastered the techniques, fully recreating what he had learned in his hands. For a full half hour, Fang Jian stood at the desk, completely absorbed in the suturing. When he finally set down the needle holder after completing a significant portion of the work, he exhaled a long breath. His gaze swept over the sutured area, and his expression turned distinctly peculiar. The silicone was already covered in scars, crisscrossed by countless sutures. Some were old, but the majority had been completed by his own hands in just the last half hour. The sheer number of sutures he had applied in that brief half hour equaled the total from several weeks prior. This wasn't because he had been slacking off before, but because in that half hour, he had elevated his speed to a level previously unimaginable. It wasn't just speed, the quality had also undergone a dramatic transformation. His early sutures were sparse and far from aesthetically pleasing, a textbook example of sloppy work. While they successfully closed the incision, they were merely two pieces of torn skin held together by thread. The lines were asymmetrical, achieving only the bare minimum of closure. Such suturing matched the standard of most interns, and Fang Jian hadn't thought much of it before. But now, it seemed unbearably ugly. However, as the sutures progressed downward, the results became strikingly different. The spacing between the knots and the quality of the knotting itself visibly improved on the same silicone object. If someone were to evaluate it now, they would undoubtedly conclude that the suturing on this silicone sample must have been performed by different doctors. Practice makes perfect, a proverb passed down for millennia in Huagua. But could such a remarkable improvement occur after just a few stitches? This transformation far exceeded human comprehension. No sane person would believe these sutures came from the same hands. The sudden ring of the phone interrupted Fang Jian's train of thought. "Fang Jian, I'm downstairs at your place. Hurry out!" Yu Huiliang bellowed into the phone. Fang Jian washed up and found the pancakes, fried dough sticks, and soy milk his mother had prepared on the dining room table. His heart warmed. Only after leaving home and experiencing much does one realize that having a warm home is truly the greatest blessing. Chapter 38, Banana. The campus during summer break wasn't as bustling as usual, but it certainly wasn't deserted either. Though some fourth-year medical students were on break, they weren't resting. Instead, they voluntarily joined an advanced training program, receiving personal guidance from a professor. This initiative garnered widespread praise within the college. Regardless of the initiative's origins or any potential political motives, the students in the advanced class undoubtedly gained valuable insights. Fang Jian walked side by side with Yu Huiliang. Instead of heading to a regular classroom, they arrived at the usual practice hall. This practice room was normally shared by all students, but during summer break, it was exclusively theirs. Holy crap! The moment they stepped into the practice room, Yu Huiliang's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "So many bananas and pig trotters." Fang Jian glanced over and couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. The room contained half a basket of bananas and a pile of pig trotters, at least 30 by his estimate. As a medical student with 4 years of training under his belt, he knew these were surgical practice materials. Still, seeing such a massive haul caught him off guard. "Fang Jian, Yu Huiliang, you two finally made it. We were just waiting for you," Chen Hogong said with a broad smile. Tall and handsome, his looks were a notch above even Fang Jian's. Had he shared Yu Huiliang's privileged background, he would have been the epitome of rich, handsome, and successful. But no one is perfect. Chen Hogong wasn't born into wealth, he could only strive to become wealthy through his own efforts. Yu Huiliang stepped forward, grabbed a banana from the basket without hesitation, peeled it, and began eating. Chen Hogong's facial muscles twitched. "Yu Huiliang, this is our practice material." "Pfft, who are you trying to fool, class leader?" Yu Huiliang scoffed. "I don't buy that a dozen guys could possibly practice through all this stuff." He blinked a few times and added, "Buying all that stuff? It's just going to end up in our stomachs anyway, right?" Ha ha. The dozen or so students still in the advanced class all burst out laughing. Once used, this material was scrap. Bananas stitched back together looked bumpy and uneven, hardly appetizing. Pig's trotters, however, were a different story. Soybean and pig's trotter soup, braised pig's trotters, these were mouth-watering delicacies that made one's mouth water. Of course, they first needed a competent chef, otherwise, even the finest ingredients would be wasted. Chen Hogong shook his head silently. Though it stung his pride, he'd never confront Yu Huiliang, that affable rich kid, head-on. "Fine, fine. If you want to eat, go ahead. There's plenty here anyway. If you can finish it all, good for you." Yu Huiliang chewed heartily as he remarked, "Old classmate, Professor Jiang specially approved buying all this, right? When did he become so generous?" Chen Hogong shot Fang Jian a deliberate glance. "How should I know? Anyway, thanks to Professor Jiang." He waved his hand. "All right, everyone, get to work. Professor Jiang will be here for inspection at noon. If we can't deliver something that satisfies him, we won't get another chance like this." Yu Huiliang nodded vigorously. "Exactly. Everyone, let's give it our all, we're working for our stomachs here." Amidst the laughter, everyone retrieved their portable suturing kits and began practicing in pairs or small groups. While some suturing procedures are performed by a single surgeon, in many cases, an assistant is essential. For instance, having someone hold the skin taut during suturing not only makes the process easier but also yields a much neater result. All had entered medical school together and invested years of dedicated effort into honing their skills. Those willing to sacrifice their summer break for advanced training were typically driven individuals who placed immense importance on mastering the fundamentals of surgical technique, a skill set that placed them firmly in the upper middle tier during their academic years. Fang Jian and Yu Huiliang also took a banana each. They didn't practice together as partners but worked separately. Sitting down with his banana, Fang Jian didn't start immediately. He looked around the room first. At that moment, the students settled into their tasks, peeling the banana skins before fiddling with needle holders and suture needles. Their focus was entirely on the bananas before them, oblivious to anything outside their immediate work. Attention to detail is one of the most fundamental qualities for a surgeon. During surgery, one encounters countless variables. A single lapse in concentration could easily lead to a medical accident. Therefore, aspiring surgeons remained utterly focused during these practice sessions, allowing no distraction. Moreover, in an environment like the advanced training class, where everyone works together hands-on, a competitive spirit naturally emerges. Giving it your all is all you can manage. Who has time to notice what others are doing? This wasn't just true for Chen Hogong and his peers. Even Yu Huiliang was busy manipulating the banana before him with his plump fingers. Yet his expression was fierce, as if the humble banana were his sworn enemy. His face, twisted as if he wanted to devour it whole, was almost comical. Among the dozen or so students, skill levels varied, but aside from Yu Huiliang, everyone else performed above average. Class monitor Chen Hogong, though tall and sturdy, proved surprisingly dexterous with the needle holder. As his fingers and wrists moved, he drew circles with remarkable precision. Such skill from a senior intern was truly remarkable. In the past, Fang Jian would have been utterly in awe of Chen Hogong, as this level of skill far exceeded what he himself could achieve at that moment. To reach this level, who knows how many bananas and pig's trotters Chen Hogong must have ruined in the process. However, that was then. As for now, Fang Jian finally lowered his head, glanced at the banana in his hand, and casually peeled off most of the skin. He didn't just peel one side, he peeled all four corners. Then, he took out the needle holder and suture kit, meticulously stitching it up. Needle insertion, angle adjustment, circular stitching, knot tying. With a flick of his wrist, twist, and shake, the split banana peel was instantly knotted. His needlework was swift and precise, as if guided by divine intervention, completed in one fluid motion. Moments later, all four edges of the banana peel were fully sutured. Fang Jian casually set the banana aside. Having experienced the high-dimensional world, he could now easily handle even human injuries. This banana peel, lacking the strong elasticity of human muscle, had become nothing more than a toy in his eyes. Indeed, the bananas that others were still struggling with tirelessly held no challenge for him whatsoever. Suddenly, Fang Jian felt a sense of foreboding. He turned his head toward the classroom door. Two middle-aged men entered silently. One was undoubtedly Professor Jiang Xiangbing, while the other was an unfamiliar foreigner. Chapter 39, The Professor. Jiang Xiangbing's gaze swept the large lecture hall like lightning. When it landed on Fang Jian, he paused slightly, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes before giving way to a faint smile. Fang Jian gave him a slight nod, though he felt rather puzzled. Professor Jiang seemed quite attentive toward him, yet during their 4 years at university, they hadn't had much interaction. Truthfully, the shift in Jiang Xiangbing's expression was subtle. The old Fang Jian would have overlooked it entirely. But the Fang Jian of today was a different man. Even the most insignificant details could now be analyzed and interpreted. "Jiang, are these all your students?" The foreigner beside Jiang Xiangbing suddenly spoke up. He wasn't speaking Chinese, but rather fluent English. Though the sentence was simple, not all students would have understood it. Yet Fang Jian turned with surprise. He suddenly realized that upon hearing English, he felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity as if listening to his native tongue, requiring no mental translation at all. Humans are remarkable creatures. In childhood, they observe the world around them with curious eyes. At that stage, they spontaneously explore and discover. Normal human children are highly sensitive to surrounding sounds, and the language of their early years leaves the deepest impression their mother tongue. But once children grow up and attempt to learn other languages, it becomes far more difficult than learning their mother tongue. They must first learn vocabulary and sentence structures, translating between the foreign language and their mother tongue to grasp the correct meaning. It could be said that learning a foreign language as an adult adds an extra layer of translation, naturally lacking the intuitive feel of one's mother tongue. Yet now, when Fang Jian listens to English, he feels no discomfort whatsoever. It's as if his native language and Mandarin have become interconnected, both belonging to his mother tongue. What was going on? A huge question mark surged in Fang Jian's mind. Suddenly, he recalled the high-dimensional space he had mentally traversed the previous night. Though he had only spent 3 days there, everyone spoke and thought in English. During that time, English had become an instinctive language for him. He had learned powerful debridement and suturing techniques from the surgeon. Could it be that the languages he possessed would also become self-taught? Fang Jian's eyes glowed with excitement. If his hunch proved correct, this ability to mentally traverse higher dimensions would grant him unparalleled advantages. "Professor Jiang, you're here." At the sound of the professor's voice, the students stopped in unison. Chen Hogong immediately stood to greet him. Jiang Xiangbing waved his hand dismissively. "Don't mind me. Finish your practice first." "Yes, sir." The group responded in unison and resumed their intense focus. Whether sewing bananas, pig trotters, or even dissecting their own kind, it all boiled down to mastering through repetition. Before Professor Zhang's arrival, they were already nearly finished. Now, with his watchful eye nearby, their focus sharpened, and their pace unconsciously quickened. Moments later, everyone finished except Yu Huiliang, who was still struggling with his carrot-thick fingers, grunting and huffing. However, when the others glanced at the half-sewn banana in his hands, they all felt an urge to cover their faces and run away. Not only was he the slowest, but the quality of his work was truly dreadful. "Jiang, this student of yours is quite interesting." Professor Jiang smiled faintly and said, "Class, allow me to introduce Dr. Smith from Ontario Medical School in Canada." He paused briefly before continuing. "Dr. Smith is an experienced surgeon and a good friend of mine. I invited him to N City for a vacation and to provide some guidance. You should all treasure this opportunity." The students exchanged glances, their excitement palpable. Canada was part of North America, and Ontario Medical School was a renowned top-tier institution, far beyond the reach of N City's medical college. Typically, these two institutions rarely had any interaction. That Professor Jiang could leverage personal connections to invite him for a visit was already quite remarkable, and having him provide guidance for the advanced class was an unexpected bonus. Chen Hogong harbored another thought: if he could gain Dr. Smith's favor, might there be a chance to study in Canada? Ontario Medical School rarely admitted international students, but gaining entry would be like stepping onto a fast track to success. However, gaining admission to this prestigious medical school was extremely difficult. Undergraduate academic performance had to be outstanding, with a minimum GPA of 3.7 equivalent to at least an A standard. Applicants also needed to complete university-level courses in biology, chemistry, physics, and other subjects. The undergraduate course load typically required at least 2 years of 5 course semesters, meaning those with insufficient coursework generally lacked eligibility to apply. Of course, academic performance is only one aspect. Applicants face high expectations regarding social experience, cultural and linguistic proficiency, and personal character. The final interview stage proves particularly challenging. However, the situation changes entirely if a doctoral faculty member serves as a recommender. Backdoor admissions aren't exclusive to any one country. When candidates are equally qualified or even slightly different, it's only natural to give preference to those you know. Hello, I'm Smith. Pleased to meet you all. Dr. Smith smiled as he said, Jiang mentioned that some among you possess exceptional talent and could become renowned surgeons in the future. That's why I'm here to observe. His gaze swept over Yu Huiliang, and he suddenly chuckled, adding, though, some of you clearly have your talents elsewhere. Smith delivered this remark rapidly in English, leaving most listeners except Fang Jian, Zhang Xiangbing, and Chen Hobong only partially comprehending. After all, beyond foreign language majors and students long committed to studying abroad, typical medical university students rarely devoted significant effort to English. Once Smith sped up his speech, those who could truly follow him became few and far between. Fang Jian's brow furrowed slightly. While Yu Huiliang's talent for surgery was undeniably lacking, he remained Fang Jian's closest friend. Even when mocked in a subtle way, he felt a twinge of displeasure. Dr. Smith. Fang Jian stepped forward and announced in clear English, "This is Yu Huiliang, a student from our medical school. His areas of expertise include biology, chemistry, and pathology. His theoretical scores rank among the top 10 in his year. Chapter 40, he's brilliant." Everyone turned to Fang Jian in surprise, even Zhang Xiangbing's eyes held a hint of astonishment. It wasn't unusual for Fang Jian to speak English after all. Modern university students received over a decade of education and possessed some level of English proficiency. However, speaking it with such fluency was no simple feat. They had been classmates for over 4 years and were somewhat familiar with each other. In their impression, Fang Jian's English proficiency seemed merely passable. Reading academic papers with a dictionary might be manageable, but such exceptional spoken fluency was beyond their expectations. Yu Huiliang's eyes widened in astonishment. As his closest friend, he had no idea when this guy's English had become so outstanding. Dr. Smith chuckled softly. I see. I must have underestimated this student. However, if he aspires to become a competent physician, he'll need more than just broad theoretical knowledge. He must also develop strong practical skills. That's an area he'll need to strengthen. Yes, I will convey your kind words and guidance to him. Thank you. Dr. Smith wasn't particularly surprised by Fang Jian's English proficiency. After all, within China, there were many who could speak English as fluently as a native speaker. It was Fang Jian's classmates and Zhang Xiangbing who were genuinely astonished. Clearing his throat, Zhang Xiangbing said, Smith, this is my student Fang Jian. He's quite a well-known figure. Oh, what do you mean? Zhang Xiangbing smiled and said, let me show you a video. In China's coastal regions, modern audiovisual teaching methods had become quite widespread. This large classroom was a practical learning space, naturally equipped with corresponding playback devices. Zhang Xiangbing opened his computer and clicked on a file. Instantly, a video began playing on the whiteboard at the front of the large classroom. It depicted a confined scene filled with numerous injured people, while one individual was desperately treating all the casualties. Fang Jian's facial muscles twitched slightly, and a faint blush spread across his cheeks. The protagonist in this video was none other than himself, the scene captured during the plane's landing as he treated all the casualties. He vaguely recalled that the young girl had filmed it, later uploading it to Douyin and another video platform, where it had garnered some attention. The other students in the classroom looked at Fang Jian with rather peculiar expressions. Truth be told, most of them had already seen this video in their group chat, thanks to Yu Huiliang's relentless promotion. But they never expected Professor Zhang to use it as a textbook example. Smith watched silently from the side. At first, he seemed unconcerned, but halfway through the video, his expression shifted slightly. By the end, his face had grown solemn. Zhang Xiangbing noticed his expression but remained impassive. Only after the video concluded did he speak. Fang Jian, I hear you encountered a plane crash during your recent trip. Yes. Surviving a plane crash was indeed a blessing in disguise. Thank you for your concern, Professor Jiang. Well, Fang Jian, you're a senior. After the summer break, you'll be an intern in your 5th year. Zhang Xiangbing's tone turned solemn. I watched your performance in the video. Frankly, it didn't meet my expectations. Fang Jian looked up in surprise, unsure of his true intent. You've studied for 4 years and practiced debridement and suturing extensively. Yet look at your work. Did your hemostatic suturing on the trauma patient meet standards? Jiang Xiangbing's tone grew increasingly sharp. Though I haven't seen the wound's recovery, the video shows it clearly. That suturing is downright ugly. His gaze shifted to Yu Huiliang, as if he wanted to say something but ultimately held back. Yu Huiliang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He understood perfectly well what Jiang Xiangbing meant. In the video, Fang Jian had used suturing to stop the bleeding, but the resulting wound was exceptionally ugly, almost matching his own skill level. Just as Fang Jian hesitated, about to speak, Dr. Smith interjected, "Jiang, you're being too harsh on him." Everyone froze. Dr. Smith hadn't spoken in English, but in Chinese, though his pronunciation was odd, it was unmistakably authentic. Yu Huiliang's chubby cheeks twitched as he inwardly cursed, this foreign devil clearly speaks Chinese yet insists on conversing in English, not a good sort. Jiang Xiangbing turned, a faint smile already playing on his lips. "Smith, do you have any objections?" Dr. Smith replied solemnly, "If I'm not mistaken, this appears to be an accident scene." "Smith, you've got it spot on." Jiang Xiangbing gave him a thumbs up. "If this is an emergency scene, then the doctor needs to perform on-site first aid." Dr. Smith's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he spoke about this topic, his interest visibly heightened. On-site first aid is completely different from hospital settings. It's highly likely there will be fewer doctors and more casualties. In such situations, the doctor's top priority is speed. Anything that can temporarily preserve the patient's life is sufficient. He stepped forward and tapped the whiteboard. Though the video had long finished playing, he continued enthusiastically, "Notice this student's suturing technique. While it looks crude, it's the only way to stop bleeding on site. Further debridement treatment will be needed at the hospital." He paused and asked Fang Jian, "If I'm not mistaken, there probably wasn't much iodine solution available for you to use at the scene, right?" "Yes, there was only one bottle of iodine solution on site, but there were many injured. I couldn't perform a thorough debridement, only the most basic first aid." Dr. Smith nodded with a smile. "You did remarkably well. I've seen many emergency doctors, some quite renowned, but your performance was every bit as good as theirs." He looked at Fang Jian and laughed exaggeratedly. "But you're so young, you have far more potential than they ever did." Fang Jian thought to himself, "I've only scratched the surface of what I know. It was just that having another person inside me at that moment made me unusually steady." At the very least, when he saw the injured person, he didn't panic and lose his composure. And as long as one could maintain that composure, most people with basic first aid knowledge could handle situations quite well. Jiang Xiangbing laughed heartily. "Smith, since you speak so highly of him, we should invest heavily in his training." Chapter 41, Is this really your banana? Smith paused, turning to look at Jiang Xiangbing. "Jiang," he chuckled, "this must be the real reason you invited me over." Jiang Xiangbing chuckled. Ontario Medical School is one of the most prestigious institutions, consistently recruiting the most outstanding students. As a doctor at the school's emergency center, recommending talent in this field is both a friend's duty and honor. At this, the students below finally understood. Their gaze toward Fang Jian shifted slightly, and even Chen Hogong couldn't help but reveal a hint of envy and jealousy. Professor Jiang Xiangbing had taken such a roundabout approach, seemingly criticizing Fang Jian, but his true intent was to pique Dr. Smith's interest and thereby recommend him to this influential figure at the college. Fang Jian glanced at Jiang Xiangbing in astonishment, genuinely puzzled as to why this professor held him in such high regard. In the past, he would have been flattered and overwhelmed by Professor Zhang's thoughtful gesture, fully aware of how immensely valuable a connection to the Ontario Medical School could be. But now? His mindset had long since become unshakable. Still, he was genuinely grateful for Professor Zhang's kindness. Smith smiled faintly and said, "Zhang, you should know that our school has very few international students." "Yes, I know only the most exceptional students pass your admissions exams. Still, I believe Fang Jian's demonstrated talent and capability warrant a try." Smith smiled without comment. "I'll consider it. Now, shouldn't we see their basic surgical skills?" Jiang Xiangbing laughed heartily. "Of course. I invited you here precisely to have your experienced guidance as a doctorate." He waved his hand. "Chen Hogong, bring out the work you just completed." The work he referred to, of course, were the bananas each had just sutured. Wound debridement and suturing is the simplest of all surgical procedures, yet it most rigorously tests fundamental skills. The quality of suturing is often immediately apparent. Except for Yu Huiliang and Fang Jian, everyone else brought out their sutured bananas. A row of bananas lay on the table, their aroma filling the air. Yet the sight of those ugly, thin stitches running along the fruit did little to whet anyone's appetite. Smith stepped forward, picking them up one by one in order for a close inspection. In truth, with his experience, a single glance would have sufficed. But this was Zhang's academy after all, and he was a guest here. Even if it was just for show, he had to go through the motions. After a moment, he selected one from the row and said, "Zhang, who stitched this? The technique is already quite good." Fang Jian had already spotted it from below. Only one among this row was passable. Though the stitch spacing, knots, and needle curvature still showed significant flaws, for an ordinary student still enrolled, this level of work was quite respectable. Sure enough, Dr. Smith quickly identified the banana in question. Zhang Xiangbing's gaze swept across the group. Professor Jiang, this is mine. Chen Hogong stepped forward cautiously. Though he tried desperately to suppress his bubbling emotions, the flush of excitement on his face betrayed his true feelings. Not bad. All those years of practice haven't been wasted. Zhang Xiangbing nodded with satisfaction. After offering a compliment, his gaze shifted to Fang Jian. Fang Jian, which one is your work? Chen Hogong felt a pang of disappointment. His work was clearly the best, yet Professor Jiang still seemed most interested in Fang Jian's. Professor Jiang, my work isn't here. Oh? Why not? Did you not finish it? Zhang Xiangbing frowned. You work so quickly, how could you not have finished? In the video, Fang Jian's movements while treating the external injuries were lightning fast. Not only would these interns be unable to match his speed, but even doctors with years of experience on the front lines of emergency care wouldn't dare claim to surpass him. How could he possibly be taking so long on a basic suturing procedure? Fang Jian hesitated before replying, I'll bring it up right now. He turned around, retrieved the banana he had sutured from behind, and placed it on the table. The moment the banana landed on the table, every pair of eyes in the room instinctively focused on it. But then, their gazes froze in disbelief. It was the same banana, peeled and sutured in the same manner. Yet on this banana, they beheld an extraordinary beauty. Unlike the others, who had only stitched one side of their bananas, this one had been meticulously sutured on all four sides. Logically, more stitches should make it look uglier. Yet the stitches on this banana were astonishingly symmetrical, each spaced as if measured with the most precise ruler, achieving an almost surreal level of perfection. Moreover, though the stitches themselves were not connected, the perfectly calibrated distance between them created a strikingly powerful visual impact. The crowd stared at this banana for a long moment, then glanced at the others on the countertop. A peculiar thought began to form in their minds. Perhaps this was the true work of art, while the rest on the counter were trash, utter trash. Zhang Xiangbing couldn't help but step forward, scrutinizing it closely for a moment. When he looked up at Fang Jian again, he was utterly astonished. After watching that emergency video, he knew Fang Jian possessed remarkable talent in first aid. But emergency treatment was one thing, this kind of wound debridement and suturing was quite another. Emergency response tested a doctor's ability to react to sudden crises, while suturing tested their fundamental surgical skills and patience. For a doctor to excel in either one was already remarkable, but to master both was truly extraordinary. Yet in Zhang Xiangbing's memory, Fang Jian's usual demeanor was nothing like this. Had it not been for some reason, he wouldn't have lowered himself to make today's special arrangement. Yet to his surprise, Fang Jian's performance far exceeded his expectations. Jiang, did you suture this yourself? Dr. Smith suddenly asked, frowning. Zhang Xiangbing exhaled a long breath. Smith, do you really think I could have done this? Smith remained silent for a moment before replying solemnly, Fang Jian. Yes. Please tell me, is this truly your banana? Though the phrasing was a bit awkward for a foreigner, conveying the meaning to this extent was already quite impressive. All eyes fixed on Fang Jian at that moment, filled with questioning, doubt, and skepticism. Even Professor Zhang Xiangbing found it hard to believe that a fourth-year intern could master suturing to such a degree. Fang Jian remained unperturbed, for until today, he himself wouldn't have believed an intern could achieve this level of skill. Pulling a fresh banana from the basket, Fang Jian began his work under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Chapter 42, Worlds Apart. He peeled one side, then 2, 3, 4. Seeing Fang Jian pick up a fresh banana, everyone instantly understood his intent. You doubted I didn't stitch this banana back together, right? Well, I'll demonstrate it right here for you. Once you see it with your own eyes, surely you won't have any more doubts. In truth, when they saw Fang Jian proving his point through action rather than words, their doubts dissipated by more than half. Nothing was more convincing than seeing it with their own eyes. However, when they saw Fang Jian tear open all four sides at once, even Smith and Zhang Xiangbing couldn't help but show slight shifts in their expressions. Though bananas differ from human skin and muscle, one principle remains universal. The more the surface is torn, the greater the difficulty in suturing. Typically, interns practicing suturing would make a single slit in a banana, leaving both ends still connected. But Fang Jian, when he acted, did so with extraordinary skill. He had torn open all four sides. Such a tear presented a suturing challenge vastly more difficult than repairing a single slit. Fang Jian paid no heed to the stares of others. For the moment he tore open the first side of the banana, he was completely absorbed in the task. First, he brought the peel edges together. The needle holder and suture needle moved with lightning speed in his hands. His needle insertion was decisive and precise, while his needle removal was smooth and effortless. This simple suturing action somehow exuded a unique beauty, captivating both the doctors and future doctors watching. Fang Jian practiced not the continuous suture technique, but the interrupted suture method. This meant tying a knot after each stitch. Once the circular suture successfully exited the peel, Fang Jian set down his instruments. His left hand held one end of the thread as the fixed point, while his right hand pinched the other end, beginning the maneuver. His right thumb and middle finger grasped the free end of the thread, externally rotating his hand to position the thread end on the back of his index finger. He then extended his index finger while placing the fixed thread end beneath the pad of his right index finger, creating a cross. Flexing his right index finger, he hooked the free end upward and lifted it out. At this moment, his right thumb and index finger swiftly grasped the free end, pulled it out, and tied a knot. The thread rotated between his right thumb and index finger, smoothly transitioning to the next step. How long? Dr. Smith asked in a low voice, so soft it seemed he feared disturbing Fang Jian's current practice. Jiang Shangbing hesitated briefly before replying in an equally hushed tone, I haven't timed it, but it's fast. He paused and added, faster than normal. In fundamental surgical procedures, operations include tissue incision, hemostasis, and suturing. The primary method for hemostasis is ligation or suture ligation, which requires tying knots. Similarly, suturing also necessitates knots. Thus, the quality of knot tying determines whether the surgery can proceed smoothly. In a typical lobectomy, the average time from skin incision to exposing the lung lobe is 22 minutes and 30 seconds. Within this, 21 knots are tied, accounting for 3 minutes and 5 seconds, an average of 88 seconds per knot. This clearly demonstrates how crucial knot tying technique is to the fluidity of surgery. Of course, practicing on banana peels cannot compare to the difficulty and realism of actual surgery. Yet Fang Jian's dexterity and speed still astonished both professors. Fang Jian gave a light tug before immediately proceeding to the next suturing step. Upon witnessing this, the two professors harbored no further doubts about his technical proficiency. A master's skill is evident at first glance. Even after witnessing just the first stitch and knot, they acknowledged his technical competence. Yet they did not call a halt, choosing instead to continue observing. Perhaps deep down, they too wanted to see just how much skill and potential this fourth-year intern could demonstrate. Fang Jian remained focused on the banana, but as he completed the second stitch, a momentary hesitation flickered across his face. Just as the two professors were puzzled, Fang Jian's hand moved. Reverse knot? Dr. Smith murmured softly. In the vast majority of surgeries, the reverse knot technique is not permitted. However, using it for practice poses no issue whatsoever. Fang Jian's reverse knot remained smooth and fluid, clean and precise, effortlessly completed with a flick of his wrist. And this wasn't the end, it was merely the beginning of Fang Jian's technical display. Unlike the banana previously placed on the countertop, Fang Jian no longer used a single overhand knot when tying the sutures this time. That's a reverse knot, right? Yeah, huh? What kind of knot is this? That's a slip knot. The little rascal's got the slip knot down pat too. Now he's even using a surgical knot. A tension knot. How many knots has he learned? There are many suturing knots, but generally, if interns can master 2 or more, that's considered passable. And their proficiency is nowhere near what Fang Jian is demonstrating right now. But right now, Fang Jian's knot tying skills extend far beyond just 1 or 2. A regular knot, a reverse knot, a slip knot, a surgical knot, a tension knot. Initially, he applied these knots sequentially. Yet after a dozen stitches, Fang Jian seemed to find it amusing and began switching knots randomly. Regardless of the knot used, each was tied with perfect precision. Not only that, but his speed in stitching and knotting was astonishingly fast, reaching a dizzying, almost frenzied pace. Before the crowd could recover from the dizzying display of knots, all 4 sides of the banana had been completely sutured. Staring at the freshly stitched banana on the table, everyone fell into a profound silence. Especially when the 2 bananas were placed side by side, the sight left them utterly speechless. The second banana Fang Jian stitched, if judged solely by appearance, didn't seem as symmetrical or aesthetically pleasing as the first. This was because the first banana featured exclusively standard knots, creating a unified and harmonious appearance that was pleasing to the eye. However, Fang Jian demonstrated greater technical skill on the second banana, incorporating 5 different knot techniques with a random knotting pattern, resulting in a somewhat chaotic look. But everyone present was an insider. Not only the 2 professors, but even Fang Jian's classmates were reserve doctors who had spent 4 years at medical university. They understood perfectly well that the technical depth demonstrated on the second banana far surpassed that of the first. Of course, whether it was the first banana or the second, the level of skill displayed was far beyond what they could ever hope to match. One was heaven, the other earth, a world apart, as different as chalk and cheese. Chapter 43, Gang Doctor. After a long moment, Dr. Smith finally shifted his gaze from the bananas to Fang Jian's face. This time, his eyes held undisguised admiration. In medical terms, suturing was merely the most basic of minor procedures, yet it formed the foundation for any major surgery. A solid foundation didn't guarantee fame, but to become renowned, one must possess formidable fundamentals. If Dr. Smith had been only slightly intrigued by Fang Jian's performance in the video, he was now utterly captivated by the depth of his foundational skills. Very good. For an intern to achieve this level is truly remarkable. Thank you, Doctor. Fang Jian bowed his head modestly, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding students. Though a hint of envy and jealousy flickered in their eyes, what dominated was admiration and astonishment. These were all classmates he'd known for years, and with 2 professors present, no brainless fool dared voice discontent. Even Chen Hogong, who was determined to study abroad, wouldn't risk embarrassing himself in such a setting. Otherwise, he wouldn't be gaining favor for himself, he'd be earning enemies. Fang Jian, your work is excellent, Jiang Shengbing remarked in a deep voice. Besides practicing with bananas, what else do you use? Fang Jian thought to himself, in another world, I practiced on human subjects. But that was obviously not something he could say aloud. After a moment's thought, he pointed to the pig's trotter on the table and replied, this would work too. Alright, go try it. Yes. Fang Jian picked up a pig's trotter, first making an incision with a scalpel into the soft flesh to expose a clear surgical field. Hold on. Smith suddenly interjected, find an assistant. Use a needle holder to tie the knot directly. Fang Jian paused, but didn't refuse. His gaze swept across the group before he called out, Yu Huiliang, come over here. Yu Huiliang responded with a boisterous yes. Though his surgical fundamentals weren't exceptional, he had at least several years of medical training under his belt, making him perfectly capable of serving as a temporary assistant. Though both bananas and pig trotters required suturing, they possessed vastly different characteristics. Suturing the pig trotter more closely resembled real-world application. Fang Jian prepared the needle holder to grip the suture needle, then picked up the forceps with his other hand, gently lifting the pig's skin tissue upward. Smith and Jiang Shengbing both watched with brightening eyes. The lifting position was masterfully chosen, the entry point precisely at the midpoint between the wound's end and the lifted tissue. This ensured minimal resistance as the needle pierced through. As the needle pierced the skin, the forceps released their grip. Fang Jian swiftly adjusted the needle's exit point by securing the opposite tissue, then drove the needle through the other side with decisive precision. Simultaneously, the forceps compressed the tissue on either side of the needle, ensuring a remarkably smooth circular path. Observing Fang Jian's technique with the forceps alone revealed the considerable practice he must have invested in this skill. Using needle holders and forceps for knotting naturally lacked the dexterity of bare hands. The process required an assistant to stabilize the suture line. For most doctors lacking practical experience, this proved quite challenging. Yet in Fang Jian's hands, the needle holders, forceps, and suture needles seemed to come alive, darting back and forth. Each movement was swift and precise, flawless in execution. Soon, the wound on the pig's trotter was completely sutured. Smith picked up the pig's foot for a thorough inspection. After a long moment, he sighed deeply. The suture points are minuscule, perfectly up to standard. Jiang, you have a very talented student. Jiang Shengbing gave Fang Jian a meaningful look and said, Smith, he's only practicing now. He hasn't undergone real hands-on training yet. Don't praise him too much. With such solid fundamentals, I'm confident he'll quickly master the practical skills. Chen Hogong felt a wave of relief wash over him. He thought to himself, that's right. No matter how solid Fang Jian's fundamentals are, they mean nothing without the test of suturing human tissue. Whether it's bananas or pig's trotters, they differ vastly from actual human tissue. Take knot tying, for instance. No matter how perfect the knots look during practice, they might not work in real-world applications. The ultimate goal of knotting is to stop bleeding, but at the same time, sutures shouldn't be tied too tightly. After all, sutures are foreign bodies to human tissue and carry infection risks. Theoretically, shorter residual suture length after cutting is preferable. Yet excessively short sutures risk wound dehiscence, potentially causing secondary bleeding and greater damage. This is a dilemma, and a skilled surgeon must balance both considerations. Achieving the optimal outcome requires accumulating extensive experience. He looked at Fang Jian, his heart once again filled with fighting spirit. Perhaps I lack Fang Jian's natural talent, but I will strive to surpass him in real-world practice. Yet, his gaze shifted to the whiteboard above, recalling Fang Jian's unwavering composure during the emergency. The confidence that had just begun to rise in him was instantly dampened. Can I truly catch up? Smith examined the pig's trotter once more. To his eyes, the intricate lines etched into it resembled a beautiful oil painting, utterly breathtaking. Jiang, looking at these stitches reminds me of a good friend. His sudden switch to English left everyone present utterly perplexed. Dr. Smith spoke such fluent Chinese, why the abrupt change? Oh, who was it? A classmate of mine. He was also most skilled in surgery. But Dr. Smith hesitated and added, he ended up becoming a gang doctor. What? He's Mexican, his parents are leaders of a Mexican gang. He studied medicine to treat gang members' injuries. When I visited him in Mexico, he was suturing wounds for injured gang members. After healing, the stitched wounds left almost no visible scars. Smith's face softened with nostalgia. It was art. A masterpiece of medical artistry. He spoke rapidly, and only 3 people in the room could fully follow his words. Jiang Shengbing and Chen Hogong both looked utterly baffled. What was the big deal about stitching up some street thug's wounds? Why was he suddenly talking about art? Fang Jian, however, paused slightly. A thought began to form in his mind. Could it be that the doctor he had attached himself to yesterday was also one hiding within the gang, specializing in treating the gang members' external injuries? Perhaps only this explanation could account for why a doctor possessing such masterful suturing skills would willingly perform these unsavory minor procedures, and why he always had an endless supply of patients to operate on. Gang doctors, how intriguing. Chapter 44, Catching Thieves. Fang, your suturing skills are already quite good, but stitching dead objects in human flesh are vastly different. I've seen your emergency video. Your performance back then was nowhere near as polished as it is now. Fang Jian's face flushed slightly. He chuckled bitterly to himself. When he'd performed emergency treatment on the plane, he hadn't yet possessed the body of that surgeon and hadn't mastered this almost showy suturing technique. Naturally, his performance back then couldn't compare. But this excuse was absolutely unspeakable. Practice. What you need now is practice, extensive practice. Smith said solemnly, I've seen many talented young people perform brilliantly during training, yet become flustered and helpless when faced with real-world situations. I don't want you to be one of them. Yes, Dr. Smith. I will remember your words, Fang Jian replied, keeping his head bowed. Though he possessed immense confidence that he could adapt even when faced with real patients, it was better to remain humble in front of the two professors. Smith pondered for a moment before saying, Fang, with your talent, you could easily specialize in microsurgery. What do you think? Microsurgery? Fang Jian paused, then nodded thoughtfully. Smith smiled. Excellent. I look forward to the day you surprise me again. Let's hope that day isn't too far off. He then turned to Zhang. Zhang, I've seen everything you wanted me to. Can we finally have that feast you promised? Zhang Xiangbing boomed, of course. I guarantee you'll be so impressed you'll swallow your tongue. He glanced at the others. You've seen Fang Jian's skill. Don't slack off. Work harder to catch up to him or even surpass him. He'd almost said surpass Fang Jian, but reconsidered. Achieving such aesthetically pleasing suturing required more than mere effort. Success is 99% effort and 1% talent. But if that 1% of genius is missing, even 200% effort might not guarantee success. So, at the last moment, his words shifted. Instead of urging them to surpass Fang Jian, he encouraged them to strive to approach his level. Chen Hogong and the others all agreed, but when their eyes fell upon the 2 bananas and a pig's trotter on the table, their expressions darkened with despair. How could we possibly get close when someone could turn a stitched-together creation into a work of art? Sigh, when did our class produce such a prodigy? Zhang Xiangbing walked away with Smith, chatting and laughing. Chen Hogong, looking rather downcast, said, Everyone, let's keep practicing. When we're ready, we'll divide these materials. With mixed emotions, everyone dispersed, picking up their tools and plunging back into the tedious practice. Yet their moods were entirely different from that morning. Especially after witnessing Fang Jian's suturing skills, most felt utterly disheartened, knowing they might never reach such heights in their lifetimes. Yet a few were spurred into action by Fang Jian. If he could do it, why couldn't they? They poured even more energy into their practice. By midday, Chen Hogong announced, Everyone, today's practice ends here. Those interested may return this afternoon. Leave half the bananas. Everyone can share these pig's trotters. Yu Huiliang stood up and called out, I'm treating everyone to lunch, not a soul left behind. Young Master Yu is treating us again, it would be rude to refuse. Let's go. The group walked cheerfully out of the campus, heading toward a Sichuan restaurant not far away. Though it was a gathering, lunch was wrapped up quickly. The students dispersed in small groups, leaving only Fang Jian, Yu Huiliang, and Chen Hogong behind. After Yu Huiliang settled the bill, they left the restaurant. The big guy grinned and said, Old classmate, you stayed behind, got something to say? Chen Hogong's face flushed slightly. Old Yu, I just wanted to ask Fang Jian if he's interested in studying abroad in Canada. Yu Huiliang gave a half smile, half grin. What? Have you got your eye on Smith? Chen Hogong, still a student, hadn't yet developed the thick skin of a seasoned professional. Yet, for his own future, he pressed on, Fang Jian, I know Professor Zhang recommended you to Smith. If you want to go, I won't say a word. But if you don't, I want to fight for this chance. Fang Jian shrugged his shoulders and said, Old classmate, you've known all along that I couldn't possibly go abroad. So, you need to seize this opportunity. Yu Huiliang had anticipated this outcome. Having known each other since childhood, he understood Fang Jian's family circumstances well. As long as Suing remained, Fang Jian would never leave N City for an extended period. Besides, while studying abroad represented a life-changing opportunity for Chen Hogong, it wasn't an insurmountable challenge for them. Chen Hogong gave a firm nod. Fang Jian, thank you. With Fang Jian's aspirations now clear, Chen Hogong's mood lifted considerably. The three chatted and laughed as they walked toward the school. Just as they reached the main road, a person came running toward them. The man rushed past them in a hurry, squeezing through their group so swiftly that he even knocked Chen Hogong off balance. Whoa! Running that fast trying to catch a ride to the afterlife? Chen Hogong nearly fell and cursed angrily. Catch the thief! Catch him! Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out from behind them. A woman in high heels kicked off the ground and gave chase. That's the thief! Chen Hogong realized just as Fang Jian turned and gave chase without hesitation. Careful! Chen Hogong's expression changed slightly as he shouted urgently. Yu Huiliang yelped, Fang Jian, slow down. Slow down. He waved his hand at Chen Hogong. What are you standing around for? Chase him. Chen Hogong froze, instinctively asking, "Why aren't you chasing?" Yu Hui Liang lifted his leg, running while cursing, "You think I can keep up?" Watching him struggle to run with his plump frame, even though Chen Hogong knew he shouldn't be amused in this situation, he couldn't help but laugh. Yu Hui Liang certainly knew his limits. If anyone expected him to catch the thief, they might as well wait for the sun to rise in the west. Chen Hogong gave chase, pushing himself to the limit. Yu Huiliang ran with all his might, but soon had to stop. Even the girl in high heels, her footsteps echoing behind him, easily passed him and vanished from sight. He pinched his plump belly, his face a picture of resignation. Sigh, time to lose some weight. Chapter 45, The Thief Who Almost Got Killed. Fang Jian ran with all his might, his gaze fixed firmly on the thief ahead. In that moment, he never considered whether he might be in danger. He just ran instinctively, his mind focused solely on catching that thief. "Stop chasing him!" A voice he knew all too well suddenly echoed in his mind. "Chasing him is dangerous." Fang Jian froze, as if suddenly remembering the immense danger inherent in chasing a thief. Yet this time, he ignored the warning voice in his head. Without even pausing, he gritted his teeth and pressed on relentlessly. A raging fire burned within him, refusing to relent until he caught that thief. This thief appeared to be a seasoned criminal, intimately familiar with the surroundings. Thieves typically possessed remarkable speed. Yet today, he had met his match. Though Fang Jian couldn't defeat Mu Shui in a fight, years of enduring her bullying had honed his legs into formidable weapons. No matter how frantically the thief sprinted for his life, he couldn't shake Fang Jian. Finally, the thief darted into a narrow alleyway, with Fang Jian hot on his heels. The alley was secluded and quiet. The thief suddenly stopped, turned around, and glared with eyes flashing menacingly. Panting heavily, he said, "Enjoy the chase, buddy?" Fang Jian halted as well, leaning on his knees. "You stop running, I'll stop chasing." The thief grinned savagely. "Why are you chasing me? Want to haul me off to the station?" "Yes." Fang Jian replied sternly. "You scourges of society deserve to be locked up and made to reflect on your actions." "Oh, look who's playing the Good Samaritan today," the thief chuckled. "Come on then, try and catch me." With a flick of his wrist, he suddenly drew a switchblade and waved it menacingly at Fang Jian. The alley was dim but not dark, and Fang Jian was instantly blinded by the glint off the blade. "Listen up, kid. If you come after me again, I'll stab you right here." Fang Jian's expression flickered, but he quickly regained his composure, sneering, "Just a cheap little knife. What's so great about that?" He stood tall, chest puffed out, glaring coldly with an air of utter disdain for his opponent. Yet inside, his heart was screaming. "Hey, are you there? Are you there? Shut up, you're so noisy. If you're there, it's your turn." "What? You can even save a falling plane. Knocking out this thief should be no problem, right?" After a moment of silence, the voice echoed faintly. "My business is my own." Fang Jian's eyes widened. "What do you mean, my own business? Isn't this body yours too? You chose to pursue me, so you must bear the consequences. A real man stands by his actions, doesn't he?" The white-haired, red-eyed figure offered a rare bit of humor, but Fang Jian would have preferred to do without this cold joke. But that thief has a knife." Yet no matter how desperately Fang Jian cried out in his mind, he received no reply. The thief fixed Fang Jian with a deathly stare, gnashing his teeth as he took a step forward, casually waving the switchblade in his hand. Fang Jian snapped to attention, leaping backward like a kangaroo and retreating several steps. The thief felt a wave of relief wash over him. At first glance, he thought he'd encountered a skilled fighter, but now he realized this kid was just another bluffer, all show and no substance. "You little punk, listen up. If you ever dare chase your grandpa again, I'll riddle you with holes." He waved his knife and turned to run away. But after only a few steps, he heard footsteps behind him. Turning, he stumbled, nearly falling. Fang Jian was already panting heavily as he closed the distance. This time, the thief was truly enraged. He cursed, "You little brat, you must be out of your mind. I'll send you to the west." He turned and charged at Fang Jian with a ferocious expression. But the moment he turned, Fang Jian halted abruptly and bolted in the opposite direction. The thief chased a few steps, watching Fang Jian vanish in a flash. Muttering curses under his breath, he turned and walked away. Truth be told, he was merely putting on a show. Though he held a knife, even the most hardened criminal knew the difference between theft and assault with a weapon. His fierce demeanor was meant only to scare Fang Jian off. But when the thief turned and ran a short while longer, he sensed something amiss behind him. Glancing back, he instantly saw a face both familiar and deeply loathsome. He felt a wave of frustration and bitterness wash over him. "All I did was steal a wallet, yet this kid clings to me like a dog's leash, refusing to let go." But the moment he brandished his knife, the thief fled faster than a rabbit. By now, they had left the narrow alley and reached the main street. Though the odd pair of pursuer and fugitive drew curious glances, no one dared to meddle. After running a little further, the thief finally realized that if he didn't shake Fang Jian today, he might never escape. He stopped, gasping for breath, his glare at Fang Jian no longer as fierce as before. "Brother, what do you want?" Fang Jian was panting just as hard, no better off than the thief. He braced his hands on his knees and waved his hand. "What? Fang Jian waved his hands again. What does that mean? The thief snapped, growing increasingly irritated. Fang Jian finally caught his breath and said, I don't talk. It wastes energy. The thief nearly choked on his breath. So he hadn't been talking, he'd been saving his strength to follow him. He looked up at the sky, utterly speechless with despair. Running into a weirdo like this while stealing? Talk about stepping in, dog. Fine, you win. The thief pulled out a woman's wallet and said, half for each of us. That's the way it goes. How about it? Fang Jian shook his head. At that moment, the gazes of the crowd nearby turned toward them. Sensing trouble, the thief steeled himself and offered, how about I give it all to you? Deal? Fine. Fang Jian replied without hesitation. The thief tossed the purse to the ground and turned to run. But halfway down the street, he sensed something was off. Turning his head, he saw the kid following close behind. You? I gave you the stuff. Why are you still following me? I gave you the stuff, but you're coming with me to the police station. I won't let you hurt anyone else. The thief felt waves of dizziness wash over him, exhaustion, but more so rage. He was nearly driven to fury. He glared viciously at Fang Jian, vowing that if he ever caught this kid, he'd make him wish he were dead. But just then, Fang Jian's eyes lit up. He smiled. I'm not chasing you anymore. Good luck. What? The thief suddenly sensed something. He turned his head and saw a stunningly beautiful woman with long legs approaching him from a short distance away. Chapter 46, Kicking the Weakling Flying. The thief froze for a moment, a flicker of genuine admiration flashing in his eyes. It was the immediate reaction of any normal man. Though he was a thief, he was first and foremost a man. But he quickly realized something was off. After chasing and fleeing for so long, both he and the young man were panting heavily. Any ordinary person seeing this would have kept their distance, let alone approached willingly. And this was no ordinary woman, she was stunningly beautiful. He'd never considered himself so irresistibly handsome that a girl would throw caution to the wind and throw herself at him at first sight. His professional instincts finally took hold. The thief barked, stop. Don't come any closer. But the moment he spoke, the beauty suddenly accelerated, charging toward him without hesitation. The moment Fang Jian saw her, he relaxed. But then he suddenly remembered something and shouted urgently, watch out. He's armed. Before he could finish, the thief's body shot backward with a whoosh. Fang Jian's words cut off abruptly, and he couldn't help but shiver involuntarily. Mu Shui wasted no time. From the perfect distance, she spun and delivered a sidekick. The strike was swift, vicious, and precise, the result of countless hours of practice. Neither Fang Jian nor the thief had time to react. The kick struck the thief squarely in the stomach with such force it sent him flying backward, simultaneously silencing Fang Jian's warning mid-shout. Mu Shui turned away. Possessing immense confidence in her strength, she paid the man no further attention after delivering the kick, not even sparing him a glance. She was absolutely certain that after taking her kick, the thief wouldn't be getting back up anytime soon. Fang Jian, what did you say? Fang Jian's gaze shifted between Mu Shui, who stood there as if nothing had happened, radiant and beautiful, and the thief lying curled up on the ground, clutching his stomach in agony, unable to utter a word. He shook his head slightly and said, nothing. Facing Mu Shui, it seemed whether the thief carried a knife or not made little difference. Either way, he's a complete weakling. One kick was all it took. Oomph. Don't leave your sentences hanging. What exactly are you trying to say? Mu Shui crossed her arms, her expression clearly displeased. Fang Jian sensed something was off. He knew Mu Shui too well to miss the storm brewing within her. This wasn't the time to push her buttons, he'd be the one left holding the bag. I was just about to mention he had a knife, but you took care of him so quickly I didn't get the chance. He had a knife? Mu Shui's expression shifted slightly, her gaze toward Fang Jian turning icy. Fang Jian shrank his neck, puzzled by Mu Shui's intense reaction. Mu Shui turned and walked over to the fallen thief. Without a hint of disgust, she ran her hands over his body and sure enough, pulled out a switchblade. Petty theft is one thing, but carrying a knife to stab people? That's a whole other level of crime. The thief lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for air like a fish out of water. Fear filled his eyes as he stared at Mu Shui. If he could have defended himself, he would have shouted, I was just trying to scare him. I didn't stab him. But after taking that kick from Mu Shui, he could barely catch his breath. He had no strength left to speak, only his eyes could express his protest. Fang Jian, you've got some nerve. They had a knife, and you still chased after them? Who do you think you are? Mu Shui suddenly stopped, took a deep breath, and said, remember this, next time something like this happens, call the police. Don't risk yourself. Fang Jian nodded repeatedly. Sister Shui, I did call you to report it, didn't I? Mu Shui gave him a cold stare. The police number is 110, not my cell phone. 110 can't get here as fast as you can. After discovering the thief had a knife, Fang Jian immediately called Mu Shui and activated location sharing in their group chat. That was the real reason Mu Shui could find them so quickly and precisely. Seeing Fang Jian's smug expression, Mu Shui said coldly, did you just ignore my instructions? Not at all, Sister Shui. I always listen to you. Fine. Then tell me, what will you do if you encounter a thief again? Call the police immediately. And then? Then I'll chase after them. I can't let them get away and keep hurting people. Mu Shue's face darkened with a murderous glint. Did you even hear what I just said? I did, but Sister Shue, this is what my father taught me. Fang Jian replied slowly, if it were my father, he'd never stand by and do nothing. Mu Shue opened her mouth, yet found herself momentarily speechless. Sis, my father personally taught you the basics of martial arts. You haven't forgotten his guidance, have you? Mu Shue's expression gradually softened. She said, Fang Jian, I know I can't change your mind. But promise me this, call the police first. At most, follow them. Don't rush in to fight. She paused, then added, look at that thief, he's carrying a knife. What if you get stabbed by accident? Fang Jian chuckled. Sis Shue, you're overthinking it. If I saw a knife, I'd run for sure. Why would I stand there like an idiot waiting to get stabbed? Mu Shue froze. Who taught you that? Was it Uncle too? Yes. Impossible. How could Uncle say something like that? Mu Shue replied without hesitation, he only teaches you how to disarm a knife with your bare hands. He'd never tell you to back down in the heat of the moment. Heh, you misunderstood. I meant, those words came from my father's wife, my mother. Mu Shue glared at Fang Jian, her anger evident. But just as Fang Jian thought she was about to explode, she suddenly reined in her temper. Auntie was absolutely right. You need to remember that. Fang Jian blinked in surprise. He'd deliberately phrased it that way to avoid Mu Shue lecturing him with a stern face, but her reaction was unexpected. Remember this, safety comes first in everything you do. Mu Shue glanced at the thief lying on the ground. They fall under the anti-pickpocketing squad. I'm a criminal investigator stepping in when I see something's fine, but I can't focus all my attention on that. I know. You've got a major case on your hands. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been called out on a whim like this. Sister Shue, thank you. The thief's body twitched slightly. Though his stomach still throbbed painfully, at least his hearing remained intact. Only now did he realize the kick had come from a criminal investigator. To get caught stealing by a detective? Did he even check the almanac before leaving home today? In that moment, he felt utterly heartbroken. Chapter 47, Misleading the Young. Fang Jian. Yu Huiliang's voice echoed from afar. Fang Jian and Mu Shue both turned to look, Fang Jian especially surprised. How could that big fat guy have gotten here so fast? A plump hand pushed open the door of a street-side car, revealing Yu Huiliang's unforgettably rotund figure. But what truly astonished Fang Jian and Mu Shue was the tall, slender young woman standing beside him. This young lady was slender and tall, standing beside Yu Huiliang and creating a stark contrast. This guy actually drives a car? Fang Jian licked his dry lips, murmuring with slight resentment, I'm running myself to death, and he gets to be so carefree. No matter how strong a person's legs were, they couldn't outrun a car. Unless they hit rush hour traffic and had the exact location, Yu Huiliang catching up to them would be a piece of cake. Mu Shue snorted lightly. I came by car too. Who's the clumsy one here? Fang Jian's mouth twitched slightly, and he felt an urge to roll his eyes. Sis, I'm chasing a thief. He keeps darting into alleys. How am I supposed to chase him in a car? Why don't you show me how it's done? Of course, these words could only be muttered silently in his mind, never to be voiced aloud. The girl jogged over, calling out in a slightly exaggerated tone, Sis, thanks. My name is Xiao Xingxing. I'm a sophomore in the engineering college. When I came out today, this despicable guy stole my wallet. Xiao Xingxing blinked her adorable big eyes, her gaze toward Mu Shue brimming with deep admiration. Oh, this wallet is yours. It should be hers. Yu Huiliang chuckled. We just heard her shouting catch the thief and came running. Fang Jian glanced at Xiao Xingxing and Yu Huiliang's car. Well, I saw you guys running so fast, I knew you wouldn't catch him. Then I spotted your location share in our group chat, so I jumped in the car and rushed over. Along the way, I ran into Xiao Xingxing. She heard we might catch the thief and decided to come with me. Xiao Xingxing, you're pretty bold getting into a stranger's car like that. Mu Shue finally relaxed, giving Yu Huiliang a playful look. Yu Huiliang's eyes widened in panic. Sister Shue, I haven't done anything to offend you. When have you ever seen me commit any crimes? Sis, I know this guy, Xiao Xingxing said cheerfully. When I was chasing the thief, 3 guys helped me out. This is one of them. They're all good people. Plus, if I hadn't come, I wouldn't have captured that amazing scene. What? Nothing. Xiao Xingxing quickly added, Sis, your martial arts are amazing. How did you train? Just as Mu Shue was about to speak, her phone rang. She glanced at the group, then took the call and moved to a quieter spot. What does this sister do? How come she's so skilled? Xiao Xingxing asked curiously. Yu Huiliang rubbed his big belly and said proudly, my snow sister is a detective, you know? For small fry like this, she could take on 10 at once without breaking a sweat. A detective. Xiao Xingxing's eyes sparkled, truly resembling stars in the night sky. She's here. Hurry up. Suddenly, a furious shout echoed from the distance, followed by a line of shared bikes speeding toward them, and was Chun Hogong and the classmates from lunch. Where's the thief? Beat him to death. Fang Jian, Yu Huiliang, are you guys okay? Watching the group bellow like wild beasts, Fang Jian and Yu Huiliang were utterly dumbfounded. After 4 years together, they never imagined their classmates had such a feral side. Old classmate, what are you doing? I lost track of him and feared you might get hurt, so I called for backup. Just then, I got Yu Huiliang's message, so I rushed over immediately. Chen Hogong glanced at the thief on the ground, then looked at Fang Jian and said, your skills are impressive. I underestimated you before. At that moment, Mu Shui finally put down her phone and strode straight over. Mu Shui, radiating full-on queen vibes, instantly silenced these privileged young men who hadn't yet graduated or seen much of the world. They silently dispersed, some surprised, some panicked, and some watching her with anticipation. Fang Jian, I have business at the bureau and must leave now. The anti-pickpocketing squad will send reinforcements shortly. You'll just need to complete the necessary procedures then. Got it. Also, be more careful in your future actions. Fortunately, he had no accomplices this time. Otherwise, Mu Shui trailed off, glancing at the cowering students beside her. Finally deciding to spare Fang Jian some dignity, she added, keep him under control. Don't let him slip away. Rest assured, with me here, they won't get away. Yu Huiliang patted his chest as he spoke, completely unfazed even as he faced over a dozen pairs of contemptuous eyes. Mu Shui nodded and turned to leave. Only after her figure vanished around the corner did the crowd begin to murmur in unison, who is that? Fang Jian, Yu Huiliang, come clean, who is this person? What an overwhelming presence. I'm actually trembling a bit, I like it. Yu Huiliang waved his hand dismissively. Quiet. She's Fang Jian's sister. Stop speculating. Ah, brother-in-law. Introduce me to her. Just introduce me already, I'll treat you to cafeteria meals for a whole year. Not very sincere. I'm about to start my hospital internship, how could I still eat cafeteria meals? Fang Jian, introduce me to her. I'll give you a big red envelope. Yu Huiliang chuckled, then suddenly turned and said, Xiao Xingxing, share something with us. Share what? Poof. I saw you filming a video with your phone in the car earlier. Yu Huiliang crossed his arms, squeezing a mound of fat between them, and said, if you don't give it to me, I'll tell her you violated her portrait rights. Look, this is the consequence. Watch closely. Xiao Xingxing watched the thief lying on the ground playing dead and felt a wave of dread wash over her. She snorted lightly and said, fine, add me on WeChat and I'll send it to you. That thief seems to be moving. Is he trying to escape? Everyone looked down. After so long, the pain had finally become bearable for the thief. But under the gaze of over a dozen pairs of eyes, any attempt to move was immediately detected. Beat him half to death and he won't be able to escape. That's not right, is it? He's still trying to escape. We'll beat him up in self-defense to catch him. Cold sweat instantly poured down the thief's forehead. What kind of education are college students getting these days? Is that how they explain self-defense? What a waste of young minds, truly a waste of young minds. No escape, I won't run. He frantically waved his hands, lying flat on the ground, not daring to move a muscle. He knew that if he dared to run then, he'd get beaten senseless. And these students didn't know their own strength, they could easily beat someone to death or cripple them. Moments later, the anti-pickpocketing squad arrived as expected. Not only did they take the thief away, but they also took statements from Fang Jian and the others on the spot. After a long commotion, everything was finally settled. After the commotion, Fang Jian and the others lost interest and went their separate ways home. Just as they were about to reach home, Yu Huiliang suddenly said mysteriously, I've got something cool to show you. What? I sent it to your WeChat. Check it yourself. Fang Jian shook his head, ignoring him, and got out of the car to leave. Yu Huiliang fiddled with his phone, then suddenly let out a wail, damn it, she actually blocked me. Chapter 48, Combat Techniques. Back home, he opened WeChat. When he saw the video Yu Huiliang had sent, he couldn't help but freeze. The images displayed were all too familiar. He couldn't help but tap to open it. Sure enough, it was footage of Mu Shui charging forward and kicking the thief flying. Fatso, why'd you film that? Not me. That little minx did. She said she spotted the thief in my car and wanted to film his face to make it easier for the police to find him. But the moment she started recording, she caught Sister Shui kicking him. Fang Jian watched it again and had to admit beauty really had an innate advantage. Even kicking someone looked incredibly graceful. Still, the sheer force of that kick sent a chill down his spine even through the screen. That thief must have been in serious pain after that. Fatso, you just asked for her WeChat, got something on your mind? Fang Jian indulged in rare gossip. What plans? That blocked me the moment she got home. Ha ha. Fang Jian laughed heartily and sent a thumbs up emoji. Ah, never mind that. I'm just paying for being too fat. Yu Huiliang said, look at Sister Shui, her skills are unmatched. Who knows whose luck will run out next? What? Whoever marries that fierce woman is going to have a miserable life. Fang Jian froze slightly. For some reason, a vague sense of unease stirred deep within him. It was an odd feeling, and he couldn't pinpoint its source. Her skills were impressive, but constantly handling weapons day in and day out couldn't be good. You can't walk along the riverbank forever without getting your shoes wet. What if one day? Well, persuading her was pointless anyway. I've got things to attend to, so I'll step away now. 8. After ending his conversation with Yu Huiliang, Fang Jian's gaze returned to the video feed, and he fell silent. Fatso might speak without restraint, but precisely because of that, his words held particular wisdom. Mu Shue's combat prowess was formidable, yet claiming she could defeat all comers was utterly impossible. The inherent dangers of police work were no laughing matter. In that moment, Fang Jian thought of his late father, and a strange ache welled up in his heart. Hey, are you there? What is it? You're actually here? Why didn't you show up when that thug charged at me with a knife? I was asleep. What? Fang Jian froze. He'd considered countless possible explanations, but none seemed as powerful or astonishing as this one. My presence is a tremendous burden on your current body, so I remain dormant under normal circumstances. I only awaken when your emotions experience intense fluctuations. Is that so? But weren't my emotions intense enough when I was confronting the criminal? They were intense, but not intense enough for me to intervene. When would it become necessary for you to intervene? If you were stabbed and your life hung in the balance, I would certainly take over for you. Fang Jian was instantly speechless. He hoped such a moment would never come. Your body is too weak. You should study and train, gradually growing stronger. I don't want to be a cop. It's not that you don't want to, it's that someone doesn't want you to walk this path. Fang Jian clenched his fists slightly. The him in his mind was actually himself, a supercharged version with psychic powers. How could he possibly hide his thoughts from that? His father had been a cop, killed in the line of duty during a dangerous mission. His mother had been devastated for years afterward. From that moment on, Fang Jian had completely abandoned any thoughts of becoming a police officer. You don't have to be a cop, but you can still learn combat skills. Having the ability to protect yourself is crucial anytime. I don't want to fall asleep one night and wake up to find I'm gone forever. Martial arts? Fang Jian's heart stirred. He had dabbled in it as a child under his father's guidance. But due to his mother's fierce opposition, it had ultimately come to nothing. Picking it up again now would likely be no easy feat. We've been incredibly fortunate to gain the right to traverse multidimensional space. Think carefully about how to make the most of it. The voice of the white-haired, red-eyed figure grew lower and lower until it faded into silence. Fang Jian's eyes brightened. Yes, others might need years of grueling practice to master combat techniques. But he had a shortcut available. After tidying up, Fang Jian lay down on his bed. As sleep approached, he murmured to himself repeatedly. Martial arts, martial arts. After an unknown span of time, Fang Jian's consciousness gradually blurred, finally plunging into a deep slumber. Perhaps it was because he had experienced so much that day, especially the chase with the thief, that had tested both his spirit and physical strength to the limit, so he slept particularly soundly. It wasn't until the next day, when he woke up naturally, feeling refreshed and content, that he suddenly realized his consciousness hadn't entered that multidimensional space to absorb the knowledge he'd been repeating like last time. What was going on? Had his special ability failed him? Hey, are you there? Answer me. I didn't dream. I didn't dream this time. Why? Though our consciousness has gained recognition from the multidimensional space, allowing us to traverse multiple worlds, entering and exiting this space demands a price. What price? Since we are one, why am I unaware? Because your body and consciousness cannot sustain the prolonged presence of such potent psychic energy. That's why certain advanced memories remain inaccessible to you. Alright, then what must I do to earn the right to enter and exit multidimensional space? After mastering debridement and suturing techniques in the multidimensional realm, Fang Jian deeply appreciated the benefits this transformation brought him. Moreover, these benefits could be used openly and legitimately in the real world, unlike psychic power, which he dared not wield casually even if he could control it. Thought energy. Fang Jian's heart stirred slightly as he sensed the mental energy swirling around him. To his surprise, the energy he perceived now was extremely scarce, vastly different from its former richness. I see. Entering multidimensional space consumes one's own mental energy. Exactly. Now that you understand, find a way to acquire more mental energy. Fang Jian stammered, his face clouded with worry. Mental energy wasn't like money. Where on earth was he supposed to get it? His gaze drifted aimlessly until it landed on his phone. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. If he wasn't mistaken, perhaps he could gain extra mental energy by using this app on his phone. Chapter 49, The Recording. In the school auditorium, Yu Huiliang yawned and grumbled, Hey, Fang Jian, what's gotten into you? Waking me up from my warm bed this early in the morning? Early morning? Haven't you seen the skies already bright? It's summer now. The sun's up at 5:30 a.m., okay? You know it's summer, yet you're still sleeping under the covers? Air conditioning. Don't you know there's such a thing as air conditioning in this world? The two bickered as they opened the classroom door. Chen Hogong and the others had tidied everything up neatly before leaving yesterday. As for the leftover bananas and pork knuckles, they'd been devoured long ago. However, Fang Jian was prepared. He pulled out a bunch of bananas and 2 pig trotters from his bag. The market had long since opened, and naturally, there were banana vendors nearby. Hey, you brought me here, you're not seriously planning to keep practicing suturing, are you? Yu Huiliang said with a frown. I've accepted my fate. These hands just aren't cut out for being a surgeon. Fang Jian smiled faintly. Of course we're here to practice, but it's not you practicing, it's me. You still need practice? Yu Huiliang scrutinized Fang Jian from head to toe, as if seeing him for the first time in over 2 decades. After a moment, he sighed deeply and said, I see. What do you understand? Success truly comes with no shortcuts. There's a reason you mastered suturing so well. Yu Huiliang looked deeply moved. Fang Jian chuckled, no longer engaging in banter. He opened his phone and said, Here. For me? Yu Huiliang took the phone, looking utterly bewildered. When I practice suturing, you film me. What? What did you say? Heh, just for keepsakes. Honestly, what exactly are you trying to do? Fang Jian paused for a moment before saying, I've been playing around on Douyin lately. Some of the stuff on there is pretty interesting, so I thought I'd give it a try. Yu Huiliang was utterly dumbfounded. This answer was completely beyond his imagination. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, Fang Jian, I was wrong. What? We've known each other for over 20 years, and I had no idea you were such a show-off. Yu Huiliang suddenly snatched the phone and said, But I like it. Come on, I promise I'll make you look super handsome. Fang Jian smiled, picked up a banana, and was about to peel it when Yu Huiliang shouted, Hold on. He handed the phone back and said, Use mine. Why? Your phone doesn't have beauty filters or effects. Mine's better. A black line appeared on Fang Jian's forehead. He just wanted attention and mental energy. Who needs a beauty camera for that? Fatso, we're men. We don't need beauty filters. What are you talking about? Look at all these pretty boys trending now. I'm no pretty boy. Fang Jian opened the box, took out the needle holder, and said, I earn my living with my skills. Yu Huiliang shrugged, no longer arguing. But when it came time to shoot, he still habitually turned on the beauty filter. After all, the camera was in his hands, and Fang Jian couldn't see it anyway. I'm starting now. As soon as Fang Jian spoke, his expression turned focused. He gently peeled open the banana, took the suture needle and thread, and the curved hook needle danced in his hands like a butterfly. Yu Huiliang watched in awe beside him. Perhaps Dr. Smith was right. When a craft reached its pinnacle, it could evoke an intensely beautiful sensation. Even suturing, a skill seemingly devoid of any connection to beauty, possessed a unique charm in Fang Jian's hands. Watching Fang Jian's hook needle flit up and down, along with his dazzling nodding technique, Yu Huiliang gradually found himself captivated. A sudden thought struck him: if he posted a video of this on Douyin, surely someone would appreciate it. Video. Yu Huiliang froze abruptly and shouted, Stop! Fang Jian's wrist froze, halting the fluid motion that had flowed like a stream. Yet while his wrist stopped, his body remained perfectly still, as if maintaining absolute composure during a critical surgical procedure. Yu Huiliang gave an awkward chuckle and said, I forgot something. What is it? I forgot to turn on the camera. Fang Jian finally looked up, a hint of reproach flickering across his otherwise impassive face. Shaking his head with a look of exasperation at his own meticulous, nervous effort, he said, Start over. All right. Yu Huiliang immediately activated the camera and said, Begin. Fang Jian picked up another banana, gently peeled it, and sewed it back together once more. Though Yu Huiliang had watched his movements more than once, each time he did, he felt a genuine, heartfelt sense of delight. Especially through the lens, the rise and fall of the crochet hook seemed imbued with a magical power, drawing his gaze to the hook and holding it there, unable to look away. Suturing was, in truth, a rather monotonous task, requiring nothing more than the endless repetition of the same process. Yet, through the lens, Fang Jian appeared utterly focused. Combined with the dazzling, rapid-fire movements of his hands, it was utterly captivating. Of course, this was merely practice on a banana, so swift movements were acceptable. Yet, a sudden suspicion arose in Yu Huiliang's mind: if it weren't a banana before Fang Jian now, but a real human body, his needlework would likely be no different. Fang Jian's suturing technique was learned from a truly formidable surgeon, one who had performed countless sutures to achieve such extraordinary skill. Fang Jian hadn't merely learned the technique, he'd naturally absorbed the surgeon's intense focus during the procedure. Standing before the table now was no longer a small intern, but a great doctor radiating unparalleled confidence. This confidence, honed over years of relentless practice, radiated with such intensity and awe-inspiring presence. Before long, Fang Jian had completed the suturing on all 4 sides of the banana. Yu Huiliang kept the camera rolling, picking up the banana to capture it from every possible angle. When he finally set his phone down, he couldn't help but sigh. Well, Dr. Smith was right. This kind of suturing truly is a work of art. Chapter 50, Douyin Player. This footage is going to go viral, Yu Huiliang declared confidently as he watched the video replay on his phone. Really? Of course. Think about it, what kind of content goes viral fastest on Douyin? How should I know? You're the one who wants to get on Douyin. Not knowing this? That's pretty unprofessional. Cut the suspense. Spill it already. I'll tell you this, on Douyin, videos showing off skills tend to go viral. But if it's something like calligraphy, there's just too much of it out there, it'll get buried. But this kind of stitching video. Yu Huiliang thought for a moment, then shook his head. Honestly, I've never seen anything like it before. Whether it goes viral or not, we'll only know once it's posted. Fang Jian chuckled lightly and said, keep at it. Film one where you sew pig trotters. Alright, I'll post one today. If it shows signs of going viral, I'll switch materials and post one daily. Yu Huiliang sighed, too bad we can't post videos of sewing living creatures. Otherwise, it would definitely go viral. Fang Jian's craftsmanship remained as deft as ever. Whether it was a banana or a pig's trotter, they seemed indistinguishable in his hands. This particularly envious the rotund Yu Huiliang, for whether it was a banana or a pig's trotter landing in his hands, his first thought would never be how to sew it beautifully, but rather where to take the first bite. Soon, Fang Jian finished stitching the pig's trotter. He glanced at the video, nodded in satisfaction. At his level of skill, unless he was in terrible condition or made a mistake, the quality was consistently top-notch. Recording one more or one less video made little difference. Besides, he felt confident today. If this video couldn't attract attention, he'd have to find another approach. Fang Jian registered an account, edited the video, and uploaded it. Douyin initially only allowed short videos, so uploaded clips had to be edited either shortened, sped up, or, for a more polished touch, paired with fitting music to engage viewers. But Fang Jian wasn't one for such refinements. Once he confirmed the length was right, he uploaded it. What happened next was beyond his control. Douyin was a mobile app that had surged to prominence in China, emerging as a major platform primarily for short video content. Video apps weren't exactly a novelty in China, with numerous similar platforms existing. But Douyin's sudden explosion, instantly becoming the undisputed king among them, was somewhat unexpected. Nevertheless, its massive user base was undeniably real. Xiaomin Yue was a super user of Douyin. Her work wasn't particularly demanding, so whenever she had free time, she'd log onto Douyin out of sheer boredom, hoping to find something interesting. After lunch at the large cafeteria across from her office, Xiaomin Yue instinctively pulled out her phone. Soon, that familiar melody began to play. Her co-workers beside her were already used to it. Yeah, still on Douyin? Anything fun? Her best friend, Wang Nuanyuan, leaned in. What's so fun about it? Isn't it always the same stuff on Douyin? Xiaomin Yue curled her lip dismissively. Besides calligraphy, workouts, and cosplay, it's just videos of animals. Sigh, it was interesting at first, but now I'm kinda sick of it. You say you're bored, but why do you keep watching it every day? I'm just bored. I only watch for a bit. Her finger swiped upward rhythmically, each swipe meaning another carefully crafted short video was discarded. Truth be told, after wasting so much time on Douyin, Xiaomin Yue had pretty much figured out all the content on there. She could predict the plot and content just by watching the first few seconds. So unless it was a technical wizardry so mind-blowing she couldn't tear her eyes away, she'd just swipe past. She had been enthusiastic about giving heart-shaped likes at first, but now, unless she came across something that truly impressed her or was in an exceptionally good mood, she couldn't be bothered to lift a finger. Scrolling through one short video after another, Xiaomin Yue noticed the recommended content remained largely the same, leaving her slightly disappointed. Even the most interesting things lose their charm when you see them 10 or 8 times a day. Moreover, on Douyin, once a certain type of content goes viral, a flood of copycats immediately appears, churning out so many variations that the topic becomes utterly overdone. Take calligraphy, for instance. The first time anyone from Huagua saw someone writing, they'd marvel at the square characters formed by the brushstrokes. But China is vast, and skilled calligraphers abound. When dozens of writing videos flood your feed daily, no one sees it as something special anymore. Sigh, Douyin just keeps recycling the same old formulas. Without any innovation, it's getting pretty uninteresting. Xiaomin Yue swiped her finger again, muttering casually. But the very next moment, she paused slightly, swiping back to replay the video she'd just skipped. The image showed a guy holding a banana. The scene felt jarring. If a stunning beauty were holding a banana, it would carry an undeniable allure. But a grown man holding a banana? What on earth was he up to? Most short videos start with a brief text description below, and this one was no exception. Medical student practicing suturing technique. First time on Douyin. Please tap the heart for likes. Medical student practicing suturing? Xiaomin Yue perked up instantly. She was certain this was a video type she'd never seen before. Doctors are no strangers to suturing techniques, and as the name suggests, everyone understands the procedure. But filming it into a short video and sharing it online? That seems truly unprecedented. Take a closer look. The young man in this video has well-proportioned features and a handsome face. While his style differs markedly from today's popular little fresh meat aesthetic, he possesses a distinct charm. Of course, in a video where looks reign supreme, such features might only be considered above average, hardly qualifying as truly handsome. Now, it's all about your skills. Can they win me over? She'd already decided, if this guy performed reasonably well, she'd give him a thumbs up. After all, such a novel approach deserved encouragement. As her mind raced with thoughts, the young man in the short video began his task, peeling the banana along each of its 4 edges. Chapter 51, Like and Follow. Yeah, let's go. Wang Nuan saw her colleagues had finished eating and urged them on. Give me half a minute. Chao Mingyue's eyes were glued to the video, not blinking once. Seeing her best friend like this, Wang Nuan immediately understood this was something she found interesting on Douyin. But hadn't it been ages since such an expression appeared on her face? Curious, Wang Nuan leaned closer and immediately saw a man peeling a banana. Hey, yeah, what kind of dirty video are you watching? Wang Nuan scolded, though her eyes were glued to the screen. You're the one with dirty thoughts. What's going through your little head? He's a medical intern practicing suturing techniques. Suturing? That's nothing special. My brother's a doctor and he stitched bananas at home before it was so gross it made you lose your appetite. Just watch it. I've never seen this before anyway. Though Wang Nuan didn't find it particularly interesting herself, seeing her best friend so engrossed, she stayed put. But in the next instant, both girls gasped in unison. Their eyes locked onto the screen, utterly transfixed. On screen, the boy had begun suturing the banana. Holding the needle holder in one hand and forceps in the other, he deftly rotated the hook needle. As it moved in circular motions through the banana's sides, it created an unexpectedly beautiful sight. They couldn't quite put their finger on what it was, but their eyes were utterly captivated by the fluid, almost dance-like movements of the needle tip, unwilling to look away. In the video, the older boy set down his tools and began tying a knot with his hands. Those hands moved like butterflies flitting through flowers, twisting and turning in ways they couldn't quite grasp, until the knot was perfectly tied. A tingling sensation stirred within both girls. For some reason, witnessing this knotting technique sparked an irresistible urge to re-watch it, to master the method themselves. The short video's time was extremely limited. The young man only used normal speed when threading the first needle and tying the first knot. The rest was fast-forwarded, and the hook needle's rapid movements, propelled by the fast-paced footage, exuded an unimaginably strange charm. The two girls watched in stunned silence, never having imagined that the act of sewing could be so visually captivating. In moments, the video reached its conclusion, the screen entirely filled with a stitched banana. The banana was stitched all around its edges, yet the dense cluster of knots didn't look ugly. Instead, it resembled a specially crafted work of art. Yes, an art piece. Had they not known beforehand that this banana was used by a medical student to practice suturing, they might have genuinely believed it was a meticulously crafted work of art by a professional. After the short video finished, it automatically skipped to the next one, but Chao Mingyue had completely lost interest in watching. She swiped her wrist to return to the previous video, and this time she double-tapped the like button without hesitation. Not even 200 likes? That's too few. Chao Mingyue muttered, casually tapping to follow the account. This was a new account, having posted only one video, yet it already had nearly 100 followers. Could it be fake? The first video had less than 200 likes but nearly 100 followers. Something about those numbers just didn't add up. If it were a big influencer, it wouldn't be surprising, but for a complete newcomer, this kind of data is too exaggerated. Really? I'll follow too. It's called medical student, right? Wang Nuan opened her Douyin app, searched for the creator, and hit follow. Ha? Didn't you give up on Douyin? Why are you jumping on the bandwagon now? I wouldn't waste time on boring stuff. But now I'm suddenly interested? Oh, yeah, what do you mean less than 200 likes? It's almost 500 already. Wang Nuan paused mid-sentence. The two girls exchanged glances, both sensing something. This short video, and its creator, seemed poised to go viral. Fang Jian, I had my dad book a private car. Let's go check it out together. A private car? What do you need a private car for? Heh, you'll see when you get there. I guarantee you won't be able to put it down. I know your family's loaded, but I'm not into cars. Most guys have a special fascination with cars, especially supercars. They're the ultimate dream for the vast majority of young men. But Fang Jian just doesn't care about cars. To him, they're merely a means of transportation. Especially in the city center, driving a top-of-the-line Rolls-Royce might not even get you anywhere faster than a little electric scooter. I'll make you a bet. If you don't like it, I'll eat the car. You always bet on eating things. What are you going to eat? Well, you'll see. Dragged along by Yu Huiliang, Fang Jian reluctantly ended up at his place. Yu Huiliang's parents were both heads of large private enterprises, and his family was truly wealthy. They lived in a luxurious villa in Dongcheng district, where the living room alone was nearly as large as Fang Jian's entire home. While Fang Jian and Yu Huiliang got along because they'd played together since childhood, the real reason was that their parents, along with Mu Shue's parents, were all close friends. 4 cars were parked in the villa's driveway. Fang Jian recognized 3 of them, but the 4th was not only brand new but also a minibus. Fang Jian, this is my personal vehicle, Yu Huiliang said, grinning as he pointed at the minibus. Fang Jian stuttered slightly before blurting out, Old you, fatso, have you lost your mind? Getting a minibus as your personal ride? He. Yu Huiliang chuckled mischievously. Come on, take a look. Fang Jian followed him into the minibus, bewildered. But when he saw the interior, his eyes lit up. It turned out the minibus was a whole different world inside. Instead of rows of seats, it had been converted into an ambulance. Look here. Yu Huiliang pulled open a handle with obvious pride. Inside sat a neatly arranged set of surgical tools alongside numerous specialized medications. Though not a pharmacist, as a doctor, Fang Jian recognized most of the medications. He flipped through them casually, then gasped, Holy cow, you even have anesthetics. You're not breaking the law, are you? What are you talking about? I went through hell and back to get this stuff. Yu Huiliang pulled open another cabinet below, revealing something unexpected inside. Several white mice stared at them with terrified eyes. Fang Jian, are you planning to learn microsurgery? How did you know? Your suturing skills are so impressive. Didn't Smith say it'd be a shame not to pursue this field? From now on, if you want to practice microsurgery, use the equipment here. I guarantee it'll be more than enough. Fang Jian looked at him deeply, a wave of warmth washing over him, leaving him feeling pleasantly flushed and thoroughly content. Chapter 52, Food Critic. Most schools have microsurgery labs where students can observe procedures. But a facility fully open for student practice? That's practically unheard of. If such a place existed, it would be a for-profit hospital, not a school. The reason was simple, money. Microsurgery involves working with mouse tails, suturing blood vessels and nerves, practicing on mice to develop the necessary skills. A single mouse and the associated drugs and instruments cost next to nothing. But if such facilities were offered completely free to students, it would become a massive expense. Therefore, in most medical schools, one simply cannot expect such a favorable arrangement. While Yu Huiliang's mobile unit couldn't match professional hospitals in sterilization standards, it was more than sufficient for minor surgeries and microsurgical practice. Moreover, considering Yu Huiliang's lack of interest in surgical medicine, it was obvious who would end up using this special vehicle in the future. Hey, what's with that look? Yu Huiliang suddenly interjected. This was a birthday gift my mom insisted on giving me. I just thought it was a waste sitting here unused, so I let you use it. Don't get the wrong idea. Fang Jian smiled faintly. Misunderstand what? I was just thinking you do have some self-awareness. What? Fang Jian, don't you dare run. Yu Huiliang yelled, lunging forward with arms flailing, but Fang Jian had already bolted from the minibus, calling out, Take me home. Though Yu Huiliang continued to grumble under his breath, he started the car and drove off. Is Auntie home for lunch today? No. Then what's she eating alone? Come eat with me. Yu Huiliang swallowed hard and said, I'm hungry. Fang Jian rubbed his stomach, not feeling particularly hungry. But glancing at the large man beside him, whose eyes seemed to be glowing green, he obediently nodded. Just as you shouldn't argue with a woman when she's mad, the best approach when facing a hungry fat guy is to eat. Yu Huiliang scanned the surrounding shops, searching for one that caught his eye. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Stinky bitch. Fang Jian froze, still wondering what dish that might be, when Yu Huiliang slammed on the brakes, rolled down the window, and leaned out, bellowing, You! The volume was so loud it echoed down half the street, drawing stares from everyone around. Fang Jian followed his gaze and couldn't help but cover his face in speechlessness. In that direction stood a beautiful girl, none other than Xiao Xingxing, the one who had deleted Yu Huiliang from her WeChat. Xiao Xingxing immediately recognized Yu Huiliang. Her face flushed slightly as she yelled back, You fat pig. Fang Jian couldn't help but roll his eyes. What a feisty girl daring to trade insults in the middle of the street. Xingxing, don't yell like that. A girl beside Xiao Xingxing turned her head, revealing a face even more beautiful than her own. Her eyes shimmered like flowing stars, captivating the soul. Xiao Xingxing looked utterly aggrieved but dared not disobey. She could only pout, her displeasure written all over her face. Fang Jian's eyes widened in astonishment. Wasn't that Wang Jiai? What was she doing here, walking alongside Xiao Xingxing? Wang Jiai stepped forward, approaching their car. Just as she was about to speak to Yu Huiliang, her eyes fell upon Fang Jian. Dr. Fang, you're here too? Fang Jian gave a wry smile. He opened the door and stepped out, saying, Wang, what a coincidence to run into you again. Yu Huiliang's gaze darted between the two of them, his face a mix of puzzlement and envy. When did Fang Jian manage to meet another stunning beauty? Wang Jiai nodded gently and said, Dr. Fang, if you don't mind, I'd like to treat you to dinner later. Would you do me the honor? Of course. A meal with a beauty? Why wouldn't I go? Before Fang Jian could answer, Yu Huiliang had already jumped in to accept the invitation. I'm Fang Jian's best buddy, Yu Huiliang. We were classmates. Oh, Mr. Yu. Wang Jiai suddenly asked, You suddenly yelled at my cousin on the street. Did she do something to upset you? Yu Huiliang was instantly at a loss for words. He couldn't very well tell her it was because Xiao Xingxing had deleted him on WeChat, causing him to fly into a jealous rage. Fang Jian cleared his throat and said, "Wang Ji, you can ask your cousin about what happened." Wang Jiai turned, and Xiao Xingxing approached awkwardly. She'd been fiercely defiant during the argument, but now, face to face, she felt a bit guilty. After all, these guys had gone out of their way to get her bag back, and she'd blocked them the moment she got home. That was pretty harsh. Wang Jiai was no fool. She grasped the entire situation in just a few words. With a mix of amusement and exasperation, she glared at Xiao Xingxing and said, "Both of you, thank you for helping this little brat get her bag back. To show our gratitude, Dr. Fang, Mr. Yu, let's grab a meal together." "Sure, where should we go?" Yu Huiliang agreed without hesitation, completely unconcerned whether Fang Jian was willing or not. Fang Jian silently shook his head. Just hearing dinner gets him excited, no wonder he's so overweight. Wang Jiai smiled. "Speaking of eating, we have a little expert here. Xingxing, you pick a place that suits you." Xiao Xingxing didn't seem reluctant at all. After a moment's thought, she said, "There's a restaurant nearby with really great food. Park the car and follow me." Following her lead, the group entered a stylish restaurant. Its decor wasn't opulent, but clearly well thought out, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. As soon as Xiao Xingxing entered, she was recognized and ushered to a prime window seat. Though it was still some time before the lunch rush, more than half the tables were already occupied. "This place is quite popular. Do you come often?" "Only once." "Bull. How could the staff remember you after just one visit?" "Oomph, I'm naturally beautiful. What's so surprising about people recognizing me after just one glance? Didn't you pester me relentlessly for my WeChat?" "Put. Who was clinging? You were the one taking secret photos, okay? Cut it out and order already," Wang Jiai said with a slight headache. Xiao Xingxing finally quieted down. Instead of looking at the menu, she casually rattled off dish names, acting as if she knew the place inside out. After the waiter left, Xiao Xingxing said to Fang Jian, "Senior, eat up. If you need more, just ask. This round's on me. Thanks for helping me get my bag back. You're paying? Forget it. I'm not falling for that scam." "Fatso, what's that supposed to mean? The way you order, you look like you've only been here once." "Poof. I'm a food critic. If I didn't know what dishes were good, how could I possibly make a living?" Chapter 53, The Little Rich Girl. Yu Huiliang and Xiao Xingxing argued heatedly, yet both deliberately kept their voices low. Guests at other tables could only vaguely hear their rapid speech, never suspecting they were in a heated dispute. Fang Jian sensed the tension escalating. Clearing his throat, he interjected, "You're a food critic?" "Yes. This restaurant just opened recently. They invited us food critics to sample their dishes during the grand opening. The flavors are truly excellent." Xiao Xingxing said with a hint of pride, "The food review I wrote for them was very well received. It garnered a lot of likes and attracted quite a few customers." Fang Jian finally understood why the restaurant staff had recognized Xiao Xingxing and treated her with such special courtesy. "Oomph, food critics? They're just a bunch of paid hacks," Yu Huiliang scoffed. "I know your line of work. Newbies make over 10 grand a month, and after a while you can break 20,000 or even more." He winked at Fang Jian. "Found a sugar baby? Eat your fill. You're talking about professional food critics. For us part-timers, a single review only pays 200 to 500, Xiao Xingxing retorted. Besides, even professional critics wouldn't risk their reputation for money. Once they start cutting corners, their reputation is ruined. Who would hire them again?" Wang Jiai chuckled softly. "Xingxing, he's just teasing you." She turned to explain, Xingxing's been a foodie since she was little, and her taste buds are incredibly sensitive. She'd be perfect for food criticism. But she's only a sophomore now, and her future plans aren't set yet, so it's just a side gig. From what I know, professional critics are supposed to do 20 tasting sessions a month, but realistically, 10 is already pretty impressive. Any more than that, and it starts affecting their judgment of what's truly delicious. Yu Huiliang counted on his fingers and said, 10 times a month for 10,000 yuan, over 1,000 per review? That's a sweet deal, free food and drinks plus cash. Fang Jian kicked him under the table and whispered, "Fatso, she just blocked you on WeChat. Why keep picking on her?" Yu Huiliang rolled his eyes and whispered back, "I've never been blocked before in my entire life." Though he was overweight, he wasn't unattractive or clumsy. He had a certain endearing, cute charm. Combined with his wealthy background and generous nature, he'd faced few setbacks growing up and enjoyed excellent relationships. Being blocked for the first time naturally left him feeling resentful. Fang Jian chuckled helplessly, shrugged, and let it go. Moments later, the dishes Xiao Xingxing had ordered arrived. Yu Huiliang dug in without hesitation. Though he tried to hide it, a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes, and his chewing pace noticeably quickened. "Fatso, is it good?" Xiao Xingxing asked with a hint of smugness. Yu Huiliang paused mid-bite. He wanted to criticize it, but as a chubby guy, especially one who loved food, he couldn't bring himself to say anything negative. He just chewed harder and grunted a couple of times as his answer. Xiao Xingxing finally gained the upper hand. His eyes twinkled mischievously as he turned to Fang Jian. Hey, handsome, I've got a question for you. What? That girl from last time, what was her name? Where is she? Why do you ask? I want to apprentice under her and learn this. Xiao Xingxing demonstrated a few punches and kicks, but they lacked any power, limp and utterly devoid of strength. Wang Jiai paused, then asked, which lady? The one who took down the thief when they were chasing him. Cousin, that sister was amazing, she kicked the thief flying with one blow. He was flat on the ground for ages, couldn't get up. Oh, and the thief had a knife, but he didn't even get a chance to use it. Wang Jiai's expression turned distinctly peculiar as she looked at Fang Jian. Dr. Fang, the one she's talking about, it wouldn't be Mu Shui? Fang Jian sighed helplessly. I was just chasing the thief when I happened to run into Sister Shui. We subdued him together. Oh, so it was her. Cousin, you know that lady too? Yeah, we've crossed paths a few times. She's pretty hard to deal with. You'd better not get your hopes up. No way. She seemed quite reasonable to me. Yu Huiliang finally swallowed the last bite of food in his mouth. He stood up and said, I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom. Moments later, he strolled back, placed his phone on the table, and said, Xiao, I apologize. I shouldn't have yelled at you earlier. Let's reconnect on WeChat. Xiao Xingxing responded warily, what are you up to? Don't get the wrong idea. I just thought, whenever you discover a great local eatery, could you send me a WeChat? He rubbed his stomach and sighed. Haven't eaten that satisfyingly in ages. Fang Jian looked surprised. Fatso, you're the one who's always craving good food? Yu Huiliang curled his lip. You think fancy restaurants serve good food? I'm sick of that stuff. Let me tell you, the real gems are small-scale, handmade creations, and they can't be too famous. Once they get popular, copycats appear, or they sacrifice quality for quantity. Sigh, in this day and age, finding a place that truly satisfies your cravings is tough. The more of a foodie you are, the pickier you get about what you eat. Yu Huiliang was a prime example. Fang Jian, however, lacked much culinary discernment. To him, these dishes simply tasted good, nothing more. Yet even the most ordinary bowl of ramen wouldn't faze him. Xiao Xingxing gave a soft snort, a hint of smugness flitting across her little face, but she still added Yu Huiliang on WeChat again. Yu Huiliang took the phone with a smile and asked, Fang Jian, how's your Douyin video doing? How many likes has it gotten? Douyin? Wen Jiai exclaimed in surprise. Dr. Fang, you're posting on Douyin? She said posting, not playing. Yes, I just posted one today. Want to see how it goes? Dr. Fang, why the sudden interest in Douyin? Aren't you supposed to be uninterested in fame? When they got off the plane, Shi wanted to interview Fang Jian but couldn't get him. Such a golden opportunity for fame, right there for the taking, and Fang Jian had let it slip away without a second thought. And now he was posting on Douyin. Had he changed his mind and decided he wanted fame after all? Fang Jian couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. How was he supposed to know he'd need mental energy in such a massive amount of it? Sigh, fame and Douyin are nothing alike. Yu Huiliang interjected, posting on Douyin is about gaining recognition for your skills. Fame? Ha! Fame is just about money. Fang Jian isn't short on cash, why would he need fame? Fang Jian stared at him silently. Bro, you're wrong. This time, I genuinely want to become famous. But he didn't bother to explain. Instead, he pulled out his phone and silently opened Douyin. Ha! Chapter 54, so impressive. When Fang Jian opened Douyin and saw the view count and red heart likes, he couldn't help but be startled. But even more stunned than him was Yu Huiliang. Wriggling his rotund body, he pressed his head against Fang Jian's shoulder, nearly crushing him beneath his weight. Whoa, are you kidding me? It actually got 1,000 red heart likes? It's only 1,000. What's the big deal? Xiao Xingxing said dismissively, I watched Douyin, and the likes there are in the hundreds of thousands, millions, even tens of millions. Wen Jiai's eyes glistened as she asked, when did you guys start uploading to Douyin? This morning. We posted a few videos. Just one? A newcomer uploads one video in the whole morning? Right. Wang Jiai and Xiao Xingxing exchanged a glance. By now, Xiao Xingxing's face was already brimming with intense curiosity. For seasoned Douyin users, racking up over 1,000 heart-shaped likes isn't particularly impressive. They've already built massive fan bases, so even if only 1/10 of their viewers like a single video, they can easily hit that number. But for someone brand new to Douyin, starting from scratch, getting over 1,000 likes on a video within just a few hours is a pretty big deal. What kind of video? Let me see, Xiao Xingxing asked curiously. Though Wang Jiai remained silent, her eyes betrayed the same curiosity. Fang Jian's ID is medical student. Just follow him to see it. Yu Huiliang gave Fang Jian a knowing glance, signaling that he'd secured 2 more followers for him. Fang Jian nodded slightly, his gaze drifting downward as the strange energy within his mind began to stir. Mental power. This was the special ability Fang Jian had brought back from the Mirage world. Though far less potent than when he transformed into his white-haired, red-eyed form, and his control over it still fell short of perfection, he could manage to wield it to some extent. As Fang Jian released his mental energy, he immediately noticed the warm-toned energy swirling around him growing denser once more. Faint, invisible strands of warm-toned mental energy materialized from the void, coalescing and swirling around him. It was as if his body formed the vortex's center, drawing and condensing all the surrounding energy. Though the spectacle couldn't compare to the rescue on the plane, the warm-toned mental energy he expended was steadily recovering and increasing. Wow, that's amazing! Xiao Xingxing exclaimed while watching the video. TikTok content was bizarre and diverse, covering everything under the sun, but it seemed no one had ever uploaded a video of a doctor practicing suturing techniques. So even if it was just out of curiosity, this short video was definitely worth watching. Yu Huiliang flashed a proud smile, as if the praise were directed at him personally. He turned to look at Fang Jian and suddenly froze. For some reason, seeing Fang Jian at that moment stirred an odd sensation within him. Fang Jian, he seemed different somehow. Wang Jiayi finished watching the video and looked up, a sharp gleam flashing in her eyes. Yes, that's exactly it. When the flight attendant was searching for a doctor on the plane, Fang Jian seemed to radiate a special aura that made even her, a seasoned reporter, feel overshadowed. But after the plane made a safe emergency landing, when she tried to interview Fang Jian, she found that aura that had stirred her heart was gone. Yet now, watching Fang Jian with his head bowed in silence, her heart began to pound violently. Her intuition told her that feeling was returning. The spiritual force within his mind reverberated. After sensing the shift in the warm-toned thought energy surrounding him, the force gradually calmed, allowing him to return to normal. Dr. Fang, you're amazing. I never knew suturing could be so fascinating. It's truly like creating a work of art, Xiao Xingxing praised honestly. Thank you for the compliment, Junior. You're welcome. Doctors look so cool when they suture, way cooler than tailors. Xiao Xingxing turned to ask, Hey, Fatso, do you know how to do it too? Yu Huiliang's chubby cheeks twitched slightly as he replied nonchalantly, suturing is a skill every doctor must master. Do you think I can do it? Oh. Xiao Xingxing blinked at him. I really underestimated you guys before. Wang Jiayi sighed inwardly. The moment Fang Jian lifted his head, that strange, heart-fluttering sensation vanished. Yet her curiosity only deepened. What secrets did Fang Jian hold? Fang Jian stood up and said, Ladies, I have some things to attend to at home. I'll have to head back first. Xiao Xingxing was puzzled. Normally, anyone with the two of them keeping them company would put even the most urgent matters on hold. But Fang Jian was making excuses to leave. Could it be that their charm wasn't enough? Still, she agreed readily. Alright, waiter, the bill please. Miss, this gentleman has already taken care of the bill. Xiao Xingxing turned to Yu Huiliang. Fat Senior, what's this about? Nothing. Just let me know if you find any good places to eat in the future. Yu Huiliang patted his belly and said, I can't keep bothering you and eating for free, can I? Xiao Xingxing gave a light snort, her thoughts unknown. After Fang Jian and Yu Huiliang left, Wang Jiayi whispered, Xingxing, if you meet a doctor again, don't ask that question. What question? You've seen suturing before, yet you still ask if they know how? Oh, didn't that chubby guy say it's a doctor's basic skill? It is a basic skill, but even basics can be done well or poorly. Wang Jiayi sighed deeply. You need to be more discerning, young lady. Not every doctor can achieve this level of suturing skill. It's like your part-time job as a food critic. Not everyone has such a developed palate to taste the subtle nuances of food. Xiao Xingxing nodded in sudden understanding. I get it now. That fatso was lying to me. She clenched her jaw in frustration. Yu Huiliang never deceived you. Which of his words misled you? Dr. Wang asked with a faint, ambiguous smile. He said? Xiao Xingxing froze in surprise. Suturing is a technique every doctor must master. Do you think I know how? There wasn't a single flaw in that statement. But paired with the fat guy's smug expression at the time, it could evoke entirely different connotations. Fat people really are all liars. The adorable young beauty reached her conclusion firmly in her mind. Chapter 55. Do you have a solution? Over 10,000 likes, over 1,000 followers. In just half a day, Fang Jian's stitched short video had already achieved such impressive results. While this pales in comparison to videos racking up millions of views, it's nothing short of remarkable for an absolute newcomer. Moreover, both likes and followers continue to climb steadily over time. Have you met the target yet? Not yet. Keep pushing. Why? Didn't you hit the target quickly last time? You performed emergency rescue on the plane, witnessed by others. Their gratitude generates massive warm-tone thought energy. The more critical the situation, the greater the gratitude from those saved, and the more thought energy it yields. The method you're using now does generate warm-tone thought energy, but its effectiveness is extremely poor. Even the thought fluctuations of 100 people can't compare to those of a single person present at the scene. Fang Jian's brow furrowed slightly. This explanation seemed to be drawing a comparison between fanatical believers and casual believers. However, given his current predicament, finding someone as grateful as a fanatic was nearly impossible. The only option left was to patiently wait for the short video to gain traction. After some time, he might accumulate enough warm-colored thought energy. Do you want to quickly obtain the energy to enter the multidimensional space? Yes. Are you certain you wish to accelerate the collection of thought energy? Yes. Do you have a way? Fang Jian's inquiries went unanswered for a long time. His white-haired, red-eyed counterpart seemed to have fallen back into a deep slumber. After several futile calls, the result remained unchanged. Resigned, Fang Jian abandoned his probing questions and began poring over medical texts. Having chosen this path, he wouldn't approach his studies with a casual attitude. Medical knowledge was vast and complex, even a lifetime of study wouldn't suffice. How could he afford to waste it? Using his spiritual power, Fang Jian embedded the book's contents firmly into his mind. However, the exertion of his mental energy quickly left him exhausted and deeply weary. After tidying up, Fang Jian collapsed onto the bed and soon drifted into a drowsy slumber. Just as the last vestiges of his mental energy faded, his hand moved of its own accord. He picked up his phone, lit up the screen, and opened Douyin. Though his eyes remained closed, seemingly unable to see, his actions were flawless. His finger tapped the phone with pinpoint accuracy, not missing by even a hair's breadth. The Douyin interface appeared. Fang Jian uploaded a short video stored on his phone and added a caption below it. He then placed the phone back in its original spot. Throughout the entire process, he remained in a deep, sound sleep, showing no signs of waking up whatsoever. Therefore, he had absolutely no idea that he had logged into Douyin and uploaded a new video while asleep. Bro, I'm home. Wang Nuanyuan returned, slipped into her slippers, and tiptoed into her brother's bedroom. A man in his 30s, squinting, rose from the bed, none other than her own brother, Wang Nuanyuan. What is it? Don't disturb my sleep. You lazy bum, still not awake? I'm working the night shift this week. You know what a night shift is, right? Of course I know, but bro, if you keep this up, you won't even have time to find a girlfriend. Girlfriends? Those mythical creatures? Let fate decide. He was a doctor who, after graduating, joined a prestigious tertiary hospital in N City. He worked diligently, pouring all his energy into the noble medical profession. Now he had become a proud attending physician. Though still junior, with time and effort, further promotion was within reach. But precisely because he poured his entire heart into his career, his personal life remained unresolved. Bro, you're a doctor, do you know suturing? Suturing? Why do you ask? Wang Nuanan inquired, puzzled. He knew his sister well enough to recognize that Wang Nuanan had zero interest in so-called medical skills and never liked hearing him talk about hospital matters. Now she was actively coming to him to ask about a medical term, which naturally left him utterly perplexed. Oh, never mind the details. Just tell me, do you know suturing? Of course. As a doctor, how could I not know suturing? How skilled are you at it? Wang Nuanan lifted her chin slightly. Among my classmates, my surgical skills rank in the top 3. His entry into a top-tier hospital and subsequent promotions were partly due to his family background, but he also possessed formidable skills. If he were a hopeless case, no amount of backing could have propelled him to such early success. Oh, so when practicing suturing, do you need to use bananas? Bananas are one of the earliest practice materials. Little sister, why the sudden interest in this? Bro, how good is this guy's skill? Wang Nuanyuan handed over a phone and opened a Douyin video. Wang Nuanan took it, muttering, TikTok again? What's so interesting about that? As a busy, ambitious, and promising young doctor, he'd always looked down on such time-wasting apps. Hey, it's just a video of an intern practicing suturing. You must be bored out of your mind to watch this stuff. A trace of disdainful mockery flashed across his face. Young people these days are so desperate for fame they'll post anything to make fools of themselves. He immediately recalled the grueling days of his own internship. Suturing seemed simple enough, just stitching up the wound. But mastering it was incredibly difficult. It took years of relentless practice to reach his current level of skill. As for an intern's skill level? Even a fool could guess the general idea. The young man in the video began peeling a banana, astonishingly stripping all 4 sides at once. Witnessing this, Wang Nuanyuan became even more convinced that this person was a complete novice, perhaps someone who had only studied for a couple of days and couldn't wait to jump out and show off. But when did my girlfriend become so shallow, getting hooked on this nonsense video? Sigh, Douyin is toxic. Be cautious, oh so cautious. Just as he sighed inwardly, the young man in the video picked up a needle holder and forceps and began stitching. The first stitch went in, the hook needle deftly pierced the banana, moving smoothly and effortlessly, showing not a hint of clumsiness. Ha! 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 Chapter 56, New Video. The video wasn't long, in fact, it was quite short and played out in just a few moments. However, Wang Nuanyuan didn't look up. When the video finished and began playing again, instead of scrolling down to switch videos, he watched with even greater focus and attention. A video with this level of technical skill was definitely not enough to watch just once, or even twice. He wanted to watch it a third, fourth time, until he had fully absorbed the other person's techniques and made them his own. The movements of holding the needle holder and forceps, threading the needle with the hook, were surprisingly graceful. The banana, sutured so beautifully afterward, resembled a work of art, leaving him profoundly impressed. As a doctor and a promising surgeon at that, he understood better than most just how difficult this technique was. Bro, how good is he? How much worse is he than you? The words worse than me danced on Wang Nuanyuan's tongue, but he couldn't bring himself to say them with a clear conscience. The skill displayed by the man in the video far exceeded his own limits. If he was a craftsman, then this man was a master. Yet, upon seeing the man's face in the video, Wang Nuanan was struck speechless. He looked like an intern, but were interns this skilled nowadays? For some reason, a sudden, intense sense of crisis washed over him. He must work harder, much harder. Otherwise, he would be replaced by the younger generation. Bro, why aren't you saying anything? That's just an intern. Sure, he's way better than you used to be, but he can't possibly be better than you are now, right? How do you know he's much better than I used to be? You practiced at home during your internship. I've seen plenty of bananas thrown into trash cans, how could I not know? Wang Nuanan shot his sister a resentful glance and sighed. This guy's skills are really good. He's already on par with me. Oh, his skill is almost on par with yours? What a prodigy. He looks about my age, but he's a true genius. Yeah, in surgery, he really is a genius. But there are many surgical techniques. He only demonstrated the most basic suturing, nothing to get excited about. Wang Nuanan thought carefully before adding, besides, without real human practice, just sewing up a banana doesn't prove anything. Ah, I see. Oh, he's posted a new video. Let's check it out. Wang Nuanan's eyes lit up as she swiftly tapped to open the newly uploaded video. Probably another video suturing some random object. Wang Nuanan remarked, he's tried all sorts of materials for suturing. He could cycle through each one and still rack up tons of likes. Ah, so cool. Before Wang Nuanan could finish her sentence, her sister's shrieking startled her. Nuan, what's with all the fuss? Calm down. No, wait, bro, look. He's so handsome. What's so handsome about him? He's just a pretty boy, younger, more good looking. What's so great about that? Bro, you sound jealous. Me, jealous of him? Put. I'm a full-fledged attending physician. He'd have to grind away for years just to reach my level. I meant you're jealous of his age since you can't seem to find a girlfriend. Wang Nuanyuan's face darkened instantly as he muttered under his breath, children speak without restraint, children speak without restraint. Bro, check out this video. No way. It's really good. I said I won't watch it and I won't watch it. Not even if you beat me to death. Hey, that lady is so pretty, and her move kicking the thief was so cool. It'd be a shame not to watch. What? Let me see it. Didn't you say you'd never watch it? Just watching it once won't hurt. Amidst the siblings' playful banter, Wang Nuanan finally grabbed the phone and tapped play. The camera in the video was slightly shaky, clearly not shot by a professional. Two people stood in the frame. One was the handsome young man performing the suturing, while the other was an unfamiliar man. They weren't standing together but rather facing each other from a distance, seemingly arguing about something. The next moment, the man suddenly turned his head in one direction. The camera shifted, capturing a beautiful woman arriving late. Upon seeing this stunning beauty, Wang Nuanan was momentarily lost in thought. He couldn't find words to describe her. All he knew was that she seemed to be the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. But this was only the beginning. The beauty began to jog, accelerating as she charged toward the man. Just as Wang Nuanan thought she was about to throw herself into his arms, she spun sharply, using her momentum to deliver a powerful kick with her waist, landing squarely in his stomach. The man immediately collapsed to the ground, curling up like a shrimp. Wang Nuanan sucked in a sharp breath, feeling a twinge of pain in his own stomach. That kick had been brutal, lightning fast, and packed with such force it sent a chill down his spine. At that moment, a message appeared on the phone screen. The beautiful lady kicked the thief away and helped me get my stolen bag back. Thumbs up for the beautiful lady. Simultaneously, the video's final frame zoomed in on the stunning woman, giving her a close-up shot. Her tall, slender figure, those captivating long legs, and those large eyes that seemed to silently condemn the thief all radiated a unique, spirited aura. The video concludes with a close-up of her face, her expression radiating a natural, commanding presence. So handsome. Wang Nuanan finally understood why his little sister raved about it so much. Even he found himself unable to control the urge to cheer her on. Of course, this was largely because the girl who took action was so beautiful. If it had been an ugly duckling, Wang Nuanyuan wouldn't have felt much interest. So many red hearts. The video had only been up for a short while, yet the number of likes was already nearly on par with the previous suturing video. Wang Nuanan couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. The charm of a beautiful woman truly was incomparable to ordinary people. Just kicking someone once was more popular than a doctor painstakingly sewing a banana for half a day. Picking up his phone, Wang Nuanan asked, "What's this uploader's ID? Bro, you want to follow him too? I just want to see what other medical tips he'll post in the future." Wang Nuanan declared with righteous indignation, "Don't get the wrong idea." Chapter 57, Heart Surge. The ringtone echoed through the room. Fang Jian's brow furrowed slightly as his consciousness slowly stirred from slumber. Glancing at the caller ID, he casually answered, "Fatso, it's late. What's up?" "You ask me what's up? I'm telling you, Fang Jian, if you wanna die, don't drag me down with you." "What?" Fang Jian asked, utterly baffled. When had Yu Huiliang's speech become so unreliable? Yu Huiliang stammered incoherently, "You actually uploaded that video of the tigress. What were you thinking? Aren't you afraid she'll come after you? When she asks, don't you dare say I sent it to you." "Video?" Fang Jian muttered, suddenly feeling a chill surge from the pit of his stomach. Without a second thought, he opened his phone and tapped into Douyin. Sure enough, the video he'd posted was no longer alone, there were now two. The first was naturally the one showing him practicing suturing with a banana. The second was the video Yu Huiliang had sent him, Mu Shui kicking the thief flying. Though hastily filmed, the second video felt all the more authentic precisely because of its rushed nature. Especially the thief's pained expression as he lay on the ground after being kicked. No actor could ever pull that off. Not only that, but the number of likes on this video had reached an insane level. Over 1 million likes. Many users browsing Douyin often encounter videos with over 1 million likes. Yet beyond a handful of established faces, the vast majority of short videos remain largely ignored. For a fresh newcomer, surpassing 1 million red heart likes was nothing short of unimaginable. His focus sharpened once more, and the mental energy within his mind began to stir and surge. He noticed that the warm-toned thought energy swirling around him had indeed grown significantly more robust. Though it still couldn't match the intensity of that day, it had seen a tremendous increase. Could a beautiful woman's video really hold such immense power? "Hey, Fang Jian, are you listening?" "Yeah." "Hurry up and delete it." "Wait, no, with such a massive impact, she'll definitely find out. Deleting it won't help. Sigh, you brought this on yourself. Just don't rat me out, okay?" The phone went dead. Yu Huiliang hung up without waiting for a response. Fang Jian stared blankly at his phone, utterly at a loss. What the hell? What the hell is going on? When did I upload this video? Scanning the caption below, Fang Jian grew increasingly certain that no one else could have done this but him. "It was you, wasn't it?" "Yes, I did it." "Why? Are you trying to ruin me?" "You asked for it." "Bull. What did I ask for?" "You said you wanted to help your mental energy coalesce faster. By posting attention-grabbing messages and videos through your account, you'll also capture a small portion of that mental energy." "I'm doing this to help you." "Help? Help me?" Fang Jian's head instantly felt like it was the size of a cauldron. "Yeah, you like her, don't you?" "I'm just helping things along, creating opportunities for you to meet her." "How could I possibly like her?" "You've got it all wrong. A man who can't face his own heart isn't a good man." "Put. Whether I'm a good man or not isn't for you to judge. Xiaojian, Mu Shui is here. Come out quickly." Suddenly, Su Ying's voice rang out from outside. Fang Jian gasped in shock. Just what he feared had come to pass. Before he could even think of a solution, Mu Shui had already come knocking. Fang Jian reached for his phone to delete the video, but hesitated and put it away instead. Since Mu Shui was already here, it meant she'd seen the video. She'd come to confront him. Whether he deleted it or not made little difference now. What awaited him was Mu Shui's thunderous wrath, like a raging storm. Gritting his teeth, Fang Jian cursed inwardly, "You've ruined me." Summoning his courage, he pushed open the door and immediately saw two women chatting and laughing cheerfully in the living room. At the bureau, Mu Shui was a formidable woman who struck fear into everyone. Yet, in front of Su Ying, she maintained a gentle and courteous demeanor. However, both Su Ying and Fang Jian knew this was merely a facade. Once Mu Shui erupted, she could unleash terrifying power akin to a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. "Mom, Sister Shui." Fang Jian forced a smile. "Stop dawdling and hurry up and get ready. We're leaving soon." Su Ying stood up and said, "Shui, I'll just change clothes and we'll go." "Yes, Auntie." As Su Ying left the living room, Fang Jian watched Mu Shui cautiously. The slightest hint of unusual behavior from her, and he'd scream for help. He believed Mu Shui would still hold some fear of his mother and was unlikely to act here. As for how to resolve things after escaping today, that was a problem for another day. "Shui. Sister Shui, I'm sorry." Fang Jian bowed his head. He felt it better to admit his mistake himself rather than wait for Mu Shui to reproach him. "Sorry? You're not going?" Mu Shui asked. "What do you mean, not going? You're going. What exactly are you apologizing for?" Fang Jian froze. "Sister Shui, where are you taking me? Didn't we agree ages ago? Dinner at my place this weekend. My mom's already cooking. If you dare not show up now, my dad will teach you a lesson." "Dinner? But it's already the weekend." Fang Jian finally realized. "Sis Shui, so you didn't know?" "Know what?" "No, what exactly did you do to wrong me?" Fang Jian felt a wave of regret wash over him, wishing he could slap himself. Mu Shui had come here solely to pick them up for dinner. She hadn't paid any attention to Douyin or anything like that. But thinking about it, given Mu Shue's temperament and work ethic, she'd barely have enough time to devote every waking hour to solving cases. How could she possibly have time for TikTok? Exhaling a long breath, Fang Jian replied without hesitation, nothing. How could I possibly do anything to betray you? Is that so? Mu Shui asked, drawing out each syllable, her tone screaming disbelief. We can go now. Suing emerged from the bedroom, her clothes changed. Both immediately clamped their mouths shut. Mu Shui approached with a smile, and as she passed Fang Jian, she whispered in a voice only he could hear, you better come clean. Just you wait. The trio left the house chatting and laughing. Fang Jian deliberately brought up the rear. Just as the door was about to close, he pulled out his phone, opened Douyin, and was about to delete that widely praised video of the beauty kicking the thief. But his finger hovered over the screen, hesitating as he watched the steadily rising red heart likes. Ah, just one more day. Then he'd destroy all evidence and deny everything. Chapter 58, Duty Calls. Mu Shue's home was in an elegant villa district where even the wealthiest couldn't reside without a certain level of political standing. While not heavily guarded, the area did have security personnel on duty and regular patrols. Fortunately, Mu Shue's car displayed a valid access pass, allowing her to drive in unimpeded. No sooner had she parked beneath one villa than a chubby little boy bounded out, bouncing with excitement. Aunt Su, Brother Jian, it's good to see you again. Mu Lin, you're here again this year. Fang Jian smiled faintly. What's the matter? Didn't do well on your exams? The little chubby boy's face immediately clouded over with gloom. Talk about rubbing salt in the wound. This chubby kid was Mu Shue's cousin, about to enter his sophomore year of high school after summer break. Compared to Mu Shue's outstanding character and academic excellence, however, he seemed quite ordinary. While his grades weren't the worst, they hovered around the middle to lower range. At home, he ruled like a king. His parents were too busy with social engagements to discipline him, and even if they wanted to, their excessive indulgence left them powerless to do so. However, there were two people he genuinely feared, the tomboy Mu Shui and her father, Mu Tianxin. Every summer break, if his grades were poor, his punishment was to be sent to Mu Shue's home for her tutoring. Over time, Fang Jian had become quite familiar with her. Entering the villa, a square-jawed middle-aged man emerged from the study and called out, Xiao Jian's here. Come have a drink with me later. Yes, Uncle Mu. Fang Jian glanced around and remarked, Aunt Shui is still busy in the kitchen, isn't she? This was Mu Shue's father, Mu Tianxuan. Though the household employed a live-in housekeeper, Shui Yi always cooked personally whenever Fang Jian and his mother visited. If people knew Fang Jian enjoyed such treatment at the Mu household, it would surely make many envious. Yes, she'd been preparing for this. Sister-in-law, it's been ages. Tianxin, we're troubling you again. Don't say that. We're family coming home for dinner is perfectly normal, Mu Taishin said with a hearty laugh. I'll go help Shui Yi. You men can chat. Suing said before heading straight to the kitchen. Mu Shue's eyes twinkled as she said, I'll go too. Mu Taishin watched Mu Shui and shook his head slowly, looking disappointed. Uncle, Sister Shui becoming a cop is just following in her father's footsteps. Besides, being a cop is so prestigious, what's wrong with that? Little Pudgy said with a grin. What do you know? Have you finished your summer homework? Mu Taishin glared and snapped. Little Chubby immediately shrunk his neck like a startled quail, not daring to speak again. Xiao Jian's here. Come help serve the dishes. Shui Yi called out from the kitchen as soon as she heard the voices. Coming. Fang Jian grabbed Mu Lin, who was trying to slip away, and they headed toward the kitchen together. The friendship between their two families wasn't just lip service, they were truly as close as family. So there was no need for formalities or reservations. Moments later, the dining table was piled high with 8 dishes and a soup. Though all were simple home-cooked meals, they were visually appealing, fragrant, and delicious, radiating a warm, heartfelt aroma that lifted Fang Jian's spirits. Mu Taishin sipped from his wine cup and said, Xiao Jian, I was a bit worried before, but seeing you today puts my mind completely at ease. Uncle Mu, it was just a minor mishap. You really needn't worry. What minor mishap? You. Shui Yi scooped a generous portion of food onto his chopsticks and placed it in his bowl. Be more careful when you go out in the future. Don't let this happen again. No one wants to go through something like this. We can only be more cautious. She almost blurted out, I'll never fly again, but realized that was practically impossible in modern society, so she quickly changed her words. Little Pudgy stared wide-eyed at Fang Jian. Brother Jian, did you really make that emergency landing? I was forced into it. No choice, Fang Jian said helplessly. I'm not used to putting my life in someone else's hands. Mu Taishin and Shui Yi exchanged glances, both surprised. They had practically watched Fang Jian grow up and knew his temperament inside out. Yet today, they sensed a significant shift in him. Then again, considering what he'd just been through, it wasn't so surprising. Surviving a plane crash and successfully landing it, if that didn't leave some kind of impression, that would be truly unbelievable. Mu Shui's eyes darted around as she suddenly said, Fang Jian, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Snow, what is it? I've got a pretty urgent case on my hands right now, Mu Shui said with a smile. So I'm really busy and can't really spare the time. And my son Xiaolin didn't do well on his exams this year. He needs someone to tutor him. What do you think about tutoring Xiaolin? Fang Jian shook his head firmly. Sis Shui, please spare me. He's too stubborn, I couldn't handle him. The same thing happened 2 years ago. Mu Shui had assigned Fang Jian the tutoring task, but Fang Jian was driven to the brink of exhaustion by the little chubby kid's antics. That's why last year, he insisted he wouldn't tutor the little chubby kid anymore. Oh, really? Mu Shui slowly pulled out her phone, smiling as she said, I just called the little chubby one. Fang Jian's expression shifted slightly, a chill running through him. Fatso said you've been playing Douyin lately, and you're really good at it. She practically gritted her teeth as she delivered those last few words, emphasizing each syllable. Fang Jian instantly felt the powerful chill emanating from Mu Shui. He mentally cursed Yu Hui Liang to high heaven. That damn Fatso. He'd specifically warned me not to drag him into this, but the moment Mu Shui asked, he spilled everything. At this moment, how could he not understand? It must have been during their final conversation at home that Mu Shui grew suspicious. But in front of the adults, she didn't press him directly. Instead, she took a roundabout approach, forcing Yu Hui Liang to spill the beans. Who knew what she said to Yu Hui Liang, but in just a few words, she dug up all his dirty secrets. What's this all about? Mu Taishan frowned, demanding an explanation. Father, I heard from Yu Hui Liang that Fang Jian has recently become obsessed with Douyin, and his grades have started to slip. So I found him something to keep him occupied. Jian's grades slipping? That's impossible, Shui Yi exclaimed in surprise. It's summer vacation, how could he be falling behind? Ah! Mu Shui froze. Right, how could his grades possibly drop during summer break? She couldn't figure it out, but it didn't matter, someone else could help think it through. Mu Shui turned her head, her eyes fixed on Fang Jian without blinking. Fang Jian sucked in a sharp breath and immediately said, Aunt Shui, I've been slacking off lately. Thank goodness Sister Shui reminded me. He patted his chest and declared, Shaolin's studies are my responsibility. Sister Shui, you go ahead and handle the case. Are you even capable? Don't just spout nonsense, Suing retorted impatiently. Fang Jian steeled himself. I've recently devised a new study method and was looking for someone to test it. Since little Lin needs it, let's give it a try. Besides, helping little Lin with his studies is my duty. Chapter 59, Still So Young. The family dinner concluded, and on the surface, everyone seemed satisfied. After the meal, Shui Yi didn't wash the pots and pans. For some women, cooking was actually a pleasure and a cherished memory, but washing dishes? No thanks. Did she think the housekeeper was hired for free? Mu Shui gave Fang Jian a sharp look before striding toward the bedroom. Fang Jian promptly trailed after her. At times like this, it was best not to provoke the tigress. Though she wouldn't dare do anything in front of Uncle Mu, settling the score later would spell big trouble. Fang Jian, look at the mess you've made. Oh, Snow, I just thought it looked good. You looked so fierce and full of positive energy. So I uploaded it on a whim. Don't worry, I'll delete it right now. Fang Jian gritted his teeth and took the blame willingly. No need to delete it. Mu Shui placed her hands on her hips and said, next time you film, make it look better. Don't be so careless. What? Fang Jian froze, staring at Mu Shui in disbelief. He never imagined hearing such a response from her. We have a mission from headquarters to promote the positive image of the police. This kind of video catching thieves, it's a shame I wasn't wearing my uniform. Fang Jian pictured Mu Shui in uniform kicking someone, a peculiar expression flickering across his face. What are you thinking? Nothing. You're lying. Every time you smile like that, you're thinking about something naughty. No, I was just wondering if we should reshoot a scene with you in uniform. Forget it. It'd lose its charm if it felt forced. I'm not an actor. You're definitely not an actor, but with looks like yours, it's such a waste not to pursue acting. Sigh. You could easily make a living off your looks, yet you insist on working with your fists. I really don't know what Mu Shui is thinking. Fang Jian, I can overlook your unilateral decision this time. But you're responsible for teaching Shaolin properly. If he still shows up after the semester starts looking like that slacker with zero ambition. Mu Shui interlaced her fingers, cracking them audibly, and shot Fang Jian a stern look. Rest assured, Sister Shui. I'll give it my all to push little Lin to study hard and strive for progress every day. Mu Shui nodded in satisfaction. Alright, I'm off to investigate a case. You start tutoring him immediately. With that, she strode away swiftly, her long legs carrying her forward. Fang Jian exhaled in relief, muttering indignantly to himself. Look what you've done. You've really gotten yourself into trouble now. Trouble? You should be happy inside. Happy my ass. Now I have to face that little demon Mu Lin. How am I supposed to tutor him? Mu Lin was a sophomore in high school. He was actually quite intelligent, but having grown up without much discipline, his focus never settled on his studies. While he wasn't the kind of spoiled rich kid who only knew how to eat, drink, gamble, and indulge in pleasure, expecting any academic miracles from him was also highly unlikely. What's so difficult about that? A child without spiritual power in that place, all you need to do is plant the spiritual seed of diligence within them, and they'll automatically strive to improve themselves. Fang Jian's heart stirred. He immediately recalled the seed of fear he had planted in Old City Gu at the hospital. If a seed of fear could drive Gu Laochang mad, what transformation might a seed of diligence bring to Mulin? The thought was genuinely intriguing. You want to try? No, you try it. Me? Yes. If I were to manifest and wield psychic power, it would place too great a burden on my body. But I don't know how. If you don't know how, then learn. You can try using a weakened version of the mental seed. How effective is it? I don't know. Fang Jian's face darkened slightly. The other self within his body didn't seem entirely reliable either. Too much strain on his own body? Was this just an excuse he didn't want to come out? As if hearing his thoughts, the voice of the white-haired, red-eyed being spoke again. When you first emerged from the mirage, your body still carried the energy from the fusion of multidimensional space. That's why you could briefly withstand my power. But now, the energy from the multidimensional space attached to us has been exhausted. The consequences of my manifestation are far beyond what you could bear. Fang Jian froze, his emotions becoming intensely complex. The fact that the red-eyed white-haired entity couldn't replace him was undoubtedly a blessing. Yet simultaneously, he had lost that near-omnipotent, godlike power. The trade-off between these gains and losses was truly indescribable. Fang Jian, Xiaolin needs help with homework. Could you take a look? Mu Shue's voice called from outside. Fang Jian responded with a nod, glancing around before realizing he was alone in Mu Shue's bedroom. A sudden chill ran through him. He hurriedly opened the door and stepped out, catching just the sight of Mu Shue's retreating figure waving goodbye. Perhaps because his emotions were running high, he didn't notice the fleeting flicker of information that passed through his mind. Strive to improve yourself and seize more opportunities for multidimensional communication. The living room was unusually quiet, even the little chubby kid was silent. Seeing Fang Jian emerge, Shui smiled and said, Xiao Jian, I'll leave Xiaolin in your care. Auntie Shui, it's my pleasure. Alright, then go help him with his studies. Mu Taikai made a firm decision, Xiaolin, study diligently. If you dare to misbehave again, you'll get a belt. Uncle, rest assured I'll study hard. Mulin immediately raised his hand high, swearing by the heavens. Suing smiled, then Xiao Jian will stay. I'll head back first. Alright, sister-in-law. Xiao Hu is waiting outside to drive you home. As for Xiao Jian, he'll stay here tonight. Suing didn't object, for since childhood, Fang Jian had stayed here countless times. However, as he grew older and developed a sense of caution toward Mu Shui, Fang Jian had learned to avoid any appearance of impropriety, a change that had Mu Tianxin reflecting on for quite some time. After seeing Suing off, Mu Shui beckoned. Follow me. She led Fang Jian and Mu Lin to the guest room upstairs. Once the living room was empty, Shui Yi dropped her smile. Old Mu, Fang Jian's in Xiao Shui's bedroom again. So what if he went in? Has he ever gone in less? Oh, that was when they were kids and didn't know any better. But now they're all grown up. Grown up? They're barely 20 still kids. Oh, stop worrying about nothing. Annoying, aren't you? Seeing Mu Taishan's unconcerned expression, Shui Yi felt utterly helpless. Her father kept a tight watch over his daughter, terrified someone might steal his precious little girl. But judging by Mu Taishan's attitude, he seemed eager to push these two together. But with Xiao Shui being so strong-willed, is she really suited for Fang Jian? Chapter 60, Study Hard, Strive for Progress. In the guest room, Fang Jian felt utterly helpless looking at Mu Lin's cheerful smile. It seemed even the formidable Mu Shui was driven to distraction and helplessness by this lazy cousin. So, the moment she could legitimately pass the buck, she eagerly let go. Truthfully, given the Mu family's influence in the city, a mere hint would draw countless tutors lining up to help Mu Lin. Yet, those who could truly keep Mu Lin in check were few and far between. Those the Mu family could trust and feel at ease with were even rarer, almost non-existent. In the eyes of the Mu family members, Fang Jian was indeed one of the most suitable candidates. Fang Jian, I'm entrusting little Lin to you. When you teach him, don't hold back, scold him when he deserves it, and spank him when he needs it. After all, he can't fight you now. Mu Shui instructed with a smile. Mu Lin's eyes widened. Sis, am I even your brother? Mu Shui stepped forward, grabbed his ear without hesitation, and snapped, what did you say? Ow. That hurts. Mu Lin yelped, quickly adding, I mean, I'll definitely listen to Brother Jian. Fine. If you get out of line again, just wait and see how I'll discipline you. Mu Shui released his ear and said, Fang Jian, I just made some progress on my case. Excuse me. Waving her hand, she vanished like a whirlwind. So fierce. See how you'll find a husband in the future, Mu Lin muttered, rubbing his ear after watching her leave the guest room. But his voice was barely audible, afraid Mu Shui might make a surprise return. If she did, it wouldn't just be his ears that suffered. Fang Jian shot him a glare. This troublemaker wouldn't let him off easy, so he'd return the favor in kind. He opened the guest room door and called out, Sister Shui, little Lin just called for you. What is it? Ah, nothing at all. Mu Lin's face drained white. He bowed repeatedly to Fang Jian, desperately begging for mercy. I misheard. It's nothing. After closing the door, Mu Lin slumped to the floor, wailing, Brother Jian, don't get me into trouble. His eyes darted around as he suggested, hey, Brother Jian, how about I help you win over that tomboy? Nonsense. Ah, Brother Jian, even though she's a tomboy, she's got looks and a figure to die for. Plus, your father-in-law really likes you. My eyes lit up as I said, if you promise not to make things hard for me, I'll help you. It's a win-win, right? What do you mean, don't make things hard for me? This tutoring thing. You do your thing, I do mine. We're not involved with each other. How about it? Fang Jian nodded silently. All right. Wait, what did you just say? Mu Lin stared in disbelief. Brother Jian, did I hear that right? He'd studied under Fang Jian for a while 2 years prior. Though he'd driven Fang Jian away in a rage, he'd tattled to Mu Shui before leaving, earning himself a week of sore buttocks. So he knew Fang Jian's temperament inside out. He'd expected to have to talk Fang Jian into it, but unexpectedly, before he could even start, Fang Jian had already agreed. Fang Jian flipped through the books in the guest room. These volumes were either Mu Lin's assignments or his own study materials. The content was incredibly dry, probably only a student could muster the patience to delve deeply into it. Fang Jian flipped through them casually, skimming through Mu Lin's homework at a glance. Although he graduated several years ago, he doesn't remember much about high school material. But if it's just looking at practice problems, he should have no trouble judging right from wrong. I'll check mine first, you keep working on yours. Mu Lin chuckled softly, picked up the homework book, flipped through it a few times, yawned widely, and said, Brother Jian, I don't know this one. I need to look it up. All right. Mu Lin had only mentioned it casually. Fang Jian's permission wouldn't sway his decision anyway. He grabbed his phone, opened a game app, and began playing with intense focus. Watching Mu Lin become instantly alert the moment he started gaming, Fang Jian couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. This kid's mind was nowhere near his studies. How could he possibly get good grades? But this was the norm for most kids nowadays. He wasn't a god, he couldn't change societal norms. But when this phenomenon manifested in an individual, Fang Jian slowly closed his eyes, recalling the scene in the hospital where the white-haired, red-eyed figure had planted seeds of fear in old Gu's mind. The precise application and release of that mental power remained vividly etched in his memory. After a long while, Fang Jian suddenly opened his eyes. In that instant, he had mustered every ounce of the mediocre mental power residing within his mind. Though far from matching the power of the white-haired, red-eyed being, it was already unimaginable for an ordinary person. As the power began to surge and stir within him, an inexplicable, eerie transformation swept over Fang Jian's entire being. His eyes, in particular, grew profoundly deep and mysterious, like bottomless wells capable of swallowing a soul whole. Mu Lin, engrossed in his game, snapped impatiently, What is it? Don't bother me. Though he spoke, his eyes instinctively glanced up at Fang Jian. Yet, in that instant, Mu Lin's mind suddenly went blank. He couldn't even care about the game in his hands anymore. For he realized that Fang Jian's gaze was so profoundly unfathomable that his consciousness was irresistibly drawn into its depths. In that instant, Fang Jian's hand moved. When planting the mental seed with white hair and red eyes, it wasn't even a matter of moving his hand, he merely shifted his gaze. It was effortless, leaving no trace of effort whatsoever. However, Fang Jian's skill was far inferior. Not only did he have to muster all his mental strength, but he also needed to use hand gestures to some extent as an aid. Love learning, strive to learn. Learning is the best form of leisure. Fang Jian murmured the words silently, transforming them into intent that echoed repeatedly within Mu Lin's mind. Mu Lin's eyelids drooped, his gaze vacant as he unconsciously echoed the words. With each repetition, his voice grew slightly louder, beyond his control. Fang Jian could sense his dwindling mental energy draining away at an alarming rate, like floodwaters released from a dam, nearly depleted within moments. Finally, Fang Jian exhaled a long breath, withdrew his hand, sat upright, and murmured softly, Awaken. Mu Lin's body shuddered. Focus gradually returned to his eyes as he slowly regained consciousness. He looked down at the game on his phone and let out a wail. This chaotic, real-time combat game had kept him occupied for so long that his character was now utterly and completely dead. Chapter 61, Single-Minded Focus. What happened to me? You felt exhausted earlier, so you lay down for a nap. Are you awake now? Fang Jian made up the story on the spot, but it sounded plausible enough. I fell asleep? I actually fell asleep while playing a game? Mu Lin stared blankly at his phone, his face utterly devoid of hope. Fang Jian cleared his throat. After playing for so long, you should at least pretend to be engaged. Otherwise, when your parents knock on the door later, I won't cover for you. Mu Lin sighed in resignation and tucked his phone away. Fang Jian pointed to a problem in the exercise book. Look, you got this one wrong. The solution should be like this. He didn't bother checking if Mu Lin was listening, speaking as if the person before him were a mere puff of air. Mu Lin paused, his gaze drifting toward the problem. For some reason, his mind felt unusually clear in that moment, as if he'd just slept for 3 days and nights, unable to drift off no matter how hard he tried. Even more surprising was that the math homework, which usually made his head spin, now felt different. Fang Jian's tone was neither hurried nor slow. The old Mu Lin would have let it go in one ear and out the other, looking utterly lost. Yet now, inexplicably, Fang Jian's explanations felt crystal clear. Every word seemed to strike a chord deep within him, etching itself firmly into his memory. But it wasn't merely memorization. Especially regarding the problem-solving approach, it gave him a profound sense of clarity, as if a veil had been lifted. So this is how this problem should be approached. The sensation was quite extraordinary, akin to a Buddhist enlightenment suddenly grasping the truth. Got it? Yeah, I get it. Do you truly understand? I really do. Alright, try these problems. Fang Jian selected a few questions from the problem bank and handed them over. Though these problems weren't identical to the one he'd just solved, they either shared similar solution approaches or delved deeper into the concept. In the past, Mu Lin would have sighed heavily at the sight of these problems. Not just with Fang Jian present, even if Mu Shui were there, he'd have dragged his feet, utterly uninterested. But now, Mu Lin took the problems and immediately immersed himself in them. It was almost an instinctive reaction. As for the game screen still glowing on his phone, it now seemed as unappealing as a tasteless chicken rib, utterly incapable of sparking his interest. Watching Mu Lin's utterly serious demeanor, Fang Jian couldn't help but marvel. He had merely attempted to plant a seed, a flawed version of the idea that studying hard was the most interesting thing in the world. Truthfully, he'd approached it with a mere sense of experimentation, harboring little real expectation. After all, this was his first time actively using his mental powers, and he naturally lacked confidence. But seeing Mu Lin's reaction, he knew this time, it might just work. An hour later, Mu Lin looked up, shook his slightly sore wrist, and said, "Brother Jian, I'm done." Fang Jian took the test to check and was astonished to find the kid had gotten every single question right. He stared at Mu Lin in astonishment, inwardly marveling. When a person works, the difference in results between being fully focused and distracted is truly night and day. During previous tutoring sessions, this chubby kid had been as restless as a monkey, constantly distracted by other things. Yet, when he focused his mind on a single task, the outcome was entirely different. This was the difference between proactive and passive learning. Yet in this world, how many people ever got a chance like Mu Lin's? While Fang Jian was checking his work, Mu Lin wasn't idle. He picked up the exercise book again and began tackling the next problem. Watching Mu Lin grow increasingly focused, Fang Jian couldn't help but wonder, was the mental seed he'd released a complete version or an incomplete one? The effect seemed far too potent. Perhaps he should find a few more people like this to test it on? Unaware he'd become a guinea pig, Mu Lin remained immersed in this sudden surge of learning pleasure. Truthfully, for many struggling students, it wasn't that they lacked ambition by nature. Rather, their innate talents were less developed, making the absorption of knowledge more difficult than for their peers. Or perhaps, having prioritized play over building a solid foundation in childhood, they found themselves increasingly lost as new concepts piled up. This vicious cycle continues until they realize no amount of effort can keep pace with the curriculum. When their grades consistently lag behind or rank at the bottom of the class, they lose all confidence, eventually giving up entirely and abandoning any hope for academic success. Yet, deep within the hearts of most average students lies the dream of becoming an academic star. Even as they belittle their high-achieving peers, they would never pass up the chance to reach the top themselves. Mu Lin immersed himself completely in the practice problems, never realizing how profoundly captivating these seemingly dry exercises could be. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Shui entered gracefully, immediately spotting Mu Lin buried in his work and Fang Jian looking idle. Fang Jian smiled faintly, stood up, and whispered, "Aunt Shui, little Lin is doing practice problems." "Working on problems, huh?" Shui responded non-committally, taking a few steps forward. She glanced at the draft paper and assignments spread out before Mu Lin, and a look of surprise gradually spread across her face. To be honest, she couldn't quite follow the high school exercises these days. Yet, she recognized Mu Lin's handwriting and knew these were indeed his work. Watching the intensely focused Mu Lin, Shui felt an unfamiliar sensation for some reason. After a moment's thought, she said, "Shaolin, you've been studying for over an hour. You should take a break." "Ah, Auntie," Mu Lin replied without looking up, "just 2 more problems. I'll finish them first." Shui was genuinely taken aback. Had she not known Mu Lin intimately, she might have suspected this person before her was an imposter. She turned to look at Fang Jian, her eyes filled with questioning. Fang Jian silently shook his head inwardly. The effects of the spirit seed were too potent, a true original sin. Yet his expression remained impassive as he replied, "Aunt Shui, I taught Shaolin a new approach to solving problems. He found it useful and absorbed it well, so he's making the most of his time to practice and review." "Yes, Auntie. I'll be heading out soon. Please don't disturb me." Mu Lin refocused his attention, ignoring Shui once more. Shui cast a lingering look at the 2 young people before turning and leaving the room. Chapter 62, The Aha Moment. Upon entering the living room, Su Ying and Mu Shui were already gone. Only Mu Taishan remained at home. "Something's off with the old man." Mu Taishan slowly flipped through the daily newspaper, pondering the true meaning behind the information it contained. He paid no heed to the lady's words. Shui sighed softly, pressing down on the newspaper in his hands. Old man, something's off with Shaolin. What? Mu Tianzai's expression darkened. That brat disobeying again? Oomph. His parents spoil him, but I won't. Rising to his feet, he demanded, did he bully Fang Jian? When Fang Jian had previously tutored Mu Lin, it hadn't improved his grades at all. Instead, he'd been thoroughly tricked once. Of course, Mu Lin had suffered a rather painful consequence, a severe beating from both Mu Taishan and Mu Shui, who hadn't let him off easily. So upon hearing Shui's words, he instinctively assumed that Mu Lin was up to his mischief again. Shui quickly grabbed his arm. Don't jump to conclusions. When I went in, little Lin was doing his homework and he'd been at it for over an hour. What? Mu Taishan froze, then chuckled. You've been fooled. That kid Mu Lin is like a chubby monkey, he couldn't sit still for an hour. He knew his nephew better than Mu Lin's own parents did and simply couldn't believe it. Shui shook her head gently. I didn't believe it either, so I went to check. Those exercises really seemed to be his work. And when I told him to take a break, he wouldn't give up, insisted on continuing. Oomph, that kid sure puts on a convincing act, Mu Taishan dismissed. He even fooled you. I may not be a cop, but after all these years as a cop's wife, I've developed some insight. Shui retorted, I don't think he was faking it. Oh. This time, Mu Taikai was genuinely intrigued. Xiaojin told me he shared a new approach to solving problems with Shaolin, and then Shaolin just couldn't stop. He's been at it non-stop until now. Xiaojin? Mu Taishan chuckled softly. He's an honest kid, would never lie. But a new approach to solving problems? That could never motivate Mu Lin to work this hard. Heh, this kid's acting skills are getting better and better, even fooled Xiaojin. He stood up and said, it's fine. I'll go take a look. Shui voiced a hint of concern, old man, don't be impulsive. Don't worry. As long as he doesn't cause trouble or act up, I'll just expose him, no physical force. Mu Taishan smoothed his cuffs and headed toward the living room. He opened the living room door and glanced inside, his expression freezing momentarily. There he was, Mu Lin, head down, working on his homework, seemingly oblivious to his arrival. Mu Taikai was a veteran detective, and his keen, seasoned eye needed no further explanation. So, the moment he saw Mu Lin, all his discontent vanished instantly, replaced by utter astonishment. He could tell Mu Lin wasn't putting on a show, he was genuinely immersed in his work, which explained his serious expression and intense focus. Mu Taikai hesitated, then softened his footsteps, moving silently behind Mu Lin. His astonishment was beyond words. If Mu Lin were playing games or something similar, such concentration wouldn't be surprising. However, although he couldn't decipher the meaning of the numbers Mu Lin was writing on the paper, he knew these things were undoubtedly related to studying. Mu Lin, he had actually begun studying earnestly, and with this kind of unreserved, wholehearted dedication. In that moment, Mu Taishan looked up blankly, a single question filling his mind. This little brat, is he really my good-for-nothing nephew? He turned to look at Fang Jian, who spread his hands in a shrug, making a gesture of utter bewilderment. Even he didn't know how to explain this to Mu Teek. After a long moment, Mu Tietzing cleared his throat softly. Shaolin, you should take a break. Homework can wait. There's no need to rush. Mu Lin looked up, surprised. Uncle, when did you come in? Mu Taikai replied kindly, I came in while you were doing your homework. Oh. Mu Lin nodded once before lowering his head again, as if Mu Tietzai's appearance were merely an insignificant interlude, something to acknowledge with a polite greeting and then disregard. Mu Taishan froze, his expression turning rather peculiar. He had never imagined he would one day find himself urging his young nephew to rest instead of studying. But Mu Lin's behavior today was so unexpected that he found it difficult to accept calmly. Fang Jian shook his head silently, realizing he had no choice but to intervene. A prodigal son returning to the right path was undoubtedly a golden opportunity, but it required a gradual process of change. Otherwise, it would surely backfire. Lin, you've been working on those problems for so long. You should take a break. You know the saying, haste makes waste, and too much of a good thing is bad for you, right? Mu Lin hesitated. Truthfully, he felt invigorated right now. The exhilaration from conquering those problems with such relentless momentum was indescribable. Perhaps when he was 30 or 40 and looked back on this day, he would find his current thoughts trivial. But right now, he felt a sense of triumph. Even if the entire world were offered in exchange, he wouldn't give up this feeling. Yet, inexplicably, when Fang Jian spoke, he instinctively didn't want to defy him. Reluctantly setting down his workbook, Mu Lin said, I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom. With that, he dashed off. Fang Jian reached out and organized the exercises Mu Lin had just worked on. Though he hadn't spoken, he hadn't been idle either. Every move Mu Lin made had been under his watchful eye, so naturally, he knew whether these exercises were correct. Fang Jian, what's going on? Mu Taishan asked suspiciously. I don't know either, Fang Jian replied without hesitation. I showed Xiaolin a new approach to solving problems, and suddenly he got it. He grabbed his homework and workbook and wouldn't let go. If you hadn't come in, he probably wouldn't have stopped. Got it? Mu Taikai looked utterly bewildered and incredulous, yet beyond this explanation, he truly couldn't fathom a better reason. Xiao Jian, are his answers correct? Fang Jian thought for a moment before saying, it's been years since I graduated, and I've forgotten some high school concepts, so I can't guarantee everything. But most of these answers should be correct. In truth, Fang Jian could confidently assert that Mu Lin's answers were all correct. Even if some steps were omitted during the solving process, making them less than textbook examples, the final numerical results were undoubtedly accurate. Still, he didn't give such a definitive answer, choosing instead to be vague. Alright, gather his answers and solution steps. I'll go ask around. Mu Taikai sighed. That kid, he's really hit his stride. Fang Jian nodded, knowing Mu Tietsuan wouldn't rest easy without a definitive answer. Handing over the collected answers to Mu Taikai, Fang Jian completed his tutoring task for the day. As for the future, at least this crisis had been weathered. Chapter 63, Gone Forever. Old Mu, how's he doing? Shui Yi asked from the master bedroom. I just talked to Shaolin. Convinced Shaolin? Shui Yi asked in surprise. When had Mu Lin's acting skills become so polished that even she had been fooled? No, I just told him not to study too late and sent him to bed. What kind of look is that? You told Shaolin to stop studying? Did I hear that right? Well, I used to hope he'd focus on his studies, but today he was going at it like crazy, clutching his workbook and refusing to let go. What did Xiao Jian say? Xiao Jian advised him to take it step by step and balance work with rest. That's exactly right. But Shaolin wouldn't listen. He went to the bathroom and came right back to his problems. Later, Xiao Jian got so mad he took away all his books and workbooks, finally getting him to bed. Going to bed at this hour? Shaolin isn't playing with his phone, is he? No. How would you know? He often sneaks his phone under the covers, you know that. Mu Taishan flipped his wrist, producing a phone the very one Mu Lin used. You took his phone? I didn't take it. Shaolin gave it to me voluntarily. What? That phone was like his life to him. Why would he give it to you? He said he wanted to sleep early and get up early tomorrow to continue his homework. He was afraid the phone would affect his sleep quality, so he asked me to keep it for him. He also said that if his parents called. The phone chimed precisely at that moment. Its pleasant ring echoed through the room, causing the elderly couple to exchange a look. Talk about speaking of the devil. Hello, it's me. Brother, why are you calling? Is Xiaolin okay? Bro, why aren't you saying anything? Oh, he's fine. He's already asleep. If anything comes up, call him tomorrow. He's asleep already? When did that little monkey finally settle down? He's been doing too many practice problems. His brain's fried from exhaustion, so I let him sleep first. Haha, bro, you're joking, right? Mu Taishan glanced at the phone in his hand and silently ended the call. Even he didn't know how to explain things to his younger brother. Besides, Mu Lin's sudden drive to study might only last tonight. Who knew if he'd change after waking up? Besides, this little rascal had no patience. Who knew how long he'd stick with it? If it was just 3 days of fishing and 2 days of sunbathing, then all this excitement would be for nothing. So, being the cautious type, he decided to wait and see for a few more days. Old Mu, do you think Xiao Ming's drastic change has anything to do with Xiao Jian? Absolutely. Did Xiao Jian teach him a problem-solving approach? Problem-solving approaches can only crack questions, but they can't change someone's nature. Then how did Xiao Jian manage it? I don't know. But Mu Taishan thought for a moment and said, when Xiao Shuai gets back, have her ask him. Xiao Jian wouldn't lie to her. Shui Yi opened her mouth, hesitated, and remained silent. She understood her husband's thoughts perfectly well. But on this matter, she neither encouraged nor opposed it, she simply let things take their natural course. The Mu family villa had 2 guest rooms. One was occupied by little Pudgy, so the other naturally belonged to Fang Jian. After a quick wash, he climbed into bed. It wasn't actually that late, but after using his psychic powers for the first time today, Fang Jian felt extremely exhausted. Previously, he had only used his mental energy to sense his surroundings or to amplify the function of a specific organ to unimaginable levels. But tonight, he had projected his mental energy outward, a feat infinitely more difficult than anything he had attempted before. It was akin to practicing internal martial arts, which could enhance an individual's combat prowess, making their punches deliver greater force. However, projecting one's chi outward to harm others was a challenge that was far more difficult than that. Fang Jian now understood that even the white-haired, red-eyed version of himself had been understating the matter. Such immense psychic power was far beyond what his current self could endure. His eyelids fluttered uncontrollably as his consciousness began to blur. When one's spirit is utterly exhausted, the best remedy is sleep. A deep, uninterrupted slumber could ease the body's fatigue and restore one to full vitality. Yet he was unaware that as his eyes closed tightly and a faint snore escaped him, the warm-hued mental energy swirling around him began to boil once more. It coalesced into a small vortex above his head. Within this vortex, invisible to ordinary eyes, a mysterious passage suddenly appeared, as if connecting 2 distinct worlds. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the villa's front door creaked open. Mu Shui tiptoed inside. Just as she was about to turn on the light, her eyes suddenly darted. In the dim glow, she thought she saw a figure on the sofa. Her body tensed slightly. Mu Shui didn't want to alert the intruder, so her movements remained unchanged, yet she had already made subtle adjustments, ready to strike at any moment. Indeed, all those years of training hadn't gone to waste. "Dad? Why are you here?" Mu Shui exhaled in relief, her body instantly relaxing. "You're scaring me," she murmured, not without a hint of reproach. "People can scare the living daylights out of you. As a veteran detective, don't you understand that? Look at the time, why did you take so long to come back? Dad, you used to be a detective yourself. You know exactly what our job entails." Mu Shui rolled her eyes dismissively, switched on the living room light, and said, "When I was little, you were practically never home." Mu Taikai looked visibly awkward. Criminal investigation work was indeed like that. Once it got busy, it consumed day and night. He wasn't the only one who was rarely home. He had missed nearly all of Mu Shui's childhood, and he felt profoundly guilty toward this mother and daughter. "Alright, Dad. What exactly do you need me for?" Mu Shui's gaze shifted slightly. "Don't tell me Shaolin is picking on Fang Jian again?" She snorted lightly. "That kid gets out of hand if you don't discipline him every 3 days. I'm going to teach him a lesson right now." Wait. Mu Taishan quickly grabbed her arm. "They're all asleep. Don't cause trouble. Besides, it's not what you think." "Oh, then how's Fang Jian's tutoring going?" "Well, you'll see for yourself tomorrow. I need you to handle something for me then." "What is it?" "Ask Fang Jian tomorrow morning exactly what he discussed with Mu Lin. Shaolin worked on problems all night. We had to force him to rest before he gave up. Before bed, he handed me his phone to keep, saying he'd continue solving problems tomorrow morning." Mu Shui stared at her dad, speechless. Slowly, her expression turned rather peculiar. "Dad, do you think I'm still 3 years old? What? The days when you could trick me out of my New Year's money with a lollipop are long gone." Chapter 64, The Massage Therapist. Fang Jian slowly regained consciousness, only to immediately realize his physical condition was utterly bizarre. He tried to stretch, but couldn't move a muscle. Though his mind remained sharp, his body felt utterly foreign. Mind-space traversal. Fang Jian instantly grasped his current situation. The mental traversal he'd long dreamed of had unexpectedly manifested once more. In that moment, he couldn't help but feel profoundly moved. The charm and appeal of a beautiful woman were truly extraordinary. Mu Shui's video had been uploaded less than a day ago, yet it had already triggered a qualitative change, allowing him to once again gather the mental energy required for thought projection. Fortunately, he hadn't deleted that video when he left, otherwise, he would have regretted it too late. Last time, while muttering about suturing techniques, his consciousness had attached itself to an outstanding surgeon in a multidimensional space, allowing him to master suturing skills of divine mastery. And this time? Though he hadn't anticipated such swift mental projection before bed, he still muttered a few words about combat techniques out of habit. The thought of potentially inhabiting the body of a legendary martial arts master filled him with excitement and tremors. His body stirred. Under the control of its original owner, he opened his eyes and began the daily routine of washing and personal hygiene. The first time Fang Jian encountered this situation, he had felt rather awkward. But now, he no longer cared much. After all, this was merely a mental attachment. It would vanish naturally when the time came. Moreover, he was certain the other party was completely unaware of his existence, just as he himself had initially been unaware of the white-haired, red-eyed figure lurking deep within his own mind. The body's owner ate breakfast and then stepped out the door. Isn't this a martial artist? Why doesn't he need to train first thing in the morning? Through the host's eyes, Fang Jian surveyed his surroundings. He didn't know which multidimensional world his consciousness had crossed into this time, but by observing his surroundings, he could make a reasonably accurate judgment. This world's technological advancement seemed far superior to his own. The gravity-defying cars darting through the sky provided undeniable proof. Fang Jian's fiery heart grew cold. Though not a martial artist himself, he understood one truth: martial arts seemed to decline as technology advanced. Human bodies, limited by their physical constraints, could never match firearms no matter how hard they trained. Mu Shui possessed formidable martial prowess, yet if given a gun, she would surely retreat 3 paces. The body's owner continued forward, finally entering a towering structure. Upon seeing this structure, Fang Jian froze completely. Before him stood a massive red cross emblem. This universally recognized symbol represented the healing of the sick and wounded. The towering structure was, in fact, a hospital. Another hospital? Fang Jian suddenly felt an urge to scream. Why did he have such an uncanny connection with hospitals? On Earth, he was an intern. Both times he had mentally traversed multidimensional space, it had involved hospitals or doctors. Could this truly be his destiny? Dr. Chen, you're here. They've been waiting for you. Alright, I'll be right there. The body's owner slipped into a white coat and headed toward the ward. At this moment, Fang Jian was utterly disheartened. He had finally confirmed that the host body he'd possessed was indeed another doctor, not some martial arts master. He forced himself to console, regardless of which department this Dr. Chen worked in, as long as he was a doctor, there must be something worth learning from him. At least this time, he wouldn't come away empty-handed. Dr. Chen entered the ward. Through his eyes, Fang Jian surveyed the room's furnishings and was suddenly struck by an utterly absurd feeling. What kind of hospital room was this? It looked more like a massage parlor. A standard massage table stood in the room. A middle-aged man reclined on it, saying, "Dr. Chen, after your last massage, I felt so much better. I haven't had an attack in a week. Your condition has lingered too long and turned into chronic gastritis. With the special medication and abdominal massage, you'll see significant improvement within a week and be completely cured within a month. Just be mindful of what you eat going forward." Fang Jian was utterly shocked. He even began to doubt himself, wondering if he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. Chronic gastritis is actually extremely troublesome. While there are indeed cases of complete cure on Earth, once afflicted with this condition, one must adhere to numerous restrictions. One must avoid raw, cold, hard, and spicy foods, eat meals on schedule, and avoid overexertion. The key to managing this condition is nurturing. Essentially, one must bid farewell to indulging in culinary pleasures, and any attempt to pull all-nighters or overwork oneself would be tantamount to courting disaster. Yet, judging by Dr. Chen's tone, this chronic gastritis sounded as treatable as a common cold. Just take the right medicine, get some massage therapy, and it could be cured within a month? If only that special medicine could be obtained. Though Fang Jian was present only as a spiritual presence, he felt his heart thud in his chest. Dr. Chen didn't start treatment immediately. Instead, he put on a pair of headphones and began playing music. A massage therapist listening to music while working? Though Fang Jian couldn't control this body, he felt a sense of intoxication. This masseur was truly unconventional. But what kind of music was this? It was truly beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Dr. Chen listened to the music while fetching a clean towel and starting the massage. Fang Jian also gathered his focus, setting aside those unrealistic thoughts and paying attention to the therapist's technique. If he couldn't get the miracle cure, learning some complementary massage techniques would do. Yet moments later, Fang Jian was astonished to realize he had underestimated Dr. Chen. Under his touch, the middle-aged man's face relaxed into an expression of profound enjoyment. This was abdominal and visceral massage. Dr. Chen's pressure was light yet precise. Even through the towel, Fang Jian could almost sense the internal organs beneath the palm. He had a distinct feeling that this particular massage technique was a specialized method specifically designed for visceral health maintenance. Put. The middle-aged man suddenly let out an incredibly loud, stinky fart. Fortunately, Dr. Chen had been prepared and was already wearing a special mask. After a series of farts, the middle-aged man left with a look of complete relief on his face. Soon, a second client entered. This one, however, wasn't seeking visceral massage but rather treatment for his shoulders, neck, and lower back. This elderly man suffered from severe muscle strain and had extremely poor recovery ability. Yet under Dr. Chen's massage, he continuously emitted sounds of pleasure, eventually drifting off to sleep. In a single day, Dr. Chen massaged 12 people, each leaving thoroughly satisfied. That night, after Dr. Chen fell asleep, Fang Jian accessed his decades of hard-earned massage techniques through memory sharing. However, Fang Jian was disappointed to find no trace of the specific medication for chronic gastritis he had been desperately seeking. Throughout these 3 days, Dr. Chen had done nothing but massage, never touching any medication. 3 days later, Fang Jian's consciousness flickered and he departed from this multidimensional world. Chapter 65, Heartwarming Words. Huff. Fang Jian abruptly sat up in bed, staring at his own hands with a look that held a hint of helplessness and a touch of strangeness. He had gone to great lengths to get onto Douyin, all for the purpose of entering the multidimensional world to learn combat techniques. But he never imagined that after arriving, although he had mastered hand techniques, he could hardly expect to fight people with just these hand techniques. "Hey, are you there?" "Yes. I need to ask you something." "Hey, still there? Spit it out already. Show some manners, will you?" "Fine, spit it out." After a moment of silence, Fang Jian continued his rambling. "I went to multidimensional space again, but I didn't learn any combat techniques." "Why? Why? You ask me why?" Fang Jian felt like he could spit blood. He'd sought out the white-haired, red-eyed one just to ask that very question, why? But before he could even ask, the other had already preempted him. "Why didn't you learn combat techniques?" "Because I simply couldn't learn it. This time, I attached myself to a massage therapist and mastered his decades of techniques thoroughly. But the martial arts I craved most? Not a trace of it." "I see. So the spirit that crossed over into this multidimensional world isn't a martial artist, it's a massage therapist." "Exactly. Why is that?" "Because of luck." "Luck? So you're saying that the first time I managed to fulfill my wish learning top-tier suturing techniques was because pure luck. This time, it didn't work out possessing a massage therapist. Was bad luck." Fang Jian fell silent once more. He realized his conversation with the white-haired, red-eyed man was starting to feel like a waste of time. Alright, so how can I make my wish come true? It's simple, accumulate more mental energy and strive to traverse multidimensional space multiple times. The more times you traverse, the greater your chances of success. Fang Jian was utterly speechless. Even a child would know this simple solution. But faced with such a straightforward answer, he had no counter-argument. Sighing deeply, Fang Jian glanced at the clock. It was already 6:30. He climbed out of bed. After all, this was Uncle Mu's home. Even if only for appearance's sake, he ought to rise early. Besides, even at his own place, he never developed the bad habit of oversleeping. After a quick wash, Fang Jian opened the door and stepped into the living room. The housekeeper had already prepared breakfast. What surprised Fang Jian was that he wasn't the first one downstairs. Sitting at the table, huffing and puffing as he tackled his breakfast, was none other than the little chubby Mu Lin. Little Lin, up so early? Mu Lin gave him a nod before returning to his battle with the breakfast plate. For a little chubby kid, eating was a pretty important thing. After finishing his breakfast, he wiped his mouth haphazardly and headed toward his room. A slight stir in his heart prompted Fang Jian to call out from the room, "Shaolin, where are you going?" "I haven't finished yesterday's homework yet. I'm going to finish it." "Homework?" "Yeah, Jian, I'll tell you, yesterday I realized doing practice problems is so much fun, way more fun than playing games." Seeing Mu Lin's animated expression, Fang Jian was quite surprised. He had only planted an incomplete seed of diligence in him, yet his reaction was already exaggerated. What would happen if he planted the full, complete seed of diligence? The little chubby kid hurried off, and a graceful figure sat down in his spot. "Sis Shui, you're up too." Mu Shui stood before the dining table, arms crossed, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Fang Jian. Fang Jian felt uneasy under her interrogating gaze. If he had nothing to hide, it wouldn't matter, but now, with countless little secrets he didn't want anyone to know about, his eyes couldn't help but flicker nervously. "Fang Jian, tell me honestly, what exactly did you say to Shaolin yesterday?" "Ah, I didn't say anything." "Liar. How else would Shaolin change so much?" "Oomph. When did he ever get up this early? And after breakfast, he went straight to doing practice problems. I thought he was a completely different person." Mu Shui snapped fiercely, "Tell me. What kind of magic did you use?" "Magic?" Fang Jian's heart skipped a beat. Though the spiritual seed wasn't magic, viewed through a scientific lens, it was practically indistinguishable. If it's not magic, then what is it? Mu Shui's eyes flashed with a burning anticipation. Her body pressed forward, nearly touching Fang Jian's. Fang Jian swallowed hard, overwhelmed by the faint, intoxicating fragrance wafting toward him. The accidental touch of their bodies sent an indescribable, restless tingle coursing through him. "Impulse is the devil," he muttered inwardly, then replied aloud, "Actually, I just gave him a bowl of heartwarming encouragement." "Chicken soup for the soul?" "Yes, Shaolin isn't stupid at all, he's actually quite clever. Of course, we Mu family members are all smart. His poor grades stem from being too relaxed and losing interest in studying. So I had a heart-to-heart with him, pinpointed his character flaws, and helped him correct them." Fang Jian waved his hand dismissively. "It's a complex psychological issue. You wouldn't understand." Mu Shui's eyes widened in exasperation. "As if you know anything about it." Fang Jian thought to himself, "I really don't understand." But his expression remained calm and composed, as if he had everything under control. "When did you study psychology?" "Sister Shui, have you forgotten? I'm a doctor." "Doctors know psychology, is that so strange?" Mu Shui furrowed her beautiful brows. That statement sounded so logical, she couldn't refute it. "What are you two doing?" Mu Taishan's deep voice boomed from behind them. Only then did Mu Shui realize her body was practically leaning against Fang Jian's. Her cheeks flushed slightly, but she straightened up nonchalantly and said, "Dad, I asked him earlier." Fang Jian gave Shaolin a bowl of heartwarming advice, which motivated him to work hard and transform completely. Heartwarming advice? What kind of advice could be so effective? "Tell me about it," Mu Taishan said with interest. Seeing Mu Taishan showed no sign of reproach, Fang Jian breathed a sigh of relief. Though Aunt Shui's gaze was a bit strange, he couldn't worry about that now. "Uncle Mu, this kind of motivational talk varies from person to person. It might not mean much to you, but it could have a huge impact on others. So I can't really explain it to you in detail." "Oh, that's quite a skill. Where did you learn it?" "From books. Putting knowledge to use, that's commendable. Much more promising than Shui." Mu Shui shot him a displeased look. "Am I your daughter, or is Fang Jian your son? Even if you're favoring outsiders, you don't have to be this blatant about it." Just as Mu Taishan was about to speak, his expression changed slightly. He clenched one fist and pressed it against his stomach. "Oh dear, old Mu, your stomach's acting up again? Sit down quickly." Shui Yi hurriedly helped him lower himself into a seat. Chapter 66, Want to give it a try? Mu Tietzai's brows knitted tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Old ailment. Just need to rest." Stomachaches are like toothaches when they're not bothering you, it's fine. But once they strike, the pain is truly unbearable. Sigh, this is all because you neglected your health back then. Now it's too late, there's no cure, Shui said reproachfully as she had the housekeeper bring hot water. Mu Taikai waved it off. As a former detective, how could I not have some issues? A detective who's gone 7 years without stomach problems isn't a good detective. Yeah, Mom. A detective's job means irregular meals and all-nighters are the norm. Dad had no choice back then. You used to cry for your dad when you were little, saying he was no good. How come you're defending him now? I wasn't a detective back then. Now that I am, I understand. Still trying to be stubborn? What, you want to develop this chronic condition at your young age too? Shui's expression grew increasingly displeased. Mu Shui didn't argue back, only tightening her grip on Mu Tianxin's hand slightly. Your father said it himself, 7 years as a detective leaves you riddled with injuries. I'll give you 3 years. After that, you're transferring out. No. Are you trying to drive me to my grave? Fang Jian saw the two of them arguing fiercely and quickly interjected, Uncle Mu, I've studied massage techniques that can relieve pain. Why don't I give it a try? Though Mu Tianxin didn't believe some massage technique could cure stomach ailments, he couldn't bear to disappoint Fang Jian. With great effort, he nodded. Fang Jian helped Mu Taikai into the guest bedroom, laid him down, and placed a clean towel over his abdomen. Glancing at his own hands and clenching his fists, he felt a strange sense of relief. This trip to the multidimensional space hadn't taught him combat techniques, but he had learned massage techniques and could use them immediately. That was quite good. Placing his hands gently on Mu Tik's abdomen, Fang Jian didn't immediately begin kneading. Instead, he carefully sensed the subtle fluctuations beneath his palms. As a doctor, he naturally knew the distribution of the human internal organs. Yet even before, if he had removed the towel and placed his palm directly on the abdomen, he would never have felt anything so distinct. Now, however, Fang Jian seemed to perceive every single contraction of every organ within that abdominal cavity. This sensation was nothing short of astonishing. He hadn't employed any psychic abilities, yet when his palms touched the belly through the towel, he could make such precise judgments. Experience this was an invaluable treasure, the culmination of decades of practice by a massage therapist in that multidimensional world. Yet, due to the interplay and fusion of spiritual consciousness across dimensions, it had been bestowed upon Fang Jian without him even realizing it. Finally, Fang Jian's hands moved, gently massaging in a single direction. Massage was a craft that appeared simple on the surface but demanded immense skill and experience. The control of pressure and the judgment of precise locations required strict precision. An ordinary masseur would constantly ask, "Is this pressure okay?" But Fang Jian remained silent throughout the massage, his full attention fixed on Mu Taishan's facial expressions and bodily reactions. Some people are afraid of pain, others of ticklishness. Certain areas on the body are absolute no-go zones, untouchable. Though humans share basic similarities, a head, 2 arms, 2 legs, individual differences are vast. Each person reacts uniquely to massage. Fang Jian alternated between firm pressure, light touches, and pinching motions during the massage. He didn't just focus on the stomach, he performed a certain level of maintenance on the entire abdominal organ system. Gradually, the furrowed brow on Mu Tik's face began to relax. Though some pain remained, it was worlds apart from the initial agony. Shui and Mu Shui exchanged bewildered glances. They hadn't held much hope for Fang Jian at first, but now they were helpless, resigned to waiting it out until Mu Tianxi's pain subsided. Unexpectedly, as Fang Jian continued his massage, Mu Tianxi's condition began to improve remarkably quickly. Observing her physical response, Fang Jian immediately recognized that this extraordinary visceral massage technique was proving effective. He didn't relax his efforts, but pressed on with the massage. After 15 minutes, Mu Tianxi's expression suddenly shifted. Put! He couldn't help but release a series of stinking farts, and the smell was unbearable. Fang Jian paused. Hold it in, hold it in. I can't hold it anymore. He turned around only to see Shui and Mu Shui had already slipped out. With no time to spare, Fang Jian covered his nose and said, "Uncle Mu, you better go relieve yourself quickly." Mu Taishan nodded awkwardly, his face flushed, and shuffled toward the bathroom. Fang Jian quickly left the stench-filled room. Outside the door, Mu Shui pressed, "Mom, what did you feed Dad last night?" "Whatever you ate, he ate." "Then why are his farts so stinky?" "You little brat, how dare you talk about your father like that? Didn't you teach me to always tell the truth since I was little? Then why didn't you agree when I told you not to become a detective?" The arguing mother and daughter both fell silent at the sight of Fang Jian. "Fang Jian, what's going on here?" "Oh, I gave Uncle Mu a little push on his internal organs. It should be good for his health." Mu Shui eyed Fang Jian suspiciously, as if wanting to ask something. Just then, Mu Tianxin emerged from the bathroom looking refreshed and said, "Fang Jian, you're quite skilled." "Uncle Mu, how are you feeling now?" "Great, absolutely fantastic, I've never felt this good before. It's like I just ran a hard lap, worked up a good sweat, and it feels incredibly refreshing. This really gets your internal organs moving, it's genuinely good for your health." Fang Jian hesitated for a moment before saying, Uncle Mu, I see your shoulders, neck, and waist aren't in great shape either. Why don't I give you a massage too? Excellent, come on then. Had Fang Jian volunteered earlier, Mu Taishan might not have paid much attention. But after experiencing it firsthand, he knew this young nephew possessed genuine skill in massage. That feeling of complete clarity after the treatment was undeniable, so he agreed without hesitation. Yet he still underestimated Fang Jian's capabilities. While massaging the abdomen and internal organs required gentleness, working on the neck, shoulders, and lumbar spine was an entirely different matter. Ah, ouch, ouch, ouch. In the bedroom, Mu Taishan couldn't help but moan. That body of iron seemed to turn into dough under this pair of hands. Shui rubbed his shoulders and suddenly said, Xia Shui, I'm starting to feel a bit uncomfortable too. Mom, what did you say? After your dad finishes, I'll give it a try too. Hey, do you want to try it as well? Chapter 67, The All-Round Doctor. Early in the morning, the Mu household echoed with all sorts of suggestive moans. Fang Jian's hands seemed to possess boundless magic, delivering pleasure that penetrated to the very bones during the massage. Not only Mu Taishan, who was worn out from overwork, but even Shui, who took good care of herself, enjoyed the experience without exception and gave Fang Jian a big thumbs up. After massaging both women, Mu Taishan praised him before leaving with Shui. The living room was now empty except for Fang Jian and Mu Shui. As for the housekeeper, she already cleared the table and wisely kept her distance. Fang Jian, who taught you this? Mu Shui looked at him with a rather peculiar expression. Sister Shui, you've forgotten I'm a doctor. Fang Jian shrugged. Is it so strange for a doctor to know a bit of massage technique? Not strange, but mastering a skill to this level can't be easy. Yeah, I spent a lot of time practicing this massage technique. Oh, where did you learn it? Of course, from a massage master. Fatso and I went to the Xin Ingwang Foot Spa. There's a massage master there number 135 whose skills are top-notch. So I picked up a few techniques from him. Turns out they work surprisingly well. Foot spa? Hey, Sister Shui, don't get the wrong idea. It's legit, totally legit. Oof. You wouldn't have learned this technique anywhere else. Mu Shui waved her hand dismissively. Alright, since you're being so filial, I'll let it slide. Just make sure to post more uplifting videos from now on, got it? Got it, Sister Shui. Fang Jian breathed a sigh of relief. If Mu Shui had pressed him for answers, he wouldn't have known how to explain it. Watching Fang Jian leave, Mu Shui thought for a moment before tiptoeing to the guest room. She quietly pushed the door open just a crack. Inside, Mu Lin was buried in his homework, completely oblivious to the movement outside. Whether someone was playing around or actually working could often be discerned from subtle details, especially for Mu Shui with her criminal investigation experience. So she could tell at a glance that Mu Lin wasn't pretending he was genuinely immersed in his studies. She didn't disturb her cousin, instead closing the door softly. Yet her gaze held a new layer of puzzlement. She pulled out her phone, opened the Douyin app, and watched Fang Jianfa's suturing video. Her beautiful, arched eyebrows furrowed slightly. As a doctor, mastering suturing techniques was fundamental. Anyone aspiring to achieve anything in surgery would diligently practice these basic skills. As a doctor, understanding psychology to guide a high school student who loved to play and neglected his studies back on the right path seemed acceptable. As a doctor, knowing massage techniques to ease patients' physical burdens and relax their shoulders, necks, and spines sounded perfectly reasonable. But if a doctor mastered all three of these skills, excelling in each to near perfection with no flaws to be found, that would be rather unusual. Moreover, judging by the techniques Fang Jian demonstrated in the video and the deftness of his hands while massaging his parents just now, these didn't seem like skills one could pick up casually. Mu Shui tilted her head, seemingly lost in deep thought. Could it be that Fang Jian possessed the legendary talent of an all-around doctor? Back home, Fang Jian flexed his fingers, feeling a dull ache in his fingertips, hand bones, and wrist. He twitched his mouth, a faint, helpless smile of resignation appearing. His 3-day sojourn in the higher dimensional world had indeed yielded tremendous gains. To say nothing of the other benefits, his massage techniques alone were nothing short of exceptional. But massage and suturing were fundamentally different disciplines. While both required practice to master, massage demanded far greater physical strength, especially in the fingers and wrists, beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Truly exceptional massage therapists required daily, arduous training. Fang Jian had acquired the technique, but compared to a computer, he had only obtained the software. Without a sufficiently robust physique as the hardware, the software's full potential could never be realized. During today's massage for Mu Taishan and his wife, he had only exerted about 50% of his true capability. It wasn't that he was holding back, he genuinely couldn't do more. Recalling his experience during those 3 days of confinement, Fang Jian lowered himself to the floor, fingers braced against the ground, and began doing push-ups. This was one method massage therapists used to build finger strength. Currently, Fang Jian could only manage this level of training. In the higher dimensional world, however, that massage therapist didn't use all 10 fingers during regular practice, only 4. Massage would never be Fang Jian's main profession in the future, but since he possessed this skill, he shouldn't abandon it lightly. Besides, this kind of exercise was inherently beneficial for the body. What reason did he have not to do it? After working up a sweat, Fang Jian felt an unexpected sense of clarity and lightness throughout his body. Indeed, living a full life requires sufficient physical activity. His phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, he couldn't help but feel slightly surprised. Aunt Shui, you needed me? Xiao Jian, I forgot to tell you this morning. On the other end, Shui massaged her shoulders and neck. The usual heaviness had vanished without a trace. But precisely because Fang Jian's performance had astonished her so much, she'd inadvertently delayed the important matter. What can I do for you? Hee, you'll be a fifth-year student when school starts. It's time for your internship. What are your plans? I haven't decided yet. I'll probably just follow the school's arrangements. How about going abroad to polish your resume? Study abroad? Yes. Professor Jiang Xianbing mentioned there's a rare opportunity available. If you're interested, he could help connect you. Aunt Shui, you know Professor Jiang? I'm in the health education system, of course I know him. Fang Jian finally understood. No wonder Professor Jiang Xianbing had looked at him with such admiration during their recent meeting. He had initially thought it was his emergency medical skills on the plane that had impressed the professor. But now he understood the real reason was this. After a moment's hesitation, he said, Aunt Shui, my mom is so lonely by herself. I don't want to go abroad. My dear boy, whatever you decide, I'll support you. Thank you, Aunt Shui. You don't need to thank me, that's too formal. Shui paused thoughtfully before adding, so, which hospital do you want to intern at? Just go directly to Professor Jiang. He'll make the arrangements for you. Any hospital? Any hospital is fine. Chapter 68, Internship Hospital. After hanging up the phone, Fang Jian felt a slight pang of emotion. People with confidence really do speak differently. Being able to freely choose your internship hospital wasn't something to take lightly. Moreover, he could tell that Aunt Shui's promise extended far beyond just the internship period. By the time he finished, securing a permanent position at the hospital would likely be as easy as asking. A top-tier hospital in N City, it wasn't easy for ordinary medical students to get in, let alone master's degree holders. The medical field was a peculiar industry. It perpetually lacked elite practitioners, yet the influence and economic impact of a renowned doctor could be staggering. Yet it was also a crowded field, unwelcoming to newcomers. For a pure newcomer without any connections to make a name for themselves in this field is an extremely difficult task. The phone rang again. Fang Jian glanced at it and instantly boiled over with rage. You fat bastard, you actually have the nerve to call me? Don't get mad, old Fang. I'm right outside your door. Come open it. Fang Jian hung up, stormed to the door in 2 strides, only to find not Yu Huiliang's familiar face but a takeout bag held high. Old Fang, I got this from Shao Xingxing. This place has amazing flavors, I waited in line forever for it. Yu Huiliang's face was plastered with a smile. How about that? Pretty brotherly, huh? I didn't keep it all to myself, I came to share it with you. Oof. You think this takeout can buy me off? Old Fang, you know how fierce that tiger is. If I dared keep this from her, what do you think would happen to me? Yu Huiliang grimaced. She might spare you some face, but when it comes to hitting me, she shows no mercy. Sigh, if my dad finds out I upset her, he'll definitely cut off my allowance. That's when things would really get miserable. Fang Jian snorted coldly but stepped aside to let him in. Is mom at work? Of course. Who else has time to loaf around all day like you? Heh, old Fang, don't get so worked up. Come on, whatever's got you upset, just stuff your face. If one big meal isn't enough, have 2 or 3. That'll definitely make you feel better. That's your secret formula? Yep, it never fails. I'm only telling you this because you're my good buddy. Fang Jian eyed his flabby physique with disdain. Keep that brilliant idea to yourself. I've no interest in all those side effects. Yu Huiliang didn't seem to mind. He opened his lunchbox and said, alright, let's eat. Man is iron, food is steel, we've gotta eat, right? For him, eating was undoubtedly life's top priority. With good food on the table, anything was negotiable. The two of them chatted away as they polished off every last morsel on the table. Rubbing his belly, Yu Huiliang said with lingering satisfaction, I didn't pack enough. Maybe we should go get some more. Forget it. Fang Jian tidied up the table and said, you should really eat less. Old Fang, have you decided where you'll do your internship? Don't ask me, tell me what you're thinking first. My dad said, based on my interests, I could study abroad if I want. Yu Huiliang's eyes lit up. How about we go together? Forget it. I don't want to leave in city. Yu Huiliang wore an expression that said he'd expected this all along. Alright, since you're staying, we should find a good place. How about second hospital? It's closest to your home. Alright. My dad and the second hospital's director are good friends. Should I put in a good word so we can get in together? Thanks, but Aunt Shui already made arrangements. I knew they'd take care of your affairs. Yu Huiliang flopped his heavy frame onto the sofa, leaving a deep indentation. Old Ban asked me to tell you the advanced class is planning a farm stay trip. Interested? No one mentioned it in the group chat. It's a small group effort, not something we'd shout about in the group chat. Just us advanced class students. Alright, group activities are worth joining. Fang Jian hesitated only briefly before nodding in agreement. The two chatted about everything under the sun for a long while. Yu Huiliang said, Old Fang, the second video is ready to go up. With your follower count skyrocketing like that, the second video's impact will definitely be way better than the first one. Fang Jian opened the app. His follower count had already surpassed 5,000, and the two uploaded videos had garnered over 100,000 likes. Of course, the biggest contributor was Mu Shui's flying kick. The comments below were all over the place, with many strongly demanding he post more similar content. A chill ran down Fang Jian's spine. If he posted more of Mu Shui's videos, he truly had no idea what the consequences might be. Still, seeing the steadily climbing heart counts and follower numbers filled him with immense satisfaction. After all, more hearts and followers meant he could gather more warm-toned mental energy, allowing his consciousness to traverse higher dimensional spaces more frequently. This was a virtuous cycle that kept getting better, one he absolutely had to maintain. After uploading the second Pig's Trotter suturing video, Yu Huiliang asked, Old Fang, what kind of video do you want to shoot today? Should we pick another material? Fang Jian pondered for a moment before replying, posting suturing videos every day won't work. Even the best techniques can cause visual fatigue if seen too often. Let's try something else. But what should we do? Fang Jian glanced at Yu Huiliang's thick, fleshy neck and suddenly suggested, I've been learning some massage techniques lately. Why don't you give it a try? Massage? When did you learn massage? Thanks to you, I picked it up at the Xin Ingwang massage place. Ha! Ha! Yu Huiliang burst out laughing. Old Fang, don't joke around. You've only been to Xini Ingwang a few times, what could you possibly have learned? Let's see. You want to use me as a guinea pig? Fang Jian fetched a brand new and used white towel from home. Rolling up his sleeves, he said slowly, since I'm here, might as well give it a shot. Don't look at me like I owe you money. Let me tell you, getting me to give you a massage is a steal. Yu Huiliang resignedly flopped onto the bedroom bed. He never expected Fang Jian to bring him any surprises. After all, he'd never seen Fang Jian study massage before. A hand suddenly gripped Yu Huiliang's thick neck through the towel. Old Fang, be careful when you apply pressure, don't get the position wrong. Chapter 69, Enjoyment. Suing opened the door, about to step inside, when she suddenly froze. An extremely peculiar sound was emanating from her son's room. Though they were mother and son, certain things still felt awkward. Hesitating for a moment, she finally approached with trepidation. Her son's door stood open clearly, he hadn't intended to hide anything. Yet it was precisely this openness that allowed her to hear those peculiar sounds. As she peered inside, her heart fluttered with unease. Yet, the scene that met her eyes only deepened her bewilderment. A person lay on Fang Jian's bed. Fang Jian held that person's head down with one hand while rolling his arm across their back with the other. The peculiar sound she'd heard was coming from the person beneath him. Fang Jian's movements halted. He looked up and saw his mother, stopping naturally. Mother and son stared at each other, both momentarily stunned. Old Fang, don't stop. Keep going. Yu Huiliang whined. Xiaoliang? The moment Yu Huiliang spoke, Suing recognized his voice instantly. After all, he was her son's childhood best friend, impossible to ignore. Ah, auntie. Yu Huiliang startled, turning his head from where he lay on the bed and sitting up abruptly. With such an unusually large and sturdy build, who else could it be but Yu Huiliang? Suing pointed at them, looking utterly bewildered. What are you doing? Mom, Xiao Jian learned some massage techniques and decided to use me as a guinea pig, Yu Huiliang chuckled, nodding his head back and forth. The massage really did feel much better. Fang Jian snapped impatiently, get up. Why? You've only worked on my neck and shoulders, barely touched my back, and haven't even started on my limbs. Do you really think I'm a massage therapist from Xiningguan? No way. You're way better than them. How about I tip you double what they get? Get lost. Auntie, Xiao Jian is picking on me. Seeing this pair of troublemakers bickering as usual, Su Ying's heart finally settled. Mom, come to your room. I'll give you a massage. Fang Jian flexed his slightly stiff fingers. Since massage was both effective and relaxing, he naturally wanted to help his mother unwind. As for Yu Huiliang, he could take a back seat for now. Su Ying couldn't help but hesitate. Having her son give her a massage felt odd. Auntie, Xiao Jian's massage technique is truly excellent. It would be a shame not to try it, Yu Huiliang added, encouraging her. Besides, this is a great opportunity for Xiao Jian to practice. Please don't refuse. Noticing his mother's hesitation, Fang Jian suggested, Mom, your shoulders and neck have always been problematic. Why don't you sit down, and we'll just work on those areas? Su Ying finally nodded in agreement and sat down on a hard chair. Fang Jian took a clean, fresh towel and placed it under her neck before beginning the massage. A skilled practitioner's touch is felt most keenly by the recipient. As Fang Jian's wrists began to rotate, Suing couldn't help but gasp sharply. Thankfully, she remembered her son and his classmates were behind her, so she gritted her teeth and stifled the sound. Yet, as Fang Jian's palms rotated, waves of warmth radiated from her neck. It felt as though his hands possessed a magical power, seeping gradually into her skin and bones, delivering an indescribable sense of comfort. She'd had her share of massages and even hospital traction treatments. Yet she was certain none had ever brought her such profound sensations. Comfortable. So incredibly comfortable. Those two words echoed relentlessly in her mind. Yu Huiliang watched from the side, nodding frequently. Though he knew nothing of massage techniques, as a doctor, he understood the basics. Moreover, due to his physique, he had received massages many times. Yet, in his memory, no one had ever given him such an intense sensation. Now, observing Fang Jian's meticulous movements, he too felt something profound. Massage was a highly technical, complex, and nuanced skill. Take the rolling technique alone, it required sinking the shoulders, suspending the wrists, and lowering the elbows. Yet technique was only one aspect, the true power lay in formidable strength. While technique could be learned through prolonged practice, the necessary force and penetrating power demanded substantial cultivation. Take lower back pain, for instance. Most cases involve pain in the quadratus lumborum muscle, a deep-seated muscle. Few practitioners can penetrate deep enough with rolling techniques to release the tension and adhesions in this area. Therefore, to become a truly qualified or even top-tier massage therapist, both innate talent and relentless effort are indispensable. During Fang Jian's massage, he felt little sensation. His entire body was so relaxed and comfortable that he was too absorbed in pure enjoyment to notice anything else. But now, as an observer, he noticed something unusual. Fang Jian's movements were fluid, natural, and rounded, each massage stroke flowing effortlessly like water following its course. Yet, at regular intervals, he would consciously relax or even flex his fingers and wrists. This indicated that during the massage, he was subjecting his own hand bones to significant impact, causing some discomfort. It was akin to a specific athletic activity like playing badminton. The first time you play, it's incredibly tiring because your muscles aren't accustomed to the sudden, intense exertion, causing significant discomfort. But after regular practice, the experience becomes much more manageable. A frown slowly creased his brow as a question surfaced in Yu Huiliang's mind. Fang Jian's technique seemed honed to perfection, yet why did his hands still ache? Could it be he was performing the massage in his dreams? Yu Huiliang didn't know. Though he hadn't guessed the truth, his wild speculation was remarkably close to the correct answer. After a long while, Fang Jian finally stopped. He exhaled a long breath and vigorously shook his wrist. Today's massage had reached its limit, he simply couldn't continue. Suing slowly stood up, her face filled with disbelief. She touched her neck and felt an unprecedented lightness, as if someone carrying a heavy burden had suddenly unloaded it. The sensation was so intense it defied description. What a treat! Gazing deeply at Fang Jian, Suing murmured slowly, "Not bad, my son." Her son was studying medicine, and while she didn't know how skilled he was yet, judging purely by his massage technique, those years of study hadn't been wasted. What puzzled Suing, however, was that he had enrolled his son in medical school. Did medical schools actually specialize in teaching massage therapy? Chapter 70, The Laboratory. The advanced program at the medical college continued. Perhaps knowing their time on campus was limited and that they were about to enter the real world, they cherished these remaining days even more. Yet whenever Fang Jian appeared in the advanced class, he invariably drew envious and jealous stares, especially when he completed suturing practice, making such reactions even more pronounced. "Fang Jian, how did you hone your skills to this level?" Chen Hogong stared at the perfectly sutured banana in his hand, utterly perplexed. They were all taught by the same professor and studied together for 4 years. During that time, Fang Jian's performance could only be described as average. He hovered around the middle of the pack. Yet, unexpectedly, after their senior year, just as internship placements were imminent, Fang Jian suddenly came into his own. If it had been theoretical knowledge, that would have been one thing. After all, such things can be mastered through diligent reading and memorization. But his hands-on skills were so formidable that it was truly terrifying. For 4 whole years, Fang Jian had never once displayed this talent in front of anyone. That level of patience was truly remarkable. Fang Jian thought carefully before replying, "Practice makes perfect." Chen Hogong rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking, "That's obvious." They understood the principle of practice making perfect, but to achieve that perfection, one must first gain that familiarity. This familiarity wasn't just lip service. They'd practiced for so long and knew the difficulty involved. To reach Fang Jian's level, who knew how much time and effort they'd have to pour into it? Just then, a familiar figure appeared outside the classroom, their instructor, Professor Zhang Xiangbing. "Good afternoon, Professor." Amidst the flattery, Zhang Xiangbing nodded with satisfaction. After reviewing everyone's work, he remarked, "Your fundamentals are solid now, but learning is endless. Keep pushing forward." Chen Hogong and the others looked at the bananas and pig's trotters arranged on the table. Most of their technical skills were nearly perfect, but one piece stood out remarkably. The banana placed among them seemed to tower above the rest like a crane among chickens, impossible to overlook even if one tried. Zhang Xiangbing reached for the banana in the center and said, Fang Jian, this is your suturing, right? Everyone covered their faces in unison. The professor had indeed noticed. Yes. Good. Very good. Come with me. Yes. After Fang Jian and Zhang Xiangbing left, murmurs filled the large lecture hall. Even a fool could see Zhang Xiangbing now regarded Fang Jian differently. Yet, glancing at the side-by-side comparisons of their work laid out on the table, even the most thick-skinned among them couldn't accuse Zhang Xiangbing of favoritism. For doctors, especially surgeons, the gap in technical skill often translates directly to differences in status and shifts in mindset. Even if Zhang Xiangbing had insisted on giving Fang Jian the best opportunity, they would have had no grounds for complaint. Following Zhang Xiangbing into his office, Zhang personally poured him a cup of tea. Had Shui not been there, Fang Jian might have felt a flicker of flattery. But now that he knew the reason, he remained unmoved. Fang Jian, internship placements are imminent. Have you considered your future career path? I have. I want to intern at Second Hospital. Zhang Xiangbing paused, his prepared words suddenly stuck in his throat. After a moment's thought, he said, You should know Dr. Smith. He comes from the Ontario Medical School in Canada. Doesn't that interest you? Thank you for your kindness, Professor, but I'm not ready to go abroad yet. Ah, this is a rare opportunity. You have the ability, and Dr. Smith holds you in high regard. To turn it down like this is truly a pity. Zhang Xiangbing tried his best to persuade him. Professor Jiang, I know you mean well. But due to family circumstances, I don't want to be far away. Family reasons? Zhang Xiangbing froze, immediately clamping his mouth shut and dropping the subject. Alright, if you won't pursue further studies abroad, then your only path is to intern at a hospital. Yes, I want to intern at Second Hospital. Fang Jian stated his request without hesitation. For most students facing a professor, there'd be no room for choice, they'd simply accept whatever arrangements were made. But with Mu Taishan and Shui Yi backing Fang Jian, the situation was entirely different. Second Hospital, fine. I'll make the arrangements. Professor. The door burst open as a bespectacled young man rushed in. Our experiment succeeded. Following the sequence, we successfully extracted the new NS inhibitor. Oh, so quickly? Zhang Xiangbing's eyes lit up, his delight evident. Zhang Xiangbing stood up, about to leave, but glanced at Fang Jian and said, Fang, you should rest well at home these days. With your current skills, there won't be any issues with your internship. The bespectacled young man stared at Fang Jian in surprise. Zhang Xiangbing was his master's advisor, and in his memory, he had rarely seen Professor Zhang display such a warm and approachable expression toward his students. Fang Jian's heart stirred slightly. Professor Jiang, is the NS inhibitor you mentioned a new type of stomach medicine? Zhang Xiangbing paused and turned back. How did you know about that? I've been following some cutting-edge medical research, so I have some understanding. Oh, are you interested in this research? Fang Jian smiled faintly. If the opportunity arises, I'd like to get involved. Heh, then come along. But this kind of research is pretty tedious, nothing like the glamour of being a surgeon. Zhang Xiangbing chuckled and strode ahead toward the lab. Fang Jian and the young man followed closely behind. The young man whispered, Bro, are you? I'm a senior student participating in the summer enrichment program. Professor Jiang is our program's instructor. Oh, I'm Zhuang Ji. Professor Jiang is my master's advisor. I look forward to learning from you. Though Zhuang Ji was several years older than Fang Jian, he sensed Zhang Xiangbing's stature and wisely avoided acting superior in Fang Jian's presence. Soon they arrived at the lab, where two experimental dogs were busily at work. Zhang Xiangbing stepped forward, reviewing documents and various data. Whenever he posed a question, everyone including Zhuang Ji answered at lightning speed. Zhuang Ji and two other graduate students handled the day-to-day work in this lab. Yet any significant scientific breakthroughs achieved here would be credited solely to Zhang Xiangbing. While this might seem unfair to Zhuang Ji and his team, it was, in fact, the norm in the scientific community. Without Zhang Xiangbing securing the funding, without him setting the research direction, without his hands-on guidance, Zhuang Ji and the others wouldn't even have the opportunity to conduct the experiments. Those with funding and authority held the greatest sway. As for lab rats? Three-legged dogs were hard to find, but two-legged lab rats were a dime a dozen in universities. Chapter 71, Pharmaceutical Superpowers and Strong Nations. Zhang Xiangbing's lab, including himself, had only 4 members. Yet here, he was the undisputed leader. Whether flipping through records or asking quiet questions, he exuded a strong confidence, commanding perfect control over the entire lab. Fang Jian listened quietly from the sidelines, refraining from interrupting. Truthfully, much of what they discussed was beyond the comprehension of a clinical medical student. Yet since the plane crash, Fang Jian had not only gained psychic abilities but also, through 2 multidimensional journeys of mental projection, significantly broadened his knowledge base. Of course, the knowledge he could absorb in a mere 3 days was limited. Yet, combined with his recent voracious reading, he had gained some grasp of Zhang Xiangbing's experiments. After questioning them, Zhang Xiangbing nodded with satisfaction. You've done well. Draft up a preliminary paper for me as soon as possible. Yes. Excitement flashed across the faces of the 3 lab rats. After all the hard work, the fear of failure was always present, but the joy of a successful experiment overshadowed everything else. Zhang Xiangbing led Fang Jian out of the lab. Noticing Fang Jian's keen interest in the place, he smiled and asked, "Little Fang, how much did you understand?" Fang Jian pondered for a moment before replying, "Your experiment seems to be a crucial step in developing a generic drug related to stomach ailments." "Quite right." Zhang Xiangbing's eyes lit up slightly. "You do have some understanding of cutting-edge medical technology." He paused before adding, "A pharmaceutical company secured the rights to a generic stomach disease drug. However, fully localizing their technology requires considerable effort and practical testing, which is why they commissioned me to conduct these experiments. As you witnessed, the results have been remarkably smooth. We should be able to deliver within a few months. Professor Jiang, this is all thanks to your expert guidance." It's just a generic drug. They provided everything, the extraction methods and all." Zhang Xiangbing suddenly sighed softly. Compared to other pharmaceutical powerhouses, our country still lags far behind in drug manufacturing. I truly hope that one day, we'll see our own new drugs being developed, transforming us from a major pharmaceutical nation into a true pharmaceutical powerhouse. With its vast population, China consumes an astronomical amount of medical supplies, making it a pharmaceutical giant in terms of scale. But the concepts of a major nation and a powerhouse are entirely different. Fang Jian gave Zhang Xiangbing a deep look, his impression of him instantly improving. "Xiao Fang, you're studying clinical medicine, which is quite different from what we do here," Zhang Xiangbing said earnestly. "You're in your senior year internship now, don't get distracted." "I know, Professor Jiang. Rest assured, I'll prioritize my internship." If you genuinely have an interest in research, I'd welcome you with open arms. After graduation, you can apply for my graduate program. But this path isn't necessarily easier than clinical work, you need to think it through carefully." "Yes, thank you, Professor Jiang." Fang Jian responded before leaving the campus. Yet within his heart, a fiery passion seemed to burn. In the lab, he had glimpsed a radically different path, one that seemed capable of saving far more lives. Back in the classroom, Fang Jian stared blankly at the empty basket. "Fang Jian, what did Zhang Xiangbing want with you?" Yu Huiliang appeared out of nowhere from outside the classroom. "Nothing much. We just confirmed my internship at Second Hospital. That's all? Couldn't he have just called?" If other students had heard that remark, their eyes would have popped out of their sockets. Deciding which hospital to intern at over the phone? That wasn't just impressive, it was borderline godlike. Fang Jian shook his head slightly, his frown still etched on his face. "What are you doing? Can't Zhang Xiangbing make the call?" "No, I've already made the arrangements." "Then why do you look so preoccupied?" Yu Huiliang's eyes darted around before he suddenly blurted out, "Hey, are you missing that person?" "Which person?" "The one who was with Xiao Xingxing last time. Honestly, that female reporter is gorgeous, a million times better than that shrew. Wan Ji? Why would I miss her?" "Look at you, you're clearly thinking about women. Or do you have other women besides these two?" Fang Jian shot him an annoyed glare and snapped, "You're the one thinking about women." "I'm thinking about how to boost likes and followers on Douyin." Yu Huiliang stared wide-eyed, utterly dumbfounded. "What? Help me figure it out." "Fang Jian, you haven't lost your mind, have you? Why suddenly decide to become an internet celebrity?" He replied earnestly, "Trust me, this path isn't for you." "How do you know? You're only mildly handsome. There are tons of better-looking guys online who can't even get famous. What makes you think you could?" Yu Huiliang sighed and added, "Besides, you're a doctor. That's a major disadvantage right from the start." "What do you mean?" "If you're an artist, you can perform singing or other talents. But as a doctor, what can you possibly perform? Practicing suturing on bananas or pigs' feet is one thing, but would you dare show actual surgery footage? Even if you dared to film those bloody scenes, no one would dare approve it." Fang Jian pondered for a moment, then sighed deeply alongside him. In this regard, doctors do have an inherent disadvantage compared to artists. Performing surgery or injections on the human body, even with the noble intent of healing the sick and saving lives, means such footage simply cannot be widely disseminated. "Fang Jian, why this sudden drive to become an internet celebrity? And with such fervor?" Fang Jian hesitated before replying, "It just hit me. I want to do it, and I want to get famous fast." Given that answer, what else could Yu Huiliang do but sigh to the heavens? Rubbing his chubby chin, he mused, "Actually, there might be one way that could work." "What method? Remember that second video? You had the guts to post that clip of the tigress kicking someone on Douyin, and it got massive traction." Yu Huiliang murmured softly, that's actually a brilliant idea." This is the era of looks, appearance is everything. If you feature more shots of beautiful women, you're sure to grab attention. But that's far too dangerous. Just thinking about Mu Shui's temper and those delicate hands, soft in appearance but as hard as iron hammers, sent a chill down his spine. "It's fine. There are so many beautiful women out there, she's not the only one." Yu Huiliang leaned in, a sly gleam in his eyes. I'll give you a win-win solution. I guarantee you won't want to leave. Chapter 72, agreed. Delicious sips. Standing outside the restaurant, Fang Jian sighed helplessly. Old Yu, this is your brilliant idea? Yu Huiliang's so-called brilliant plan was to treat them to dinner, then go singing together. This was a cliché pickup tactic, and Fang Jian had initially dismissed it. Yet somehow, Yu Huiliang had managed to convince Xiao Xingxing and even brought along Wang Jia. As for this restaurant, it was naturally Xiao Xingxing's recommendation. Hey, if you want to photograph beautiful women, you have to build rapport with them first, right? If you were a stranger asking to photograph someone, would you agree? First time's awkward, second time's familiar, third and fourth times, well, you get the idea. Yu Huiliang pleaded earnestly. What? Ah, that just slipped out. It should be after 3 or 4 times you can take the photos. Fatso, you're not exactly being sincere, are you? Nonsense. I'm doing this to help you, sticking my neck out for my brother. You should be touched. Yu Huiliang babbled on while leading Fang Jian into the restaurant. The restaurant wasn't large, but its decor was quite refined and distinctive, clearly the result of considerable effort. Before long, Wang Jiayi and Xiao Xingxing arrived together. Xiao Xingxing promptly took charge of ordering without hesitation. No one present could rival her expertise in this matter. Senior Yu, thank you for treating us to dinner, Xiao Xingxing said with a smile, her big eyes sparkling. Don't thank me. As a food critic, you're bound to have plenty of opportunities to eat and drink. That's different, Xiao Xingxing shook her head. Eating as a food critic is actually a responsibility. We have to be accountable for what we write. But when I eat casually, it's different. I can completely let go, eat whatever I want, and not worry about writing a review. Of course, that's more enjoyable. Wang Jiayi smiled calmly. Exactly. Achieving success in anything is never easy. Right, Dr. Fang? Ah, absolutely. Wang Ji, I'll raise my tea in your honor. Dr. Fang is being too polite today. Heh, he needs your help now, so of course he's being polite. Yu Huiliang chuckled beside them. Oh, Dr. Fang, is there anything I can assist you with? Fang Jian's face flushed slightly. He found himself at a loss for words. Xiao Xingxing's eyes widened as if she'd discovered a new continent. Dr. Fang, you wouldn't be trying to pursue my cousin, would you? No, no. Don't be ridiculous. Fang Jian and Wang Jiayi spoke almost simultaneously. Whatever. The food's here, I'm digging in. Xiao Xingxing immediately abandoned the two of them, turning her full attention to the delicious dishes before her. Yu Huiliang wasn't about to be outdone. With his imposing physique, his stomach seemed bottomless and his chopsticks never stopped moving. Wang Jiayi chuckled softly. Being around them seems to have given me a better appetite. Yeah, watching someone wolf down food like that makes you hungry even if you weren't before. Dr. Fang, what have you been up to lately? Just honing my skills, preparing for my upcoming internship. Have you secured your internship hospital yet? Yes, the second hospital. Oh, the second hospital? That's notoriously difficult to get into. Wang Jiayi's eyes twinkled as she suddenly laughed. I almost forgot you're Mu Shue's brother. Of course you're qualified for any hospital. Fang Jian's expression shifted slightly. That remark made him sound like a freeloader. Wang Jiayi's gaze was sharp as ever. She quickly clarified, Dr. Fang, don't misunderstand. Based on your performance here, any hospital would be fighting to have you. She waved her phone as she spoke. Suturing is the simplest procedure barely worth mentioning in a hospital. Fang Jian gestured toward her phone. Wang Ji, I did ask you out today for a reason. Go ahead. Is this difficult? It is a bit. Just tell me what it is. How else am I supposed to know how to respond? Alright, Wang Ji, I'd like to ask you to film a video and upload it. What? Wang Jiayi asked, utterly baffled. I need likes and followers, so I want to shoot some engaging short videos. Fang Jian gritted his teeth and blurted out his purpose. Wang Jiayi stared at him in astonishment for a moment before suddenly laughing. Dr. Fang, remember what you said when I tried to interview you after getting off the plane? Fang Jian sighed inwardly. He'd known Yu Huiliang's idea was unreliable all along. Wang Ji, I'm sorry. I agreed to it. I understand what? Fang Jian froze, momentarily caught off guard. It's just filming an artistic performance for Douyin, even Mu Shue can do it. What's a reporter like me afraid of? Wang Jiaying said with a smile, but I have one request. Wang Ji, please speak. I want you to film it while you must get at least as many red hearts as Mu Shue. Fang Jian was dumbfounded. He never imagined Wang Jiayi would be so easygoing, yet she made such a peculiar request. Cousin, what kind of performance are you guys doing? Xiao Xingxing suddenly put down her food and leaned in with her little head. All that delicious food couldn't shut you up? Hee hee, I can listen and eat at the same time, no time wasted. Xiao Xingxing turned to Fang Jian. Dr. Fang, let me tell you, my cousin's talents are legendary. She excels at everything from wind instruments to stringed instruments, singing, and dancing. By the way, why do you want to film this? Because I want to get more likes, Fang Jian admitted honestly. Xiao Xingxing blinked her eyes and said, that's strange. What's strange? I just don't think you're the type to resort to such lengths for fame. Ha, Junior, what makes you think that? Yu Huiliang tilted her head, looking at Fang Jian and said, I just think he is that kind of person. Xiao Xingxing snorted lightly. Senior Fang heard about a thief and immediately gave chase without a second thought. That's way more impressive than some dead weight. Yu Huiliang nearly choked on his food. Dead weight? Who are you calling that? But glancing at the table laden with delicacies, he couldn't bear to waste them. He channeled his frustration into his appetite and dove back into the feast. Wang Jia gave her a gentle tap on the shoulder and pouted, don't be rude. Oh. Wang Ji, you're here too. A voice filled with surprise and delight came from nearby. Everyone turned to see two young men in sharp suits standing at the restaurant entrance. One of them, beaming with a broad smile, strode purposefully toward their table. Chapter 73, Rich Kids. Oh, Mr. Shi, Mr. Lu, what a coincidence to run into you both here. Wang Jia stood up and greeted them politely, though her words and manner carried a subtle, almost imperceptible distance. Yu Huiliang stopped eating and also stood up, smiling. Old Shi, it really is quite a coincidence. He had been facing away from the door, so the two men hadn't seen his face. However, Yu Huiliang's imposing stature was undeniably intimidating. Once he stood up, he immediately stood out prominently, impossible to ignore even if one tried. Yu Huiliang. A handsome young man took a half step back, his face wary. What are you doing here? Xiao Xingxing stared wide-eyed, her curiosity evident as she studied them. Yu Huiliang laughed heartily. Come, let me introduce you. He pointed at the two men. These two are the renowned second-generation rich kids of N City, Mr. Shi Xiaolan and Mr. Lu Huiyuan. Shi Xiaolan's expression hardened the moment he saw Yu Huiliang, clearly harboring some prejudice against him. Lu Huiyan, however, chuckled lightly, brother you, don't embarrass me. What kind of rich second generation am I compared to you? Indeed. Now that you've ventured out on your own, you're striving to become part of the first generation of the wealthy. Yu Huiliang gave him a thumbs up. Among our circle, you're the one who's really made it. Lu Huiyuan shook his head. You refused to help the family business and insisted on becoming a doctor. Is that what you call being independent? Fang Jian watched silently from the sidelines. Though he and Yu Huiliang were childhood friends and close buddies, their family backgrounds were worlds apart. He had no desire to infiltrate this circle, so he simply pretended not to notice the two of them. Shi Xiaolan snorted coldly and said, Dr. Yu of the future, weren't you going to introduce everyone? Why did you stop? All right then. Mr. Wang needs no introduction. As for this lady, she's Mr. Wang's cousin, the highly accomplished food critic, Miss Xiao Xingxing. And this gentleman here is my childhood best friend, Fang Jian. Shi Xiaolan and Lu Huiyuan's gazes lingered intently on Xiao Xingxing. Though her beauty fell slightly short of Wang Jia's, she was still a lively and adorable young woman who naturally drew attention. Fang Jian, seated beside them, seemed rather unremarkable and failed to capture their interest. What a coincidence to run into all of you today, Lu Huiyuan remarked with a smile. Since we all know each other, why not join us? Thank you for the kind offer, Mr. Lu, but we have other commitments. Perhaps another time, Wang Jia politely declined. Shi Xiaolan's eyes flashed with unmistakable eagerness. Wang Ji, since we've met by chance, let me host this gathering. He paused before adding, I've just finished composing a song that hasn't been released yet. I think you'd be the perfect audience. Oh my, Mr. Shi actually took up songwriting? Did your parents approve? Yu Huiliang remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Shi Xiaolan's expression shifted slightly. Dr. Yu, my affairs are none of your concern. Lu Huiyuan quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Xiaolan and I have arranged to record at my studio. If you're interested, feel free to come by and check it out. Wang Jia glanced at Fang Jian and suddenly spoke up, Mr. Lu, I'd also like to borrow your studio to record a song. Would that be possible? Of course. It would be an honor to have the Wang family grace us with your presence. Wang Jia turned to the group and said, though Mr. Lu's studio is privately owned, both its equipment and the sound engineer's skills are unmatched in the city. If you wish to showcase your talents, you'll need music or songs recording there will definitely deliver the best results. Though her words seemed meant for everyone, Fang Jian knew she was speaking directly to him. What puzzled Fang Jian slightly was how intensely Wang Jia seemed to prioritize this Douyin project. He had only intended to ask her to casually showcase some talents, reasoning that her looks alone would guarantee a massive wave of likes and engagement once she appeared on camera. Yet, unexpectedly, Wang Jia's enthusiasm far surpassed his own. Xiao Xingxing blinked, as if struck by an idea, then giggled and called out, go for it, cousin. Aim for first place. You little brat, if you keep quiet, no one will think you're mute, Wang Jia pouted playfully. The charm she exuded in that instant left Fang Jian and the others momentarily mesmerized. It would be ideal if the Wang family could join us. Shi Xiaolan finally let a smile touch his face. I wonder what content the Wang family plans to record. Hey, Mr. Shi, that recording studio belongs to Mr. Lu. Are you going to make decisions for him? Yu Huiliang asked with a mischievous grin. Lu Haiyuan chuckled lightly. Brother you're joking. That recording studio is just for fun. If brother sure needs it, it's no trouble at all. He paused, then added, of course, it's the same for all of us. Anyone who wants to use it in the future just needs to give a heads up. Fang Jian inwardly rolled his eyes, noticing Lu Haiyuan's gaze had only briefly flicked over Wang Jiayi and Xiao Xingxing. That remark was clearly directed at them. As for himself? Lu had probably already forgotten his name. Let's go. Yu Huiliang waved his hand. We've eaten and drunk our fill. Time to head out. Xiao Xingxing opened her mouth to speak, but Yu Huiliang had already waved for the bill and chattered non-stop all the way, leaving no room for anyone else to interject. After settling the bill, Yu Huiliang urged, Mr. Shi, Mr. Lu, time is limited at Wang's. Shall we make a quick round trip? Just as Lu Haiyuan opened his mouth, Shi Xiaolin eagerly interjected, alright, let's go immediately. He looked up and offered eagerly, Wang Ji, you can ride in my car. No need. My sister and I drove here. We'll meet you at Mr. Lu's recording studio. Shi Xiaolin felt a slight pang of disappointment, but the thought of showcasing his talent in the recording studio soon ignited his enthusiasm. As they left the restaurant, Shi Xiaolin and Lu Haiyuan walked ahead. Xiao Xingxing suddenly exclaimed, Senior you're so mean. What? You knew they came here to eat, yet you rushed them to meet at the studio. You're making them go hungry. Wang Jiayi and Fang Jian both chuckled. Yu Huiliang had definitely done this on purpose. They came here and started hovering around Wang's like flies. They deserved a little lesson. By the way, Wang's, are you really going? Wang Jiayi replied earnestly, I've been to Mr. Lu's studio twice. The station borrows it for high-quality recording sessions. The equipment there is truly top-notch. Alright, then I won't stand them up. Fang Jian and the others were dumbfounded. It turned out this chubby guy's true intentions were far more underhanded than they'd imagined. He'd planned to stand them up from the very beginning. Chapter 74, Showcasing Her Voice. Wang Jiayi's ride was a white Mini Cooper. She set off first with Xiao Xingxing. Fatso, do you have a grudge against them? Heh, just a little friction. Yu Huiliang admitted without hesitation that Shi Xiaolin got into some obscure music academy abroad, wrote a few unknown tunes, and started acting all high and mighty. After coming back, he was seeing several women at once. Got one of them pregnant but refused to marry her, claiming he wanted to enjoy life, savor romance, and avoid the constraints of marriage. Fang Jian eyed him suspiciously. How do you know all this? One of the girls was my cousin. She nearly killed herself over him. Did you fight him? Yeah. Yu Huiliang let out a vicious laugh. I beat him so badly his own parents wouldn't recognize him. Fang Jian nodded slightly. While Shi Xiaolin was clearly in the wrong, it was easy to imagine that if the attacker had been an ordinary person instead of Yu Huiliang, the consequences would have been far more severe. Lu Haiyuan, on the other hand, had always maintained a good reputation. He started a medical equipment company and, as far as anyone knew, never asked his family for money beyond the initial startup capital. Yu Huiliang's words carried a hint of genuine admiration. Medical equipment company? How did that get mixed up with the recording studio? The recording studio is just Lu Haiyuan's personal hobby, much like how I enjoy being a doctor. There's no particular reason behind it. But he never turned his hobby into a career, whereas I went straight to medical school. Heh, you know how much that pained my parents. Fang Jian chuckled wryly. He knew Yu Huiliang's parents well, and the two families had even shared meals several times. Perhaps it was the simple friendship between friends, or perhaps they knew about the connection between their family and Mu Taishan's family. So despite the significant gap in wealth between the two families, Yu Huiliang's parents never acted superior. Otherwise, Fang Jian and Yu Huiliang probably wouldn't have remained such close friends all these years. Ah, I really shouldn't have gone this time. Why? That Shi Xiaolin might be a scumbag, but he does have some talent. If he fully showcased his strengths, he could be incredibly attractive to women. Are you worried he'll charm Wang Ji, or are you freaking out about your little star junior? What do you mean, my little star? Can't you just speak properly? The two chatted as they navigated their way to Lu Haiyuan's recording studio. Music is arguably the profession most dependent on innate talent. Some people are born with an extraordinary sensitivity to music, while others are naturally tone deaf to their ears. Every sound is just a monotonous, flat note. As a child, Fang Jian had a period of intense interest in music. He enrolled in classes, diligently studied musical notation, and acquired some music theory knowledge. However, as his interest shifted and family circumstances changed, he ultimately abandoned the musical path, donning instead the white coat symbolizing healing and saving lives. Nevertheless, these experiences gave him a deeper understanding of music than most people, ensuring he was at least not completely tone deaf. Although Wang Jiayi and Xiao Xingxing arrived first, they didn't go inside but waited outside. Though this was a minor detail, it earned Fang Jian and Yu Huiliang immense goodwill. Senior you drive so slowly, Xiao Xingxing pouted playfully. Yu Huiliang jiggled his rotund frame and declared, this is safe driving. Safety first, got it? Slow is slow. Don't make excuses. Running slow is one thing, but driving slow too? Who's slow? Want to race? Sure thing. 100 meters on the track, this lady's game anytime. Yu Hualian's expression flickered several times before he said, "A gentleman doesn't compete with a lady." "Gentlemen, since you're here, please come in." Lu Huayuan appeared at the door with a smile. The recording studio wasn't very large, consisting of 4 rooms. Besides Shi Xiaolin and Lu Huayuan, there was a man and a woman the sound engineers Wang Jia had mentioned. "Wang Ji, I'll play you the song I composed first. Please give me your feedback." Shi Xiaolin became excited the moment he saw Wang Jia. He grabbed a guitar, sat down nearby, and began strumming and singing. A gentle melody flowed from his slightly magnetic voice, accompanied by the clear sound of the guitar, echoing through the room with a refreshingly unique quality. This was a lyrical song reminiscent of country melodies. Shi Xiaolin's self-accompanied performance was nothing short of exceptional. After the song ended, Lu Huayuan and the 2 sound engineers applauded enthusiastically. Regardless of his personal character, as Yu Huiliang had said, he possessed remarkable talent in his area of expertise. "Wang Ji, I dedicate this song to you, my beautiful friend. Please accept it with a smile." Shi Xiaolin set down his guitar, his eyes filled with deep affection as he gazed at Wang Jia. Xiao Xingxing clenched her fists, murmuring enviously, "So romantic. Romantic my ass." Yu Huiliang shouted. "Shi Xiaolin, did you abort my cousin's baby?" Everyone present froze, including Lu Huayuan and the 2 sound technicians. Smiles froze on every face. As the saying goes, you don't hit someone where it hurts, and in such a tender moment, only Yu Huiliang could ruin the mood with such a blunt remark. You bastard, what do you think you're doing?" Shi Xiaolin roared, seething with rage. "What? Wasn't the beating you took last time enough? Want another round?" Yu Huiliang sneered. "If you're still craving it, I wouldn't mind loosening your bones again." Shi Xiaolin clenched his fists, seemingly ready to charge forward and fight to the death. But the moment he saw Yu Huiliang's massive, bulky frame, his courage vanished instantly. Lu Huayuan stepped forward. "Brother Yu, everyone who comes here is a friend. We only talk about music, nothing else. How about that?" Yu Huiliang glanced at Shi Xiaolin and said, "Fine. I'll give you the courtesy." Though Yu Huiliang no longer caused trouble, after that statement, even Shi Xiaolin, with his thick skin, felt too embarrassed to persist. Wang Jia smiled with open-hearted grace, as if nothing had ever happened. "Mr. Lu, I've recorded a song too." "Great. We'd be delighted to hear the Wang family's singing voice." Wang Jia selected a song from the library and began singing along with the backing track. "Unable to resist, I become a stubborn fish. Swimming against the current, alone to the end. The vows I made in my youth sank silently into the deep sea. It's you. Ah, losing you. Ah, I've lost you." Na Ying's silencer voice carries an ethereal and tranquil quality, perfectly capturing the essence of this song. If judged solely by vocal prowess, Shi Xiaolin is surpassed. Chapter 75, My Melody. When the singing ended, no enthusiastic applause filled the recording studio. Yet the way everyone looked at Wang Jia had changed noticeably. Wang Jia was undeniably stunningly beautiful. A woman of this caliber, even without any particular skill, could captivate simply by standing there quietly, drawing admiring glances. Now, her ethereal, floating voice added something beyond the sum of its parts. It sparked a chemical reaction, serving as the perfect finishing touch that elevated her charm to an entirely new level. Fang Jian also looked over in surprise. For some reason, upon hearing Wang Jia's voice, he was suddenly overcome by an overwhelming feeling. That this voice was meant to sing the songs he'd heard from the higher dimensional world. Wouldn't they be a perfect match? His consciousness had traversed to a higher dimensional realm, attaching itself to the body of a massage therapist. This practitioner had a rather peculiar habit. During treatments, instead of conversing with patients, he would put on headphones and listen to music entirely on his own. A proper massage therapist would regularly communicate with the patient during treatment to adjust their pressure. Yet this high-dimensional masseur was uniquely eccentric. Throughout each 1 to 2 hour full-body session, he remained utterly silent, not uttering a single word unless the patient moaned with pleasure or squealed in discomfort. Yet this seemed to be his signature style. None of the patients he treated over the 3 days ever raised any objections. Thanks to this masseur, Fang Jian also heard the unique music and singing of that world. The first impression this exotic-sounding song gave him was that it was beautiful. Whether it was the impassioned music as fierce as a raging storm or the nimble melodies as gentle as flowing water, they all touched the soul, making one's emotions tremble and boil. Of course, Fang Jian's own musical abilities were limited. Even if he tried to sing them himself, he couldn't possibly reproduce those melodies. Besides, as a doctor, he had never given this field a second thought. However, upon hearing Wang Jia's voice, a powerful urge surged within him. Wouldn't it be a waste not to make use of those songs? "Wang Ji," Shi Xiaolin exclaimed, wide-eyed, "I never imagined your voice could be so beautiful. Why haven't you pursued a singing career? With your image and your voice, a little polish would make you a huge star." Wang Jia gave a faint smile, then suddenly glanced at Fang Jian with a hint of amusement. People have different aspirations. I don't want to be famous. Fang Jian's face flushed slightly. He understood exactly what that glance meant. When they disembarked safely from the plane, Wang Jie and her assistant had approached him for an interview. But after he declared he didn't want fame, he'd casually brushed them off and walked away. Yet now, he was begging Wang Jie to film a video to help him gain recognition. This stark contrast became the source of Wang Jie's playful teasing. Shi Xiaolin glared at Fang Jian, his eyes brimming with undisguised hostility. Though Wang Jie's glance was subtle, it couldn't escape the notice of this seasoned veteran of romance. This is. Fang Jian thought to himself, he really doesn't remember me. This is my best buddy, Fang Jian. It's only natural that Mr. Shi, who's all about chasing girls, would forget. Yu Huiliang sneered coldly from the side. You. Shi Xiaolin shot him a furious glance before turning away indignantly. Mr. Fang, since you're here at the recording studio, why not show us what you can do? Hey, Shi Xiaolin, you think everyone's been abroad for medical training like you? Yu Huiliang sneered. My buddy here is a medical student just like me. If you want to compete, let's see who can stitch wounds better. Or how about a massage contest? Xiao Xingxing couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle, and even the two sound engineers beside them couldn't suppress their laughter. You're being unreasonable. Shi Xiaolin snapped. Where do you think we are? This is a recording studio. You want to compare wound suturing? Where are you going to find a wound? Finding wounds isn't hard, Yu Huiliang said, eyeing him suspiciously. Want me to arrange a few for you? Shi Xiaolin took a step back, his voice sharp. Yu Huiliang, I'm warning you, don't you dare. Oomph, you coward. Ahem, brother you, calm down, Lu Haiyuan interjected in a deep voice. Since brother Fang here doesn't understand music, we shouldn't force it. How about this, we ask Xiaolin to write a song specifically for Wang Records, and then let Wang Records give it a try. Excellent. Shi Xiaolin's eyes lit up. It would be my honor to serve Wang Ji. Actually, that song I composed earlier hasn't been sold to any record company. If Wang Ji is interested, I'd be delighted to give it to you. That song was a stroke of genius, the result of his painstaking effort yet to win over Wang Jie. He offered it without hesitation. Xiao Xingxing tugged at Wang Jie's sleeve and whispered, Sis, that song is really good. Wang Jie smiled faintly, what would a child know? That song isn't right for me. No, it's perfect for your voice. Shi Xiaolin said with a hint of urgency, trust me, with your looks and voice, if I handle your packaging, I guarantee you'll be an overnight sensation. Wang Jie's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Mr. Shi, I already told you my interests lie elsewhere. I have no desire for fame. After Shi Xiaolin's persistent pestering, Wang Jie finally lost her patience. Her tone grew sharper and more stern. Shi Xiaolin opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. Lu Haiyuan quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Miss Wang, please don't be upset. Mr. Shi means well. He paused, then added, what kind of song are you planning to record, Miss Wang? What are your plans? Wang Jie turned and asked, Dr. Fang, what did you think of my performance of silence just now? Excellent. Fang Jian replied sincerely. You sang it far better than I ever imagined. If I use this song for my video, it should get a good response, right? Video? What kind of video? Shi Xiaolin asked. Of course, a short video on Douyin. Xiao Xingxing interjected, but Douyin has time limits, so we'll just need to capture the highlights. Shi Xiaolin and Lu Haiyuan exchanged bewildered glances, their minds racing as if 10,000 llamas were galloping through their heads. Aren't you trying to stay out of the spotlight? Then why make a video for Douyin? Fang Jian pondered for a moment before saying, Wang Ji, your image and singing voice are both excellent, but I'd like to change your song. Is that okay? Change the song? Which one? I wrote it myself. Haven't decided on a title yet. Wang Jie, huh? Yu Huiliang. Xiao Xingxing. Everyone else. Chapter 76 seems okay, I guess. You wrote the song? Amidst the group's exchanging glances, Shi Xiaolin finally asked. Yes. Fang Jian felt a twinge of guilt uttering that word. But then he thought, no one in this world had ever heard of such a song. So what if it was his original creation? After all, those from the higher dimensional world couldn't come here to sue him. Since that was the case, he might as well pass it off as his own. Ha ha ha. Shi Xiaolin burst out laughing. Yu Huiliang, are you sure your childhood friend is actually a doctor? Yu Huiliang's face flushed slightly. He certainly didn't want to lose face in front of Shi Xiaolin. Old Fang, I think Wang Ji's rendition of Silence is really moving. It's great. Let's go with this song. If it were anyone else, Yu Huiliang would have given them a cold shoulder. But in front of Fang Jian, he couldn't bring himself to be harsh. After all, he was his own brother. No matter what his brother did, he couldn't undermine him. He could only grit his teeth and endure it, or find a way to smooth things over. Yeah, I think my cousin's rendition of Silence was truly beautiful. Let's not change it. Xiao Xingxing chimed in from the side. Though they didn't object outright, anyone could tell they had zero confidence in Fang Jian. Lu Huyuan smiled faintly and asked, Wang Ji, what do you think? Wang Jie stared intently at Fang Jian, as if trying to read something from his expression. In that moment, countless thoughts flashed through her mind. Especially Fang Jian's unflappable composure during the crisis aboard the Fei Shang. It had left an indelible impression on her. Her newfound regard for Fang Jian, and Yu Huiliang's immediate agreement to meet, stemmed from a desire to truly understand this man. Dr. Fang, are you serious? Yes, I think this song suits you perfectly. Wang Jie suddenly broke into a smile and said, Dr. Fang, you promised me. What? Fang Jian asked, puzzled. You promised my uploaded video would be the most popular one. Wang Jie said with a smile, if you think my singing your song could go viral, I wouldn't mind. The most popular? That means surpassing Tiger Mom. Yu Huiliang muttered to himself nearby, his gaze darting between Wang Jie and Fang Jian as if he'd noticed something. Fang Jian thought carefully before saying, Wang Ji, how about this, I'll write out the melody. You try it out. If you think it works, we'll shoot it. If you think the melody isn't reliable, then we'll use silence. Fine. Shi Xiaolin scoffed coldly. Fine, Huyuan. Bring the sheet music. I'm curious to see this masterpiece by Dr. Feng. Lu Huyuan waved his hand slightly. Xiaolin, it's better to resolve grudges than to hold on to them. Then he turned to Fang Jian. Brother Fang, while I'm not a classical musician, I've always loved music. After all these years of dabbling, I'm practically part of the scene. If you haven't studied music formally, maybe we should just drop it. Shi Xiaolin was clearly eager to see Fang Jian make a fool of himself, but Lu Huyuan had reservations. After all, both Yu Huiliang and Wang Jie seemed to hold Fang Jian in high regard. Though he didn't know Fang Jian's background, Lu didn't want to make an enemy for no reason. Thanks for the heads up, Mr. Lu. I'll just give it a shot. If it doesn't work out, we'll pretend it never happened. Shi Xiaolin wore a look of utter disdain. You think you can just say it never happened? You'll see once you've written it. The two sound engineers remained silent, but their eyes betrayed their disbelief. A medical student attempting to compose music? Didn't he know the different fields were worlds apart? Besides, with so many musicians in N City, they'd never heard of Fang Jian. Naturally, they held no expectations for him. Fine, if you insist. Xing, give him the staff paper. Lu Huyuan thought to himself, this is your own embarrassment. I warned you. At that moment, he dismissed Fang Jian as just another young upstart, like Shi Xiaolin, someone recklessly trying to impress a girl. But Shi Xiaolin had talent. Regardless of his reputation, his skills and standing in the industry were widely acknowledged. The male tuner brought over the sheet music. Without prior training, it was utterly incomprehensible, let alone transcribing it. Fang Jian took it but didn't write immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes, recalling those beautiful melodies in his mind. Though he couldn't perform those songs, he could still transcribe the sheet music with remarkable accuracy. After gaining his psychic powers, his memory became exceptionally sharp. His mental projection into higher dimensions seemed to amplify and enhance this ability even further. Moreover, the massage master appeared to have a particular fondness for these melodies, playing them on repeat during his work. Even if Fang Jian hadn't studied music for a period, even if he truly knew nothing about it, he could still hum a bit of it with his superhuman mental strength. In his mind, that exquisite music seemed to resonate once more. Fang Jian listened for a moment, then opened his eyes and began marking the notes on the staff paper based on what he had just heard. Notes danced across the staff, forming an eerie and wondrous pattern. To ordinary eyes, this notation might appear as gibberish, but to a musician, it was undoubtedly a timeless masterpiece or a calligraphic work worthy of a grand master. Of course, to achieve such a level, the composed piece must be exceptionally outstanding. When Fang Jian first began composing, no one paid much attention. Both Lu Huyuan and the two tuners wore mocking expressions. They weren't intentionally trying to undermine Fang Jian, but with Shi Xiaolin present, they were certain to nitpick until the kid was left red-faced. As for Shi Xiaolin, he was already primed and ready. The moment Fang Jian finished writing, he would unleash his merciless mockery. After composing a section, Fang Jian closed his eyes once more, recalling the next passage. Listening to a song or simply memorizing sheet music wasn't difficult, but reconstructing the sheet music from the vocal performance was another matter entirely. Without Fang Jian's formidable memory, success was far from guaranteed. Shi Xiaolin watched him write a section and sneered coldly, all show. Who knows what nonsense he's scribbling? Yu Huiliang snapped, Shi Xiaolin, don't interrupt his train of thought. Even if I stay silent, what could he possibly write? Yu Huiliang, you're overthinking this. Ha! Suddenly, a trace of astonishment flashed across the female tuner's face. Her posture straightened involuntarily as her gaze fixed on the sheet music. Her lips moved slightly, as if humming softly. Gradually, her eyes began to sparkle with a look of delight. This score. How is it? Yu Huiliang, like a drowning man clutching at a straw, immediately pressed. It seems, maybe, it might be okay. Chapter 77, Blatant Lies. What are you talking about? Shi Xiaolin shot her an indignant glance. Get some professional knowledge, will you? Don't spout nonsense. Lu Huiyuan frowned slightly. After all, this was the highly paid tuner he hired. Sure, Xiaolan's blunt criticism left him feeling awkward. But to be honest, he was secretly annoyed with the female tuner too. How could she say something like that? A medical student coming here to compose and write songs? That was pure fantasy. If outsiders heard that this song had earned praise from the recording studio crew, they'd laugh themselves silly and the studio itself would be looked down upon. The female sound engineer tilted her head back and said, "Mr. Sure, it's just my personal opinion that this melody is actually quite interesting." "You dare talk nonsense?" Sure Xiaolan glared at her. "Mr. Sure, please calm down. Let me take a look." The male sound engineer quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Though they had some reputation in the industry, how could they compare to these rich second-generation kids? They couldn't afford to offend people just for a moment of hot-headedness. Of course, this was all based on the assumption that no one believed Fang Jian could write anything worthwhile. Otherwise, their reactions would have been entirely different. The male sound engineer studied Fang Jian's completed score intently, lightly drumming his fingers on his thigh while humming softly. His tone was so low that no one but himself could discern the melody. Initially, he'd approached the task half-heartedly, merely going through the motions. Yet moments later, his movements abruptly froze. Then, his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic shift. His slightly stooped posture instantly straightened. His previously unfocused gaze became sharp and intense, fixated on the ordinary, unfinished sheet of music as if he had discovered a masterpiece he could never tear his eyes away from. Seeing him like this, the others all felt a jolt in their hearts. Could this kid have actually written something good? That was the thought running through Sure Xiaolan and Lu Huiyuan's minds. Though they still found it hard to believe, the possibility of one sound engineer misjudging something was one thing, but two sound engineers both making the same mistake? That was incredibly unlikely. Lu Huiyuan was a true music enthusiast, otherwise, he wouldn't have invested so heavily to build one of N-City's premier recording studios. Seeing the two engineers' reactions, he couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. "Let me take a look," he said. He was almost impatient to see for himself. Xiao Xingxing gently tugged at Yu Huilian's sleeve. Even the most obtuse person could tell now that Fang Jian's work was at least above average, otherwise, they wouldn't have reacted this way. "Fat Senior, has Senior Fang ever written songs before?" Yu Huiliang stared at the group in utter bewilderment, completely perplexed by Fang Jian's performance. The Fang Jian of recent times seemed like a completely different person, displaying strength vastly superior to his previous self. If it were merely suturing, that could be explained its fundamental clinical surgery. Fang Jian had secretly practiced until reaching an astonishing level, which could only be attributed to his exceptional talent and relentless diligence. As for the massage techniques, they at least had some tenuous connection to his major. While the link was rather distant, it still fell within the realm of medicine. But composing music? What does that have to do with medicine? Fat Senior. Fat Senior. Oh, what? Has Senior Fang ever written songs before? Wait, what did you just call me? Senior you. Are you sure? Xiao Xingxing looked utterly innocent. Of course. What else would I call you? Watching Xiao Xingxing blatantly lie through his teeth, Yu Huiliang felt his temper flare up. But glancing at Fang Jian, who remained deep in thought, he managed to suppress his anger and whispered, "Old Fang has always been multi-talented. Though he never wrote songs in front of me, he did take training in that area. So anything is possible." "Really? Senior Fang is so talented." "Oh, so Dr. Fang studied this before? No wonder he can compose his own songs." Wang Jai smiled, seemingly understanding the source of Fang Jian's confidence. Yu Huiliang nodded solemnly, though inside he was inwardly groaning. Could someone who studied for just a few months at a small private tutoring center with only 3 or 5 teachers covering art, singing, music theory, dance, and other major artistic disciplines really reach the level of composing original songs? Even if every teacher there were Michael Jackson, it still seemed improbable. "Old Fang, I've put your name out there. Whether you can back it up is entirely up to you." "Ah, who would have thought? To support you, I'd have to lie through my teeth too." Fang Jian didn't compose his songs in one go. That's because when he recalled melodies in his mind, he had to translate them into musical notation. This conversion isn't easy, and as a novice, he was bound to be a bit rusty in this area. But to Lu Huiyuan and the two musicians, this didn't seem out of place. In fact, they grew increasingly convinced that these melodies were genuinely Fang Jian's own creations. On the contrary, if Fang Jian had written them all in one go, they would have suspected plagiarism. Fang Jian wrote faster and faster, with increasing ease. Especially when writing the second repeated section, it was truly done in one swift stroke. The final climax, benefiting from the preceding build-up and adaptation, was written considerably faster than the initial sections. Finishing the piece, Fang Jian set down his pen and glanced around. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Huiyuan and the two tuners had gathered around him. All three held their breath, as if afraid a single exhalation might disturb the moment. Seeing their cautious expressions, Fang Jian was startled. "Mr. Lu, what are you doing?" Lu Huiyuan's gaze remained fixed on the sheet music, his fingers lightly drumming. Startled by the question, he chuckled awkwardly. Oh, Brother Fang, please forgive me. It's just a habit of mine when I see a good song, I get completely absorbed and can't pull myself away. A good song? Yu Huiliang exclaimed. Mr. Lu, is this song really that good? Lu Huiyuan pondered for a moment before replying, it hasn't been played yet, so I can't say for sure how it will sound. But based on my years of experience, these melodies are exceptionally beautiful. There shouldn't be any major issues. He lifted his head and said solemnly, Dr. Fang, I underestimated you earlier. I apologize. It's fine. It's perfectly normal for you to have doubts. Yeah, Yu Huiliang chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. If you believed it right away, that would be the abnormal thing. Even his childhood best friend was utterly skeptical, let alone anyone else. Shi Xiaolin's face flushed red then turned pale. Suddenly he demanded, what piece is it? Let me see. The female tuner handed over the sheet music with a smirk. Shi Xiaolin's earlier accusations had annoyed her. While she didn't want to confront this rich kid directly, she was perfectly happy to give him a taste of his own medicine. Chapter 78, Don't Want to Be Famous? Shi Xiaolin took the sheet music. Though his parents had forced him to abandon his musical dreams, his foundation remained. As he studied the notes, he began tapping out the rhythm in his mind and softly humming the melody. Soon, an unnatural expression flashed across his face. The sheet music that had earned praise from both Lu Huiyuan and the two tuners truly possessed unique qualities. Particularly striking were several peculiar melodic shifts unseen and unheard of. Typically, such unconventional, rule-breaking melodies sounded unpleasant, even jarringly harsh. Yet, as he tapped along, aside from a slight unfamiliarity, he felt no obstruction whatsoever. The entire piece delivered a thrilling, exhilarating sensation. And this was merely the effect of silently tapping the rhythm. What would it be like when truly performed? Shi Xiaolin slowly raised his head. Fang Jian's lips moved several times, yet no words came out. Suddenly, Shi felt a stinging pain on his cheeks. Xiao Xingxing exclaimed, Mr. Lu, what song is this? Could you play it? Lu Huiyuan chuckled, this is a recording studio, of course I can make it happen. It would be my honor to create a song with such a melody. Without realizing it, his tone had shifted dramatically. You wrote this? You really wrote this? Shi Xiaolin suddenly waved the sheet music in his hand, exclaiming in disbelief. Fang Jian gave a faint smile but offered no reply. To others, it seemed he disdained answering. In truth, Fang Jian was simply feeling uneasy inside. Ahem, Xiaolin. Lu Huiyuan patted Shi Xiaolin's shoulder, took the sheet music, and said, there are some new techniques in the tonal transitions here. We've been playing music for years and have never seen anything like this. Have you guys? No. The two tuners replied in unison. That statement carried more weight than any defense. A completely new, unprecedented melodic approach. If you claim it's plagiarism, then at least show me a similar song he could have copied. No, that's not what I meant. Shi Xiaolin clenched his jaw. I'm just wondering, how could a doctor write a song like this? Maybe it was composed by one of his friends, but it hasn't been released yet. All eyes fixed on Fang Jian's face, seemingly awaiting his response. If Fang Jian were an established composer with years of fame, no one would question it. But given his current status, producing such a masterpiece was like a beggar suddenly pulling out $1 million savings book, naturally sparking all kinds of suspicion and speculation. Fang Jian's expression darkened slightly as he said, Mr. Shi, I assure you, this is the first time I've seen this sheet music. He silently added in his mind, though I've heard it countless times. Haha, Brother Fang, no need for misunderstandings. Xiaolin just wanted to help clear things up for you. He handed over the sheet music and said, arrange it. Get it done quickly. Understood. The two sound engineers took the sheet music and departed with great enthusiasm. For musicians, nothing captivates them more than a great piece of music or a truly exceptional song. Most tuners might never encounter a phenomenon-level track in their entire careers. Yet both of them sensed something extraordinary about this piece. They felt incredibly fortunate to be part of it. Both were extremely familiar with the recording studio. They worked in tandem, occasionally debating points, but largely without disagreement. I have a tea room here. Everyone, let's have a cup of tea, Lu Huiyuan said with a smile. They've got their work cut out for them. For a vocal track with backing music, the initial recording usually takes an hour to an hour and a half. But this time, Fang Jian provided sheet music, making the timeline unpredictable. It depended entirely on the two sound engineers' skill, and their grasp of the song, faster or slower, was perfectly normal. The group made their way to the tea room behind the recording studio, where Lu Huiyuan personally brewed tea for everyone. Shi Xiaolin's expression was grim, yet a sliver of hope lingered in his heart, so he stubbornly stayed. Not satisfied, Yu Huiliang pressed on, smiling as he asked, Mr. Shi, you've seen the sheet music. What do you think of my childhood friend's skill? Shi Xiaolin snorted coldly, refusing to engage. He knew that at this moment, the more he spoke, the more he would humiliate himself. Everything would be decided once the song was released and its effect heard. That mutated melody might hold up when clapping the beat, but actually hearing it played out was an entirely different matter. Lu Huiyuan poured Fang Jian a cup of tea and said, "Brother Fang, I'll substitute tea for wine. Cheers." He downed the tea in one gulp. Fang Jian, holding his teacup, felt a tingle of unease. No matter how he thought about it, the water, though cooled slightly, was still scalding hot. How had Lu Huiyuan managed to drink it all in one go? Could he possibly possess some kind of special ability? "Brother Fang, I just want to confirm this piece is definitely your composition, right?" "Mr. Lu, what do you mean by that?" Yu Huiliang couldn't stand by and watched, speaking up first. Fang Jian waved his hand. "Mr. Lu, you're... Don't misunderstand. I just want to collaborate with you, so I need to confirm this again." "Collaboration?" "Yes. This is a brand new piece that's never been released on the market. I was wondering if you'd be interested in selling it?" Fang Jian chuckled wryly. "Mr. Lu, you must be joking." "No, when it comes to music, I never joke. I have a feeling this song won't be bad. If we find a good singer to perform it, it's bound to be a hit. I have a few friends in the music industry who are all in need of good songs." Fang Jian shook his head slightly. "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Lu, but I've already found the singer." Lu Huiyuan paused, then chuckled. "I'd forgotten this song is for Wang Ji. But since Wang Ji isn't in the entertainment industry, releasing this song as a debut feels like a waste." He shifted his tone, "Or perhaps Wang Ji is considering a career in entertainment?" Wang Ji chuckled softly. "Mr. Lu, you're joking. Why would I abandon my fine career as a journalist to venture into entertainment? Besides, I don't cover entertainment news anyway." Lu Huiyuan laughed heartily. "I've heard of you for quite some time, Ms. Wang, and I have great respect for your work. Well, since you have no interest in pursuing a career in entertainment, why not sell this song to me? We can discuss the fee." "Sorry," Fang Jian replied without hesitation. "I have no interest in the entertainment industry, nor do I seek fame." "Then why did you give the song to Wang Ji for a video?" "To post it on Douyin, of course. Having Wang Ji sing this song should get me tons of likes and followers." Lu Huiyuan and Shi Xiaolin both cursed inwardly. "Not interested in fame? You're so obsessed with TikTok likes and followers, yet you claim you don't want fame? I've seen shameless people before, but never someone this shameless." Chapter 79, Lyric Writing. Lu Huiyuan worked his silver tongue to buy the song from Fang Jian, but Fang Jian stubbornly refused. Left with no choice, Lu Huiyuan secured the agency rights instead, promising to promote the song after Fang Jian released his video. Though he couldn't secure the premiere rights and would only be able to release a cover version, this was the best deal Lu Huiyuan could manage. Of course, Fang Jian added one more demand: the composer must be credited as himself. This demand only deepened Lu Huiyuan and Shi Xiaolin's contempt for him. A man so obsessed with fame, yet claiming he didn't want to be famous, utterly shameless. As for Yu Huiliang, he was utterly bowled over by Fang Jian's brazen audacity. He'd always considered himself a master of white lies, but compared to his so-called good friend, he was nothing but a novice. A man who constantly claimed he didn't want fame refused to let any potential opportunity slip by. Sigh, when did this good friend become so slick? Truly, people aren't what they used to be. "Brother Fang, besides Douyin, do you plan to post this video elsewhere?" Lu Huiyuan asked in a low voice. "Other platforms?" "Yes, like Shaggy and PP, or karaoke apps. They all have upload features. If the song is good and the vocals are solid, it could go viral." Fang Jian's heart stirred slightly. "So it would be released under my name?" "No, it has to be released under the singer's name." "Oh, then forget it. I'm not interested." Fang Jian replied without hesitation. Lu Huiyuan and the others froze, their gazes turning strangely toward him. They finally understood. What Fang Jian valued most wasn't the potential profits this song could bring him, but the requirement that it be released under his name. Doesn't want fame, doesn't want fame, doesn't want fame. Ha! That kind of doesn't want fame. "Senior Fang, this isn't fair to sister." Xiao Xingxing protested. "Such a great opportunity. Besides, if sister becomes popular, it'll benefit your song too. Don't forget, you're the composer." Fang Jian's heart stirred slightly. After a moment's thought, he said, "Alright, I'll think about it." He planned to conduct an experiment. If being the song's author could grant him the benefits of mental energy, he wouldn't mind giving it a push behind the scenes. But if being the author offered no such reward, why bother? This hesitation stemmed partly from his own unease. Had the song been his original creation rather than something he'd plagiarized from the higher dimensional world, his mindset might have been entirely different. He couldn't be certain whether this mental energy would be credited to him or to someone in the higher dimensional world. "It's done, Mr. Lu. It's done." The two sound engineers rushed in, their faces lit up with a mix of surprise and delight. Seeing their expressions, everyone else immediately understood. But Lu Huiyuan couldn't help asking, "So, how is it? Is the song any good?" "Mr. Lu, you'll all find out when you go to the venue," the male sound engineer said excitedly. "I guarantee you won't regret coming." "Alright, we're on our way." Lu Huiyuan pushed aside his teacup and, seemingly oblivious to the guests behind him, led the way out. His genuine passion for music surfaced uncontrollably in this moment, completely overshadowing his business persona. The group re-entered the recording studio as the female sound engineer activated the audio system. Soon, a faint, ethereal melody filled the professional-grade studio. The sound was elegant and clear, piercing straight to the heart, as if lifting one high into the blue sky to gaze down upon the earth, leaving one feeling refreshed and exhilarated. Moments later, the melody abruptly shifted, accelerating in tempo. As the climax approached, it unexpectedly took on a martial quality, a clash of passion, a profound jolt to the soul. The song was brief, lasting only about 5 minutes. Yet throughout those minutes, not a single person present spoke. They listened with complete focus. Regardless of their musical knowledge, in that moment, they all seemed captivated by the song, immersing themselves entirely. Even Shi Xiaolin, who harbored intense hostility toward Fang Jian, was no exception. He appeared utterly lost in the music's beauty, his eyes closing involuntarily. Finally, as the last note faded away, an immense, hollow sense of loss filled the entire room. This feeling quickly spread through their minds, leaving their dazed gazes tinged with a faint hint of reluctance. "It's over? So fast?" Yu Huiliang murmured. He had absolutely no musical talent whatsoever. The term tone deaf was practically coined for people like him. Yet even so, when he heard that piece just now, he had been utterly entranced, forgetting all his troubles. So when the music abruptly vanished, his first feeling was one of lingering regret. "It really is over." The male sound engineer said regretfully, "It was a beautiful piece, but unfortunately, it was a bit short." "Heh, that's a pop song segment, it's not short at all." Lu Haiyuan sighed deeply. "It was beautiful, far more beautiful than I'd imagined. Brother Fang, you're truly remarkable." "Thank you. Mr. Shi, what do you say now?" Yu Huiliang asked with a grin. Even Shi Xiaolin, with his thick skin, couldn't bear it any longer. He said heavily, "Heian, I have things to attend to. I'll take my leave now. See you next time." He strode out of the recording studio, lacking even the courage to bid farewell to Wang Jai. Lu Heian hesitated for a moment but made no effort to stop him. He knew Shi Xiaolin had already lost all face today. Forcing him to stay would only be rubbing salt in the wound. Wang Jai looked deeply at Fang Jian and asked, "Dr. Fang, are you really having me sing this song?" "Yes. This song has a high chance of becoming a hit. You won't regret it?" "Regret what?" Wang Jai chuckled softly. "Nothing." Fang Jian looked at her with confusion, vaguely sensing he might have overlooked something. "Brother Fang, this melody is truly remarkable. I can foresee it becoming an absolute hit. But now, I need to find a renowned lyricist and composer to craft lyrics worthy of it." "Lyrics? No need to look for anyone." "Why not?" "Because I already have it in my head." Fang Jian chuckled, "Bring me the sheet music. I'll write the lyrics directly on it." The two sound technicians immediately brought the sheet music. Fang Jian took a pen and began writing, following the lyrics in his mind. Of course, during the process, he made necessary adjustments to certain words. Though the changes weren't drastic, the song had been thoroughly localized. Chapter 80, tomorrow will be even more exciting. Wang Ji, here are the lyrics I wrote. Take a look and see if you're satisfied. Fang Jian handed over the lyrics. Wang Jai examined them carefully, cross-referencing them with the musical notation above. After a moment, she suddenly sighed deeply and said, "Dr. Fang, your lyrics are excellent." Sigh. "You can compose music, write lyrics, and you're a good-looking young guy too. It's such a shame you're not pursuing a career as a singer." This was the first time she joked with Fang Jian like this, catching him somewhat off guard. "Yeah, Dr. Fang, you know how to do so many things." Xiao Xingxing counted on her fingers, fly planes, treat patients, catch thieves, and now you can even write lyrics and compose music. Wow, tell me honestly, what can't you do? Fang Jian thought for a moment. "I don't know that much. You all know what I can do now." Wang Jai looked at him deeply and said, "Dr. Fang, what you can do is already more than enough. Mastering so many skills is already quite remarkable. If you added even a few more, would you still be human? Miss Wang, let's give it a try." The female sound engineer said eagerly, "I can't wait to hear how the song turns out." A great song requires not only a beautiful melody but also compelling lyrics. If the lyrics are bland and fail to move the heart, even the finest melody would be wasted. As for whether the combination of melody and lyrics would enhance the song or be superfluous, that would only be clear after hearing it. Lu Haiyuan and the others still didn't hold much hope for Fang Jian, but having learned their lesson earlier, they dared not underestimate him again. Wang Jai accepted without hesitation, discussing ideas and performing trial vocals with them right there in the recording studio. Her exquisite vocals filled the studio. That ethereal voice, paired with the beautiful melody, infused the music with a new power, calming the soul. Yet, when the climax arrived, Wang Jai's singing abruptly transformed, like a resilient rose blooming in the icy wilderness. The powerful music and vocals swirled around their ears, sending shivers down their spines. Fang Jian was stunned. Though he'd sensed upon first hearing Wang Jai's voice that her timbre would be exceptionally well suited to these songs, it wasn't until she actually sang that he realized he'd underestimated the allure of beauty combined with music. The effect was far better than he had imagined, arguably even matching the version from the higher dimensional space. After finishing the song, Wang Jiayi removed her headphones and asked, "What do you think?" "Great, absolutely great. It couldn't be any better," Lu Huyuan exclaimed, clapping his hands. Truthfully, seeing the stunned expressions on everyone's faces, Wang Jiayi had already guessed the impact. "Dr. Fang, weren't you going to record this? Let's get started." Don't we need to rehearse a few more times? Singing is all about feeling. If I sing it again, I'm afraid that passionate feeling will fade. Wang Jiayi smiled confidently. "Don't worry, I've got this." "Hold on." Lu Huyuan waved his hand. "Brother Fang, don't use your phone. I have professional filming equipment here, let's use that." He sighed deeply. While he felt this song was a perfect match for Wang Jiayi, releasing it like this felt like a waste. But this was the composer's insistence, and there was nothing he could do about it. Once the equipment was set up, Wang Jiayi donned her headphones, and her voice rose once more with the music. Fang Jian and the others watched her without blinking, completely immersed in the beautiful singing. When the 5 minutes passed and the music finally stopped, even Fang Jian felt that time had flown by too quickly, leaving him wanting more. "Brother Fang, Douyin has time limits, but you can discuss with the editors. The quality of this video absolutely qualifies for a special long-form video application. If they're blind enough to reject it, just upload it elsewhere, especially those singing platforms. It'll go viral for sure." I'll take your word for it." Fang Jian nodded, took the video copy from the other person, glanced at the recording studio, and said, "Mr. Lu." "Hey, Brother Fang, just call me Brother Lu, no need for formalities." And drop the Mr. title. "Alright, Brother Lu. If I have any new songs in the future, I'd love to borrow this studio again." "No problem. You're welcome here 24/7. "Exactly. If you have any more gems, you must let us know. We'd gladly work overtime for free." Both sound engineers spoke up without hesitation. They produced the song, and its subsequent processing would undoubtedly pass through their hands. While the payments seemed modest, if the song ever became a nationwide hit, their names would be forever linked to it. Sometimes, fame is profit. For the sake of recognition, they'd gladly sacrifice a little pocket change. Brothers Fang were making final adjustments to the vocals. "If possible, please upload it tomorrow." "Why?" "No matter how good the vocals are, they still need polishing." Lu Huyuan smiled. "This isn't about targeting Wangji. It's standard practice in our industry. After all, this song originated from our studio first. I want to make it as perfect as possible." Fang Jian pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Though it meant waiting an extra day to see the results, a more polished song would resonate more deeply with listeners. If it truly became an overnight hit, they'd never have to worry about funding from Thinking Energy again. Wang Jiayi and Xiao Xingxing stayed behind, as she might need to re-record the vocals one or more times during the mixing process. But Fang Jian, dragging Yu Huiliang along, excused himself first. "Old Fang, this is your big chance. Why rush off so soon? What great opportunity. Don't play dumb with me, You went to such lengths to prepare such a great song for the Wang family, that's no small feat. You're overthinking it." Fang Jian sighed helplessly. "I just want more likes and attention." He added silently in his mind, more warm-toned mental energy. Yu Huiliang tapped him on the shoulder, a look of disbelief on his face. "Old Fang, when did you learn to write songs and compose music? Why haven't you mentioned this before?" "Oh, it's all about inspiration. When it strikes, I just jot it down." "Offhand?" Yu Huiliang gave him a huge thumbs up. "You're pulling off that act perfectly, definitely deserves full marks. So, will you casually whip up other stuff like this in the future?" Fang Jian pondered seriously for a moment before replying, "I don't know. The places his mental projections traversed weren't under his control. Who knew what special skills he might pick up? So he couldn't make any promises. But he had a feeling, tomorrow would be even more exciting." Chapter 81, Old Master Lu. In his bedroom, Fang Jian braced himself on all fours, diligently strengthening his finger muscles. Although he had learned techniques from the higher dimensional space that were beyond the reach of ordinary people, transforming these skills into his own mastery still required tremendous effort. Take this massage technique, for example. The technique alone was useless, it needed to be matched with powerful finger strength to achieve the best results. Fang Jian assessed his own progress. Though those who had received his massage had given him excellent reviews, his current skill level still fell far short of that of the massage therapist in the higher dimensional space. Even if his experience and technique were comparable, the gap in finger strength meant their skill levels were worlds apart. The phone rang abruptly, interrupting Fang Jian's practice. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he picked up the phone and froze slightly. The name displayed was Mu Taishin. Although the two families were as close as one, Mu Taishin rarely called him directly. Messages were usually relayed through Mu Shui. "Xiao Jian, come over to the house tonight if you're free." Mu Taishin's voice was as strong and resolute as ever. "Sure." Fang Jian agreed without hesitation. Since Uncle Mu had asked, he would make time if he was free, and if he wasn't, he'd find a way to become free. On this point, Fang Jian was absolutely certain. Otherwise, whatever awaited him would surely not be good. He called his mother to inform her he'd be dining at Mu Tik's house tonight. Su Ying, of course, offered no objection. Even before dinner time, Fang Jian arrived at Mu Tietzai's doorstep. The moment he pressed the doorbell, the gate swung open. "Brother Jian, come on in." Little Pudgy eagerly fetched him a pair of slippers. Fang Jian paused, surprised. When had this kid become so diligent? "Xiao Jian's here." A middle-aged man rose from the sofa. Mu Taishan's younger brother. "Hello, Uncle Mu," Fang Jian greeted him. His gaze shifted to the little chubby boy, and a vague understanding dawned on him. Sure enough, Mu Taishu strode forward. "Xiao Jian, I heard from my brother that you've been tutoring Mu Lin." "Thank you." "Thanks, Brother Jian," the chubby boy added politely. "Uncle, you're too kind. It's the least I can do." Hey, Mu Lin, where are you going?" "Brother Jian's here now. I've greeted him and thanked him. Dinner isn't ready yet, so I'll go make another dish." With that, Mu Lin dashed off. "Ugh, that kid has no manners," Mu Taishu grumbled under his breath. But even a fool could hear the joy and pride in his tone. True enough. He had only that one precious son, who usually drove him crazy with his mischief. Now, suddenly, the boy seemed to have had an epiphany, transformed into a different person, brimming with enthusiasm for his studies. Though it felt a bit unfamiliar, the secret delight in his heart was impossible to hide. "Second uncle, what Xiao Lin did is a good thing." "Yes, it certainly is. Xiao Jian, you young folks really connect with him. We've talked to him countless times with no results. We should have brought you in sooner." Fang Jian thought to himself, if you'd asked me a month earlier, I wouldn't have been able to help either. "Uncle, you've forgotten I tutored Xiaolin 2 years ago too, with no results. So this is just Xiaolin finally figuring things out on his own, wanting to strive for success. It really has little to do with us." Mu Taishu nodded repeatedly. "Exactly. I always said the Mu family genes are strong. Just look at his sister, Mu Shui. She's always been in the top 5 in her class since childhood. How come he suddenly can't keep up? But judging by his current momentum, he should have a bright future." Fang Jian nodded repeatedly. If even the spiritual seed didn't work, then little Chubby would truly be beyond help. The door opened, and 2 figures entered. One was naturally Mu Taishan, while the other was a spry old man. Upon seeing the elder, Mu Taishu immediately stood up and greeted him respectfully. "Old Master Lu, you've arrived." This elder was clearly much older than the Mu brothers. Though he carried a walking stick, his stride was as steady as a dragon's, making the cane little more than a prop. "Xiao Jian, this is Grandpa Lu. Quickly, go brew some tea," Mu Taishu instructed. "Yes, hello Grandpa Lu." Fang Jian greeted him before heading to the tea cabinet and selecting the finest box of tea leaves. "Mr. Lu, this is Fang Jian. You know his father." "I know. His father was a third-class meritorious martyr. I always held high hopes for both of you. If only he hadn't passed away so early." Fang Jian's wrist trembled slightly as he poured the hot water. He placed the tea before the old man with both hands and said respectfully, "Grandfather, please have some tea." Good boy." The old man smiled. "Tiexin mentioned you're studying medicine." "Yes. How's your studies? Not bringing shame to your father, I hope?" Fang Jian straightened his chest and declared loudly, "No, I haven't." "Good upbringing." The old man nodded slowly. A boy must be properly disciplined and trained, no indulgence or decadence. This child is promising. "Taiju, it's your family that spoiled him too much." Mu Taiju flushed slightly and chuckled awkwardly. "Mr. Lu, that was before. Now Xiao Lin knows to work hard. He's been doing practice problems in his room all afternoon and hasn't come out yet." "Oh? Mr. Lu, Tieju's right. Xiao Lin's really hit his stride these days. He studies late every night. If Shui and I didn't urge him, he'd never go to bed." "Is that so? What changed that kid?" "It's all thanks to Fang Jian. He's tutoring Xiaolin, not just helping with problems but teaching him proper study methods too. It's really sparked Xiaolin's interest in learning. Now he even asks to study on his own. That's what truly impresses me." Mu Taiju couldn't praise him enough. Fang Jian felt a bit embarrassed inside. You haven't even seen him in action, yet you've imagined so much. But that's fine, it saves me the trouble of explaining. Old Lu scrutinized Fang Jian from head to toe before finally saying, "Young man, you're quite impressive." Mu Taiju stepped forward. "Master Lu, Xiao Jian isn't just knowledgeable in psychology, he's also mastered a special skill." He gave Fang Jian a knowing glance. "Master Lu has some chronic issues with his waist and shoulders. Give him a massage." Only then did Fang Jian realize tonight's visit wasn't about Mu Taiju and his son at all. It was all about giving this Mr. Lu a massage. He wondered what kind of person this old Lu was, that he deserved such special attention from Uncle Mu. Old Master Lu hesitated briefly before smiling. "All right then. Let's see what this young man's hands can do for my old bones." Fang Jian brought over a wooden chair and invited him to sit. He picked up a clean towel and gently draped it over the back of his neck. With a light twist of his wrist, he began the massage. Even as he stroked, he could already tell this elderly gentleman suffered from quite severe cervical spondylosis. "Young man, go ahead without fear," the old man said. "My bones are still sturdy. I can take it." Whoosh. Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp gasp of pain cut him off. Chapter 82, The Request. Massage therapy is a medical treatment with tremendous flexibility in duration. It could last 2 hours straight or conclude in mere minutes. After witnessing the Mu brothers' attitude toward old Lu and his assessment of his late father, Fang Jian approached this massage with particular dedication. Not for any other reason, but for that one question alone: did you bring shame upon your father? It was worth every ounce of effort Fang Jian could muster. As Fang Jian's fingers and forearms kneaded, pressed, and rolled, the expression on old Lu's face gradually became rich and varied. However, both Mu Taikai and his brother could tell it was a unique expression of pain mixed with pleasure. Mu Taiju couldn't help but rub his shoulders and whispered, "Bro, when did Fang Jian learn this skill? He was a top student at medical school. Is it so strange he picked up a few skills?" It wasn't strange. Mu Taiju froze for a moment, then let out a bitter laugh. But deep down, he still found it odd. He remembered Fang Jian had majored in clinical medicine. Did massage techniques even belong in that field? Though not a doctor himself, he knew enough to recognize that massage was worlds apart from both traditional Chinese and Western clinical medicine. Perhaps medical schools teach everything under the sun, and massage therapy is just another branch of clinical studies? After a full 20+ minutes, Fang Jian stopped his hands. He had finished massaging the head, neck vertebrae, arms, and other areas. Continuing any further would make sitting in the chair rather uncomfortable. After all, this was their first meeting. He could have asked Mu Tianzuan to lie down, but it felt awkward to make such a request of an unfamiliar elderly person. Old Lu remained silent for a long while before finally exhaling a deep breath. "Fang Jian, is it? You're truly remarkable. Where did you learn this craft?" He paused, then added, "Don't tell me it was in school. They don't teach this there." Fang Jian paused, then mused, "I met a master masseur. I studied under him for a while and developed an interest, so I delved deeper into it. Oh, this master must be quite remarkable. But it also shows you have a natural talent and interest for it. Otherwise, the skill wouldn't be easy to master." Seeing that old Lu wasn't pressing for details, Fang Jian breathed a sigh of relief. The massage master he mentioned was actually the therapist at Xining Wang. Fang Jian had visited twice and experienced his techniques firsthand, so he wasn't lying. The phrase "for a period of time" was highly flexible. It could mean several years or just a few hours. No one could find fault with that. Old Master Lu looked at Fang Jian and spoke slowly. "Young Fang, I've seen your skills. There's something I'd like to ask of you. Grandpa Lu, please tell me what you need." As Fang Jian spoke, he distinctly sensed Mu Tianzuan beside him visibly relax. He instantly understood. Tonight's dinner was no simple affair. It was a carefully orchestrated chain of events. "My wife is about your age, but she suffers from Parkinson's disease. Her limbs and body are stiff and uncoordinated, and she's starting to lose muscle tone. I've hired a massage therapist to help keep her active, but the results are getting worse. If it's convenient for you, this is no trouble at all. Grandpa Lu, just give me your address and a time, and I'll come over to give Grandma a therapeutic massage." Fang Jian paused before adding, "However, this kind of therapeutic massage isn't effective with just a single session. It's best to establish a regular schedule, which would be more beneficial for Grandma. Parkinson's disease, also known as tremor paralysis, is one of the most common neurodegenerative disorders. Its prevalence ranges from 15 to 32 per 100,000 people, primarily affecting middle-aged and elderly individuals. The exact causes and mechanisms remain unclear, potentially involving social factors, medication, and patient-specific conditions. Yet there's no doubt this disease ranks among the most challenging conditions for anyone to face. If someone in an ordinary family develops this condition, the mobility-impaired patient becomes an enormous burden on the household, potentially dragging the entire family down. Given old Master Lu's stature, his family was certainly not ordinary. Yet even he, one of the world's most distinguished figures, was powerless against this affliction. Old Master Lu nodded slowly, then turned to Mu Tianzuan and said, "Tianzuan, you've gone to great lengths. Mr. Lu, it's my duty." While Fang Jian was massaging old Master Lu, Shui and the nanny had vanished somewhere. Now, seeing them chatting and laughing, the family banquet was about to begin. Mr. Lu ate sparingly, but his selections were exquisitely refined. The dishes placed before him were clearly prepared especially for him. Shui, renowned throughout the medical education system, now appeared like an ordinary housewife. There was no hint that she was the powerful figure who could choose any hospital for her internship with a single phone call. After the meal, Mu Taishan personally escorted old Lu out. Before Fang Jian could speak, Mu Taiju remarked, "Sis-in-law, old Lu seemed really happy today." Sis, do you think this time my brother might get promoted again? Old Lu holds your brother in high regard, but precisely because of that, he's especially strict with him. Besides, he's retired now, he can't really interfere much. Most people retire and that's that, but old Lu is different. The Lu family has a worthy successor. Mu Taiju dismissed the notion. All he needs to do is utter a single word. No pushing required, it'll propel my brother up the ranks. Ah, I think you're just obsessed with power. Even if they do promote someone, it'll be your brother. Why are you so eager? Mu Taizhu gave an awkward chuckle and dropped the subject. Even if Fang Jian was a bit naive, he understood one thing: if Uncle Mu could advance further, not only would his political career be extended, but his relatives and friends would also benefit. Especially his second uncle, the impact on him would undoubtedly be the greatest. Aunt Shui, where's Mu Shui? Fang Jian asked curiously. She must be working overtime. I heard some special assignment came in. No criminal investigators are allowed to take leave or make calls. What kind of assignment? No idea. That stubborn girl takes after her father, never discusses work at home. Even if I wanted to pry, I wouldn't know how to bring it up. Fang Jian quickly reassured her. Aunt Shui, don't worry. My dad was the same way. He always shouldered everything himself, never sharing anything with my mom or me. He'd say it was a matter of discipline, that he couldn't break the rules. Shui smiled, but her eyes still betrayed unmistakable worry. Soon, Mu Taikai returned, waving his hand with the full authority of the head of the household. The housekeeper had already cleared the table and quietly withdrew. Yet Mu Taikai seemed preoccupied with something, summoning them all upstairs. Chapter 83, Hope. Xiao Jian, you understand why I called you here today, right? Mu Taikai got straight to the point. I understand. To give Grandpa Lu a massage. Mr. Lu's wife isn't in the best health. Besides Parkinson's, she suffers from severe muscle atrophy and some joint dysfunction. The physical therapy and massage she's received at the hospital haven't been very effective. Your massage skills are exceptional, so I recommended you to him. Mu Taishan said solemnly. Mr. Lu loves his wife deeply and insisted on trying it himself before making a decision. Your performance today was excellent, and he approved. Uncle Mu, is he important to you? Yes. Mu Taishan replied solemnly. He is a patron who has greatly advanced my career. Without his support, I would never have reached this position. I understand. Rest assured, I'll give it my all. Xiao Jian, thank you. Mu Taizhu said with a broad smile. Mu Taishan waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. We're family. A son helping his father, what's there to thank? Fang Jian felt a warm surge in his heart. Mu Taishan wasn't speaking merely out of courtesy, he had treated him like his own son since childhood. Especially after his father passed away, it was entirely due to Mu Taishan's wholehearted support that his family hadn't fallen into hardship. Oh, big brother, you want Xiao Jian to be your son? Mu Taishan paused slightly before saying, never mind. We'll discuss this matter later. Shui shook her head slightly, lost in thought. Yet, both she and Mu Taizhu now regarded Fang Jian with a hint of peculiarity in their eyes. At first, Fang Jian didn't notice, but he soon sensed the strange and awkward atmosphere in the room. He scanned the faces of Mu Taikai and the others, recalling their earlier words. Suddenly, Fang Jian understood the underlying meaning. Mu Taishan treated him like a son, yet refused to formally adopt him. Wasn't that intention as obvious as the sun? The thought of Mu Shui's peerlessly beautiful face stirred something deep within Fang Jian. Yet, in front of Mu Taishan and her husband, even if he were twice as bold, he dared not show it. Forcing himself to compose, Fang Jian cleared his throat awkwardly. Uncle, Auntie, I'll head back to prepare. I'll look up some information to see how best to massage Grandma for maximum benefit. Alright, that's the important thing. Go ahead. Watching Fang Jian practically flee the scene, Mu Taizhu laughed heartily. Brother, you can't hide your feelings. But when it comes to the affection between children, forcing things won't work. Better to let fate take its course. Mu Taizhu shook his head. Xiao Jian is like a son to me, I trust him completely. With anyone else, I wouldn't feel the same. Enough. What good is your reassurance? What matters most is whether Xiao Shui feels the same. You two share the same stubborn streak. I'm warning you, don't push Xiao Shui to the point where she storms off. I know what I'm doing. Trust me. Fang Jian returned home and began searching through stacks of books for information on Parkinson's disease. He was aware of the condition, but honestly, unless one was a specialist in the field, most people only possessed basic knowledge, perhaps supplemented by some medical literacy. Compared to patients or their families, he might not know any more than they did. This wasn't due to laziness in his studies, but because the human body was too complex. Diseases were as numerous as the stars in the sky. Even the most elite doctors could only specialize in one area. The idea of a jack-of-all-trades doctor was simply impossible within the framework of modern medical technology. As he pored over more and more materials, Fang Jian's brow furrowed deeper. Parkinson's disease required no explanation. It was a neurological disorder where nerve degeneration made movement difficult. Since Grandpa Lu was requesting someone to massage his wife, it indicates that the patient's condition has already deteriorated significantly. In truth, medication remains the primary treatment for Parkinson's disease, while massage and similar therapies serve only as supplementary measures. Generally, doctors don't insist on massage therapy for patients, and many elderly individuals dislike it. However, judging by Mr. Lu's tone and attitude, it seemed he felt massage was absolutely essential. Parkinson's patients differ significantly from ordinary individuals. If Fang Jian were just an ordinary massage therapist, he would approach such patients with extreme caution, perhaps even hesitating to touch them, fearing that excessive force could lead to unpredictable consequences, turning a good thing into a bad one. But Fang Jian possessed decades of experience as a massage therapist in the higher dimension. Throughout his career, he had treated numerous special cases, accumulating extensive expertise. Fang Jian's movements suddenly halted as he realized something. Among the massage techniques he had acquired, he had never encountered a patient with Parkinson's disease. For a renowned massage therapist at a rehabilitation hospital, this was almost inconceivable. A deeply unsettling thought surged through Fang Jian's mind. Could it be that in that higher dimensional world, they had already solved this global medical challenge? Recalling his first possession of the massage therapist's body, he remembered telling a patient that gastritis could be cured within a month by combining special medication with massage. Fang Jian's heart began to pound violently. He was certain that the medical level in that world far surpassed modern society. If he could somehow obtain that world's medical knowledge, it would bring immeasurable benefits to both himself and modern society. Of course, this remained mere conjecture. Not only could he not control where his consciousness traveled, but even if he possessed someone again, he would remain an observer unable to manipulate the host's body to act. Thus, this desire of his was destined to remain unfulfilled. Yet this thought persisted like wild grass in the wilderness, burned time and again, yet never truly eradicated. Hey, are you there? I need to talk to you about something. What? I want to possess the masseur's body again and learn some knowledge from that world. Is there any way? Yes. You really do? Fang Jian couldn't help but feel overjoyed. This might be the best news he'd ever heard in his life. Mental power can resolve all of this. Solve it with spiritual power? How exactly? Hey, teach me. Explore and experience it yourself. After receiving this single reply, no matter how much Fang Jian pressed or urged for more, he could not elicit a second word. Yet, that white-haired, red-eyed figure had given him immense hope, ensuring he wouldn't return empty-handed from this treasure trove. Mental power? But how could one wield such power to make their wishes come true? Fang Jian plunged into deep contemplation. Chapter 84, Uploading the Long Video. Brother Fang, we've finished editing the video. Why don't you give me your email address, and I'll send it to you? Early the next morning, Lu Huiyuan's call came through, bringing Fang Jian the news he'd hoped to hear most. Fang Jian wasn't deeply familiar with the entertainment industry, but he knew producing a video wasn't a simple task. For Lu Huiyuan and his team to complete it in a single day meant they must have worked overtime. Of course, this also had to do with pairing a good song with a beautiful singer. If it were someone tone-deaf singing an ordinary pop song, Lu Huiyuan and his team would never have been so enthusiastic. After sharing his email address, the files arrived within moments. Fang Jian opened it on his computer. It was a video editing software containing the recording of Wang Jiayi singing. However, this video had undergone some editing, with added scenery and visuals to make it resemble a professionally shot music video. While it still fell far short of the polished, intricate music videos directed by big-name directors for celebrities, it was worlds apart from the plain singing footage he had filmed. After watching it carefully, Fang Jian couldn't help but marvel. Professional work truly requires professionals. The quality of this song was far better than he had imagined. He pulled out his phone and dialed Lu Huiyuan. Brother Lu, you guys did an amazing job. Thank you so much. No need to be so polite, Brother Fang. If you ever think of any new songs, you must come to our studio. Rest assured, everything will be free, and we'll treat it as our top priority. How could I possibly accept that? You know we're all music enthusiasts. Being part of such a great production is our honor. Of course. If you could sell a few more music copyrights of this caliber, I'd be even more grateful. Fang Jian smiled faintly and agreed. The copyright fee for a single song wasn't particularly high, but if handled well and the song became wildly popular across the country, it could easily launch a new artist to stardom. The profits such a newcomer could generate were beyond Fang Jian's imagination. But that wasn't his ambition. Otherwise, becoming a music pirate across multiple dimensions would have been a promising career path. This song wasn't the full version. To meet Douyin's requirements, Lu Huiyuan had already edited it down, retaining only the most essential parts. Even so, it wasn't suitable for release as a short video. Fang Jian opted for a long-form video submission, packaging and uploading it. If the editor approved it, that would be ideal. If not, he'd have to find alternative channels. But would he still be able to share the warm-toned mental energy through other channels? Until he was certain, he didn't want to give up this platform. After half an hour of push-ups and other exercises, Fang Jian picked up medical textbooks and cutting-edge journals to study. To advance in any field, one must continually invest time and effort into learning. Arrogance and complacency lead to stagnation, ultimately leaving one behind the times. These were the words his father had imparted while alive. Fang Jian held his father in the highest regard, and those teachings remained etched in his memory. Suli, a video moderator at Douyin. His job was simple yet meticulous and crucial, reviewing videos submitted for release on Douyin, with particular focus on longer-form content. While the internet champions free speech, it must still maintain boundaries. If words become overly extreme or touch upon taboos, they risk being banned at any moment. In its early days, Douyin imposed no restrictions on video content. The result was a mixed bag, with much inappropriate material running rampant and causing significant negative repercussions. Since then, Douyin has learned its lesson the hard way, implementing stricter reviews for videos, especially longer ones. Only content confirmed to be lawful is permitted for release. After all, videos deliver the most direct impact, far more powerful than mere text. Sully watched countless videos daily. His initial enthusiasm gradually eroded into indifference. Now, his focus had shifted dramatically. He no longer cared whether a video was entertaining. Viewing had become purely a job verifying compliance before publishing. Sitting at his computer, he now feels a wave of restlessness as he reviews the endless stream of long-form video submissions. These people are desperate for fame. They don't seem to realize that Douyin has countless users, each dreaming of stardom, yet how many truly make it? Aside from the rare few who luck into success through perfect timing and circumstances, most who dominate the charts and recommendations are the result of meticulous team planning. In this era, the days of lone heroes were long gone. Without teamwork, even those who briefly rose to prominence would ultimately fade away like smoke in the wind. He skimmed through the titles and author names, picking out those that were familiar or vaguely recognizable. It was only natural. Those who left an impression were at least creators who had produced decent videos before. Regardless of the quality of their latest submissions, they still carried a certain weight of expectation. As for the newcomers? Perhaps a hidden gem lurked among them, but the odds were too slim to justify investing much attention. After browsing through the videos, one after another, Sully yawned in boredom. Truth be told, some of these videos showed considerable effort. Whether leaning into comedy, showcasing technical prowess, or playing on emotions, they were all well crafted. The problem was, none broke away from the usual formulas. While they might amuse the masses momentarily, they fell short of impressing him, a seasoned editor. Among them, only 2 or 3 videos with overly explicit scenes were rejected, the rest he approved without hesitation. Suddenly, his mouse hovered over a name. Medical student. That username seemed familiar. Sully thought for a moment and suddenly remembered. This creator was actually a cute, fresh-faced newcomer. Their first video featured banana suturing, quite an original idea. Their second video was more intense, with a scene of a girl kicking a thief away that left a strong impression. Of course, it was mainly the girl's stunning looks that made it unforgettable. With a hint of hope, Sully opened the long video. Could it be that girl again? He felt a certain anticipation. Chapter 85, The Editor's Choice. The video loaded almost instantly, its flickering screen suddenly revealing a slender figure. Sully's eyes lit up. This creator was indeed clever, understanding the defining feature of modern internet culture. Looks. Looks are everything. Looks are justice. Because when facing a complete stranger, first impressions are paramount. And what defines that first impression? Undoubtedly, it's looks. Whether online or in real life, appearance holds immense importance. The image immediately froze, and elegant music began to play softly. Sully paused again, for he recognized that the girl appearing on screen now, though also female, was not the same one who had left him and his colleagues in a last time. The girl on screen kept her head bowed, revealing only her forehead and a faint outline of her face. Yet even so, Sully's sharp eyes could instantly discern authenticity. This was the reason he was known as the eagle-eyed one, and it was also his greatest skill that allowed him to stand out among numerous competitors. A faint sense of disappointment flickered in his heart. But in the very next moment, his eyes widened in shock as the girl in the video finally lifted her head. Whoa! Sully couldn't help but gasp. To his astonishment, the girl's beauty surpassed even his wildest expectations. Modern aesthetic standards seem to have undergone an artificial, forced shift, with sharp-chinned, fairy-like faces becoming the object of widespread admiration. But in reality, an overabundance of girls with this facial structure inevitably led to visual fatigue. Reflecting on the golden era of the 80s and 90s when starlight shone brightly, every actress possessed her own distinct characteristics and charm that was truly the best of times. The reason the girl in the medical student's previous video left such a deep impression on him was precisely because of her unique, spirited, and dashing aura. Even through the screen, he could feel that intense impact wash over him. Now, though the girl on screen was someone else, the impact she had on Sully was no less powerful. Her gaze was utterly distinctive. When she lifted her head fully, the screen's focus instantly converged on those luminous, expressive eyes that seemed to speak volumes. They were eyes brimming with confidence, the eyes of a woman of unyielding will. Once she set her mind on something, no one could ever make her back down. Out of nowhere, an odd thought suddenly popped into Sully's mind. This video was bound to go viral. Just that close-up of her eyes alone would grab a ton of attention. At that moment, Sully found himself oddly envious of this medical student. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of person he was to have found 2 such exceptional girls. What made him feel even more envious and resentful was that these two girls, each with their own unique charm, were actually willing to let him film them. The singing continued as the camera pulled back, revealing the girl's full figure and making it clear to Suli that this was a singing video. Such videos were a dime a dozen on Douyin. Countless pretty girls believed that simply showcasing their beauty would earn them attention and fame. Yet, among them, only a handful ever achieved their dreams and became household names. Huh, what song is this? Suli suddenly furrowed his brow, realizing he'd never heard this tune before. Yet the opening melody was unexpectedly captivating, sparking a new sense of anticipation within him. An ethereal voice echoed through his headphones, its exquisite sound seeming to flow directly into his heart. Instantly, his mind grew calm, urging him to cast aside all distractions and simply savor this magnificent vocal artistry. Yet moments later, the melody abruptly accelerated, like a Category 12 typhoon suddenly sweeping across a tranquil sea, transforming it into a raging storm. The powerful, stirring music exploded through his headphones, its intense impact sending waves of goosebumps across his skin. A flushed blush even spread across Suli's face, a reaction to the unexpected intensity. He felt his heart pounding fiercely, beat after beat. This song had struck a profound chord within him. What a song! Truly a masterpiece. Though it was a long-form video, time constraints still applied, and the song ended quickly. Even now, Suli hadn't shaken off the profound impact. The sound faded from his headphones, and Suli exhaled a long breath. Without hesitation, he clicked the video again and began watching it for the second time. Even on the second viewing, the impact of that voice hadn't diminished much. If Suli's initial focus had been on the beauty's singing voice, now his attention was completely captivated by the song itself. This song was bound to go viral. Great songs need top-tier singers to perform them, but top-tier singers need timeless hits to cement their status. This song was absolutely the kind that could make someone famous with just one track. Suli removed his headphones and immediately recommended the full-length video to his senior editor. Editor-in-chief, I just came across an exceptional video that's bound to go viral. This isn't just any video. I strongly recommend giving the creator special attention. Oh? What kind of video warrants such a recommendation? I'll take a look later. Impressive. Truly impressive. What's the name of this song? Have you heard it before? Check the description below. It's an original song. An original song released here? Are you kidding me? Who is this creator? To secure such a singer and source original songs of this caliber, that's no small feat. This must be a team effort, and they must have spent a fortune commissioning the song. Such a lavish marketing campaign is rare indeed. Soon, this video caught everyone's attention and was immediately given the green light, not only allowed to be uploaded, but also featured in a special recommendation spot. Though the entertainment industry has its share of dark corners and unspoken rules, it's ultimately a place where talent speaks volumes. If you can deliver a truly exceptional piece of work, that quality often speaks for itself. Word-of-mouth effect is the best interpretation of such works. Unbeknownst to Fang Jian, the song began to go viral on Douyin, spreading like wildfire rapidly and uncontrollably. Chapter 86, A Waste of Talent. Xiao Mingyue had just finished placing her food order and was about to put her phone away when a notification popped up. The medical student she followed had posted a new video. If it were any other creator's video, Xiao Mingyue wouldn't have given it much thought. But upon seeing this particular username, her eyes lit up slightly. In her memory, this creator had only posted 3 videos, yet never once had they disappointed her. If the first video, sowing bananas, was merely amusing and playful, then the second video featuring a beauty was quite intriguing. Most beauties on Douyin showcase their talents, but women who resolved issues with martial arts, especially beauties of Mu Shue's caliber, were one in a million. Moreover, Mu Shue possessed a unique aura, a bold and spirited presence honed over years that not everyone could imitate. Attempting to mimic her moves without solid martial arts training would only result in a pathetic imitation. Thus, despite the video's massive attention, few attempted to copy or imitate her. Now, upon seeing the medical student post another video, Xiao Mingyue clicked on it almost without hesitation. What would this new release show? A novel suturing technique? Or perhaps that formidable tomboy demonstrating another martial arts feat? The video opened instantly, revealing a slender figure accompanied by pleasant music. Oh, it was another beautiful woman, truly stunning, especially those eyes that seemed to speak volumes. Where did this creator find such gorgeous models? Too bad it wasn't a martial arts video. This seemed to be a singing performance. Well, since this young lady was so lovely, she'd reluctantly give it a listen. Wait, no, what song was this? She hadn't heard it before. But it was truly beautiful. Like Suli, Xiao Mingyue was initially drawn only by the figure and gaze in the video. But the moment she heard the singing, she was instantly captivated by the song. Wang Jiai poured her heart and soul into this performance, and with Lu Haiyuan and the others giving their all in the production, the video was nothing short of polished. Playing it now had an unexpectedly powerful effect. Yeah, what song are you playing? It's so beautiful. Wang Nuan immediately leaned in, and nearby colleagues were also drawn by the melody. They stopped chatting, and the office quietly fell silent. It was lunchtime. Some colleagues had gone out to eat together, while many others had ordered takeout or planned to rest. When Xiao Mingyue played the video, she hadn't muted the sound, assuming it was just a short clip that would end quickly. But unexpectedly, not only was it a long video, but the female singer's voice was so captivating that it had startled the entire office. Sorry for disturbing everyone, Xiao Mingyue immediately turned off her phone. Hey, Xiao Mingyue, that's not very considerate. What song is this? Who sings it? I want to download it too, someone nearby called out. Yeah, this song is really good, but it seems a bit too short. What song is it? I want to download it too. Xiao Mingyue stared at the crowd in disbelief. While she agreed the song was beautiful and seemed to have a special power to move people, she was still shocked that it could resonate with so many and spark such eager inquiries. Ah, it's a singer from Douyin. Because of time limits, it's probably a shortened version. To cut such a beautiful song? That TikTok app is really something, a middle-aged woman grumbled. Xiao Mingyue replied with a mix of laughter and exasperation. TikTok really is a piece of junk. It's just a video app. Ah, never mind that. Xiaoyu, what song is that? Xiao Mingyue shook her head. It's my first time hearing it too. No idea. Wang Wan smiled. Play it again. I'll use the song's search feature to identify it. Sure. Under everyone's gaze, Xiao Mingyue reopened Douyin and pulled up the video for that song. The beautiful melody filled the air once more. More than one person opened their phones, ready to use the shake to search feature. However, they were immediately surprised to find that every phone displayed the same result, no similar songs found. They exchanged bewildered glances. This was the first time they'd encountered such a situation. Modern technology was quite powerful. Even with just a snippet of music, the search function could usually trace the song's origin. This kind of complete failure was unprecedented for them. Has anyone heard this song before? Wang Nuan suddenly asked. No. None of us have heard it. If I'd heard a song like this, I definitely wouldn't forget it. So, is it an original song? Original song? Posting original songs on Douyin? Don't be ridiculous. A young man beside Wang Nuan scoffed. No sane person would choose that route. Of course, if it were just some trashy song, it wouldn't matter how you handled it. But releasing such a great song on Douyin first would be reckless. Wait. Xiao Mingyue suddenly pointed at the video and exclaimed, Nuan, you were right. What? This song really is an original composition. Oh, what a waste of talent. Inside a hospital in N City, Wang Nuanen had just finished a minor surgery. He slipped off his surgical gown and stretched lazily. Today's surgical duties were complete time to rest properly. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. His sister had sent a message. Bro, the medical student posted a new video. He wrote an original song. It sounds amazing. An original song? A hint of disdain flashed across Wang Nuanen's face. These days, anything could be called original, and as long as it was labeled as such, it seemed to instantly boost one's value. That medical student was clearly studying medicine. He was so skilled at suturing, yet instead of focusing on his studies, he was creating songs? What a waste of time. Still, despite his skepticism, he found himself instinctively opening a certain app. Soon, the elegant yet stirring melody filled the lounge, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. What Wang Nuanen didn't know was that similar scenes were unfolding almost simultaneously in many other places. The quality of the work speaks for itself, and whether it resonates with people is the ultimate test. A simple recommendation from Douyin's editors merely added fuel to the fire. Yet the song's charm effortlessly captivated the vast majority. Across the vast expanse of Huagua, on this very day, a certain edited song rapidly became a trending topic, its momentum only intensifying. Chapter 87, Explosive Popularity. At dawn, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, banishing the darkness and generously bestowing light and warmth upon the world. Fang Jian rose and began his usual regimen of push-ups and other exercises. Since learning massage techniques, he had also picked up a series of physical training methods. Though primarily focused on strengthening finger and wrist power, his daily persistence, though still brief, already yielded noticeable gains. After his morning workout, he ate the breakfast his mother had prepared, once again feeling the warmth and comfort of home. The phone rang at an inopportune moment. Fang Jian picked it up and heard Yu Huilian's booming voice the instant he answered. Fang Jian, you're awesome. Fang Jian moved his phone slightly away. For some reason, the fat guy let out a scream so loud that even Su Ying, standing nearby, turned to look. Fatso, what the hell are you yelling about this early in the morning? You're giving people a heart attack. Huh? You didn't know? Know what? You haven't been watching Douyin? Fang Jian froze. After uploading the video, he hadn't really paid much attention to it. As he'd said, he wasn't in it for fame, he just wanted to gather mental energy through this platform. He knew fame and mental energy were probably proportional, but his focus lay elsewhere. Intellectual energy was certainly something to be desired in abundance, but if it required him to invest genuine effort in managing it, he'd rather free up that time to learn more. However, Yu Huilian's reminder stirred something within Fang Jian. The spiritual energy within his mind surged violently. Given his current physical condition, it was best to avoid using this psychic power, which had already been classified as a superpower if possible. Therefore, he never casually activated it during daily life to avoid burdening his body. Of course, an occasional use wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Under the perception of his mental power, Fang Jian couldn't help but startle. He clearly sensed an enormous mass of warm-colored thought energy gathering around him. Indeed, the sheer magnitude of this warm-toned mental energy was nothing short of astonishing. Even after stepping off the plane and receiving the gratitude of all those he had rescued, the quantity of such energy had been far less than what he now perceived. These strands and threads of warm-colored mental energy had coalesced into a river, forming a powerful force that no one could ignore. Of course, in this world, aside from Fang Jian himself, he had never seen anyone else discover this energy, let alone use it to accomplish certain things. How could there be so much mental energy? A powerful question surged in Fang Jian's mind. Could it really be from Douyin? He had already posted 4 videos on Douyin. While the previous 3 had brought him considerable profits, they paled in comparison to this latest one, like comparing a giant to a dwarf. Xiao Jian, what's wrong? Suing suddenly asked, her gaze filled with confusion as she looked at her son. Moments earlier, her son had received a call from Yu Huiliang. Whatever they discussed seemed to trigger an instant, profound transformation in Fang Jian as he sat there. Though his physical appearance remained unchanged and his posture was identical, there was an undeniable difference in his presence. It was an intensely awkward and powerful feeling that even left Suing somewhat at a loss. Only then did Fang Jian snap out of it. He immediately withdrew his spiritual energy and said, "Mom, I'm fine. Just Fatso wanted to discuss something with me. I'm going back to my room." With his psychic energy suppressed and restrained, Fang Jian instantly returned to normal, showing no trace of abnormality. Suing nodded blankly. A mother's intuition, however irrational, could detect the slightest hint of something amiss. Yet Fang Jian's transformation had been so sudden and dramatic that even she couldn't quite make sense of it. Back in his bedroom, Fang Jian opened Douyin and was immediately startled by the data displayed. The red heart likes had already surpassed 1 million. Even more astonishingly, his follower count had exceeded 300,000. Consider this, the account had only been active for a few days, with just 4 videos posted, yet its reach had already reached a level that couldn't be ignored. Running his fingers through his hair, Fang Jian muttered to himself, "This is weird. I didn't cheat or spam anything." Anyone who'd spent time online knew that any software or voting system could be manipulated through cheating methods, using money to boost popularity. But Fang Jian could guarantee with absolute certainty that he hadn't spent a single penny on it. Could it be that some living saint out there actually paid to boost his views? Hesitating for a moment, Fang Jian opened the comments section below. The comment count was terrifyingly high, nearly 100,000. That meant 1 in 10 viewers left a comment. For a short video platform, such engagement was unimaginable. Beautiful, beautiful, it moved me to tears. What's the name of this amazing song? It's original, you know? Original. The composer is so talented, but also such a fool. Releasing a song like this first on Douyin is such a waste. This is Douyin's internal strategy to boost its brand influence. Case closed. A flurry of comments from all corners of the country left Fang Jian dizzy, but among them, the overwhelming majority were asking for the song's title and the singer's name. Many even declared they had become fans of Wang Jia. Seeing these passionate comments, even Fang Jian felt a twinge of envy and jealousy. As the uploader, he had already received such a massive influx of mental energy. What about Wang Jia, the song's featured artist? Fang Jian believed the mental energy swirling around her at that moment must be far greater than his own. Yet, this energy gathered around her seemed like a waste. With the bedroom empty, Fang Jian no longer held back. He released his mental power and could see that new mental energy continued to emerge from the void, gathering and clinging to him. This indicated that the effects of the certain sound had not yet peaked. The powerful mental energy showed no sign of weakening. Instead, it seemed to intensify with each passing moment. Fang Jian clenched his fist and swung it forcefully. Success! This attempt to gather warm-toned mental energy had achieved complete triumph. When the beauty and the song merged as one, they triggered a chemical reaction, creating an unparalleled, explosive impact. This immense warm-toned mental energy surpassed even the previous instance. Fang Jian looked forward to tonight's sleep with anticipation. Chapter 88, The Peculiar Mu Shui. The phone rang again. Fang Jian glanced at the name displayed and answered without hesitation, "Sister Shui, what's up?" Silence hung on the other end. Fang Jian looked at the phone screen. It definitely displayed Mu Shui's name. But in his memory, Sister Shui had always been a straightforward woman. Whether speaking or handling matters, she was always quick and decisive, never suffering from procrastination or similar issues. Yet now, she called and remained silent, which seemed rather odd. "Sister Shui? Hello? Sister Shui? Finally, a voice came from the other end of the line, and Fang Jian felt a wave of relief wash over him. If any other girl had acted this strangely, Fang Jian would have suspected she'd been kidnapped or something. But Mu Shui? She's the kind of person who kidnaps others, not the kind who gets kidnapped. Anyone capable of kidnapping her probably hasn't even been born yet. Sis Shui, what's up? Oomph. I saw that video you posted. Ha? Fang Jian was completely baffled. She saw my video? He immediately realized she was referring to the video of Wang Jiayi singing. But so what if she saw it? Why was she calling in such a strange manner? You filmed it pretty well. Sister Shui, I didn't film it myself. It was shot at a recording studio owned by a friend of Fatso's. I just posted the video to boost my popularity. You like being famous that much? I don't like being famous. Mu Shui was speechless. Fang Jian had actually learned to lie through his teeth. If he wasn't after fame, why bother with Douyin? And why go out of his way to post videos of himself and Wang Jiayi? Posting his own videos would be one thing, but why did he have to upload that vixen's videos too? If her videos hadn't outperformed his, it might have been bearable. But not only did they surpass his own, they were gaining momentum at an unstoppable pace. It's infuriating. If you don't want fame, why bother with Douyin? Ah, it's because of interest. That's right, pure interest. Mu Shui felt a dull ache in her temples, but she couldn't be bothered to call him out on his lie. Fang Jian, she said, I don't care. Just shoot another video for me and post it. Ha? Fang Jian could scarcely believe his ears. Mu Shui actually made such a request? Did her head get smashed in a doorframe or something? What I mean is, film a proper video for me, and it has to feature an original song. My expectations aren't high, just make it more popular than Wang Jiayi's. With that, the phone went dead, filled with static. Fang Jian held the phone, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. An original song? Did she think original songs were something you could just get your hands on easily? Though for him personally, it seemed relatively easy. But surpassing that video of Wang Jiayi? That was another story. Fang Jian had already released 4 videos. From his experience, going viral was no easy feat beyond solid video quality, it required a certain amount of luck. He believed that if he had released Wang Jiayi's singing at a different time, it might have achieved good results, but it wouldn't necessarily have matched this time's success. In short, for any endeavor to succeed, beyond personal effort, that unpredictable element of luck is paramount. So he simply couldn't make any guarantees to Mu Shui. Yet, recalling her fierce tone, Fang Jian felt his head grow as big as a drum. If he failed to fulfill her request, he might as well just move into Uncle Mu's house. Under the watchful eyes of Uncle Mu and Aunt Shui, Mu Shui probably wouldn't dare to make a move. Throughout the day, Fang Jian's phone seemed to be on everyone's mind, especially his classmates. Thanks to Yu Huilian's enthusiastic promotion, Fang Jian's Douyin ID became known to the entire class. Given Douyin's immense popularity among young people today, quite a few classmates followed his account. Fang Jian's editing skills were flawless. While his classmates were envious, they mostly just offered polite compliments. However, when Fang Jian posted the videos of the beautiful women, especially when he released 2 in quick succession, it instantly caused a sensation in the class group chat. Countless classmates scrambled to track down these beauties, especially the singer, Wang Jiayi, who instantly gained legions of devoted fans. Fang Jian barely managed to fend off their inquiries. Even though he earned a reputation for prioritizing romance over friendship, he refused to reveal Wang Jiayi's contact information. Brother Fang, I saw your Douyin videos, they're a huge hit. That evening, Lu Huiyuan called in to join the excitement, getting straight to the point, but the songs in the videos aren't complete. I plan to release the full versions on music platforms. What do you think? Brother Lu, you handle these matters as you see fit. I have no objections. I just confirmed with Wang Ji she has no plans to pursue a career in showbiz. So I'm thinking of giving this song to a friend. The copyright for this song already belongs to you, Brother Lu. You can decide for yourself. Lu Huiyuan paused for a moment before saying, Brother Fang, I know the value of a good song. Even though that's just how the market is, I still want to accept your kindness. How about this, if you ever need anything in the future, you can come to me. I'll do my best to help you out. Haha, great. Thanks in advance, then. Oh, and Brother Fang, if you ever have another great song, remember our recording studio. Don't worry, Brother Lu. In N City, I wouldn't know where else to go besides your studio. Fang Jian hung up the phone and shook his head dismissively. What could he possibly need? For minor matters, he had his best buddy Yu Huiliang. For major issues, he had Mu Shui. If both of them couldn't handle it, then he'd have to bring in Mu Taixin. And if even Mu Taixin was powerless, Fang Jian didn't believe Lu Huiyuan would have any other options left. Still, Lu Huiyuan was generally reliable. Though their first impression hadn't been great, subsequent interactions had changed Fang Jian's view of him. So if another opportunity for collaboration arose, he'd still consider working with him. After a hectic day, he finally made it to evening. Fang Jian hurried through his nightly routine and climbed into bed early. Today was undoubtedly the most crucial day of his life, leaving no room for even the slightest oversight. Closing his eyes, Fang Jian didn't fall asleep immediately. Instead, he focused his mental energy on the spiritual power within his mind. Crossing multidimensional space and influencing the host, all these were tied to spiritual power. Regardless of whether the white-haired, red-eyed man's words were true or false, he had to try his best. Gradually, Fang Jian's mental focus entered an extremely profound state, seemingly undergoing some strange fusion and transformation with the not particularly powerful spiritual energy within him. Soon, the mental energy swirling around him churned, forming an invisible vortex. Chapter 89, The Choice of Higher Dimensions. His mental consciousness existed in an eerie trance-like state, akin to being half asleep, half awake, where he could only vaguely sense that something was happening. Fang Jian sensed his mental consciousness being drawn away from his body by some force. He had experienced this once before during the plane crash, when he felt like an omnipotent deity capable of controlling everything. But now, his consciousness was merely passively drawn, leaving him with a sense of being powerless to resist. He disliked this sensation intensely, yet his subconscious grasped what was happening to him, so he offered no resistance. His consciousness continued to ascend, as if entering an entirely new environment. It was a boundless void, yet not dark. Countless points of light flickered within it, each emitting a peculiar radiance that evoked distinctly different sensations. Some glowed softly, drawing one's desire to draw near, while others burned intensely, seeming to inflict harm upon contact. Guided by humanity's instinct to seek safety and avoid danger, Fang Jian's consciousness instinctively steered clear of the more intense points of light. Had he been in a daze, he might have drifted aimlessly toward any faint glow. But now that he had guessed his location, he would not act so carelessly. His mental awareness swept the surroundings in an instant, and Fang Jian suddenly realized he felt a faint sense of familiarity toward two of the light points. Though his consciousness had now broken free from the constraints of his physical body, this discovery still sent a powerful thrill through him. The white-haired, red-eyed figure's words proved true. With psychic power, nothing was impossible. Even during high-dimensional traversal, his mental awareness could yield unexpected effects. Quietly sensing these 2 points, he felt familiarity with both, though one held greater prominence than the other. Finally, Fang Jian identified his target. His mental essence emitted a powerful wave of intent, yearning to draw near. In the next instant, the world around him shattered, and his mental essence plummeted like a freefall, plunging into the light point. Immediately, he saw a massage table with a middle-aged man lying upon it. Familiar, large hands were busily kneading and manipulating the man's body. The massage therapist once again, he had successfully possessed this practitioner's body. But this was only the first step. What should he do next? Dr. Chen had been practicing this craft for over 30 years. He hadn't chosen it out of necessity, but because he was born with a deep fascination for the human body's acupoints and meridians. That was why he had wholeheartedly dedicated himself to the profession of traditional Chinese massage. Decades passed, yet he never lost his passion for this craft. This was no small feat for most people. Turning a hobby into a career that pays the bills is undoubtedly the happiest outcome imaginable. However, once they achieve this and gain years of experience, they often discover that reality isn't quite as rosy. They can no longer treat their profession as a hobby. They need this job to support their families. At this point, what was once a passion can easily become a new constraint. Yet Dr. Chen never ceased his research into the body's acupoints and meridians. He continuously massaged people, combining his experience to explore new insights. It was precisely this dedication that led to his tremendous success in the massage profession. Patients who received his massage raved about his skill, never forgetting his touch. Fang Jian watched his movements silently, a sense of urgency growing within him. Based on past experience, he had only 3 short days to linger. Though reviewing massage techniques during this time wouldn't be a wasted trip, it wouldn't fulfill his purpose. Now, however, he was bound to Dr. Chen's body, as if imprisoned within this flesh. Unable to speak or move, he could only watch and listen. How could he possibly fulfill his wish under such circumstances? The white-haired, red-eyed one had spoken of spiritual power. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Fang Jian's mind. What the hell, might as well try this desperate measure. Fang Jian concentrated his spirit, his mental will repeating one phrase over and over, spreading it as far as possible. Parkinson's syndrome, research Parkinson's syndrome. Dr. Chen's hands, mid-massage, trembled slightly, though the patient beneath his touch remained unaware. Straightening up, Dr. Chen looked around blankly, as if searching for something. Dr. Chen, what's wrong? Someone finally noticed and asked quietly. Dr. Chen pressed his forehead, shook his head, and replied with a wry smile, nothing. Probably didn't sleep well last night. Just some tinnitus and dizziness. Ah, Dr. Chen, you've never taken a break. Could it be you're just too exhausted? Dr. Chen, you've been at your post for so many years. It's time you took a break. Not only did his colleagues offer such advice, but even the elderly customer he was treating chimed in with the same sentiment. Dr. Chen's decades of diligent effort had earned him his current standing. It was no fluke. Dr. Chen, please take a few days off. I'll inform the patients waiting below, they'll understand, an assistant said beside him. That's right, old Chen. Your health comes first. You must take care of yourself. I want you to massage me for another few decades. Dr. Chen nodded gratefully to everyone. He had intended to refuse, but for some reason, a certain desire within his mind grew increasingly intense. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "Alright, I'll take a few days off. My apologies to everyone." In this department, his skills were unmatched. Such talent naturally came with certain privileges. Not even the department head, let alone the hospital director, would nitpick over minor matters with him. Dr. Chen took his leave, packed his things, and headed home. Yet when he returned home and tried to lie down to rest, he found himself utterly unable to sleep. Moreover, a certain thought surged within him with overwhelming force, like a tidal wave, making it unbearable to endure any longer. With a whoosh, he leaped from the bed, first supporting himself on 4 fingers and then doing several push-ups. This display made Fang Jian's spirit envy him intensely. Despite his youth, Fang Jian struggled to do push-ups with all 10 fingers on the ground. Seeing the other man's age, the difference in finger strength was truly staggering. Dr. Chen scrambled to his feet, only to find his mental agony hadn't lessened one bit. He stomped his foot hard and bellowed, "Connect me to Dr. Su." "Yes, master." A machine-generated voice echoed through the room. Moments later, a projection appeared on the wall, a middle-aged doctor clad in a white coat. Chapter 90, Parkinson's in Another World. "Old Chen, I heard you weren't feeling well today and took leave? How did you even find out?" "Heh, after all these years at the hospital, you're the model worker among model workers. This seems to be your first time taking leave. What's going on?" Dr. Chen hesitated before replying, "Nothing much. Probably just worn out from overworking. Yeah, we're doctors, not gods. Treating patients is important, but we have to take care of ourselves first. Alright, old Su, you're the neurology expert. I've got something I'd like to ask you." "What is it? What's your understanding of conditions like neurological decline, joint stiffness, and functional impairments?" "Huh? Why are you asking about that?" Dr. Chan waved his hand slightly irritably. "Nothing, I just wanted to understand. The way you describe it sounds like a condition that was quite well known decades ago. But after the development of specific treatments, the vast majority of cases were cured. So I haven't been researching that area lately." "Then could you help me look into it?" "Help me look? Old Chen, you're the director of massage therapy in traditional Chinese medicine, not neurology. Are you sure you need this?" "I'm not the head of neurology, but you are. Shouldn't it be easy for you to find materials on this?" "Of course not. Just a word from me and it's done." "Then do me a favor." Dr. Su remarked with interest, "You're genuinely interested in this? Don't neglect your main duties." Though both were doctors and leading figures in their respective departments, specialization defined their fields. No one could claim mastery over all medical disciplines. A massage therapist taking interest in neurology cases struck Dr. Su as utterly baffling. Dr. Chen gazed at him thoughtfully before suddenly saying, "Next Friday, I won't be visiting your place." "Oh no. I was just saying. I'll arrange your case immediately. My father's health simply can't do without your skills. No matter how advanced technology becomes, as long as true bioengineered humans or clones haven't been developed, the profession of massage therapist will never disappear. After all, cold mechanical hands can never match the warmth of human touch. Receiving a massage from a human versus sitting passively in a massage chair are two entirely different experiences. The former is far more sought after than the latter." Dr. Chen turned off the video, hesitated for a moment, then called out, "Search for information on neurological degeneration." Although he had already dispatched professionals to gather such information, it wouldn't hurt to familiarize himself with it beforehand. The opposite wall transformed once more into a massive screen, displaying numerous documents. Though Fang Jian couldn't speak, his eyes still clearly perceived the content on the screen. As the information streamed across the screen, Fang Jian felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, like a tidal wave crashing over him. The medical standards of this world were indeed far superior to his own. The so-called Parkinson's syndrome was known by another name here, yet the descriptions of its symptoms were identical. However, the disease had essentially vanished from this world. Thanks to the emergence of a wonder drug, Parkinson's patients no longer had to endure such immense and prolonged suffering. A specific medication? What exactly was that? Fang Jian knew well that with the continuous advancement of global technology, conditions once considered incurable could now be completely cured or restored. Take tuberculosis and pneumonia, for instance. In ancient times, they were synonymous with death. But the advent of penicillin transformed these illnesses into conditions that could be cured with just a 10-day to 2-week hospital stay. So, upon arriving in a more advanced world, learning that Parkinson's disease could be cured shouldn't have been such a surprise. Yet, despite understanding this logic, he found himself unable to suppress a surge of excitement. He deeply understood the value of this wonder drug. If he could bring it back to his own world and replicate it, who knows how many patients and families would benefit. Of course, the added perks of fame and fortune, along with a little extra income, would be his bonus rewards. While he wasn't particularly driven by such things, if money came knocking, he certainly wouldn't turn it away. What troubled Fang Jian, however, was that Dr. Chen showed little interest in the wonder drug. He gave it a cursory glance before moving on to the next piece of information. The subsequent information held no particular surprises, merely instructions on recovery after taking the drug and various precautions. This content was remarkably similar to what existed in Fang Jian's world. It showed that while his world couldn't cure Parkinson's disease, the treatment methods were entirely sound. All they lacked was a wonder drug. After browsing for half an hour, the screen displayed a call from Director Su. "Old Su, did you gather the materials? Man, it was tough finding this stuff for you. These days, patients with this condition are usually cured with medication by the time it's detected in the early stages. There's almost no one in the later stages. I dug up a few cases from the image archives from over 30 years ago. See if these work for you." "Thanks, Old Su. No problem. I've already instructed the resident doctors to gather more data for you, though they'll only be able to look after hours." Hearing this, Fang Jian couldn't help but mentally groan. It seems in any world, chief physicians exploiting the labor of residents is a universal skill they master without formal training. Dr. Chen ended the call and opened the files. The footage was remarkably clear. It was impossible to tell these scenes were recorded 30 years ago. Two elderly figures moved with slow, jerky motions. A middle-aged man clutched the armrest of the chair ahead of him, trembling as if electrocuted, inching forward bit by bit. The other elderly person seemed in far worse condition, having almost completely lost control of their body. Their mouth hung slightly open, like a fish out of water, struggling desperately to survive. At this moment, the voiceover began. "These are two patients suffering from this condition. As you can see, both are now completely unable to care for themselves. One is in a more severe state though still lucid, which undoubtedly intensifies their suffering." But then the tone shifts abruptly, the voice transforming from somber to cheerful. "We have now developed a wonder drug specifically for this condition. This wonder drug possesses the following functions." Chapter 91, The Baffling Wonder Drug. For a full 15 minutes, the middle-aged doctor in the video held the medicine in his hand, extolling its virtues with fervor. Watching this scene, Fang Jian couldn't help but recall the health supplement shop catering to seniors downstairs in his own residential complex. Every weekend, a group of seniors would gather there early in the morning to listen to their lectures. At those times, so-called renowned medical masters would hold up their health products and talk endlessly about the benefits these items brought to the body. Truthfully, anyone with a bit of social experience knew exactly what those health products really were, likely mostly starch. They wouldn't kill you, but if you were looking for actual medicinal effects, you'd be better off praying to a Buddha statue at Putua Mountain. The introduction of a so-called miracle drug for Parkinson's disease featured a rather unexpected figure, leaving Fang Jian feeling both amused and exasperated. However, Dr. Chen didn't rush the process or shut it down. He just watched silently. The wonder drugs were administered to the two patients. The timeline in the data began to accelerate. Within a week, both patients' conditions improved at a visibly rapid pace. Particularly the middle-aged man with milder symptoms, his resting tremors had vanished. He could now walk normally on his own two legs without needing any support. Witnessing this, though Fang Jian had mentally prepared himself, he couldn't help but be utterly astonished. To him, such efficacy seemed nothing short of a miracle. Though not a doctor in his youth, he had learned of this disease through various channels. Later, while studying neurology in medical school, his professor repeatedly emphasized that this condition was a major unsolved challenge in modern medicine. It was essentially a terminal illness, one that didn't claim lives immediately but left sufferers living in agony worse than death. This memory was deeply ingrained in his mind. Therefore, witnessing the person in the video recover almost completely within a week with such apparent ease left him utterly stunned. Dr. Chen, however, seemed utterly unfazed. Fang Jian secretly admired his composure, but upon reflection, he realized it stemmed from their fundamentally different knowledge systems and ways of thinking. It was like walking into a hospital today and asking a doctor if tuberculosis was a death sentence. The look you'd get would be the same as if you'd just told them you were insane. Tuberculosis is certainly not a death sentence. With penicillin, recovery is a matter of minutes. That must have been Dr. Chen's mindset at that moment. The footage continued to play, and Fang Jian could sense that Dr. Chen's focus wasn't on any miracle drug, but rather on the massage techniques used by the rehabilitation doctor treating the critically ill patient in the images. Indeed, alongside medication, the patient received specialized massage therapy. As explained, prolonged stiffness in the patient's limbs combined with muscle tremors had caused excessive energy expenditure beyond the body's capacity, leading to signs of muscle atrophy. This wasn't a problem every Parkinson's patient faced, but it was a highly representative case. The massage therapist in the footage employed traditional Chinese acupuncture techniques to stimulate the patient's appetite, enabling gradual recovery through eating. When this approach alone could not guarantee adequate nutrition, specially formulated nutrient solutions were administered via injection. Watching this, Fang Jian remained unperturbed, but Dr. Chen sneered disdainfully. "Idiot," he remarked. "In this situation, nutritional injections or oral supplements should have been administered long ago." With the elderly patient's physical depletion, relying solely on acupuncture to stimulate appetite simply cannot keep pace with the energy expenditure. Fang Jian froze. The last time he had inhabited Dr. Chen's body, he hadn't had this habit of talking to himself. Could it be that his presence within Dr. Chen's body, coupled with the diffusion of his thoughts influencing the doctor's judgment, had somehow altered both his body and mind? Feeding through acupuncture points. That's an interesting approach, Dr. Chen mused briefly before resuming his observation. The footage spanned roughly 3 months. The middle-aged man with milder symptoms had essentially recovered completely within a month. Though he would need to maintain regular exercise to sustain his condition, the results were nothing short of astonishing. As for the elderly man, he achieved near complete recovery after 3 months. While his progress wasn't as ideal as the middle-aged man's, considering his physical condition and advanced age, this outcome was as good as it could possibly be. You can't expect an elderly man to bounce back and become as vigorous as a young bull, capable of taking down 2 strapping 20-somethings. If that were the case, it wouldn't be science fiction, it would be fantasy. Dr. Chen closed the file and began gathering information, his mind consumed by thoughts of acupuncture points. He seemed to have discovered the reason behind his sudden fascination with this matter. He wanted to gain a deeper understanding of the human body's acupoints. Truth be told, even a novice masseur could recite the basic distribution of acupoints on the human body, let alone a master like him. However, physical constitution varies from person to person. Accurately locating acupoints and determining the appropriate pressure based on a patient's specific condition, that was a lifelong study. Seeing Dr. Chen poring over these materials, Fang Jian grew deeply anxious. He quickly refocused his mind, mentally repeating and radiating the words special effect medicine over and over. Sure enough, moments later, Dr. Chen's expression grew restless once more. He opened the screen again, but this time he didn't contact anyone. Instead, he began gathering information on specific remedies for this condition. As row after row of descriptions filled the screen, not only Dr. Chen but even Fang Jian was dumbfounded. They couldn't understand it. None of them could comprehend what exactly was being described there. Fang Jian finally realized how naive his idea of bringing the formula for the specific medicine back had been. For him, it was no longer a case of asking the impossible. Asking the impossible meant exerting every ounce of effort, yet the chances of success remained slim. But expecting Fang Jian or any massage therapist to decipher these medical formulas, as incomprehensible as ancient scriptures, within 3 days and pinpoint the exact drug formula? Was a hopeless endeavor where even exerting 120,000% effort offered not a shred of possibility. Dr. Chen flipped through the images, then shut them off decisively. Clutching his head, he looked as if a splitting headache had seized him. Moments later, he tapped his head, his entire demeanor radiating restlessness. Fang Jian's mind remained fixated on the wonder drug. Even knowing it was likely futile, he subconsciously kept hoping. Human potential is limitless, one simply cannot give up without trying. Yet, in the very next instant, Dr. Chen suddenly erupted. Chapter 92, Nutrient Solution. He went to the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and thrust his head under the stream. He let the icy cold water pour down over his head, the flow trickling down his neck and seeping into his undershirt. He paid it no mind. After a moment, he lifted his head, shook it vigorously, and suddenly bellowed at his reflection in the mirror. Fang Jian, hidden within Dr. Chen's body, was startled. He quickly reined in his mental energy, daring not to let his thoughts wander freely again. Observing Dr. Chen's previous demeanor, he had always been a composed and steady individual. Described as mature and prudent would be no exaggeration. Yet this moment completely overturned Fang Jian's impression of him. Especially when gazing at the reflection in the mirror, a figure panting heavily while roaring, Fang Jian felt a sudden pang of unease. He instantly realized the consequences of his actions. But with so little information available, he couldn't be certain whether this effect would be temporary or permanent. After splashing cold water on his face, Dr. Chen seemed somewhat calmer. Rubbing his temples, he returned to the bedroom and began flipping through books. Although Fang Jian had ceased projecting his consciousness, Dr. Chen, driven by inertia, continued studying this highly unusual condition. Judging by his demeanor, he seemed determined to find ways to alleviate the patient's suffering through massage and acupuncture techniques, even without a specific medication. Once immersed in work that captured his interest, Dr. Chen would lose all sense of time and space, utterly oblivious to external distractions. He would flip through reference materials, then take out a human model to knead and tap, occasionally experimenting on himself. Having done this countless times before, his movements were smooth and familiar, showing no trace of awkwardness. When Dr. Chen was fully conscious, Fang Jian couldn't share knowledge with him. At best, he could understand his words without being hindered by language barriers. At this moment, he actually found himself hoping that Dr. Chen would retire early so he could discover what the massage therapy director was researching. Throughout the day, Dr. Chen remained indoors, devoting all his energy to his calculations. The faintly smug smile on his face revealed his satisfaction with his research. Reopening the video, Dr. Chen rewatched the segment featuring the critically ill patient, murmuring to himself, "Nutrient solution number 8. This is a supplementary nutrient solution. It indicates that acupuncture still holds some efficacy." He called up the formula for nutrient solution number 8. A string of text appeared on the screen, detailing the preparation method for this nutrient solution. To Fang Jian's surprise, he could understand about half of it. This nutrient solution was less a product of chemical synthesis and more an extract of nutritional essences derived from plants and animals. It was specifically developed for individuals with limited mobility or poor nutrient absorption efficiency due to various conditions. Its most remarkable feature was its versatility. It could be injected, taken orally, or even mixed into a bowl of plain water or chicken broth. As long as the entire bowl was consumed, the body could absorb the nutrients. Fang Jian stared in astonishment. Such an application method was simply unbelievable. It must be said that the medical standards, or rather, the medical approach in this world far surpassed those of his own. Unfortunately, though the mixing ratios were clearly listed, certain specialized terms remained a mystery to him due to the fundamental differences between the two worlds. He could only guess at their meanings. After completing all this, Dr. Chen was clearly exhausted. He yawned as he climbed into bed, collapsing onto the mattress. The moment his head touched the pillow, he was already drifting off to sleep. Fang Jian promptly extended his mental awareness, linking it to Dr. Chen's memories to begin sharing his experiences and knowledge. Human brain capacity is finite, especially for new knowledge. Without deliberate effort to memorize and apply it, information is ruthlessly forgotten. Fang Jian had all but given up hope on the miracle cure, but he remained intensely curious about Dr. Chen's research into massage and acupuncture techniques, as well as the preparation and application of the nutrient solution. Soon, Fang Jian had traced Dr. Chen's most recent memories. True to his expectations, these memories detailed today's intensive work, during massage, precisely targeting specific acupoints with finger pressure to stimulate the internal organs, unleashing human potential to achieve miracles beyond Western medicine's comprehension. This massage technique was unsuitable for vigorous young men, but it yielded remarkable results when applied to elderly individuals or the infirm. Of course, Dr. Chen's confidence stemmed from his formidable mastery. Though Fang Jian had been training diligently these past days, who knew how long it would take him to achieve such extraordinary finger strength? Beyond massage, acupressure, and acupuncture techniques, Fang Jian also discovered memories related to nutrient solutions. To his delight, Dr. Chen's memories included the formula for this so-called nutrient solution number 8. Back in his younger days, Dr. Chen had treated patients with muscular dystrophy through massage therapy. During those sessions, nutrient solution number 8 proved invaluable. Or rather, it was during Dr. Chen's youth that nutrient solution number 8 first hit the market, creating quite a sensation. Consequently, Dr. Chen knew this solution inside out. He had even privately purchased ingredients to experiment with its formulation. Moreover, the results of his experiments showed little difference from the commercially available nutrient solution number 8. Upon accessing these memories, Fang Jian was overcome with elation. Had he only seen written descriptions, Fang Jian might have hesitated to proceed. Medicines were no ordinary matter. Even borderline substances like nutrient solutions could cause devastating consequences if mishandled. But with Dr. Chen's memories now his own, all these challenges seemed to dissolve effortlessly. Moreover, these memories revealed that the ingredients for blending the nutrient solution weren't hard to come by. At the very least, they didn't require some irreplaceable specialty product from this world. In other words, in his own world, as long as Fang Jian was willing to invest time, effort, and some financial resources into experimentation, the chances of recreating it were extremely high. Just as Fang Jian was feeling encouraged, he suddenly experienced a wave of dizziness, followed by his consciousness slipping away. The next morning, Dr. Chen woke up, rubbed his throbbing temples, and abruptly opened his screen, pulling out the special medication data once more. While searching online for self-study materials, he muttered to himself, "I'm crazy. I'm absolutely crazy. I'm a massage therapist. Why the hell am I studying Western medicine's wonder drugs?" Chapter 93, Master Lu's Summons. Fang Jian slowly opened his eyes, his brow furrowing slightly as deep confusion filled his mind. If his memory served him correctly, this time in that higher dimensional world, he had only stayed for a single day and night. Yet previously, each such experience had lasted 3 full days. A vague, uncertain suspicion began to form in his mind. Could it be that whenever he used his mental power to project his thoughts and influence the host individual in that world, the time he spent there was drastically shortened? This was hardly a welcome development for him. Still, these were merely his conjectures. The truth would only be confirmed with another opportunity. Looking up at the window, he could already see the morning sunlight and faintly hear sounds from outside. This confirmed that whether he spent 3 days or 1 day in the higher dimensional world, here, it had only been 1 night. Fang Jian closed his eyes, not to linger in bed, but to fully digest the insights gained this time. Having attached himself to the masseur once more, he had gained new insights. The first was the acupoint tapping technique used in massage, a method rarely employed in regular massage, or rather, a special skill mastered by only a handful of practitioners. While traditional massage techniques focus on stimulating acupoints, they remain fundamentally different from acupoint piercing. Without profound, meticulous research into the human body, the so-called massage points are merely superficial approximations. As Fang Jian carefully recalled these details, a sense of profound emotion welled up within him. Dr. Chen had long mastered this acupoint piercing technique, yet during his previous 3-day possession, he hadn't employed it even once. Even when Fang Jian shared Dr. Chen's memories, he hadn't noticed any mention of this skill. However, upon learning that Dr. Chen knew this special acupuncture technique, he suddenly sensed a wealth of related information during the memory sharing. This led him to conclude that his memory sharing process wasn't all-knowing after all, but rather had certain limitations. He would need considerable time to gradually unravel these restrictions. Beyond the newly acquired acupuncture techniques, the greatest discovery was nutrient solution number 8. The complete details of this special nutrient solution, designed for easy absorption by living organisms, were now clearly imprinted in his mind. Nutrient solutions were common in this world, and as a doctor, Fang Jian was naturally familiar with them. However, judging by the high-dimensional world's description of nutrient solution number 8's effects, its efficacy especially for the elderly and infirm should far surpass that of most other nutrient solutions. However, developing it would require considerable effort. Moreover, this wasn't something he could just tinker with at home. At the very least, he'd need a small laboratory to conduct experiments. Just as Fang Jian was deep in thought, his phone suddenly rang. "Uncle Mu, I'm awake now. Alright, I'll freshen up and head downstairs immediately." Fang Jian hurriedly finished his personal hygiene and rushed downstairs, only to spot a familiar Mercedes-Benz waiting below. "What are you standing there for? Get in the car." Uncle Mu Taiju waved him over. Fang Jian responded with a jump into the car. "Uncle Mu, why are you here? Where's your driver?" "Heh, we're heading to Old Lou's place today. The driver isn't available, so I'll be your chauffeur for once." "Wow, I'm truly flattered." Mu Taiju laughed heartily as he started the engine. "Little Jian, I've noticed you've changed quite a bit lately." "That's a good thing." "What? Before, you were polite enough, but you were a bit stiff. That kind of personality isn't exactly endearing. But now you can joke around with your second uncle like this. Not bad, you've truly grown up." Fang Jian paused slightly. Could it be that he really had changed so much recently that even Mu Taiju could easily tell? He immediately recalled the massage therapist in the higher dimensional world. Under the influence of his own thoughts, the normally calm and steady Dr. Chen had suddenly become a hot-tempered and irritable person at home. Based on these two possession experiences, Fang Jian was certain there was a reason tied to himself and it played a significant role. Moreover, Dr. Chen had no idea why he had changed so drastically. Now, within his own body, there existed another version of himself, white-haired and red-eyed. Could this duality also be causing some kind of personality mutation? "Uncle, have I really changed that much?" Mu Taiju paused, taken aback that Fang Jian seemed so preoccupied with this question. "Honestly, you haven't changed much. Maybe I'm just being overly sensitive. You don't read too much into it." Mu Taiju drove swiftly yet smoothly, arriving at a villa complex on the outskirts of the city. Xiao Jian, the old lady, actually has her own personal physician and massage therapists who visit regularly. But their treatments haven't been effective, which is why old Master Lu is dissatisfied. "This time, my brother recommended you. You must do your best and not disappoint old Master Lu." "Yes, I'll do my best." Though Fang Jian still knew nothing of old Master Lu's background, the fact that the Mu brothers held him in such high regard left him with only one path: to give it his all. The car came to a stop in front of a villa. As Mu Taiju helped Fang Jian out, a figure emerged from the house. "Aunt Shui, what brings you here?" Fang Jian asked suspiciously. Aunt Shui smiled faintly. "I heard you were going to give your aunt a massage. I came to see for myself and lend a hand." Fang Jian was speechless, genuinely at a loss. It seemed old Master Lu's status and influence were even higher than he had imagined. Otherwise, given Aunt Shui's character, she wouldn't have set aside her reserve and shamelessly fawned over him like this. "Ah, little Jian's here. Come on in," old Lu's resonant voice called out. Fang Jian and the others entered the villa. Besides old Master Lu, two middle-aged men were present. The two turned to look at Fang Jian as he entered. Whether it was his own sensitivity or not, he sensed a faint hint of hostility in their gazes. "Xiao Jian, let me introduce you. These are Dr. Yi Hua and Dr. Hong Xian from the hospital. They've been responsible for Auntie's health." The two middle-aged men stepped forward. The slimmer one smiled broadly, extending his hand. "I never imagined Dr. Fang would be so young. Pleased to meet you. I'm Yi Hua. This is my colleague, Hong Xian, who also serves as the chief physician in our massage and rehabilitation department." Hong Xian's eyes were sharp and piercing. The look she gave Fang Jian carried a hint of faint disdain as she slowly remarked, "Heroes emerge from youth since ancient times. Young man, truly remarkable." Chapter 94, Supervision. Fang Jian extended his hand and shook Yi Hua's. Seeing the expressions on both their faces, he would have to be quite dense not to guess their intentions. This Hong Xian must be the doctor who regularly massages old Madame Lu. To have risen to the position of chief physician, she must possess genuine skill and expertise. Yet, despite his attentive care for the patient, he failed to earn old Madame Lu's appreciation or trust. She privately sought out an external massage therapist, a move that felt like a direct slap in the face. Had the patient been anyone other than Madame Lu, Hong Xian would likely have long since given up on her. "You're both doctors. Talk it out, old Madame Lu remarked indifferently from the sidelines. His tone was casual, yet no one dared to disregard his words. Yes, we will certainly consult Dr. Fang, Yihua nodded. Director Shui, you still haven't told me which hospital Dr. Fang is affiliated with. Fang Jian replied with neither humility nor arrogance, I'm a student at medical university. After summer break, I plan to start my hospital internship. Intern? Yihua and Hong Xian exchanged stunned glances. Had Fang Jian claimed to be a returnee from overseas or named a prestigious hospital, they wouldn't have been so surprised. But a local medical student actually wanted to compete for positions right under their noses? Yihua's expression tightened slightly. Director Shui, he's not joking, is he? Shui replied calmly, Old Yi, we've known each other for years. Do you really think I'd bring someone who talks nonsense to see old Lu? Don't misunderstand, Director Shui. That's not what I meant. Yihua clearly held considerable deference toward Shui, avoiding direct confrontation. Instead, he circumvented the issue. I'm saying, having a novice who isn't even qualified to be a resident physician treat the old lady? Isn't that a bit reckless? Hong Xian chimed in, exactly. Beyond technique, massage therapy demands immense experience. This young man is still quite young. Rushing to perform massage on the old lady might not be the wisest move. He paused, then added, given the old lady's physical condition, there are many nuances to consider during massage. Someone without at least 10 years of medical experience should proceed with extreme caution. Though he didn't name names, everyone understood his implication. He didn't think highly of Fang Jian's skills. After all, his age was a factor, and the man had a point. Massage therapy demanded extensive experience, an area where Fang Jian clearly lagged. Old Lu waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. I've tested his skills, they surpass yours. Hong Xian's face flushed alternately pale and crimson, yet he dared not challenge old Master Lu in front of him. He could only bow his head and respond with a meek yes, sir, though his eyes burned with indignation and resentment. Old Lu said solemnly, Xiao Jian, go see grandma. When you begin, know when to apply pressure and when to ease up. Though he had sent Fang Jian to try, at the last moment, he couldn't resist adding a warning. Yes, Grandfather Lu. Rest assured. Hearing Fang Jian's address, Yihua and Hong Xian both froze. They exchanged a glance, and the intense hostility radiating from them instantly softened. Not every doctor had the privilege of addressing old Master Lu as grandfather. This single word suggested a relationship far deeper than that of ordinary doctor and patient. A flicker of regret crossed Hong Xian's eyes. Had she been too conspicuous in stepping forward earlier? Might that young man hold a grudge? Fang Jian remained oblivious to their thoughts. Led by Shui, he entered the inner room, which had been tidied up long ago. A white-haired elderly lady lay on the bed. Upon seeing the elderly lady, Fang Jian's first impression was her frailty. While not quite skin and bones, she certainly carried little flesh on her frame. Noticing the visitors, the old lady forced her head to turn. Though lying down, she managed to squeeze out a faint smile. Yet this sudden expression on her aged face seemed somewhat eerie. Shui stepped forward and whispered, Auntie, I've come to see you. This is my nephew, Fang Jian. He's skilled in massage and would like to give you a treatment. The old lady opened her mouth, her voice trembling. Thank you for your kindness. My frail body has only been a burden to everyone. Her speech was slurred and halting, yet when she spoke, everyone including Shui held their breath, daring not to breathe loudly. Thus, her words were clear enough to hear. Parkinson's syndrome, and the symptoms were extremely severe. Observing her speech pattern and hearing that distinctive voice, Fang Jian immediately reached this diagnosis. Auntie, it's our blessing to be able to help you, Shui reassured her while stepping aside. Fang Jian stepped forward, looking into the elderly woman's eyes. Hello, Grandma. Hello. The elderly lady responded with some difficulty. Fang Jian admired her silently. He could clearly see that speaking was an effort for the elderly lady, tormented by her illness. Moreover, given her status, she certainly had no obligation to accommodate others. Yet, even when facing someone as insignificant as himself, she made every effort to show courtesy and magnanimity. Such refinement was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Some people, even when confined to a sickbed, remain extraordinary as long as they draw breath. Fang Jian gently placed his hand on her body. As his fingers touched her skin, he felt the soft, almost elastic-free flesh beneath, causing a slight shock to run through him. Dr. Fang, the old lady is quite frail. Due to her condition, she suffers from poor digestion, Yihua murmured from behind. Regardless of Fang Jian's massage skills, Yihua felt compelled to clarify the situation first. Should any extreme circumstances arise, he could at least protect himself by distancing himself from the matter. Fang Jian nodded slightly. Indigestion was merely the explanation given to the old lady. Yihua's implication was that her condition was a classic case of malabsorption. After eating, the body fails to absorb nutrients from the food. This was the peculiar condition afflicting certain patients. The old lady had likely exhibited similar symptoms for a long time, but doctors had managed to maintain her condition reasonably well through meticulous treatment. Recently, however, the situation seemed to have worsened, leading to a decline in her health and causing old Master Lu to grow anxious. Fang Jian's eyes flickered with surprise. Could this be fate? Were the skills and items he had acquired in the higher dimensional world meant to be used here? He drew a deep breath, gathering his focus and casting aside all distracting thoughts. The hands resting upon the old lady's body began to move slowly. Chapter 95 Acupoint Massage. Ha! The instant Fang Jian's hands began their work, his expression and demeanor underwent an extremely subtle shift. It was a powerful confidence emanating from his very core, radiating outward to infect everyone around him. Yi Hua and Hong Xian were seasoned veterans themselves. Having risen to their current positions, they had dealt with countless types of people. Thus, they quickly sensed the subtle shift in Fang Jian's demeanor. Simultaneously, they could sense the powerful, unspoken confidence radiating from him. These two renowned doctors in N City exchanged a knowing glance. In such a setting, they dared not interrupt casually, yet an identical thought surfaced in both their minds. Where does such confidence come from at such a young age? Even if you started learning massage therapy in the womb, that would only amount to a little over 20 years. Hong Xian, however, had become the head of the hospital's massage therapy department with over 30 years of experience, skills honed through genuine, hard work. Yet, even he never displayed such confidence during his treatments. This young man's demeanor was undeniably authentic, no wonder he could even fool old Lu. Even now, though they suspected some connection between Fang Jian and old Lu, they still dismissed his so-called massage skills with disdain. After all, Fang Jian's age was a glaring fact. Expecting them to believe someone so young could master the essence of massage was simply too much to swallow. It was like expecting a middle school student to win internationally recognized awards in mathematics or physics, utterly fantastical. What they didn't realize was that once Fang Jian began his work, the abilities displayed no longer belonged to him alone. They were channeled through Dr. Chen, who possessed far greater experience in the higher dimensional world. Of course, since Fang Jian's finger strength hadn't yet reached Dr. Chen's extraordinary level, he had to compensate with various techniques. Even so, the results of his massage were nothing to scoff at. His hands kneaded, patted, and rolled across the old lady's body. He applied gentle pressure, mindful that her physical condition was far weaker than that of an average person. Excessive force would likely prove counterproductive. Director Hong, how is it? Yi Hua observed for a moment, his brow slightly furrowed as he asked in a low voice. Though he tried to keep his voice low, the room was so quiet that everyone else heard him clearly. Yet even old Master Lu remained silent. Everyone, including old Master Lu, was eager to hear Hong Xian's assessment of Fang Jian. Hong Xian hesitated for a moment, yet remained silent. Old Master Lu gave a light snort. Speak. Only then did Hong Xian snap out of her daze and hurriedly replied, Mr. Lu, regarding Dr. Fang's technique. Be bold. Although he had personally experienced Fang Jian's massage techniques, which is why he allowed him to try treating his wife, he remained cautious. When summoning Fang Jian, he also invited the two doctors who regularly treated his wife. Inviting them over served partly as a form of oversight. After all, Fang Jian was far too young to inspire complete confidence. Yes, Dr. Fang's technique was remarkably skilled, like that of a veteran practitioner with decades of experience. He showed no signs of being a novice. His pressure was perfectly calibrated, causing no adverse effects on the lady's body. Yi Hua shot him a disapproving glare. Did I ask you to speak just to praise him? Oh. But Hong Xian suddenly hesitated. Yi Hua's eyes brightened. But what? Some of Dr. Fang's techniques are unfamiliar to me, so I can't say how effective they are. Old Lu nodded slowly, thinking to himself, young Fang's techniques must be unique indeed. Otherwise, his massages wouldn't feel this soothing. I wonder where he learned such skills. Fang Jian's massage and manipulation progressed gradually. He began by helping the old lady improve her blood circulation and nourish her body. Later, he slowly incorporated acupuncture techniques into his work. However, when it came time to actually perform the acupuncture techniques, he couldn't help but inwardly groan. When he had attached himself to Dr. Chen and shared his memories, Fang Jian had clearly seen how effortlessly and masterfully Dr. Chen performed acupuncture. But when he tried it himself, it was a completely different story. The vast disparity in finger strength left Fang Jian feeling utterly flustered. Waves of aching pain radiated from his fingertips, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. This was only because he had begun training his finger strength recently. Had he learned the acupoint technique during his first possession, he would have been utterly powerless to perform it even if he tried. Unconsciously, his movements began to slow. Not only did Hong Xian notice, but Shui Yi and the others nearby saw it clearly as well. What's wrong with him? Old Lu asked in confusion. Hong Xian shook her head slowly. I can't be certain, but it seems he's employing an exceptionally arduous massage technique. That's likely why he's struggling to keep it up. At that moment, a faint pang of sympathy stirred within him. Having started as a novice himself, he deeply understood how agonizing massage could be when first learning the craft. Sometimes, after a full day, his fingers felt like they weren't even his own anymore. Yet a nagging doubt lingered in his mind. If Fang Jian couldn't even pass this most basic test, how could he have earned old Lu's favor? Moreover, judging by the skill level he demonstrated earlier, he didn't seem like a novice at all. Fang Jian gave it his all, using his elbows to apply pressure when his fingers lacked strength, stimulating those specific acupoints deeply. Truthfully, acupuncture might have yielded better results. But the problem was, even Dr. Chen didn't know how to use needles, so Fang Jian certainly couldn't master it. Fortunately, drawing on Dr. Chen's years of experience, Fang Jian managed to locate the acupoints accurately. Though the process was bumpy, he had at least completed the entire sequence of acupoint stimulation techniques and movements. The moment he withdrew his hands and stood up, he discovered a fine sheen of sweat had broken out across his body, soaking through the back of his t-shirt. But now was not the time to dwell on such things. Fang Jian's gaze fixed on the elderly lady in the hospital bed. The effects of the acupuncture should manifest soon. He needed to know whether this technique would work on her. It wasn't just Fang Jian. Everyone present, including the elderly Lu and the others, had their eyes fixed on the old lady. Yi Hua and Hong Xian, in particular, wore expressions even more solemn than Fang Jian's, as if awaiting a judge's final verdict. Chapter 96, The Effect. The elderly lady on the bed had her eyes slightly closed. Whether her spirit had drifted off into the void or not, she remained utterly silent. This was. Shui Yi had barely begun to ask when Fang Jian gently waved his hand. He stepped forward to check, then murmured, "The old lady is asleep. Let's step outside first. We shouldn't disturb her." Asleep? Yi Hua and Hong Xian's expressions changed simultaneously. They knew well that during massage, relaxation often led to sleep. But that depended on the person. Given the old lady's current condition, falling asleep during a massage proved one thing at the very least: Fang Jian's skills were no mere charade. Hong Xian felt this most keenly. He'd massaged the old lady more than once or twice, yet the number of times she'd actually fallen asleep during the treatment could be counted on one hand. Old Master Lu nodded slowly and tiptoed away. If even he was this cautious, the others naturally dared not make a sound. Moments later, they had regrouped in the outer hall. "Xiao Jian, well done. I didn't call you here for nothing." Old Master Lu offered his praise without reservation. "Grandpa Lu, it's my duty." Grandpa Lu nodded. "Xiao Yi, Xiao Hong, you two shouldn't leave either. Stay for a bit and have something to eat with us." It was nearly noon, and if they weren't sent away, they would naturally be offered a meal. Yi Hua and Hong Xian both wore expressions of surprise mixed with delight. Being invited to stay for a meal by Old Master Lu was something they could boast about to others. Though they knew his invitation stemmed partly from lingering unease, they focused solely on the outcome, choosing to overlook the process. The Lu family meal was simple. Despite having several guests, there were no lavish dishes. During the meal, Old Master Lu chatted and laughed animatedly. Yet Fang Jian keenly noticed that every so often, Old Master Lu's gaze would drift toward a certain direction, an almost unconscious habit. This revealed that deep down, Old Master Lu was constantly preoccupied with the matriarch's condition far more than his outwardly indifferent demeanor suggested. Finally, the door opened. A nurse emerged and whispered, "Mr. Lu, the lady has awakened." She said she hesitated. "What's wrong?" Old Master Lu's expression changed slightly as he abruptly stood up. "What happened?" "Ah, the lady, she wants to eat." "Food?" Old Master Lu froze for a moment, then his face lit up with wild joy. He turned and gave Fang Jian a deep look, saying, "Good lad, you did it." With that, he strode purposefully toward the inner room. Fang Jian was utterly baffled. What was this all about? Was this outcome good or bad? "Good lad, you're something else." Mu Taiju stepped forward, patted his shoulder, and murmured. "Second uncle, what are you talking about?" "Heh, I heard the old lady hadn't been eating well lately. Every carefully prepared meal, she'd take a few bites and then refuse to eat anymore. That's been causing old man Lu a lot of grief. But after you gave her that massage, she actually asked for food herself. That's a huge positive development." "Second uncle, how did you know?" Mu Tieju's smile was rather peculiar, but he didn't answer. Yi Hua and Hong Xian, the two doctors, finally showed expressions of shock. They knew far more than Mu Tieju's hearsay, making their surprise all the greater. The old lady's physical condition made it difficult for her to absorb nutrients, which in turn worsened her appetite, a vicious cycle. They had held numerous consultations, tried countless methods, even hired the finest chefs, but the results remained disappointing. Despite their many visits to the Lu family home, this seemed to be the first time they'd ever heard the matriarch actively request food. And this had happened after Fang Jian's massage and manipulation. To say it had nothing to do with him? They themselves found that hard to believe. Mr. Lu remained in the inner room for over half an hour before emerging with a broad smile. The contentment on his face spoke volumes about the matriarch's condition. "Xiao Feng, come, sit down." Old Master Lu warmly took Fang Jian's hand and sat down on the spacious sofa. His attitude toward Fang Jian had always been favorable, but now it had reached a new level. Mu Taiju and Shui Yi exchanged glances, both filled with delight. If Old Master Lu was this warm toward Fang Jian, then surely he would be even more supportive of Mu Taiju, who had recommended Fang Jian to him. "Grandpa Lu, how is Grandma's health?" Don't worry, she's fine. She ate a little and went back to sleep. She looks so peaceful, it's been ages since she slept so soundly. Grandpa Lu patted Fang Jian's hand. Jian, I truly can't thank you enough. Grandpa Lu, this is simply what a younger generation should do. He. Grandpa Lu beamed. I hear you're starting your internship. Have you picked a hospital yet? Yi Hua's heart stirred slightly as he smiled. Mr. Lu, if Dr. Fang's internship placement isn't finalized yet, how about considering our hospital? When they first met, both he and Hong Xian had been filled with hostility toward Fang Jian. But now, anyone with half a brain knew which choice to make. Thank you for your kindness, Grandpa Lu and Dr. Yi, but I already have an internship placement, Fang Jian replied with a smile. Our school has arranged for me to intern at the second hospital. Oh, second hospital, then. Yi Hua's gaze drifted casually toward Shui. Though it was merely an internship placement, without Director Shui's intervention, securing a spot at second hospital would likely have been difficult. Dr. Fang, your massage technique is impressive. I've never seen anything like it, Hong Xian suddenly remarked. When you have time, how about we exchange techniques? Truthfully, while massage offers benefits, they aren't as profound as some imagine. Having worked in the field for years, Hong Xian knew this well. Yet, through Fang Jian's hands, he glimpsed something different. It made him itch to learn the technique immediately. Old Lu chuckled softly. Little Hong, now you see greatness knows no age. Yes, Master Lu. Hong Xian's face flushed crimson, her expression thick with embarrassment. Yet deep down, she felt little shame or anger. In all of N City, how many people could earn such playful teasing from old Master Lu? Even if others found out, they'd only feel envy and jealousy, wishing they could take his place. Little Jian, your technique really pleased Grandma. She just asked me when you'd be coming back, old Lu said with a smile. Grandpa Lu, my technique is actually a form of acupressure massage. While it has some effect, it shouldn't be used long term. Fang Jian pondered, answering based on his memories, once a week is the absolute limit. A hint of disappointment flashed across old Lu's face. Grandpa Lu, I also know a dietary supplement method. If combined with this technique, it might yield even better results. Chapter 97, Learning Massage at the Foot Spa. Oh, dietary therapy? Old Lu paused slightly, then smiled. Young Jian, you truly mean well. Yi Hua cleared his throat and interjected, Dr. Fang, you needn't worry about nutrition. The elderly lady's diet follows a menu we prescribed after consultation. It's already optimal. His tone carried a hint of disbelief. Fang Jian certainly possessed unique skills in massage therapy. At the very least, he had earned everyone's recognition. But when it came to dietary therapy, the traditions of Chinese medicine were profound and intricate. The very act of eating itself held layers of knowledge. How could this youngster possibly master it? I know Grandma is receiving the best medical care, but I believe her body may be lacking in nutrient absorption. After a pause, he added, if she were adequately nourished, issues like muscle atrophy wouldn't occur. Oh, so you mean it could address malabsorption? Yi Hua asked with a light chuckle. Nutrients are contained within the food we consume, but whether it's regular meals or supplements, they ultimately require the body to absorb them. Only when these nutrients are absorbed can they truly become part of oneself. If these substances merely pass through the digestive tract without being absorbed, then no matter how many fine things one consumes, the ultimate outcome will be no different from starvation. I just want to give it a try, Fang Jian said slowly. Alright, Xiao Jian means well. Let's give it a try. After a moment's thought, old Lu finally made his decision. Dietary therapy is a form of treatment through ingestion, meaning the substances must be consumed. This differs from massage therapy. If a massage is poorly performed, it might just be a waste of time and discomfort. But if something goes wrong with what you eat, the consequences could be unpredictable. However, Fang Jian had demonstrated extraordinary skill in massage, surprising old Lu and instilling in him a newfound confidence. Perhaps this youngster could indeed bring him another pleasant surprise. With Master Lu having made his decision, no one else dared to voice dissent. After setting the time, Fang Jian and the others took their leave. At the villa entrance, Yi Hua stepped forward with a cheerful smile. Director Shui, Dr. Fang, our hospital is the finest traditional Chinese medicine hospital in the city. If Dr. Fang were to join us, I guarantee a bright future. Shui responded politely, Dr. Yi, thank you for your kind offer. However, Xiao Jian specializes in Western clinical medicine, so it's not the right fit professionally. Western clinical medicine? Yi Hua froze, inwardly cursing, you're a Western medicine guy, why meddle in TCM massage? Watching Fang Jian and the others leave, Hong Xian asked, Director Yi, has the medical university opened a TCM department? What TCM department? Didn't you hear him? That kid is studying Western clinical medicine. Western clinical medicine doesn't teach massage, it must be from the TCM department. Maybe he just went to a foot massage parlor a few times and taught himself. In the car, Mu Taizhu exclaimed excitedly, Sis-in-law, Xiao Jian really pulled off something big this time. Shui nodded slowly and said, Xiao Jian, your massage skills are truly impressive. Where did you learn them? Auntie, have you forgotten I'm a medical student? Don't try to fool me. Shui Yi's expression turned stern. I've checked, they don't even offer massage therapy courses. And this falls under traditional Chinese medicine. You expect me to believe you learned it in Western clinical medicine? Ahem. Fang Jian cleared his throat a few times. His foolproof excuse seemed to be falling flat today. Auntie, the truth is, I tagged along with Fatty to Xinjiang a few times. I got foot baths and back massages there, I experienced it firsthand. Combined with a bit of my own research, I figured out a few things. Xinjiang? What kind of place is that? Shui Yi asked, puzzled. Sis, it's just a legit place for massages, back tapping, and foot washes. But Mu Taiju said while driving, Xiaojian, don't make fun of me and sis. How could you possibly learn this kind of technique there? Uncle, practice makes perfect. I'm genuinely interested in this stuff, mostly self-taught. At Xinjiang, I just observed the techniques. I've been studying this for ages. Though Mu Taiju harbored doubts, he held his tongue. Still, a strange feeling lingered in his mind. That such miraculous massage techniques could be learned in a foot washing parlor was truly unbelievable. Fang Jian didn't want to dwell on this topic. As the saying goes, talk too much and you'll slip up. Silence was golden, the best way to cover things up. Auntie, I need to ask you for a favor. You silly boy, just say what you need. If I can't help, your two uncles won't stand idly by either. That's right, Xiaojian, just tell us. Your uncles will take care of it. Thank you, Auntie. Thank you, Uncle. Fang Jian smiled. The last time I met Dr. Jiang, I saw his lab. I'm really interested in some of the experiments and would like to try them myself, so... Oh, you want to borrow his lab? Yes, he's our professor, but if you call him, I'm sure he'll do you a favor. That's easy. I'll give him a call later. You can discuss the lab schedule with him. Thank you, Auntie. Fang Jian's eyes sparkled brightly. The most troublesome issue he faced had been effortlessly resolved by Shui Yi. While he could potentially concoct nutrient solution number 8 at home, considering efficiency and success rates, the lab was undoubtedly the proper solution. Back home, Fang Jian didn't rest. He flexed his 10 fingers to check their recovery, then slowly began doing push-ups with his palms flat on the floor. He was merely going through the motions, the real effort came from his palms. The feat of supporting his entire body with just his fingers required a level of finger strength he couldn't even dream of achieving yet. Sis, have you noticed how much Fang Jian seems to have changed after that trip to H province? Mu Taiju remarked as he watched Fang Jian's figure disappear, starting the car. He has changed somewhat, but it's a perfectly normal transformation. Shui Yi sighed softly and recounted the details of the plane accident to Mu Taiju. Though Mu Taiju was a prominent figure in the market, he hadn't known about Fang Jian's situation. Hearing his sister-in-law's account, he instinctively rubbed his neck. A chill crept up his spine, sending an involuntary shiver through his body. Who would have thought he survived a plane crash unscathed? No wonder. If I'd been through that much, I'd probably change too. He pushed aside his lingering doubts and refocused his attention on the steering wheel. Chapter 98, Change of Attitude. The next morning. As the sky began to lighten, Fang Jian dialed Yu Huilian's number. Fatso, I need a favor. What is it, old Fang? Are you out of your mind? What time is it? Yu Huiliang grumbled, his voice thick with sleep. Early to bed, early to rise, makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise. Forgot what you studied? Oh, come on. Just because I studied something doesn't mean I have to follow it to the letter. If we went by your logic, there wouldn't be a single corrupt official left in the world. Alright, no more banter. I need some materials. Get them for me. Materials? Yeah. Fine. Since it's such a minor matter, you're bothering me now, I'll remember that. Yu Huiliang said this with a bit of gritted teeth before hanging up. Listening to the dead air on the line, Fang Jian couldn't help but chuckle to himself. But upon reflection, for someone who loved the nightlife, his approach was indeed something Yu Huiliang would despise. Still, such habits weren't exactly healthy. Fang Jian silently pondered whether he should find a way to help him change. Setting down the phone, Fang Jian sent the pre-compiled list of materials via WeChat. The materials on the list weren't expensive, but the quantities were a bit large. Although he knew the extraction method for nutrient solution number 8, it was information obtained from a higher dimensional world. Reproducing it in this world would still require some experimentation. Although Shui Yi had agreed to smooth things over with Professor Jiang, using his lab and his funds to purchase materials felt a bit unreasonable. Therefore, Fang Jian had to figure out a solution on his own. The phone suddenly rang. Xiaojian, awake already? Mu Tieju's booming laughter came through the line. Uncle Mu, just woke up. Heh, young folks like you usually love sleeping in. Hard-working souls like you are rare these days. Mu Taiju offered a subtle compliment. Fang Jian felt a pang of embarrassment. In the past, while he wasn't as wild as Yu Huiliang, he certainly didn't wake up this early every day. But ever since that strange encounter after the plane crash, his perspective had shifted dramatically. He'd lost interest in certain things, while others now filled him with curiosity and longing. Xiaojian, are you free today? I'd like to treat you and your mother to a meal. Uncle Air, no need to be so formal. If you need anything, just tell me. Oh, come on, what are you saying? You've taught Shaolin so well, sparking his interest in learning. Your aunt found out about this and insists on treating you to express her gratitude. Otherwise, she'll nag me non-stop and I just can't take it. Mu Taiju didn't give him any chance to refuse, cutting straight to the point. Tonight at 6, Seafood World. Don't be late. Fang Jian set down the phone again, scratching his scalp as he wondered inwardly, had he gone too far in dealing with Mulin? If an incomplete version of the spiritual seed had such an effect, what would the complete version unleash? Fang Jian immediately resolved to use this power with extreme caution in the future. Otherwise, who knew when it might bring him unexpected trouble? On the other end of the line, Mu Tieju's wife, Wu Xiumin, looked at her husband in confusion. Taiju, since when did you become so nice to Fang Jian? What do you mean? You always used to say that Fang Jian and his orphan mother only lived so well because they relied on your brother's influence. That kind of person isn't worth associating with. Wu Xiumin had phrased it quite politely, but Mu Tieju's previous behavior had been far worse than she implied. In Mu Tieju's eyes, the fact that Fang Jian and his son had managed to climb their way onto Mu Tieju's brother Mu Tiejian's coattails was a blessing they'd earned through 8 lifetimes of good karma. Without the constant care and support of Mu Tiejian and his wife, their lives would undoubtedly be incredibly difficult. Though constrained by his brother's authority, he dared not show any resentment in public, not even to his own son, Mu Lin. Yet this attitude could not be hidden from the person beside him in bed. Ah, that Fang Jian boy has potential. I underestimated him before. You mean the tutoring for our son? That was all Xiaolin's own breakthrough. Otherwise, no matter how much I taught him, it wouldn't have worked. Wu Xiumin replied with a hint of dissatisfaction. Even if he did contribute something, it's hardly worth all the effort you're putting into it. What do you know, woman? Mu Tieju's expression darkened slightly. Listen to me. Tonight, we're hosting Fang Jian and the others for dinner. You need to find a way to curry favor with Suing. We must strive to bring our two families closer. Under no circumstances should we give them cause for dissatisfaction. What? Flatter Suing? Wu Xiumin looked utterly incredulous, almost convinced her ears had deceived her. Yet, seeing Mu Tieju's earnest expression, she couldn't help but feel puzzled. Yeah, Fang Jian is no ordinary guy. Mu Taiju took out a cigar, lit it, and drew a deep drag before speaking slowly. Our family's success today owes the most to my older brother. Wherever he goes, that's how far our family can advance. Wu Xiumin's heart stirred slightly. What do you mean by that? Could it be that Fang Jian has some influence over my brother's career? She shook her head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I used to think it impossible too, but this world is full of strange and unexpected things. Only now do I understand that anything deemed impossible can actually become possible. Mu Taiju exhaled a thick plume of smoke. Remember my words, never let any rift develop between them. And if Fang Jian truly achieves that level, his future will be limitless. Perhaps our entire family will end up relying on him instead. Wu Xiumin was utterly baffled, yet one thing was certain, that kid Fang Jian must have accomplished something monumental to make Mu Taiju act so out of character. If it were merely about raising his son well, they would be grateful, but they would never elevate Fang Jian to such heights. Yet judging by Mu Tieju's current attitude and his future expectations for Fang Jian, it completely overturned Wu Xiumin's previous understanding. Taiju, what exactly did Fang Jian do? Tell me properly. All right. If I didn't tell you, I suspect you'd harbor doubts and stop putting effort into building a relationship with Suing. Mu Taiju paused before continuing, but remember, this stays between us. Not even Shaolin should know. Don't worry. If there were truly any valuable resources, would I share them with others? Mu Taiju knew his wife well. Truthfully, after deciding how to handle Fang Jian and his son, he never intended to keep it hidden. You know old Lu, right? Old Lu? That old Lu? What's his connection to Fang Jian? Not before, but it's unlikely to remain that way going forward. Chapter 99, The Apprenticeship Ceremony. That evening, when Fang Jian and his mother arrived at Seafood World, Mu Taiju and his wife, along with Mu Lin, had been waiting in the private room for quite some time. Sister-in-law, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you for ages. Wu Xiumin beamed as she approached, warmly taking Su Ying's hand. Suing paused slightly, seemingly unaccustomed to such excessive warmth. While they were as close as family with Mu Taiju and Mu Lin, their relationship with Mu Taiju and the others was a notch below. They were merely acquainted, and this sudden shift in attitude left her momentarily unsettled. Sit down, sit down. Mu Taiju chuckled, gesturing for them to take a seat. He handed over the menu and said, Xiao Jian, I've already ordered some dishes. See if your sister-in-law has any particular favorites and add 2 more. Uncle, you're too kind. We're not picky eaters. Brother Jian, the seafood here is truly exceptional. My old man's being unusually generous today, don't miss out. Nonsense. How can you talk about your own father like that? Mu Taiju scolded, but seeing his still smiling face and Mu Lin's unconcerned demeanor, Fang Jian and his son knew that in front of Mu Lin, this father probably didn't hold much authority. Shaolin, this change in your attitude toward studying is all thanks to Xiao Jian. You should thank him. Hu Xiumin urged. Yeah, brother Jian, thanks. Mu Lin stood up and said sincerely, if you hadn't taught me study methods, I never would have realized how interesting learning could be. Fang Jian gave a slight nod but couldn't help asking, is it really that interesting? Of course. At the mention of studying, Mu Lin lit up. Knowledge is way more interesting than games. Brother Jian, how about we study together? You little brat. I'm a top student at medical university, why would I study with a high schooler like you? Mu Taizhu scolded with a laugh. If you really want to catch up to brother Jian, you'll have to work even harder. You can count on it, Dad. It's a given. Little Chubby's face was serious, his whole being radiating an unusual spark. Mu Taizhu and Hu Xiumin exchanged a glance. Their invitation to Fang Jian and his son today hadn't been entirely selfless, but every parent harbors hopes for their child's success. Seeing Mu Lin suddenly become so driven, and clearly not just in a passing whim, they were naturally overjoyed. In that moment, Hu Xiumin felt genuine gratitude toward Fang Jian. Even without the underlying intentions, she would have changed her attitude. Soon, the dishes and wine were served. At Mu Tiezhu's insistence, Fang Jian took a small sip of wine. However, in front of Suing, they all drank sparingly. After the meal, Mu Taizhu had the waiter bring tea and took out a red envelope. Xiao Jian, he said, you've helped Xiaolin tremendously. My wife and I are deeply grateful and don't know how to thank you properly. We've thought long and hard but couldn't come up with anything else. Please don't mind if this seems a bit mundane. Uncle Mu, what are you doing? Fang Jian protested immediately. This is what I should do. If I charged for tutoring Shaolin, how could I ever face Uncle Mu? Ah, my brother is my brother and I am me. Don't confuse the two of us. Mu Taizhu waved his hand with great generosity. It's only natural for me to pay for a good tutor for my son. Even my brother couldn't say a word against it. Xiao Jian, if you don't accept this, it would mean you look down on your second uncle. That's right, sister-in-law. You absolutely must accept this money. Hu Xiumin chimed in from the side, you have a son too, so you should understand how we feel. As long as our son listens, studies hard, and makes something of himself in the future, we'd gladly give our all for him, wouldn't we? Suing hesitated before saying, sister-in-law, I understand your point, but tutoring his own family is Xiao Jian's responsibility. If his father were still alive, he'd never accept payment under any circumstances. Oh, sister-in-law, are you hesitating? Don't you want Xiao Jian to help Shaolin anymore? What nonsense! If Xiao Jian dared to do such a thing, I wouldn't let him off the hook. Sister-in-law, you said it yourself. Hu Xiumin chuckled, men's words carry great weight, but we women shouldn't be outdone. We can't go back on our word. Suing chuckled, don't worry. It's no big deal. I'm actually quite happy to lend a hand. She understood perfectly well why this household had managed to live so comfortably since Fang Jian's father passed away. Therefore, when it came to helping the Mu family, she wouldn't hesitate to lend a hand. All right. Hu Xiumin pressed the red envelope firmly into her hand. Sister-in-law, this is our Xiaolin's apprenticeship gift. Since you've agreed, please accept it. Suing gaped, this is out of the question. Why not? If you don't accept it, how can we feel at ease letting Xiaolin study under Xiao Jian? We'd worry he wouldn't be serious enough. She paused, then added, if you're concerned, that's easily solved. She pulled out her phone, dialed a number, and rattled off a few words before handing it over. Here, your phone. Suing recognized the call was for Shui. Hesitating briefly, she took it. Before she could speak, Shui said, Suing, Xiao Jian guiding Shaolin onto the right path is an immense favor for Taizhu and the others. If you refuse, how could they ever feel at ease? Please accept it. Suing felt helpless and had no choice but to take the red envelope. She handed it to Fang Jian and said, Xiao Jian, this is Aunt Shue's wish. Just take it. Fang Jian knew refusal was futile and slipped it into his pocket. After the banquet ended, both parties returned home. Mu Taizhu and Hu Xiumin exchanged a glance, both deeply satisfied. This occasion had allowed them to openly mend relations between their families. It seemed that young Fang Jian's past mischief hadn't been entirely without merit. Back home, Suing sighed deeply. Xiao Jian, after your father passed away, I steadily advanced at work without being overwhelmed. Do you know why? I know. It's because of Uncle Mu. Good. Though we don't seek to climb the social ladder, you must remember the years of kindness they've shown us. Before, when you couldn't help them, my words meant little. But now, at least there's an opportunity to offer some assistance. You must give it your all. Mom, rest assured. I will repay Uncle Mu and his family for their kindness. Suing gazed at her son's resolute face and was inexplicably reminded of her late husband, a faint pang of sorrow stirring in her heart. After offering a few more casual words of advice, she retired for the night. Chapter 100, The Seven-Figure Red Envelope. Fang Jian opened the red envelope. Inside wasn't cash, but a bank card. His lips twitched slightly as he shook his head with a wry smile. Rich folks sure know how to play these days, giving red envelopes without cash, just cards instead. Inside the envelope was a folded note. Unfolding it, he was startled. Not only did it contain the bank card's PIN, but it also explicitly stated the balance. However, the sheer magnitude of that balance far exceeded his wildest expectations. A so-called initiation gift could actually reach 7 figures? Fang Jian's expression shifted. Though he hadn't checked the bank to verify, he knew Mu Taiju would never deceive him on this matter. If it were just a few thousand, or even tens of thousands, he wouldn't have minded. But such an enormous sum, if he quietly accepted it without a word, he'd likely lose sleep over it. Without hesitation, Fang Jian pulled out his phone and dialed. Uncle Mu, it's Fang Jian. Oh, you're home then? Yes, uncle. I just opened the red envelope. Are you satisfied? If it's not enough, just say so. Uncle, you're joking. Fang Jian blushed slightly and said, you've given me far too much. I'll deliver it to Aunt Shui tomorrow and ask her to return it to you. Now that the gift had been accepted, Mu Taiju certainly wouldn't take it back, and Fang Jian couldn't possibly hand this large sum to high school student Mu Lin. So giving it to Shui Yi was undoubtedly the best solution. Xiao Jian, this isn't right, Mu Taiju remarked with obvious displeasure. Is my money so hot it burns your hands? Second uncle, you know that's not what I meant. Alright, Xiao Jian, I won't beat around the bush. Mu Taiju said in a deep voice, I heard you and your sister-in-law mention wanting to borrow a lab from some professor. Yes, I want to conduct a few experiments. You're borrowing someone else's lab, but will you also need to use their materials? No, I have a close classmate. I'll ask him to lend me some first. Classmate? Mu Taiju cut him off immediately. What classmate? That's not family. Don't owe anyone favors. Use my money for the experiments. If it's not enough, ask me for more. How can that be? Why not? Here's the deal, just focus on your experiments. If you achieve any results, just remember to set aside a share for your second uncle. Fang Jian was speechless. How could Mu Taiju know his experiment would definitely succeed? Of course, failure doesn't matter either. Failure is the mother of success. Keep failing a few times, and you'll definitely succeed one day. Mu Taiju laughed heartily. It's settled then. If you refuse again, it'll be like you're looking down on your uncle. Listening to the dial tone, Fang Jian grimaced, feeling a headache coming on. Nutrient Solution Number 8 was undoubtedly a valuable product. If they truly succeeded in developing it, the benefits wouldn't be limited to just the old lady. Though he couldn't predict the exact financial gains, if managed well, the profits would be enough to make most people green with envy. He'd sought Yu Huiliang's help partly out of a desire to repay him. When the profits were shared, Yu Huiliang would get a substantial cut. But now, Mu Tieju's forced involvement had thrown his entire plan into disarray. Ah well, he is Uncle Mu's own brother after all. Since he has the foresight, let him have his share. If Mu Taiju knew that the flimsy excuse Fang Jian had used to push the money away had actually worked, he'd be filled with mixed emotions. Even now, though, Mu Taiju was already feeling a bit moved. Ah, that kid Fang Jian, he truly inherited some of his father's integrity. He won't accept it? After I've said all this, if he still won't accept it, then I'll have to get my sister-in-law to step in. Mu Taiju chuckled wryly. Who would have thought giving money could be such a headache? That Fang Jian, so young and from that kind of family, yet still unmoved by a million, he really is something. But since you gave him an excuse, I'll definitely take it. Hu Xiaomin smiled faintly. Young people are like that nowadays, but since he has that kind of ability, he deserves our investment. Mu Taiju hesitated for a moment. He'd seen Fang Jian recently and always felt there was more to this young man than met the eye. But then he thought, the more extraordinary he is, the greater his future achievements will be. Wouldn't that make his investment all the more wise? In his room, Fang Jian finally stopped hesitating. He pulled out his phone and dialed a familiar number. The phone rang for what felt like an eternity before it was answered. Before Fang Jian could speak, deafening rock music blared from the other end. Fatso, what are you doing? What did you say? I can't hear you. Fang Jian gathered his breath and bellowed, what the hell are you doing? What? You guess, haha. Fang Jian shot him an exasperated glance and hung up. This guy no doubt at a bar or something again. Who knows when he picked up this night owl habit? But it was incredible that he and this guy had become such close friends. He didn't put his phone away but held it silently, waiting. Sure enough, moments later, the phone rang. Old phone, I'm at the bar. What's up? How's the stuff I asked for coming along? You're asking for it too urgently. Only I could gather everything for you in a single day. Yu Huiliang said with a hint of smugness. Bring it over tomorrow. How much? Pfft, you're charging me for this little bit of stuff? Yu Huiliang sneered. Consider it a gift from me. Even though I knew he'd say that, hearing his tone made me want to punch him in the face. I need these materials for an experiment to formulate a nutrient solution more easily absorbed by the human body, Fang Jian said helplessly. I just secured $1 million investment. You can either take the money or consider this part of your investment. If there are future profits, we'll split them evenly. $1 million? That fool actually fell for your pitch and blindly invested $1 million? Fang Jian stared silently at his phone, ignoring the nagging voice on the other end before hanging up. Since the kid didn't ask for the money, I'll just consider it an investment. To punish him for his insult, Fang Jian decided to turn off his phone and let the kid stew in curiosity all night. After turning off his phone, Fang Jian tidied up and climbed into bed to sleep. What he didn't expect, however, was that after he fell asleep, the warm-colored mental energy around him suddenly surged violently, forming a small vortex above his head once more. Almost simultaneously, Yu Huiliang in the bar glared hatefully at his phone, cursing incessantly, "How dare you turn off my phone, old Fang? You wait, I'll make you pay. $1 million investment, hope it's not Vietnamese dong or Zimbabwean dollars." Chapter 101, The Psychologist. As Fang Jian slowly regained consciousness, he immediately realized he was once again trapped in that peculiar state, able to see and hear, yet unable to speak or move. Was my mind traversing high-dimensional space again? In previous instances of mental travel, though no fixed pattern emerged, there had always been several days' interval between occurrences. Yet this time, merely a day had passed before he received such a benefit again, leaving him utterly astonished. What was going on? Was it an effect triggered by the sudden surge in mental energy? Or was it because the previous experience had been too brief? Perhaps it was a combination of both. Just as Fang Jian was deep in confusion, he felt the body he inhabited begin to stir. The man opened his eyes, stretched lazily, and then headed into the bathroom. In the mirror on the wall, Fang Jian could see the man's face. To his astonishment, it was that of a remarkably handsome man. Though he hadn't possessed many hosts, living for so long had exposed him to countless people. He could easily discern that this man's looks and bearing were top tier. In his own world, he would undoubtedly be the type who could make a living solely on his looks. After washing up, the man suddenly composed his face, his eyes gleaming as he stared intently at his reflection in the mirror. Fang Jian froze slightly. What kind of expression was that? Who looked at themselves like that? Yet, in the very next moment, Fang Jian was struck by an intense sense of danger. Almost instinctively, he immediately focused his mind, condensing his mental energy into a single, concentrated point. He had never practiced anything like this before, yet doing so felt like an instinctive reaction, achieved effortlessly and naturally. A familiar energy surged within that person's mind, faint yet undeniably real. Mental power. This too was psychic power. Fang Jian never imagined that this mental projection would lead him to encounter someone possessing psychic power. No wonder he sensed danger. Such individuals were, in essence, his kindred spirits. If any anomalies were detected, they certainly wouldn't be helpless like Dr. Chen in that other high-dimensional world. Perhaps an extraordinary battle was about to unfold. But this was not what Fang Jian wished to see. So he concealed himself as best he could, avoiding drawing the other's attention. The figure stared intently at his own reflection in the mirror, then suddenly extended a hand, letting it dance lightly through the air. His hands were neither fair nor delicate, bearing several calluses that made them anything but beautiful. Compared to his face, they seemed to belong to someone else entirely. Yet, as he began to move his fingers, Fang Jian was suddenly overcome by an overwhelming urge to close his eyes and sleep. Of course, in his current state, closing his eyes was impossible, and sleep was utterly out of the question. Yet this strange sensation still deeply unsettled him. The rhythmic dance of those hands, and the profound mystery undoubtedly residing within this man, were the reasons he had felt such profound relaxation just now, even a desire to fall into a deep slumber. He vaguely sensed that this ability was connected to the faint fluctuations of spiritual energy he had felt earlier. If the person were merely Dr. Chen, he might have been tempted to probe further. But when faced with someone possessing psychic abilities, Fang Jian's first instinct was to protect himself. The man gestured before the mirror for a long time. Fang Jian realized this wasn't some peculiar hobby, but rather a strange form of exercise. Only after a full half hour did the man stop, prepare a simple breakfast for himself, enjoy it, and then head out the door. Not long after, the man arrived at his office, and Fang Jian saw the sign hanging outside the door. Private consultant. What kind of profession is that? What a peculiar individual. Just as Fang Jian was silently grumbling to himself, the first customer arrived. It was a plump middle-aged woman. Though her face was covered in thick foundation, the dark circles under her eyes were still clearly visible. "Mrs. He, have you been having trouble sleeping again?" "Yes, this nervous exhaustion of mine just won't go away." "Sigh, Dr. Deng, I'm counting on you." "No problem. It's my profession and my responsibility." "Doctor?" This person was actually a doctor? Fang Jian couldn't quite pin down his own emotions at that moment. The three people he had possessed so far were all doctors. Though this handsome man didn't look the least bit like a doctor, and his workplace showed no signs of specialized medical equipment, the fact that someone called him doctor and he didn't deny it confirmed his identity. Each time his consciousness traveled, though the host varied, they all shared the same profession as doctors. This could not be mere coincidence. "Mrs. He, you're our first guest today. You may choose any of the 10 rooms." "Thank you. I'll take room 1, it's quieter in there." Mrs. He sighed. "Dr. Deng, couldn't you make house calls in the evening?" "I'm sorry, evenings are my personal time." I need to enjoy life too. Work is only one part of it. Dr. Deng smiled as he spoke, yet his tone was so firm that anyone could tell there was absolutely no room for negotiation. Mrs. He shook her head in disappointment and entered the room at the far end of the corridor. She took off her shoes and lay down fully clothed on the bed. Dr. Deng approached, extending his hands to begin a rhythmic dance before her. Simultaneously, he murmured, "Mrs. He, you've arrived at the safest place possible. There's no need to worry or fret about anything. You must be exhausted. Let go of your burdens and sleep soundly. Rest assured, once you've fully recharged, everything will improve." His tone began to ebb and flow, his voice carrying an indescribable charm. Combined with the mesmerizing dance of his hands, it formed a powerful hypnotic force. Yes, hypnosis. Fang Jian witnessed the effect almost immediately. Mrs. He, with her thick foundation and two large dark circles under her eyes, closed her eyes moments later. Her expression relaxed completely, and soft snoring sounds began to emerge from her nose and mouth. Even witnessing it firsthand, Fang Jian felt a sense of disbelief. To make someone lower their guard and fall completely asleep so quickly, Dr. Deng's performance was truly remarkable. Could this be the legendary art of hypnosis? He finally understood the doctor's background. Dr. Deng must be an exceptional psychiatrist. Chapter 102, Patient Privacy. Psychiatrists are also part of the medical system. However, compared to visible, tangible physical injuries or internal ailments, psychological disorders are far more difficult to diagnose. Moreover, many individuals harbor psychological issues without realizing it. Even when they occasionally exhibit signs or symptoms, they dismiss them with excuses like too much pressure, overworked, or lack of sleep, attributing their irritability and restlessness to external factors. This phenomenon is particularly pronounced in Fang Jian's homeland, Huaguo. Although clinical psychology and the clinical medicine Fang Jian had studied were fundamentally different fields, he still possessed some understanding of the former. Not only ordinary psychologists, but even the most renowned ones seemed to have never heard of such powerful hypnosis techniques. Fang Jian was intensely curious. This doctor was incredibly skilled. His hypnosis must be connected to that sliver of psychic power he possessed. In truth, Dr. Deng's psychic power wasn't strong at all. It was even extremely weak, falling short of Fang Jian's usual psychic strength by a third. With such meager spiritual power, he couldn't possibly unleash any superpowered abilities. Even releasing an incomplete version of the spiritual seed was beyond his capabilities. Yet, with this insignificant mental power, Dr. Deng had forged a new path, a unique approach that held immense appeal for Fang Jian. Just as Fang Jian believed Dr. Deng had completed his task, he observed the doctor did not cease. Instead, he continued to slowly manipulate his palm. Moreover, Fang Jian could see that although Mrs. He kept her eyes tightly shut, beneath her closed lids, her eyeballs were still darting about. The frequency of this movement seemed to have a peculiar connection to the speed of Dr. Deng's wrist motions. "Mrs. He, you are now in the safest place. Here, you can completely relax. Nothing and no one will disturb you." Dr. Deng's tone was exceptionally gentle, carrying an irresistible charm. "What do you see now?" "I see my husband." Fang Jian froze. If he had a physical form at that moment, his expression would have turned utterly bizarre. It turned out Dr. Deng's treatment was far from simple. He wasn't merely putting the insomniac Mrs. He to sleep, he was also responsible for guiding her thoughts. But then again, if he were merely a hypnotist, he probably wouldn't command such respect. "Your husband, he was a good man." "Yes, he was a good man, a hero." "Oh, why is that?" "He's a police officer." "A police officer." Dr. Deng's wrist movements remained unchanged, but Fang Jian, who was clinging to him, keenly sensed that his wrist seemed to stiffen for just an instant. But in that very moment, it had already returned completely to normal. "Yes, he's a cop. I always thought he was one of the big shots in a gang, which is why he could make so much money to support my extravagant lifestyle. But yesterday I discovered he's an undercover cop." Ever since Mrs. He discovered the truth, the psychological pressure had clearly exceeded her limits. That's why she grew more and more agitated as she spoke, her entire body seeming to tremble as a result. "I understand, Mrs. He. Please calm down." Dr. Deng's voice was steady and unruffled. Under his soothing words, Mrs. He, who had been on the verge of losing control, gradually quieted down. "Your discovery is remarkable. You must respect your husband, but for his safety, you must bury this secret forever in your heart. Bury it in your heart. Yes. You feel more exhausted now. You are entering the deepest stage of sleep. When you awaken, you will forget everything. This matter will no longer trouble you." Dr. Deng's wrist suddenly twisted, concluding all movements in an extremely peculiar posture. At that moment, Mrs. He's eyes ceased their movement, as if everything had come to an end. Dr. Deng rose to his feet. He calmly glanced at Mrs. He, then turned and departed without a sound. He closed the door, sealing everything inside. By now, even though Fang Jian knew nothing about the building's construction, he could guess that these compartments must have undergone special modifications. At the very least, their soundproofing was extraordinary. Otherwise, even if Dr. Deng were bold enough, he probably wouldn't have dared to ask such questions. Dr. Deng entered his office, powered on his computer, and began searching through files with deliberate slowness. Through his eyes, Fang Jian determined he was searching for patient records. Sure enough, moments later, he found Mrs. He's information. The file contained extensive details, Mrs. He's identity and status, her home address and contact information, along with a detailed record of her medical condition. Mrs. He was inherently kind-hearted, yet she had fallen for a crime lord. Defying her family's objections, she insisted on marrying him. However, her life afterward was far from happy. Although the boss cherished his wife deeply, being a model husband in that regard, the underworld lifestyle inevitably involved exposure to dark, illegal activities. This caused Mrs. He immense worry for her husband, leading her to develop conditions like neurasthenia. Chronic insomnia had become her norm. But these were past records. Now, through hypnosis, Dr. Deng had uncovered the truth, a truth 10 times more dangerous than anything before. Undercover work was never a noble calling, and throughout history, few operatives had ever met a good end. Dr. Deng stared at the computer screen, his hands poised over the keyboard, yet not a single word appeared for a long while. Fang Jian showed no intention of interfering, though deep down, he hoped Dr. Deng wouldn't document this matter. Evidently, the handsome man himself was now hesitating. After a long pause, Dr. Deng clenched his jaw, seemingly poised to begin typing, when the doorbell abruptly rang. Dr. Deng exhaled a long breath of relief, shut down the computer with a sense of closure, and went to answer the door. Strangely enough, Fang Jian felt a sense of relief too. As a doctor, failing to document a patient's condition after learning about it was technically a breach of professional duty. Yet Fang Jian could only feel gladness at that moment. The second patient, the third patient. His caseload was light, only 5 patients a day. Yet after the 5th patient left, Dr. Deng's mental energy was nearly depleted. 3 days passed like this. With ample data in hand, Fang Jian returned to his own world, thoroughly satisfied. Chapter 103, The Laboratory. Slowly opening his eyes, Fang Jian saw a sliver of light filtering through the window. A faint smile touched the corners of his mouth. This mental projection was quite unexpected, but the immense gains it yielded surprised him even more. Hypnosis, such a thing actually existed in the world, and its effects were hardly less potent than the legends of this realm suggested. Hey, are you there? What's up? Your world must have hypnosis too, right? The fundamental basis of hypnosis is actually psychic power. If Dr. Deng could master and use hypnosis with such limited psychic energy, then with the power of white hair and red eyes, there's no reason he couldn't. Of course there is. But why is hypnosis absent from your memories? Aren't you a university student? Why aren't you building skyscrapers or developing atomic bombs? Fang Jian's mouth twitched. What on earth was this? He calmed himself and thought, I'm a medical student, not an architecture or physics major. His train of thought suddenly halted. Ah, so that was it. While the mental power wielded by the white-haired, red-eyed individual was indeed formidable, such powers themselves came in various classifications. Demonstrating sheer strength was one thing, mastering hypnosis was likely another matter entirely. Human disciplines were countless, with new research topics emerging every year as the times progressed. So, did psychic power follow the same pattern? Once he grasped this, Fang Jian no longer dwelled on it. Closing his eyes slightly, he began to absorb the newly acquired knowledge. From Dr. Deng, he learned one crucial thing: hypnosis must be wielded through psychic power. Hypnosis without psychic power is like a skyscraper without a foundation, it will easily collapse. More likely, such a skyscraper could never be built at all. Or rather, a hypnotist without spiritual power was nothing but a fraud, a charlatan. However, even possessing spiritual power, mastering hypnosis was no simple feat. Hypnosis was not a destructive art, it couldn't summon a sea giant to catch a falling plane like the white-haired red-eyed one could. Yet the vast psychological knowledge required for hypnosis truly opened Fang Jian's eyes. The most crucial principle in hypnosis is to let things unfold naturally, using verbal guidance to draw out the hypnotized subject's deepest, most hidden thoughts. Such matters are often considered off-limits, touching upon them could easily trigger their vigilance or even snap them out of the trance. Unless one encountered a trusted friend, the difficulty of obtaining such information was unimaginably high. Dr. Deng had practiced as a psychologist for many years and possessed profound expertise in this field. Though 3 days of sleep were insufficient for Fang Jian to fully absorb his memories and insights, he had at least grasped the basics of hypnosis, taking his first steps into its realm. Clenching his fists, Fang Jian felt an overwhelming curiosity about hypnosis. The next time he had the chance, he would definitely visit Dr. Deng again to learn more about it. Psychic power truly was a remarkable thing, yet sometimes it could be a real hassle. Take Dr. Deng, for instance. Even while asleep, his psychic energy would slowly regenerate and circulate, greatly hindering Fang Jian's ability to access his memories and knowledge. Otherwise, Fang Jian's gains would have been far more substantial. Fang Jian, wake up. The sun's about to shine on your butt. I'm up. Fang Jian sprang up, but instead of rushing out, he first stretched his limbs and began doing finger push-ups. Training his finger strength was essential, as single day's neglect would diminish the effectiveness of his massage techniques, no matter how skilled he was. After finishing his exercises, Fang Jian hurriedly ate breakfast at home. He received a call from Professor Jiang, gave Yu Huiliang a quick nod, and then headed out. By the time he left home, Yu Huiliang was already waiting outside, yawning and sitting in his car. "Old Fang, why do you always call me so early?" "It's for your own good," Fang Jian said solemnly. "Stop going to nightclubs. Early to bed, early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise." "Hey," Yu Huiliang eyed him suspiciously. "Seriously, Fang Jian, are you even a modern person? People without nightlife are either ancient or elderly. You're still young, right?" He reached out to touch Fang Jian's forehead. "You're not running a fever, are you? Fever-induced delirium? You're the one with a fever." Fang Jian impatiently swatted away his wandering hand. "Did you bring the stuff?" "Of course I did. It's all in the back," Yu Huiliang said triumphantly. "Some of this stuff is hard to come by. If my family didn't run an import-export company, we might not even have it in stock." Fang Jian smiled faintly. "I knew you'd be a true friend. Alright, just don't bother me in the mornings anymore, and I'll bow down and thank you." Yu Huiliang pursed his lips and asked, "Are we heading to Professor John's place now?" "Of course. We're going together. We're doing this experiment together." "Huh? What experiment?" "Yeah. While reading some books, I came up with a method for refining nutrient solution. I'm not sure how effective it is, so I want to give it a try." Yu Huiliang stared at him in disbelief. "You're serious?" "Of course I am," Fang Jian said solemnly. "Didn't I tell you yesterday?" "Pfft, I thought you were joking." Yu Huiliang waved his hand dismissively. "Old Fang, you and I are both clinical doctors. Developing drugs isn't our job." "I know. That's why I just want to try it out. I don't intend to pursue it further." "Try," he retorted. "You should know drug research is a bottomless pit. My pocket change won't cover your expenses. I secured $1 million investment yesterday." "Vietnamese dong?" "Vietnamese dong my ass, of course it's RMB. Some idiot's money?" "Uncle Moose. I'll pass that message along to him exactly as you said." "Ah, my mistake. Old Fang, I didn't say anything." Fang Jian smiled faintly. This Uncle Moo wasn't that Uncle Moo, but he wouldn't tell him that. As they chatted and laughed, the car pulled into the university grounds. Fang Jian and Yu Huiliang each carried a large box to Professor Zhang's office. Though summer break had long begun, the ambitious Professor Zhang had no concept of vacation. Seeing Fang Jian and Yu Huiliang enter, Professor Zhang rose with a warm smile. Though he maintained his composure and didn't offer them tea, any other student witnessing this would surely be stunned enough to drop their glasses. Chapter 104, The Experiment Plan. "Fang Jian, what have you brought with you?" "Professor Zhang, we already feel terribly indebted for borrowing your lab. These materials are entirely our own." Professor Zhang chuckled. "What? Did you think I'm short on funding?" "Of course not. But my Uncle Moo said that since we're borrowing the space, he'll cover the material costs." Fang Jian once again invoked the tiger's skin. After all, no one would ever go to Mu Taishan to verify this claim. And even if they did, he could always shift the blame onto Mu Taizhu. Professor Zhang pondered for a moment before saying, "Very well. Follow me." He led them to the lab building, where his dedicated laboratory stood. The equipment remained unchanged, but only one person was present, Zhuang Ji, whom they had met last time. "We just wrapped up a project, so I gave them a week off," Professor Zhang stated gravely. "You may use it for 1 week. After that, you'll need to coordinate usage schedules with them." "Alright, thank you, Professor Zhang," Fang Jian said sincerely. "Fang, do you have any research directions in mind? Feel free to reach out anytime for assistance," Professor Zhang added. "Zhuang, show them how to operate the equipment. You've been working hard these past few days." "Boss, it's no trouble at all," Zhuang Ji replied with a cheerful smile. Most graduate students refer to their professors as boss, and Zhuang Ji was no exception. Fang Jian thanked him again, watching Professor Zhang leave. "Senior Zhuang, I'm counting on you." "That sounds too formal, Junior." "We're all family here," Zhuang Ji waved his hands. "Come on, I'll teach you how to identify the machines and their functions." "Don't worry, I'll be here with you all week. Just let me know if you need to use anything. If the equipment here isn't sufficient, we can request shared instruments from the university." This lab was only under Professor Zhang's name. While it housed numerous machines, high-value equipment was scarce. For more complicated experiments, they'd need to submit a request to use the university's advanced instruments. Fang Jian naturally didn't have that kind of clout, but submitting a request under Professor Zhang's name offered a workaround. Under Zhuang Ji's guidance, Fang Jian and Yu Huiliang began familiarizing themselves with the equipment and learning to operate it. As he instructed them, Zhuang Ji remarked with a sigh, "You two really hit the jackpot with your advisor. I wasn't allowed into the lab until I was a graduate student. My first tasks were washing cups and cleaning up. It took 3 months before I got to run my first experiment." Fang Jian nodded silently, though he understood that Professor Zhang's exception wasn't granted out of personal favor, but for another reason entirely. After introducing the lab instruments, Zhuang Ji pointed to 3 of them and said, "These 3 are the most expensive and complex to operate. If my junior wants to use them, it's better to let me handle it." Fang Jian understood perfectly well that this was a sign of distrust in his abilities. But it was entirely understandable. If he were in their shoes, he probably wouldn't want a novice handling such expensive equipment either. Fortunately, his nutrient solution extraction process didn't require overly frequent steps, so whether these machines would even be necessary remained questionable. After all, this wasn't research starting from scratch. If one knew nothing about nutrient solutions and started from scratch, merely determining the research direction and finding a breakthrough point would be incredibly difficult. But for nutrient solution number 8, not only was there relevant documentation, but even the large-scale industrial production process had already been completed. While that world's technology far surpassed modern advancements, replicating such a relatively uncomplicated, widely industrialized product in a lab remained highly feasible. Fatso, let's get started. Fang Jian had already drafted an experimental plan based on his memories. He printed it out and instructed Yu Huiliang and Zhuang Ji to gather the materials and supplies, initiating the process from the very first stage of cultivation. Naturally, the experimental plan couldn't be copied verbatim after all, the 2 worlds differed in certain aspects. Even with modifications, however, this plan earned Zhuang Ji's high praise. "Junior, this plan is really well done. Not the boss's work, right? How'd you know? Everyone has their own style. This plan's approach doesn't match the boss's. Hee, brother Zhuang, you have keen eyes. I designed it myself. Apologies for the amateurishness." "Ah, you designed the experimental plan yourself?" Zhuang Ji looked skeptical. After receiving confirmation, his face turned green with envy. Even though he was already a disciple of Professor Jiang, he still didn't have the authority to independently design an experimental plan. Yet Fang Jian, merely a senior undergraduate student in the clinical department, had already taken the lead. Zhuang Ji couldn't help but marvel inwardly. People truly were incomparable. He wondered what kind of connections this junior classmate possessed that Professor Jiang showed him such tolerance and indulgence. Fang Jian and his team labored in the lab all day long. It wasn't until around 4 in the afternoon that they finally extracted the first bottle of nutrient solution. In reality, if one were to pursue large-scale industrial production, starting from scratch would be far less efficient. But Fang Jian only wanted finished products, and the materials he had prepared were all rather expensive semi-finished goods. In terms of efficiency per unit time, this was undoubtedly the fastest approach. Staring at the green liquid in the test tube, Zhuang Ji and Yu Huiliang both looked utterly baffled. "Old Fang, is this the nutrient solution you mentioned?" Fang Jian stared intently at the test tube, a fleeting look of unease flickering in his eyes. Though he'd produced the substance, something felt off. The color of this nutrient solution seemed vastly different from anything he'd ever seen before. Especially when directly compared to the nutrient solution in Dr. Chen's memory, the result only deepened his confusion and bewilderment. He had this peculiar feeling that he hadn't succeeded. "Let's run some tests." After testing, the results proved Fang Jian right. The nutrient solutions report card was far from satisfactory. Seeing Fang Jian looking slightly disheartened, Zhuang Ji comforted him, "Don't be discouraged, junior brother. This is how it is in scientific experiments. Failure is common, and success is merely an occasional outcome. Let's call it a day for today. We'll adjust the experimental plan and try again tomorrow?" Fang Jian nodded reluctantly. After tidying up the lab, everyone left one by one. Back home, Fang Jian remained gloomy, utterly baffled by where he had gone wrong. Could it be because he'd modified the experimental steps? But he couldn't access certain instruments from the higher dimensional world, so he had to substitute equipment to achieve similar effects. Adjustments to the plan were inevitable. Though he hadn't done any physical labor today, the mental exertion had taken its toll. Feeling slightly exhausted, he washed up and went to bed. Chapter 105: The Merits of White Hair and Red Eyes. Just as Fang Jian drifted into a drowsy sleep, his eyes suddenly snapped open. Yet the light now flickering within his pupils was not the usual glow, but a pair of eyes shimmering with a crimson hue. Simultaneously, his hair rapidly lengthened, transforming almost in the blink of an eye into a flowing mass of snow-white locks. What did he learn in the higher dimensional space? Nutrient solution? Humph, just some low-grade nutrient solution, and he still couldn't master the technique? What a hopeless fool. Though he murmured his complaints softly, he harbored no contempt in his heart. He knew Fang Jian had worked hard enough. While memory sharing allowed him to absorb experience and knowledge, it wasn't a direct copy-paste. Truly making these things his own was no simple feat. Fang Jian could learn gradually, but the entity lurking deep within his psyche was already growing impatient. This world was too primitive, and his own progress was painfully slow. After such a long period of recuperation, surely his body could withstand one night of indulgence? Then let me help you this once. A figure flickered within the room. The white-haired, red-eyed Fang Jian had already vanished. He opened the door and stepped out without disturbing the sleeping Suing. As he walked through the city, he deliberately avoided every surveillance camera. It was as if he possessed an innate ability to sense the presence of surveillance cameras and plan his route accordingly. Whether mounted on traffic lights or installed by private businesses, none could escape his perception. His pace quickened on the street, his form dissolving into a wisp of smoke drifting into the distance. Before long, he arrived at the university and entered the laboratory building with practiced ease. The laboratory door was locked, but that posed no challenge. With a glance and a release of his psychic energy, the closed lock sprang open automatically. This laboratory was no state-of-the-art facility. It was secured with the simplest physical lock, posing no challenge to open. Scanning the room, the figure with white hair and crimson eyes immediately began working diligently. He activated various instruments and retrieved semi-finished materials to begin mixing and adjusting ratios. While Fang Jian and his team still referred to printed experiment plans during their tests, the white-haired, red-eyed man had no paper documents nearby. The experimental procedures seemed etched into his mind, deeply ingrained in his memory. What was truly astonishing, however, was that throughout the entire experiment, Fang Jian, the red-eyed figure with white hair, never lifted a finger. Indeed, the only movement came from his gaze. Wherever his gaze fell, all the instruments in that area would activate on their own. Test tubes and other equipment would fly themselves to the faucet. The faucet would open by itself, water gushing out to wash everything clean. Since no human hands touched them, there was absolutely no chance of contamination. Under Fang Jian's command, the entire laboratory seemed to come alive. Everything moved with purpose. Instruments, test tubes, and objects all obeyed his will. The lab was utterly controlled by some mysterious force. Anyone witnessing this would surely think they'd seen a ghost. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Such exertion was nothing to someone who could survive a plane crash. Yet, after 3 hours, a faint trace of fatigue appeared on Fang Jian's pale, red-eyed face. Still no good? Even after such a long period of recuperation, this body couldn't hold out. He glanced at the bottle of green liquid already distilled in the lab, finally letting out a long, resigned sigh. Closing his eyes, his body slowly sank back, leaning against the chair's backrest. Moments later, Fang Jian abruptly opened his eyes. However, the crimson glow in his eyes had vanished completely, and even his hair had long since returned to its original state. Short, black, clean-cut, radiating youthful vigor. Shaking his head, Fang Jian clutched his temples as he surveyed his surroundings, his eyes brimming with disbelief. He clearly remembered falling asleep at home, yet now he found himself inexplicably waking up in a pitch-black, unfamiliar place. Although the white-haired, red-eyed Fang Jian had begun his experiment, he had never turned on any lights from start to finish. Thus, the experiment had been conducted in complete darkness. What was going on? Was he dreaming, or had he suddenly developed sleepwalking tendencies? Fang Jian looked around suspiciously, and suddenly, something vaguely familiar came to mind. He closed his eyes, straining to recapture that fleeting sensation. Finally, it came to him. In his memory, he saw himself rising, moving with an eerie, lightning-fast speed to the laboratory, and then conducting an unconventional experiment in an even more bizarre manner. He was certain that if this experiment had been recorded, the focus of others would never have been on the substance produced. Instead, all attention would have centered on the display of supernatural abilities. Instruments operating autonomously, materials cultivating themselves, equipment consuming its own resources. If everything accomplished itself, what need was there for lab rats? The images in his memory shifted from initial blurriness to increasing clarity. Suddenly, his past self turned, his gaze landing on the glass nearby. In the reflection, Fang Jian saw a familiar face. White hair, red eyes. Sure enough, while he slept tonight, the white-haired, red-eyed figure had awakened. Taking control of his body, it had rushed to the lab and completed a miraculous experiment. In the memory, the white-haired, red-eyed figure seemed to sense Fang Jian's gaze. He turned his head, and their four eyes met across the distance, as if a mysterious bridge had been built between their minds. This is the method for refining the nutrient solution. Remember it? The gaze suddenly dissipated, and all traces of the memory vanished. Fang Jian opened his eyes and strode purposefully to a corner of the lab. There, at the very center, sat a glass test tube, resting calmly. The liquid inside was also green, but compared to the green they had extracted yesterday, this shade seemed to possess an additional quality. Merely gazing at it evoked a sense of pure, unadulterated pleasure. Fang Jian extended a slightly trembling hand and gently grasped the test tube. Feeling its cool temperature, his heart burned with passion. What truly delighted Fang Jian not the test tube itself, but the realization of his mistake was that the white-haired, red-eyed man had actually taken the initiative. From now on, refining nutrient solution number 8 would no longer be a challenge if he was willing to do it. Chapter 106, Strive Harder. Yawning widely, Fang Jian was suddenly overcome by an overwhelming sense of exhaustion, as if he hadn't slept for 3 days and nights. What was going on? Shaking his head, Fang Jian recalled the events that had unfolded like a dream just moments ago, unable to suppress a bitter smile. The white-haired, red-eyed being had once said that his very existence placed an immense and unimaginable burden on his own body, which was why he spent most of his time in slumber and seclusion. Fang Jian had been half skeptical about this statement. But at this moment, he believed it completely. The overwhelming, extreme drowsiness radiating from his body made it clear when the red-eyed, white-haired version of himself took control, it was manageable for brief periods. But once it stretched into hours, the situation changed entirely. At this moment, Fang Jian had a distinct feeling: the instant his head touched the pillow, he would instantly fall asleep. I should go home. Fang Jian reached out, picked up the test tube, and slipped it into his pocket. Then, his steps faltering, he headed toward the door. Yet, the moment he reached the doorway and his fingers touched the doorknob, he could no longer hold on. His entire body slid down the doorframe, collapsing onto the cold floor. His final thought before losing consciousness was, I was wrong. Turns out you can fall asleep without your head touching a pillow after all. Junior! Hey! Junior! Wake up! A frantic cry seemed to echo from the distant future, trickling into his ears and growing louder by the second. Fang Jian slowly opened his still dazed eyes, his gaze unfocused. Junior, you're finally awake. You scared the hell out of me. If you hadn't woken up, I would have called an ambulance. Fang Jian took a deep breath, his vision finally clearing enough to make out the figure before him. Standing there was Zhuang Ji, his face a mix of anxiety and relief, his deep concern written plainly across his features. Senior Zhuang, I'm fine. Fang Jian waved him off and slowly stood up. Zhuang Ji hurried forward to support him, guiding him to the sink to splash cold water on his face. The icy water splashing across his face sent a shiver down Fang Jian's spine, finally bringing his senses back. Junior, what happened? Why were you sleeping here? Zhuang Ji asked curiously. Well. I went back last night, but my mind was completely consumed by today's experiment. Suddenly, I had a little inspiration, so I came over. Senior Zhuang, I'm truly sorry for worrying you. Zhuang Ji stared in disbelief, his face a mask of astonishment. In all his time studying under Professor Jiang, he'd never encountered anyone like this, someone so utterly devoted to their experiments that they not only pulled all-nighters but collapsed exhausted right in the lab. In that moment, the way he looked at Fang Jian changed completely. Previously, he had merely regarded Fang Jian as a student with powerful connections. This student wielded immense influence, so much so that even Professor Jiang consciously or unconsciously sought to curry favor with him, even promising him access to the lab. He had felt a complex mix of envy, jealousy, and resentment toward Fang Jian. He had merely concealed it well, never deliberately showing it. But after today's events, his feelings had completely transformed. People with stronger backgrounds than you aren't actually that intimidating. Because they're still young, they still have upward mobility and a bright future ahead. But fortune can change in the blink of an eye. Those who are well-connected, wealthy, and powerful today may not necessarily be more accomplished than him 30 years from now. But what if they not only have deep connections but also work harder than him? Looking at Fang Jian before him, Zhuang Ji felt an inexplicable sense of despair. Such a person was someone he could never catch up to in his lifetime. Fang Jian surveyed the somewhat disorganized lab and said, Senior brother Zhuang, let me tidy this up. Zhuang Ji snapped out of his reverie. He quickly grabbed Fang Jian's arm. Junior brother, Professor Jiang has already said the lab is entirely yours this week. Come whenever you like, no need to ask anyone's permission. But look at the state you're in. Why don't you go home and get some sleep? But. No buts about it. I'm still here in the lab. Zhuang Ji patted his chest reassuringly. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. You go home and get some sleep. If you want to do experiments later, just give me a heads up. Fang Jian hesitated for a moment. Though Zhuang Ji had roused him, his spirit remained utterly exhausted. It felt as though last night's sleep on the floor had merely been an appetizer. His entire body was still enveloped in weariness. Of course, after a night's rest, he wasn't about to collapse into sleep immediately. Come on, let's go. Zhuang Ji pushed Fang Jian out of the lab. Remember, next time you run an experiment, you absolutely must call me ahead of time to assist you. For a distinguished graduate student to openly declare he'd assist an undergrad, it was clear Zhuang Ji had shed all pretense of dignity at this moment. Fang Jian nodded sincerely. Thanks. Watching Fang Jian turn and leave, the smile plastered on Zhuang Ji's face slowly faded. He sighed deeply and began tidying up the messy lab. However, halfway through cleaning, a question suddenly occurred to him. He hadn't actually given Fang Jian the key, had he? So how had he gotten in? Could it be that Professor Jiang valued him so highly that he'd even given him a lab key? Well. This wasn't his place to meddle. Best to let things take their course. Fang Jian returned home to find his mother already out at work. He hastily grabbed a bite to eat, put away the test tubes, and then flopped onto his bed, burying his head under the covers and falling into a deep, uninterrupted sleep. He slept like the dead, only stirring groggily to find it was already past 2 in the afternoon. He glanced at his phone beside the bed. He turned it to silent before sleeping, but now it buzzed softly. Clearly someone was calling. The moment he answered, Yu Huelian's gleeful laughter filled the air. Fang Jian, heard you slept in the lab last night? Ha! When did you start liking sleeping on the floor? Oh, you called just for that? I was worried about you. Are you awake? If you are, hurry up and open the door. I'm downstairs at your place. I brought takeout, it's specially recommended by Xiao Xingxing. If Yu Hui Liang hadn't mentioned it, it wouldn't have mattered. But now that he did, Fang Jian suddenly felt his stomach growl painfully. He got up to open the door, welcoming the chubby Yu Hui Liang inside. Chapter 107, 3 Hamsters. After wolfing down the takeout until there wasn't a crumb left, Fang Jian sat down, rubbing his satisfied belly. Fatso, you and Xiao Xingxing still keep in touch? Of course. She's a true food connoisseur. Every time I share a meal, she leaves me a comment. Honestly, she's got some serious skills. She finds hidden gems in the most unexpected corners, and her food recommendations never disappoint. Oh, judging by your expression, could it be you're interested in her? What nonsense! Yu Huiliang glared, protesting indignantly, am I that kind of person? I just love good food. She has asked about you a few times. Asked me? Yeah, she asked when you'd release a new song. She wants to hear Wang sing again. Fang Jian chuckled helplessly. His sole purpose in releasing the new song was to build momentum and gather creative energy. Currently, the popularity of Wang Jia's song showed no signs of waning. While it seemed to have peaked on Douyin, its heat on other music platforms was steadily fermenting and rising. Under these circumstances, he certainly couldn't release any new songs that might dilute the current buzz. New songs require inspiration. We'll see how things unfold. So you're confident you can create a new song? Yu Huiliang pressed. Fang Jian pondered for a moment before replying, I have some ideas, but it will take time. That's good. I'll let Xiao Xingxing know later so she won't worry. Fang Jian shot him a look. And you say you're not interested in her? Still, winning Xiao Xingxing over wouldn't be easy. Perhaps it really was a matter of fate. A thought struck Fang Jian. Fatso, let's head to the flower and bird market. What for? I want to buy something. At Fang Jian's urging, they went downstairs and got into the car. Yu Huiliang drove while saying, since when did you become interested in flowers and plants? I've never been interested in plants. Then why go to the flower and bird market? To buy a few things. Acting all mysterious, nothing good can come of this. Though he grumbled all the way, the car still pulled up quickly and smoothly outside the flower and bird market. Fang Jian went in alone and returned carrying 3 small cages, each housing a little hamster. Whoa, Fang Jian, what's this all about? Yu Huiliang exclaimed dramatically. When did your hobbies get so bizarre? Fang Jian chuckled helplessly. These are test subjects. What were you thinking? Test subjects? Our experiment didn't fail, did it? Did you get it out last night? If it hadn't worked, it would have been a waste of my whole night's effort. Really? You pulled it off in just one night? Yu Huiliang's gaze was rather peculiar. While nutrient solutions weren't exactly cutting-edge medical supplies, developing a new formula wasn't something you could just pick up off the street. Not just one night, even a year or two wouldn't guarantee success. What's more, this wasn't the work of a cohesive team, it was all done by Fang Jian alone. So, he didn't have much faith in that so-called nutrient solution. See what's different about these 3 hamsters? Fang Jian asked, setting the cage down. Yu Huiliang glanced at them and replied, this one looks sturdier, while the other 2 are practically half dead. They're not half dead, they're malnourished. Malnutrition in hamsters? Yu Huiliang's eyes widened. Could they be sick? Like, dying sick? Malnutrition can have many causes. Maybe it's because they're smaller and can't get enough to eat during feeding time. Fang Jian patted the cage and said, whether we make money or not depends on them. Let's go home. Yu Huiliang floored the gas pedal, carrying Fang Jian and the 3 little hamsters back home. Fang Jian made no secret of his actions. He took out the hamster food. One portion was pure hamster food, while the other 2 portions had some green liquid from a test tube mixed in. This nutrient solution was meant for human consumption. Given the significant size difference between hamsters and humans, precise measurement was crucial when feeding them. With everything prepared, Fang Jian opened the 3 cages. He placed the plain food in the cage of the sturdier hamster, while the 2 portions with additives went to the smaller ones. Though both had supplements, the quantities differed greatly. The green liquid in one portion was nearly double the other. Yu Huiliang watched indifferently, paying little attention to the so-called nutrient solution. He merely observed with a curious gaze. Moments later, however, Yu Huiliang couldn't help but let out a soft gasp of surprise and doubt, his gaze turning somewhat strange. At that moment, the 3 hamsters in their cages displayed distinctly different reactions. The most robust hamster didn't touch the food in its cage. Instead, it darted around frantically, unable to settle. It periodically emitted anxious, threatening squeaks directed at the other 2 cages. In stark contrast, the 2 smaller hamsters buried their heads in the food, devouring it voraciously. They seemed to be stuffing themselves like starving ghosts reincarnated. Only after the 2 scrawny hamsters had devoured every last crumb, leaving not a single grain behind, did the robust hamster reluctantly begin to eat. What's going on here? Yu Huiliang asked, utterly baffled. Fang Jian replied slowly, instinct. What? Small animals possess a special ability. They can distinguish which foods are beneficial and which are harmful to them. A faint smile touched Fang Jian's face. Unconsciously, his fist clenched tightly as he thought to himself, success at last. According to the data he'd obtained from Dr. Chen, while this number 8 nutrient solution offered tremendous benefits to humans, among all test subjects, rodents exhibited the most intense reaction to it. The mere scent of nutrient solution number 8 sent them into a frenzy, driving them to consume it at all costs. It seemed this solution possessed a quality that made rodents reckless. This was precisely why Fang Jian had deliberately chosen hamsters as his experimental subjects. Fang Jian, what exactly is this nutrient solution for? Witnessing such an eerie scene, Yu Huiliang felt a twinge of unease. Could he have truly developed something extraordinary? This nutrient solution is specifically designed for individuals suffering from malnutrition or poor nutrient absorption. Fang Jian replied solemnly, I hope this solution can bring blessings to such people. When did your ambitions become so lofty, kid? Fang Jian smiled faintly and said, people always change. Yu Huiliang stared at Fang Jian, inexplicably filled with strange thoughts. This Fang Jian, not only did he possess such solid foundational skills, but he'd suddenly become a jack of all trades, excelling in both literary and martial arts, composing lyrics and music, mastering massage and acupressure. Now he'd even switched careers to research nutrient solutions. Such a complete transformation, he might just be the one and only in the world. Chapter 108, Test Results. 3 days. For 3 days, Yu Huiliang visited Fang Jian's home daily, showing more concern for those 3 little hamsters than Fang Jian himself. His efforts were not in vain. The novel nutrient solution Fang Jian had concocted proved remarkably effective. Within a mere 3 days, the 2 scrawny hamsters had grown significantly larger. While it was true that good food and drink naturally led to growth in living creatures, this level of development far exceeded what any normal person could imagine. Fang Jian, is this nutrient solution you've developed actually some kind of demonic potion? If these little hamsters keep swelling up like this, won't they turn into monsters? Yu Huiliang voiced his concerns with a hint of worry. No way. How do you know? Look at this sturdy little hamster. Of course, I'm not blind. Starting the next day, after confirming the medication wouldn't poison them, I fed them the same food. Ha! Yu Huiliang's eyes widened as he scrutinized the 3 hamsters, finally grasping the situation. I see. Your nutrient solution works wonders for malnourished hamsters. But for those already well fed, it has little effect. There might be some effect, but it's no longer noticeable. Fang Jian chuckled softly, feeling quite pleased inside, because the nutrient solution's effects were exactly as he remembered. Nutritional solution number 8 was designed for those who were malnourished to begin with. For those who were already well nourished, the effects were indeed negligible. Can we consider our research a success? It should be fine. We're just one step away now. What? Human trials. Human subjects? Well, just because it's safe for hamsters doesn't mean it's safe for humans. Fang Jian took out the test tube. After 3 days of consumption, only a quarter of the liquid remained inside. He grabbed a cup, poured out the liquid, then added half a cup of water. After diluting it with mineral water, the green tint was barely noticeable, almost impossible to detect without close inspection. Fang Jian tilted his head back and downed the entire glass of mineral water. What are you doing? Yu Huiliang roared, lunging forward to grab it, but he was already a step too late. Fang Jian set the cup down and chuckled. Why so tense? It's just an experiment. Experiment? Is this how you conduct experiments using your own body? Yu Huiliang practically yelled. Are you out of your mind? Seeing his best friend so anxious, Fang Jian felt a surge of gratitude. But he couldn't explain to him that he had absolute confidence in this. Otherwise, how could he possibly risk his life like this? How do you feel now? Yu Huiliang pressed anxiously. Let's go to the hospital. If anything happens, they can treat you right away. Fang Jian grabbed his arm. Fatso, look at me. Do I look like something's wrong? Yu Huiliang calmed down and studied Fang Jian closely. Seems fine. Actually, something is wrong. What? Yu Huiliang's expression immediately tensed. I deliberately skipped breakfast this morning, and I was actually feeling a bit hungry. But now I'm not hungry at all. 12 hours later, not only had Fang Jian encountered no mishaps, he was actually bursting with energy. This nutrient solution could be used and absorbed by the human body, and it even had an additional effect, suppressing hunger. This was Fang Jian's final assessment of the nutrient solution. Over these 12 hours, Yu Huiliang had eaten 3 meals, yet Fang Jian hadn't consumed a single bite or sip. Even so, he still felt no hunger or thirst whatsoever. Old Fang, we might have really stumbled upon something extraordinary, Yu Huiliang mused aloud. It's just a nutrient solution. It's useless for most ordinary people. Fang Jian dismissed it nonchalantly. Yu Huiliang might not know, but Fang Jian understood it well. In Dr. Chen's higher dimensional world, nutrient solution number 8 was designed for patients with malabsorption. Beyond that, it had no other special effects or uses. You're wrong, Yu Huiliang said solemnly. I'm not talking about ordinary people, but a specific group. I know people with malnutrition. Yu Huiliang rolled his eyes. Nonsense. They're the ones with the most adequate nutrition. Oh, who are you referring to then? Soldiers. Fang Jian, the soldier, froze. He thought about it seriously, and his expression shifted slightly. He had only consumed the equivalent of a quarter test tube of nutrient solution, yet he hadn't felt hunger or thirst for 12 hours. Such capabilities aren't particularly remarkable in modern society. If you feel hungry, food delivery apps are always at your service. Quenching thirst is even simpler, just pop open a bottle of mineral water. But what if this nutrient solution were widely deployed within the military? The mere thought sent a chill down his spine. Fang Jian closed his eyes, carefully recalling why the application of nutrient solution number 8 was so limited in Dr. Chen's world. After a long while, Fang Jian exhaled a deep breath and couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. He had found the answer. In Dr. Chen's world, there wasn't just nutrient solution number 8. There were many similar products with effects that surpassed number 8 in specific areas. In that world, the military had access to far superior alternatives. Yet in Fang Jian's own reality, it seemed as though only the newly developed nutrient solution number 8 existed. Old Fang, we need to carefully plan whether to take this out and how to do it, Yu Huiliang urged earnestly. I know. Fang Jian pondered for a moment before saying, let's not discuss this for now. We need to think it through. Alright, we must be cautious. Take me to the lab. What? I need to brew another bottle before heading to Uncle Moo's place. Oh, seeking Uncle Moo's guidance is indeed an option. I can drive you there, but don't expect me to go up with you. Is Uncle Moo really that scary? Uncle Moo isn't scary, but his daughter is terrifying. Stay as far away as you can. Fang Jian pointed at Yu Huiliang and couldn't help but chuckle. But thinking about it, since childhood, Mu Shui had left them with an indelibly deep impression. If possible, Yu Huiliang would gladly stay as far away from that tigress as he could. But what about himself? Did he feel the same way? Chapter 109, Father's Memories. At 7 in the evening, Fang Jian prepared a fresh bottle of medicine. After a quick meal with Yu Huiliang, he headed alone to the Mu residence. He was already a familiar face at the Mu residence, able to enter the compound simply by showing his face. The doorbell rang, and moments later, the door opened. Sister Shui, why are you home? To his surprise, it wasn't the housekeeper who answered the door but Mu Shui herself. This is my home. Why can't I be here? Mu Shui shot him a disapproving glare as she bent down to fetch slippers. Change into these. As she bent over, the exquisite curves of her entire body were revealed, especially her tight pants outlining her full, rounded hips in a breathtakingly beautiful pattern. Fang Jian sucked in a sharp breath and quickly raised his head, afraid she might notice the strange look in his eyes and bring down trouble he didn't deserve. Hurry up! Do I have to take them off for you? Ah, where are Uncle and Auntie? Fang Jian asked as he hurriedly changed his shoes. They're out entertaining clients. No idea when they'll be back. What about the nanny? She's off today and went home. Mu Shui replied bluntly. Ever since Shaolin started studying seriously, Uncle Air took him back too. I'm the only one left at home. Fang Jian's heart skipped a beat. What did this mean? Could Sister Shui be hinting at something? Just sit tight and wait for them. Help yourself to tea, coffee, or fruit. I've been exhausted from cases lately. I finally got a day off and need to rest. Watching Mu Shui yawn and stroll nonchalantly toward the bedroom, Fang Jian felt his heart sink. Sure enough, he'd overthought it. Just as Mu Shui was about to leave, Fang Jian suddenly blurted out, as if compelled by some unseen force, Sister Shui, are you tired? Let me give you a massage. Massage? Mu Shui halted, recalling the blissful expressions on her parents' faces during their sessions. The idea stirred a deep longing within her. But she didn't turn back, so she never saw the peculiar expression on Fang Jian's face at that moment. Massage? Massage the tigress? I want to live a few more years. How did I suddenly blurt out such a strange thing? White hair and red eyes, this must be your doing. But no matter how much Fang Jian called out in his mind, he received no response whatsoever. Mu Shui turned around, sat down on the sofa, and said, Mom and Dad said your skills are excellent. Come give your sister a try. Fang Jian tugged at the corners of his mouth, awkwardly taking 2 steps forward, wanting to get closer to her. But the fear ingrained in him since childhood wasn't so easily shaken off. So, after shifting his feet for a while, he hadn't actually gotten any closer. After waiting a while, Mu Shui found the space behind her still empty. She turned her head and asked, Xiao Jian, what the hell are you doing? Ah, and nothing. Fang Jian steeled himself and stepped forward, extending his hand to rest it on her crystal-clear, fair neck. Strangely enough, before touching Mu Shui, Fang Jian had been filled with anxiety. But the moment his hands touched her skin, he calmed down. His hands moved almost instinctively, applying the massage techniques he'd honed through years of practice. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Xiao Jian, you've got some skills. Mu Shui clenched her teeth at first, but moments later, she couldn't help but moan. It was a sensation of pleasurable soreness that penetrated her very bones, making it utterly impossible and utterly undesirable to grit her teeth and endure. Fang Jian finally relaxed. While Dr. Chen usually wore headphones and listened to music during massages, Fang Jian preferred chatting with his clients. Sis Shui, you've been so busy lately. What case are you working on? I'm working on a drug case. We found a suspect, but we just can't get him to talk. Fang Jian's hand froze, his entire body seeming to stiffen. Memories long buried, once he thought he'd forgotten, suddenly surged to the surface. Xiao Jian, Dad has a mission to go on. I'll bring you that remote-controlled car when I get back. Comrade Suing, it is with profound regret that I inform you, your husband, Comrade Feng Xiang, made the ultimate sacrifice during an operation while protecting his colleagues and safeguarding the property of the people. Xiao Jian, remember this, never touch drugs in your life. Your father died arresting drug dealers. If you dare touch drugs, I'll beat you to death first. Whoa! You're never allowed to become a cop. If you do, I'll kill myself first. Xiao Jian, your father took a bullet to cover me. He and I were comrades in arms, brothers. I'm not one for words, but starting today, you are my son Mutaishan's son. Mu Shui was blissfully enjoying the sensation with her eyes closed when suddenly the pleasure at her neck vanished. Startled, she turned her head and saw Fang Jian staring blankly ahead. She pushed him gently and asked, Hey, Xiao Jian, what's wrong? Huh? Fang Jian opened his mouth, finally snapping back to reality. A strange smile forced its way onto his face. Nothing. Just got distracted thinking about other things. Mu Shui, ever sharp, immediately understood. Xiao Jian, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought it up. No, Sister Shui. It's been so many years. I've gotten used to it. Fang Jian reached out again, resting his hand on Mu Shui's shoulder and neck. His wrist began to move, once more bringing her supreme pleasure. But because her eyes were closed, she didn't see that although Fang Jian's expression remained unchanged, his gaze had become sharp and piercing, as if he were a different person. His mind surged with abnormal intensity, his emotions churning like a raging sea, threatening to sweep everything away in its path. Drug dealers, damned drug dealers. As long as I live, I will never let you off the hook. Yet, no matter how fiercely he raged within, the pressure of his hands remained steady. Dr. Chen's decades of experience and composure were displayed to perfection in this moment. Sister Shui, you mentioned earlier that you apprehended a suspect but couldn't get him to talk. Right, Xiao Jian. This is internal police intelligence. Don't you dare leak it. Sister Shui, don't you trust me? When have I ever been a loose cannon? Fang Jian chuckled. True enough. But if you dare blab about it on the streets, you'll be in big trouble. Fang Jian's face flushed slightly. Sister Shui, I could actually help you out a bit. You? Mu Shui opened her eyes wide, suddenly pushing his hand away. She turned to stare into his eyes. Xiao Jian, I know what you're thinking. But I'll say it again, this is a police investigation. Outsiders aren't allowed to interfere. Fang Jian waved his hands repeatedly. Sister Shui, I understand the procedures. I don't mean to interfere. I just want to use what I've learned to fulfill my duty as a law-abiding citizen and lend you a hand. Help us? Mu Shui eyed him with a mocking smile. With your skinny arms and legs? Prove you can beat me first. Chapter 110, Hypnosis. Fang Jian flared up in anger. Being looked down upon by a little girl was something he absolutely could not tolerate. But looking at Mu Shui's delicate features and that ambiguous smile in her eyes, he decided, a real man doesn't pick fights with women. Calming himself, he said, Sister Shui, you misunderstand? I'm not here for violence. I just want to help you extract the confession. Mu Shui shook her head. Xiao Jian, I understand your feelings. Your desire to help is understandable, but professional matters require professionals. How to pry information from suspects is our problem. You can't interfere or meddle. Fang Jian grew slightly impatient. Sister Shui, you underestimate me. How could I underestimate you? You're the great doctor our family has been waiting for. Since you know I'm a doctor, that's all that matters. Fang Jian's eyes gleamed as he pressed, Sis, who's interrogating the suspect? Mu Shui hesitated. I can't tell you. Alright, then I just need to know if that person is qualified as a psychologist. Yes. Then it's settled. Interrogating suspects requires a psychologist and I'm a doctor too. Mu Shui replied with a mix of laughter and exasperation, Jian, stop messing around. What kind of psychologist are you? Don't underestimate me. I spent years studying at the hospital and delved deeply into psychology. I know far more than the average psychiatrist. Nonsense. Do you even have a psychologist's license? Ah, what's a certificate worth? That thing's just a piece of paper, it doesn't represent real ability. Fang Jian straightened his chest and declared with great confidence, I don't have a massage therapist certificate either, but look at my skills, who can match them? Mu Shui paused, suddenly finding herself somewhat convinced. Massage therapy was actually part of traditional Chinese medicine. For a Western-trained clinical doctor like Fang Jian to master it to this level was nothing short of astonishing. If he could achieve such a miracle in massage, then excelling in another discipline seemed entirely possible. As Mu Shui wavered, Fang Jian poured fuel on the fire. Sister Shui, if you still don't believe me, we can give it a try. Try it? How? Watch. Fang Jian raised both hands, moving them lightly. At that moment, his 10 fingers and wrists seemed to lose all bone structure, forming one lotus seal after another. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy within his mind began to surge, gradually releasing outward. Neither the mere movement of his fingers nor the fluctuations of spiritual energy alone could produce remarkable results. But when the two combined, they unleashed an incredible energy and astonishing effects. Mu Xue's eyes were fixed on Fang Jian's fingers, utterly baffled by what this guy was up to. Yet, after watching for only a moment, she suddenly felt her eyelids fighting to stay open. It was an indescribable sensation, as if all the fatigue accumulated over recent days had suddenly erupted. Despite her iron will, she was now dazed, slipping into a state between sleep and wakefulness. Seeing his hypnotic technique take effect, Fang Jian couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. Eager to prove his abilities to Mu Xue, he began moving his fingers with even greater intensity. Had the suspect not been a drug lord, Fang Jian wouldn't have paid him any mind. But since he'd encountered a trafficker and possessed certain abilities, he naturally wouldn't pass up the chance to make an impact. Gradually, Mu Xue's expression grew more and more dazed, and her body began to sway unsteadily on the sofa. She was falling asleep. She was about to fall asleep. Sure enough, Mu Xue's body trembled, her eyes closed completely, and she collapsed backward, utterly without support. Fang Jian reacted swiftly, stepping forward to sit on the sofa himself, catching Mu Xue's body so she fell into his arms. Though he had hypnotized her, if she woke up to find a large bump on her head, Fang Jian wouldn't have an easy time of it. Therefore, making preparations in advance was absolutely necessary. Just as Fang Jian was about to gently lay her down, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Mu Xue lay quietly in his arms, her tightly closed eyes fluttering slightly, her cherry red lips parted ever so slightly, a scene brimming with temptation. Unconsciously, one of Fang Jian's hands rose and settled on an inappropriate spot. Big? Big? Big what? Ah, damn, it really is big. Holy, what the hell am I doing? Fang Jian snatched his hand away from Mu Xue's chest with such speed it was like he'd been electrocuted, his face turning several shades paler in the process. What the hell did I just do? Hey, what are you trying to do? Do you know that could kill someone? Coward. After delivering that assessment, the voice of the white-haired, red-eyed figure vanished completely. No matter how desperately Fang Jian called out in his mind, there was no response whatsoever. But having experienced this twice already today, Fang Jian dared not take it lightly. He couldn't fathom what had possessed this white-haired, red-eyed version of himself. Usually silent and unassuming, both critical interventions had been terrifying enough to kill someone. But to be honest, Fang Jian's gaze drifted involuntarily to a certain spot on Mu Xue's body, the very place he'd touched moments ago. Recalling the sensation of softness and firmness beneath his palm, he felt his heart flutter with desire. A powerful urge surged within him. Since Mu Xue was unaware, could he take advantage of this rare opportunity to do as he pleased? No. If I did that, what would make me any different from a beast? And what if Sister Xue regained consciousness? How could I ever face her again? Hey, are you leaving already? You could have stayed a little longer. Drawing a deep breath, Fang Jian's turbulent heart gradually, bit by bit, calmed down. He finally made his decision, or rather, after all these years under Mu Xue's oppressive tyranny, he chose the right path. He must remain a man of integrity, not giving anyone cause for misunderstanding. Slowly, he placed his hands on Mu Xue's shoulders and soft waist, intending to lift her and carry her to the bedroom. However, just as he had positioned himself and before he could exert any force, the lock on the living room door suddenly clicked. Fang Jian looked up in surprise to see the door open as Mu Taishan and Shui Yi entered. The moment they entered the hall, their eyes immediately fell upon Fang Jian holding Mu Xue. The posture these two young people maintained was extremely suggestive, inevitably sparking wild imagination at first glance. Fang Jian was speechless, exchanging stunned glances with Mu Taishan and Shui. For a moment, the atmosphere in the living room turned eerie, heavy with silence and tension. Chapter 111, Who is the biological child? Mu Xue's eyelids fluttered twice as she slowly awoke. Her mental fortitude was actually remarkably strong, and Fang Jian had only hypnotized her to demonstrate his ability. Had he continued deeper, Mu Xue would undoubtedly have entered a more profound sleep. But Fang Jian had stopped, so Mu Xue awoke moments later, relying on her unwavering willpower. Unfortunately, her awakening came at the worst possible moment. Opening her eyes, she immediately saw Fang Jian frozen in place, and from this unfamiliar angle, she found herself looking up at a familiar chin. Then, she instantly sensed the strange atmosphere. She turned her head halfway, and her still drowsy eyes immediately saw her parents. From this peculiar angle, she also realized her situation. She was being carried horizontally by Fang Jian, and her parents had caught them red-handed. Without a second thought, Mu Xue tensed her waist and sat up abruptly. Her wrist shot out, shoving Fang Jian hard. Ouch! Fang Jian let out a cry of pain as he was sent tumbling off the sofa by her forceful shove. Mu Xue leapt to her feet, her face flushed crimson. She shot Fang Jian a furious glare, then casually waved her hand in a perfunctory greeting to her parents. Oh, that crazy girl. Shui seemed to snap out of it, muttering under her breath as she stepped forward to help Fang Jian up. Xiao Jian, you're not hurt, are you? Fang Jian grimaced. Auntie, I'm fine. The actual outcome of that blow was far less severe than he'd anticipated. Given his usual approach, if the tigress had found out, his life might have been in danger. Xiao Shui, what are you doing? If Xiao Jian gets hurt, can you afford to pay for it? Mu Taishan frowned slightly and gently scolded. Mu Shui's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at her parents. What are you two talking about? Dad, Mom, I'm your daughter, right? You're my daughter, which is precisely why we hold you to such high standards. Mu Taikai turned his head, his stern expression softening slightly. Xiao Jian, are you absolutely sure you didn't hurt yourself? No, Uncle Mu, don't worry. I'm as strong as an ox. Oomph. Mu Shui couldn't stand these biased parents any longer. Other parents treated their daughters like precious jewels, yet the way these two treated Jian made her wonder if she was even their biological child. Turning on her heel, Mu Shui stomped away in indignation, slamming her shoes down hard on the floor with each step, making a loud thud. The door closed, sealing off the sounds inside and out. Shui sighed deeply. Xiao Jian, you know Xiao Shui's temperament, she's a bit scatterbrained, but her heart is in the right place. Fang Jian quickly replied, Auntie, I grew up with Sister Shui. Of course I know her character. Good. Shui suddenly gave Mu Taikai a meaningful glance and said, I'll go make some tea. You two should talk first. Mu Taikai sat down on the sofa and gestured toward the seat in front of him. Sit. Fang Jian dared not refuse and sat down close to the edge. He knew that if anyone saw this scene today, it would likely lead to serious misunderstandings. But when he tried to explain, he found himself at a loss for words. When did you two start? Huh? What? When did you two start dating? Mu Taikai repeated. You've got the wrong idea. Fang Jian shook his head repeatedly. You two just misinterpreted what happened earlier. There's absolutely nothing going on between us. Mu Taikai stared at him coldly, her stern gaze making Fang Jian's heart race. Alright, if you young people don't want to admit it, I won't say anything more. But be careful in your actions from now on, Mu Taikai said slowly. Fang Jian nodded instinctively, though inwardly puzzled. This seemed rather different from the storm he'd anticipated. Xiao Jian, what brings you here today? Only then did Fang Jian remember the main purpose of his visit. Uncle Mu, he said, I've prepared something easily absorbed. Next time I give Grandma Lu a massage, I can administer it to her. What is it? Why all the secrecy? Nothing much, really. It's just a kind of chicken soup, but it works wonders for people lacking nutrients. Fang Jian hastily covered up. Food for the elderly mustn't be taken lightly. Mu Taishan said gravely. Besides, she has professional caregivers, and her diet is strictly rationed according to plan. Even if I agreed, you couldn't possibly feed it to her. Fang Jian cleared his throat. Uncle, Grandpa Lu promised me last time I could bring some next visit. He paused. Why don't you ask Grandpa Lu? Mu Taikai pondered for a moment. Are you certain that substance would benefit the old lady? Rest assured, even if I were bold enough, I wouldn't dare deceive you. Alright, I'll try to contact him for you. But whether old Lu will agree, I can't guarantee. Thank you, Uncle Mu. If you have no further business, I'll take my leave. Standing before Mu Taikai, Fang Jian still felt his heart racing wildly. He wished he could sprout wings and fly away immediately. You don't look well. You really should get some rest. Fang Jian thought to himself, my poor complexion isn't from lack of rest, it's from being scared half to death by all these unexpected events. Wait here. I'll fetch something for you. Ha? Mu Taishan retrieved a bag from the bedroom, pressed it into his hand, and said, Go now. I won't keep you. Fang Jian nodded, walked to the door, and opened it only to find Mu Taikai had followed him all the way. Uncle Mu, I'm leaving now. You don't need to see me off. Watching Fang Jian walk out the gate, Mu Taishan suddenly said, Xiao Jian, I've watched you grow up. I trust you completely. Remember to use these things, but if you truly remember them, remember that human life is paramount. Don't make decisions lightly. With that, he gently closed the gate. Fang Jian stared blankly at the gate, his mind still mulling over the meaning behind Mu Tietsai's parting words. He couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to them than met the eye. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the bag in his hands. After a moment's hesitation, Fang Jian slowly opened it. The moment he saw its contents, Fang Jian's face flushed crimson. Inside was a box of condoms. Mu Taishan had actually given him a box of condoms. Moreover, judging by Mu Tietsai's tone, he didn't object to Fang Jian's relationship with Mu Shui, he just didn't want them to create a life too soon. But once a life did come into being, it should be preserved, not carelessly terminated. At that moment, Fang Jian found himself sharing Mu Shui's doubts. Could that beautiful young woman truly be the biological daughter of this couple? Could it be that I was their biological child? Chapter 112, Complete Misunderstanding. Such a golden opportunity, what a waste. So it was all you're doing behind the scenes. Me? You're the one in control of your own body. Do I need to repeat what you were thinking just now? Fang Jian was instantly speechless. He could make excuses for his loss of composure, but how could he deceive his own heart? To achieve anything in spiritual cultivation, one must confront their inner self. Without inner strength, you'll never take that crucial step. That step? What step? Yet no matter how Fang Jian pressed, he received no further response. He scratched his head, touched the test tube on his body, and sighed softly. His visit to the Mu family was actually meant to show Uncle Mu and the others the item. But after this misunderstanding, he had only mentioned it in passing, wasting most of his careful preparations. Just as he stepped out of the villa compound's gate, a car suddenly pulled up behind him and stopped beside his side. "Mr. Fang, please get in." "Hey, Brother Chen, why haven't you gone back yet?" "Shui just called me. It's too late, so I'll take you home first. This is Uncle Mu's driver, Chen Hao. But this isn't a company car, it's Shui's personal vehicle." "Auntie called you?" "Brother Chen, this is too much trouble. I'll just walk back myself." "Oh, Mr. Fang, no need to be so polite. Director Shui rarely calls you, wouldn't want to cost me my job, would you?" "Brother Chen, you're joking. Uncle Mu never bothers his staff during off hours." "Ah, I know Director Mu is a great leader, but being too great puts us subordinates in a tough spot. I'm just a soldier under Director Mu, I have to follow orders. If we delay things because I'm a hassle, how are we supposed to win the battle?" Fang Jian glanced at him in surprise. He hadn't expected Brother Chen, who always seemed so steady and honest, to be such a smooth talker. "Hurry up and get in. No more wasting time, otherwise I'll be following you around all day." "Alright, thanks for that, Brother Chen." As soon as Fang Jian got in the car and closed the door, Chen Hao asked, "Mr. Fang, are you heading home?" "Yes." "Alright." Without asking for the address, Chen Hao stepped on the gas pedal. Just as Fang Jian was about to chat with Chen Hao, his phone rang. "Hello, Sister Shui." "Fang Jian, what did you just do to me?" "I didn't do anything. It was just a misunderstanding on their part. You should explain it to them." "Explain my ass. I'm not going to invite trouble." Mu Shui snapped angrily. "Don't you dare say anything to them. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." "Alright, come with me tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" Fang Jian asked in surprise. "Where to? You've got some basic skills. Come try them out tomorrow." "Alright, see you tomorrow." Fang Jian hung up the phone, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. "I'll give it my all and won't let you down." At that moment, a faint flush of excitement spread across his face. Drug dealers were the people he despised most in the world. If he had a chance to strike against them, he wouldn't let it slip away. However, he didn't notice that while Chen Hao appeared focused on driving, his eyes flickered slightly. By evening, both traffic and pedestrians had thinned considerably compared to rush hour, and it didn't take long to reach Fang Jian's home. "Thanks, Brother Chen," Fang Jian said as he got out and headed upstairs. Chen Hao was Mu Taishan's driver, a figure many regarded as someone you wouldn't want to cross. But to Mu Taishan's family, he was just a driver. Watching Fang Jian ascend the stairs, Chen Hao opened his phone and respectfully reported, "Director Shui, Mr. Fang has been safely delivered home." "Yes." He made a call in the car. It seemed to be from the young lady. Yes, it was the young lady who called him, not the other way around. I didn't catch the specifics of their conversation, but it sounded like they have a date tomorrow. Mr. Fang even promised he'd try his best not to disappoint her. "Rest assured, I won't mention this to anyone." After hanging up, Chen Hao drove back with a satisfied smile. Mu Taishan was wholly dedicated to public service, never using official vehicles for personal matters. He also never arbitrarily assigned tasks to subordinates. Once off duty, he never took his secretary or driver along unless absolutely necessary for work. While this was a commendable habit, it left the secretary and driver of such a leader feeling uneasy. Could one still be considered a good secretary or driver if excluded from their leader's private life? Given the rare opportunity to be assigned a task by Director Shui, Chen Hao was absolutely thrilled. "Old Mu, looks like they really have a shot." Didn't you used to doubt them? Times change. Xiao Jian wasn't diligent enough before, but since the plane crash, he seems to have matured considerably. Shui smiled warmly. Plus, he's earned old Lu's favor. He's bound for a bright future. Mu Taishan shot her a glance and retorted, "That's just a woman's perspective. Even without old Lu, Xiao Jian wouldn't be doing too shabby." Shui sighed softly, aware that her husband had always looked upon Fang Jian differently because of his father. But Mu Shui was, after all, her own flesh and blood. If Fang Jian truly wasn't a suitable match, she genuinely didn't approve of her youngest daughter's relationship. But now things were different. Her perspective had undergone a profound shift. As for her youngest daughter and son-in-law, she would leave everything to fate. All they could do was stand by and silently offer their blessings. Upon entering the house, Fang Jian did not retire to bed immediately. Instead, he began his daily exercise routine. Massage therapy required more than just experience. Powerful finger strength and a robust physique were essential. Without the necessary strength to complement the technique, the massage couldn't deliver the ultimate enjoyment. Though Fang Jian didn't rely on massage to make a living, he couldn't let this hard-earned skill go to waste. Besides, massage offered tremendous benefits to the body. Even giving his loved ones a few strokes was a great service. After finishing his exercises, Fang Jian's mind settled completely. He sat quietly by the bed, beginning to contemplate the various possibilities of the coming day. Being a psychologist isn't easy. Beyond special abilities and deep knowledge, it requires nerves of steel. Of course, to achieve the best results, thorough preparation is essential. Only through targeted questioning and guidance can one achieve the best therapeutic outcomes. Would a normal person become a drug dealer? Impossible. Therefore, the drug dealer must be a patient and a critically ill one at that, beyond any hope of recovery. For such a patient, he needed to meticulously design a comprehensive treatment plan. Tomorrow, he was filled with anticipation. Chapter 113, Disguise. A pale golden light gradually spread across the land, draping the entire landscape in a golden mantle. Fang Jian rose early, finished his meal, and felt as alert and prepared as a soldier ready for battle. Yet, during breakfast, something felt off. His mother, Suing, seemed to look at him with a hint of surprise and worry, making Fang Jian wary. Could she have discovered his plans? He couldn't figure out where he'd slipped up. The interrogation of the drug dealer was something he absolutely couldn't let his mother know about. His father's death had hit her too hard. The mere mention of drugs would make her turn her back on him. Her greatest fear was Fang Jian becoming involved with the police. So whenever possible, he kept it hidden from her. The WeChat notification chimed at the perfect moment. Fang Jian glanced at his phone, immediately pushed his bowl aside, and headed outside. Xiao Jian. Ha? Fang Jian turned, looking at his mother with confusion. Suing hesitated for a moment before finally sighing deeply. Go early and come back soon. Mom, you know? Fang Jian's expression shifted slightly as he asked cautiously. Yes. I won't stop you, but take care of yourself. Thanks, Mom. Fang Jian took a deep breath, suddenly feeling energized. Suing nodded slightly. Xiao Jian, if things turn out well in the end, that would truly be a blessing. But if it doesn't work out, don't be sad or lose heart. Ha? Fang Jian froze, sensing a vague misunderstanding between himself and his mother. WeChat chimed again. Without another thought, Fang Jian gave a hasty nod and dashed out. Suing hesitated, then rose and walked to the window. Sure enough, outside the residential complex, she spotted a familiar white sedan. Moments later, her impulsive son climbed straight into the car and sped away like the wind. Who would have thought these two kids would end up together? But for Fang Jian, was this a blessing or a curse? Sis, so early? Have you eaten yet? Fang Jian asked in the car, searching for something to say. Poof. What did you say to my mom last night? Why were they looking at me so strangely this morning? Mu Shui complained. I didn't say anything, Fang Jian replied, utterly baffled. Then, suddenly recalling something, he slapped his forehead and exclaimed, I get it. What? I was wondering why my mom was acting so strange this morning and suddenly so open-minded. It must be because your mom said something to her. Fang Jian clutched his forehead, finally grasping the full meaning of his mother's words. Good heavens, old folks just love stirring up trouble, Mu Shui muttered resentfully. If it were an enemy spreading rumors, she'd never let it slide. Confronting them to teach them a lesson would be non-negotiable. But when it came to her own parents, no matter how upset she felt, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and endure it. No matter how rebellious she might be, she'd never dream of harming her parents or Aunt Sue. Enough of that. The case comes first. Mu Shui composed herself and said, Fang Jian, I've applied to the captain and received permission for you to assist with the interrogation. However, the entire process must follow protocol. You will conduct the interrogation under surveillance, and for your protection, you must wear a mask. A mask? Is that really necessary? Not for ordinary criminals, but you're dealing with drug dealers now. They're ruthless and highly vengeful. We police aren't afraid, but ordinary people must prioritize self-protection. Mu Shui said solemnly, even if you don't worry about yourself, you should think about Aunt Sue. I understand. The mask is in the back. Put it on yourself. Fang Jian turned around, and sure enough, a black mask lay on the back seat. This wasn't just any ordinary disposable mask. It was specially made. Once worn, you couldn't see anything except through the eye slits. Put it on. Now. Of course. We're almost at the police station. Hurry up and put it on. Under Mu Shui's urging, Fang Jian reluctantly pulled the mask over his face. But just as he did, he caught a faint, elusive whiff of fragrance. Sister Shui, whose mask is this? Of course it's mine. The case takes priority. You have an interrogation today, so there's no time to request a new one. What? You dare to complain about my stuff? No way, Sister Shui. How long has it been since you washed that mask? It stinks. What? Fang Jian, are you trying to get yourself killed? Amidst Mu Shui's scolding, they finally arrived at their destination. When Fang Jian stepped out wearing the mask, he instantly drew countless stares. Wearing a mask to conceal his face inside the police station? Was he planning a terrorist attack? Several people's expressions turned hostile and they started to approach. But the next moment, they saw Mu Shui getting out of the car too. Instantly, those who had been about to confront him turned around and walked away calmly, as if they hadn't seen anything. Manhwa locked the car, walked up to Fang Jian, tilted her head back, and said, "Follow me." Though Fang Jian's appearance was peculiar, with Manhwa leading the way, they proceeded unimpeded. After confirming a phone call, Manhwa said, "The interrogation room is ready, Dr. Jian. This way, please." "Dr. Jian?" Fang Jian paused, then realized with a flash of understanding. This was the alias Manhwa had given him. Pulling off the full charade, Manhwa had certainly gone to great lengths. Yet it was precisely this meticulousness that warmed Fang Jian's heart. Soon, they arrived at a secluded area, the darkest interrogation room within the bureau, one that was only opened during major criminal cases for dealing with special suspects. Upon entering, a suspect sat in a chair, while a middle-aged police officer sat at the table. The suspect's hands and feet were shackled, and the spotlight shining on his face made him squint slightly. Yet, his expression seemed remarkably relaxed, showing not a trace of tension or worry. He seemed more like he was lounging on a beach soaking up the sun than sitting in an interrogation room. Manhwa walked to the desk, sat down, picked up the paper and pen, and tapped them lightly. "Name?" The suspect replied lazily, "Officer, you've wrongfully detained me for so long, and you still don't know my name? Cut the crap and tell me." Bing Jingwu, male, born in 1976, provincial resident. "Is that good enough?" Fang Jian's lips twitched slightly. Though he had little interrogation experience, the man's demeanor immediately brought to mind the phrase "old hand." An ordinary person detained at the police station wouldn't possibly act so relaxed and at ease. Seeing Manhwa about to leap to her feet, Fang Jian quickly tugged at her sleeve. Chapter 114, Drug Dealer. This young man looks unfamiliar to me," Bing Jingwu suddenly exclaimed, his eyes widening. Though his eyes were still glaring under the spotlight, he had gradually adjusted to the glare. Fang Jian chuckled dryly. "You can see me clearly?" Manhwa paused. She could tell Fang Jian's voice had changed, it was rougher and more gravelly than before. If she'd heard it out of context, even she wouldn't have connected the two. Bing Jingwu grinned widely. "You're wearing a mask, of course I can't see clearly." "Strange. Why would a cop wear a mask? Aren't you a cop? Wow, you're quite observant. What are you afraid of by wearing that mask? Afraid I'll see your face?" Bing Jingwu's smile grew wider. "Rest assured, I'm a law-abiding citizen. How could I possibly do anything illegal? Take off your mask. Let's be friends." Fang Jian's gaze grew icy. "Be friends with you? You're not worthy." Though insulted, Bing Jingwu's smile didn't waver. "Whether I'm worthy or not, you'll find out soon enough. Hey, in this world, money is what truly matters. With money, you have everything, without it, you have nothing. Wouldn't you agree? For money, you'd abandon everything?" Fang Jian stepped forward, blocking the light with his body. Seemingly disoriented by the sudden darkness, Bing Jingwu blinked hard, yet his voice remained steady. "I have nothing to begin with. What's stopping me from abandoning everything? Nothing?" Fang Jian's tone softened abruptly as he raised both hands and began to move them slowly. Though the interrogation room had video surveillance, the angle prevented the cameras from capturing Fang Jian's finger movements. Jingwu instinctively looked toward Fang Jian's raised hands. Though the spotlight didn't hit his face, the room's lighting allowed him to see clearly. But the moment his gaze locked onto Fang Jian's hands, his eyes went wide. The expression that froze on his face in that instant was like he'd been possessed. The abruptness of the change was so stark even an ordinary person could see it clearly. Manhwa beside him also widened her eyes, though her gaze didn't land on Fang Jian's hands. Last night's events still left her feeling uneasy. So, upon seeing Bing Jingwu's expression, her eyes lit up slightly as she thought to herself. This could work. Slowly, Jingwu's body seemed to soften. His straightened spine gradually relaxed until he slumped completely into the chair. However, this chair was specially designed, featuring a locking mechanism that prevented his body from sliding to the floor. "You're very tired now." "Yes, very tired. Here is a warm, large bed. You can sleep now." "Sleep." Bing Jingwu's eyes didn't close, instead, they followed Fang Jian's hands as they moved. Yet, his eyelids were fighting to stay open, as if he might slip into deep sleep at any moment. Fang Jian's wrists slowed their rotation, his tone growing increasingly gentle and soothing. "This is the safest place. Trusted people are watching over you. You can sleep now. Yes, you can sleep now." With those words spoken, Bing Jingwu's eyes finally closed completely. His head tilted to the side, and he even began to snore softly. Clearly, the days of detention had taken a heavy psychological toll. Though he hadn't revealed anything, his nerves had been stretched taut. This sudden release triggered a chain reaction, and his entire body, overcome by exhaustion, immediately fell into sleep. Manhwa stared in utter astonishment, her small, crimson lips parted in disbelief. Though she had personally experienced the power of Fang Jian's hypnosis before, the hazy sensation had left little lasting impression. But now, witnessing it firsthand, the shock she felt was beyond description. Bing Jingwu was no novice. His performance at the bureau these past days had been plain for all to see. Whether they resorted to threats and intimidation or tried gentle persuasion, he remained utterly unmoved, leaving everyone at a loss. Moreover, this man was a key figure. If he remained missing too long, it would surely raise the other side's suspicions. If they couldn't pry information out of him quickly, the entire operation might come to naught. Had she not been backed into a corner, Mu Shui would never have brought Fang Jian into this. Initially, she'd approached it as a last-ditch effort, trying a miracle cure for a dying horse, hoping for the unexpected. Yet now, as this miracle unfolded before her eyes, she found herself at a loss. She immediately calmed herself, even slowing and softening her breathing, afraid the slightest sound might disrupt Fang Jian's hypnotic state. Fang Jian didn't press his advantage. Instead, he continued rotating his wrist. He stared at Bing Jingwu's eyes. Though his eyelids were completely closed, his eyeballs still moved slowly, their rhythm strangely synchronized with the subtle motion of Fang Jian's wrist. Just as he suspected. Fang Jian felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, this was his first time truly practicing hypnosis in this world. He hadn't been entirely confident it would succeed smoothly. The two worlds were fundamentally different, and any discrepancies were understandable. How do you feel now? Very comfortable. Bing Jingwu murmured, a faint, contented smile even touching his lips. Ever since entering this line of work, he'd lived in constant fear. Even with friends watching over him, he'd rarely managed a single night of uninterrupted sleep. But now, under Fang Jian's hypnosis, he slept with unusual tranquility, an experience he found profoundly rare. Who did you see beside you? Diaoge, Uncle Hu, Xiaoli, Atian, they're all here. Mu Shui's eyes lit up as she immediately jotted down the names. Though they sounded like mere aliases, piecing together Bing Jingwu's connections might reveal some clues. You see them. They're smiling at you. Yes, they're smiling so happily. Oh, your business partners are here too. See them? I see them, Taishu, Brother Hang, Baldy, and Skinny Monkey Boss. Jingwu's voice carried a hint of tension as he named several more individuals. When he mentioned the last one, his entire body even trembled violently. This time, both Mu Shui and Fang Jian knew this person was extremely crucial. The boss is here too. Did you get a good look? What does he look like? Chapter 115, Sketch. The atmosphere in the interrogation room suddenly grew heavy. Though only Fang Jian, Mu Shui, and an observing officer were present, their gazes all sharpened. Especially the middle-aged officer. He had remained silent throughout, showing only slight surprise when Fang Jian successfully induced hypnosis, yet his face betrayed no emotion. But at this moment, he sensed he was about to catch a big fish one he'd been tracking for a very long time. Thus, he too grew tense and expectant. The boss is the boss, I won't mistake him. Fang Jian's hands continued their rhythmic rotation, yet his gaze swept deliberately around the room, taking in the reactions of Mu Shui and the middle-aged officer. Both wore expressions of excitement tinged with confusion. They were deeply interested in what Fang Jian had revealed, yet their eyes betrayed an unmistakable sense of bewilderment. Why had they never heard of this boss, whose presence was so undeniably commanding? Where is the boss from? I don't know. How did you meet the boss? Someone introduced us. Fang Jian paused, his brow furrowing slightly. He suddenly realized he couldn't ask any further. Though he'd acquired hypnosis techniques from the psychologist and absorbed his wealth of experience, what the psychologist did was merely regulate people's moods and resolve psychological issues. It didn't include interrogation methods. He turned to look at Mu Shui. Ever the quick thinker, she immediately picked up a pen and began writing on the paper. Fang Jian glanced at it. It read, characteristics of each person. Nodding slightly, Fang Jian inquired, how are my partners doing? They're all fine. What does Brother Biao look like? Diaoge is very burly, always sharp with a crew cut. The moment the topic turned to his friend's appearance, Bing Jingwu perked up, chattering away non-stop. But at that very moment, Fang Jian suddenly noticed something extremely bizarre. The extraordinary efficacy of his hypnosis stemmed not only from his hand gestures but more crucially from the interplay of psychic energy. Thus, a profoundly subtle connection now existed between Fang Jian and Bing Jingwu's minds. This connection was invisible to the naked eye, and even the most sophisticated instruments couldn't detect it. Yet its very existence granted Fang Jian immense advantage. Just as Bing Jingwu began describing Brother Biao's appearance, an image suddenly flashed through Fang Jian's mind, a burly man standing there laughing heartily. The man's appearance matched Bing Jingwu's description of Brother Biao perfectly. Almost instinctively, Fang Jian reached out and picked up the white paper lying on the table. These sheets were used for interrogation records, with written statements on one side and blank space on the other. Mu Shui and the middle-aged officer watched him in confusion, unsure of his intentions. But moments later, their eyes widened involuntarily. They saw Fang Jian not only take the paper and pad, but also pick up a pen and begin sketching on the paper. With just a few strokes, a clear portrait of a person emerged. They were seasoned officers who had seen countless bizarre occurrences. They knew that describing a criminal's appearance from a narrative wasn't unusual, yet witnessing this scene still evoked an eerie sensation. Studying the figure on the white paper, they all agreed it was indeed the man described by Bing Jingwu. But to capture someone so vividly in such a short time, based on just a few words? That skill was simply too extraordinary. The others. The middle-aged officer could no longer contain himself and urged in a barely audible voice. Such remarkable talent, if it couldn't be fully utilized, that would be the greatest loss to the police department. Fang Jian nodded slightly, switched to a new sheet of paper, and asked, "What does Uncle Hu look like?" "Oh, him. He's in his 50s. As Bing Jingwu described each person, vivid sketches appeared one after another on the paper. Though not drawn with charcoal, the portraits were clear and distinct. The middle-aged officer shrugged it off, but Mu Shui frowned deeply. Beyond her relief, she felt a thick layer of confusion. When did that kid Fang Jian learn to draw? Judging by this skill, it clearly wasn't something picked up in a day or two. Oomph, what a waste of time. Little did she know that Fang Jian had never formally studied art. This ability wasn't his own, it was something he'd acquired from the psychologist. During his last mental journey through the higher dimensional world, the psychiatrist he had attached himself to was exceptionally versatile. Due to his profession, he possessed profoundly deep skills in sketching. When sharing memories, Fang Jian had brought this occupation-related skill along with him. However, his mastery only extended to this level of depiction. Without the connection of mental intent, he couldn't achieve such lifelike accuracy. What does the boss look like? The boss. His body suddenly trembled, then shook violently, a look of terror spreading across his face. Fang Jian's heart stirred. Clearly, this boss held immense terror in his mind. Merely thinking about it was one thing, but describing him would trigger a subconscious resistance. Had this been an ordinary psychologist standing here, the hypnosis would have ended right then. But Fang Jian possessed a hidden ability. Setting aside his paper and pen, he began to move his wrist and fingers once more. Simultaneously, the concentrated mental energy surged another notch. Sure enough, after only a moment, the restless Bing Jingwu calmed down once more. Mu Shui and the middle-aged officer beside him both exhaled in relief. They knew they'd reached the most critical point. If Bing Jingwu were to snap out of it now, all their efforts would be for naught. Did you really see the boss? Of course I did. The boss is right over there. I don't believe you unless you describe what he looks like. He has a square jaw, parted hair, and a black mole on his left temple. I wouldn't mistake him for anyone. After describing his facial features, Bing Jingwu deliberately emphasized the most distinctive, crucial detail. Fang Jian had already picked up his paper and pen again while Bing Jingwu was speaking calmly. The swaying of his hands served as an auxiliary tool. Words were helpful, but sometimes they weren't needed to control the other person. The pen swiftly traced lines across the paper. Within mere moments, another portrait materialized before everyone's eyes. Chapter 116, Young man, ask them about their contact methods and circumstances, the middle-aged officer whispered, displaying unusual courtesy toward Fang Jian. Truthfully, though he had brought the suspect in, he hadn't been surprised when Mu Shui made her request this morning. Had he felt compelled to defer to someone's face, he would have flatly refused. Even when Mu Shui brought Fang Jian in, he remained silent, observing coldly from the sidelines. Unexpectedly, this Dr. Jian Mu Shui brought actually possessed some skill. He effortlessly hypnotized the suspect and, through questioning, produced several sketches. With these portraits, their work could proceed smoothly. Yet, as the saying goes, greed knows no bounds. Naturally, he wanted to know more. Fang Jian gave a slight nod, organizing his thoughts before speaking. You can greet your partners now. Be careful, someone might be following us. Watch your words. Bing Jingwu hesitated briefly before delivering a string of code words. To ordinary ears, these codes might sound odd at best, but to the two officers, they held entirely different meanings. Following the middle-aged officer's prompting, Fang Jian questioned Bing Jingwu for over 20 minutes. The young man spilled everything, down to the color of his underwear. Finally, the middle-aged officer nodded slowly and murmured, "Young man, thank you." Fang Jian glanced at Mu Shui. Though she remained composed, the sparkle in her eyes betrayed her excitement completely. Her delight was no less than that of her colleague beside her. That's enough, Mu Shui murmured softly. Only then did Fang Jian turn back, his waving wrists coming to a halt. Sleep, he said. Sleep until you wake naturally, and you'll forget everything. With those words, Bing Jingwu's body went completely limp, and the sound of his snoring gradually grew louder. The middle-aged officer was about to speak when Fang Jian waved him off, gesturing toward the sleeping Bing Jingwu. Nodding gently, the middle-aged officer opened the door and called in two young men. He instructed them not to wake Bing Jingwu, instead having them carry him out on a stretcher. Though puzzled, the two young men strictly followed the orders. As for where this man was being taken, that was none of Fang Jian's concern. Hello. I'm Hua Yaochang, captain of the Criminal Investigation Division at the Municipal Bureau. Dr. Jian is truly remarkable. The middle-aged officer extended both hands, greeting him with great enthusiasm. Criminal Investigation Division? Fang Jian paused. Though not a police officer himself, he understood the system somewhat due to his father's relationship with Mu Taishin. Narcotics enforcement falls under the narcotics squad, but sometimes we Criminal Investigation Division assists too, Hua Yaochang said with a smile. We're all police officers, no need to draw such strict lines, right? Fang Jian nodded slightly, extending his hand to shake Hui Yangcheng's. Captain Hua, my daughter Mu Shui serves under you. Thank you for your care. You're Mu Shui? Hua Yaocheng froze slightly. When did Director Mu's family have someone like that? Hey, what are you saying? Mu Shui crossed her arms, her voice sharp with irritation. Fang Jian turned, looking puzzled. What? Mu Shui glared at him, but upon reflection, given the relationship between their families, Fang Jian's statement seemed perfectly reasonable. When she'd come to S City to pick him up and encountered Wang Jie, she'd also declared with equal conviction that Fang Jian was her brother. Seeing Mu Shui's reaction, Hua Yaocheng grew even more puzzled, though he kept his composure outwardly. He smiled and said, Dr. Jian, rest assured. Mu Shui's performance ranks among the top in the team. Our work has progressed smoothly largely thanks to her efforts. In any case, thank you for your consideration, Captain Hua. Not at all. Hua Yaocheng pulled a business card from his bag. Dr. Jian, please accept this. If you ever need anything, just give me a call. Old Hua still has some standing at the bureau. I might not handle major matters, but small ones? No problem. You're too kind. Fang Jian accepted the card with both hands. In most people's eyes, the head of the Criminal Investigation Division was already someone with considerable influence. If even they couldn't handle something, then very few people could. Still, with brothers like Mu Taishan backing him, Fang Jian likely wouldn't need to call on him. Captain Hua, Dr. Jian can assist on site, but unless it's a major case, we shouldn't disturb him too often, Mu Shui murmured softly from the side. Of course. Don't worry, Shui. Dr. Jian is our ace in the hole, we won't deploy him lightly. Hua Yaocheng thought to himself with regret. Mu Shui's implication was clear, Dr. Jian couldn't be exposed for long periods and should only be used as a last resort. If it were any other civilian being so aloof, he'd have ways to make them compromise. But when it involved Mu Shui, and even higher up, Commissioner Mu, he was powerless. Dr. Jian, I'll escort you back. All right. Xiao Shui, you take Dr. Jian back, then return immediately. We're about to take action. Yes, Captain Hua. Rest assured. Driving away via the same route with Fang Jian, they drew many puzzled and curious glances along the way. Yet no one approached to question them, proof that Mu Shui had established herself well here, with plenty recognizing her. Then again, it made sense. With such a stunning beauty in the unit, only the most blind could fail to notice her. After leaving the bureau, Fang Jian removed the specially designed mask and exhaled deeply. Man, that was suffocating. The mask covered an extensive area. Though highly breathable, prolonged wear still felt unnatural. Mu Shui drove in silence before suddenly saying, Xiao Jian, thank you. No problem. It's what I should do. Xiao Jian, when did you learn to sketch? Fang Jian's heart skipped a beat. He touched his nose nervously. This was indeed a problem. The stronger the abilities he'd learned from the higher dimensional world became, and the more he displayed them, the more suspicion they'd inevitably draw. Singing was one thing, at least he'd taken a few lessons for that. But what about this drawing? Oh, that's just a hobby, Fang Jian said nonchalantly. You know I'm a doctor. Ha? What are you humming about? Nothing, really. Oh my gosh, Sister Shui, pull over. Quick, pull over. Mu Shui froze, instinctively pulling over to the curb. Fang Jian opened the door and said, You don't need to take me home. I suddenly remembered I need to stop by Fatso's place, it's just up ahead. I'm off. Hey, you still haven't answered my question. What question? When did you start learning to paint? That question? Didn't I already tell you? What? You know I'm a doctor. Ha? I'm off. Bye. Ha? Mu Shui waved her hand, her mind racing with countless thoughts, yet she still couldn't grasp the connection between being a doctor and painting. Looking up, Fang Jian was already long gone, vanished without a trace. You little brat, don't let me catch you next time. Chapter 117, A Date with a Beauty. Watching Mu Shui's car drive away, Fang Jian finally exhaled in relief. Truth be told, he was genuinely afraid Mu Shui would press him relentlessly for answers, because he himself didn't understand what crucial connection existed between doctors and painting. But now that the case had taken a major turn, Mu Shui would surely be too busy to dwell on it. Once she got absorbed in her work, this minor puzzle would likely vanish from her mind entirely. Pulling out his phone, Fang Jian opened the ride-hailing app. His mention of going to the fat man's place had been offhand. Now that Mu Shui was gone, he naturally intended to head home. Yet before he could request a car, his phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Fang Jian paused slightly. Hey, Fatso, what's up? Fang Jian, we're about to start our internship soon. Yeah. Years of friendship about to end, how sad. What are you talking about? Fang Jian stared at his phone in confusion. Though the voice was familiar, the tone sounded so strange. Nothing, just reminiscing about our youth. Fatso, cut to the chase. If there's anything you need help with, I'm all ears. Ha! I knew it, my brother really gets me. Yu Huiliang's tone instantly brightened. Come with me to the amusement park. What? Fang Jian froze, almost convinced he'd misheard. An amusement park? After all these years as brothers, are you in or not? Why do you want to go to the amusement park? Don't ask questions. Are you coming or not? When? Right now. All right. Though Fang Jian racked his brain trying to figure out why Yu Huiliang wanted him to go to the amusement park, he still agreed without hesitation. He could hear a note of determination and pleading in the chubby guy's tone. With things having gone this far, he simply couldn't refuse. N City had 3 major amusement parks, but Fang Jian knew that since Yu Huiliang hadn't specified, the destination must be the one closest to the city center. After hailing a cab, Fang Jian instructed the driver to hurry, then leaned back against the rear seat. Today's hypnosis session had drained some of his mental energy. While it hadn't left him completely exhausted, a lingering fatigue remained. This amusement park was located on the outskirts of the city. When it was first established, the surrounding area was quite desolate, but now it had long been developed and matured. Skyscrapers stood tall around it, and property prices had skyrocketed to a level that made everyone wince. Following the location described by Yu Huiliang, Fang Jian quickly spotted the conspicuously large, heavy-set figure in the crowd. "Hey, you got here fast," Yu Huiliang said with a grin, his eyes narrowing almost to slits. Fang Jian eyed him up and down. "Fatso, what the hell are you up to? Why come to an amusement park at this hour?" He glanced toward the gradually bustling park. "The rides here probably don't interest you, right?" Indeed, for safety reasons, while the amusement park offered many attractions, the larger ones all had certain restrictions. Given Yu Huiliang's current weight, even if he wanted to ride, the staff would think twice and likely turn him away. "Sigh, I'm not interested in the rides anyway. I'm just here to hang out with you. Just tag along?" "Exactly." As Yu Huiliang spoke, his gaze swept around the area. "Honestly, who are you waiting for?" "No one," Yu Huiliang replied dismissively, his eyes suddenly lighting up. "Oh. They're here." Fang Jian followed his gaze and immediately spotted 2 graceful figures. Wang Jiayi and Xiao Xingxing, the 2 cousins, were walking straight toward them. Fang Jian's mouth twitched slightly. He shot Yu Huiliang a sidelong glance and remained silent. Yu Huiliang pressed his palms together in a gesture of apology, then immediately broke into a broad smile as he stepped forward. "Hey, Wang Ji, little sister, you're here. Hey, Fat Senior, you're here so early. Not bad, not bad. It's all Fang Jian's fault. The moment he heard you were coming, he was so excited he couldn't sit still. He practically dragged me here. Man, this weather I'm drenched in sweat already." Fang Jian nearly choked on his own blood. This guy would stop at nothing to pick up girls. "Senior Fang, it's good to see you again. Dr. Fang, nice to see you." "Ah, it's good to see you both." Fang Jian glared fiercely at Yu Huiliang, but the guy had skin thicker than a city wall and didn't even flinch. Fang Jian said the last video turned out great, and he wants to shoot another one. He hopes you two can lend a hand again. "Another one? Senior Fang, have you composed a new piece?" Fang Jian's heart stirred slightly as he glanced at Yu Huiliang. "You've got some conscience after all, kid." "No new piece yet. Still searching for inspiration." "Oh, so you invited us here just to find inspiration? An amusement park for inspiration? That's creative, senior." Fang Jian forced a smile, though inside he was cursing Yu Huiliang to high heaven. Finding inspiration at an amusement park? What excuse did this chubby guy use to lure these 2 beauties here? But while Xiao Xingxing hadn't truly stepped into society yet, it was surprising enough. That Wang Jiayi had actually come along too was truly astonishing. "Xingxing, artists think differently. To us, amusement parks are for fun. But to an artist, this place might just be the wellspring of creativity. Dr. Fang, wouldn't you agree?" Fang Jian stared speechless at Wang Jiayi, catching a fleeting, inexplicable glint of cunning in her eyes. "Ah, Wang has such a way with words, whatever she says goes. I've already bought the tickets. Everyone, let's go inside." Yu Huiliang called out, distributed the tickets, and led the way. Xiao Xingxing quickened her pace, clutching her ticket. She seemed particularly fascinated by the amusement park, so much so that she barely paid attention to her cousin. Wang Jiayi stepped forward, walking side by side with Fang Jian. She whispered, "Dr. Fang, how did you know Xingxing loves amusement parks the most?" "Huh?" Fang Jian's footsteps halted. He thought to himself, just how much effort did that kid Yu Huiliang put into this? Looks like he really likes this little girl. Suddenly, Fang Jian felt something tug at his sleeve. He stopped and turned to look. The next moment, his face nearly turned green. He saw that his hand was firmly clasped with Wang Jiayi's. Judging by the surprised look on her face, it was clear the initiative hadn't come from this beautiful senior reporter. This. Fang Jian immediately let go, yelping like a startled grasshopper. "Accident. This is absolutely an accident." "An accident, huh? Sure, I believe you." Wang Jiayi gave a gracious smile and walked toward the ticket gate. Fang Jian stood there dumbfounded. What kind of lightning-fast reflexes was that? "But I swear to heaven, I really didn't mean it. I was just waving my hand normally as I walked. How did it just automatically reach out and grab hers?" Chapter 118, The Amusement Park. This amusement park was huge, divided into indoor and outdoor sections. While the super-sized rides were all outdoors, the indoor attractions were no less impressive. Especially for the young girls, the indoor area offered protection from the sun's rays and the chance to play to their heart's content, undoubtedly their best choice. The moment they entered the amusement park, Xiao Xingxing instantly perked up. Being young and energetic, she eagerly pulled Wang Jiayi along to line up for various rides, having a blast. Summer vacation was the amusement park's peak season, but today wasn't a weekend, so the crowd was manageable, just right for them. Too many people meant long waits. If you had to queue for an hour just to ride one attraction, it would ruin the fun. But too few visitors would make the sparse amusement park feel dull and lifeless. After trying several rides, Yu Huiliang took the initiative to buy drinks and attentively handed them out. In truth, Yu Huiliang was the busiest among them. Due to his physical condition, he could only watch many rides from the sidelines, unable to experience them himself. Yet despite this, he remained cheerful throughout, showing not a trace of impatience. Xiao Xingxing sipped her drink while scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. "Sis, there's a sketching area over there. Let's go check it out." On the first floor of the amusement park, there was a dedicated sketching area. A middle-aged man held a drawing board, intently sketching a girl seated on a chair in front of him. "Xingxing, are you interested in painting?" "Yeah, I've been learning painting since I was little. If my parents hadn't opposed it, I would have applied to art school," Xiao Xingxing said regretfully. Yu Huiliang protested indignantly. "That's just stifling your talent. How unfair." Fang Jian sucked in a sharp breath. When did this guy start calling people by their first names? What puzzled him even more was that Xiao Xingxing didn't seem bothered by it at all. Wang Jiayi murmured, "Dr. Fang, your friend here is quite something." "What? His pickup lines are so polished, could he really be a rookie?" Fang Jian grimaced. How was he supposed to respond to that? Yu Huiliang had money and free time. Back in high school, he loved hanging out in nightclubs and bars. While he wasn't exactly a ladies' man, he certainly wasn't a novice either. "You don't mind? Why would I?" Wang Jiayi smiled indifferently. "I checked his background, it's solid. Besides, he's not some useless rich kid." Fang Jian's eyes widened in astonishment. Was that the reason? Was the esteemed reporter Wang really not that snobbish? As if sensing his unspoken question, Wang Jiayi sighed softly. Xingxing is still young. She hasn't truly stepped into this world yet, so she doesn't understand its cruelty. And given her temperament, she needs someone strong to shield her from life's storms. Fang Jian turned to look at Yu Huiliang's rotund figure. He couldn't for the life of him see where this man appeared powerful. Though if we're talking pure strength, he is quite strong. But even a fool knows that when Wang Jiayi says powerful, she certainly doesn't mean brute strength. Wang Jiayi smiled. They've gone over. Let's follow and take a look. By the time they reached the painting stall, the young woman had already finished her work. The artist, delighted to see customers, smiled warmly. Would you like a painting? Of course we want a painting, but big brother, we want to paint it ourselves. What? The artist looked utterly confused. Give us the painting tools, and we'll do it ourselves, Yu Huiliang explained. This. Without further explanation, Yu Huiliang simply scanned the Alipay QR code displayed at the stall with his phone, entered a number, tapped confirm, and held the phone before the artist. The artist looked up, his eyes clearly sparkling with unmistakable delight. He pushed the brush and easel toward them and said, "Young man, this booth is yours for the day. Paint however you like. Don't hesitate to use up all the paper." Wang Jiayi chuckled softly. See? That's what responsibility looks like. This is called being an idiot, right? But how many people can afford to be that foolish just once? Fang Jian fell silent. While Yu Huiliang might not be the most physically imposing choice, considering other factors, it was an entirely different story. Yu Huiliang plopped down with a thud and said, "Xingxing, you studied painting, right? Why don't you show me what you can do?" Xiao Xingxing, who had been itching to show off her skills, didn't hesitate. She immediately took the easel and brushes, glancing at Yu Huiliang as she began to sketch. Fang Jian shook his head slightly. "I'll go buy some snacks." After queuing up to buy Yu Huiliang's favorite fried chicken and cola combo, Fang Jian returned to find Xiao Xingxing had just put down her brush. After distributing the cola and fried chicken to everyone, Xiao Xingxing eagerly took a bite. Yu Huiliang, however, shook his head and said, "I don't eat cola or fried chicken." "What?" Fang Jian froze, wondering if he'd misheard. Yu Huiliang said seriously, "I'm going on a diet. From now on, junk food is off limits for me." "Lose weight?" Fang Jian froze for a moment before whispering, "Fatso, are you serious?" "MHM." Yu Huiliang nodded firmly, adding quietly, "Don't worry, I'll create opportunities for you too. Don't look at me like that I saw everything just now." "Saw what?" At the entrance, when we weren't paying attention, you went and took Wang Ji's hand. "Heh, I'm not blind to your little schemes." Yu Huiliang patted Fang Jian's shoulder and walked over to the two beauties with a grin. Fang Jian's lips twitched slightly. He stared down at his right hand, raging inwardly. But no matter how furious he became, the culprit remained silent, as if completely asleep, offering no response whatsoever. "Hey, what the hell are you drawing?" Suddenly, an angry shout caught Fang Jian's attention. He looked up to see Yu Huiliang holding his sketchpad aloft, glaring indignantly at Xiao Xingxing and Wang Jiai. Wang Jiai still retained a shred of composure, but Xiao Xingxing was already doubled over with laughter. This beautiful junior classmate truly possessed strong artistic skills, capturing Yu Huiliang's likeness with her sketching pen to about 70 or 80% accuracy. However, in the drawing, Yu Huiliang wasn't sitting, he was riding a black donkey. His plump body weighed the donkey down so heavily it seemed on the verge of collapsing. The donkey's head was thrown back high, its expression of utter despair and misery was utterly hilarious. If Xiao Xingxing's drawing skills were only 6 or 7 out of 10, then the concept behind this picture and the donkey's expression of enduring humiliation and bearing the burden deserved a perfect score. Fang Jian chuckled silently, though he could tell Yu Huiliang wasn't actually angry, he was merely putting on an act to win a smile from the beauty. Yet in the next instant, the smile froze on Fang Jian's face. His gaze pierced through Yu Huiliang, locking onto two other figures standing not far behind him. Chapter 119, The Bald Man and the Skinny Monkey. Those were two faces that felt both unfamiliar and familiar. They seemed unfamiliar because Fang Jian had never met these two men face to face before. Yet, just hours earlier, he had personally sketched their portraits. Bald head and skinny monkey. These two men were the spitting image of the two drug dealer accomplices that had appeared in Bing Jingwu's mind. In that moment, not only did the smile freeze on Fang Jian's face, but his entire body stiffened. Though he'd seen his share of things, he was still young, and his profession was in healthcare. To suddenly find two drug dealers strutting right in front of him and remain completely unflappable would have been nothing short of miraculous. Senior Fang, take a look, doesn't this look just like Senior Yu? Xiao Xingxing burst into loud laughter. The youthful laughter instantly drew the attention of those nearby, even the bald man and the skinny monkey looked over. Fang Jian's expression shifted slightly. He quickly averted his gaze, knowing these drug dealers were the kind who wore their lives on their belts. The danger they posed was beyond ordinary people's comprehension. Even fully armed narcotics officers often suffered heavy casualties when confronting them. Therefore, he couldn't show any unusual reaction in front of these two. Pulling out his phone, Fang Jian called out, "Xingxing, hold the drawing board, I'll snap a photo for keepsakes." By now, most of the onlookers had seen the drawing on the board. The fat man was one thing, but the black donkey he was riding was the real masterpiece, so lifelike it was laugh out loud funny. Everyone recognized this as youthful banter among friends, so they all wore expressions of eager anticipation. Even the bald duo failed to notice anything amiss. Holding the camera, Fang Jian snapped several photos from a distance, laughing heartily himself. Yet beneath that laughter, his heart pounded far harder than usual. "Hey, Fang Jian, you're no friend at all." Yu Huiliang charged over, snatched Fang Jian's phone, and was about to delete the photos. But when he saw what was in the pictures, he froze, then turned his head to look behind him. Fang Jian quickly whispered, "Don't turn around. Face this way." Yu Huiliang hesitated. Though he didn't understand what his best friend was playing at, years of habit made him comply. "Senior Fang, let me see too. Hee, I'll sort them out tonight and post them on my moments. Everyone can see them then." As he spoke, his peripheral vision caught the bald man and the skinny monkey again. To his surprise, these two were extremely alert. Apparently, Yu Huiliang's earlier movement had aroused their suspicion, and now they were watching their group, whispering to each other. Fang Jian's heart stirred slightly. "All right," he said, "Xingxing just showed us her skills. Now it's my turn to show you all mine." Xiao Xingxing exclaimed with delight, "Senior, has inspiration struck? Do you have another great song?" Fang Jian chuckled, "I don't have that much inspiration. But I've studied sketching too, how about I show you?" "You studied it too? How does your skill compare to mine?" Xiao Xingxing asked playfully. Fang Jian thought seriously for a moment before replying, "Probably a little better than you." "You're just bragging." Xiao Xingxing scoffed. "I've studied at a proper school for over a decade." Fang Jian didn't doubt this for a second. Without those years of dedication, he wouldn't have been able to draw Yu Huiliang looking so utterly disheveled. Just a few days ago, Fang Jian would have had to admit defeat, but things were different now. Taking the drawing board, Fang Jian instructed, "Sit down properly." Xiao Xingxing looked thoroughly unconvinced, but obediently sat down. Fang Jian pretended to sketch a few times with his brush before beginning to draw on the paper. He appeared utterly absorbed in his work, yet his peripheral vision constantly scanned the surroundings, especially the movements of the two bald men, who remained firmly under his watch. After a brief discussion, the two bald men didn't leave immediately. Instead, they circled around and positioned themselves behind Fang Jian. This was an open plaza, with the art stall situated in one corner of the central square. Three sides were wide open, allowing them to easily see the paper Fang Jian was working on. On that paper, a beautiful young woman with a hint of mischief in her smile was being brought to life. Especially those slightly upturned corners of her mouth carried a unique charm and aura. The two exchanged glances. Bald Head said, "You're overthinking it. They're definitely art students." Skinny Monkey remained skeptical. Bald Head added, "It's not unusual for one cop to be an artist. But two tailing cops, both artists, and both this talented? I don't buy it." Skinny Monkey finally relaxed. "Guess I was overthinking it." Let's keep looking around. Wonder if the boss has shown up yet. Fang Jian's ears twitched slightly. In truth, the moment he'd noticed these two men's movements, he'd already begun channeling his spiritual energy. While painting, his mind was already focused on his ears. Mental energy possessed boundless applications. When his willpower focused on his eyes, it granted them X-ray-like vision. When concentrated on his ears, it amplified his hearing dramatically. Though the voices of the bald man and the skinny monkey were faint, his ears still caught them. Finishing the last stroke on the paper, Fang Jian said, "I'm done. Come take a look." Wang Jiai and the others approached, all expressing great admiration. Xiao Xingxing was utterly astonished, exclaiming, "Senior, how many years have you studied sketching? How can you draw better than me?" Drawing, while it's true that practice makes perfect, some people can become artists, while others, even after a lifetime of effort, can only become craftsmen. Fang Jian's sketch, though seemingly simple, possessed a vibrant energy. Through the paper, it seemed to vividly capture Xiao Xingxing's lively spirit, leaving everyone in awe. "Fang Jian, when did you get so good at drawing?" Yu Huiliang stared wide-eyed, utterly incredulous. He realized he was growing increasingly unfamiliar with this longtime friend. Composing lyrics and music was one thing Fang Jian had studied it for years. If a sudden burst of inspiration led to a hit song, that could be explained. But drawing? What the hell was that about? From childhood to now, Yu Huiliang had never seen Fang Jian study sketching. Fang Jian chuckled. "It's just drawing. You can pick it up after watching a couple of times. It's simple. You guys hang out here. I'm gonna hit the bathroom." With that, he waved and dashed off. Wang Jiai's heart fluttered slightly. "Dr. Yu, how long has Dr. Fang been studying painting?" Yu Huilian laughed heartily and immediately launched into a flurry of exaggerated praise. While he was lavishing praise on Fang Jian, he thought to himself, "Old Fang, I'll do my best to help you, but whether you achieve your goal depends on your own efforts." Chapter 120, Calling the Police. Fang Jian, of course, was unaware of Yu Huiliang's sleazy thoughts. Had he known, he would have guaranteed to kick him straight in the face to knock some sense into him. Fang Jian made his way to a quiet corner of the crowd. He glanced at the bald man and skinny monkey from afar but didn't follow them. Instead, he sat down on a nearby chair. He pulled out his phone, opened Mu Shue's WeChat, and began typing. "Sis Shue, any progress? Why are you asking? I can't tell you. Just give me a hint. Alright, just don't go blabbing. We've already screened his relatives and friends, narrowed down several targets, and made significant progress. Team leader Hua even specifically praised you at the meeting and said he'd give you a bonus." "Forget the bonus. Have you identified Baldy, Skinny Monkey, and the boss yet?" "We've narrowed down a few suspects, but no leads on the boss yet." Fang Jian silently sent over the photos he'd just taken. He pretended to photograph the easel, but his angle was clearly aimed at Baldy and Skinny Monkey, which was why Yu Huiliang found it odd. "Where did you get this photo?" Mu Shui replied almost instantly. "Fatso and I were at the amusement park when I stumbled upon these two. I overheard their conversation. It seems the boss is coming to meet them too." "Amusement park? Which one?" "Universal City." "Got it, we're on our way." "Fang Jian, stop following them. Your safety is the top priority." A faint smile touched Fang Jian's lips, bringing a flicker of warmth. Though she only reminded him to stay safe, Fang Jian knew that if she were in this situation herself, she'd likely brush off similar warnings as idle chatter. Fang Jian had positioned himself in the central area of the second floor. From this vantage point, he could survey the entire plaza below. He didn't foolishly attempt to follow the bald man and the skinny monkey. Instead, he silently held his ground. Because if those two wanted to leave, they would have to enter the main square and then choose one of the two exits east or west. Of course, they could scale the walls to escape, but that would betray their need for discretion. Such headline-grabbing actions were precisely what criminals dreaded most. Fang Jian was confident that unless those two had completely lost their minds, they would never do such a thing. Holding his phone, Fang Jian pretended to play a game, but his peripheral vision remained fixed on the area below. The moment those two appeared, they wouldn't escape his notice. Suddenly, Fang Jian sensed someone approaching. He turned to see Wang Jiai walking toward him with a smile. "Dr. Fang, weren't you heading to the restroom?" "Oh, I came out to rest for a bit. I'll play later." "That doesn't add up." Wang Jiai sat beside Fang Jian and peered down at his phone. "Are you looking for someone? How did you know?" Fang Jian asked in surprise. Had he been that obvious? "Don't forget, I'm a reporter. I've used this kind of surveillance technique before." "Wang Jian, you're such a joker." Fang Jian chuckled helplessly. "You're not some paparazzi chasing celebrities. What's with the tailing?" "I may not be a paparazzi, but when I'm tracking certain news stories, the dangers I face are far greater than those of paparazzi." Fang Jian paused, then recalled something Mu Shui had once said, that the stories this reporter, Wang Jai, covered were dangerous, so dangerous they could even endanger her loved ones. When Mu Shui had said this, her expression had been extremely serious, clearly not idle talk. "Dr. Fang, do you need my help?" "Thanks, Reporter Wang," Fang Jian began, then paused abruptly. Reporter Wang, if you truly want to help, could you take Fatso and Xiao Xingxing away? What? Find an excuse to take them away. Today's outing ends here. Wang Jiayi's expression shifted slightly. Are you implying there's danger here? I don't know. Fang Jian gave a bitter laugh. I'm just playing it safe. He knew full well that even if Mu Shui and the others arrived, they wouldn't make a big show of it, they'd only search in plain clothes. But these were drug dealers after all. Who knew what might happen if a confrontation broke out? That's why he had to prepare for the worst. Wang Jiayi's expression turned serious. Dr. Fang, what exactly is happening here? I hope you won't keep this from me. I am a journalist and a citizen with the right to know. Trust me, knowing about this won't do you any good. Dr. Fang, do you realize how much your tone sounds like someone? Who? Mu Shui. Fang Jian fought the urge to roll his eyes. In all his years, no one had ever compared him to that tigress before. Just then, a WeChat notification chimed. Fang Jian opened the app to find a message from Mu Shui. We're heading over in plain clothes. We'll be there soon. Why are you at the amusement park? Fang Jian's expression shifted slightly. He abruptly looked up at Wang Jiayi sitting beside him, a strong sense of foreboding welling up inside him. Mu Shui had repeatedly warned him not to get too close to Wang Jiayi. If she saw Wang Jiayi at the amusement park too, he'd never be able to clear his name, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Wang Ji, you two go ahead. Dr. Fang, why do you look so grim? Wang Ji's eyes flickered as she glanced at his phone. Is Mu Shui coming? How did you know? Fang Jian nearly dropped his phone in fright. Did this Wang Ji have precognitive abilities? A woman's intuition. Wang Jiayi's eyes sparkled. Ever since earlier, something about your demeanor has been off. You chose this open area that overlooks the entire plaza because Mu Shui is about to arrive, and there's still danger here. I get it. There's a fugitive here. Fang Jian stared at her in disbelief. He had to admit, some people's minds were truly extraordinary, they could deduce the most unexpected things from mere clues. Wang Ji, you shouldn't be a reporter, you should be a detective. Police work isn't my passion. I still prefer being a reporter. Wang Jiayi stood up and said, you keep watching. I'll take care of sending them off first. Fang Jian finally exhaled in relief, offering a sincere thank you. Wang Jiayi hurried away, and Fang Jian's WeChat pinged again. Why aren't you answering? Still following them? No, don't worry. I won't do anything reckless. After reassuring Mu Shui with a few words, Fang Jian had just put his phone away when he saw Wang Jiayi walking toward him again. Chapter 121, The Boss. Wang Ji, why are you back? Where's the fat guy and the others? Fang Jian asked in a low voice. Downstairs. Fang Jian looked down. Yu Huiliang and Xiao Xingxing were chatting and laughing as they headed toward the east exit. At the exit, Yu Huiliang suddenly turned, looked up, and gave him a thumbs up, making a go for a gesture. Fang Jian turned to look at Wang Jiayi with a mix of amusement and exasperation. What's going on? Wang Jiayi shrugged her shoulders. I told them I wanted some time alone with you, so they went home first. That's why they left. Was that really wise? Aren't you afraid they might misunderstand? What misunderstanding? As long as we're upright and honest, we have nothing to fear from rumors. Auntie, you may not care, but I do. Who are you afraid of? Mu Shui? Wang Jiayi's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Just as Fang Jian was about to deny it, his gaze suddenly sharpened as he looked down below. The bald man and the skinny monkey had reappeared in the main square. They chatted while cautiously scanning the surrounding crowd. Fang Jian glanced at them briefly before looking away, but when he turned back, he saw Wang Jiayi's eyes brimming with curiosity. Is it them? What did they do? Mu Shui might have a foul mouth, but she's a competent cop. She wouldn't just hand out information like that, would she? Fang Jian's expression shifted slightly. Wang Ji, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't stare around like that. Rest assured, I have far more experience in this than you. In a setting like this, it won't arouse suspicion. Wang Jiayi suddenly smiled and said, it's better if we keep an eye on them together. Why? If it's just one person, it'll raise suspicion. But if it's a man and a woman, around the same age, it won't attract attention. Fang Jian froze, instantly grasping the implication of couple. Truthfully, the chance to pretend to be a couple with Wang Jiayi was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he hadn't contacted Mu Shui, or if Mu Shui wouldn't arrive immediately, Fang Jian might have simply given in. But the thought of that tigress in a rage sent a shiver down his spine, and he resolved to keep a safe distance from Wang Jiayi. Of course, Wang Jiayi had a point. Until they found that so-called boss, it was best for the two of them to stick together for now. Dr. Fang, come sit beside me. Why? That way, I can look down at Fang openly while talking. If both of us stare in that direction, it'll still raise suspicions. Fang Jian hesitated before moving closer and murmuring, Wang Ji, I've realized you've got real detective potential. He'd intended to say spy, but the words caught in his throat. Remembering it was better not to offend women, he chose a more flattering term instead. I'm used to it. Fang Jian froze, staring at her in surprise, only to find her face utterly calm. For some reason, Fang Jian felt a sudden pang of unease in that moment. What exactly lay hidden within those three simple words? The thought sent a chill down his spine. Did journalists need to do this too? For routine interviews or crafting polished features, there'd be no danger. But Wang Jia's expression darkened slightly as she replied, I believe journalists exist to expose the dark corners of life. Only by stripping away those cloaks of darkness and bringing every shadow into the sunlight can this society, this nation, truly improve. Fang Jian stood frozen for a moment before murmuring, whine, doing this, you're going to make a lot of enemies, aren't you? Offend people? Wang Jia chuckled softly. If you want to tell the truth, how can you avoid offending people? Aren't you afraid of retaliation? I've already been hit, Wang Jia said nonchalantly. If it weren't for my family's modest background, I'd have been banished to some godforsaken corner of the country long ago, left to freeze my ass off. Then have you ever considered changing your ways? Wang Jia pondered for a moment before replying, I've been stubborn since childhood. My mother always said I'm like an ox if I don't want to drink water, I'd rather drown than take a single sip. Besides, someone has to speak the truth. If the media only sings praises, what future could this country possibly have? She pointed to her chest. In the front lines of journalism, some twist facts for money, others chase fame by pandering to the crowd. But there are still those who never forget their original purpose. Fang Jian stared blankly at Wang Jia, a powerful wave of respect welling up inside him without warning. If their earlier encounter had been mere coincidence, with some shared experiences, then at this moment, her image in his mind had undergone a complete transformation. Yet now, Fang Jian didn't know how to interact with her anymore. Suddenly, Wang Jia lowered her voice. Those two seem to be meeting someone. But they're too far away, I can't see clearly. Startled, Fang Jian replied, let's move to a different spot. For couples, sitting face to face was perfectly normal. But if both were leaning outward to peer down below, it would easily arouse suspicion. Wang Jia didn't object. They swiftly switched seats, and Fang Jian finally got his wish. He saw the man. The boss mentioned by Bing Jingwu was unmistakable, especially the distinctive black mole on his face, framed by a tuft of hair. It was like a trademark, anyone who saw it once would never forget it. See him? Yes, it's definitely the person I'm looking for. Ha? You can see him clearly from that far away? Fang Jian hesitated inwardly. He couldn't very well tell the other person. I'm temporarily enhancing my vision by channeling spiritual energy into my eyes. He pulled out his phone, used the zoom lens to snap a photo from afar, and said, I can't make it out clearly either, but it's definitely him. Hey, Sister Shui is here. On his phone, Fang Jian watched as Mu Shui and Hua Yaocheng entered the amusement park. They weren't alone, a whole wave of people followed them in. Though Fang Jian didn't know their exact plan, seeing people entering from both entrances and exits told him they'd set up a tight net. He opened WeChat and sent the photo. But just then, Fang Jian noticed the three figures seemed to sense something. After a brief exchange, they immediately scattered. I'll go check it out. Wangji, meet me later. With that, Fang Jian rose and strode swiftly toward the lower levels. Chapter 122, Disappearance. Wang Jia glanced back, instantly grasping the situation. But in the blink of an eye, Fang Jian had already disappeared into the distance. She paused to consider, then rose and began walking forward herself. Throughout this process, she displayed not a hint of urgency and drew no attention from anyone. Fang Jian quickened his pace, but after rounding two corners, he slowed to a walk. He had spotted the leader in the black t-shirt, strolling leisurely through the crowd. After the man passed, Fang Jian turned without hesitation and followed. The man's facial features were so distinctive that one glance was enough to ensure he'd never be forgotten. The boss turned a corner and entered the restroom. Fang Jian hesitated for a moment before following suit. The restroom was open and visible, yet Fang Jian couldn't spot the boss. His gaze swept over the closed stall doors, unsure which one the boss had entered. However, he couldn't linger here long. After relieving himself and washing his hands like everyone else, Fang Jian moved to the bench outside the restroom. He pulled out his phone and opened a game, appearing to play while keeping a sharp eye on the restroom entrance and exit out of the corner of his eye. Though it wasn't a holiday, the amusement park wasn't exactly packed, yet people still streamed in and out of the restroom without pause. A figure caught his peripheral vision, evoking a sense of familiarity. Yet Fang Jian immediately shifted his attention away. Not only did this person wear different colored clothes than the boss, but his face was clean-shaven, lacking that distinctive black mole. At any other time, Fang Jian might have paused to wonder if this was an old acquaintance. But now, he dared not let his guard down for even a moment. A WeChat notification chimed. Where are you? I saw Baldy and Skinny Monkey meet up with the boss. He went into the bathroom on the left side of the second floor. I'm keeping watch outside. Don't act impulsively, these drug dealers are extremely dangerous. Don't worry, I'm just keeping an eye on them. I won't act rashly. Moments later, Mu Shui and three young men approached. They weren't traveling together but walked separately. Had Fang Jian not seen them enter the amusement park together from upstairs, he would never have suspected anything was amiss. Mu Shui glanced at Fang Jian before immediately averting her gaze, walking toward the restroom without a trace of emotion. The three young men silently dispersed to guard the surrounding area. Fang Jian noticed more people slowly converging from the distance. A janitor approached the restroom entrance, placed a cleaning in progress sign, and stood there, turning away everyone who tried to enter afterward. With only people exiting and none entering, the restroom soon felt deserted. Yet Fang Jian frowned. He had a nagging feeling the boss couldn't possibly be stuck in there that long. But he could swear on his life observing with his spirit-enhanced vision he hadn't seen the boss leave at all. Sister Shui, something's not right. I know. He hasn't come out yet. Something must have happened. What should we do? Don't worry about it. Just take care of yourself. Mu Shui emerged from the restroom and gave a slight nod. Several young men immediately rushed into the bathroom, but moments later they emerged with expressions of disappointment. Clearly, they had searched every corner of the bathroom but found no one. Suddenly, a startled cry rang out from afar, followed by screams and commotion. The crowd began to stir. Fang Jian glanced in that direction. Chaos seemed to have erupted. Don't go over there. Why? Did you start something? Yes, Baldy and Skinny Monkey have been caught. What about the boss? Has he gone missing? Xiao Jian, don't beat yourself up. You're just a doctor, not a detective trained for surveillance. Getting this far is already an incredible achievement. Seeing Mu Shui's words of comfort, Fang Jian felt a wave of deflation wash over him. He had thought they could wipe out this drug trafficking ring in one fell swoop, but never imagined they would fall so close to the finish line. Yet, he couldn't wrap his head around how the boss had slipped right under his nose. Dr. Fang, there's a commotion over there. Want to go check it out? Fang Jian froze, turning to see Wang Jia had appeared behind him, her face alight with a smile. This. Fang Jian sucked in a sharp breath. Ms. Wang, the reporter, why did you choose this moment to appear? Couldn't you have come out earlier or later? This is practically designed to embarrass me. Whether it was his imagination or not, Fang Jian suddenly felt a stinging heat on his back. He could sense that Mu Shui's gaze was fixed on him right now. If she weren't busy with her assignment, that tigress would have exploded already. Wang, I have things to attend to. I'll head back for today. Fang Jian offered a forced smile and a farewell, deciding that retreat was the wisest course of action. Wang Jia covered her mouth and giggled. All right then. But when do you plan to film the next video? Fang Jian's footsteps faltered. This video absolutely had to be made. The series couldn't be interrupted. Moreover, the sheer volume of information generated daily in modern society was immense. Though his last song had achieved phenomenal results and brought him substantial profits, its impact had already begun to wane noticeably after just a few days. The second video couldn't be delayed too long. I've already got some ideas, he said. Wang Ji, I'll come find you in a few days after I finish writing the score. Alright, looking forward to seeing you next time. Fang Jian forced a smile and took off running. He couldn't bear to face Mu Shui's icy glare any longer. Flight was his only option. Once Fang Jian was completely out of sight, Mu Shui suddenly approached Wang Jia and whispered, Wang Jia, what are you up to? Mu Shui, what are you doing here? Wang Jia asked with a beaming smile. It's none of your business where I am, but I'm warning you, stay away from my brother. Mu Shui, are you that afraid of me? Fear you? Mu Shui retorted angrily. You should know what kind of news you've been publishing and how many people you've offended. Xiao Jian doesn't have your connections. If he stays with you, you'll ruin him. Wang Jia looked at her intently and said slowly, Mu Shui, you've misunderstood. I'm with him simply because I love the songs he creates. There's nothing else to it. With a faint smile, she added, rest assured, I won't interfere with you. Just stop scaring him. Waving goodbye, Wang Jia walked away with a smile, her slender figure carrying an indescribable grace. Mu Shui pressed her lips tightly together, watching her depart. Yet the fire burning within her heart refused to die down. Chapter 123, I'm serious. Fang Jian fled the amusement park at breakneck speed. Though he didn't feel he owed her anything, for some reason, whenever he faced Mu Shui, an inexplicable sense of guilt would surface. Perhaps this was the result of countless failed attempts to resist her influence since childhood. The image of a fierce tigress was already deeply ingrained in his mind, impossible to erase. Hey, Fang Jian. Old Fang. Why the rush? Fang Jian halted abruptly, turning with surprise to find Yu Hui Liang waving and shouting at him from the shadows. Fatso, what are you doing here all alone? Yu Hui Liang rolled his eyes. Why can't I be here alone? Fang Jian scanned the area but didn't see Xiao Xingxing. You're looking for Xiao Xingxing, right? Yeah. I called a car to take her home. Fang Jian froze, his gaze toward Yu Hui Liang tinged with a hint of strangeness. From what he'd observed, Yu Hui Liang clearly had strong feelings for Xiao Xingxing. The fact that he'd even mentioned weight loss today showed just how determined he was. So, having finally gotten a chance to be alone with her, I really don't understand why Yu Hui Liang would give up so easily. As if reading his best friend's thoughts, Yu Hui Liang sighed deeply and said, Old Fang, I'm serious this time. Serious? Yeah, serious. Don't laugh. I'm serious. I'm not laughing. Can't you tell I'm being dead serious? Yu Huiliang stared at Fang Jian, but no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't detect a trace of seriousness in his friend's expression. Alright, this whole chasing girls thing isn't up for discussion with you. Anyway, she's different. I don't want her to get scared. Fatso, are you playing hard to get, baiting her to bite? No. Yu Huiliang shook his head decisively. I want to lose weight before spending time with her. Otherwise, going out looking like this would be embarrassing. Fang Jian was momentarily speechless, utterly dumbfounded. But he finally grasped one thing: Yu Huiliang seemed to be in far deeper than he'd imagined. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Though not particularly old, Yu Huiliang had spent considerable time in nightlife circles and had gone through several girlfriends. Despite his unattractive appearance, his deep pockets were undeniable, always drawing gold diggers. Yet this very man had been captivated by Xiao Xingxing. One had to admit, matters of fate truly defied logic. By the way, why did you rush out just now? What about Wang's place? Yu Huiliang asked, his tone tinged with reproach. I set up such a perfect opportunity for you, and you didn't even take advantage of it. I'm so disappointed. Disappointed? Fang Jian retorted irritably, guess who I ran into at the amusement park? Who? Mu Shui, big sister Mu. What? You ran into the tigress? How did she even get in there? I called her. Yu Huiliang stared blankly at Fang Jian, his expression so bizarre it defied description. It seemed like he was silently accusing him. You asked for this. Who else can you blame? Fang Jian shook his head. Let's not talk about it. Let's go back. I need to brew a bowl of soup to send to someone. Yu Huiliang suddenly clapped his hands. Old Fang, even if you ran into a tigress, why did you run? You didn't do anything to offend her. Fang Jian's footsteps faltered slightly. He opened his mouth, murmuring, yeah, I didn't offend her. Why did I run? Pfft, you coward. Now hurry back and bring Wang Ji home. Don't miss this golden opportunity, Yu Huiliang urged from the side. Fang Jian's expression shifted several times. Before yesterday, he might have considered it. But after the misunderstanding at Mu Shui's place, he knew for certain that if he openly escorted Wang Jia home in front of her, nothing good would come of it. The memory of holding Mu Shui last night sent a flutter through Fang Jian's heart, softening his gaze. Old Fang, hey, old Fang. Huh? What? What are you thinking about? Or have you gone completely spaced out? No, I was just thinking it's best not to provoke Sister Shui. Hey, old Fang, you're just pursuing the Wang family. How could you possibly upset the tigress? Yu Huiliang shook his head. I know you feel grateful to their family, and I understand Uncle Mu's intentions too. But you have to know your limits. Don't let gratitude get in the way of your own life. Fang Jian suddenly turned his head, his eyes blazing as he stared at Yu Huiliang. Those words struck him like lightning, flashing through his mind and making him see himself clearly in that moment. He had never before considered why his feelings and attitude toward Mu Shui were so complicated. To call it a simple sibling bond felt wrong. To mix in romantic feelings felt even more off. But now, Yu Huiliang's words gave him a faint glimmer of understanding. It was gratitude. His deep gratitude toward Uncle Mu's family was deeply intertwined within it. Of course, given Mu Shui's looks and circumstances, to claim that growing up alongside her, especially now, at an age when hormones were raging, left Fang Jian completely unmoved would be self-deception. In short, the feelings between him and Mu Shui had become too complex to express with simple words. But one thing was certain: as long as his gratitude toward Uncle Mu remained, he would instinctively hold back around Mu Shui. Perhaps that was the biggest reason why he could never truly be himself in her presence. Yu Huiliang inexplicably touched his own face, finding no dirt there. Fang Jian reached out and slapped his shoulder hard. Old Yu, thanks. Oh, thank me? Come on, I'm treating you to a feast. No thanks, I'm on a diet. Let me treat you to some congee instead. Alright, porridge it is. Seafood porridge, bone porridge, fish porridge, one of each, please. Fang Jian, are you trying to kill me? Ha ha. The two of them bickered and teased each other as they made their way toward the underground parking garage. Ouch. Sorry. Yu Huiliang turned halfway to speak to Fang Jian when he suddenly bumped into someone, quickly apologizing. No problem. It was a middle-aged man with an expressionless face and no distinctive features. He waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. Fang Jian offered an apologetic smile, but for some reason, as he watched the man's retreating figure, he couldn't shake the feeling that he looked familiar. Let's go. At Yu Huiliang's urging, they finally drove off. Yet they didn't notice that not far behind them, a pair of cold, predatory eyes had already locked onto them from afar. Chapter 124, Explanation. Fang Jian, why did you go to the amusement park today, and with Wang Jia? That evening, Mu Shui's accusatory message suddenly popped up on WeChat. Sis Shui, you guys just finished up? Oof. We just nabbed 2 key drug dealers. Both our unit and the narcotics squad have been swamped. We're only just getting a break now. Just 2 people? With all the manpower at your station, you're still working this late? That's pretty inefficient. What do you know, kid? Even through the screen, Fang Jian could sense Mu Shue's disdain in her typing. We have strict protocols and procedures to follow. Plus, those two weren't cooperating. Getting time off now is only because Captain Hua gave me special consideration. Sister Shui, are those two refusing to talk? They're not just refusing to talk, their mouths are sealed shut like they've been glued shut with superglue. They won't say a single word. Haven't you tried any methods? Fang Jian, we're a civilized law enforcement agency. Alright. But I believe civilized law enforcement is appropriate for ordinary citizens. However, when dealing with drug dealers, your civilized approach only endangers more people. With them, swift and decisive action is essential, any means necessary. As Fang Jian typed these words, a chilling glint flickered in his eyes, a glint he didn't notice was tinged with a faint red hue. The mere mention of drug dealers sent his emotions surging uncontrollably. If possible, he would exterminate every last one of these scum. Humanitarian or not, he'd leave not a single one standing. Fang Jian, I understand your feelings. But our actions must be subject to oversight. Lawbreakers who knowingly defy the law are, in some ways, even more dangerous than drug dealers. Yes, Sister Shui is always right. Long live Sister Shui. You've got me fooled, Fang Jian. Spill it, why is one Jai with you? Oof. No wonder you dodged my questions today. Turns out you were too scared to speak up. Fang Jian remained silent for a long moment before typing. Sister Shui, if I told you that meeting the Wangs at the amusement park was actually a coincidence, a chance encounter, would you believe me? Do you think I'd believe that? Alright, truth be told, Fatso wanted to pursue Wang Ji's cousin, Xiao Xingxing. But wherever Xiao Xingxing went, she always brought her cousin along. Fatso asked me to distract Wang Ji so he could be alone with Xiao Xingxing. After typing this, Fang Jian silently added in his mind. Fatso, you've really gone out of your way. You Huiliang. After a long silence, Mu Shue's WeChat lit up again. Xiao Jian, I've told you before, Wang Jai isn't a bad person. Strictly speaking, she possesses strong ethics and integrity within the news media industry. However, the stories she reports tend to make enemies. Without powerful backing, it's best to keep your distance from her. Got it, Sister Shui. Rest assured, I'll keep your advice in mind. Smooth talking kid, remember to come to the police station tomorrow. Why? Ah, I get it, it's hypnosis, right? Exactly. Though we've apprehended two key members of the drug ring, the mastermind slipped away. Now he's on guard, making him harder to track down. We must get these two to talk ASAP to catch the ringleader sooner. Until he's behind bars, this operation won't stop, it could resurface at any moment. Alright. Fang Jian agreed immediately, saying, don't worry. I guarantee they'll spill everything down to the color of their underwear. A knock sounded at the door. Fang Jian tucked away his phone and opened it. Mom, it's so late. Why aren't you asleep yet? Suing glanced at the phone clutched in his hand. Who are you chatting with? Sister Shui. Mu Shui? Are you absolutely sure about this? Fang Jian froze, then hurriedly explained, Mom, you've got the wrong idea. It's not what you think. Suing waved her hand gently. Don't worry. Whatever path the two of you choose, we won't interfere. I just came to remind you our family owes the Mu family far too much. Don't break Mu Shue's heart. Fang Jian's mouth twitched. Mom, even if I had that intention, I'd need the guts to pull it off, wouldn't I? Suing considered this before replying, I'll say it again, if you truly have those intentions, then pursue the relationship properly. But if you're only playing around, end it now, don't waste that girl's time. She stood up, but before leaving the room, she added, if possible, try to convince Shui not to become a police officer. Fang Jian wore a bitter smile. Setting aside the fact that they weren't even that kind of relationship yet, even if they were, would Mu Shui really listen to him and quit being a cop? Shaking his head, Fang Jian pushed the thoughts aside and resumed his daily exercise routine. Placing his palms flat on the floor, he slowly lifted them until his body was supported solely by his 10 fingers. Fang Jian slowly exerted force, beginning his push-ups. Previous attempts had always ended halfway when his palms would inevitably touch the floor due to insufficient finger strength. It was more of a mock-up than a genuine finger push-up routine. But today, as he assumed the position, Fang Jian was astonished to find his 10 fingers stubbornly holding firm. Though the weight of his body pressed into his fingers, causing a dull ache, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Throughout the entire exercise, his palms remained more than a finger's width above the floor. This signified that after a period of training, his finger strength had finally improved significantly, enabling him to genuinely perform 10-finger push-ups. While he couldn't gauge whether this progress was fast or slow, any improvement was cause for celebration. Pulling out the test tube, Fang Jian gazed at the vibrant, pale green liquid swirling within, his confidence surging. He went to the kitchen, selected a suitable insulated container, and washed it thoroughly. With everything prepared, Fang Jian washed up and climbed into bed. Yet as he lay there, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. A massive question lingered in his mind. How exactly had the drug ring's boss managed to escape? Could there be a secret passage in the amusement park restroom that no one knew about? Impossible. If there were a hidden exit, the park staff would never have been unaware of it. His mind raced, considering countless plausible and implausible methods, only to dismiss them one by one. Drowsy, Fang Jian's consciousness drifted toward unconsciousness, yet he clung to a feeling the truth was not far from him. Chapter 125, Hypnotizing Again. First thing the next morning, Fang Jian headed downstairs to buy a bowl of spare ribs soup from the Shaxian restaurant. He knew this soup was surely leftovers from the previous night, but he didn't mind. After all, it wasn't the broth that mattered. After straining out the ribs and other solids until only the broth remained, Fang Jian poured the nutrient solution from the test tube into it. Instantly, the pale green liquid spread out, subtly altering the broth's color. However, this green hue didn't appear strange. Instead, it had a pleasingly soothing effect. This nutrient solution was actually a highly refined product. Whether administered via injection or directly poured into the mouth, it delivered consistent results. But Fang Jian knew that if he hadn't disguised it with the pork rib broth and simply presented the pale green nutrient solution directly, the chances of old Lu agreeing would have been minuscule. Using the pork rib broth as a cover, however, alleviated most people's concerns. Just as he finished pouring the soup into the insulated container, Fang Jian received a call from Mu Shui. Downstairs, hurry up. As always, Mu Shui was as decisive and efficient as ever. Xiaojian, is Mu Shui waiting for you? Yes, Mom. I'll be right back. Watching Fang Jian hurry off with the thermos, Suing shook her head helplessly. That boy was so clumsy. Who knew if being with Mu Shui was a blessing or a curse? Oh well, at least Mu Shui was someone she knew well. Better than picking someone random off the street, right? Suing thought uncertainly. Once in Mu Shui's car, Fang Jian proactively picked up a mask from the back seat and put it on. Sis Shui, you made me wear this into the police station. Are you worried there might be spies inside? Don't be ridiculous. Mu Shui's expression darkened slightly. I told you to wear it, so wear it. Don't take it off without my permission. Yeah, I'll take care of myself. Don't worry. The car soon pulled up at the police station, heading straight for the same corner interrogation room. Before they arrived, the bald man had already been brought out in custody. Spotting Mu Shui and Fang Jian enter, the bald man froze. His gaze lingered on Fang Jian before breaking into a vicious grin. Oh my, what's this? Afraid to show your face in the police station? Did you get disfigured, or are you just too ugly? Shut up. Hua Yaocheng snapped. Still so cocky after being booked? You've got some nerve. So what if it's the police station? I haven't broken any laws. You arrested me. That's a human rights violation. I can sue you. Sue us? Go ahead, try it. Hua Yaocheng sneered coldly. You'd better worry about how to get out of here first. The bald man laughed arrogantly, seemingly unconcerned by the threat. This guy's a repeat offender. He's been in the station plenty of times. We checked his records, but he's never been involved in drug trafficking before, Mu Shui murmured from the side. Fang Jian nodded slightly. He understood their purpose here and said nothing, simply stepping forward and beginning to wave his hands. Truthfully, his appearance was the most bizarre in the room. The moment he entered, he'd caught the bald man's attention. Even if he'd done nothing, the bald man wouldn't have taken his eyes off him, let alone now that he'd stepped forward to draw the spotlight. So, the bald man's gaze locked onto Fang Jian, now fixed intently on his hands. In just a moment, the bald man suddenly felt an overwhelming wave of fatigue wash over him. An indescribable drowsiness surged up like an autumn wildfire, beyond his control. What was happening? The bald man's heart raced with dread. He instantly realized this mysterious masked man seemed truly different. But before his guard could fully kick in, his consciousness completely faded. His head dropped, his body went limp, and he slumped back in his chair, snoring softly through his nose and mouth. What's your name? An Guang. Fang Jian turned to see Mu Shui give him a slight nod. The name was correct proof that the bald man had indeed fallen victim. Why did you go to the amusement park yesterday? The boss sent word to meet at the amusement park. It wouldn't raise anyone's suspicions. Fang Jian felt a flicker of admiration for that enigmatic boss. Even the police probably wouldn't have imagined they'd choose a place like an amusement park for a meeting. Quiet locations might be suitable for meetings, but they're also easier to surveil and bug. However, achieving the same level of secrecy in an environment like an amusement park was next to impossible. The drug dealer's mindset was truly beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Where's your boss? The boss met with us once, but before he could assign tasks, he spotted the cops. So we split up. Who exactly is your boss? As Bald Boss spoke, the boss's face flashed through his mind. Though he'd already met Fang Jian yesterday, he still instinctively picked up the hardboard and pen he'd prepared long ago. Unlike yesterday, having witnessed his abilities, today's interrogation included not only the sketchpad but also a dedicated drawing pen. Fang Jian swiftly sketched the boss's features onto the paper, emphasizing the prominent black mole with its long, dark hair. Huayao City had prepared in advance, listing out a series of questions. Fang Jian simply needed to ask them in order. Throughout this process, the bald man cooperated for the most part. Only when questions touched upon the drug trafficker's core secrets did he become agitated and restless. Whenever this happened, Fang Jian had to draw upon his exceptional personal abilities, intensifying his mental control to calm the visibly anxious bald man. It took a full hour before Fang Jian finished asking all the questions on his list. Where does your boss live? Where is he from? I don't know. How do you usually contact him? The boss tells us everything. Fang Jian furrowed his brow and shook his head slightly toward Mu Shui and the other officer. A hint of disappointment flashed across both their faces. They had expected that after prying information from the bald man, they could uncover the boss's true identity and proceed with the arrest. But none of them had anticipated that this boss would be so meticulously cautious. Even his most trusted subordinates remained unaware of his real identity. Wei Cheng ordered someone to carry the bald man, who was sleeping like a log, out of the room. Then, he turned his attention to Skinny Monkey. Within the drug ring, Baldy clearly held a significantly higher status than Skinny Monkey. The answers he couldn't extract from Baldy remained equally elusive from Skinny Monkey. Chapter 126, A Flash of Insight. Inside the interrogation room, Hua Yaocheng and Mu Shui both wore troubled expressions. They had assumed that once Fang Jian pried information from these two, they could follow the trail and round up all the criminals. Yet the boss's cunning and caution exceeded everyone's expectations. Even the two core members of the gang remained unaware of his true identity. While this approach created complications during handoffs, it provided unparalleled concealment. Even if an accomplice was accidentally captured and broke under pressure, the police would never be able to identify the boss based on their testimony. Hua Yaocheng had the Skinny Monkey escorted away. He crossed his arms, his brows knitting tightly into a deep frown as he sank into deep thought. Mu Shui picked up the portrait on the table, yet no matter how she examined it, she couldn't discern anything unusual. Both men had scrutinized this portrait of the boss countless times. His features and image were etched into their memories. But despite casting a wide net, they still hadn't managed to trap him. Hua Yaocheng snapped out of his reverie. Mu Shui, take Dr. Jian back first. We'll gather everyone later to see if we can find any clues in the new confessions. He added bitterly, every crime leaves traces. I refuse to believe we can't find a single useful lead among all these clues. Mu Shui nodded firmly. Rest assured, Captain Hua. We will catch that bastard. Fang Jian desperately wanted to attend the meeting, but he understood that without police credentials, his presence was entirely inappropriate. Moreover, Mu Shui would never agree to let him cross that line. Following Mu Shui into the car, she asked, Where are you headed? I have an appointment with old man Lu today. I'm going to his place to massage his wife. Alright, I'll take you there. Mu Shui shot him a surprised glance before starting the car. After leaving the police station, she said, Xiao Jian, thank you. Sister Shui, I told you before, it's the least I can do. I wasn't referring to that. Mu Shui hesitated before adding, Mr. Lu's opinion is crucial to my father. Thank you. Fang Jian chuckled. Mu Shui seemed unconcerned about this matter, but in reality, it directly impacted Mu Taishan's future career prospects. As his daughter, how could she not be aware? Sis Shui, are you telling me this because you look down on me? Oof. I was just being kind. If you don't appreciate it, fine. But don't expect to hear about it again. Yes. Fang Jian quickly changed the subject. Sister Shui, are you confident? Mu Shui's delicate brows furrowed, though any expression on such a beauty remained a sight to behold. That boss may be cunning, but he must leave clues. We might not find him this time, but as long as he doesn't back down, we'll eventually track him down. After a pause, she added, those two addresses you uncovered earlier are crucial. We've already sent people there. Hopefully, we'll uncover something. Fang Jian sighed softly. If only we'd gotten those addresses yesterday. Mu Shui shook her head slightly. Yesterday was crowded and noisy. It wasn't convenient for you to show up. Fang Jian shrugged his shoulders. Though he wanted to help, since Mu Shui and the others had reservations, he couldn't force the issue. Yet his expression suddenly froze as Mu Shui's words flashed through his mind like lightning. Sister Mu, what did you just say? What did you say? You said yesterday. Oh, yesterday there were too many people around. It wasn't convenient for you to show up. Inconvenient to show up, Fang Jian murmured under his breath, his eyes growing increasingly bright. In that instant, a strange thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Fang Jian closed his eyes, and the events of yesterday at the amusement park instantly replayed in his mind. Ever since gaining his psychic powers, Fang Jian's memory had reached an astonishing level. Whenever he tapped into his psychic abilities, everything he saw and heard became etched into his mind like vivid footage. Though he didn't know how long these memories would last, recalling yesterday's events now felt like watching a video replay, the scenes flowing seamlessly through his mind. He followed the boss into the restroom and then stood guard at the entrance. During this time, he hadn't actually seen the boss's movements. Yet, at one particular moment, he thought he caught sight of a vaguely familiar figure. For an ordinary person, even if they noticed something, they would never remember the outcome after that fleeting glance. Yet, in Fang Jian's mind at that moment, the person's face was vividly clear. That face. Fang Jian was certain this stranger was not among his acquaintances. Moreover, it was a common face, devoid of any distinctive features. If placed in a crowd, he would be utterly unremarkable. Yet, the more Fang Jian looked at this face, the more familiar it became. Memories raced through his mind, transporting him outside the amusement park. As Yu Huilian walked, he accidentally bumped into a middle-aged man. The moment that man turned around, he revealed the exact same face. Suddenly, Fang Jian opened his eyes, cold sweat beating on his back. Why was this man there? Could it be he had already noticed me? Xiao Jian, what are you thinking? Mu Shui had already slammed on the brakes the moment she heard the change in Fang Jian's voice. She looked at her childhood friend with eyes full of anticipation. As a criminal investigator, solving cases required not only meticulous evidence gathering but also those fleeting flashes of insight that often proved pivotal. Judging by Fang Jian's reaction just now, that seemed to be exactly what had happened. Fang Jian took a deep breath and said, Sister Shui, let's go back. I need to check something. Okay. Mu Shui turned the car around without hesitation and headed back toward the police station. The drive back was lightning fast, showcasing her fierce side as she overtaken car after car. Inside the station, Hua Yaochang was leading a meeting with his team, analyzing newly acquired intelligence and clues. When Mu Shui and Fang Jian burst in, he felt a flicker of irritation but forced a smile. Dr. Jian, what brings you back? Mu Shui quickly interjected, Captain Hua, Dr. Jian says he's thought of some leads and wants to report them to you. Hua Yaocheng's eyes lit up. He had witnessed Dr. Jian's remarkable abilities before. Dr. Jian, please proceed. Fang Jian interjected, Captain Hua, could you bring over the portraits I drew yesterday and today? I'd like to take a look. Sure. Soon, two portraits of the same person appeared before Fang Jian. Fang Jian's gaze fixed intently on the portraits. After a moment, he sighed deeply and said, just as I suspected. Chapter 127, Disguise. The interrogation room now held more than just Hua Yaochang and Mu Shui. It was packed with elite detectives and narcotics officers. Yet, faced with that mysterious boss, they remained utterly stumped. Therefore, upon hearing Fang Jian's words, Hua Yaochang immediately asked urgently, Dr. Jian, have you discovered any clues? Seeing Hua Yaocheng's attitude, the other officers exchanged glances. They knew nothing of Fang Jian's identity or what he'd been doing these past 2 days, only that this mysterious figure had been brought into the police station by Mu Shui. Out of respect for Hua Yaochang and Mu Shui, no one would openly embarrass Fang Jian. But if he presumptuously tried to meddle in their case, this elite squad of officers would never bow their heads in defeat so easily. Captain Hua, who exactly is this Dr. Jian? Might you introduce him to us? A 30-something officer stood up, asking with a smile. Yet his piercing gaze held a hint of subtle disdain. So many elite officers have studied this for ages with nothing to show for it, yet you some unknown nobody who won't even show your face glance at the sketch and start spouting off? If there were any secrets in this sketch, we'd have spotted them long ago. Why else would we let you stand here putting on airs and giving orders? Fang Jian looked up and asked, and this gentleman is? Hua Yaocheng frowned slightly and said, this is Comrade Yu Chenghua, the captain of the narcotics squad. Fang Jian was quite surprised. This captain should be at Hua Yaocheng's rank, yet he appeared much younger. Such individuals either possess exceptional work capabilities coupled with someone's recognition and promotion, or they have exceptionally deep connections. Regardless of which category he fell into, he was someone not to be trifled with. Yu Chenhua's lips turned up in a faint, almost imperceptible smile as he said, Dr. Jian, you might not be fully aware of the situation. Let me introduce you to this boss. He paused before continuing, this man is the leader of a drug trafficking syndicate. Under his command are criminals like Baldy, Skinny Monkey, and Bing Jingwu. They've been involved in drug trafficking for many years and have only recently extended their reach into N-City. This boss operates with extreme caution, leaving no trace. He's always maintained single-line communication with his men, only mobilizing them during drug transactions and shipments. His gaze grew sharper as he continued, in all my years on the drug squad, I've never seen such a cowardly individual. Not even his closest lieutenant knows his true identity. A hint of helplessness flickered in everyone's eyes. Though the police were the state's enforcement arm for maintaining order and stability, without pinpointing the suspect's true identity, even their most formidable resources proved useless. Fang Jian nodded slightly. Yu Chenhua's account was familiar to him, as Mu Shui had already covered most of it. Captain Yu, have you ever encountered a similar situation before? Yu Chenhua hesitated briefly before shaking his head. We haven't, but other provinces have encountered similar criminal syndicates. What was the outcome? We dismantled the criminal gangs, but we couldn't pinpoint the mastermind's identity. After lying low for a while, they'd resurface. I see. Only by capturing the true mastermind can such criminal organizations be completely eradicated. Exactly. Yu Chenhua said solemnly, but their leader is extremely cunning. It's not just identifying them, even finding a few suspects is incredibly difficult. Fang Jian smiled faintly, picked up a fresh sheet of paper and pen from the table, glanced at the sketch, and began drawing rapidly. Such sketches were second nature to him. Within mere minutes, the portrait was complete. His actions piqued everyone's curiosity. When Fang Jian placed the sketch on the whiteboard in front of them, a murmur of astonishment rippled through the room. Everyone saw the portrait a likeness, yet vastly different from the other boss's portrait on the whiteboard. This man's face lacked the distinctive hairy black mole. This. Yu Changhua abruptly stood up, striding purposefully to the whiteboard as his gaze locked onto the drawing. Everyone, yesterday you mobilized a massive force, setting up a tight net inside and outside the amusement park, successfully bringing the bald man and skinny monkey to justice. But in this seemingly flawless operation, you missed the most crucial figure, the boss. Fang Jian pointed at the board and asked, "Don't you find this strange?" Hua Yaocheng's eyes gleamed brightly. "Dr. Feng, are you suggesting this boss was actually disguised?" "Exactly. Despite millions of years of evolution, our visual nerves remain susceptible to deceptively simple optical illusions. When we first see this portrait, our eyes are immediately drawn to that hairy black mole on his face. I believe anyone who sees it would find it utterly unforgettable." Everyone nodded instinctively, even Yu Changhua, who harbored a trace of inexplicable hostility toward the other man. Yet this was merely the boss's disguise. I suspect he never had a mole on his face at all. That unforgettable mark was something he stuck on himself. Though everyone had already guessed his thoughts beforehand, when Fang Jian actually voiced it aloud, the room erupted once more in a buzz of murmurs. Hua Yaocheng clapped his hands loudly. Quiet. Silence instantly fell. Both the narcotics squad and the criminal investigation unit members clamped their mouths shut. Yet their eager eyes betrayed their surging excitement. Their earlier frustration stemmed from being unable to pinpoint the boss's identity, knowing full well they might let this big fish slip through their fingers. Yet now, when it seemed all hope was lost, a new lead had emerged, one that perfectly explained everything. While it couldn't be declared 100% certain, they all shared a gut feeling: if they followed this lead down the rabbit hole, they would undoubtedly catch the mastermind. Hua Yaocheng nodded slightly to Fang Jian and asked, "Dr. Jian, how did you discover this clue?" Fang Jian pointed to the two sketches of the boss with the black mole on the whiteboard and asked, "Look closely. What's different about these two sketches?" Chapter 128, Blurred Portraits. These sketches were drawn by Fang Jian during the hypnosis sessions with Bing Jingwu and the bald man. The figures depicted were the crime syndicate bosses whom these two suspects both revered and feared. In truth, the interrogation transcripts of Bing Jingwu and Bald Head were no secret. Though the officers present hadn't witnessed the hypnosis sessions, they had all reviewed the written records. Thus, the appearance of this boss was not unfamiliar to them. However, they all assumed this facial portrait was an internal police composite sketch. Consequently, while it left a strong impression, none had truly scrutinized it. Hua Yaocheng stared intently for a long moment before finally saying, "Dr. Jian, you needn't keep us in suspense. I can't discern any difference between these two portraits." Indeed, not only could he not discern any difference, but the others too stared wide-eyed, their intense gazes seeming to burn through the paper, yet they still couldn't spot any clues. Fang Jian sighed softly, pointing to two moles on the portraits. "Look," he said. "Notice how the positions of the moles on their faces are slightly different." This. Hua Yaocheng gaped in astonishment. He wanted to snap, "Nonsense," but the words froze on his lips. "Is that even possible?" Yu Changhua spun around abruptly. "Dr. Jian, you must be joking." The other officers all wore peculiar expressions. They had initially thought Dr. Jian had uncovered some remarkable clue, but as the truth was revealed, they all felt a sense of utter absurdity. A composite sketch is essentially a form of investigative experimentation, merely a supplementary tool for inquiries. While some experts in China did work on such projects, could an accurate sketch of a suspect really be produced solely from witness and victim descriptions? This question had long been a subject of heated debate. To some extent, it could be summed up in 3 words: pure luck. Typically, these professional artists begin by reviewing extensive case files and repeatedly studying surveillance footage of the suspect. They then conduct interviews with witnesses and victims. Crucially, they don't produce just one sketch, they create hundreds over an extended period, and the final result is rarely the only one. Typically, 3 to 5 sketches are produced, which police then use to narrow down the suspect pool. But how effective is this approach? It's certainly a matter worth considering. They weren't your average beat cops, they knew the ropes inside out. Therefore, in their eyes, these 2 sketches were merely reference material. Few would genuinely believe they could yield meaningful insights. They preferred to believe these were the result of Dr. Jian's deep analytical thinking and a sudden flash of insight, rather than conclusions drawn from comparing sketches. Fang Jian shrugged his shoulders and said, "I'm not joking. Look, both men have moles on their faces, but their positions are slightly offset. Of course, without paying special attention, it's indeed hard to notice. I only realized it later." Yu Chenghua's facial muscles twitched. "Dr. Jian, you know this is a composite sketch, right? The artist never saw the criminal in person. It's just a facial sketch of the suspect based on descriptions from 2 different criminals. Even if there were significant differences, let alone a slight deviation in the position of a mole, it would be perfectly normal." "Yes. Exactly." The clue Dr. Jian had discovered was significant, but no one expected it to be based on a sketch. The officers below began whispering among themselves. When Fang Jian first announced his discovery, they had been utterly stunned by his judgment. But upon learning the basis for his reasoning, they now looked at him with a touch of disdain. What they didn't know was that Fang Jian hadn't drawn the sketch based on any vague image. While hypnotizing Jing Jingwu and the bald man, his mental connection to them allowed him to see the boss's face through their eyes and memories as they described him. Yet, the black mole on the boss's face held crucial significance, one that even Fang Jian had overlooked due to habitual thinking. His conversation with Mu Shui had been a sudden inspiration. It wasn't until he compared the two sketches that he reached his final confirmation. But he couldn't possibly explain all this. Even if he did, few would believe him. Mu Shui suddenly stepped forward, pulling out 2 additional portraits and pinning them to the whiteboard. The murmurs below instantly fell silent. Everyone stared at the police department's star, puzzled, wondering what she was about to say. The 2 new portraits on the whiteboard depicted the bald man and the skinny monkey. These 2 had initially been key suspects under police scrutiny, but they were now already in custody at the police station. Everyone, you should recognize these 2, right? Yu Chunghua smiled faintly. Mu Shui, they're Baldy and Skinny Monkey. How could we not know them? Then what do you think? Do these portraits resemble Baldy and Skinny Monkey? Yu Chunghua and the others studied the portraits closely, their eyes tinged with resignation. These paintings were clearly modeled after Baldy and Skinny Monkey, and the artist's skill was profound, even capturing their mannerisms. Such meticulous portraits were almost indistinguishable from photographs. Hua Yaocheng cleared his throat. He understood exactly what Mu Shui was aiming for. Everyone, there's one thing I haven't told you: these 2 portraits are actually composite sketches. What? A chorus of incredulous voices erupted throughout the room. How could that be? How could a composite sketch be so accurate? Did the artist actually see the suspect? Hua Yaocheng said solemnly, I assure you, the expert never met the suspect. These sketches were drawn on the spot based solely on the interrogation of another suspect. The crowd exchanged wide-eyed glances, each feeling as if they'd heard a fairy tale. Just by listening to the suspect's description, he could accurately draw such a lifelike portrait? Could today be April Fool's Day? Or was Chief Hua just telling a joke to lighten the tense mood? Hua Yaocheng scanned the room, taking in their reactions before continuing. It was precisely through these 2 blurry sketches that we identified the suspects and ultimately made the arrests. As for how closely they resemble the actual suspects, well, I think that speaks for itself. Yu Chunhua still looked utterly baffled, but he couldn't question his colleagues. Captain Hua, having such a skilled portrait artist is like striking gold for your homicide squad. He paused, then added, may I ask who this expert is? Perhaps we could consult them more often when we have cases. Hua Yaocheng chuckled softly. Far away in the sky, yet right before your eyes. Chapter 129, Returning to the Lu residence. These 2 portraits were painted by Dr. Jian? Yu Chunghua spun around in astonishment. Though he already guessed the answer, he still found it hard to believe. He wasn't alone. Among the many officers present, aside from Hua Yaocheng and Mu Shui who had witnessed it firsthand, how many would believe it? Fang Jian smiled faintly, though his expression was obscured by the specialized mask covering his face. Yet in that moment, he felt a quiet satisfaction. After a moment of silence, Yu Chunghua finally extended his hand. Dr. Jian, he said, I failed to recognize your true worth. I apologize for my offense. Captain Yu, you're too kind. I wonder when Dr. Jian might have time to show us this extraordinary skill. Though his words were polite, anyone could detect the skepticism beneath. Clearly, even with Huayao City's testimony, he remained half convinced. Yet this was hardly surprising, for prior to this, such a case had never been seen not just domestically, but anywhere in the world. A blurry sketch could perfectly capture a suspect's facial features and characteristics, achieving a quality comparable to a photograph. If it were just one portrait, one might attribute it to luck. But with 2 portraits both achieving this level of accuracy, luck alone couldn't explain it. Fang Jian glanced at him and said slowly, maybe another time. Since the other party didn't trust him, there was no need for him to go out of his way to curry favor. Everyone, I've presented my opinion and produced new sketches of the suspect. Whether you choose to adopt them is your decision. Fang Jian scanned the room, observing the varied expressions of those present, and added, I have other matters to attend to. I'll take my leave. Yu Chunghua froze. Dr. Jian, you're just leaving like this? There's nothing left for me here. I can't help you catch anyone. What else can I do but leave? Dr. Jian, this drug lord is notorious a dangerous fugitive wanted nationwide. Now that he's surfaced in our city, it's our duty to apprehend him. Since you participated in today's discussion, you're a crucial witness. Therefore, I request. Captain Yu. Mu Shui suddenly stepped forward, her voice sharp. Dr. Jian is a friend I invited to assist us. Please note, he came to help identify the suspect, not to be our prisoner. Yu Chunghua gave a wry smile. Mu Shui, you've misunderstood. I was merely being cautious for safety's sake. Mu Shui replied without hesitation, I guarantee on my honor that Dr. Jian will never disclose today's meeting to anyone. She fixed him with a steady gaze and declared, now, I can escort Dr. Jian back, correct? Hua Yaocheng cleared his throat. Mu Shui, Captain, you didn't mean it that way. Please don't misunderstand, you and Dr. Jian. Dr. Jian is free to leave any time, though I do hope we can count on his assistance more often in the future. Fang Jian nodded lightly. It's the least I can do. He shot a glance at Yu Chenghua, whose face had turned grim, then walked out side by side with Mu Shui. An awkward silence settled over the room. While most present felt Yu Chenghua's actions were somewhat unethical, a few still believed the mysterious Dr. Jian should unconditionally comply with police directives in this matter. Huayao Chang clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. Everyone, we now have a new suspect sketch. You may proceed. I hope this time we see real results. Yes. After leaving the police station by car and passing 2 intersections, Fang Jian removed his mask. Sister Shui, thank you for speaking up for me. I brought you in, so naturally I'll see you out safely. Mu Shui gave a light snort. Yu Chenghua does have some ability. He may be a bit arrogant, but he's ultimately thinking about the case. Don't take his words to heart. Fang Jian chuckled softly. Sister Shui, do you really think I'm that petty? Coming from a police family, he was familiar with station procedures even without being an officer himself. So while such incidents annoyed him, he didn't take it out on others. Are you still planning to visit Old Man Lu's house? Of course. If I don't, Old Lu will probably come after me. Alright, I'll drive you there now. You're taking me there in this car? Yeah. Won't that be too conspicuous? He left the police station in Mu Shui's car. Anyone paying attention could easily trace where it ended up. After all, within the police system, investigating anything isn't difficult. With enough effort and resources, most vehicles' movements are impossible to hide from the city's surveillance cameras. Mu Shui was supposed to help conceal my identity. Why did she change her mind so suddenly? It won't be conspicuous. Getting you to Old Lu's place will save you a lot of trouble. Fang Jian froze, then suddenly understood. His actions at the police station had undoubtedly drawn considerable attention. If someone were determined to track him down, they could likely uncover some clues. However, if they saw this car entering Old Man Lu's residence, those unaware of Old Man Lu's status wouldn't pose much threat to Fang Jian. And those with the clout to pressure him would likely back down after seeing the Lu residence. Sister Shui, I just realized something. What? If you decide not to become a police officer, there's another good option you could try. What kind of good place? A government agency. I think you have the makings of an official. Fang Jian, are you mocking me? A faint hint of threat tinged Mu Shui's voice. Fang Jian hastily waved his hands. Sister Shui, I was complimenting you. You've misunderstood again. Mu Shui bickered with Fang Jian as she drove to the front of Old Man Lu's villa. Though located in the suburbs, the area was elegant and quiet, surrounded by well-maintained roads that made travel extremely convenient. To ordinary people, Old Man Lu's residence here might seem a bit remote, but it was undoubtedly an ideal place to enjoy a peaceful retirement. Before Mu Shui's car could even approach, it was stopped. However, the moment Fang Jian rolled down the window, a guard jogged over, saluted him, and immediately waved them through. Clearly, Old Man Lu had made arrangements beforehand. Without someone familiar to guide them, getting through this gate wouldn't have been easy. Fang Jian, you've got some serious clout. It's not about connections, Fang Jian replied, flexing his fingers. After all this training, they'd grown increasingly nimble and powerful. Finally, his gaze settled on the insulated box, his trump card. He hoped it wouldn't let him down. Chapter 130, The Oily Medicinal Dish. Hee hee, little Fang, you finally made it. In the hall, Old Lu greeted him with a warm smile. Fang Jian hurried forward, offering his arm to support him. Grandpa Lu, you came out personally? I'm not worthy of such honor. An old man like me can't just sit at home all day. I need to get out and move about, or my bones will rust. Old Master Lu patted his hand affectionately, his gaze settling on Mu Shui. And the young lady from the Mu family has come too. Mu Shui lowered her eyes respectfully. Hello, Grandpa Lu. Good, good. Fang Jian glanced at Mu Shui in surprise. In his memory, he rarely saw her display such an obedient attitude. He silently marveled to himself. He had just remarked that Mu Shui possessed the potential of a politician, and it seemed he hadn't misjudged her at all. However, the fact that Mu Shui behaved this way suggested that Old Lu's status was even more extraordinary than he had imagined. Dr. Fang, it's been a long time. Following closely behind Old Lu was Dr. Yi Hua, his face now radiant with a smile, one that seemed far more genuine than during their first meeting. The medical profession was strictly hierarchical, where senior doctors often treated juniors with extreme coldness. Yet it was also a field where technical prowess held supreme authority. Exceptional skill alone could grant one influence and the respect of peers. After Fang Jian performed massage therapy on the elderly lady, her condition improved significantly compared to previous days. This was tangible progress. Even if Yi Hua were blind, he couldn't possibly deceive Old Master Lu. Therefore, when the two met again, despite Yi Hua's prestigious position as the vice president of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, he couldn't put on airs in front of Fang Jian. You want to put on airs? First ask Old Master Lu if he'll allow it. If you upset the old gentleman, do you really want to keep your position as deputy director? Fang Jian gave a slight nod. Dr. Yi, good day. Old Master Lu looked at the insulated container in Fang Jian's hands and said, "Young Fang, is this the soup you prepared?" "Yes, it's a small token of my care for Grandma. It should be beneficial for her health." Yihua suddenly interjected, "Dr. Fang, may I take a look?" Fang Jian smiled faintly and handed over the thermos, saying, "Dr. Yi, you wouldn't want to take a sample for testing, would you?" Yihua chuckled awkwardly. "Dr. Fang, you're joking." Yet deep down, he did harbor similar thoughts. That kid Fang Jian had already created a miracle. Could the meal he'd prepared this time hold another unexpected surprise? Old Lu watched the two of them with a smile, not interrupting. Yihua opened the insulated container and paused slightly upon seeing the modest amount of broth inside. Its color was peculiar, a faint, subtle green. Yet this green hue was pleasing to the eye, not the slightest bit jarring. Upon closer inspection, a thin layer of oil seemed to float on the surface. Yihua's brow furrowed as he remarked, "Dr. Fang, this soup must have been simmered with some precious herbs and meat, right?" Fang Jian hesitated before slowly nodding. "Dr. Yi, you have keen eyes." A deeply absurd feeling welled up inside him. If Yihua knew the soup was actually the most ordinary pork rib soup bought from a Sha County restaurant, he couldn't imagine what expression he'd have. "Dr. Fang, the elderly patient has been experiencing poor appetite lately and feels nauseous around fatty foods. This soup might not be suitable for her." Fang Jian paused, taken aback. That hadn't occurred to him clearly, he'd made an oversight. After a moment's thought, he suggested, "Dr. Yi, how about I give Grandma a massage? If she feels hungry afterward, we can try giving her a small amount of the soup to see how it affects her. If her appetite remains poor, I'll adjust her dietary regimen next time. What do you think?" Yihua opened his mouth as if to speak, but Lu Lao waved him off. "All right, settled then. Little Fang, your grandmother hasn't had any meat or rich foods for a long time. I've seen it and remembered it. If she can drink this, it will definitely benefit her health. Right, little Yi?" His final remark was directed at Yihua. Yihua stammered slightly, inwardly disagreeing, but outwardly replied, "Master Lu is right." Accompanied by them, they entered a dedicated massage room. Old Lu, showing affection by extension, invited Mu Shui to accompany them inside as well. "Grandma, I'm here to see you." "Xiao Fang, comrade, please help me," the old lady said, her words slurred. Fang Jian quickly replied, "No trouble at all. Grandma, please lie down. I'm going to give you a massage." After one prior attempt, the acupoint techniques held no difficulty for Fang Jian. Moreover, as his finger strength gradually increased, effects that had once been hard to achieve could now be attained with the most ordinary methods. Thus, this time, his massage flowed much more smoothly and effortlessly than last time. The old lady lay with her eyes closed, murmuring softly, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth, a look of pure contentment. Old man Lu cracked his neck, seemingly feeling a tingling sensation in his own cervical vertebrae. Yihua patted her waist, feeling a dull ache and soreness from prolonged sitting. Mu Shui, being younger, didn't suffer from as many physical ailments. Yet, watching Fang Jian's technique, she recalled the comfort she felt during his massages. She resolved to ask him to give her one when they got home. Oh, and she'd have to remember to take care of her parents too. An hour later, Fang Jian had finished the full body massage. Truthfully, at his pace, he could have completed it in half an hour. But he was concerned the elderly might not handle it quickly, and with old Lu and Yihua watching, he simply couldn't bring himself to wrap things up so swiftly. Fortunately, his movements were so masterful they flowed like water, leaving not only old Lu but even Yihua unable to detect the slightest hint of deception. This allowed Fang Jian to slip away successfully. "Grandma, how are you feeling now?" Very good. Though, I'm feeling a bit hungry." A faint smile tugged at the old lady's face, and even her speech seemed smoother. Old Master Lu hurried forward. "Young Fang specially prepared a medicinal broth for you this time. Would you like to try some?" When facing Mu Taishin or Vice President Yihua, he would inadvertently display an extremely assertive attitude. Yet, when with the grandmother he'd shared decades of life with, he willingly wore a smiling face, fearful of upsetting her. Mu Shui cast an envious glance at the old lady. Though her body was now frail, having such a devoted partner to care for her meant her life had been well lived. "Good, Xiao Fang, good. Give it to me." Old Lu took the thermos himself, not delegating the task to others, and began spoon-feeding her carefully, one spoonful at a time. Chapter 131, Wolfing Down. The old lady opened her slightly trembling mouth, sipping the lukewarm soup bit by bit. At first, both Old Man Lu and the grandmother proceeded with extreme caution. No matter how amicable Old Man Lu appeared toward Fang Jian, a lingering worry still settled in his heart. Yet, with each spoonful of soup she took, everyone noticed something. The old lady's swallowing pace seemed to be accelerating. Yihua watched with wide eyes. Though he was no stranger to unusual sights, the shock he felt now was impossible to fully conceal. As the doctor specifically assigned to monitor the grandmother's health, he understood her physical condition better than anyone. Based on his calculations, since the broth contained oil, given the grandmother's current appetite, even if she managed to eat just a little, it would surely be unsettling, potentially even causing nausea. Therefore, he stood by, ready to step in at the first sign of trouble, prepared to intervene and manage any adverse reactions. Yet to his utter bewilderment, the old lady seemed to grow more and more delighted with every bite. This defied all scientific logic. He glanced at Fang Jian, then at the thermos in Lu Lao's hands. His mind was in turmoil, itching like a cat scratching. He desperately wanted to take the soup to the hospital for the most thorough analysis possible. He needed to know what on earth this soup which defied all his understanding was made from. Fang Jian, however, wore a smile. The human body instinctively craves what it lacks. The old lady came from a very good family. Logically, muscle atrophy shouldn't have occurred. However, years of Parkinson's symptoms had caused other problems in her bodily systems, preventing her from absorbing nutrients through normal means. This led to an extremely adverse consequence: her physical condition steadily deteriorated. The solution to this problem was actually quite simple: restore her body's ability to absorb nutrients. Yet beyond the nutrient solution Fang Jian obtained from the higher dimensional world, modern human technology offered no comparable solution. This wasn't due to old Lu's lack of diligence or Yihua and the others' negligence, they were genuinely powerless. It was like trying to cook without ingredients. Even the most skilled cook couldn't conjure fragrant rice from an empty rice bin. Yet, once a solution was found and nutrient solution number 8 was brought to the old lady's lips, her body responded like parched land receiving long-awaited rain. Driven by an instinctive thirst, she drank every last drop of the liquid. Sure enough, the old lady drank faster and faster, even appearing somewhat impatient, leaving old Lu flustered and scrambling to keep up. "Grandpa Lu, let me handle this," Manhwa stepped forward and whispered softly. Grandpa Lu hesitated slightly. There were some things he still preferred to handle himself. "Grandpa Lu, this broth must be precious. If we spill even a drop," Manhwa murmured. Grandpa Lu's expression changed slightly. "Shwe, I'm getting old. My hands aren't as steady as they used to be. You should do it." Sure enough, whenever matters involving the old lady arose, old Master Lu promptly relinquished his stubbornness. Manhwa moved far more deftly and meticulously than old Master Lu. Watching from a distance, Fang Jian couldn't shake a sense of unease. It was like suddenly seeing a Tyrannosaurus Rex transform into a gentle, approachable young lady. Though her appearance could deceive anyone, he alone knew the terrifying ferocity lurking beneath that beautiful facade. Before long, Manhwa had fed the last drop of soup into the old lady's mouth. The old lady's mouth twitched, opening again with lingering desire, but no more soup came. "Is that all?" the old lady asked regretfully. "Xiao Fang," old Lu turned and said, "Go make some more soup." Fang Jian froze, his face clouding with reluctance. "What is it?" old Lu inquired. Though his expression and tone remained unchanged, a flicker of displeasure still passed through his eyes. Fang Jian gave a wry smile. "Grandpa Lu, this soup is like my massage technique. Too much of a good thing can be bad." "Oh," old Master Lu raised his eyebrows. "I see. That was my oversight." No matter how precious the ingredients needed for this broth, he was confident he could procure them. Yet he also understood the principle that excessive nourishment can be harmful. Some things are best enjoyed in moderation. "Old man, get me some more porridge. I still feel a bit hungry," the old lady said slowly. You speak well. I'll have someone bring it right away." Old Lu's eyes lit up. This time he finally recognized it. Grandma spoke in one continuous breath. Though still slow and not entirely smooth compared to her earlier stuttering and gasping, it was like night and day. Yihua was utterly dumbfounded. Even a fool could see now that after Fang Jian's massage and the nourishing broth, the old lady's condition had fundamentally improved. While it hadn't cured her Parkinson's, this astonishing effect was enough to leave anyone in the know feeling profoundly shaken. After finishing another bowl of nourishing porridge, the old lady finally signaled she wanted to rest. Elder Lu led everyone out of the room, while Yihua's gaze remained fixed on the insulated container in Manhwa's hands. If this weren't Elder Lu's home, if this weren't a society governed by law, he swore he'd throw caution to the wind and snatch the thing right out of her hands. Even if it was empty now, there must be some residue left. He wanted to know more than ever what kind of soup this was and why it had such remarkable healing power. Old Master Lu led everyone into the living room, beaming as he invited Fang Jian to sit down. His attitude toward Fang Jian was even warmer than last time, making Yihua feel intensely envious. "Young Fang, how often do you give this soup to Grandma?" Fang Jian thought carefully, recalling the calculations from Dr. Chen's memories in the higher dimensional world. "Grandpa Lu, Grandma's body is still quite weak. Recovery will be a gradual process. We mustn't rush it." "I understand," old Lu declared without hesitation. "From now on, your grandmother's health is in your hands. Little Yi, you must assist Fang Jian well." Yihua's face darkened slightly, but he quickly replied, "Rest assured, Grandpa Lu. I will certainly assist Dr. Fang well." Fang Jian cleared his throat. "Grandpa Lu, I only know massage and preparing medicinal soups. My experience in patient care is far inferior to Dr. Ye's. This arrangement won't work." Old Lu pondered for a moment, perhaps concerned about Fang Jian's youth, and said, "Very well, but you must come on time." "Absolutely." Chapter 132, I am a doctor. Yihua secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If he really had to assist Fang Jian and in turn, he wouldn't be happy about it. Even if he dared not openly defy old Master Lu, he could still make things difficult by not actively helping. But Fang Jian's refusal provided him with a way out. Looking at Fang Jian now, he suddenly felt the young man was quite capable of handling himself and became much more agreeable to his eye. Dr. Fang, you haven't mentioned how often the old lady should consume the medicinal soup. Yi Hua, unaware that the broth was merely a nutritional solution mixed with ordinary pork rib soup, mistakenly believed it to be some secret medicinal concoction. Thus, he asked cautiously, fearful of offending Fang Jian. Fang Jian held up 2 fingers. At this stage, it's best to administer it every other day. If grandma's condition improves well, we can extend it to once every 3 days. Based on my calculations, 3 days is the absolute limit. Any more would lead to nutritional overload, which would actually be detrimental to her health. Nutritional overload? Yi Hua's facial muscles twitched slightly. He thought to himself, given the old lady's current state, she can barely absorb any nutrients. Talking about nutritional overload is utter nonsense. But just as he was about to retort, he suddenly remembered they weren't at the Chinese medicine hospital, they were at the Lu family home. Moreover, Fang Jian had repeatedly demonstrated astonishing skills. His indignation instantly deflated. A glimmer of hope flickered within him, perhaps this young man could truly work a miracle. Dr. Fang, might I see your dietary prescription? Yi Hua asked, clinging to a sliver of hope. A look of difficulty flashed across Fang Jian's face. It wasn't that he was stingy, he genuinely didn't know what recipe to give him. Was he supposed to tell him to ask the owner of the Shasen snack shop how they simmered their spare rib soup? Old Lu suddenly cleared his throat. Little Yi, that's young Fang's secret. You shouldn't pry. Ah, yes, old Master Lu. Yi Hua's face flushed crimson, inwardly lamenting the missed opportunity. Obtaining such a recipe would have been immensely beneficial. But with old Master Lu having spoken, even if he had the courage of a tiger, he dared not entertain the idea further. Xiao Fan, just focus on preparing the soup without any worries, old Lu said firmly. I'll have someone arrange a credit card for you shortly. Purchase whatever medicinal ingredients you need, don't concern yourself with the cost. Fang Jian hurriedly replied, thank you, Grandpa Lu. Hey, you're thanking me? I should be thanking you instead. Hee, Grandpa Lu, there's no need for the card. Oh. Old Lu pondered for a moment before saying, very well. If you have any other needs, just tell me. Whatever I can do, I will spare no effort. This time, Yi Hua was genuinely envious and resentful, for he understood the true weight of those words. This was worth far more than any credit card. Fang Jian shook his head. I don't need anything. Uncle Qianmu already gave me money for the soup ingredients. I can't very well take double. Mushua's expression shifted slightly, her gaze turning tense as she watched old Lu. Old Lu remained impassive, smiling as he said, Tiexin already gave you the money? Not Uncle Mu heir. Mushua finally exhaled in relief, though she shot Fang Jian a withering glare. Couldn't this kid speak properly? Making her worry for nothing. Old Lu paused, then burst into laughter. So it was that kid. Ha! He does have some sense after all. After a moment, he added, fine. Since you want to charge the favor to them, I'll go along with it. He gave Fang Jian a light punch on the chest. Little Fang, remember where my front door is, right? I remember. Good. Drop by more often when you have time. Keep this old man company. You're always welcome here. Yes, thank you, Grandpa Lu. I'll definitely come visit you and Grandma more often. Yi Hua let out a long sigh. At this moment, he couldn't even muster jealousy. Why must there be such vast differences between people? By the time Fang Jian and Mu Shui left the Lu residence, dusk had begun to fall. Grandpa Lu was in high spirits and insisted Fang Jian stay for dinner. At this point, anyone with even a shred of common sense wouldn't dare refuse Grandpa Lu's invitation, so by the time they left, it was already quite late. Fang Jian, you'd better come clean. Confess what? Where did you learn this soup-making technique? Ah, this? Sister Shui, you know I'm a doctor. He's a doctor. Just as Fang Jian uttered those final 4 words, Mu Shui opened her mouth and, using the exact same tone and pace, spoke the identical 4 words. Fang Jian froze, his expression turning distinctly awkward. His usual routine had been completely figured out by Mu Shui. Hey, Xiao Jian, Mu Shui said with a hint of annoyance, could you please stop being so lazy? Don't always brush me off with the same excuse, okay? Fang Jian blinked twice, his expression innocent. Sister Shui, I'm a doctor. It's only natural that I know a bit about nutrition and how to prepare medicinal soups, right? Mu Shui gritted her teeth. Right, that sounds perfectly reasonable. But what doctor knows that much about everything? How exactly did you concoct this medicinal soup? It seems to work wonders. Even Vice President Yi from the traditional Chinese medicine hospital is drooling over it. Oh? It's just an ordinary broth. If Dr. Yi wants it, just give it to him. Nonsense. This is a precious thing, how could you just give it away? Mu Shui retorted immediately. Didn't you notice Vice President Yi's expression? Fang Jian instantly recalled Yi Hua's behavior throughout the day. Though he hadn't managed to pry the recipe out of Fang Jian, he had shown genuine fascination with the insulated container Mu Shui held. Of course, Vice President Yi gained nothing from Mu Shui. Until they departed, the thermos never left her sight, leaving Yi Hua not the slightest opening. Mu Shui giggled. "You saw how Vice President Yi stared at that thermos, didn't you? He practically wanted to turn into a lapdog and pounce to snatch it away. Just look at how pitiful his eyes were when we finally took the thermos with us." At this point, even Mu Shui couldn't help but smile and let out a laugh. "Ahem, Sister Shui, it's not nice to speak ill of others behind their backs. Xiao Jian, you've led him astray again. Where on earth did you pick up all these tricks? I told you, I'm a doctor." Chapter 133, Karma. The Jingguang building stood in the heart of N City. The entire 7th floor was leased by a foreign trade import-export company. Mu Taizhu sat in his wide, thick office chair, eyes closed in quiet contemplation. On his desk lay a business proposal and a restructuring plan compiled by his subordinates from collected data. Yet at this moment, he couldn't focus on a single word. While his enterprise wasn't among the largest in all of N City, years of operation had built considerable influence. Yet this time, his company faced an unexpected setback that gave him considerable headaches. His company's primary business was foreign trade, focusing on imports and exports. Just 3 days ago, news arrived from customs that one of his shipments had been detained. The daily throughput at the seaport was immense. The sheer variety and volume of goods declared on customs forms was difficult for those unfamiliar with the process to comprehend. Under normal circumstances, even if customs officials were willing, it was impossible to inspect every single shipment. The only feasible approach was random sampling. Otherwise, the entire port's operations would inevitably come to a complete standstill. Mu Taizhu had always been cautious in his dealings. As the saying goes, it's good to lean on a big tree for shade, so he understood very well what the foundation of his business was. Over the years, he had amassed considerable wealth, yet he conducted every transaction with strict adherence to the rules, never resorting to underhanded methods. Whether it was the goods he transported or his accounting and tax payments, everything was above board. Moreover, thanks to a certain someone, his shipments were essentially exempt from customs inspections. Even if randomly selected, he would receive advance notice. This time, however, he received no warning whatsoever. Instead, he encountered a problem that was neither minor nor major. The types and quantities of exported goods were correct, but a minor error occurred in the declaration procedures. When Mu Taizhu first learned of this, he flew into a rage, summoning his subordinates for a severe dressing down and ordering them to rectify the situation immediately. But then the problem arose. No matter how hard his subordinates tried to communicate, they couldn't achieve any tangible results. Customs authorities seemed to be deliberately stalling, turning a blind eye to their requests. With no other options, Mu Taizhu stepped in personally. To his shock, even the customs director who usually treated him like a brother refused to meet with him. At this point, it would be foolish not to understand. This meant someone within the government apparatus was specifically targeting him. However, if the targeting were solely against him personally or his company, he wouldn't be overly concerned. Over the years, he had conducted his business with extreme caution, leaving behind very few vulnerabilities. His true fear lay in discovering who the real target of this campaign actually was. After much hesitation, Mu Taizhu abruptly stood and ordered, "Prepare the car." Soon, the car arrived at the Municipal Public Security Bureau, and Mu Taizhu successfully met with Mu Tiezhen. After explaining his situation to his elder brother, Mu Taizhu said, "Brother, this shipment is stuck at customs. I'll find someone to negotiate. Even if I end up paying compensation, I'll accept it. But you need to be careful." Mu Tiezhen chuckled dryly. "You're worried about me? Ha! If you're clean, you have nothing to fear. In our line of work, as long as you keep your hands clean, you've got nothing to worry about." "Brother, that's not what I meant." Mu Taizhu hesitated before continuing, "This year is crucial for you. Will you get promoted?" Mu Tiezhen waved his hand dismissively. "Taizhu, you don't need to worry about that. If I get promoted, it's because the leadership trusts me. If I don't, it means I haven't done my job well enough and need to work harder." "Understood." Mu Taizhu gave a wry smile. He knew perfectly well that this response was politically correct. But honestly, as Mu Tiezhen's younger brother, he also knew that both brothers had done everything they could. As for the final outcome, perhaps it could only be described as leaving it to fate. "Brother, how's Xiao Jian been lately?" "What? Has Xiao Jian gone to see old Lu? Did he get any new information?" Mu Tiezhen gave him a silent look and said, "Xiao Jian went to work as a health doctor. Don't ask questions you shouldn't be asking." "Yes." Mu Tiezhu's face flushed slightly. He knew he was indeed feeling a bit unsettled. Suddenly, his phone rang. He pulled it out and saw the number, causing him to pause in surprise. It was his secretary calling. But his secretary should know where he was right now. Unless it was an absolute emergency, she would never call this number. "Hello? What is it?" In front of his elder brother, Mu Taizhu seemed somewhat timid and deferential. But in front of his subordinates, he was the CEO whose word carried absolute weight, the one who held the future of everyone in the company in his hands. Mr. Mu, our shipment cleared customs. Cleared? Mu Taiju froze. Are you certain? Yes, customs sent a fax. It's absolutely correct. I've already dispatched personnel to verify it. The goods have begun loading onto the ship. The secretary hesitated before adding, they gave me the impression they were practically eager for our goods to leave. Mu Tieju's mouth twitched slightly as he replied flatly, got it. After hanging up, his expression turned eerily grim. What's wrong? The goods detained by customs due to procedural issues have cleared customs. Mu Taiju looked at his elder brother suspiciously, incredulous. Brother, you didn't pull some strings, did you? No, impossible. Before his brother could answer, Mu Taiju dismissed the thought himself. At this critical juncture, you'd never risk your authority over such a minor matter. Then what's really going on? The sudden customs inspection must have been orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. Mu Taiju had already braced himself for the worst. Even if the entire shipment was lost, he wouldn't resort to any extreme measures. But in the blink of an eye, the situation had turned upside down, leaving him feeling suspicious and paranoid. Suddenly, the phone rang again. Mu Taiju glanced at it and immediately stood up. Though the person on the other end couldn't see him, he instinctively straightened his back. Mr. Liu, hello. Yes, old Liu. Ah, I did give Xiao Jian some money, but that was... Yes, Mr. Liu, rest assured. I'll take good care of this nephew. Old Master Liu didn't waste words, asking only a few questions. The entire call lasted less than 3 minutes. But when Mu Taiju hung up and looked up to meet his elder brother's gaze, their eyes met in a moment of utter astonishment. Mu Taiju, in particular, felt an overwhelming surge of emotion that words could scarcely capture. He had given Fang Jian 1 million yuan as a master-disciple fee, originally hoping to cultivate a virtuous connection. Yet he never imagined the virtuous reward would come so swiftly. He knew that from now on, as long as he remained true to his principles and avoided breaking the law, similar obstacles would never arise again. More importantly, Mu Tiesher's political career seemed poised for genuine advancement. Chapter 134, Wasteful Spending. Upon returning home, Fang Jian didn't rest. After Mu Shui left, he went alone to the medical university. Zhuang Ji, who had received the call earlier, had been waiting for quite some time. He opened the laboratory door and smiled. Junior Fang, what brings you back? Fang Jian smiled faintly. Professor Zhang's research team returns tomorrow. Naturally, I must make the most of this final day. Ha, you're joking, Junior. Given your relationship with Professor Zhang, you could use the lab anytime with just a word. Senior brother, you're joking. Fang Jian thought to himself, my nutrient solution is so unique, how could I possibly refine it in plain sight? Even with Zhuang Ji present, merely observing the steps wouldn't grant him the knowledge to replicate it. But with a crowd in the lab, the outcome was uncertain. Fang Jian skillfully measured out the various materials and proceeded step by step with the refinement. An hour later, he effortlessly mixed 2 bottles of nutrient solution. This time's efficiency far surpassed the last attempt. Perhaps that's why they say practice makes perfect. Fang, what exactly are you refining? Zhuang Ji, who had been silently observing, finally couldn't resist asking. Didn't I already tell you? It's a nutrient solution. Nutrient solution? Zhuang Ji said with a wry smile. Fang, you're just entertaining yourself, aren't you? Fang Jian chuckled wryly. Maybe. Zhuang Ji shook his head slightly, filled with profound emotion. For poor students like them, gaining access to the lab required immense effort. The hardships embodied by the term researcher were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Moreover, as graduate students, they were merely the lowest-ranking lab rats. They held little authority within the lab and had no say in what they could research. For the vast majority of lab rats, their sole purpose was to meticulously follow the step-by-step instructions in the lab manual, completing each task while praying for no mishaps. But someone like Fang Jian, with his connections, could conduct his own experiments in the lab with the professor's permission as early as his senior year. Designing their own procedures, sourcing materials independently, and conducting experiments at will, this freedom drove every lab rat mad with envy. Fang Jr., when will you be coming next? I can coordinate to avoid overlapping with the lab group's schedule. Zhuang Ji reined in his emotions, suppressing his discontent as best he could. He knew he held no bargaining chips. Rather than brooding in private, he might as well find ways to curry favor with this exceptionally talented junior, perhaps securing some unexpected perks. Fang Jian paused slightly, his brow furrowing involuntarily. After all, this lab wasn't his, and he had no desire to share a lab space with others. Leaks were one thing, but with so many people around, he couldn't guarantee nothing bad would happen. Especially since he harbored a colossal secret that must remain hidden. What if that white-haired, red-eyed figure suddenly reappeared during an experiment? How could he possibly explain it? His gaze swept across the lab when a strangely peculiar thought suddenly popped into his mind. How wonderful it would be if he could have a lab of his own. But how much would it cost to set up a lab? The pleasant ring of a phone suddenly broke the silence. Fang Jian answered, and a familiar voice immediately came through. Xiao Jian, where are you? Uncle Air, I'm at school. Oh, it's already summer vacation and you're still working so hard? Just killing time, came to check things out and play a few games. Zhuangji beside him widened his eyes. You rich folks sure know how to have fun playing games in the lab. Heh, that's great. Keeping a good mood is the most important thing. Mu Taizhu laughed heartily for a moment before saying, Xiao Jian, thanks for this time. Thank me? Fang Jian was completely baffled. Well, you helped Uncle solve a big problem. How do you want Uncle to thank you? Fang Jian stared blankly at the phone in his hand. He realized communicating with Mu Taizhu had become difficult. Was this the so-called generation gap? Uncle, what exactly are you talking about? Don't ask so many questions. Just tell me what you want. A lab. Fang Jian blurted out instinctively. What? Fang Jian slapped his forehead, suddenly struck by an idea. The formula for this nutrient solution was something he'd brought over from the higher dimensional world. If he could bring one formula over, what about a second, or a third? Come to think of it, having a lab exclusively for himself was actually quite necessary. Uncle Mu, do you remember the money you gave me last time? Of course. Mu Tiezhu's tone was deeply reflective. That $1,000,000 had been his wisest investment in years. Uncle Mu, I used your money to purchase some materials and refine some nutrient solutions. These solutions should hold market value. Why don't we collaborate and bring them to market? Nutrient solutions? Mu Taizhu paused, then asked, are these classified as pharmaceuticals? Not exactly, Fang Jian pondered. Well, Yu Hui Liang also contributed to this nutrient solution. His parents are in the pharmaceutical business. If you're willing, the three of us could run this venture together. Mu Taizhu smiled. All right. Since you've already made arrangements, I'll leave everything to you. Truthfully, he harbored no real expectations for this nutrient solution. But since Fang Jian had proposed it, he didn't mind investing a little money to see how it played out. As long as it made him happy, it would all be worth it. Second uncle, if we make a profit, I want to open a lab. I'll need your help with the investment then. Family matters don't need formalities. Second uncle will certainly lend his full support. After securing Mu Tiezhu's promise, Fang Jian's mood lifted considerably. Still, he couldn't quite grasp why Mu Tiezhu's attitude toward him had shifted so dramatically lately. Now he seemed utterly compliant. The seed of diligence he planted in Mu Lin had unexpectedly yielded such results, something he never could have predicted. Fellow student Fang, you plan to put this into production? Zhuangji pointed at the test tube in Fang Jian's hand, his expression one of utter disbelief. Well, it's a novel nutrient solution. Once mass-produced, it should benefit quite a few people. Fang paused before adding, though the target population isn't huge, the total demand shouldn't be insignificant. Malabsorption is a medical condition, and a relatively rare one at that. But given humanity's vast population, there will always be those who need this nutrient solution. You're also investing in a lab? It's essential. Zhuangji stared blankly at Fang Jian, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. Do all rich playboys squander their fortunes like this? Chapter 135, Collaboration. Early the next morning, Fang Jian dialed Yu Huiliang's cell phone. To his surprise, the phone rang only once before being answered. Fang Jian, what is it? Staring silently at the phone, Fang Jian could recognize Yu Huiliang's voice without a doubt. Yet he couldn't help but wonder, when did this guy start waking up so early? Hello, Fang Jian? Hello? Stop yelling. I'm listening. Then why are you playing dumb? Fatso, when did you get up? Fang Jian asked suspiciously. He couldn't detect a hint of sleepiness in the other's voice. Half an hour ago. Why the sudden burst of energy? Pfft, watch your mouth. I've always been this diligent. Fang Jian shook his head silently, suddenly understanding. The power of love was indeed formidable. But whether Yu Huiliang could ultimately achieve his goal depended entirely on his own efforts and fate. So, what do you want? Come over and tell me. Fang Jian hung up, went to the kitchen to eat breakfast, and had just finished washing the dishes when a loud knock echoed through the door. Yu Huiliang, don't you know how to use the doorbell? The doorbell's too quiet. I was afraid you wouldn't hear it. Yu Huiliang walked in, looked around for a moment, and said, Auntie's out. Why did you call me? Got a new song? Fang Jian shot him a disapproving look. Though the buzz around Wing Jai had cooled slightly these past few days, the song's popularity hadn't waned. Instead, it had steadily climbed like sesame flowers blooming, with countless people covering it across platforms, further boosting its recognition. Moreover, Fang Jian had unexpectedly discovered that any attention generated by this song would, to varying degrees, bring him a hint of warm-toned mental energy. Though this energy was extremely subtle, it accumulated over time and was not to be underestimated. In short, while this wave of popularity persisted, Fang Jian couldn't possibly release any more songs. Let's get down to business. Here, take this. Fang Jian handed over a test tube. This is what you concocted in your experiments. Yu Huiliang took the test tube, looking puzzled. Why give it to me? My aunt and uncle run a pharmaceutical factory. I want them to test this substance's potential applications. Yu Huiliang hesitated before saying, Old Fang, what exactly are you up to? Spill the beans. It's a nutrient solution. You've seen its effects firsthand. I know. After drinking it, you don't feel hungry or thirsty for a long time. Wrong. That's just a side effect. Fang Jian shook his head. Its true purpose is for people with malabsorption. What do you mean? Some people, for various reasons, develop conditions where their bodies can't absorb nutrients properly. Fang Jian's expression turned serious. But using this nutrient solution can significantly improve that. Yu Huiliang suddenly looked up, surprise flashing in his eyes. Old Fang, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Do I look like a liar to you? Yu Huiliang scrutinized Fang Jian from head to toe. After a moment, he nodded with utmost seriousness. Yes, you do. Get lost. Fang Jian laughed as he playfully kicked him, adding, Go discuss this with your parents, run a few tests, and then we'll talk about cooperation. Yu Huiliang dodged the kick by wriggling his plump body and said, Old Fang, if it's really as you say, this is a great thing. If it weren't, would I give it to you? Fang Jian pointed at the test tube. You contributed to this, but Uncle Mu provided the testing funds, so he gets a share too. Yu Huiliang chuckled, alright, no problem. We'll sort out the details later. I'm off now. Though he appeared indifferent to the family business, he knew a good deal when he saw one. If this nutrient solution truly lived up to Fang Jian's claims, it would be a monumental discovery. At the very least, it could fill a gap in the market, driving tens of thousands of patients wild with desire. Simultaneously, it signaled a torrent of wealth rushing in. Before leaving, Yu Huiliang suddenly turned and said, Old Fang, hurry up and find inspiration. I'm off to invite Xiao Xingxing and Wang Ji. Fang Jian shook his head slightly. Inviting Wang Ji was just a pretext, inviting Xiao Xingxing was the real goal. After a moment's thought, Fang Jian dialed a familiar number. Sister Shui, it's me. I know it's you. Get to the point. Well, I wanted to ask about that guy's situation. Don't talk nonsense. Who's that guy? I'm hanging up. Mu Shui cut him off without another word. Fang Jian froze for a moment, seething inwardly. Wasn't Mu Shui just cutting off the bridge after crossing it? Still, he understood police protocol, perhaps she couldn't discuss it over the phone. He counted the days on his fingers. Summer break was nearly over. Once it ended, it would be time for them to report to the hospital. If he wanted to do anything, he'd better get it done during this time. He opened his laptop and flipped through the books stored at home, silently reviewing every piece of information related to Parkinson's disease. He knew that with his current abilities, curing this disease was utterly impossible. But as long as he hadn't lost his ability to enter the higher dimensional world, anything could become possible. Yet, the more materials he reviewed, the more his head ached. For in this world, Parkinson's was undeniably an incurable disease. While it didn't immediately take a patient's life, it slowly drained them of strength through endless suffering. It was a particularly vicious affliction. If Fang Jian were to face it himself, he would rather die from some acute illness than endure such prolonged torment year after year. Closing his eyes, Fang Jian silently recalled the information related to the special medicine he had seen the last time he had attached himself to Dr. Chen. Whether due to the disparity in knowledge systems between the two worlds or the vastly superior technological level of that higher dimensional realm, Fang Jian still hadn't managed to decipher the manufacturing principles of that wonder drug. Developing a specific drug for a particular ailment was every physician's aspiration. But in reality, conditions with truly effective drugs were exceedingly rare. Humanity's greatest breakthrough in this field was essentially singular: penicillin and its derivatives. For conditions like heart disease, Parkinson's, hypertension, diabetes, and others, current medications can only suppress and delay symptoms. Hoping for a complete cure is nothing short of wishful thinking. For an entire day, Fang Jian pored over literature and materials at home, yet his efforts only deepened his understanding of Parkinson's disease. He sighed softly in resignation. It seemed the only path to finding a solution lay in that one direction. Chapter 136, Juice. The next morning, just as Fang Jian finished his workout, Mu Shui called. Xiao Jian, I'll pick you up in 20 minutes. Pick me up? Mr. Lu called my dad to ask if your soup was ready today. Only then did Fang Jian recall mentioning that nutrient solution supplements were administered every other day. What surprised him was how anxious old Lu had become, resorting to such roundabout ways to urge him on. Xiao Jian, you haven't prepared it yet, have you? Don't worry, I've got it all set. Come over in 20 minutes. After hanging up, Fang Jian took a quick shower. But when he picked up the insulated container, something stirred in his heart. This time, instead of going downstairs to buy pork rib soup from the local restaurant, he pulled out the juicer from home. He rummaged through the fridge and found half a watermelon left over from yesterday. He cut it up and tossed it into the juicer. Moments later, a bright red liquid flowed out of the machine. Fang Jian poured the nutrient solution from the test tube into it. Watching the slightly strange color as they mixed, he silently nodded. Since Vice President Yi had mentioned the previous soup was too oily, this time he'd opt for a lighter flavor. Besides, watermelon juice should be easier for the elderly to accept than pork rib soup. Just as he finished bottling the juice, Mu Shue's call came through. After a quick exchange, Fang Jian carried the insulated container downstairs. Sliding into the passenger seat, Mu Shue pressed the accelerator and the car roared away. However, they didn't notice that just as the car pulled away, a sullen-faced middle-aged man slowly emerged from the shadows of the vegetation below. He had an ordinary face, the kind that would blend into a crowd without a second glance. Yet his eyes were piercingly fierce, a gaze so sharp and menacing it sent chills down one's spine. He stared at the car for a long moment before suddenly turning away. As his head shifted, a faint pink birthmark shaped like a thumb appeared on his face, instantly making his features fuller and more pronounced. He then walked into a barbershop on the street. "Owner, dye my hair." Inside the car, Mu Shue suddenly said, "Xiao Jian, be more careful on the phone from now on." "What? You should know our calls are being monitored." "Ha, Sister Shue, but didn't you say that last time? The situation is different now." Mu Shue's voice grew solemn. "Last time we hadn't uncovered any leads yet, but this time." Her expression shifted slightly and she hesitated as if holding back words. Fang Jian's heart skipped a beat. He blurted out, "Sis Shue, are you saying there's a traitor? How did you know? Don't forget, my dad's a cop too." Mu Shue shot him a glare. "Xiao Jian, don't jump to conclusions. We can't confirm if there's a traitor. But we suspect the details from our last discussion might have been leaked." "Why do you suspect that? Did something happen?" Mu Shue hesitated. "Sister Shue, I was involved in this case too. I played a crucial role in the police investigation. You shouldn't keep this from me." Fang Jian argued forcefully. "All right. Based on your analysis, we ran facial recognition against the images and identified a potential suspect. He's an out-of-town salesman renting a room here. But when we arrived, the place was already deserted." Fang Jian's eyes lit up slightly. "Did you scare him off, or do you take us for fools?" Mu Shue retorted. "We set up an ambush beforehand without alerting anyone. Only after confirming he wasn't home did we use the key to enter. But we discovered he had indeed left and in quite a hurry. Surveillance cameras are everywhere these days." "Is there any footage?" "Yes, but he's highly skilled at evading surveillance. We only caught his profile and backview before he vanished." Mu Shue sighed helplessly. "His residence is in a remote area with few cameras, so the footage isn't very useful." Fang Jian couldn't help but feel disappointed. He knew that if they couldn't catch someone like this immediately, finding him later would be incredibly difficult. "Never mind that. You should focus more on how to treat Grandma's illness." Fang Jian chuckled wryly. "Sister Shue, you really think highly of me. What? Parkinson's disease? You think I can cure that? You?" Mu Shue shot him a dismissive glance. "I meant doing whatever you can to ease Grandma's suffering. If you could cure Parkinson's, you'd be a Nobel laureate by now." Fang Jian smiled faintly. "Sister Shue, what if I really did cure Parkinson's?" "Stop daydreaming. I said if. Keep your feet on the ground. If you keep daydreaming, I won't mind giving you a reality check." Fang Jian immediately clamped his mouth shut. Whenever Mu Shue spoke like this, it meant she was in a bad mood, best not to provoke her now. But deep down, Fang Jian silently resolved, once I find a chance to learn martial arts, The car came to a stop. This time, the gatekeeper saw the license plate and waved them through without a word. The car had barely come to a stop when old Lu emerged from his house, laughing heartily. Behind him, as always, was Vice President Yi Hua. Fang Jian glanced at the vice president and inwardly scoffed. A hospital runs on countless tasks. A vice president should be perpetually swamped. Yet Yi Hua seemed remarkably free. Every visit to old man Lu's house found him present. "Dr. Fang, we meet again," Yi Hua greeted him cheerfully. "The old lady heard you were coming and is already complaining of hunger. Did you bring the medicinal soup?" Fang Jian lifted the insulated container in his hand. "It's ready. Perfect timing for the old lady to eat." "Excellent, allow me." Yi Hua extended his hand, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. But then, a pair of delicate, pale hands suddenly appeared, snatching the thermos mid-air. Mu Shue smiled. "You men are so clumsy. This delicate task is best left to me." Yi Hua's hand froze mid-air. Stuck between the awkwardness of pulling back and the reluctance to let go, his expression was utterly mortified. Old Master Lu seemed oblivious to the tension. He smiled and said, "Little Fang, thank you for your thoughtfulness." "Old Lu, it's the least I could do." Yi Hua finally withdrew his arm, rubbing the back of his head as he did so, though his gaze remained fixed on the insulated box. As a doctor, he was deeply intrigued by this medicinal meal. He understood better than anyone its true value. In the small side room, they found the old grandmother. This time, she seemed much more spirited, especially when she saw Fang Jian. A faint smile graced her face, making Yi Hua feel a pang of jealousy. Mu Shue opened the insulated box. When everyone saw the soup inside, they couldn't help but pause in surprise. Chapter 137, The Vice President's Invitation. "What is this?" Yi Hua looked up, his face filled with astonishment. Fang Jian smiled and said, "This is something Grandma needs." But Yi Hua's expression turned extremely peculiar. "Didn't you bring food?" He took a deep sniff and declared, This seems like fruit juice." Old Lu remained silent beside them, his expression unchanged, yet his eyes flashed with a sharp intensity, seemingly awaiting Fang Jian's explanation. Mu Shui inwardly gasped. Having been present last time, she remembered the rich, hearty flavor of the spare ribs soup. She could tell immediately that the broth in her hands today was nothing like it. Fang Jian shrugged his shoulders and said, "Dr. Yi, you were actually right last time. Grandma's stomach might not handle heavy, greasy foods well, so I made some adjustments to lighten the broth a bit." Modified? Yi Hua stared in disbelief. Can a meal be so easily modified? Even if it is, this change is far too drastic. Fang Jian stammered slightly, realizing he hadn't thought this through. Turning solemnly, he declared, "Grandpa Lu, please trust me. I would never harm Grandma." Since explanation was futile, he abandoned it. Now it was up to old Lu whether he could be trusted. Old Lu pondered for a moment before smiling. "You're something else, kid. I believe you." He gave a slight nod. Mu Shui hesitated, then shot Fang Jian a fierce glare. Such a major decision, and he didn't even consult me? How presumptuous. But since old Lu had agreed, Mu Shui had no choice but to grit her teeth and push forward. She gently swirled the spoon in the liquid. Mu Shui was certain this was some kind of fruit juice, not a broth simmered from ingredients. Her heart raced with anxiety. Would Fang Jian, that kid, slip up and give others ammunition at this critical moment? A spoonful of the fruit juice was slowly fed into the old woman's mouth. She smacked her lips, forced a smile, and said, "Good, delicious." Though Parkinson's made her body tremble uncontrollably, her mind remained sharp. The moment this nutrient solution touched her tongue, an overwhelming urge to drink it all in one go surged through her. It was the parched muscles of her withering body craving nourishment, the human soul clinging to life. She instantly understood this was identical to the broth from last time. Though its color appeared vastly different, its effect on her remained unchanged. The old lady swallowed it sip by sip, each time with palpable urgency. The sternness in old Lu's eyes slowly faded, replaced by a faint smile. Having been by his wife's side for so many years, he could naturally discern whether the old lady's reaction was good or bad. Two different broths, yet the old woman reacted identically when fed. If he still couldn't discern the difference, he'd be utterly obtuse. His gaze fell upon Fang Jian, and seeing the man's confident expression, old Lu couldn't help but admire him. Unfazed by praise or criticism, bold yet meticulous, and above all possessing exceptional skill, such talent should not be wasted. Soon, the old lady had drained the watermelon juice completely. Yi Hua approached cautiously and asked softly, "Grandma, are you feeling better?" Much better. Is there anything else you'd like? Bring me some more kanji." "Yes." Yi Hua felt a surge of awe within, growing ever more curious and eager about that insulated box. What kind of medicine was inside? Why did it make the old lady feel so revitalized after drinking it? Although it hadn't cured her Parkinson's, the fact that she was actively requesting food was already a tremendous improvement for her. Kanji and other meals had already been prepared by Lu Lao and were now brought in. He helped the old lady sip it down slowly. After a while, the old lady suddenly reached out her frail, trembling arm and gently stroked Mu Shui's arm as she fed her the porridge. "Thank you," she said. Mu Shui startled, quickly replying, "Grandma, you don't need to thank me. That boy prepared all this for you." A twitch crossed the old lady's face, as if she were trying to smile, but her eyes slowly closed. "The old lady is tired. Let's step outside." "We shouldn't disturb her rest," Yi Hua whispered urgently. Everyone stepped back from Fang Jian, even old Lu retreated. "Little Fang, I'm always troubling you," old Lu said kindly, clasping Fang Jian's hand. "Your grandmother's health is in your hands now." Yi Hua stared at Fang Jian's hand, his heart filled with envy, wishing it were his own. But in front of old Master Lu, he dared not show the slightest hint of it. As for the old lady's health, he dared not be the slightest bit negligent, for he understood deeply that even if any mishap occurred not because of him, he probably wouldn't fare well either. Doing his utmost was the only thing he could do. After seeing Fang Jian and Mu Shui off, Yi Hua hesitated for a long moment. Glancing at old Master Lu's impassive face, he murmured, "Old Master Lu, the dietary regimen Dr. Fang has devised is quite intriguing." Old Master Lu replied slowly, "What are you getting at?" "I was just thinking, if he were willing to share the recipe, perhaps we could develop something even better. It might even help with the old lady's condition." Old Master Lu gave him a faint glance and said, "I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Don't mention it again." "Yes." Yi Hua's heart sank, and he quickly bowed his head in acknowledgement. "Any actions you wish to take must be discussed directly with Dr. Fang. But I don't want to hear any negative news. Do you understand?" Yi Hua snapped his head up, his voice trembling with surprise and delight. "Understood." Old Master Lu sighed softly. If this medicinal cuisine proves so effective, it would be a great blessing to bring its benefits to the masses. After conducting a follow-up examination on the elderly woman and confirming no complications, Yi Hua departed the Lu residence. After a moment's hesitation, he finally dialed a number he had looked up earlier. Dr. Fang, it's Yi Hua. Director Yi, what brings you? Dr. Fang, I'd like to pay you a visit. When would be convenient? Fang Jian held the phone, pondering for a moment. He had already guessed Yi Hua's purpose. Yet, a faint sense of quiet delight stirred within him. The more people involved in this matter, the more advantageous it would be for him. Sure, Director Yi. When is convenient for you? We can arrange a place to meet. No need to pick a day. Let's meet right now. Yi Hua glanced at his watch and said, it's almost lunchtime. Let's grab a bite together. All right. I'm in the neighborhood. There's a quiet little restaurant nearby. If you don't mind, I'll wait for you there. Chapter 138, Vigilance. Fang Jian, you need to be careful. Wary of what? Are you genuinely clueless, or just playing dumb? Mu Shui retorted irritably, what do you think Yi Hua wants to see you for? Fang Jian chuckled, picking up the insulated box. Isn't it all about this? If you knew, why did you agree? Fang Jian stroked the thermos and chuckled, Sister Shui, you really think what we're feeding the old lady is medicinal cuisine? Mu Shui slammed on the brakes. If it's not medicinal soup, then what is it? Actually, it's a nutrient solution. For ordinary people, it doesn't do much at most, it makes you feel less hungry. But for those with impaired bodily functions who can't absorb nutrients, it's practically a miracle cure. Fang Jian explained slowly, if I'd been upfront from the start, old man Lu would never have agreed to give it to the old lady. But after gaining his trust through massage therapy, I used the pretext of traditional Chinese medicinal cuisine. That way, old man Lu didn't have much suspicion. Mu Shui stared at him in disbelief. You mean, you weren't giving the old lady traditional Chinese medicinal cuisine? You were giving her some kind of Western-style nutritional solution? Yes. Mu Shui pressed her hand to her forehead, at a loss for words. Fang Jian possessed extraordinary skill in massage techniques. Anyone who experienced his work would be impressed. Therefore, both Old Man Lu and Mu Shui assumed his techniques in the so-called medicinal cuisine stemmed from traditional Chinese medicine. Little did they know the actual result was some kind of nutrient solution refined through Western medical methods. Sister Shui, as long as it works, who cares if it's Chinese or Western medicine? Mu Shui shook her head helplessly. Alright, even if it is a nutrient solution, can you guarantee Yi Hua won't figure it out? Fang Jian replied earnestly, before this nutrient solution is formulated, the chances of reverse engineering it are slim. But once it's created and subjected to reverse engineering, I believe modern technology could quickly uncover its secrets. If you knew that, why did you agree to meet Yi Hua? Because I'll tell him the truth and collaborate with him. What? Are you out of your mind? Mu Shui's eyes widened. Collaborate with him? You'd be better off working with Yu Huiliang. How did you know Fatso when I started working together? Mu Shui grew even more astonished. You two really started working together? Yeah, I've already handed the nutrient solution to the fat guy for testing and analysis. Fang Jian said with a smile, his family runs a pharmaceutical factory anyway, so we might as well utilize their existing resources. Oh, right, when researching the nutrient solution, second uncle also invested some money and took a share of the equity. Mu Shui eyed Fang Jian suspiciously, her gaze oddly distant, as if she were seeing him for the first time. Xiao Jian, you've really changed. No, how have I changed? Tell me, where did you get this nutrient solution? You know I'm a doctor. Doctor, my foot. Do you think every doctor can pull off something this big? Sister Shui, please calm down. We're civilized people, we can't resort to violence. Mu Shui lowered her raised little fist and said firmly, I want the truth. Fine, I'll tell you the truth. Fang Jian immediately replied, I'd had similar thoughts for a long time. After meeting the old lady, those thoughts became even clearer. Then my second uncle gave me some money, so I borrowed the professor's lab and tinkered around for a while. I never expected I'd actually manage to make it. Mu Shui said coldly, is that all? Finished? Then who do you think you're fooling with such lies? Sister Shui, you think I'm lying, but how do you expect me to explain this without it sounding like a lie? Mu Shui paused slightly. She carefully recalled her recent interactions with Fang Jian, her mind filled with deep confusion. The Fang Jian before her now seemed exactly the same as before, even his temperament unchanged. Yet, for some reason, his abilities had suddenly experienced an explosive growth, something she found utterly unacceptable. Yet if Fang Jian was lying, she had no idea how to explain all this. Sighing deeply, Mu Shui said, never mind. This is your business, I can't decide for you. But since this nutrient solution is so effective, you'd better not get shortchanged. Don't worry, I won't. This nutrient solution is merely a starting point for me. I'll develop even better things, Fang Jian declared with a proud smile. Watching Fang Jian now, Mu Shui felt an involuntary stir in her heart. A boy's confident and spirited demeanor could truly touch the soul. She turned her face away, silently cursing herself, then immediately started the car. Soon they reached the entrance of the residential complex. You can get out here, Mu Shui said. I need to head back to the station. Sister Mu, skipping work to see me like this, won't it affect the case? Manhwa replied coldly, picking you up from Lu Lao's place was a task personally assigned by Captain Hua. Oh, so picking me up is more important than busting drug dealers? Nonsense. Manhwa shot Fang Jian a withering glance before driving off with a flourish. Watching her recede into the distance, a faint smile touched Fang Jian's lips. Especially that last moment of feigned pouting seemed frozen in his mind, stirring his emotions. Holding the insulated box, Fang Jian was about to head upstairs when, inexplicably, a sudden chill crept over him. It was an indescribable sensation, like a frog in the animal kingdom caught in a snake's gaze. A bone-chilling coldness surged up his spine, threatening to freeze him solid. Fang Jian's footsteps halted. He abruptly turned his head. In that direction, a figure crouched partially beneath the shade of a tree, seemingly engrossed in a mobile game. Fang Jian's gaze locked onto the person's face, immediately spotting a prominent birthmark shaped like a thumb. He was certain he had never seen this person before. Beyond that, however, Fang Jian noticed nothing else. His gaze swept back and forth for a while, but he saw nothing unusual. Frowning slightly, Fang Jian turned and entered the building. Had he been too exhausted lately? Why was he starting to see things? No sooner had he placed the insulated box than Yihua's call came through. Answering the phone, Fang Jian headed downstairs. Opening the door to step outside, he instinctively glanced back in that direction once more. The area beneath the trees was now completely empty. Fang Jian tucked his phone away and headed toward the restaurant Yihua had mentioned. Yet for some reason, a heavy weight lingered in his heart, as if something terrible was about to happen. Chapter 139, Tan City. In this modestly sized restaurant, Yihua reserved a small private room. Glancing around at the simple furnishings, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly. He couldn't recall the last time he'd dined in such an establishment. It reminded him of his days as an intern. Reflecting on it now, he felt a sudden pang of nostalgia and warmth. It was a memory of his youth. Though he had achieved great success and fame, whenever he saw vibrant young people, he always felt an inexpressible envy in his heart. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he spotted a long-awaited figure. Forgetting his status, he immediately stood up, his face breaking into a broad smile. Dr. Fang. Fang Jian looked up and smiled. Director Yi. Ah, Dr. Fang, no need for formalities. Meeting at Old Master Lu's home was fate itself. Yihua dared not show the slightest arrogance. Not only was he deeply impressed by Fang Jian's masterful massage techniques and skillfully prepared medicinal cuisine, but Fang's subtle connections to figures like Old Master Lu and Shui Yi alone commanded Yihua's respect. Of course, if any doctors from the traditional Chinese medicine hospital saw him, the esteemed Vice President Yi, treating an intern with such deference, they'd likely be stunned enough to drop their jaws. Dr. Fang, I took the liberty of ordering a few dishes. Please take a look and see if there's anything else you'd like. Yihua handed over the menu warmly. Fang Jian shook his head. Thank you, Director Yi. I have no dietary restrictions, anything is fine. Very well. Yihua tucked away the menu. Dr. Fang, I now formally invite you, on behalf of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, to intern at our institution. Would you be interested? Fang Jian paused, surprised. Director Yi, I studied Western clinical medicine. Yihua smiled confidently. That's not an issue. If you're willing, leave the rest to me. Fang Jian pondered for a moment before sighing. Thank you for your kindness, Director Yi, but I've already secured an internship at another hospital. A hint of disappointment flashed in Yihua's eyes, though he concealed it. He smiled and said, that's perfectly fine. Putting your knowledge to practical use is what truly matters. Still, Dr. Fang, we are all Chinese citizens. Traditional Chinese medicine is profound and extensive. If you have any interest, perhaps you could explore this field further. Yes, thank you for your guidance, Director Yi. I wouldn't dare offer guidance. Your acupressure and acupuncture techniques are already remarkable, even our department head admits he's no match for you. Yihua chuckled. Out of curiosity, where did you learn these skills? Xin Ingguang. Zini Ingguang? Yihua froze, his expression turning peculiar. Though not a native of N City, he had worked and settled here since graduating over 30 years ago. Consequently, he was quite familiar with the city's established businesses. If his memory served him correctly, Xin Ingguang was a foot massage parlor. That said, several of the massage therapists at Zini Ingguang were quite skilled. While they couldn't compare to the head of the massage department at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, they were still fairly well known in the industry. That's right, Zini Ingguang. Fang Jian bluffed. I've had massages there a few times and found them quite relaxing. So I bought a couple of books to study and taught myself. Unexpectedly, when I massaged a few elders, they found it very comfortable and recommended me to old Lu. Yihua stared in disbelief, his gaze filled with utter astonishment. I'm asking you sincerely, are you pulling my leg? Taking a deep breath, Yihua said, Dr. Fang, are you saying you figured out these techniques all by yourself? Yeah. What else? Yihua nearly gasped for breath. Otherwise? How would I know the real reason? Alright, Dr. Fang, you truly possess extraordinary talent. Yihua offered a distracted compliment, steering the conversation toward his desired topic. I'd like to ask what exactly is the story with that medicinal cuisine? He paused, then voiced his confusion. Though I don't know the recipe, the first batch definitely contained animal fats. Yet the second batch seemed like plain water, no, more like fruit juice. Could these really be the same recipe? Fang Jian chuckled softly. Director Yi, what do you intend to do by asking this? Dr. Fang, the medicinal cuisine you prepare has remarkably pronounced effects. If it could be widely adopted, imagine how many lives it could benefit, Yihua said earnestly. Moreover, promoting this cuisine would undoubtedly bring you significant advantages. Therefore, I'd like to ask you. Director Yi. Fang Jian interrupted him. To be perfectly honest, what I gave the old lady wasn't medicinal cuisine at all. Yihua's eyes lit up. He thought to himself, just as I suspected. The difference in the effects of the so-called medicinal dishes before and after was simply too great. If he were told they were the same dish, he wouldn't believe it for the life of him. In truth, there was no medicinal cuisine at all. It was a nutrient solution mixed into pork rib soup and watermelon juice for the old lady. The real effect came from the nutrient solution. Nutritional solution? Yihua's eyes widened. Though he'd long suspected something was off, hearing the term left him utterly bewildered. Dr. Fang, while I'm a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, I've some knowledge of Western medicine too. To my knowledge, I've never heard of such a nutritional solution. That's perfectly normal, Fang Jian shrugged. I developed it myself. Yihua's jaw dropped. Even he couldn't help but momentarily lose his composure at this revelation. You developed it yourself? Yes. How is that possible? Yihua exclaimed involuntarily. Nutrient solutions weren't particularly groundbreaking. Modern medicine had long had similar formulations. But if those solutions delivered instant results, old Lu and the others wouldn't have been grappling with this problem for so long. Moreover, Yihua understood all too well that while nutrient solutions weren't pharmaceuticals, developing an entirely new formula demanded immense resources. It wasn't just beyond a kid like Fang Jian. Even the world's most renowned laboratories wouldn't achieve it easily. Fang Jian smiled broadly. Dean Yi, have you heard of coincidence? My success in developing this solution was nothing more than a stroke of luck. Yihua gave him a deep look and said, so it was a coincidence, was it? Much of human civilization's technological history was built upon such coincidences. Yet deep down, Yihua didn't believe a word of it. Chapter 140, The Paper. Dr. Fang, what are your plans for these nutrient solutions? Yes, I plan to begin production as soon as possible and promote them widely. Ah, that's good. Though Yihua's face showed relief, his heart felt a pang of disappointment. He had hoped to secure a share of the profits, but now it seemed that wish would come to nothing. If Fang Jian were just an ordinary intern, Yihua might have considered some underhanded tactics. But with old Lu watching over him, even if Yihua had the audacity of a tiger, he wouldn't dare make a rash move. Dean Yi, I know I can't accomplish this alone. I need guidance from our elders. Especially for the promotion phase, I desperately need the backing of a respected senior like you. If you're interested, I'd like to invite you to join us. Oh, certainly. This is a great cause that benefits both the nation and its people. I couldn't ask for more. Yihua paused for a moment, then nodded without hesitation. Though Fang Jian hadn't mentioned any benefits, Yihua understood that for a doctor, simply being part of this endeavor would be an immense advantage. Director Yi, this nutrient solution does have its inherent limitations. What? Yihua's heart sank. This nutrient solution was developed specifically for cases like the elderly woman's, where bodily functions have become abnormal and she cannot absorb nutrients from ordinary food. That's why it produced immediate results for her. However, when administered to generally healthy individuals, the effects are negligible. Yihua exhaled in relief. Are there any other side effects or complications? Absolutely none. Fang Jian shook his head. If there were, how could I have administered it to the elderly patient? Yihua slapped his forehead and laughed. I was overthinking it. Exactly. If this nutrient solution had side effects, how much courage would Fang Jian need to dare administer it to the elderly woman? Dr. Fang, what you're describing isn't a flaw, it's the nutrient solution's target demographic, Yihua remarked solemnly. Given humanity's vast population, there must be many similar patients. I believe this solution holds tremendous potential. He extended his hand, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Dr. Fang, if there's anything you need help with, please don't hesitate to ask. I still have some standing within the medical system. Thank you, Director Yi. Fang Jian reached out and shook his hand firmly. The meal unfolded with remarkable ease. Yihua imparted decades of experience navigating the medical system to Fang Jian without reservation. Though Chinese and Western medicine differed in many ways, they shared common ground in most aspects, particularly in the art of human interaction, where Yihua demonstrated remarkable wisdom. Fang Jian was deeply grateful for this. Regardless of Yihua's motives, he felt truly indebted. Finally, Yihua said, Dr. Fang, there's one thing I'm not sure if you've done yet. What? You developed this nutrient solution yourself. Have you published a paper on it? No. Fang Jian frowned. Does it even require a paper? Seeing Fang Jian finally reveal a hint of youthful naivety, Yihua couldn't help but burst out laughing. This kid had been acting so worldly at Old Lou's place, but only now did he show a bit of his true youth. Dr. Fang, this is a monumental discovery. You'd be missing out if you didn't write a paper about it. Yihua paused and added, frankly, I think this nutrient solution discovery is ready for a core journal. Fang Jian hesitated. Truth be told, he still felt a bit uneasy. If this nutrient solution were truly his own creation, he wouldn't let this opportunity slip. But he knew better than anyone where it came from. To publish it with a clear conscience? His face just wasn't thick enough for that. As if reading his thoughts, Yihua urged, Dr. Fang, if you aspire to become an influential physician, publishing papers is an essential step. Heh, you're so young and have already invented this nutrient solution. What other discoveries might you make in the future? Fang Jian's eyes flashed. Those words truly struck a chord. In the higher dimensional world, the nutrient solution was merely a low-tier auxiliary product. What truly made Fang Jian's mouth water were the various wonder drugs. Today, he had obtained the formula for the nutrient solution. If he continued venturing into the higher dimensional world, he would eventually be able to recreate those wonder drugs in this world. Under these circumstances, even if he wanted to delegate the work to others, it would be highly unlikely. Developing a single nutrient solution or wonder drug might be dismissed as a fluke or coincidence. But what would happen when one after another of these wonder drugs emerged from his hands? Could it be that he was destined to become a renowned figure? Sighing deeply, Fang Jian raised his wine glass. Din Yi, I raise this glass to you. Thank you for your reminder. Yihua paused slightly, his gaze toward Fang Jian tinged with a hint of peculiarity. His earlier warning had been well-intentioned, but hoping Fang Jian would make further discoveries was merely flattery. Even he himself didn't believe that good fortune could repeatedly fall upon the same person. Even if Fang Jian achieved nothing more, this single nutrient solution alone would sustain him for a lifetime. Yet, observing Fang Jian's current demeanor and expression, brimming with confidence in his future research, made Yihua inwardly uneasy. Could this young man have let success go to his head? After downing a glass of wine, Yihua cleared his throat and asked, Fang, which journal do you plan to submit your paper to? I haven't decided yet. I'll look into it thoroughly when I get back. Then I'll recommend one, World Journal of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Traditional Chinese medicine? Fang Jian asked in puzzlement. Din Yi, this is a nutritional solution. Heh, who says nutritional solutions can't be refined from dietary inspiration? This is also a great achievement of traditional Chinese medicine. Yihua said, World Traditional Chinese Medicine is a journal with a composite impact factor above 0.8, and its editor-in-chief is my classmate. As long as you submit your paper, it will definitely be published. Seeing Yihua's beaming expression, Fang Jian began to grasp the situation. However, he didn't agree immediately. After a moment's thought, he said, Din Yi, my nutrient solution was refined in Professor Zhang's lab at the medical university. I must report this to him first. After discussing it with him, I'll report back to you. How does that sound? Though inwardly displeased, Yihua maintained his cheerful expression, nodding repeatedly. Perfect. I'll await your good news. Chapter 141, Current Situation. The scorching afternoon sun beat down on the earth, as if it could scorch the very ground. Stepping out of the cool, air-conditioned restaurant, Fang Jian was immediately hit by a wave of heat. He furrowed his brow, shielding his eyes with his hand as he continued toward the residential complex. As he entered the complex, the corner of Fang Jian's eye caught a glimpse of a vaguely familiar figure. He instinctively turned to look, but could only see a back. Yet, upon seeing that silhouette, the frown between Fang Jian's brows deepened. He had this distinct feeling that he had seen this silhouette before. As if sensing his gaze, the figure turned halfway to leave. But in that split second of turning, Fang Jian caught sight of a birthmark the size of a thumb. A flicker of recognition struck him. This was the man he'd seen under the tree before dinner. The figure's pace was neither quick nor slow, yet within moments, he disappeared around a corner into an alley. Fang Jian pondered. He had lived in this neighborhood for over a decade, yet he had never seen this person before. However, his neighborhood was quite large. Though it had once been an upscale community, with the city's development, most residents now were elderly or out-of-towners who had bought second-hand homes. Precisely because of the high turnover, new neighbors appeared almost every month. So even if he hadn't seen this person before, it wasn't particularly surprising. Pulling himself together, Fang Jian headed upstairs, yet for some reason, his mind refused to settle. In the bathroom, he turned on the faucet, letting the cold water cascade over his face. Yet the restlessness within him wouldn't subside. Fang Jian had this inexplicable feeling that he'd overlooked something crucial. Returning to his bedroom, he sat down and took deep breaths. Only after a long while did his pounding heart begin to slow slightly. What was going on? Why had he suddenly become so restless? Hey, are you there? What is it? I don't know either. It's just this feeling, like something really bad is about to happen. Carefully recall everything you've seen and heard. Analyze the details, perhaps you'll uncover the reason. Fang Jian froze. The white-haired, red-eyed version of himself had actually offered such advice. The old Fang Jian might have known this was feasible, but he likely wouldn't have been able to do it. But the current Fang Jian was different. After gaining psychic powers, his memory had greatly enhanced, reaching a level unimaginable to ordinary people. Now, he calmed his mind, closed his eyes, and began recalling everything that had happened today. From the early morning Mushue's call, the juice making all the way to leaving old Lu's house, everything seemed perfectly normal. Even if his conversation with Mu Shui had been somewhat strained and perfunctory, it shouldn't have left him feeling this unsettled. Suddenly, a scene shifted in his mind's eye. Fang Jian saw it in his memory. A man with a birthmark on his face shaped like a thumb. The birthmark was so distinct that one glance made it nearly impossible to forget. Yet Fang Jian was certain he had never seen this man before. Yet, the instant he recognized this figure in his memory, Fang Jian's heart began to pound violently, beyond his control. It was him. Fang Jian's eyes snapped open. He finally understood the cause of his palpitations. It was indeed this man. Though he had only encountered him twice today, this person gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. It was a premonition and inexplicable foreboding. But why did a complete stranger fill him with such dread? Fang Jian picked up a pen and paper. Though not a sketch pen, it served almost the same purpose in his hands. The pen swiftly moved across the paper, and soon, a face emerged. Anyone who saw this drawing and then saw the person with the birthmark would surely think it was a black and white photograph. The ability to sketch a portrait from memory alone, achieving such a level of skill, was truly rare. Fang Jian set down the pen and held the portrait close to his eyes. As he studied it, he murmured to himself, "Strange, why does this person feel so familiar?" The sound of the door opening suddenly reached his ears. Holding the portrait, Fang Jian stepped out of the bedroom and saw his mother changing her shoes at the entrance. "Mom, you're home so early today. I got off work early today. What would you like for dinner? I'll make it for you. Everything you cook tastes amazing." Flattery again. Suing smiled and asked, "What's that in your hand?" "Oh, it's a portrait. Just a quick sketch." Fang Jian handed her the paper. Suing glanced at it and chuckled, "That birthmark on the face is quite distinctive. You'd never forget it at a glance. If they ever went missing, it'd be easy to find them." Fang Jian froze, suddenly looking up, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. "Xiao Jian, what's wrong?" "Ah, Mom, nothing. You're truly amazing." With that, Fang Jian dashed back to his bedroom. Suing watched him in bewilderment, shaking her head with a sigh. "That little rascal. Just when I thought he was growing up a bit, he's back to his old tricks." Little did she know that after returning to his room, Fang Jian immediately grabbed another piece of paper and began sketching again. Soon, a new portrait appeared before everyone. It was the same face, but this time, the prominent thumb-shaped birthmark was gone. Fang Jian stared at the portrait, a cold smile curling his lips. "It was you after all. Found you." The person in this portrait was someone Fang Jian knew all too well. It was the leader who had appeared at the amusement park. With the mole and thumb birthmark erased, the clean, fresh face now belonged entirely to the same person. Su Ying's words reminded him that thumb birthmark was so distinctive, much like the black mole. Anyone who saw it would instinctively overlook other features and etch that particular trait into their memory. Fang Jian silently warned himself he had made this mistake once before, and now he was about to make it again. Had his mother not pointed it out, he might never have discovered the source of his unease. Yet, even though he'd pinpointed the crucial element, he felt no relief whatsoever. Instead, a genuine chill rose from within his heart. Why was the boss here? If this was some random act, Fang Jian refused to believe it. Could it be he already knew something? Chapter 142, Handle It Myself. Taking a deep breath, Fang Jian suddenly noticed his hands trembling slightly. Though he had endured much during this period, he remained, after all, just an ordinary young man. Facing a drug dealer, one who had even evaded police pursuit, suddenly still sent a shiver through him. He looked up toward the kitchen, his anxiety growing. Yes, if it were just him, that would be one thing. But his mother was at home. No matter what, he couldn't let her get into danger. Pulling out his phone, Fang Jian instinctively dialed Mu Shue's number. Within the police force, Mu Shue was the person Fang Jian trusted most. Yet, the moment the call connected, the image of the white-haired, red-eyed figure suddenly flashed through his mind. "Do you want to call the police?" "Yes." "Do you think calling the police will help?" "What if I don't? He's already here. Why don't you think about why he's here?" Fang Jian froze, his mind growing increasingly chaotic. The white-haired, red-eyed man's words were too sensational to be true, yet Fang Jian harbored similar fears. Mu Shui had mentioned that after confirming the boss's identity, they had already made one attempt. However, that operation ended in failure. The boss seemed to have received advance warning and escaped before they could act. Did this mean the police department itself was no longer safe? "Hey, Fang Jian, what do you need?" Mu Shue's familiar voice came through the phone. Fang Jian's body jerked. He pressed the phone to his ear and said, "Sister Shui, why are you calling?" "What? What are you talking about?" "Ah, wrong number." With that, Fang Jian hung up immediately. Manhwa stared blankly at the phone, listening to the dial tone. What the hell was Fang Jian up to? Her thoughts didn't linger long, however, because under Huayao City's command, the members of the criminal investigation team and the narcotics squad were once again engrossed in intense debate and investigation. You did the right thing. At this point, the police can't be trusted. If the police can't be trusted, who can? Only yourself. Me? Exactly. You are no longer an ordinary person. The voice of the white-haired, red-eyed figure gradually faded away, but deep within Fang Jian's heart surged an unprecedented, overwhelming confidence. Yes, I'm no longer ordinary. I possess psychic powers. Though I'm still learning to wield it, I'm already far stronger than anyone else. Rather than entrusting my life to the police, I'd rather hold it firmly in my own hands. At that moment, Fang Jian made up his mind, his gaze sharpening. He pulled out his phone, opened the map, and studied it intently. Though he'd grown up in this neighborhood and knew the surroundings like the back of his hand, he remained utterly focused. He knew he couldn't afford a single mistake in the operation ahead, not even the slightest error. Constantly calculating in his mind, Fang Jian was certain that since the boss had appeared here, his sole target was undoubtedly himself. Though he couldn't fathom why the boss hadn't fled despite the heightened tension, now that he was here, he wouldn't walk away unscathed. After an unknown amount of time, Suing finished cooking the meal. To spare his mother worry, Fang Jian deliberately ate an extra half bowl of rice. After clearing the dishes and washing them clean, he said, "Mom, I'm going for a night run. You should get some rest early." Night runs? Suing asked in surprise. When did you start doing that? Fatso mentioned he's joining a night run event lately, so I figured I'd tag along for fun. Fang Jian promptly passed the buck to Yu Huiliang. Little Yu? He's joining a night run? Suing looked utterly incredulous. Yeah, he's got his eye on a younger classmate, but she thinks he's too fat and won't date him. She said unless he successfully loses weight, they won't see each other. Fang Jian grinned. Fatso's got no choice. He's throwing himself into exercise, hoping to shed those pounds. Heh, that Yu Huiliang is quite the character. If he actually manages to lose weight, that girl will have done him a huge favor. Exactly. Fang Jian nodded repeatedly, though inwardly he thought. Fatso, I'm not lying. You really are trying to lose weight. Mom, I'm heading out now. Alright, go early and come back soon. Don't stay out too long, it's not good for your health. Don't worry. Fang Jian shrugged nonchalantly. You've forgotten I'm a doctor, after all. With that, he changed into his workout clothes and running shoes and dashed out the door. Suing shook her head, her gaze sweeping over the TV cabinet. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She picked up the phone and dialed. Moments later, Yu Huiliang answered. Auntie, you wanted me? Yes, Xiao Yu, you're out night running too, right? Night run? What's up? Nothing. How did you know, Auntie? Yu Huiliang reacted swiftly, immediately following her lead in questioning. Xiao Jian told me. He said you're working hard to lose weight for someone special. That's wonderful news. I still have a box of slimming tea at home. I hear it works really well. I'll have Xiao Jian bring it over tomorrow. Wishing you success in your weight loss journey and all your dreams come true. Thank you, Auntie. Yu Huiliang cautiously asked, Auntie, did old Fang say anything else to you? He didn't say much, just hoped you'd keep up the good work. But there's a reason why people aren't impressed with your figure, just work harder to slim down. Yu Huiliang nodded in agreement, but his face darkened slightly. Auntie, is old Fang home? No, he said he wants to learn from you and join the night runs too, so he just stepped out. Yu Huiliang hung up the phone, cursing inwardly. Fang Jian, what on earth did you say to him? Night runs now? Something fishy's definitely up. When I see him tomorrow, I'll get to the bottom of this. Fang Jian, of course, knew nothing of the little incident at home. He left the compound, deliberately lingering by the gate for a moment to exchange greetings with the security guard. After all, as a resident for over a decade, the guard had practically watched him grow up. Exchanging a few words upon meeting was perfectly normal. While smiling and chatting, Fang Jian kept one eye on his surroundings. Suddenly, the corner of his eye caught a vaguely familiar figure. Fang Jian didn't immediately turn to look, instead pretending not to notice. He waved goodbye to the guard and began jogging leisurely toward the distance. Yet his ears were already perked up. Mental energy surged through his mind, rapidly flowing into his ears. Chapter 143, Intent to Kill. Near the residential complex stood a large riverside park, renowned throughout City N. As Fang Jian jogged toward it, he listened intently to the sounds behind him. When his mental energy surged and entered his ears, his hearing underwent a dramatic transformation. Every sound now reached his ears with crystal clarity, as if someone had placed a clock right next to them. He could even visualize specific patterns in his mind. About 100 meters behind him, someone was trailing leisurely, their pace almost perfectly synchronized with his own. A realization dawned on Fang Jian, this must be an expert tracker. Even maintaining a 100-meter distance at night, he was confident he wouldn't lose the trail. Got it. Looks like they're out for a night run. Split up and follow them. Taishu, you take over in 10 minutes. His footsteps faltered slightly, and Fang Jian felt a pang of alarm. He had assumed only one person was trailing him, but now the news growing in his ears was increasingly grim. He quickly recalled the hypnotic interrogations of Bing Jingwu and the bald man. The drug trafficking team that had come to N City this time actually consisted of only 6 members. 3 had already been apprehended, leaving the boss, Taishu, and Brother Hang. Clearly, the boss and Taishu were already behind him. That meant the last one, Brother Hang, must be hiding nearby too. As if to confirm his suspicions, the boss's deep voice sounded again, Brother Hang, ride your bike to the front of the park. Run towards him wearing a mask, don't draw his attention. Fang Jian didn't turn to look, but just by the sound, he knew they were communicating through special devices. Still, he remained impassive. Since they showed no immediate intent to act, Fang Jian was happy to lead them on a little chase. He wanted to get a good look at all 3 of them. Soon, the footsteps behind him shifted. Though still close, the rhythm changed subtly. Clearly, Taishu had taken over the pursuit. Fang Jian reached the riverbank, resting one hand on a stone pedestal. He planted one foot firmly while swinging the other up and down, as if stretching his leg. Yet as he performed this motion, his upper body swayed left and right. Seizing the moment he turned his head, he instantly caught sight of Taishu. Unlike the boss's elaborate disguise, Taishu wore little in the way of concealment, save for a neatly trimmed mustache. Although Fang Jian had seen his appearance during the interrogation of Bing Jingwu, he might not have recognized him at first glance if he hadn't known this was Taishu. Human faces are strangely malleable. Even slight alterations can create entirely different impressions. Of course, this requires mastery of disguise techniques, otherwise, ordinary people couldn't achieve such transformative results. Having confirmed the man's identity, Fang Jian showed no unusual reaction. He continued his actions as if he hadn't noticed the other man at all. However, the flow of his spiritual energy accelerated significantly, and his ears seemed to grow sharper. Up ahead, a masked figure jogged leisurely along the riverbank. Though he kept his gaze straight ahead while running, Fang Jian could sense the man's eyes repeatedly scanning his body. Clearly, he had already marked him as prey. In recent years, China's economy had soared like it had grown wings, but the price paid was a severe decline in air quality. Therefore, wearing a mask while night running was hardly anything to be surprised about. However, upon hearing the boss greet the 2 of them, Fang Jian knew exactly who was approaching. Brother Hang gradually pulled ahead, and soon Fang Jian could hear the trio's conversation. Boss, are you sure that Dr. Jian is really this kid? Yeah, he doesn't look like it to me either. Anyone who could extract our descriptions from Xiao Wu isn't ordinary, definitely a seasoned veteran detective. This guy shows zero vigilance. He'd never pry anything out of Xiao Wu. I know your doubts, but I saw this kid at the amusement park. He was hanging around the restroom entrance and later spoke with that female officer. The boss paused before explaining, Dr. Jian's background is a mystery even our undercover contacts don't know. But he was introduced and brought in by that female officer, who spent most of the day with him today. That makes him the prime suspect. Oh, that female officer. Brother Hang chuckled. That girl is quite the looker. This kid's got some luck with the ladies. Brother Hang, what's the matter with you? Thinking about this at a time like this? Brother Hang seemed to hold deep respect for the boss. At his rebuke, he immediately shut his mouth tight, daring not to utter another word. Taisu's voice was grave. Boss, what should we do now? First, keep a close eye on him. See what else he does besides night runs. If he really is just running at night, then we'll catch him when he comes back. Arrest him? Won't that draw police attention? I must know how they pried information out of Xiao Wu and Baldy. Otherwise, I won't rest easy. Fang Jian sneered inwardly. It seemed they placed immense faith in Bing Jingwu and Bald Head. That was why they found the confessions so unbelievable and were so desperate to master that method themselves. But no matter how hard Boss Ren racked his brain, he'd never guess the real reason. Truthfully, if not for Fang Jian possessing psychic abilities and personally testing the hypnosis technique, even he himself might not have believed it. Boss, do you think he'll spill everything? Poof. A young punk? Hand him over to me. Once the torture starts, he'll spill everything down to the date of his first wet dream. Don't be complacent. The boss said in a deep voice, it's still too early. Wait until the night is deep and quiet before taking him down. If he refuses to talk, there's still someone else in his family. The boss is wise. Fang Jian, who was stretching his legs, paused slightly. An indescribable storm surged within his heart. An invisible force was gathering around him, warping the surrounding space to a certain degree. Had anyone stood beside him now, they would have felt an intense chill, as if plunged into an ice cellar. It was murderous intent, a dense, razor-sharp killing intent. Had these 3 targeted only Fang Jian, it might have been tolerable. But they had set their sights on suing. This undoubtedly struck at the deepest, most sensitive part of Fang Jian's soul, stirring within him, for the first time, an intense desire to kill. Chapter 144, Discovery. Inside the police station, lights blazed brightly despite the late hour. Hua Yaocheng and others stood by the whiteboard, whispering discussions with those around them. He stretched lazily, then suddenly beckoned to Mu Shui. Mu Shui, you can head back first. Mu Shui shook her head. Captain Hua, we still haven't found their whereabouts. I don't want to leave. She paused before adding, so much time has passed already. If we can't find them now, I'm afraid. A wave of disappointment washed over everyone's faces. They all knew that the longer they waited, the greater the chance the suspects would escape in city. Once the suspects successfully fled, recapturing them would be next to impossible. Hua Yaocheng sighed softly. We've arrested 3 suspects this time, that's progress. As for the boss and the others, we can only do our best and leave the rest to fate. He shook his head. You have other missions to attend to. Don't delay. Mu Shui's lips curled slightly. That mission, it's really unnecessary. It's an assignment. Once it's given, you must carry it out regardless of whether you understand it or not. Mu Shui reluctantly replied, yes. In Mu Shui's mind, escorting Fang Jian to Old Lu's house at set times hardly qualified as a mission. At the very least, compared to apprehending drug traffickers, this so-called assignment was a complete waste of time. Yet she held only the right to suggest, not to decide. Once orders came down from above, she had no choice but to comply. Captain Hua, we have new information. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside as a young officer burst in, his face alight with excitement. He saluted first, then reported, we've received intelligence that the suspect, Taishu, was spotted on Zhongshan East Road in the city. When? Hua Yaocheng perked up, his voice tinged with excitement. Though not the boss's target, every additional arrest was welcome. Half an hour ago. Who reported it? A traffic cop. A traffic cop? Yes. They were reviewing traffic violations on the monitors when they spotted someone matching our suspect's description. I confirmed it despite the beard, it's definitely Taishu. Have you retrieved the surveillance footage? It's been retrieved and connected to our main host. Play it. Yes. As the host powered up, Taishu's figure appeared on the projector screen. Upon seeing him, everyone scrutinized the image, their faces lighting up with relief. They knew their efforts hadn't been in vain. Have them check nearby surveillance feeds. We must pinpoint this individual's movements. We're already on it, but it's getting dark now. The dim lighting is making our work incredibly difficult. The young officer said with a wry smile, after tracking and analysis, we've determined the suspect's last known location was here. The scene shifted to a new street. Mu Shui had been watching silently, but when she saw this footage, her expression abruptly changed. She exclaimed, wait a minute. The young officer froze, looking at her in surprise. Here? Are you certain this is where Taishu was last seen? Yes. So far, we haven't detected any further traces of Taishu in other surveillance feeds. Mu Shui's expression darkened considerably. She abruptly turned and said, Captain Hua, please arrange the pursuit operation. I'll be leaving first. Hua Yaocheng paused, his voice deepening. Is this related to him? Yes. All right, go ahead. Whatever it takes, ensure his safety. Hua Yaocheng gave a firm nod. Mu Shui saluted, then turned and sprinted toward the parking lot at top speed. As for how Hua Yaocheng would proceed next, that was no longer her concern. However, she trusted that with team leader Hua's experience and the lessons learned from the previous incident, there would be no more mistakes this time. Upon reaching the parking lot, Mu Shui immediately started the car and dialed Fang Jian's number. Her hand gripped the phone tightly. For some reason, her heart felt unsettled and restless. Earlier that evening, Fang Jian had called her, but inexplicably claimed it was a wrong number. She hadn't thought much of it at the time, but now she regretted it deeply. If only she had called him back then to ask what was going on. Hurry up, pick up already. Yet no matter how anxious she grew, Fang Jian's phone remained unanswered until the final ringtone sounded. Ugh, Mu Shui waved her hand in frustration. Her thoughts shifted, and she dialed Su Ying's number. This time, it connected quickly. Xiao Shui, what's up? Hearing Su Ying's inquiring voice, Mu Shui forced herself to suppress her emotions and replied in as calm a tone as possible. Auntie, I'm so sorry to bother you so late at night. You silly girl, what are you saying? Auntie, I'm trying to reach Fang Jian. Is he there? Didn't you call his number? I did, but it didn't go through. Is he not home? Oh, let me check. A moment later, Su Ying's voice came again, that scatterbrain left his phone at home. Mu Shui's heart sank instantly. Why would Fang Jian leave his phone at home? Could something have happened? Oh, he went for a night run tonight. He should be back soon. Night run? Yes. Why did he suddenly decide to go night running? Half relieved, half suspicious, Mu Shui asked, why did he suddenly decide to go night running? It's all because of Yu Huiliang. What does Fat Guan have to do with it? Yu Huiliang found a girlfriend, but she seemed to dislike him for being too fat. So Yu Huiliang decided to lose weight and started night running. Xiao Jian saw this and thought it was interesting, so he followed along. Su Ying chuckled, Yu Huiliang is indeed a bit overweight. Losing weight is a good thing. Mu Shui remained half convinced, pressing further, Auntie, do you know where Fang Jian goes for his night runs? Night runs? Around here, the only place suitable seems to be Riverside Park. Mu Shui's eyes lit up. Riverside Park wasn't unfamiliar to her as children, it had been one of their favorite playgrounds. But after so many years and renovations, it now felt somewhat unfamiliar. Xiao Shui, what do you need him for? When he gets back, I'll have him call you. Ah, auntie, no need to trouble yourself. You should get some rest. I'll find him myself. Suing paused, clearly sensing a misunderstanding. Alright, but be careful and come home early. Okay. After hanging up, Mu Shui froze. Be careful? Had auntie picked up on something? Never mind. Fang Jian, please don't get into any trouble. She slammed the gas pedal and the car roared away. Chapter 145, The Prepared Against the Unprepared. Fang Jian straightened his posture and continued running forward. His pace wasn't particularly fast and his head hung slightly downward as he moved. Unseen by anyone, a strange crimson vortex flickered deep within his eyes. This Fang Jian was still Fang Jian, yet not quite Fang Jian. The boss and the others' conversation had awakened the most savage and cruel side within him, stirring his emotions to the point of uncontrollable turmoil. However, he had lived through quite a bit. So, though his heart was filled with a chilling intent to kill, he hadn't lost his mind. His footsteps quickened as his body seemed to grow lighter, transforming from a slow jog into a light run, then a medium pace, and finally a full sprint. Yet this shift in pace caused the three men tailing him to feel a twinge of unease and intense discomfort. They exchanged glances, even the leader hesitating, unsure whether to pursue. A single person sprinting could be excused as exercise, but multiple people running fast would raise suspicions even to the blind. Boss, did that kid recognize us? Tai Shu asked. Impossible. He never even glanced back at us, Hanga replied in a low voice. Maybe his workout routine is just unusual. Youngsters these days love to show off, right? His running style definitely draws attention. The boss pondered for a moment before saying, we'll split up. Brother Hang, you ride your bike ahead to the bridge below. Tai Shu, you walk along the roadside. I'll follow the riverbank. Let's see if we can catch up with him. He paused, then added, if you find him, don't tip him off. I can't shake the feeling that this kid is up to something strange. Taisu and Brother Hang acknowledged the orders and split up, though inwardly they dismissed the boss's caution. To their eyes, this young man seemed like an ordinary person, lacking any aura of special training. They'd seen plenty like him. No matter how cocky they acted normally, the moment they saw a weapon, they'd turn into frightened rabbits, cowering in a corner trembling, never daring to fight back with their lives. Their task now was to locate the kid within the park and take him down when no one was watching. They were confident that with a little pressure, they could extract everything they needed to know. The Riverside Park was built around a large river, with several bridges marking its endpoints. Shared bikes naturally outpaced walking. Brother Hang quickly rode his bike to the base of a nearby bridge. His gaze swept the area, then suddenly brightened. Not far below the bridge, a figure was leaning against a streetlight, gasping for breath. It was none other than Fang Jian, who had suddenly sprinted off earlier. He let out a cold laugh and glanced around. Perhaps because it was late, there were hardly any pedestrians left. Even though it was summer, by around 10 o'clock at night, the number of people naturally dwindled. Even those seeking cool air wouldn't likely choose to linger under bridge piers. A makeshift bed in the park pavilion would be far more comfortable than this spot. Although the boss had warned them not to act rashly, Brother Hang hesitated only briefly before locking his bike and walking over. The boss was getting more timid by the day. True, this operation had gone wrong, and 3 longtime brothers had ended up behind bars. But who were they? If they couldn't handle a regular college kid without flinching, they might as well quit this line of work altogether. Brother Hang walked toward Fang Jian with his hands in his pockets, appearing nonchalant. Yet one hand was already gripping the switchblade concealed inside, poised to deliver a fatal strike at any moment. Though dusk had fallen, the city's efficient municipal services meant streetlights were already illuminated. Under their glow, Fang Jian's features were clearly visible. This light offered little compromise to daylight. Just as Brother Hang stepped into the lamplight, he suddenly saw Fang Jian lift his head. In that instant, a sudden chill ran down Brother Hang's spine, and an intense sense of foreboding welled up inexplicably. He had come here as the hunter, yet now he felt like the hunted. The prey had bared its sharp fangs, transforming into the hunter. Battle hardened, Brother Hang sensed danger. Just as he prepared to move, Fang Jian raised his hands, which began to move swiftly. Brother Hang had already drawn his switchblade and was taking a step forward, ready to charge at Fang Jian. Though he didn't know what preparations this kid had made beforehand, his fierce nature wouldn't allow him to back down easily when facing an ordinary college student. Yet, just as his feet took a few steps forward, his vision began to blur. His steps staggered like a drunken man, and he stumbled laboriously toward Fang Jian. But by now, Brother Hang was spent. His eyes had lost all focus, and his body felt as if it were filled with molten lead, ready to collapse at any moment. Fang Jian reached out and lightly tapped his forehead. Brother Hang collapsed instantly, plopping limply onto the concrete floor. Seeing the spring knife scattered on the ground, a flicker of hesitation crossed Fang Jian's eyes, but his gaze quickly hardened. He slipped the switchblade back into Brother Hang's pocket, then grabbed one of his legs and dragged him toward the grass. Thud! 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 Hang's head struck the stone slab 3 times in succession, and his body went completely limp. Once on the grass, Fang Jian tossed his body aside and waited silently. Before long, Fang Jian's expression shifted slightly. He bent down and shouted, "Hey, old man. Are you okay? Why did you pass out? Someone come quick, he's passed out." His voice carried a hint of panic, sounding like an instinctive cry born of sheer terror. In moments, Taishu had rushed over. He first gave Fang Jian a wary glance, then looked at Hang Ge lying on the ground, unconscious. His eyes narrowed. One hand slipped into his pocket as he asked in a low voice, "What's wrong with him?" "I don't know. This guy was running over here, then suddenly collapsed. Maybe he has heart problems or something?" Fang Jian fumbled in his pocket. This action immediately triggered Taishu's suspicion, the hairs on his body instantly standing on end. But Fang Jian turned his pants pocket inside out and said, "I didn't bring my phone. Can you call an ambulance?" Taishu froze, cursing silently under his breath. What the hell? He was being way too jumpy. He was just a kid, what was there to be scared of? But when did Brother Hang develop heart disease or some other serious condition? How come I never knew? He took 2 steps in one stride to reach Brother Hang's side, pressed his fingers against the pulse in his neck, and breathed a sigh of relief. He's still alive. But at that very moment, a sharp pain struck the back of his head. With a yell, Taishu leapt up and spun around to look behind him. Chapter 146, Dislocating Bones. Fang Jian held a stone he'd picked up from the roadside, cursing inwardly. So the scenes in TV shows and novels were all lies after all. In those over-the-top anti-Japanese dramas, the great underground comrades could knock enemies unconscious with a casual hand strike. But here he was, using a rock, and all he managed was a bump on Taishu's skull. And judging by Taishu's eyes bulging with rage right now, he looked like a boss after being enraged, as if his combat power had actually increased. His hand trembled as Fang Jian tossed the stone aside, his hands beginning to dance. So-called brick and stone attacks were still no match for his own hypnotic powers. Yet to Fang Jian's astonishment, Taishu let out a savage laugh. He drew a folding knife from his pocket and lunged toward him without hesitation. Throughout the attack, his gaze remained utterly unwavering, completely ignoring Fang Jian's hand movements. Strange. Why wasn't it working? Fang Jian's heart raced with terror. He immediately leaped backward, dodging the lunging blade at lightning speed. In that instant, a familiar figure flashed through his mind. Though that person had left him years ago, he would never forget them. When facing a knife-wielding assailant, if you lack the ability to resist, don't charge recklessly. Escape first, preserve your own life. Back then, Fang Jian was just 11 or 12 years old. But because his father was a police officer, he had a strong sense of justice. He had once been hurt for meddling in others' affairs, so his father taught him a method of self-defense against criminals. Though his father lived his life with unyielding integrity, he wasn't a fool. He never expected a child to charge fearlessly at criminals like he did. If anyone actually did that, it wouldn't be bravery, it would be a suicidal lunatic. Now that Fang Jian had grown into adulthood, he still hadn't learned any combat skills. Facing a criminal wielding a sharp blade, his only option was to dodge. Taishu's first thrust missed, but he didn't pause. His blade whirled, lunging toward Fang Jian again with the determination to kill him or die trying. "Taishu, what's wrong?" "Boss, this kid's slippery. Brother Hang's already knocked out. I'm taking his life now." Taishu continued to swing his dagger at Fang Jian as he spoke. Fang Jian staggered backward, every hair on his body standing on end. The flash of the blade brought immense psychological pressure. He felt like he was dancing on the edge of a knife, death ever present. Yet, after dodging 2 consecutive stabs, his wildly pounding heart began to steady. Only the crimson glow in his eyes grew more intense. Taishu thrust again, this strike vicious and ruthless, aimed squarely at the vital point of Fang Jian's chest. Yet, the instant that blade struck out, Fang Jian's eyes finally transformed completely into a vivid, blood-red hue. "Steady." Fang Jian silently murmured to himself. A powerful surge of mental energy erupted, instantly bearing down upon Taishu. Simultaneously, his body shot forward, meeting the attack head-on. Taishu had already claimed more than one life, which explained his ruthless decisiveness when striking. After being awkwardly dodged twice by Fang Jian, his face betrayed a hint of embarrassment. This thrust was delivered with all his might, aiming for a fatal strike. Yet, inexplicably, he suddenly sensed Fang Jian's speed had increased. In that instant, Fang Jian seemed to explode with power, his movements reaching an almost unbelievable speed. Taishu watched helplessly as Fang Jian evaded his blade and reached out to seize his shoulder and arm. Though he saw it all clearly, he was utterly unable to react in time. Then, Fang Jian's hand pressed down on his shoulder. Snap! Taishu's shoulder instantly dislocated. Immediately after, Fang Jian's hands began landing relentlessly on various parts of Taishu's body. One shoulder, then the other. One thigh, then the other. Until he reached his jaw. In that brief instant, Fang Jian's hands had already moved across his limbs and jaw, dislocating his joints. Woo! Taishu could no longer stand firm, collapsing instantly to the ground. Intense, suffocating pain radiated from his limbs and jaw. His eyes widened, his mind consumed by a single thought and question. What the hell just happened? Why did this kid suddenly move so fast? And according to the records, he was just a medical student. How could he be so familiar with this bone dislocating technique? What kind of monster had they provoked? He would never have guessed that in that instant, it wasn't Fang Jian's speed that had increased. Rather, his own speed had created an illusion under the impact of Fang Jian's mental force, making Fang Jian's speed, which wasn't much faster than a normal person, seem utterly incomparable. After taking down Taishu in one swift move, Fang Jian breathed a sigh of relief. The brutality of these thugs was utterly incomprehensible. Fortunately, he hadn't just mastered hypnosis, he'd also learned the techniques of massage therapy. The essence of massage therapy lies in inducing a pleasurable sensation that penetrates to the very bones. To achieve this, aspiring masseurs dedicated themselves to studying the human body. Among them, Dr. Chen from the higher dimensional world stood out as a master. Dr. Chen knew precisely which points to press for maximum comfort, but he also understood that certain techniques could render a person utterly helpless. After dodging the deliberately slow slash at normal speed, Fang Jian immediately turned defense into offense. He seized Taishu's blade-wielding arm and, using traditional Chinese massage techniques, dislocated it. His momentum proved unstoppable, swiftly spreading from one limb to every part of the body. Crack! Taishu's body crashed heavily to the ground. Though he could still utter a few muffled cries, he possessed no strength left to resist. Standing behind him, Fang Jian delivered a swift kick, sending the spring knife lying beside him flying. Taking a deep breath, Fang Jian surveyed the two men sprawled on the ground, a wave of self-doubt washing over him. Had he really taken them down himself? These weren't ordinary criminals, they were ruthless drug dealers. Glancing up at the distant streetlight, Fang Jian suddenly understood. No wonder Taishu hadn't been hypnotized by his hand gestures. It was because they were far from the light, plunged into utter darkness. Taishu simply hadn't noticed. While the true power of hypnosis lay in mental force, without the finger movements to draw attention, it was indeed difficult to take effect in such a tense and intense environment. Chapter 147, Someone Will Go. Taishu. Taishu. The urgent voice of the boss crackled through the walkie-talkie. Fang Jian's heart sank. He moved Taishu's body into the shadowy depths of the flowerbed and waited silently. His mind gradually focused, concentrating all his senses on his ears. To his surprise, though he heard the boss's footsteps, they weren't approaching this spot. Instead, they were heading in the opposite direction. His expression shifted slightly. Though untrained as a police officer, Fang Jian understood this meant the boss had abandoned his two accomplices and fled alone. It was like watching a playground scene unfold. He had stood by, unmoved, as Skinny Monkey and Bald Head were captured. The boss's earlier conversation with them flashed rapidly through his mind, and Fang Jian made his decision without hesitation. This man was ruthless and had already begun targeting him personally, even harboring intentions to threaten his mother. Under no circumstances could he let this tiger return to the mountain. Fang Jian patted Taishu's body twice, retrieving the phone he carried. Then, a sharp gleam suddenly flashed in his eyes. Seed of fear. This was the mental seed Fang Jian had released, distilling his most potent psychic energy at that moment. Though dislocated and unable to speak, Taishu's eyes remained savagely fierce. When he fixed them on Fang Jian, he gritted his teeth as if he wanted to skin him alive. Yet the very next moment, as their gazes locked, Taishu involuntarily shuddered. An indescribable chill surged inexplicably up his spine, spreading through every bone and joint. So cold. Was the ground too cold? No, it couldn't be. It was summer now, how could it suddenly turn so frigid? Just as he was puzzling over it, he saw Fang Jian had already abandoned him and Brother Hang, taking off running. Taishu forced his neck to turn, scanning the dimly lit surroundings. A wave of terror suddenly washed over him. He was no ordinary man, daring beyond belief, especially after blood had stained his hands. Describing him as audacious would be an understatement. Yet now, as he took in the shadowy figures around him, unease gradually consumed him, turning into genuine fear. Ah! Suddenly, Taishu began struggling violently, his face contorted by an indescribable terror. Fang Jian opened his phone while running. Fortunately, Taishu's phone wasn't password protected. For these drug dealers, their phones and SIM cards needed to be changed frequently, especially when entering a new city. They couldn't be bothered with setting up a passcode. He instinctively dialed Mu Shue's number. Almost the moment the first ring sounded, Mu Shue answered. Who is this? Sister Shue, it's me. Fang Jian? Is that really you? Whose phone is this? Are you okay? Fang Jian paused slightly. He detected something unusual in Mu Shue's voice, a mix of anxiety and relief. Sister Shue, I'm fine. Fang Jian, you're out night running, aren't you? I don't care whose phone you're using, get home immediately. Lock the door tight. Don't open it for anyone except me. Fang Jian's eyebrows lifted slightly. He instantly understood, Mu Shue had somehow gotten wind that the boss and the others were coming for him. That was why she was speaking with such desperation. Had Fang Jian heard this before his night run, he might have obeyed. But now his gaze drifted into the distance. Under the streetlights, the far horizon flickered between light and shadow, as if concealing endless secrets. and in his ears, one particular set of footsteps was locked in focus. Sister Shui, thank you, Fang Jian said, taking a deep breath. There's something I need to tell you. What? Mu Shui's heart tightened. A vague sense of unease washed over her. Under the bridge pier near Yongfeng West Road, Taisu and Brother Hang are there. Bring your men and arrest them immediately. If you delay, I fear they might escape. What did you say? Taishu and Brother Hang? Mu Shui's voice suddenly turned sharp. Fang Jian, where are you now? What exactly are you trying to do? Sister Shui, do you remember that phrase? What? Some things someone has to do. Fang Jian hung up after speaking, then switched his phone off completely. In the car, Mu Shui stared at the busy signal on her phone, her expression complex. Master, why did you and my dad choose to become police officers? Because we're veterans. After leaving the military, we wanted to keep serving the country, and policing was the perfect fit. Then why did you join the military in the first place? Well, defending our homeland, someone has to do it. Dad, why didn't Master come back? During the shootout with drug traffickers this time, he charged to the front lines, so. Master, why be so foolish? Some things just have to be done. Smack. Mu Shui's palm slammed hard against the steering wheel, two glistening trails of tears streaming down her face. Damn Fang Jian, you bastard. You went after the boss, didn't you? You bastard, if anything happens to you, just wait. Fang Jian tossed his phone aside and moved toward the source of the sound he'd heard. After taking down two drug dealers in quick succession, Fang Jian's confidence was far stronger than it had been at the start. Without his experiences in the higher dimensional space, if he were just an ordinary person, he would never have been able to achieve this much, let alone have the guts to trail behind a drug lord like he was doing now. But now, Fang Jian was no longer an ordinary man. Moreover, he had overheard their plans to eliminate him, plans that involved his only remaining relative, Suing. His resolve was unshakable, he would not let them off the hook, no matter what. This boss possessed remarkable mental fortitude. Though he knew his two brothers were likely doomed, his stride remained steady and powerful as he walked, showing not a hint of panic. But precisely because of this, Fang Jian easily caught up to him. The boss suddenly spun around mid-stride. Fang Jian, lacking experience, was caught off guard. They stared at each other across a distance of over 10 meters. In that instant, Fang Jian halted. Goosebumps rose on his skin, like being locked in a wild stare with a lone wolf. A warning of danger filled his heart. A cryptic smile touched the leader's lips. He extended his thumb and gestured toward Fang Jian. Then, he abruptly turned and unleashed his legs, sprinting into the darkness. Chapter 148, Gunfire. Chase. Fang Jian gave chase without hesitation. He could let Brother Hang go. He could let Taishu go. But this cunning, ruthless boss, he was determined to bring him down. Leaving such a man alive would surely become a major threat in the future, endangering his own loved ones. Therefore, he would stop at nothing to bring him down. Yet moments later, Fang Jian realized the boss's running speed was astonishingly fast enough to potentially shake him off. Though Fang Jian didn't know the boss's exact age, judging by his appearance, he must have been around 40. At that age, even with the best care, one's vitality and energy begin to decline. Fang Jian, however, was a young man in his 20s, full of vigor and vitality. He enjoyed regular exercise, never stayed up late or drank alcohol, maintaining excellent physical fitness. Yet in this contest of endurance and speed, Fang Jian found himself falling behind, a realization that sent a wave of surprise and anxiety through him. Who exactly was this boss? What was his secret to maintaining such exceptional physical fitness? Gritting his teeth, Fang Jian reached into his pocket and grabbed his phone. He powered it on while running and dialed the most familiar number. Though he didn't want to seem like a quitter by asking Mu Shui for help, he couldn't accept the idea of letting the boss escape. The call connected almost the moment he pulled it out. Shui. Sister Shui, Fang Jian gasped, breathless. Mu Shui's heart instantly turned to ice. Fang Jian's voice sounded like the gasps of someone facing death. Xiao Jian, where are you? Boss, he's fleeing east along the river. I can't catch him, he's running too fast. Oh, and the boss is disguised. He has a birthmark on his face. Mu Shui breathed a huge sigh of relief. So Fang Jian was just exhausted from running, not on the brink of death. East along the river. Got it. Don't chase him. Leave it to me. Mu Shui's eyes flashed with determination, brimming with fighting spirit. The sound of a car engine roared through the phone. Fang Jian gave a bitter laugh and hung up. He couldn't agree with Mu Shui's instructions. Even if he knew he couldn't catch up, he couldn't give up entirely. At the very least, he had to stay on his tail to track his movements. Suddenly, Fang Jian's eyes lit up. He'd heard the boss ahead abruptly stop. Fang Jian immediately quickened his pace, panting heavily as he closed the gap to within 10 meters behind the boss. He focused his mind, preparing to unleash his psychic power. Having gained experience from his confrontation with Taishu, Fang Jian now possessed a strategy for dealing with such adversaries. First, he would use his psychic energy to disrupt their nerves and judgment. Then, employing massage techniques, he would dislocate their joints, rendering them immobile. If it came down to a fair fight, Fang Jian knew he stood no chance against these ruthless drug dealers. But he possessed psychic power, a weapon that allowed him to cheat endlessly. The leader breathed lightly. Though he too was fatigued, he was clearly in much better shape than Fang Jian. Looking at Fang Jian, he suddenly smiled. Seems I misjudged you. What? Fang Jian halted his advance. He didn't rush forward recklessly, knowing Mu Shui was on her way. Moreover, after the intense sprint, his psychic energy was scattered, making it difficult to refocus. Thus, he was content to stall for time. I thought the front was a trap, that you were the bait, or that you yourself were a top-tier soldier. That's how you took down Brother Hang and Taishu. The boss murmured softly, but after chasing you for so long, there's only you. And your abilities, I'm genuinely curious. Were Brother Hang and Taishu idiots? How did you manage to take them down? Fang Jian gasped heavily, his voice thick with resentment. You want to know? You'll get your answer soon enough. The boss's lips twisted into a smirk. I'd love to know how you took them down and pried intelligence out of Xiao Wu and the others. But sadly, I won't get that chance. Fang Jian froze, a bad feeling rising in his chest. The boss reached behind his waist and suddenly drew a pistol. Fang Jian sucked in a sharp breath, his mind freezing solid in that instant. Taisu and Brother Hang both carried weapons, but theirs were merely ordinary switchblades. Fang Jian had assumed the boss would be similarly armed, never expecting him to draw a pistol. Though both switchblades and pistols were deadly weapons, they were incomparable. Had he known the boss was armed with a pistol, Fang Jian would never have dared to pursue him. His heavy breathing stopped abruptly. Fang Jian's body froze as if struck by a spell, unable to move a muscle. A savage grin flickered across the boss's face. Kid, whatever tricks you've got up your sleeve don't matter anymore. Just go quietly to hell. But don't worry, your family will be joining you soon. You won't be lonely. With that, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. The pistol was fitted with a silencer, yet the muffled sound still echoed. Fang Jian saw his motion and heard his words. A surge of blood rushed to his head, and under the terrifying threat of life and death, his entire being reached an unimaginable height of vitality and spirit. His hair whipped upward in a sudden surge. The once cropped locks had somehow transformed into flowing white strands, while his eyes were now completely engulfed in a crimson glow. In that instant, Fang Jian had fully completed his transformation. The leader's savage grin froze abruptly, his eyes reflecting utter disbelief. What was he seeing? This young man had suddenly transformed into someone else entirely. Where had this long, white hair come from? The physical transformation was one thing, but what truly sent a chill down his spine was the sight of the bullet he had just fired. Human eyes were incapable of tracking a bullet's trajectory. Yet he could swear he saw it now, suspended midair half a meter in front of the white-haired youth's forehead. The bullet spun rapidly, whirring through the air, yet the empty space ahead seemed to contain some invisible barrier, halting its progress not even an inch further. It was a supernatural, eerie scene. Even with his vast experience, the boss had never imagined encountering such a situation. Staring wide-eyed ahead, his gaze finally locked with Fang Jian's blood-red eyes. At that moment, he finally understood. The other party wasn't human. No wonder Xiao Wu and the others confessed. No wonder Brother Hang and Taishu fell to the seemingly unremarkable young man. The true reason lay right here. Run! Run! A silent scream erupted from the boss's heart. Any thought of killing the other vanished. His sole desire now was to flee, to get as far away as possible from this inhuman creature. Chapter 149, First Encounter. Turn around. Run. The voice in the boss's mind grew louder and louder, yet his body remained frozen in place, unable to make a single move. An invisible force seemed to envelop him, completely immobilizing him. Even the slightest twitch of his little finger felt like an impossible luxury. Fang Jian, with his white hair and crimson eyes, advanced slowly. With each step he took, the air around him seemed to stir in tandem. The bullet hovering directly before him drifted upward, as if being led by his will, following him as he moved. You idiot! You followed me without any precautions. Even if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Blood-red eyes locked onto the boss's gaze. His body began to tremble violently as he stared fearfully into those eyes, now like a sea of blood, his heart filled with utter despair. A colossal mental force enveloped him. Fang Jian, with his white hair and crimson eyes, was using his overwhelming psychic power to mysteriously extract information from the boss's mind. So this was a massive drug trafficking syndicate, and this so-called boss was merely a pawn. This was troublesome. But judging by their modus operandi, if this operation failed, they'd surely lie low for a while. Find an opportunity to wipe out this entire drug ring. Fang Jian, with his white hair and crimson eyes, frowned slightly before slowly turning to look behind him. A slender figure approached swiftly. Though still distant, he had already identified her. What a nuisance! Stop! Don't move! Mu Shui's voice rang out abruptly. The white-haired, red-eyed figure took a step, swiftly darting past the boss and continuing to run toward the distance. At that moment, he resembled a cheetah. His speed had transcended human limits, far beyond what Fang Jian could ever match. Bang! Just as he dashed away, the bullet suspended in midair suddenly accelerated, spinning as if freshly fired from a barrel. It pierced the boss's temple. The boss's head jerked back as his entire body collapsed like a toppling mountain, a falling pillar. Until the very last moment of his life, his eyes remained wide open, filled with utter terror as if his very soul had been shattered. Manhwa sprinted over, pistol already drawn. She aimed but held her fire. As she passed the boss's body, a quick glance confirmed he was truly dead. What shocked her even more was the distinct birthmark on his face, about the size of a thumb. Had she not spoken with Fang Jian, Manhwa might not have recognized it, but now she was overcome with intense suspicion. Looking up toward the distance, she suddenly realized the man had vanished without a trace. Manhwa's gaze flickered with disbelief. That man had vanished in an instant. Was that even human speed? She knew that even if she gave chase, she wouldn't catch him. After only a moment's hesitation, Manhwa pulled out her phone. Captain Hua, what's the situation? We found Taishu and brother hang in the grass near the bridge piers. Both of them are injured, and what? Taishu's limbs have been dislocated at the joints. But Hunga is strange. I checked, and he seems to be asleep. Manhwa froze, instantly realizing this wasn't sleep at all. Fang Jian's hypnosis had taken effect. She was utterly impressed. Inducing hypnosis while the subject was physically relaxed was already remarkable. But succeeding in close combat? That hypnosis was terrifying. Fortunately, Fang Jian was not her enemy. Fang Jian. Manhwa's expression shifted slightly. She glanced around, but Fang Jian was nowhere to be seen. Manhwa, where are you? Ah, Team Leader Hua, I'm right here. And I've spotted what looks like the boss's body. What? Team Leader Hua's voice suddenly rose sharply. Stay put. We're coming immediately. Yes. Manhwa hesitated for a moment before accepting the order, though her heart grew increasingly anxious. She shut off the communication device and was about to dial the unfamiliar number for Fang Jian when she heard someone call out from behind, Sister Shui. Manhwa looked up, her surprise mingled with delight. Sure enough, Fang Jian was panting as he jogged slowly toward her from behind. Fang Jian. Manhwa took 2 steps in one stride to reach his side. Fang Jian looked thoroughly disheveled, his upper body bare, his back glistening with a fine layer of sweat. Sis Shui, I'm exhausted. Fang Jian clutched his waist, panting heavily as he walked forward. I saw that guy running this way. You didn't stop him. His voice trailed off abruptly as he finally saw the figure lying on the ground. Fang Jian seemed to freeze for a moment before rushing forward to the body. He circled it once, then exclaimed in horror, Sister Shui, it's him. It's him. You killed him? Manhwa waved her hand impatiently. Nonsense. He was already dead when I arrived. Oh. Fang Jian glanced around cautiously. How did he die? Suicide? Manhwa shook her head slightly. Don't ask. Move away. Don't disturb the crime scene. Ah, right. Fang Jian startled, quickly moving further away. Fang Jian, did you capture Taishu and brother Hang? Yeah. How did you capture them? Hypnosis. I caught them off guard and hypnotized them. Manhwa silently glanced at him and asked, where's your shirt? It was too hot chasing them, so I took them off. Manhwa's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Fang Jian, go home first. Don't say anything. Why? No one can know you know hypnosis. Just go home first. I'll handle the rest. Fang Jian hesitated, then nodded. Alright, I'll go then. Watching Fang Jian's retreating figure, Manhwa felt a wave of headache wash over her. Ever since their proactive operation to apprehend the boss and his crew failed, she and Hua Yaocheng had suspected that someone within the police department had been bribed by drug traffickers to leak information. When the boss and his men appeared near this residential complex, Manhwa became even more certain that something, or rather, someone among her colleagues had gone wrong. Fang Jian wasn't a cop. He'd already done more than enough. As long as there was even a sliver of possibility, she wouldn't let him get dragged into this mess. Her gaze fell upon the boss's corpse, and countless questions surged through Manhwa's mind. Who had killed him? It seemed to be a man with long white hair. The back of that man looked, somehow, familiar. Chapter 150, Speculation. After retrieving the clothes he'd just taken off from the flower bed, Fang Jian jogged all the way home. On his way home, he spotted several plainclothes officers. Though they tried their best to conceal their identities, his background in a police family allowed him to recognize them easily. These plainclothes officers paid no attention to the night jogger, Fang Jian, as they were each occupied with their own tasks. However, as one of them passed by Fang Jian, his eyes suddenly lit up. Earlier, under the threat of bullets, the white-haired, red-eyed man had suddenly appeared. With unparalleled mental power, he had overwhelmed the boss and extracted a wealth of information from his mind. This was a method of mental power gaining knowledge and memories from another's mind. However, Fang Jian could only employ this technique when a person's consciousness was asleep or unconscious. The white-haired, red-eyed man was different. His command over psychic power was overwhelmingly strong. With devastating force, he shattered the boss's mental defenses and directly extracted the desired information from his mind. This boss belonged to a large transnational drug trafficking syndicate. His visit to N City was to lay the groundwork for establishing a drug trafficking route within the city. To this end, the cartel had made tremendous efforts, including planting an informant within the police force beforehand. It was precisely because of this mole that the boss had obtained crucial intelligence, allowing him not only to evade police pursuit but also to track Fang Jian down. This informant's intelligence was the cartel's most closely guarded secret, known to no one but the boss himself. Yet the boss could never have imagined that Fang Jian could extract information directly from his mind using that method. The plainclothes officer who passed by Fang Jian at that moment was precisely the drug cartel's mole. Fang Jian's footsteps faltered slightly, but he didn't stop. He kept running, though his fists had unconsciously clenched tight. Back home, Suing immediately rushed over, her tone tinged with reproach. "Xiao Jian, why didn't you bring your phone when you went out?" "Ah." Fang Jian reached into his pocket. The phone he'd taken from his uncle's pocket was still there. He'd completely forgotten to give it to Mu Shui earlier. "Xiao Shui called asking about you. Nothing happened between you two, did it?" Suing inquired suspiciously. Fang Jian replied with a mix of laughter and exasperation, "Mom, don't overthink it. There's really nothing going on between us." "Alright, young people's affairs these days, this old woman can't interfere," Suing sighed softly. "Go to bed early, don't stay up too late." "Yes." After washing up, Fang Jian lay quietly in bed, yet the scenes from today still echoed in his mind. He didn't know when his courage had grown so immense. Perhaps this was simply the natural psychological shift that came with becoming stronger. Yet when confronted with the pistol, he remained utterly defenseless. Thank goodness he got out. Thank goodness. In a daze, Fang Jian's consciousness drifted into sleep. Yet one thought lingered persistently in his mind, that informant must not be let off the hook. At the park, Hua Yaocheng and his team finally arrived at the scene. Seeing the boss's body, Hua Yaocheng's brows furrowed deeply. Wiping out this entire drug trafficking ring would be a tremendous achievement. Yet, his years as a veteran detective gave him a foreboding sense that this matter was far from straightforward. "Mu Shui, have we confirmed this person's identity?" "Not yet, but I suspect he is the boss." Mu Shui pointed to the conspicuous thumb-shaped birthmark on the corpse's face. That birthmark is so distinct, just like the boss's black mole. And aside from the birthmark, his facial structure isn't too different from the boss's sketch. So I suspect the birthmark was also a disguise, and he is the boss himself. Hua Yaocheng nodded slowly and murmured, "How did he die?" "He was shot." Mu Shui hesitated before adding, "When I arrived at the scene, I saw someone rushing away." "Someone was there? Why didn't you chase them?" "He ran too fast. I couldn't catch him." Mu Shui's face flushed slightly. As a formidable woman herself, admitting she couldn't catch him was somewhat embarrassing. Hua Yaocheng paused. He knew Mu Shui's capabilities well. For her to concede defeat so readily proved that person's speed was truly extraordinary. What distinguishing features did the person have? The distance was too great. I only caught a glimpse of flowing white hair. Floating white hair? A woman? I don't know, but they definitely had long white hair. Mu Shui said solemnly, "But I didn't see their face. And I suspect that such an obvious feature might also be a disguise." Hua Yaocheng nodded slightly, then turned to ask, "How's the inspection going?" Upon initial inspection, 2 sets of footprints were found at the scene. An officer stepped forward and whispered, "One belongs to Mu Shui, the other is unfamiliar." "Good. This footprint is highly suspicious. We must find the owner." "Yes." Mu Shui's heart stirred slightly. "Wait a moment, only 2 sets of footprints?" "Yes." "Oh, the victim's footprints don't count." "Mu Shui, is something wrong?" Mu Shui hesitated before saying, "Captain Hua, Dr. Jian has been here." He examined the deceased and helped confirm their identity. Hua Yaocheng's expression shifted. He waved his hand, dismissing those nearby, and whispered, "What was Dr. Jian doing here?" Mu Shui also lowered her voice. "I suspect these people came here because they tracked down Dr. Jian's whereabouts. How could they possibly know who Dr. Jian is?" "I don't know, but I suspect someone within the police force." Hua Yaocheng waved his hand. "Don't make baseless assumptions without evidence." "Understood." Hua Yaocheng pondered for a moment before asking, "Mu Shui, how long have you known this Dr. Jian?" "A very long time. I'd stake my life on it. He's absolutely an upright man." "I know. Don't panic. Chief Mu told me he's not a bad man." Hua Yaocheng shook his head. "I'm asking you, could it be possible that Dr. Jian killed this boss?" Mu Shui froze, Fang Jian's face instantly flashing through her mind. But no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't connect Fang Jian with the word murder. Even knowing he'd used hypnosis to capture Taishu and Brother Hang, she couldn't believe he was the white-haired man. "Captain Hua, it absolutely couldn't be him," Mu Shui declared with unwavering certainty. Chapter 151, Re-interrogation. "Oh, you're so sure?" "Yes. I know him well. My father knew him well too. He absolutely couldn't do something like this." Mu Shui nodded firmly. "He doesn't have the guts for it." Hua Yaocheng paused, studying Mu Shui intently. Her words suggested her understanding of Dr. Jian surpassed his own expectations. Still, given her certainty, this possibility could be temporarily ruled out. Hua Yaocheng wasn't one to show favoritism, but he held a strong personal regard for Dr. Jian. After all, cracking this case and capturing key members of the drug trafficking ring were all thanks to Dr. Jian's efforts. Even if Mu Shui swore on her life that Dr. Jian couldn't possibly be the killer, Hua Yaocheng would still do his utmost to pretend he didn't know if Dr. Jian really had committed the murder. Pack it up. Back to headquarters. After the orders were issued in quick succession, everyone packed up and headed back. Countless events unfold daily within a city, the vast majority trivial and insignificant. Yet within the police station, major cases and critical investigations also emerge. Cases supervised by higher-ups demand the utmost attention from everyone involved. Within a single night, the detailed analysis was already complete. Captain Hua, here's the forensic report. The boss died from a gunshot wound, but the bullet came from his own firearm. Only his fingerprints were found on the weapon. We suspect suicide. Suicide? Hua Yaocheng glared at the young officer holding the report. A drug dealer commits suicide? What do you think the reason is? Did his conscience suddenly kick in, making him unable to bear harming society any longer, so he shot himself to end it all? The young officer flushed crimson and stammered, Captain Hua, we're just analyzing the case. Case analysis requires some brainpower too. Hua Yaocheng shook his head. Any other evidence? Yes. Besides the victim's footprints, there were two others at the scene. But one belongs to Officer Mu, the other. I already said that one doesn't need to be investigated. But aside from this clue, we can't find anything else. The young officer felt rather aggrieved. Wasn't it because you wouldn't let us continue investigating that we concluded it was suicide? Of course, deep down, the young officer didn't quite believe the boss would commit suicide for no reason. But since further investigation was forbidden, they had to come up with a plausible explanation. All right. Hua Yao waved his hand impatiently. What about those two? Did you get their statements? Oh, brother Hang's awake now. He doesn't know anything, seems like his head took a hit. If Fang Jian were here, he'd suspect that when Brother Hang was dragged away last night, his head made intimate contact with the stone slab and something got damaged. But scum like him wouldn't feel a shred of guilt even if it did. What about Taishu? Taishu's joints have been set, but he still won't talk. Poof. Let's see how long he can keep it up. After dismissing the junior officer, Hua Yaocheng immediately called Mu Shui. Mu Shui, ask Dr. Jian if he can assist us with interrogating the suspect again. Do we need him to step in again? Mu Shui asked gravely. He's already been put in danger this time. Mu Shui, we only apprehended the suspects in that residential area. We have no idea why they went there or what their purpose was, so we can't confirm yet if they were targeting Dr. Jian. Hua Yaocheng paused, then added, and even if they were targeting Dr. Jian, it's crucial to understand their plans. This would greatly benefit Dr. Jian. Mu Shui hesitated briefly before replying, all right, I'll go fetch Dr. Jian. She hung up the phone, drove to Fang Jian's building, and picked him up. Fang Jian, I'm having second thoughts. What? If I hadn't involved you in this from the start, you wouldn't be targeted now. Sister Shui, what are you saying? Since we know drug dealers exist, if I couldn't help, I wouldn't have. But since I can, it's my duty to step in. Alright, but I hope this is the last time. From now on, stay as far away from these cases as possible. Mu Shui said solemnly, you're not a cop. There's no need to risk yourself for this. Fang Jian opened his mouth but remained silent, silently repeating to himself. I'm not a cop, but my father is. The car pulled into the police station. When Fang Jian appeared in the hallway wearing his custom mask, the officers inside were already used to the sight. Entering the most remote interrogation room, Brother Hang was half reclined in a chair, eyes still shut, snoring loudly. This is. How did you handle him last night? His head's messed up, he might never wake up, Mu Shui said, her tone tinged with reproach. Fang Jian thought for a moment and replied, I only used hypnosis. I didn't hit him hard. Indeed, he hadn't trained in martial arts. Unless he used bone-setting techniques, he had little combat ability. Look at his head, it's all dented and swollen. And you say you didn't hit him hard? Fang Jian slapped his forehead and chuckled, after knocking him out, I dragged him down the stone steps and tossed him into the flower bed. That's probably when his head hit the ground. Mu Shui snorted lightly. Dr. Jian, time to show off your specialty. Fang Jian wiped his nose and said, Sister Shui, hypnosis only works on conscious individuals. If someone is already unconscious, it's useless. So it really won't work. Hua Yaocheng stepped out of the interrogation room. Captain Hua, I'm sorry. Fang Jian bowed his head slightly. They tried to capture me last night. Did I overreact when I fought back? So you were their target after all. Hua Yaocheng chuckled. What's excessive about that? They're drug dealers with blood on their hands. Even if you killed them all, you'd just be ridding the world of a menace. Mu Shui cleared her throat. Captain Hua, if the chief hears you say that, he'll have words with you again. Hua Yaocheng waved dismissively. So what if he does? I'm not aiming for promotion anyway. I'm content to stay as squad leader until retirement. He turned to Dr. Jian. Since this subject can't be hypnotized, I'll find you another one. Orders from the captain naturally fell to the junior detectives below to carry out. Moments later, the man in the chair had been replaced by Taishu. Chapter 152, Seizing the Opportunity. Taishu was forcibly restrained into the chair by the police, handcuffs and leg irons securing him completely. His cold gaze swept across the interrogation room, lingering briefly on Fang Jian, who wore a special mask. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes before giving way to a sudden sharpness, as if he remembered something. You recognize him? Hua Yaoqing's eyes narrowed slightly as he asked in a deep voice. Dr. Jian, is it? I'd love to see what tricks you have up your sleeve to make me confess. Taishu wore a defiant smirk, seemingly unconcerned with anyone present. Still so cocky at the police station? You've got some nerve, kid. Hua Yaoqing sneered. I'm curious to see just how long you can hold out. He had immense confidence in Fang Jian, though he regretted not capturing the boss this time. That would have yielded far more information. This Taishu might seem like a key figure in the drug ring, but he was likely no more significant than Bald Head and probably knew little of substance. Fang Jian strode forward, positioning himself directly opposite Taishu, locking eyes with him. Taishu's lips curled slightly, his gaze brimming with contempt. Though he'd heard from the boss that Xiao Wu, Baldy, and Skinny Monkey had all confessed, he remained supremely confident he'd never talk. Therefore, as he looked at Fang Jian, he made no effort to hide his contempt. Fang Jian raised his hand, slowly waving it. Taishu, confused, found his gaze drawn involuntarily to Fang Jian's hands. Within mere moments, his eyes grew hazy. Hua Yaoqing and Mu Shui exchanged glances. Though they weren't witnessing this phenomenon for the first time, each occurrence still evoked an indescribable sense of awe. Hypnosis truly was remarkably effective. However, Hua Yaoqing was perhaps overthinking things. Dr. Jian, who possessed hypnotic abilities, was also a potential ticking time bomb. Taishu's head gradually drooped until he fell completely silent. Fang Jian's voice carried a hint of enticement. What is your name? Taishu. Your real name? Who been? How many years have you been in the business? Over 20 years. How long have you known the boss? 15 years. Fang Jian turned and gave a slight nod to the two detectives behind him. Hua Yaoqing promptly handed over the prepared papers. After 3 consecutive sessions, he had gained considerable experience. He had jotted down questions to ask the suspect after hypnosis in his notebook. Taking the notebook, Fang Jian saw the first item listed. Is there an informant within the police department? A flicker of thought crossed his mind, and a faint smile touched the face hidden beneath the mask. Just as he was pondering how to discreetly leak information about this mole, Hua Yaoqing had already handed him the opportunity. It was like being handed a pillow when you were sleepy. Couldn't be more convenient. However, he knew he must approach the questioning skillfully to achieve his goal without arousing suspicion. While Fang Jian calculated in his mind, he continued asking other questions. He began with mundane, everyday topics, a gradual approach that Hua Yaoqing and Mu Shui both understood and approved of. What they didn't know was that Fang Jian's hypnosis differed from others. His technique, achieved through mental influence, allowed him to get straight to the point. But doing so might have seemed too shocking, so Fang Jian simply went with the flow. After wasting much breath, Fang Jian finally asked, Do you know if there are any of your informants within the in-city police department? The boss said there was one. Hua Yaoqing's eyes suddenly widened. They had only suspected it before, but hearing the confirmation from the suspect's own mouth filled him with both shame and rage. He wanted nothing more than to seize this traitor immediately and teach him a harsh lesson. Who is it? Hua Yaoqing couldn't help but press. Though his voice was low, Fang Jian's heart leapt with joy. He immediately unleashed his psychic power, delivering a powerful jolt to Taishu's mind. Ah! Taishu suddenly cried out, his body convulsing violently. Fang Jian hastily made a soothing gesture while humming an unknown tune softly. Gradually, Taishu drifted back into unconsciousness. Fang Jian slowly turned his head, fixing Hua Yaoqing with a mischievous gaze. Hua Yaoqing's expression was distinctly awkward. Yet he was puzzled. In the past, when Fang Jian had performed hypnosis, he had spoken before without significantly affecting the process. Why, then, had Taishu reacted so violently this time? Fang Jian beckoned him over and whispered, that informant must hold significant weight in his mind. Your question struck a deep chord, nearly waking him. Just as Hua Yaoqing was about to speak, Fang Jian shook his head, gestured, and led the way out of the interrogation room. Hua Yaoqing and Mu Shui exchanged glances before following him out. Fang Jian quietly closed the door and said, Captain Hua, your voice caused him severe distress. You shouldn't speak inside, and it's best if you don't go back in. If you have any further questions, I'll do my best to ask them for you. Alright, but I want intelligence on the informant. The more detailed, the better. Understood. Fang Jian turned to open the door. Just as Mu Shui was about to follow, he blocked the doorway. Officer Mu, I'd prefer no interruptions. Is that acceptable? Mu Shui paused, pointing at herself. Me? I'm the one you mean. Fang Jian replied with deadpan seriousness, I nearly lost control just now. I don't want any more accidents. Mu Shui's gaze turned dangerous. She emphasized her words, Dr. Jian, are you sure? Fang Jian felt a chill run through him, but he steeled himself and replied, if another accident occurs and he wakes up, my hypnosis will be rendered ineffective. Hua Yaocheng quickly interjected, Mu Shui, I trust Dr. Jian. Let him question him alone. Mu Shui sighed helplessly. All right. Dr. Jian, thank you for your help. She pronounced each word deliberately. Fang Jian entered the interrogation room. Their procedure was irregular, so no recording was made, the perfect opportunity for Fang Jian to cheat. He picked up the paper and pen already laid out on the table. While conversing with Taishu, he began sketching. In mere moments, he completed the sketch of the informant. He had seen this informant twice, once during the heated debate and again in last night's chance encounter. Had he not learned the man's true identity from the boss's mind, Fang Jian would never have suspected him. But now, Fang Jian was confident that both Huayao City and Mu Shui would handle this threat with grace and precision. Chapter 153, What You Said. The interrogation room door creaked open. Hua Yaocheng stepped forward and asked softly, how's it going? Though he had immense confidence in Fang Jian, the sudden turn of events had left him uneasy. Moreover, this matter involved a mole within the police force, in some ways far more dangerous than the drug trafficking ring. Even he felt a momentary imbalance in his resolve. Fang Jian handed over the sketch in his hand and said, based on Taishu's description, I drew a portrait of the person. See if you recognize him? Hua Yaocheng immediately took it. At that moment, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. Though he was certain he would discover the mole's identity, he felt no relief whatsoever. Instead, his heart was filled with rage and a tinge of sorrow. This was a colleague from the police force, how could they have fallen so low? It's Wang Qiu. Mu Shui exclaimed upon seeing the portrait on the sketchpad. Fang Jian asked pointedly, is there really someone like this in the police force? Yes. Hua Yaocheng nodded lightly, a hint of pain flickering in his eyes. Dr. Jian, could you wake Taishu? Why wake him? I'll interrogate Wang Qiu first, then have him confront Taishu. Fang Jian inwardly cursed his luck. He had no connection whatsoever to Taishu. If these two were confronted, his cover would blow. After a moment's hesitation, Fang Jian replied, Captain Hua, you know I used hypnosis, right? Of course. The effect of hypnosis is to make people freely reveal what lies in their subconscious. But once they're awake, their self-preservation instincts kick back in. I don't think Taishu will admit to anything he said. Hua Yaocheng frowned deeply. Damn it. I should have recorded it. Mu Shui tilted her head back and said, Captain Hua, we agreed beforehand that recording was absolutely forbidden. Otherwise, Dr. Jian wouldn't have agreed to help. She paused, then added, besides, information obtained through hypnosis can't be used as evidence in court. Hua Yaocheng gave a wry smile. I know. But look at Fang Jian's such incredible abilities, yet he hides them. What a waste. Still, Mu Shui's deep concern for this Dr. Jian left him helpless. Dr. Jian, please wake Taishu first. Team leader Hua and I will try to break through this man's psychological defenses and extract some useful information. Mu Shui's voice was solemn. Team leader Hua, what do you think? Hua Yaocheng composed himself. Anyone who rose to become captain of the Criminal Investigation Division was undoubtedly resolute. He nodded slowly. Dr. Jian, please prepare yourself. If necessary, we may need to request another hypnosis session. Fang Jian nodded. I'm at your service. Drug dealers were notorious villains, but compared to them, the hidden hands within the police force were far more terrifying. Hua Yaocheng's meaning was clear. If their surprise interrogation yielded no results, the fate awaiting that mole would be hypnosis. Re-entering the interrogation room, Fang Jian hesitated briefly before activating his psychic powers to stimulate Taishu's dormant consciousness. Ah! Taishu let out a startled cry and snapped awake. He opened his eyes, looking around in confusion until he spotted Fang Jian standing behind the interrogation desk. Who been? Taishu froze, then whipped his head around, his eyes locking onto Fang Jian. Endless questions surged in his mind. How did this man know his real name? What had just happened? Why had he lost consciousness? Who been, you needn't wonder. Fang Jian spoke slowly. You've already said everything you needed to say. What did I say? Taishu asked incredulously. Why had he lost all memory of it? Fang Jian gave a cold laugh, then proceeded to repeat nearly word for word the conversation Taishu had just had. This included their second hideout in N City, the escape plan discussed with the boss, and more. These details were known only to the boss, Brother Hang, and Taishu himself. What was even more crucial was that some of it involved Taishu's own secret thoughts, things even the boss and Brother Hang didn't know yet. Fang Jian had revealed them all. Taishu's mouth gaped wider and wider, his body trembling slightly. He stared at Fang Jian as if he were a demon, his eyes filled with terror. What did you do to me? Truth serum. You used truth serum on me. Taishu screamed hoarsely. No, it can't be truth serum. As a drug dealer, he knew a thing or two about certain substances. Truth serum wasn't that reliable. Getting the desired information was one thing, but even if they succeeded, the person injected with it would essentially become a useless wreck. Yet, feeling his own physical condition, Taishu certainly didn't feel like a wreck. Fang Jian slowly raised the drawing board and said, "You remember this person, right?" Taishu stared intently. The easel held a lifelike portrait though painted with brushstrokes, its realism rivaled that of a photograph. "Who is this? You still try to hide it?" Fang Jian snapped. "This is Wang Qiu." Taishu looked utterly bewildered. Who the hell was Wang Qiu? Why did he need to know? "Oomph. This is Wang Qiu, the mole within the police department you confessed to." Fang Jian slammed his hand hard on the interrogation table. "Even now, you still try to cover for him. You truly show no remorse." "I confessed?" Taishu stared wide-eyed, his expression utterly bewildered. "When did I confess?" He knew there was an organized mole within the police force, but only the boss knew who it was. The boss had never let slip a single hint. It was safe to say he had no idea who the mole was. If he didn't know, how could he have confessed? He opened his mouth as if to burst into laughter, but the sound froze on his lips. A sudden realization struck him. The masked man had just recited words Taishu had never shared with anyone. Yet here was this stranger, repeating them verbatim. In that instant, Taishu himself felt bewildered. Could it be that the boss had mentioned this Wang Qiu to him at some point and he had simply overlooked it? Creak. The interrogation room door swung open abruptly. Hua Yaochang and Mu Shui escorted a figure inside. Fang Jian and Taishu both turned their heads simultaneously. They instantly recognized the man's face. The very next moment, Taishu instinctively cried out, "Wang Qiu!" Chapter 154, and my father. Wang Qiu's body jerked violently. He spun around and lunged toward the exit. It was an instinctive reaction, yet the moment he made the move, regret flooded his heart. But regret came too late. The instant he turned, Mu Shui's foot kicked out. Thud! Wang Qiu's body flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The force behind that kick was immense. It had sent a grown man sprawling, unable to get up for a long while. The interrogation room fell silent as Fang Jian and the others silently stared at Wang Qiu on the floor, each pair of eyes conveying a different meaning. Fang Jian, of course, wore utter contempt. This scum of the earth had finally been caught. Taishu, however, looked utterly bewildered. What was going on? He had merely called out a name given to him by that masked figure across the room. But why had Wang Qiu fled? Could it be he really was the organization's mole? A chill ran through Taisu's heart. If the organization discovered he had leaked their secrets, what fate awaited him? Hua Yaocheng's face darkened. He slowly crouched down, his eyes filled with sorrow as he looked at Wang Qiu. Why? Wang Qiu struggled to his feet, but seeing Mu Shui poised and ready nearby, he sighed deeply and finally abandoned his attempt to flee. "Captain Hua," he said, "I'm sorry." Hearing this, Fang Jian secretly exhaled a long breath of relief. Regardless of the reason, this misunderstanding was now beyond resolution. "So it was you." Hua Yaocheng suddenly sprang up and threw a punch. The blow landed mercilessly, smashing heavily into Wang Qiu's face. He was sent flying once more, leaving a trail of blood and two shattered teeth splattering in the air. "Captain Hua! Captain Hua!" Mu Shui froze, then rushed forward to grab him. "We'll interrogate him slowly. Don't kill him." Hua Yaocheng gasped for breath, his eyes fixed on Wang Qiu with a look that seemed to devour him. The intensity of his rage made even Fang Jian, watching nearby, feel his heart skip a beat. Fang Jian slammed his clipboard down hard on the interrogation table. "Taisu," he declared, "cooperate and get leniency, resist and face harsher punishment. Your confession about Wang Qiu counts as meritorious service. Think carefully, is there anything else you haven't revealed?" Wang Qiu slowly raised his head. Though his rapidly swelling cheeks forced his eyes to squint shut, the gaze he directed at Taishu remained filled with venomous hatred. He didn't doubt Fang Jian's words. Beyond this explanation, he couldn't fathom where he might have slipped up. Taisu opened his mouth, then murmured, "No, it wasn't me. It wasn't him." He tried to shout his denial, but seeing the expressions around him, he knew no one would believe him. In that moment, he felt utterly helpless, wanting to cry but finding no tears. Yet a nagging doubt gnawed at his heart. Could it be that this Wang Qiu had truly been exposed because of his own confession? But when exactly had the boss revealed Wang Qiu's secret to him? Taisu racked his brain, yet not a single clue came to mind. "Captain Hua, whatever you want to know, I'll tell you." Wang Qiu withdrew his gaze and said, "I did this." "Hold on." Fang Jian waved his hand. "Captain Hua, I should probably step aside." As everyone's eyes turned to him, Fang Jian cleared his throat. "I understand police protocol. Certain matters shouldn't be shared with non-essential personnel." Though not a police officer himself, his father was a full-fledged detective, so he naturally understood the profession's protocols better than most. Hua Yaocheng paused. He hadn't initially minded Fang Jian knowing, since in his view, Dr. Jian had already been involved in many aspects of the case. At this point, he was practically a confidant. Asking him to step aside now felt like overkill. But since Dr. Jian had brought it up himself, he wouldn't refuse. Nodding slowly, Hua Yaocheng said, "Thank you, Dr. Jian." He turned and gave Mu Shui a slight nod. "You're welcome. It's my duty." Fang Jian gave a slight nod and left the interrogation room accompanied by Mu Shui. The two walked in silence. Fang Jian didn't know what to say, and Mu Shui's expression lacked its usual cheerfulness, replaced by a faint trace of worry. Suddenly, Mu Shui's phone rang. She answered, spoke briefly, and hung up silently. If Fang Jian had wanted to eavesdrop, it would have been easy, but he had no such inclination at that moment. Instead, he turned his head away. As the car neared her home, Mu Shui suddenly remarked, Wang Qiu is an honest man. What? At the bureau, Wang Qiu has always been an honest man. Team leader Hua and I analyzed the police force's situation and suspected some people, but we never listed him as a suspect. Mu Shui took a deep breath and continued, he has a happy family. His wife is a middle school teacher, and they have an adorable, well-behaved little princess. Fang Jian turned in surprise, puzzled why Mu Shui was suddenly telling him this. Wang Qiu had no connections. He came from a farming family and had built his life in the big city through sheer hard work. Mu Shui murmured, almost to herself, if everything had gone smoothly, he could have worked until retirement and lived a carefree life. Oh. But? Mu Shui's tone shifted abruptly. I just learned that Wang Qiu's mother has cancer. Ah. Late-stage cancer is incurable, but mid-stage still holds a chance for recovery. However, the costs of surgery, chemotherapy, and subsequent medical expenses were astronomical sums he couldn't possibly afford. Mu Shui murmured, his mother is just an ordinary farmer without medical insurance. The car slowed to a stop beneath the apartment complex. Mu Shui turned her head and whispered softly, we're here. Fang Jian opened his mouth but ultimately got out silently. The car slowly started up and drove away. Just as Fang Jian was about to turn and head upstairs, he heard the roar of the engine growing louder and louder. He turned to see Mu Shui's car reversing back. The window rolled down, revealing Mu Shui's exquisite, flower-like face. Yet upon that delicate features, a glistening tear trail was visible. Fang Jian, I believe there are still more good people among the police, right? Though she seemed to be asking Fang Jian, her words were also a probing inquiry into her own heart. Fang Jian nodded without hesitation. Of course there are more good people among the police. He stood tall and said, you, Captain Hua, Uncle Mu, and many others. A faint smile slowly blossomed on Mu Shui's face, like a flower finally opening, radiating a unique beauty. Xiao Jian. HM? Thank you. With a roar of the engine, the car sped away. Fang Jian didn't go upstairs. Instead, he stood where he was, silently watching the car disappear from view. He murmured under his breath, and my father. Chapter 155, A Home Visit. Stepping out of the elevator, Fang Jian pulled out his keys. Just as he unlocked the front door, a deafening scream pierced the air. Wah! Startled, Fang Jian instinctively kicked out. It was a purely instinctive reaction, completely bypassing any conscious thought. The kick landed squarely on a mound of flesh. Ouch! Yu Huiliang crashed to the ground with a thud, wailing in pain. Su Ying's voice followed immediately, what are you doing? Yu Huiliang? Fang Jian froze, then rushed over to help Yu Huiliang up. Old Fang, that was one hard kick. Fang Jian checked him over and saw he seemed unharmed. But then again, with Yu Huiliang's massive belly, unless Mu Shui herself got involved, it wouldn't be easy to actually hurt him. Fatso, you've got some nerve saying that to me. Why were you hiding behind my house to scare me? Well, I saw you bidding farewell to that tigress just now. I wanted to scare you into sobering up a bit. Just as Fang Jian was about to speak, he noticed someone new in the living room. Uncle Yu, what brings you here? The man was none other than Yu Huiliang's father, Yu Xiucheng. He smiled as he watched his two good friends bickering, seemingly unconcerned that his son had just been kicked. Hee, Fang Jian, you visited my home so many times. Can't I pay a return visit once in a while? Yu Xiucheng said half-jokingly. Fang Jian's face flushed slightly as he hurriedly replied, Uncle Yu, welcome, welcome. Yu Huiliang, however, curled his lips and muttered under his breath, don't believe a word my old man says. He grilled me this morning about where that nutrient solution came from. Showing up unannounced like this, he's definitely up to no good. Fang Jian froze, eyeing him suspiciously. Was it really appropriate to speak of his own father like that? Su Ying sliced the washed fruit, arranged it on a plate, and brought it over, grumbling, you two, still acting so childish at your age. Yu Huiliang had visited Fang Jian's home far more often and was quite familiar with Su Ying, so he spoke much more casually. Auntie, I'll tell you what, just now I saw Fang Jian and... Fang Jian immediately covered his mouth, saying, Mom, Uncle Yu and I need to discuss something. We'll talk in my room. Go ahead, go ahead. Su Ying waved her hand helplessly and said, Mr. Yu, I'm afraid I'm keeping you waiting. Ah, Mrs. Fang, our families have known each other for years. No need for formalities. Due to Fang Jian and Yu Huiliang's relationship, their parents were no strangers either. At the very least, from kindergarten through high school, they'd seen each other at least twice a year. Fang Jian ushered Yu Huiliang into the bedroom, while Yu Xiucheng followed in with a warm smile, showing no sign of formality. Though Fang Jian and Yu Huiliang were close friends who frequently visited each other's homes, Fang Jian remained unfamiliar with Yu Huiliang's parents. Perhaps due to the vast social gap between their families, he always sensed an invisible barrier between them. Though Yu Xiucheng and his wife never showed any sign of disdain nor attempted to interfere with Yu Huiliang's social circle, this intangible feeling persisted. Today, however, Fang Jian could sense a genuine warmth in Yu Xiucheng's smile. Please have a seat, Uncle Yu. Old Yu, pour Uncle some tea. Yu Huiliang returned from his errand, carrying disposable cups and a water jug. Old Fang, this is your home. Why are you asking me to pour tea for my dad? Uncle Yu's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at the chubby kid with a headache. Still, that simple remark alone showed how close these two really were, close enough to share a pair of pants. Fang Jian took the cup and chuckled. You pour, I pour, what difference does it make? After pouring tea for Yu Xiucheng, he added, Uncle Yu, you dropped by unexpectedly. Our place is rather modest, hope you don't mind the simple setup. Yu Xiucheng waved his hand dismissively. You and Xiaoliang are best friends. No need for formalities. Fang Jian nodded lightly. All right. Uncle Yu, besides seeing me, is there anything else that brought you here today? Yu Xiucheng paused, then laughed. Fang Jian, you're a straight shooter. I won't beat around the bush either. He paused again before continuing. I had the researchers at the pharmaceutical factory analyze the nutrient solution you gave Xiaoliang. They gave me a tremendous surprise. However, the quantity is too small. I was wondering if you could provide more so we can conduct a thorough examination. Dad, if we give you the stuff and you just sneakily figure it out on your own, then we'd be wasting our time. Yu Xiucheng sucked in a sharp breath, glaring at Yu Huiliang with exasperation. Who exactly is the father here? Dad, don't look at me like that, it scares me. Yu Huiliang waved his hand dismissively, his face showing no trace of fear. This is something Fang Jian and I developed together. It's the fruit of our labor, we can't just sell it off cheaply. You participated in the research too? Yu Xiucheng looked utterly skeptical. He knew his son's capabilities inside out, so he simply couldn't believe that statement. Old Fang, tell him. Yu Huiliang turned his head and said. Fang Jian chuckled dryly. Uncle Yu, this nutrient solution was indeed developed by the two of us. Yu Xiucheng eyed his son suspiciously. Though still half doubting, deep down he felt a surge of relief. Fine. Even if you developed it together, I still want to know how you plan to handle this. Fang Jian pondered for a moment before replying. What's your opinion, Uncle Yu? My opinion is simple, sell it to me. I'll handle the distribution. I guarantee it'll be far more effective than if you handled it yourselves. Yu Xiucheng solemnly added, rest assured, I won't let you lose out. No way. Before Fang Jian could finish, Yu Huiliang interjected, Dad, we can collaborate, but don't expect us to fall for it and sell the nutrient solution so easily. Yu Xiucheng rubbed his forehead, utterly exasperated with this spendthrift son. Uncle Yu, while we developed this nutrient solution, most of the research materials and funding came from Uncle Mu. So even if we wanted to sell it, we'd need his approval. Uncle Mu? Mu Taizhu? Yu Xiucheng hesitated. You know Uncle Mu? Hee, just business acquaintances. We've met a few times. Yu Xiucheng slowly said, alright, we'll put the final disposition of the nutrient solution on hold for now. But I want to obtain more samples for testing. Is that acceptable? Certainly. I'll have old Yu deliver some to you tomorrow. Chapter 156, The Successful Pretender. Yu Xiucheng politely declined Su Ying's invitation to stay and took his leave without dining at the Fang residence. After he left, Fang Jian nudged Yu Huiliang and asked, Old Yu, you and the old man have a falling out? Yu Huiliang's behavior today clearly favored Fang Jian, even a fool could see he and his father were at odds. Oomph. He cut off my allowance. Yu Huiliang fumed. Fang Jian, lend me some shares in the nutrient solution. Once I make money, I'll pay you back. He waved his hand emphatically. I'm going to make him look at me with new respect. Fang Jian chuckled lightly. What do you mean lend? You already own 30% of the shares. What? Yu Huiliang stared at him in confusion. Don't be ridiculous. I only said that in front of Dad. Otherwise, he wouldn't work so hard for us. I don't want your shares. Fang Jian shook his head slightly. Fatso, your vision is too narrow. What do you mean? Yu Huiliang narrowed his small eyes, utterly perplexed. It's just nutrient solution, nothing special. Fang Jian walked to the window, gently adjusting the curtains as he spoke slowly. In the future, I'll bring you even more surprises. Indeed, as long as the high-dimensional world existed, he was confident he could produce an endless stream of valuable things. As he said, he didn't care about mere nutrient solution. It was like someone who knew they held an inexhaustible gold mine in their hands. They wouldn't care about a few grains of sand slipping through their fingers. Yu Huiliang stared at Fang Jian in surprise, suddenly saying, Fang Jian, I've noticed you seem like a different person since you came back this time. Is that so? Fang Jian chuckled softly, replying indifferently, people change sooner or later. Oh, you mean you've grown up? Yu Huiliang stood up, stepped beside Fang Jian, and gestured. Pfft, you're still shorter than me. Fang Jian looked at the guy with a mix of amusement and exasperation. He really knew how to rub salt in the wound. But perhaps it was precisely this carefree nature that had brought them together, two kids from worlds apart. Let's go. Where to? The lab. We need to make more nutrient solution for your dad to test. You really want to partner with my dad? Your family runs a pharmaceutical factory. If I didn't partner with you, I'd be a fool. Fang Jian reached out and gave him a light punch on the shoulder. I believe you won't betray me. A flicker of gratitude passed through Yu Huiliang's eyes. He didn't respond, because some things weren't explained with words, they were proven through actions. They descended the stairs and got into Yu Huiliang's car. Only then did Fang Jian recall something. Why did your old man cut off your allowance? Did you upset him? Yu Huiliang grumbled. He set me up with some friend's daughter. I refused, so he disowned me. Fang Jian froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. Good riddance. Hey, are you even my brother anymore? Cutting your allowance saves you from hanging out at bars at night. What do you mean hanging out? I'm just killing time, okay? Enough with the act in front of me. Fang Jian shot him a dismissive glance. Aren't you pursuing Xiao Xingxing lately? Why didn't you tell uncle? Yu Xiucheng had cut his son's allowance, likely because he didn't want Yu Huiliang hanging out in nightclubs. But if he knew Yu Huiliang was seriously pursuing a girl from a good family, his attitude would probably change completely. Ah, don't even bring it up. Yu Huiliang pinched the flab on his belly and said, Fang Jian, didn't you say you wanted to research more stuff? What? Start with some weight loss pills. I already have some. Didn't you know? You have? Yeah, cisapride, mosapride O, and domperidone too. Isn't that a whole bunch? You bastard, Fang Jian. You gave me laxatives? Are you trying to kill me? Ha ha. The two arrived at the medical university laughing and joking, entering the lab with practiced ease. To their surprise, however, someone was already in the lab and it wasn't Zhuang Ji. Who are you looking for? Fang Jian slapped his forehead. He'd been so busy lately he hadn't checked the time. It seemed Professor Zhang's team had already returned. Excuse me, is Zhuang Ji here? Senior brother Zhuang? The young man in the lab immediately became enthusiastic. Senior brother Zhuang went to Professor Zhang's office to pick up the new experimental plan. Alright, we'll go see Professor Zhang too. Thanks. Fang Jian and his companion left the lab. Yu Huiliang frowned and said, Old Fang, this is trouble. What's the big deal? It's just one more person. Hey, aren't you worried someone might steal the nutrient solution formula? Heh, we need to publish a paper on this as soon as possible and then apply for a patent. Fang Jian said solemnly, since we're going to do it, this step is unavoidable. Right, we can publish papers. Yu Huiliang's eyes lit up. Which journal are you targeting? I plan to ask Professor Zhang and another doctor to serve as our paper advisors. You're crazy. Yu Huiliang exclaimed. That's handing over the credit. Fang Jian shook his head gently. You've forgotten it's about the bigger picture. As long as the nutrient solution gets out into the world sooner, what's the harm? As for papers, with me around, do you really think you'll ever lack for them? Yu Huiliang stammered. If anyone else had said that, he'd have looked down on them. Publishing papers was no simple matter, especially in core journals. Getting one accepted was as difficult as climbing to the moon. Only something as promising as the nutrient solution could inspire such unwavering confidence in Yu Huiliang. Beyond that, he harbored no illusions about his current ability to produce high-quality research papers. Yet when Fang Jian spoke these words, not a shred of doubt stirred within him. Nutrient solution papers? Child's play. If I wanted to, I could easily produce even more astonishing research results. Though these thoughts were entirely Yu Huiliang's own imagination, he sensed an overwhelming, palpable confidence radiating from Fang Jian. This confidence was so powerful that even he, deeply affected, ceased to question it. With a long sigh, Yu Huiliang silently gave Fang Jian a thumbs up. Damn, he really pulled it off, managed to fool even me. Chapter 157, Nutrition Expert. Professor Zhang. When Fang Jian and Yu Huiliang entered Zhang Shengbing's office, he was deep in conversation with Zhuang Ji and a middle-aged man. Upon seeing them, Professor Zhang's face immediately broke into a warm smile, eliciting a touch of envy from Zhuang Ji beside him. Within the academic system, professors held immense authority over their students. Without their approval, graduation was impossible. Students who could elicit such a warm reception from professors were enviable figures wherever they went. You're here. What brings you? Professor Zhang, we've recently conducted a series of experiments in the lab and synthesized a nutrient solution. We'd like your feedback, Fang Jian stated directly. Nutrient solution? Zhang Shengbing paused, glancing toward Zhuang Ji. Zhuang Ji quickly interjected, these two juniors have been working tirelessly in the lab all week and finally achieved results. But he added quietly, these results haven't been verified yet. Zhang Shengbing instantly relaxed. So it was just two kids playing around. Had anyone else said this, Zhang Shengbing wouldn't have given it a second thought. While nutrient solutions weren't particularly significant, they certainly weren't something two kids could have concocted. They'd probably read about it in some textbook or magazine, got a sudden whim, and decided to try replicating the steps and processes. While such an endeavor might earn them a paper, it wouldn't earn his respect. However, observing the two young men brimming with enthusiasm, Jiang Xiangbing showed no impatience. Instead, he patiently inquired, "Alright then, what grade of nutrient solution is it? How effective is it? Have you conducted any tests?" The middle-aged man beside him cleared his throat and said, "Professor Jiang, these two are." Jiang Xiangbing smiled. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Professor Huang Shiren from Yingling University, an expert in nutrition." Your nutrient solution would be perfect for Professor Huang to evaluate. He then pointed to Fang Jian and the other student. "Professor Huang, these two are seniors at our medical university. They both possess remarkable talent." Huang Shiren gave them a fleeting glance and remarked, "Fourth-year students already assisting you with research?" "Oh, they're not my students. They're from the clinical medicine department. After summer break, they'll be heading to hospitals for internships." Huang Shiren's expression shifted slightly. "Clinical students? How did they get involved in research?" Jiang Xiangbing paused for a moment, then said somewhat awkwardly, "Interest. I suppose it's just a matter of interest." Professor Jiang, don't you think this is a waste of time?" Zhuang Ji, standing nearby, dared not voice his opinion, but inwardly he wholeheartedly agreed with this assessment. Medical research and clinical application are two entirely different matters. One leans toward theory, the other toward application. While application garners more attention most of the time, in most fields, it is theory that ultimately determines the ceiling. Western medicine has advanced tremendously. Diseases once deemed incurable now have cures or at least hope for recovery thanks to technological progress. Yet this progress isn't solely due to the efforts of clinical practitioners. The true heroes are the scientists diligently researching new drugs behind the scenes. Facing a highly respected clinical physician, Huang Shiren naturally dared not be disrespectful. But upon learning these two were merely ungraduated interns from the clinical department, he instinctively felt a bit annoyed. "You clinical folks, why are you meddling in our research for no good reason?" Jiang Xiangbing shook his head slightly and said, "Professor Huang, these two students are very enthusiastic, and I hold high hopes for them. Although the nutrient solution they've developed isn't directly related to our collaborative project, I don't want to dampen their enthusiasm either." His words were tactful, yet his stance was resolute. Huang Shiren paused, glancing at Fang Jian and the other student. Having attained professorship at such a young age, he possessed not only genuine expertise but also considerable skill in interpersonal relations and reading people. Thus, he immediately understood that students worthy of Professor Jiang Xiangbing's unwavering support even at the risk of offending him were certainly no ordinary talents. "Very well," Huang Shiren conceded. "Since that's the case, let's examine the nutrient solutions these two students have formulated. Nutrient solutions may appear straightforward," he continued, "but they encompass considerable knowledge. If you truly possess talent, you might consider pursuing this field." He spoke these words, yet his heart remained filled with disdain. Nutrition may be a peripheral field, but in modern science, branches are proliferating and becoming increasingly specialized. The era of all-around geniuses is long gone. Among domestic nutrition authorities, he was a well-established figure. He held little interest in the research achievements of two clinical students. Jiang Xiangbing hesitated briefly before smiling. "There's no rush on this matter." He turned to ask Fang Jian, "Is there anything else you need from me?" His considerations were far more thorough than others. Asking Huang Shiren for an evaluation was merely a formality. What he feared was that the nutrient solution developed by Fang Jian and his team might prove utterly worthless. If Huang Shiren had spoken bluntly then, he might have deeply offended Fang Jian. Huang Shiren could simply walk away, but Jiang Xiangbing didn't have that luxury. Fang Jian smiled faintly and said, "Professor Jiang, the nutrient solution we developed in your lab is partly thanks to your contributions. If you're willing, I'd like to invite you to serve as one of our academic advisors." "One of the advisors?" Jiang Xiangbing paused, then asked, "Who else?" "Professor Yi Hua." "Yi Hua?" Jiang Xiangbing's brow furrowed. The name felt familiar, yet he couldn't place it. Which faculty member at the university was named Yi Hua? "Not from our university," Fang Jian clarified. "He's from the traditional Chinese medicine hospital." "Ah, Vice President Yi Hua from the traditional Chinese medicine hospital?" Jiang Xiangbing asked in surprise. "Yes." Jiang Xiangbing stared at Fang Jian with a puzzled look. After a moment, he asked, "Did Vice President Yi agree?" "Vice President Yi said he could help recommend it for publication in World Traditional Chinese Medicine." "World Journal of Traditional Chinese Medicine? Impossible!" Huang Shiren exclaimed in astonishment. "That's a journal with a composite impact factor of 0.8. How could they possibly accept such an article? Getting published in a journal of that caliber isn't easy even for him, let alone an intern from the clinical department who hasn't graduated yet." Jiang Xiangbing seemed to recall something. He pondered for a moment before asking, "Fang Jian, does Director Xue know about this?" Chapter 158, Test Results. Fang Jian gave a wry smile, instantly realizing Professor Jiang had misunderstood. "Professor Jiang, Dean Yi mentioned that the editor-in-chief of World Traditional Chinese Medicine is his classmate. He assured me that if I submit the paper, it will definitely be published." Fang Jian hesitated before adding, from what I gathered, he might just want his name on it. Zhang Xiangbing and Huang Shiren exchanged glances, both intensely curious about the nutrient solution Fang Jian had mentioned. As medical professionals themselves, they knew the value of this journal. With a composite impact factor of 0.8, it was among the most prestigious publications in the country. Getting a paper published in such a journal was not something that could be achieved solely through personal connections. If the paper itself wasn't of high quality, no amount of connections could secure its publication. Huang Shiren didn't know who Yihua was, but someone holding the position of vice president at N City Hospital couldn't be an ordinary person. Could it be that this nutrient solution these two youngsters concocted truly possesses some extraordinary efficacy? Ahem, Professor Jiang, the collaboration we discussed today isn't particularly urgent. Why don't we first review these two students' research findings? Huang Shiren offered the suggestion readily. Zhang Xiangbing hesitated only briefly before nodding. Alright, we can take a look together. He was genuinely curious himself what kind of remarkable substance could make even Yihua so excited. The group arrived at the lab. Fang Jian gave Yu Huiliang a subtle nod, and he immediately began preparations. Refining the nutrient solution wasn't particularly complex in the higher dimensional world, it had even been industrialized. Though the necessary instruments were lacking here, refining it in the lab was much simpler. Though Yu Huiliang didn't know the entire process, he'd worked with Fang Jian before and handled preliminary steps like screening with ease. Huang Shiren watched intently, fully aware that his role was limited to documenting the general steps and materials. Without access to the complete, detailed documentation, he couldn't replicate the process. This was precisely why Fang Jian and Yu Huiliang conducted their experiments here without concealment. If someone could truly replicate it perfectly after just one observation, Fang Jian would accept defeat willingly. With the lab fully stocked and Zhuangji and Yu Huiliang assisting, Fang Jian successfully extracted 10 batches of nutrient solution within an hour. He handed one to Zhang Xiangbing. Professor Jiang, please test this. Let me do it, Huang Shiren interjected. Zhang Xiangbing hesitated briefly before smiling. Professor Huang is an authority in nutrition. Having you conduct the test is ideal. He passed the test tube over. But as Huang Shiren turned toward the instruments, Zhang Xiangbing beckoned Fang Jian and gestured toward the experiment log. In formal laboratories, detailed experimental records are maintained, documenting every step of the process along with timestamps. In many labs, 24-hour surveillance even records every movement of the experimenter. Zhang Xiangbing's lab certainly wasn't that strict, but the experimental notes still existed. Fang Jian nodded in understanding and retrieved the experimental notes. Without these records, even an exceptionally gifted observer would struggle to replicate the experiment in a short time. However, with these notes in hand, following the procedures step by step would likely yield an identical nutrient solution. Huang Shiren was highly proficient in operating the instruments. Though this wasn't his own lab, his mastery of the equipment clearly marked him as a seasoned experimentalist. Of course, the analysis wouldn't happen overnight. After distributing the test samples, Huang Shiren settled into a quiet wait. Professor Huang, why don't we step out for a drink and return when the time is up? Zhang Xiangbing suggested. No need. I'll wait here. Huang Shiren declined the offer, then suddenly asked, may I see the lab notes? Before Zhang Xiangbing could respond, Yu Huiliang interjected, we haven't applied for a patent or published a paper yet, so I'm afraid not. Huang Shiren gave an awkward chuckle. Though inwardly displeased, he pressed the matter no further. Truth be told, the moment he learned Fang Jian and his colleague might publish their paper in World Journal of Traditional Chinese Medicine, his curiosity about this nutrient solution had been piqued. Seeing Fang Jian extracted in the lab only heightened his excitement. As a renowned nutritionist, he trusted his own judgment. Watching Fang Jian and the others refine it, his heart had already begun racing uncontrollably. This was the primary reason he had insisted on personally inspecting it and refused to leave. He wanted to witness the effects of this nutrient solution firsthand. He had a strange premonition that it might bring him unexpected surprises. However, his request to review the experimental notes was denied, which did leave him somewhat dissatisfied. Professor Huang, we'll bring the coffee over here. We can wait and enjoy it while we're at it. Is coffee allowed in the lab? Of course. In fact, labs in Europe and America even have expensive coffee machines. Although Fang Jian and Yu Huiliang weren't coffee drinkers, they had no choice but to stay and make small talk with Zhang Xiangbing and Huang Shiren. However, no matter how subtly Huang Shiren probed, Fang Jian remained adamant about one thing. That was, this nutrient solution was accidentally mixed by the two of them during an unexpected incident. In other words, it was an irreproducible process, pure luck. Zhang Xiangbing and Huang Shiren harbored no doubts about this explanation. They simply couldn't believe that Fang Jian and Yu Huiliang had meticulously analyzed and deliberately formulated this nutrient solution. In this world, many new drugs emerged from operational errors or serendipitous accidents. The famed Viagra, for instance, was initially tested as a heart disease medication. Yet no one could have predicted that its profits would far exceed any cardiac drug. The machine's analysis results finally appeared. Huang Shiren immediately rushed forward, viewing the results before anyone else. As he scanned the data at a glance, a faint blush swiftly spread across his face. The exceptionally high metrics of this nutrient solution truly brought him a surprise. Not a small surprise, but a world-shaking shock that far exceeded anything he could have imagined. Chapter 159, Analysis Report. Though Zhang Xiangbing hadn't seen the results himself, the expression on Huang Shiren's face alone told him the trip had been well worth it. Truthfully, Professor Jiang was also quite astonished. He knew that although Huang Shiren was much younger than him, he was a full professor at Yinling University and one of the most renowned and influential nutritionists in the country. Such a figure was undoubtedly well-traveled and knowledgeable. A nutritional fluid analysis report capable of moving him. Zhang Xiangbing sensed that perhaps what Fang Jian had brought him extended far beyond mere career advancement. After a long moment, Huang Shiren drew a deep breath, a genuine smile spreading across his face. "Young man, may I ask your name?" Zhang Xiangbing let out an exclamation of surprise and laughed. "I completely forgot to introduce them. This is Fang Jian, and this is Yu Huiliang." Whether he genuinely forgot or deliberately omitted the introductions after seeing Huang Shiren's dismissive expression was something only he truly knew. But by now, even Zhuang Ji, who had merely been observing and listening, could tell that Professor Huang had been thoroughly impressed by Fang Jian's nutrient solution. "Oh, so it's Mr. Fang and Mr. Yu. You two truly possess exceptional talent," Professor Huang said with a smile. "Ahem, Professor Huang, do you think the nutrient solution they refined has any value?" Zhang Xiangbing finally couldn't hold back and cut straight to the point. A thread of worry ran through his mind. What if Fang Jian and Yu Huiliang, being young and inexperienced, were misled by Huang Shiren and suffered huge losses? That would be disastrous. Huang Shiren's expression stiffened slightly. "Judging by the current baseline data, it's a very promising product. Of course, its actual efficacy still requires in vivo testing, but I believe there shouldn't be any major issues." "Oh? Professor Huang, this nutrient solution is actually safe. I've already taken it myself. Moreover," Fang Jian paused before adding, "I've also administered it to a patient with muscular dystrophy and achieved promising results." "What?" Huang Shiren's eyes widened. "How dare you administer an unvalidated substance to patients?" Fang Jian spread his hands and smiled. "I didn't use it blindly. It was administered under the supervision of Director Yi Hua. Since Yi Hua wants a piece of the pie, he naturally needs to shoulder some responsibility. Taking the benefits without doing the work just won't do." "Director Yi?" Zhang Xiangbing asked skeptically. "Would he do that?" "I have his number." "You can verify it yourself," Fang Jian replied calmly. Zhang Xiangbing hesitated, then surprisingly pulled out his phone in public, scrolled through his contacts, and dialed the number. Yu Huiliang tugged at Fang Jian's sleeve and whispered, "He has that director's number? They're both prominent figures in the city's medical system. It's perfectly normal for them to know each other." "All right, what exactly have you been up to lately? How did you even connect with the dean?" "I'll tell you later." Fang Jian shot him a look, ending the brief exchange. Truth be told, his recent experiences had been nothing short of extraordinary, far beyond what most people could imagine. Even sharing just a fraction of them with Yu Huiliang would be enough to make his rotund frame tremble 3 times over. "Director Yi, hello. This is Zhang Xiangbing." Yes. "I have a student here named Fang Jian who's refined a nutrient solution." "What?" "It's hard to explain over the phone. You need to come over." "All right, now?" Zhang Xiangbing held the phone, glancing at Fang Jian with a look that was quite intriguing. The daily workload of a vice president is beyond what most people can fathom. Yet the moment Yi Hua heard the names Fang Jian and nutrient solution, he immediately dropped everything to come over. "What does that tell you?" "All right, Dean Yi, I'll be waiting for you at the university." After hanging up, Zhang Xiangbing addressed the assembled crowd. "Dean Yi will be here shortly. He'll discuss the nutrient solution with us." Huang Shiren's brow furrowed deeply as he clutched the analysis report in his hand, his mind in turmoil. Upon seeing this report, he had felt as if he'd struck gold. Yet now it seemed the world was full of clever people, and this treasure might not be his to share. Still, such a golden opportunity was right before him. He was utterly unwilling to let it slip away. "Mr. Fang Jian, you know I'm a leading authority in domestic nutrition. If I help you with this, I guarantee this nutrient solution will be distributed nationwide quickly and gain widespread recognition." Huang Shiren, disregarding his status, laid out his advantages bluntly. Zhang Xiangbing was taken aback. Professor Huang's approach seemed rather unscrupulous. "Old Huang, what are you doing?" Huang Shiren waved his hand, handing over the analysis report he'd been clutching. "Professor Jiang, our collaborative project is actually already complete." Zhang Xiangbing took it in surprise, scrutinizing the analytical data with a subtle shift in his expression. Fang Jian, curious, asked, "Professor Jiang, what is your collaborative project?" Zhang Xiangbing sighed softly. "Professor Huang is a renowned nutritionist in China. We jointly applied for a project to research a nutritional formula designed to provide athletes with adequate nutrition. This may sound simple, but achieving it is far from easy. They might need to conduct millions of experiments and meticulously compare each one to find the optimal solution. Yet, after reviewing the analysis report in their hands, both professors understood one thing: even if they spent years, selected countless materials, and invested vast sums of money, the nutritional solution they developed would struggle to compete with the one before them. In that case, their collaborative project could be declared a failure before it even began. When their own interests were at stake, even Jiang Xiangbing's expression darkened. Fang Jian's eyes flickered as he smiled. Professor Jiang, wasn't this nutrient solution refined under your guidance? This should count as your project's achievement, shouldn't it? What? This time, not only did Jiang Xiangbing's eyes widen in shock, but so did everyone else's. Even though Yu Huiliang had long known of Fang Jian's decision, he could only shake his head silently by the side. Jiang Xiangbing hesitated, his expression shifting restlessly. Finally, with a long sigh, he said, "Fang Jian, thank you for your kindness, but I cannot do this." He paused, then added, "Rest assured, I will provide you with all the assistance you need, but there's no need for me to be listed as a contributor." Huang Shiren rolled his eyes at the sidelines. Such a golden opportunity, and he just let it slip away? Professor Jiang was far too principled. Was this really how a professor should act? Yet he didn't realize that if the nutrient solution had been presented not by Fang Jian, but by Zhuang Ji, Professor Zheng's reaction might have been entirely different. Exploiting the labor of a powerless student posed little risk, but if that student had powerful connections he dared not provoke, such actions would require careful consideration. Chapter 160, Tripartite Collaboration. Fang Jian smiled faintly. "Professor Jiang, you seem to have forgotten that I need the signatures of 2 advisors for my publication. Could it be you don't wish to assist?" Huang Shiren's eyes nearly turned green. This wasn't asking for help, it was practically handing him a free ride to fame. Jiang Xiangbing's heart stirred slightly. "Fang Jian," he asked, "which journal do you plan to publish in? Surely not World Traditional Chinese Medicine? Is that publication unsuitable?" "Of course not. This is nutrient solution refined in the lab. How could we publish it in a traditional Chinese medicine journal? Who says it can't be published in a traditional Chinese medicine journal?" A deep, resonant voice sounded from outside the door. Moments later, Yihua pushed open the door and entered. "Dean Yi. Dr. Fang, we meet again." Yihua greeted him with a smile, then said, "Old Jiang, I knew you'd be thinking this, so I rushed right over." If I'd been a moment later, would you have been recommending some Western medical journal?" Jiang Xiangbing responded earnestly, "Dean Yi, the current trend toward Western medicine is inevitable. This nutrient solution falls within the Western medical framework." Huang Shiren stepped forward, extended his hand, and introduced himself. "Hello, Director Yi. I'm Huang Shiren, professor at Yinling University." Yihua paused, shook his hand, and suddenly exclaimed, "I remember now, you were the one presenting at the nutrition conference in Beijing last time." "You attended too, President Yi?" I was just a small audience member in the back, filling in the numbers." Yihua chuckled self-deprecatingly. His words were naturally modest, and no one present took them at face value. "Dean Yi, since we're acquainted, this should be easier to discuss," Huang Shiren said solemnly. "I understand this nutrient solution has already undergone human trials under your guidance?" "Human trials?" Yihua turned to look at Fang Jian. Fang Jian shrugged his shoulders and said, "That's what the old lady drank." Yihua's face paled slightly. Fang Jian had used medicinal cuisine as an excuse to give the old lady the nutrient solution, and though it had yielded excellent results, Huang Shiren's words were utterly shocking. What did he mean by human trials? If old Lu heard that phrase, his fate would likely be quite grim. "Professor Huang, I cannot agree with your statement," Yihua said solemnly. "This is a thoroughly mature product. How could it possibly be associated with human experimentation? A mature product?" Jiang Xiangbing and Huang Shiren exchanged puzzled glances. What did that imply? Could it be that this nutrient solution wasn't developed by Fang Jian after all? Yihua's expression turned serious. "Dr. Fang, please explain the origin of this nutrient solution to them." Fang Jian froze, inwardly thinking, "Dean Yi, you haven't gone senile, have you? I brought you here to share the heat, not to undermine me." Seeing Fang Jian's silence, Yihua waved his hand. "I'll explain. Dr. Fang discovered a dietary formula in an ancient text. He prepared this formula and administered it to a patient with muscular atrophy. Unexpectedly, it produced remarkable results. Through further research, Dr. Fang then extracted a nutrient solution from that dietary formula." He paused before adding, "This nutrient solution derived from the formula is undoubtedly an achievement of traditional Chinese medicine." Fang Jian's lips twitched. Choosing Yihua as his partner seemed like an exceptionally wise decision. This story was so well crafted, even he was almost convinced. Huang Shiren scanned the analysis report and asked, "Director Yi, this was extracted from dietary ingredients?" "Indeed. Our vast land holds boundless treasures, and traditional Chinese medicine is profoundly deep. The wisdom passed down by our ancestors often carries profound meaning. Once we can analyze and extract it, it becomes invaluable wealth." Yihua delivered his pitch with solemn earnestness. There are countless ways to prepare these medicinal dishes. Some taste like pork ribs, others like fruit. If you don't believe me, ask Dr. Fang. Pork rib flavor? Fruit flavor? Do you even know what you're saying? Jiang Xiangbing and Huang Shiren both looked utterly bewildered. If these words had come from an ordinary medical student instead of the vice president of a traditional Chinese medicine hospital, they would have spat in his face on the spot. You're just spouting nonsense, talking gibberish. But the speaker was different, and his words carried entirely different weight. They looked at Yihua, momentarily unable to refute him, and could only shift their gaze toward Fang Jian. At this moment, what could Fang Jian possibly say? He could only shrug his shoulders and make a helpless gesture, effectively acknowledging Yihua's words. As for how to make medicinal cuisine taste like fruit? Let them fill in the blanks themselves. I certainly can't figure it out. Yihua said solemnly, Gentlemen, since you've analyzed it, you must acknowledge the validity of this nutrient solution, correct? Jiang Xiangbing and Huang Shiren exchanged glances. Regardless of their inner thoughts, they could only nod silently. Huang Shiren added, Dean Yi, I still hope to conduct more clinical trials and collect additional data. Agreed, that's essential, Yihua replied with a smile. But after gathering the data, publishing the paper in World Journal of Traditional Chinese Medicine should be fine, right? Huang Shiren suddenly interjected, Dean Yi, considering the significance of this nutrient solution, wouldn't it be a shame to publish just one paper? Oh, you mean? How about this, we write 3 papers. The first authors will be these 2 students, and the 3 of us will each serve as the advisor for one paper. We'll ensure each paper is successfully published in a journal with a composite impact factor above 0.5. Jiang Xiangbing and Yihua were both deeply moved. They exchanged a glance, remaining silent, yet the gleam in their eyes betrayed their thoughts. Soon, the 3 bigwigs in Fang Jian reached a consensus. Though Jiang Xiangbing and Yihua felt a twinge of resentment at sharing the credit with an extra person, considering this individual's stature in China's nutrition community, they reluctantly swallowed their pride. In certain situations, having the backing of influential figures versus operating without such support were 2 entirely different scenarios. If it meant less effort, why not go along with it? Zhuang Ji and the other graduate student watched the group chatting cheerfully, feeling immense pressure. Their eyes fixed on Fang Jian and Yu Huiliang were filled with envy and jealousy how incredibly lucky those 2 interns were. With these 3 papers under their belts, their future starting point would be far beyond what ordinary graduate students could ever hope to achieve. Oh, wait, they weren't even from the Medical Research Institute. They were clinical students. Surgeons were now competing with lab rats for their jobs. Good heavens, have medical university students become this formidable? Chapter 161, Undercover. The next morning, Fang Jian woke up and spent a long time carefully selecting among the many fruits before finally picking out a cantaloupe. The last nutrient solution had been watermelon flavored, so this time he opted for cantaloupe. As for the next batch? With so many fruit varieties available, he'd rotate them one by one, ensuring the old lady never grew tired of the taste. Honey melon wasn't ideal for juicing, it just wasn't cost effective. But Fang Jian didn't sweat the small stuff. He juiced it, mixed in the nutrient solution, and stored it in an insulated container. No sooner had he finished than Mu Shue's call came through. He carried the insulated container downstairs, got into Mu Shue's car, and they sped off. He stole a glance at Mu Shue. Her expression had brightened considerably, and Fang Jian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Hey, Fang Jian, I just remembered something. What? When you saw the body that night, weren't you scared? Fang Jian thought back to what happened after he regained his true form that night. It seemed there were no inconsistencies. Sister Shue, are you afraid of corpses? Me? Have you forgotten what I do? How could a detective be scared of a corpse? Heh, Sister Shue, then you've forgotten what I do. I'm a doctor. Have you ever heard of a doctor being afraid of corpses? But you're just an intern. In anatomy class, we spend our days with cadaver teachers. A vivid image instantly flashed through Mu Shue's mind, a group of students gathered around dissecting a corpse. Her face paled slightly. Yet, the last shred of doubt vanished completely. Still, she silently cursed, perverts. All doctors are perverts. Fang Jian had no idea that the lovely Mu Shue had already lumped all doctors together. He kept his head down, carefully considering the old woman's physical condition. Today's visit wasn't just about administering medicine. The 1-week interval had passed, and he needed to perform acupuncture and massage therapy on the old lady again. Fang Jian was a rather stubborn individual. He wanted each session of his acupuncture and massage therapy to be more effective than the last, refusing to settle for mediocrity. What are you thinking about? Mu Shue suddenly asked. I was wondering what technique would be most suitable for the old lady's massage. Mu Shue stole a glance at him from the driver's seat. Fang Jian's recent behavior had truly made her look at him with new respect. Fang Jian, I need to tell you something. What is it? There's no mole in our police station. Okay, go ahead. Fang Jian suddenly looked up, his face filled with disbelief. Mu Shue drove calmly as she stated, after thorough investigation, there is no mole within our police station. This left Fang Jian utterly bewildered. He had assumed that under his careful planning, Wang Qiu had already been arrested. But why would Mu Shui insist on saying this? Could it be that someone within the police department felt pity for Wang Qiu and wanted to protect him? Yet upon reflection, he knew it was utterly impossible. After interrogating Taishu, we obtained confirmed intelligence they weren't operating alone. Behind the boss lies an even larger drug trafficking syndicate, Mu Shui stated impassively. Fang Jian curled his lip and muttered, "You interrogated him? Who even conducted the interrogation? What did you say?" "Ah, I was saying this is truly bad news." "Yes. That's why we suspect the drug ring won't give up easily after the boss's death. They'll send someone to make contact." Fang Jian's eyes suddenly lit up. "I get it. You made him a double agent." Mu Shui replied flatly, "There's no mole. Don't make things up." Fang Jian immediately covered his mouth and nodded repeatedly. But it was enough to keep this understanding to himself, no need to keep repeating it aloud. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be irresponsible toward others' lives, it could even drag him down too. The car pulled up in front of old Lu's villa. When Fang Jian stepped out, he saw not only old Lu but also Yi Hua and Dr. Hong Xian. Yi Hua's presence here wasn't surprising, but for some reason, Dr. Hong Xian had come along this time. Seeming to notice Fang Jian's puzzlement, Yi Hua explained with a smile, "Dr. Fang, Dr. Hong is quite impressed with your massage techniques and wishes to observe and learn." He paused before adding, "We've already informed Old Master Lu, and both he and Madame Lu have given their approval." Old Master Lu nodded slowly. "Indeed. Young Hong is the director of the massage department at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Learning more can only be beneficial." Fang Jian naturally couldn't refuse. Yet he didn't know that Hong Xian's presence here wasn't solely for learning. Yi Hua and Old Master Lu were both seasoned and prudent individuals. Though Fang Jian's performance had already impressed them, it hadn't been long enough. Therefore, during the massage, they still needed someone more trustworthy to supervise. Hong Xian was naturally the best choice. After greeting the elderly lady, Fang Jian clasped his hands together and began stretching. A true massage master takes meticulous care of their hands. They don't simply begin massaging someone without preparation. Before the actual massage begins, they always warm up their wrists, arms, and fingers. After a moment, Fang Jian began the massage. He remained exceptionally attentive, applying slightly more pressure when stimulating the matriarch's acupoints. Since learning massage techniques, Fang Jian had maintained a daily regimen of finger exercises and training, no matter how busy he was. Consequently, his finger strength had grown remarkably compared to before, allowing him to apply precise pressure when stimulating acupoints. The old lady's muscles occasionally twitched. Though she tried her best to endure it, she sometimes felt a faint burning sensation. For her, this was an exceptionally rare and novel sensation. In the end, she couldn't bear it any longer and let out a low, involuntary moan. Hong Xian silently observed every movement Fang Jian made, yet the shock within him was beyond description. The first time he witnessed Fang Jian's massage and acupuncture techniques, the unique methods and skill had surprised him, yet he had discerned that Fang Jian's finger strength was lacking, falling short of his own foundational massage skills. Yet, in this meeting just a week later, Fang Jian's finger strength had leaped over an entire level. As a massage therapist himself, Hong Xian understood better than anyone the critical importance of finger strength and the grueling effort required to develop it. Fang Jian's rapid advancement in such a short time had unconsciously earned Hong Xian's profound admiration. When Fang Jian finished pressing the final acupoint, a faint blush spread across the old woman's face. This complexion was vastly superior to her previous sickly pallor. Old Master Lu didn't need to consult a doctor, he could already discern the improvement. Chapter 162, The Promise. Dr. Fang, your skill is truly beyond reproach. In the living room, after the old lady had taken her medicine and retired for the night, Old Master Lu grasped Fang Jian's hand gratefully. "Meeting you has been a great blessing for my wife and me." A peculiar expression flickered across Yi Hua's face. "You praise him so highly now, but if you knew he'd been passing off novel nutritional solutions as medicinal cuisine and using the old lady as a human guinea pig, I wonder if you'd still feel so grateful?" However, he dared not voice this thought aloud. Because at that moment, he would effectively be complicit with Fang Jian. If old Lu found out, Fang Jian, who had massaged the old lady, might get off scot-free, but he himself would never have peace again. "Mr. Lu, it's all a matter of fate," Fang Jian said with a smile. Yi Hua stepped forward and said, "Old Master Lu, Dr. Fang and I have discussed the medicinal cuisine matter. He intends to refine it, extracting it into a nutrient solution for public use." Hong Xian's eyes lit up. If this nutrient solution possesses even half the efficacy of medicinal cuisine, it would be a tremendous blessing for patients. Numerous nutritional solutions flood the pharmaceutical market today, yet finding one with immediate, tangible results remains utterly impossible. Having witnessed the efficacy of medicinal cuisine firsthand, Hong Xian had long harbored this very ambition, though she dared not voice it publicly. Hearing Fang Jian express this intent now, she naturally seized the opportunity to encourage him. Old Master Lu nodded slightly. "Very well. Young Dr. Fang shows remarkable insight. Though Fang Jian had grown considerably thicker skinned than before, his face still flushed slightly. It wasn't about high awareness, he was laying the groundwork for the various achievements he planned to unveil in the future. Master Lu, if this nutrient solution is successfully developed, it might cause some trouble for Dr. Fang, Yihua murmured softly. Old Master Lu chuckled lightly. It's fine. I still have some clout. Anything that belongs to Dr. Fang, no one can take away. Mu Xue's heart leapt with joy, and she promptly nudged Fang Jian. Only then did Fang Jian snap out of it, replying respectfully, "Thank you, Grandpa Lu. Hee, since you call me Grandpa, I certainly can't stand by and watch my grandson get bullied." Old Lu said solemnly, "But you must promise me this nutrient solution is genuinely effective. No false advertising. Rest assured, Grandpa Lu. I won't disgrace my father." Very well. Leaving old Master Lu's home and getting into the car, Mu Xue still wore a smile. "Sis Xue, what's got you so happy? Did you find money? Oomph, you ungrateful brat." Mu Xue shot him a glare. "Do you have any idea how crucial Grandpa Lu's promise is? As long as you produce the nutrient solution, no one will dare touch your share of the profits." Fang Jian chuckled lightly. "I know. I'm grateful." Yet his heart remained unruffled, for he didn't place much value on this profit. His priority now was to bring more key figures onto his team. If the nutrient solution could forge a vast chain of mutual benefit around him, he'd be delighted regardless of his personal gains. After all, for him, the nutrient solution was merely a foundation. The phone suddenly rang. Fang Jian picked it up and answered immediately. "Uncle Mu, hello. Xiao Jian, where are you now?" "I just left old Lu's place and was heading home." "Don't go back. Old class leader is visiting me at the bureau today. He'll come over tonight for drinks." "Ah, Uncle Zhang is here? Got it." Fang Jian's eyes lit up slightly as he agreed without hesitation. Fang Jian's father and Mu Taishan were close comrades in arms. After their discharge, they both joined the N City Police Bureau. During their military service, they had formed the strongest bond with their old squad leader, Zhang Duoqiu. Whenever Zhang visited N City, Fang Jian's father would bring him to meet him. Though his father was no longer with them, that bond of friendship remained. "Sister Xue, Uncle Zhang is here." "Got it. Let's go." Mu Xue turned the car and headed toward the police station. Soon, the car entered the police station grounds. As they stepped out, someone greeted Mu Xue. "Mu Xue, you're here. Are you free tonight?" Fang Jian turned his head to see a young man approaching with a radiant smile. His eyes narrowed slightly. Mu Xue's social circle wasn't particularly large, and he couldn't recall ever meeting this person before. "Officer Nian, what brings you here?" "Oh, Fast Furious is out now. We finally got tickets, and a few of us from the squad are planning to go together. If you're free, why not join us for dinner before the show?" "Thanks, but I've got plans tonight." Officer Nian's gaze lingered on Fang Jian, carrying an indescribable quality. He then smiled and said, "All right, we'll have to wait for another chance. See you." Fang Jian's brow furrowed slightly. He had a vague feeling he'd stumbled into some unnecessary trouble. "Sister Xue, who's this handsome guy?" "He's Nian Shijin from the Criminal Investigation Division, a true elite of the force, temporarily transferred from Z City to track a case." Fang Jian glanced in his direction in surprise. Anyone Mu Xue called a police elite must be the real deal. "Who's better, you or him?" Mu Xue hesitated before replying, "We've never compared, so it's hard to say." "No way, Sister Xue. When did you become so modest?" "Oomph. You think I'm invincible? Let me tell you, there are plenty of people out there with real skills. You only took him down this time because of luck, got it? No more showing off." Seeing Mu Xue's fiery expression, Fang Jian felt a wave of warmth wash over him. "Got it. Let's hurry and see Uncle Mu before he starts yelling again." Mu Xue gave a light snort and hurried off with Fang Jian. After they left the parking lot, Nian Shijin emerged from a corner. He grabbed someone beside him and asked, "Who was that with Officer Mu?" The other glanced over and replied, "Never seen him before. Probably just a friend." "Ha? Officer Mu has a boyfriend? That seems unlikely." Nian Shijin's expression darkened slightly. "Don't talk nonsense. Watch out for Mu Xue coming after you." The man shrank back and hurried away. Mu Xue detested gossip behind her back. Not only was she outstanding at her job and skilled in martial arts, but she also had an incredibly powerful backer within the police department. Under normal circumstances, no one dared provoke her. Nian Shijin stood rooted to the spot, his handsome brow furrowing. A faint shadow of melancholy seemed to flicker across his face before he finally gave a light snort and turned to leave. Chapter 163, The Showdown. Inside the office, Mu Taishan and Zhang Duoqiu were engaged in lively conversation. Though Zhang had come on an assignment, the two old comrades spent most of their time reminiscing about their past bond rather than discussing the current mission. A knock sounded. Mu Taishan's smile vanished as he said solemnly, "Come in." The door opened, and Mu Xue and Fang Jian entered one after the other. "Oh, you two came together? Excellent, excellent." Zhang Duoqiu exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Ahem, old squad leader. Mu Taishan cut him off sharply. Zhang Duoqiu tapped his forehead and chuckled. Got it, got it. Young folks are a bit thin-skinned these days, but no big deal. Hey, weren't you two just like that back in the day? Fang Jian and Mu Shui rolled their eyes. Uncle Zhang was genuinely kind to them, but his tendency to blurt things out was another story. Zhang Duoqiu stood up, walked over to Mu Shui, and suddenly threw a punch straight at her face. The punch came completely out of nowhere, without the slightest warning. Yet Mu Shui's reaction was lightning fast. She jerked her head back sharply while simultaneously unleashing a merciless kick. Zhang Duoqiu sidestepped the blow and countered with another punch. The two exchanged blows, their fists and kicks filling the relatively small office space. Fang Jian inwardly groaned. Not this again. He scrambled backward, barely making it to the corner before the storm of blows passed. Smack! Zhang Duoqiu caught Mu Shui's punch, deflecting its force. Stop, he said with a smile. Not bad, Snow. Like father, like daughter. Mu Shui withdrew her fist and stood at attention. Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Zhang. Zhang Duoqiu nodded, then walked over to Fang Jian. He stared at him for a long moment before suddenly sighing. Fang Jian knew his own situation well. Zhang Duoqiu had hoped he would inherit his father's legacy, at the very least mastering a formidable martial art. But due to his mother's fierce opposition, the plan was ultimately abandoned. In his eyes, this must have been the greatest regret. Mu Taishan chuckled, old squad leader, you've misjudged this one. What? Xiao Jian was followed by drug dealers, yet instead of being afraid, he took out two of them. Youngsters these days are something else. Really? Zhang Duoqiu's eyes lit up instantly as she turned to look at Fang Jian. Fang Jian inwardly groaned. Uncle Mu, why must you complicate things at this moment? Zhang Duoqiu reached out, grabbing for Fang Jian's shoulder. Knowing evasion was impossible, Fang Jian raised his hand to meet hers. The moment their hands touched, he suddenly twisted his wrist, attempting to pull her arm backward. Though he hadn't received formal training, growing up under his father's influence had given him some basic knowledge of grappling techniques. However, his previous understanding had been merely superficial. Since learning acupressure and acupoint manipulation, his grappling skills had truly gained combat effectiveness. Ha! Zhang Duoqiu felt the force in Fang Jian's grip and his expression shifted slightly. He immediately took a step back, surprised. Kid, you've got some skills. Fang Jian chuckled awkwardly. Uncle Zhang, I'm no snow sister. I can't take more than a few hits from you. Please spare me. Fang Jian, what kind of talk is that? As if I could take a beating. Hey, Sister Shui, you can't just stand by and watch me get beaten up. Zhang Duoqiu laughed heartily, waving his hand. Enough with the act. I'm not a tiger, I don't eat people. Fang Jian thought silently, you may not be a tiger, but if you were put in a cage with a real one, I bet you'd be the one walking out alive. Xiao Jian, come here. Zhang Duoqiu beckoned. Fang Jian dared not disobey and obediently approached. Zhang Duoqiu felt his muscles, then turned his palm to examine it. You've gained some strength. You've been training lately, haven't you? Good. That's more like a real man. You're starting to resemble your father. Fang Jian's eyes stunned slightly. Whenever he saw Zhang Duoqiu, he couldn't help but think of his father. Zhang Duoqiu patted his shoulder. Keep training. Aim to beat Xiao Shui someday. We men can't let women walk all over us, right? Fang Jian's eyes widened. He glanced at Mu Shui, then back at Zhang Duoqiu, whose face was full of encouragement. Uncle Zhang, I really can't take that challenge. Uncle Zhang, you always favor boys over girls. That's not fair. Mu Shui protested. What kind of society do we live in now? You know about gender equality, right? Mu Taishan's expression turned stern. Xiao Shui, how dare you speak to the old squad leader like that? Zhang Duoqiu waved it off casually. Tiexin, young people today aren't like us back then. Little Shui's actually right. He slapped Fang Jian on the shoulder again. Listen up, kid. Girls these days aren't pushovers. If you can't keep them in line, you'll suffer later. Fang Jian gave an awkward laugh. This remark was equally impossible to respond to. Mu Taishan glanced at the time. It's quitting time. Let's head home. He paused. Xiao Jian, you two go ahead. Got it. Fang Jian understood. Though Mu Taishan and his daughter worked in the same system, Mu Shui rarely visited his office to avoid any appearance of impropriety. They also left work separately. While it wasn't exactly a secret who Mu Shui's father was, judging by how the two behaved at the bureau, few people could tell. Stepping out of the police station, Fang Jian asked quietly, Sister Shui, what kind of tricky case involving our city has Uncle Zhang come here for this time? Zhang Duoqiu was a high-ranking official at the provincial bureau and a perpetually busy man. His visits to N City almost always meant he was on an assignment. And cases significant enough to warrant his personal involvement were rarely minor. Mu Shui shot him a disapproving look. You dare ask about that? Aren't you afraid of getting scolded? Hee, just a moment of curiosity, just a moment of curiosity. But Mu Shui hesitated before adding, you're different now. If Uncle Zhang knew you could hypnotize people, he might actually ask for your help. Fang Jian's eyes lit up slightly. He smiled and said, looks like learning hypnosis was the right move after all. Mu Shui glanced at him and suddenly said, Fang Jian, maybe this is the real you. Ha? What did you say? When you were little, you actually loved learning kung fu with me too. But then Auntie wouldn't allow it, and she even argued with Master. So you never came out again. Mu Shui said softly, sometimes I wonder if you hadn't given up, if we'd learned kung fu together and both gotten into the police academy. Fang Jian's mouth opened slightly, his eyes clouding over with nostalgia. He seemed to see the tomboy practicing punches and kicks tirelessly, and he seemed to see himself always trailing behind that tomboy. Chapter 164, All Show. Mu Taishan's home was now familiar territory to Fang Jian, no different from his own. Suing and Shui Yi had returned ahead of schedule at some point and were now preparing the dishes. This wasn't a privilege granted to just anyone. Unless it was an old comrade like Zheng Duoqiu visiting, the two of them would never cook together simultaneously. Mu Shui stuck out her tongue, washed her hands, and dashed into the kitchen to lend a hand. Fang Jian shook his head slightly, silently counting in his mind. Sure enough, when he reached 20, Shui Yi's voice came as expected, Xiao Shui, you can go now. Don't get in the way. Xiao Shui, go rest for now. You can come help serve the dishes later, Suing reassured her as always. Mu Shui emerged sullenly, her face clouded with melancholy. There's a saying, when God closes a door, he opens a window. Conversely, when he opens a door, he often closes a window. Take Mu Shui, for instance. When it came to martial arts, even 7 or 8 burly men might not stand a chance against her. But asking her to help in the kitchen? For any chef, that would be nothing short of a nightmare. Seeing Fang Jian's faintly mocking expression, Mu Shui's eyebrows shot up in anger. Fang Jian, what are you laughing at? Fang Jian quickly replied, oh, Sister Shui, please sit down. Let me pour you some tea. He gave a meaningful glance toward the kitchen and added, my mom and auntie are both in there. Mu Shui's rising anger instantly deflated. She knew that if she dared pick on Fang Jian here, she'd be in for a lecture from her mom later. If it were just her mom, that would be one thing, but if Suing and Zhang Duoqiu overheard, it would be utterly embarrassing. The villa doors swung open as Mu Taikai and Zhang Duoqiu chatted and laughed their way inside. Spotting Fang Jian, Zhang Duoqiu beckoned him over. Xiao Jian, come here. Yes. Zhang Duoqiu flexed her shoulders. I couldn't make a big scene in Taishan's office earlier. Now we've got more space. Let's have a little fun, you and me. Fang Jian's face darkened slightly. Why are you asking me to fight? Isn't Mu Shui right here? Uncle Zhang, I'm just a doctor. What about doctors? Doctors can't be men? Zheng Duoqiu blared and said, I just saw for myself your physique is much stronger and your grip strength is impressive. No wonder you could dislocate the drug dealer's joints. What's the matter? You've improved so much already, yet you still won't take action? Fang Jian was at a loss for words, feeling utterly wronged inside. My finger strength comes from practicing massage. That has nothing to do with fighting, right? Cut the crap. Let's go. Mu Taishan watched from the side, smiling cheerfully, showing no intention of stopping them. As for Mu Shui, she was secretly chuckling to herself. You got to laugh at me earlier, but now it's my turn. Zheng Duoqiu was a woman of her word. No sooner had she spoken than she made her move. Whoosh! A punch flew straight at Fang Jian's head, seemingly holding nothing back. Startled, Fang Jian instinctively leapt out of the way. In terms of bare-handed combat alone, Fang Jian was no match for Zheng Duoqiu. Yet, having grown up in such an environment, he possessed keen reflexes and lightning-fast hands, with his escape skills being second to none. Zheng Duoqiu snorted coldly and threw another punch. He seemed intent on testing Fang Jian's limits, his strike fierce and overwhelming. Fang Jian finally couldn't dodge it and had to block with his hand. He caught Zheng Duoqiu's arm, clenched his fist, and prepared to twist it backward. If he succeeded, he could use that momentum to dislocate Zheng Duoqiu's arm, his only real weapon at this moment. He'd employed the same tactic against Taishu that night. Yet, just as Fang Jian exerted his strength, Zheng Duoqiu's fist flickered and retracted, evading the block with effortless grace. Instantly, another punch erupted swift as lightning, leaving Fang Jian no time to dodge. Oh no! Fang Jian's heart sank as the fist hovered directly above his temple. If that punch landed cleanly, he'd be dead or at least skinned alive. You've got some strength, kid, but you don't know how to use it. Zheng Duoqiu withdrew his fist and said, I really don't know how you managed to catch that drug dealer. Fang Jian gave an awkward chuckle. Could he really tell the other guy that he'd unleashed his psychic power, messing with the guy's mind and judgment, making him as easy to dislocate as a wooden statue? If he said that, he'd probably end up in a mental hospital. Zheng Duoqiu's voice was stern. You're still all show and no substance. You need to train more. Got it? Yes, Uncle Zhang. Fang Jian nodded repeatedly. He knew full well that without his psychic abilities, facing Taishu and Brother Hang, he would be the one to fall. Dinner's served. Dinner's served. The voices of the two women in the kitchen rang out. Mu Shui called out, Fang Jian, go serve the dishes. The two young men dashed into the kitchen in a flash. Zheng Duoqiu chuckled. Tiexin, Xiao Shui still protects him, huh? Mu Taishan chuckled softly. They grew up together. Feelings like these just happen naturally. Old sergeant, you're not jealous, are you? Jealous of what? Zheng Duoqiu glared at him. I have no children of my own, but aren't these two like my son and daughter? Ahem, that won't do. Mu Taishan shook his head repeatedly. You can only choose one. Zheng Duoqiu froze, pointing at Mu Taishan before bursting into laughter. After a moment, he suddenly lowered his voice. Tiexin, did Shao Jian really master hypnosis? Yes. I swear on my honor, it's true. Is hypnosis really that powerful? Zheng Duoqiu frowned. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Senior classmate, I didn't believe it at first either. But we were able to get the drug dealer's information and round them all up. Shao Jian's hypnosis technique absolutely deserves the credit. Indeed, without Fang Jian's hypnosis extracting the drug dealer's information and facial descriptions from Bing Jingwu, they wouldn't have achieved the subsequent results. This matter remained a secret within the police department. Beyond the father and daughter knowing, even Hua Yaochang was only aware of Dr. Jian, not Fang Jian. Zheng Duoqiu nodded slowly, her gaze heavy as if deep in thought. Mu Taishan urged, Senior Sergeant, times are changing. Our investigative methods must keep pace. Since Shao Jian can be of assistance, don't hesitate to use him when needed. Otherwise, we risk delaying crucial matters. Zheng Duoqiu nodded slowly. I understand. If we truly hit a dead end, I'll reach out to Shao Jian. He smoothed his sleeves. It's been ages since I've tasted my sister-in-law's cooking. Let's have a few extra drinks tonight. Agreed. Chapter 165, The Great Battle in the High-Dimensional World. Zheng Duoqiu and Mu Taishan drank countless cups that night. Their drinking capacity seemed bottomless while Fang Jian was already tipsy, they remained perfectly composed. Finally, Fang Jian closed his eyes and drifted off into a hazy sleep. In his haze, he seemed to feel someone wiping his body with a warm towel, removing his shoes, making him sleep more comfortably. Wake up, wake up! A shrill whistle pierced his ears, jolting him awake as if it had directly stimulated his brain nerves. Fang Jian's eyes snapped open. Immediately, he sensed something was wrong. That familiar feeling of being trapped inside his own body, unable to move, washed over him once more. The higher dimensional world. While drunk, he had somehow unknowingly entered a higher dimensional world and attached himself to someone's body. From this person's perspective, he seemed to be in a military camp. Indeed, this was undoubtedly a large military camp. As the bugle sounded, numerous people rushed out of their tents and formed ranks in an instant. Fang Jian felt somewhat bewildered. Though he had possessed others in higher dimensional worlds before, those individuals all shared one common trait, they were all doctors. This time, however, he seemed to have possessed a soldier. Form ranks. Drill. At the commander's bellowing voice, booming like a loudspeaker, all the soldiers commenced their drills in perfect unison. Half an hour later, the leading officer barked, Now, begin free combat training. Free combat? What was that? Was such an activity even part of military training? Standard military training involved either drill formations or posture training, or running with weights. How could free combat suddenly be added? Just as Fang Jian was puzzled, the person he possessed had already begun sparring with those around him. Thud, thud, thud. Everyone here seemed highly skilled. Though Fang Jian couldn't control this body, he still possessed basic observational abilities. Their fighting was no child's play, it was a brutal, bone-crunching brawl. What was even more shocking was that these weren't one-on-one fights, but genuine free-for-alls where groups of people clashed together. Within this chaos, there were no fixed allies or enemies. Moments of two-on-one or many-on-one combat erupted, each participant punching and kicking with gritted teeth, their expressions radiating a murderous intent that seemed to demand the opponent's death. Soon, the area was filled with cries of pain. Though they didn't use weapons, these battle-hardened soldiers possessed formidable physiques, and their punches and kicks carried immense force. Hitting someone was no pleasant experience. The man Fang Jian had attached himself to might not have been the strongest, but he was undoubtedly one of the most agile and cunning. He rarely engaged in direct confrontation, instead weaving in and out of the crowd. While dodging blows from unseen opponents all around him, he struck mercilessly from the shadows. At least 5 men had already fallen beneath his fists and kicks. Amid the chaos, a sharp whistle pierced the air, halting the fighting instantly. Of course, a few combatants, blinded by bloodlust, remained locked in fierce grapples, refusing to let go. Zzzzz. Flashes of electricity erupted from the hands of the leading officer, who wielded a peculiar-looking stun gun capable of releasing strands of high-voltage current. Within moments, the stubbornly aggressive men turned into frightened quails, shivering uncontrollably under the electric shocks. Doctors, step forward. Present. Over 20 men emerged from the chaotic ranks. Though their faces and bodies bore bruises and wounds, they were clearly far less severely injured than their comrades. To Fang Jian's surprise, the man he had possessed was among them. Treat these bastards. A bunch of weaklings, utterly useless weaklings. Under the commander's roar, the fallen were shoved into various mechanical devices. And so, a hurried and somewhat chaotic day passed. Only when the man Fang Jian possessed finally fell asleep did he manage to establish a shared consciousness with the man's mind through his psychic power. Indeed, this was a new high-dimensional world, and this place was a new recruit training camp. The training methods here differed drastically from Earth's. After teaching basic combat techniques, they threw the recruits into chaotic free-for-all brawls. In these battles, akin to breeding poisonous insects, only the true elite would ultimately rise to the top. Naturally, this method resulted in massive casualties. On Earth, even if superiors had lost their minds, they would never have implemented such a training regimen. Yet in this high-dimensional realm, miraculous medical capabilities exist. Even those suffering amputated limbs emerge from medical pods after 3 days, fully functional and ready for action. It is precisely because of this incredible logistical support that such chaotic, weaponless combat can be implemented and promoted. As for the man Fang Jian had attached himself to, he was the team's medic, a seasoned veteran with several years more combat experience than these greenhorns. After a melee, those who remained standing weren't necessarily the strongest or most formidable fighters. Such individuals inevitably became the primary targets, often eliminated early on by coordinated attacks. Instead, opportunists like the medic were the ones who usually survived to the end. The next day, the same whistle sounded once more, and Fang Jian watched another round of chaotic fighting unfold before his eyes. This time, however, he felt no surprise or fear. Instead, a thrill surged through him. He actively observed the movements of those around him, mentally rehearsing combat scenarios using the fighting techniques he'd shared, then comparing his simulations with the medic's choices. On the first day, Fang Jian had been overwhelmed by the chaos of this melee crucible. By the second day, he had grown somewhat accustomed to it. By the third day, he even found himself enjoying the spectacle. Especially when he watched the military doctor leap recklessly through the crowd, dodging blows and striking with brutal precision, Fang Jian felt an urge to take his place. Perhaps deep within him lay a powerful violent gene. Of course, with his wealth of experience, Fang Jian acted with caution. He observed silently until the third day concluded, sharing the military doctor's combat techniques one last time before his consciousness slipped away from this higher dimensional world, unnoticed by anyone. Chapter 166, A True Man Doesn't Fight Women. Shaking his head, Fang Jian slowly sat up from the bed, clutching his throbbing temples as he cursed inwardly. Damn it, I shouldn't have drunk so much. However, it wasn't just once or twice that he'd have a drink with Uncle Zhang and end up drunk. It seemed to become a regular occurrence after a few times. Suing had always opposed Fang Jian's habit of going out to drink and carouse. This was the main reason he hadn't ended up like Yu Huiliang, a regular at nightclubs. Yet when Fang Jian drank with Zheng Duoqiu and Mu Taishan, Suing never interfered. Perhaps such scenes evoked certain memories for her, and she knew these two would never harm her son, so she let it slide. Glancing around, Fang Jian immediately realized he hadn't returned home last night but had spent the night at Mu Shue's place. Climbing out of bed, he headed to the bathroom where his toothbrush and towel were already laid out. After a perfunctory wash, he opened the bedroom door. Immediately, Zheng Duoqiu's booming voice echoed through the living room. Young people these days are so weak. Back in the army, we drank straight from jugs. Fang Jian's steps faltered, and he almost retreated. He desperately wanted to retort, that was the army. Are we in the army here? But he knew all too well that his opinion didn't matter when facing these two elders. Xiao Jian's awake. You need to work on your drinking tolerance. Yes, Uncle Zhang. Fang Jian clutched his head, frowning. I'll definitely work on it. Whether that meant practicing drinking or practicing abstinence, well, that remained to be seen. Zheng Duoqiu stood up, walked over to him, gave him a push, and said, what's with the delicate act? Go eat breakfast first, huh? The moment his hand touched Fang Jian's vest, he felt the youngster's back instantly arch and spring forward. It was an instinctive reaction, the safest defense against an attack. Zheng Duoqiu, seeing an opening, immediately lunged forward, aiming for Fang Jian's shoulder. Fang Jian was still recovering from his hangover, his head feeling light and fuzzy. The sudden pressure on his back triggered an instinctive reaction before his mind could process it. No, perhaps instinct wasn't the right word. It was more like a conscious reflex. Though it had only been one night, his consciousness had spent 3 full days in the military camp of the higher dimensional world. More crucially, during those 3 nights, Fang Jian had constantly shared the combat awareness and experience of that doctor. While this experience hadn't yet become physical instinct, Fang Jian's consciousness instinct had already formed unconsciously. The moment Zheng Duoqiu's palm touched his vest, the intense sensation triggered his consciousness instinct. Instantly, Fang Jian's body sprang backward, evading Zheng Duoqiu's push. But before Fang Jian could steady himself, a tight grip seized his shoulder. This startling attack was no ordinary threat. In his dazed state, Fang Jian instinctively counterattacked without hesitation. Shoulders lowered, abdomen drawn in, a backward kick, a textbook counterattack pattern. Yet this was beyond the capability of an ordinary person. Only those who had survived countless life and death battles could develop such a reflexive reaction born of instinct. Zheng Duoqiu's expression shifted slightly. He immediately lifted his leg while simultaneously easing the pressure on his grip. Thud. Fang Jian's kick landed squarely on Zheng Duoqiu's calf, making him wince and suck in a sharp breath. But he was a true fighter. Ignoring his injury, he reached out to grab Fang Jian's throat. After 2 consecutive failures, Zheng Duoqiu's perception of Fang Jian had shifted dramatically. He no longer held back. Yet, as a military medic who had endured countless fierce battles in the high-dimensional world, his combat experience far surpassed Zheng Duoqiu's by 100-fold. After delivering the kick, Fang Jian's body immediately lunged backward, simultaneously reaching downward with one hand. "Old Sergeant, watch out for Fang Jian. What are you doing?" Mu Taishan, who had been watching from the sidelines, initially wore a smile. Like Zheng Duoqiu, he believed Fang Jian needed more training so he wouldn't be at a disadvantage when he was with Mu Shui. But he hadn't anticipated Fang Jian's lightning-fast reflexes and ruthless, merciless strike, a move that sent a chill down his spine. Zheng Duoqiu didn't dare hesitate, immediately pulling back his hand and stepping backward. Grasping Fang Jian's throat might not break his will, but if Fang Jian got hold of that spot, he'd lose all dignity. Mu Taishan's bellow finally snapped Fang Jian back to his senses, and the hangover in his head seemed to ease considerably. Observing the expressions on the 2 elders' faces, Fang Jian silently acknowledged that alcohol truly was a dangerous thing. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and said, "Uncle Zhang, Uncle Mu, I didn't do anything." Zheng Duoqiu stared at Fang Jian's bewildered expression, feeling quite puzzled. Was this really the same kid who had exchanged blows with him just moments ago? Fang Jian's moves had been both concise and ruthless, surprising even Zhang. Why hadn't Fang Jian displayed this when they sparred yesterday? Just then, another door creaked open. Mu Shui blinked sleepily. "Dad, what's with all the yelling so early?" She'd drunk her fair share last night, certainly more than Fang Jian, yet she seemed far more alert than he did. Mu Taishan gave an awkward chuckle. "Nothing. Look, Fang Jian's already up. Are you still going to sleep?" Mu Shui wore loose pajamas. Having grown accustomed to seeing her in police uniforms and form-fitting outfits, Fang Jian found himself momentarily transfixed by this unexpected sight of her. "Oomph." Mu Shui snorted softly, approaching Fang Jian. Suddenly, she grabbed his ear and whispered, "Oh, so you were the one tattling. Ow, that hurts." Fang Jian cried out immediately. "Sis Shui, go easy on me. I didn't say anything." Mu Tietzu sighed helplessly. "Xiao Shui, let go. Can't you show a little ladylike restraint?" Mu Shui reluctantly released her grip, glaring at Fang Jian as if to say, "I'll settle this with you later." Then she entered the room and slammed the door shut with a loud thud. Zheng Duoqiu suddenly asked, "Xiao Jian, why didn't you dodge?" "What? When Xiao Shui grabbed you just now, you could have dodged, right?" "Heh," Fang Jian replied with a troubled expression. "A real man doesn't fight with a woman, right?" The 2 elders exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. Fang Jian's behavior this morning was like night and day compared to yesterday, especially his martial arts skills. Those lightning-fast reflexes couldn't have been faked. They couldn't possibly guess the real reason, but they suspected Fang Jian had been hiding something yesterday. Mu Taishan gave Fang Jian a deep look inside. "Kids grow up, develop their own minds, it's never easy." Zheng Duoqiu rubbed his calf and laughed heartily. "That's a good thing. Why are you sighing and lamenting?" Under the almost oppressive gaze of the 2 elders, Fang Jian hurriedly finished his breakfast and dashed off in a flash. Chapter 167, New Song. Rushing back home, Fang Jian took a refreshing cold shower before feeling somewhat better. Recalling his recent high-dimensional world experience, Fang Jian felt a mix of laughter and tears. There had been a time when he desperately wanted to learn combat techniques. Yet despite several mental journeys to the high-dimensional world, he'd gained nothing in that regard. But who would have thought that yesterday's hangover would finally grant his wish? He couldn't fathom what kind of world that higher dimension truly was, or why the soldiers' training consisted of nothing but massive, chaotic melee battles. Yet in that realm, he had indeed gained much. The experience of a battle-hardened medic who'd witnessed countless similar scenes was exceptionally rich. The only thing that made Fang Jian feel slightly embarrassed, however, was that the medic's survival tactics were downright ruthless. When he instinctively countered Zheng Duoqiu, he aimed straight for her lower regions. While such direct attacks on vital points were the most effective, they were also the most unsavory. Fortunately, Mu Shui hadn't witnessed it. Otherwise, who knew if she would have laughed herself silly. The phone rang, and Fang Jian answered it without thinking. "Fang Jian, is your new song out yet?" "New song?" "Yeah, Xingxing has asked me about it several times already." "Have you even given it any thought?" Fang Jian glanced at the phone, inwardly cursing. That heartless bastard, chasing after girls and forcing him to write new songs. Truly great songs come from sudden inspiration, they can't just be conjured on demand. Fortunately, Fang Jian had more than one song stored in his memory. The few that had Dr. Chen listening on repeat were each masterpieces among masterpieces. The first song had been online for some time now. Though its popularity hadn't completely faded, it was undeniably showing signs of waning. This was evident from the daily fluctuations in the warm-tone thought energy surrounding him, a gauge far more reliable than any big data statistics. Warm-tone thought energy was now Fang Jian's most prized possession. Since it showed signs of diminishing, it was time to stoke the flames. There is a new song in the works, but what? I'm starving. Let's grab a bite at Global South Garden. Fang Jian Yu Huiliang's voice suddenly shot up an octave. I don't have any pocket money right now. Oh, you still haven't made up with your uncle? Make up my ass. Am I supposed to starve without him? Fine, where should we go then? Wherever we go, you're paying this time. Hey, you want me to release a new song and foot the bill? That's too much. Bro, help me out this once. When I strike it rich, I won't forget you. Alright. You decide where we go. Xingxing said there's a trendy new spot that just opened near Gulu. The food there is really tasty, let's give it a try. Oh, and I already booked the singer for you. Don't thank me. Fang Jian listened to the dial tone on the phone, feeling utterly baffled. What singer? But he quickly snapped out of it. That fatso just loves to act on his own. After getting ready, he noticed it was almost noon. Fang Jian headed downstairs and walked toward his destination. After wandering around Gulu for a while, he finally found the place Yu Huiliang had mentioned. Pushing open the door, he immediately spotted Yu Huiliang, Xiao Xingxing, and Wang Jai. Fang Jian, over here. Fang Jian nodded and walked over. Several small dishes were already laid out on the table. Though not numerous, they looked exquisitely prepared. Even before tasting them, they had already whetted everyone's appetite. It must be said that professional food critics held a significant advantage in this regard. Senior Fang, I heard you have a new song out, Xiao Xingxing said eagerly. Yeah, inspiration struck, so I wrote one on the spot. That's great. Will my cousin be singing it again? Wang Ji has such a beautiful voice and singing talent, it would be a shame not to let her sing it. Fang Jian offered the compliment without a hint of pretense. You're too kind, Dr. Fang. Wang Jiai tilted her head and smiled. I hear you've been quite busy lately. Huh? Fang Jian looked over with a puzzled expression. Wang Jiai winked at him, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. Fang Jian's heartbeat quickened. He chuckled awkwardly. Wang Ji, what exactly are you implying? Wang Jiai parted her lips slightly and murmured, police station. Drug dealers. Fang Jian's heart sank, and any lingering romantic thoughts vanished instantly. Wang Ji, what exactly do you know? Fang Jian and Wang Jiai's voices grew quieter and quieter. They both instinctively avoided Yu Huiliang and Xiao Xingxing, who exchanged a glance and slowly drew closer, mimicking their behavior. Fat Senior, you were absolutely right. See? I told you so. Yu Huiliang, his large belly jiggling, declared proudly, I saw it coming. They survived a plane crash together, there's definitely something going on between them. An affair? They shared a difficult experience, so they developed feelings for each other. Otherwise, Fang Jian wouldn't have specifically chosen Wang Ji as his personal singer. See, when I suggested inviting you and Wang Ji out together this time, he immediately got inspired and finished his new song. Xiao Xingxing nodded repeatedly. Fat Senior, what do you think they're talking about? Probably all lovey-dovey stuff. Let's pretend we don't know and not look over there. Got it. By the way, Xingxing, what kind of movies do you like? The new Fast Furious is out, shall we go see it together later? I've already seen it. Then let's pick another one. Fang Jian had no idea Yu Huiliang had already sold him out completely. Right now, his entire focus was on Wang Jiai's words. Actually, I don't know much, so I wanted to see you in person. Really? Fang Jian looked utterly skeptical. The drug dealer case was undoubtedly one of the police department's most high-profile investigations lately. Normally, outsiders wouldn't even catch wind of it. If Wang Jiai knew about it, she must have more than just a little information. I'm not lying. Wang Jiai's eyes shone like stars in the night sky, bright enough to stir the heart. I only know the Criminal Investigation Division and Narcotics Squad have been making major moves lately and achieved significant progress. But since yesterday, they've all been given time off. That means the case is closed, right? Fang Jianwei paused, suddenly recalling why Mu Shui had been so free yesterday. So the drug dealer case had been closed on the surface. Dr. Fang, I've received inside information that a doctor played a significant role in solving this case. I wonder if you know that doctor. Wang Jiai looked at him with sparkling eyes. Chapter 168, Nonsense. Fang Jian rubbed his nose and smiled wryly. Wang Ji, I have no idea what you're talking about. Really? Wang Jiai replied with a mischievous smile. I may not be a cop, but I have my own sources. She paused before continuing. This doctor is said to be an interrogation expert. Under his questioning, every criminal spills their secrets. Plus, he's a master at creating composite sketches. Based on suspects' confessions, he can draw incredibly lifelike portraits. Fang Jian's mouth twitched slightly. He grew increasingly certain that Wang Jiai knew far more than she was letting on. Wang Ji, what's the point of telling me all this? I'm not a cop either, so of course I wouldn't know. Oh, but I clearly remember you showing off your sketching skills at the amusement park. You even outdid Xingxing. Wang Jiai replied with a faint, ambiguous smile, and it was you who recognized the drug dealer that day, right? That's why you called Mu Shui and the others over. Fang Jian exhaled a long breath. Wang Jiai's observational skills were terrifying. Being around her required caution, extreme caution. Wang Ji, I'm not the only one in the world who can sketch. And what are you even talking about? I have no idea. Ha! As far as I know, that psychologist everyone calls Dr. Jian always rides in Mu Shui's car whenever she comes to the station. Her smile was rather peculiar as she asked, aren't you jealous? Jealous? Why would I be jealous? Fang Jian suddenly snapped out of it and hurriedly said, I'm not Mu Shui's boyfriend. What's there to be jealous about? Alright, but I heard that after Mu Shui left the police station with Dr. Jian, she went somewhere. She pointed in a certain direction, her lips parting slightly. From those lips, red as ripe cherries, came a single word, Lu. Fang Jian stared at her speechless. What else do you know? Spit it out. Alright, I also know you're a doctor who's mastered some amazing massage techniques. You were giving Mrs. Lu a massage. Wang Jia chuckled, I knew your medical skills were impressive on the plane, but I never imagined you were that skilled at massage too. The person massaging old lady Lu was originally the director of the Twina department at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. In the field of massage and manipulation, he was one of the top experts in N City. However, when Fang Jian appeared, he immediately took his place. This clearly showed that in terms of technical skill alone, he had gained more recognition from old lady Lu and the others. Fang Jian gave a wry smile. It's just a massage. What's so special about that? Dr. Fang, sometimes I wonder, did you actually study traditional Chinese medicine or Western medicine? Of course, Western clinical medicine, Fang Jian replied without hesitation. But you adjusted someone's bones on the plane without any equipment, and now your massage skills are so impressive. That all seems like TCM content. Fang Jian stuttered slightly before replying, Wang Ji, whether it's Chinese or Western medicine, they're both medical practices. The two are actually interconnected. As the saying goes, all roads lead to Rome. Wang Jia's eyes widened as she stared at Fang Jian's evasive answer, her large eyes seeming to ask, do you even believe that yourself? But Fang Jian met her gaze without flinching. I believe it. Whether you do or not is none of my concern. After a moment, Wang Jia conceded defeat. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, Dr. Fang, if you insist Chinese and Western medicine are identical, then does that mean psychologists are the same too? Fang Jian sighed helplessly. If you think they're the same, then they're pretty much the same. He already knew that Wang Jia had recognized his identity, but he wasn't particularly concerned about it. After all, Wang Jia and he had crossed paths. From the moment of the plane crash, she had seen quite a lot and had maintained a strong curiosity about him all along. So, under her special scrutiny, it wasn't surprising that she could uncover some clues. But for anyone else to spot the inconsistencies? That wouldn't be so easy. Sure enough, Wang Jia's eyes lit up instantly. Dr. Fang, if you were to approach interrogating criminals from a psychologist's perspective, how would you get them to reveal the information they know? Her unique position allowed her to uncover information unknown to ordinary people. Yet, among all the information she had gathered this time, what intrigued her most was the interrogation skills of that mysterious Dr. Jian. Rumor had it that no matter what kind of criminal fell into Dr. Jian's hands, they would obediently spill all the details. Such rumors did sound somewhat fantastical, but it was precisely because of this ability that the police were able to strike swiftly and wipe out the drug trafficking ring. Although the drug lord had died during the pursuit, overall, the police operation had been a success and met with satisfaction. Naturally, as a journalist driven by intense curiosity, Wang Jia was most eager to learn how Fang Jian had conducted the interrogation. Fang Jian beckoned her over with a wave. Wang Jia immediately leaned closer. Fang Jian found himself inexplicably stirred by the sight of her delicate, pale earlobe. He quickly dismissed these distracting thoughts and whispered softly in her ear, simple. Force. Force? Yes. Beat them up. Once they feel the pain, I guarantee they won't even dare to hide the color of their underwear. Wang Jia looked up in surprise, her face filled with disbelief. She had imagined every possible answer before coming here, but never this one. Impossible, she declared. Interrogation methods are strictly regulated now. How could torture still be an option? Ms. Wang, Fang Jian asked with a cold smile, you know full well they're drug traffickers. If they're released or escape, how many people will they harm? Wang Jia fell silent. As a journalist driven by justice, she knew torture was wrong, yet she couldn't muster pity for these drug dealers. Scum like them not only ruin themselves but drag countless others into ruin, leaving them destitute and desperate. Their deaths are no loss, Fang Jian snarled. Insisting on human rights for such people is deliberately endangering more innocent lives. Wang Jia knew his words were wrong, yet gazing into Fang Jian's fierce eyes, she found herself unable to muster any rebuttal. Fang Jian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to continue this topic, so he deliberately released a bit of his spiritual power to suppress Wang Jia. Otherwise, he wasn't confident he could out-argue this seasoned journalist. Whoops! A waiter approached carrying a tray when suddenly his foot slipped. The tray flew upward, hurtling toward their table. Chapter 169, Hidden Talents. Yu Huiliang and Xiao Xingxing whispered to each other nearby. Though their conversation revolved almost entirely around Fang Jian and Wang Jia, even that was enough to stir Yu Huiliang's romantic feelings. The more time he spent with Xiao Xingxing, the deeper he seemed to fall. This food critic was worlds apart from the women he usually encountered in nightlife venues. Since turning 16, Yu Huiliang had frequented KTVs and bars. Though still young, he was already a seasoned veteran of the nightlife scene. Yet, since meeting Xiao Xingxing, he had become uncharacteristically reserved. It had to be said sometimes, fate worked in truly mysterious ways. Just as Yu Huiliang looked up, his expression abruptly changed, and he gasped in shock. He had just witnessed the waiter standing not far behind Fang Jian and Wang Jiai stumble and fall. The tray and dishes in the waiter's hands flew up, hurtling straight toward the heads of Fang Jian and Wang Jiai. Yu Huiliang seemed to see the dishes falling, picturing the two of them covered in food and looking utterly disheveled. He wanted to stop it, but his body couldn't react in time. All he could do was utter a meaningless woe, as a warning. Fang Jian, who had been bent over, persistently pestering Wang Jiai with questions about the interrogation, instinctively turned his head upon hearing Yu Huiliang's cry. Instantly, his hand shot out like lightning beneath the flying tray. With a swift twist of his wrist, he caught it. The tray instantly stopped swaying, settling obediently in his hands. Not only that, but the dishes on the tray remained perfectly stable, not a single drop spilled. This was a level of consciousness-driven reaction that transcended mere physical instinct. After Fang Jian smoothly caught the tray, he himself was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected himself to accomplish such a feat. "Whoa, watch out! Senior, you're amazing!" Xiao Xingxing exclaimed belatedly, her eyes brimming with admiration as she looked at Fang Jian. Indeed, in such a situation, most people would end up drenched in soup. Even those agile enough to dodge would be doing remarkably well. But to catch the tray so steadily, with the dishes remaining perfectly intact, as Fang Jian had done, was exceptionally rare. I'm so sorry. The waiter scrambled to his feet, fully aware he'd caused trouble. Ignoring his own pain, he rushed over to apologize. Fang Jian shook his head slightly, handed back the tray, and asked, "Are you okay?" The waiter took the tray, apologizing repeatedly with a look of gratitude. Only after the waiter had left with the tray did Yu Huiliang ask, "Fang Jian, how did you do that?" Fang Jian paused, thinking to himself, how should I know? He'd simply seen the tray coming and caught it, a purely instinctive reaction, not a conscious decision at all. This time entering the high-dimensional world, he had experienced a massive military melee. In such a situation, to survive until the end, one had to keep eyes and ears open in all directions, and one's movements had to be agile and ruthless. Otherwise, one would have been defeated long ago under the barrage of countless fists. That military medic was a seasoned veteran. He always managed to survive the chaos until the very end, and naturally, he had his reasons. To others, catching a plate in such a sudden, chaotic moment seemed an impossibly difficult feat, but for the medic, who'd survived countless battles, it was nothing more than the most basic of basics. Of course, Fang Jian's body currently lacks sufficient training and cannot yet compare to the military doctor himself. But in terms of reaction speed and balance technique, the two are actually quite evenly matched. "Dr. Fang, I never knew you had such hidden depths," Wang Jiai said slowly, her eyes sparkling. Ever since meeting Fang Jian on the plane, this young man had left her with an unimaginable impression. Piloting aircraft, treating patients, composing lyrics and music, sketching portraits, and now, right before her eyes, he demonstrated martial arts skills straight out of a wuxia novel. She began to wonder if there was anything he couldn't do. But where on earth had such a young man learned all these skills? Fang Jian's mouth twitched slightly. Had he made a mistake by taking the tray himself, thereby avoiding an awkward situation for the two of them? Wang Jiai's piercing gaze sent a chill down his spine. He had a sinking feeling she wouldn't let this drop easily. Journalists excelled at uncovering the truth, but for Fang Jian right now, that truth was a colossal problem. Clearing his throat, Fang Jian replied, "Ms. Wang, I'm a doctor." You've heard of the 5 animal exercises, right? That's a legendary art passed down by the great Hua Tuo. So it's perfectly normal for doctors to know a little martial arts." Fang Jian launched straight into nonsense. "Hua Tuo? 5 animals exercise?" Wang Jiai tilted her head. "Isn't that traditional Chinese medicine?" "Hey, didn't I just say? Both Chinese and Western medicine are medical arts, they're interconnected." Fang Jian turned to the others. "Fatso, didn't our teacher explain it this way during class?" Yu Huiliang stared wide-eyed beside him, desperately wanting to ask, which teacher said that? But under Fang Jian's insistent gaze, he nodded emphatically. "Exactly. Both Chinese and Western medicine are medical arts. Their purpose is to treat illnesses and save lives. So it's perfectly normal for everyone to study a bit of both." Haha, perfectly normal. Wang Jiai's expression turned rather peculiar. She had never heard such an argument before. "Fat Senior, are Chinese and Western medicine compatible?" Yes, Yu Huiliang replied, forcing himself to agree. "And you? Are you like Senior Feng?" My primary focus and goal is Western clinical internal medicine. But as for Chinese medicine? I've done some research on that too." Yu Huiliang bluffed. "Fang Jian and I discovered a certain dietary preparation method in an ancient medical manual. We adapted it to Western practices and refined it into a new nutritional solution. Once we mass produce it, I'll let you try it." Fang Jian turned his head. Why hadn't he noticed before just how skilled Yu Huiliang was at blowing his own horn? Great! Xiao Xingxing clapped her hands happily. Fat Senior Fang's move just now was so cool. Will you show us one too? Show me? Yu Huiliang instantly had a very bad feeling. Yeah, just like this, Xiao Xingxing demonstrated a flipping motion with her hands. Yu Huiliang stared speechless, watching Xiao Xingxing's eyes sparkle with excitement. At that moment, he felt like crying but couldn't. Chapter 170, Gold Medal Composer. Fang Jian chuckled silently, struggling to suppress the laughter threatening to burst out. This kid really dug his own grave. Serves him right, let's see him brag recklessly again. Xingxing, stop messing around. Wen Jiayi also smiled and said, you wanted to hear the new song, right? We can go now. Oh. Xiao Xingxing playfully flicked out her pink little tongue. Fat Senior, sorry, I was just joking. What else could Yu Huiliang say? He muttered it's fine, but as soon as he turned away, he shot Fang Jian a fierce glare. Just wait until you get your moment in the spotlight. Fang Jian let out a long sigh. Being with this pair of troublemakers left him genuinely exhausted. Yu Huiliang had already contacted Lu Haiyuan about recording the new song. Upon hearing Fang Jian had another track ready, Lu Haiyuan agreed without hesitation. His studio was among the top in N City, making this collaboration a win-win for everyone. The four split into two cars. Yu Huiliang shot Fang Jian a warning glare. Hey, you're not allowed to steal the spotlight again. Fang Jian replied with a troubled expression. Old you, be honest, when have I ever tried to steal the spotlight? Oomph. It's bad enough you're so talented at writing lyrics and composing music, but you're also skilled at painting? And now you're even practicing martial arts? Tell me, which teacher ever said in class that Chinese medicine and Western medicine are compatible? They're two completely different systems, you know. Fang Jian chuckled helplessly. Accidents. Just accidents. Yu Huiliang replied earnestly, I've noticed you've been running into a lot of unexpected situations lately. He paused, then added, honestly, how did your reflexes get so fast? Have you been secretly training? Fang Jian pondered for a moment before replying, Fatso, you haven't spent nearly as much time with Sister Shui as I have. What do you mean? When you're with her, you can't help but react quickly, even if you don't want to, Fang Jian said meaningfully. Yu Huiliang froze for a moment, then suddenly understood. He shot Fang Jian a pitiful glance and dropped the subject. So Fang Jian's quick reflexes were forged through relentless bullying by Mu Shui. Before understanding the reason, Yu Huiliang might have envied him, but if it meant being in a long-distance relationship, he'd absolutely rather not have anything to do with Mu Shui. Seeing Yu Huiliang finally drop the subject, Fang Jian breathed a sigh of relief, silently praying, Snow, sorry for using you as a shield. At the police station, Mu Shui suddenly let out a huge sneeze. Confusion spread across her face. Had she drunk too much last night? Or had she caught a chill? Soon, the car pulled up outside the recording studio. Lu Haiyuan's studio occupied a mid-level floor of a building with a large parking lot below. When the four arrived, they found 5 people already inside. You're here. Welcome, welcome. Please come in. Lu Haiyuan stood up, smiling broadly as he approached them. Yu Huiliang's expression shifted slightly. He whispered, Old Lu, what's the meaning of bringing him here? Among the 5 people present, besides Lu Haiyuan, a male and female sound engineer, and a stranger, there was also Shi Xiaolin. Their last encounter with Shi Xiaolin had ended very unpleasantly. Logically, he should never have been invited to this recording session. Lu Haiyuan gave a wry smile. Brother Yu, we're all friends here. Even if there were misunderstandings before, talking it out should settle things. He paused, then lowered his voice. Sooner or later, all of us will inherit our family businesses. Why make things unpleasant for everyone? Yu Huiliang's brow furrowed slightly, as if recalling something, before finally letting it go. As Lu Haiyuan had said, their music endeavors were merely a side hobby for now, not a serious push into the entertainment industry. All based in N City, with parents who were business titans, they were bound to cross paths constantly. It wasn't some irreconcilable, life or death grudge. Since Lu Haiyuan was willing to play peacemaker, Yu Huiliang wasn't about to walk out on him. Shi Xiaolin stood up, smiling as if no conflict had ever occurred. Dr. Feng, Wang Ji, please come in. Let me introduce someone. He pointed to the only unfamiliar face in the room. This is Hu Juenda, N City's top-tier composer. Wang Jiayi and Xiao Xingxing both turned to look at him, clearly surprised. Although Fang Jian had some interest in singing, he paid little attention to the entertainment industry. He heard familiar songs and knew a few singers, but composers were largely unknown to him. However, seeing the expressions on Wang Jiayi and Xiao Xingxing's faces, he realized this gold medal composer must carry considerable fame. Hu Juenda, a handsome man in his 40s, approached with grace and extended his hand. Dr. Feng, nice to meet you. Fang Jian didn't want to be impolite, so he shook his hand. Who would have thought the composer behind that song would be a doctor? Hu Juenda smiled. Dr. Feng, you make us professional composers feel inadequate. You're too kind, Mr. Hua, Fang Jian replied with a smile. It was just a moment of inspiration, nothing special. Heh, if your song is nothing special, then I'd be even more ashamed, Wu Juanda laughed. I heard from Yan that you have a new song out, so I couldn't resist wanting to hear it sooner. That's why I asked these two to introduce us. Please don't take offense, Dr. Fang. Fang Jian shook his head gently. You're too modest. Lu Heian laughed heartily. Brother Fang, shall we start now, or? Fang Jian pulled out a sheet of paper and said, I've already written the melody. Brother Lu, you guys try it out first. Lu Haiyuan and the others' eyes lit up. Even Hua Juanda and Shi Xiaolin seemed unable to contain their excitement. Regardless of their character, their passion for music was undeniably genuine. Wang Jai suddenly whispered, Dr. Fang, you've already composed the melody? Yes, I knew we'd be recording today, so I wrote it ahead of time. Then why didn't you show it to me first? Hearing the slight edge of resentment in her voice, Fang Jian glanced at her in surprise, puzzled by her sudden displeasure. Wang Ji, with your talent, you'd surely shine even with just a brief look at it. Really? Wang Jai suddenly broke into a smile. Dr. Fang, if you have any new songs in the future, could you show them to me first? No problem. Fang Jian readily agreed. It wasn't a big deal anyway. Wang Jai would be the one singing it in the end, so even if he didn't want to see it, he'd have to. He pulled another sheet of paper from his pocket and handed it over, saying, the sheet music and lyrics are all here. Take a look first. Wang Jai's expression softened as she murmured, thank you. You're welcome. Fang Jian replied casually, yet for some reason, hearing that soft, melodious voice sent a slight flutter through his heart. Chapter 171, Deserving of Applause. Anyone who could secure a spot in a recording studio must possess exceptional musical talent. A single glance at the sheet music was enough to form a basic judgment of its quality. After scanning the sheet music, Wu Juanda began humming softly, oblivious to his surroundings, his head swaying slightly as he appeared completely absorbed. Shi Xiaolin frowned slightly, feeling rather displeased. Earlier, he had been outwardly polite to Fang Jian and the others, seemingly putting past grievances behind them. Yet deep down, he harbored considerable hostility toward Fang Jian. Especially now, watching Fang Jian and Wang Jai whispering together, an inexplicable jealousy flared up within him, raging like a fire that threatened to consume him entirely. He tugged at Wu Juanda's sleeve and whispered, Brother Hua, what do you think of this song? Wu Juanda snapped out of his self-indulgent trance, sighed softly, and replied, it's hard to say without the full arrangement. But from my experience, this is a good song. The melody is fresh and moving, it's got real potential. Shi Xiaolin's expression shifted slightly as his voice dropped even lower. Brother Hua, is this song really composed by Fang Jian? Wu Juanda froze, glancing hesitantly at Fang Jian before replying with a wry smile, hard to say. Shi Xiaolin's eyes lit up instantly. Why? Wu Juanda pondered for a moment before replying, while the melody is excellent, it carries a certain sense of world weariness. You know, songwriters like us place great emphasis on emotion and lived experience. Without a wealth of life experiences, it's unlikely one could capture that kind of depth. He paused, then added, Dr. Fang is simply too young. In this world, while geniuses emerge in every field, certain things still require a wealth of life experience. The melody Fang Jian presented this time was also a famous piece from the higher dimensional world. The problem was, it resembled highly emotional tunes like Beijing and In the Spring Breeze. Logically speaking, without rich life experience and having weathered setbacks, it would be difficult to compose something so fluid. After all, genuine life insights and imagined sentimentality are two entirely different things. Shi Xiaolin took a deep breath, feeling every cell in his body seemed to be cheering with excitement. Fang Jian's previous song brought him unprecedented popularity. Though it was just one track, his name had already gained some recognition within the industry. Even the top-tier composer before him regarded Fang Jian as a dark horse poised for a breakthrough. But if people found out that Fang Jian's so-called original new songs were all plagiarized, his reputation would instantly become utterly discredited. Would Wang Jai, who had recognized Fang Jian's questionable character, still choose to be with him then? Shi Xiaolin's smile grew broader. He seemed to envision his dreams coming true, or even better, the possibility of winning the beauty's heart. Lu Haiyuan and his two sound engineers were intently focused on operating various musical instruments, striving to produce the track, and thus paid no attention to the conversation between the two men. But Yu Huiliang had been quietly observing. He nudged Fang Jian and said, Old Fang, watch out for these two. They seem to be plotting against us. What? Fang Jian exclaimed in surprise. How do you know? Jealousy, of course. Jealous? Jealous of whom? You idiot, it's not me who's jealous, it's that person. Yu Huiliang's gaze swept over Xiao Xingxing's face, and for that instant, his eyes softened with tenderness. Goosebumps prickled Fang Jian's skin. Fatso, cut the corny romantic act. Let me tell you straight, this Shi Xiaolin has designs on Wang's place. He came over today with ulterior motives. You need to be on guard. Got it, don't worry. Fang Jian chuckled wryly, feeling grateful toward Yu Huiliang. Yet he didn't take the warning seriously, unsure what exactly he should be wary of. Shi Xiaolin wasn't a drug dealer, he posed no physical threat. As for the song's quality? Having listened to it countless times in the higher dimensional world, Fang Jian was certain it held its own against the first track. Even if taste differed between worlds and it might not become a smash hit, it was still a cut above most new releases. Brother Hua, someone who can write songs like this can't possibly be unknown in the industry, right? Hard to say. Isn't this Dr. Fang just a newcomer? Hey, Brother Hua, didn't you just say this song couldn't possibly be his? Hua Juanda shook his head. I only meant that without sufficient life experience and perspective, it's hard to capture this kind of feeling. As for whether he wrote it, he hesitated before adding, as long as no one sues him, it's his. In this industry, buying songs with money is commonplace. As long as Fang Jian had the funds and connections to keep the original composer from suing, he had nothing to worry about. Shi Xiaolan's eyes flashed with a strange light as his gaze lingered on the sheet music, his mind racing with various thoughts. After a moment, Lu Huiyuan and the others finally stopped, having completed the music according to the score. Dr. Fang, I'll play it for you now. If there are any mistakes or flaws, we can make adjustments on the spot. All right. Lu Huiyuan flipped the switch and a melodious tune instantly filled the room from the speakers. It was a beautiful melody. As the music echoed through the hall, it seemed to stir something in everyone's hearts, even their gazes growing solemn. The music began softly and gently, but as it reached its climax, it surged with overwhelming power, as if the sky had suddenly changed. The melody became stirring and passionate, igniting a surge of excitement. Hua Juanda clapped his hands repeatedly, his rhythm perfectly in sync with the music's progression. Fang Jian glanced at him in astonishment. Truly a gold medal composer, having seen it only once, he could make such precise judgments based solely on memory and listening. This was the mark of a true musician, a level of skill Fang Jian could never hope to match. 5 minutes later, the last notes faded away. Everyone in the recording studio stood in silence, as if afraid that even a whisper might disturb this sacred moment. The power of music reaching such heights was a rare sight indeed. Here, applause was in order. Hua Juanda raised his hand, clapping openly without restraint. Clap, clap, clap. The next instant, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall like a raging storm. The male sound engineer stood up, whistling triumphantly. Chapter 172, Singer Selection. Fang Jian smiled and gave slight nods of thanks to those around him, though he was actually quite surprised inside. Whether it was due to the differences between the two worlds or not, when Fang Jian heard this piece this time, he felt the song's atmosphere had undergone some transformation. However, this change wasn't for the worse, it had become even more captivating. As for why the same sheet music produced such different effects, that wasn't surprising either. Ultimately, the final decision rested with Fang Jian, as he was the original composer. Dr. Fang, what do you think of this piece? Are there any parts that need revision? The male sound engineer asked respectfully. If his previous recording session had left him merely stunned, this time he felt genuine admiration, the kind of fan-like, head-to-toes reverence. Fang Jian pondered for a moment. While he could still make minor adjustments to the piece, even he couldn't be certain that the modified version would be better than the current one. Let's leave it as is for now, Fang Jian offered an ambiguous response. Hua Juanda suddenly spoke up. Dr. Fang, I hear you're also skilled at writing lyrics. Has this melody already been paired with lyrics? Fang Jian nodded. The lyrics are with Wang Ji. We can try them once she's ready. Oh, Wang Ji. May I take a look? Sure. Wang Ji handed it over without hesitation. Hua Juanda studied the sheet music in his hands, silently tapping out the rhythm as he slowly nodded. But gradually, his brow furrowed slightly. Shi Xiaolan's face lit up with excitement. Brother Hua, is something wrong? Hua Juanda hesitated before saying, Dr. Fang, I've heard Wang Ji's voice. It's clear and bright, but it might not be the best fit for this song. The song's main melody carries a sense of world weariness. If the singer's voice has a hint of huskiness and magnetism, it can naturally bring out the full flavor of the song. But a purely clear and bright tone might not achieve that effect. While the quality of the song itself is crucial, the choice of singer is equally important. Asking a folk singer to belt out heavy metal rock or having an upbeat, energetic performer sing a slow, lingering ballad, the results would undoubtedly be disastrous. Fang Jian chuckled softly. Brother Hua, you're truly impressive. You spotted this even before hearing Wang Ji sing. Hua Juanda gave a faint, bitter smile. Having navigated the music industry for decades, he knew that lacking such discernment would have made his career impossible. The title of gold medal composer wasn't something to be taken lightly. Shi Xiaolan's expression darkened. Dr. Fang, if you knew Ms. Wang wasn't suited for this song, why did you have her perform it? Wang Ji furrowed her delicate brows. Mr. Shi, I insisted on singing it. It has nothing to do with Dr. Fang. Hearing Wang Jiaying defend Fang Jian only fueled Shi Xiaolan's jealousy further. Wang Ji, he snapped, there are plenty of good songs out there. You should choose ones that suit you, not those flashy, pretentious ones. The word fraud had been on the tip of his tongue, but he caught himself just in time. Yu Huiliang flared with anger. Mr. Shi, I thought you'd recognized your mistakes, but seeing you today, you're still this obstinate and unreasonable. He spread his hands toward Lu Huiyuan and said with a forced smile, looks like we can't be friends anymore. Lu Huiyuan gave an awkward smile, feeling increasingly annoyed with Shi Xiaolin. Was Shi Xiaolin on fire? Even if he had feelings for Wang Jia, he shouldn't speak like this. Fang Jian gently waved his hand, halting Yu Huilion's fury. Mr. Shi, whether Wang's brand suits the song we won't know until we hear it. He turned to gaze intently at Wang Jia. Wang Jia, I find your voice truly remarkable. It offers tremendous scope for song selection. This piece was composed specifically for you, and I believe you could make it shine. Would you be willing to give it a try? Wang Jia smiled brightly. Absolutely. I'd be delighted. Huo Juanda looked utterly perplexed. What was going on? Why would Fang Jianming insist that Wang Jia sing this song, knowing full well it was steeped in sorrow? Could there be some hidden meaning in this song that he hadn't yet grasped? Huo Juanda wasn't the only one pondering this. Even Lu Huiyuan and the sound engineers remained silent, heads bowed. Yet no matter how they racked their brains, they couldn't fathom the reasoning behind it. What they didn't know was that Fang Jian hadn't chosen the song randomly. Though the song carried a distinct air of world weariness, its performer in the higher dimensional realm possessed the same characteristic as Wang Jia. The crystalline vocal quality lent the song a unique flavor and mood when sung. It was precisely because he had heard a similar voice that Fang Jian remained so adamant. Mr. Lu, shall we proceed with the audition? Wang Jia asked with a smile. Certainly. Wang Jia nodded and stepped into the recording studio, slipping on her headphones. Before the actual recording, singers typically perform a cappella first, with tuning and adjustments made afterward. Of course, there are also backing track recordings akin to live performances, but that varies from person to person. The lingering melody filled her headphones. Holding the sheet music, Wang Jia swayed to the rhythm, her slender figure moving with the music. Her waist was as supple as a water snake, and her face radiated with vibrant energy. Huo Juanda suddenly sighed softly. Such perfect physical gifts, and she doesn't pursue singing? What a waste. Shi Xiaolin swallowed hard, his mind screaming, she's mine. I must have her. I won't let anyone else take her. Fang Jian's eyes brimmed with admiration, though he also noticed his own heartbeat had grown noticeably faster. Suddenly, Wang Jia began to sing. Her voice remained as crisp and bright as ever. Though it sounded like a cappella to the crowd, it was still delightfully melodious. Huo Juanda's eye twitched slightly. His mind automatically filled in the missing musical melody, blending it with Wang Jia's voice. Gradually, his expression grew solemn yet tinged with a hint of surprise. Play the music. Midway through the song, Huo Juanda suddenly shouted. The two sound engineers froze, simultaneously turning to Lu Huiyuan. After all, this was his territory, and the engineers were on his payroll. Lu Huiyuan replied without hesitation, "Follow brother Huo's lead." Yes. The sound engineer's hand moved, and the music instantly filled the recording studio. The next moment, Wang Jia's crystal clear voice blended seamlessly with the music. Everyone who heard this fusion flinched slightly. The weathered music and the crystalline voice should have clashed, yet strangely, they blended together in an inexplicable way, creating an indescribable, peculiar charm. This sound had captivated them completely. Chapter 173, Tailor-Made. The sound engineer froze. Lu Huiyuan froze. Shi Xiaolin froze. Huo Juanda froze. Yu Huiliang and Xiao Xingxing also stared wide-eyed. While he had some understanding of music, it paled in comparison to the musicians present. To them, the song was simply beautiful, possessing a unique charm. But when it came to emotional resonance, their experience couldn't compare to the intensity felt by these musicians. Fang Jian took in everyone's reactions, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, though the songs from the two worlds felt slightly different, when the singer maintained the same level of skill and distinctive qualities, the effect was remarkably similar. This song was absolutely perfect for Wang Jia. Her crystal clear, transparent voice gave the song an alternative interpretation, creating a strong, indescribable sense of contrast that delivered an even more powerful impact. It was like someone who'd been feasting on rich, heavy dishes for 3 months suddenly being served a crisp, refreshing palate cleanser and unexpected delight. As the song gradually faded, Wang Jia asked, "What do you think?" Her voice snapped everyone back to attention. Lu Huiyuan responded without hesitation, "Excellent. You sang it perfectly. This song absolutely belongs to you." Huo Juanda cast a deep look at Fang Jian before finally sighing. The new generation surpasses the old. Dr. Fang, your composition is excellent, your sense of song is even better, and your talent for selecting performers is remarkable. I must admit defeat. Everyone was startled, especially Wang Jia, who had just stepped out of the recording booth. Her eyes gleamed with a hint of awe as she looked at Fang Jian. She had realized long ago that if Fang Jian could compose such music, his musical prowess was far beyond her own. Yet whether it was her, Lu Huiyuan, Shi Xiaolin, or others, they could only be considered peripheral figures in the music industry. They could dabble in it, but expecting them to compete with established musicians was a stretch. Yet now, the renowned gold medal composer Huo Juanda had publicly conceded defeat to Fang Jian. The shockwaves of this revelation reverberated through her. Fang Jian was momentarily stunned, quickly responding, "Mr. Hua, you're too modest. I was just lucky to gain some inspiration and compose 2 pieces, nothing that could compare to your work. Sure, Xiaolin snorted loudly. Brother Hua, he's right. It's just 2 songs, nothing compared to yours. He paused, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Who knows if he even wrote them himself? Yu Huiliang's expression darkened. Fang Jian was his close friend. Teasing among brothers was harmless, something no one took seriously. But if an outsider attacked him? That was unacceptable. Mr. Shi, you speak as if you know who composed this piece. Tell us, who did Fang Jian plagiarize? Could it possibly be you? Shi Xiaolin's face flushed with anger, but he dared not openly confront Yu Huiliang. Both families were well-established names in city's business circles. A minor altercation between the younger generation was one thing, but if extreme measures were taken, even his parents might not be able to protect him. Besides, just looking at Yu Huiliang's bulky frame and comparing it to his own slight build, Shi Xiaolin forced himself to swallow his anger. Huo Juanda shook his head. Xiaolin, this piece was indeed composed by Dr. Fang. Ha? Fang Jian raised an eyebrow, a hint of strangeness flickering in his eyes. I don't even know who composed this piece. How can you be so certain? Huo Juanda continued, if I'm not mistaken, this piece, like the last one, was tailor-made by Dr. Fang for reporter Wang, right? Fang Jian froze, his mouth opening and closing as confusion clouded his mind. What on earth? How did you deduce this was a piece I composed for Wang Jai? Wang Jia's eyes brightened slightly as she glanced at Fang Jian, her gaze complex. Wow, really? Xiao Xingxing jumped up and down as if she just heard the most sensational gossip, demanding to know more. MHM. Huo Juanda nodded emphatically. These 2 pieces appear to belong to different genres, but based on my experience, there are discernible connections between them. Particularly these 2 sections. He held up the sheet music, pointing to 2 passages. These 2 minor key sections share related elements. It's likely a personal habit. Fang Jian studied the sheet music. His expression remained composed, but his heart was filled with deep emotion. Indeed, the melodies in these 2 sections shared similarities. Huo Juanda's reputation as a top-tier composer was well-deserved. He hadn't noticed it after hearing them countless times, yet Hua had spotted it after just one listen. Both songs were exceptionally suited for reporter Wang to sing, especially the second one. It created a striking contrast with our common perceptions and achieved an unexpected effect. If you told me this song wasn't tailor-made for you, reporter Wang, I simply wouldn't believe it. After hearing his analysis, not only Yu Huiliang and the others, but even Fang Jian himself began to believe it. But he alone knew the truth deep down. These songs weren't custom-made for anyone at all. Yet as he scanned the room, he noticed something peculiar. Beyond Shi Xiaolin's eyes, which betrayed undisguised envy, everyone else wore strange expressions. Even Wang Jia's gaze flickered nervously. When she caught his eye, she abruptly turned away, seemingly unwilling to meet his gaze. Fang Jian's jaw dropped slightly. Suddenly, it dawned on him. At this moment, even if he tried to explain, no one would believe him. Huo Juanda smiled reassuringly. Dr. Fang, rest assured. We'll make this song a success. Your hard work won't go to waste. Heart's blood. Fang Jian pressed his hand to his forehead, suddenly feeling an unprecedented wave of exhaustion. Mr. Hua, I truly didn't mean it that way. Ah, I see. Huo Juanda's gaze shifted between Fang Jian and Wang Jai. My mistake. To make amends, I'll take charge of this myself. He turned to Lu Huiyuan. Hey, mind if I borrow your recording studio? Brother Hua, we'd be thrilled to have you use it. Lu Heian laughed heartily. It's been ages since Brother Hua took the reins himself. Please, come right in. Listening to Huo Juanda's increasingly awkward explanations, Fang Jian was left speechless. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Wang Jai turn and head back into the recording studio. Meanwhile, Yu Huiliang and Xiao Xingxing stood nearby, secretly giving him a thumbs up. Really? Fang Jian's voice trailed off abruptly as he realized no one was paying attention to what he wanted to say anymore. Chapter 174, Chun Chun's Persuasion. Once the recording studio started operating, it felt surprisingly busy despite the small number of people. Fang Jian couldn't help at all, so he sat helplessly in a corner, silently reflecting. Where exactly had he gone wrong? It seemed he'd caused some unnecessary misunderstanding among everyone. Yet, when he searched his conscience, he didn't feel embarrassed or angry about this misunderstanding. Of course, he wasn't exactly expecting anything either. Yu Huiliang tiptoed over and crouched beside him. Fang Jian turned his head. It was impossible to ignore a massive presence suddenly appearing beside anyone, especially when that presence was staring intently at you. It was increasingly hard to stay calm. Fatso, you're sick. Why are you staring at me? Old Fang, composing must be a breeze for you, right? What? I've heard that for composers, creating a new song isn't difficult, it only takes a few days, right? Fang Jian chuckled wryly. Who told you that? Composing relies on inspiration. If you just slap something together, maybe it can be done in a few days. But getting a good song? That depends on luck. Oh, old Fang, spill the beans, can you still pull off songs like that? Fang Jian paused. If Hua Juanda or others had asked, he would have glossed over it with diplomatic evasion. But Yu Huiliang's inquiry demanded serious consideration. It should be possible. Great. Yu Huiliang clapped his hands excitedly. Give me 12 songs? Fang Jian nearly gasped for breath. 12 songs? What do you take these new songs for? You're asking for a dozen right off the bat? Do you think they're cabbages? Seeing Fang Jian's furious glare, Yu Huiliang chuckled awkwardly. 12 songs? Fine, I'll settle for less. 10 songs? Hey, let's talk this out, no violence. 8 songs? If that's not possible, then 6. 2 songs? Alright, 2 songs is the absolute minimum. Fang Jian released his grip on the chair handle and retorted, what do you need songs for? Do you really think you can sing? Yu Huiliang might be a regular at KTV, but he was hopelessly tone deaf. Even the best songs would be utterly ruined by his voice. Besides, as Fang Jian pointed out, he didn't seem particularly interested in singing anyway. I can't sing, but someone else can. Fang Jian paused, a flicker of interest crossing his mind. Xiao Xingxing? A flush of red spread across Yu Huiliang's face. Fang Jian was taken aback. Hey, Fatso, you blush? That's surprising. Come on, blush for me again. Pfft, old Fang, this concerns a buddy's lifelong happiness. You're in or out? Yu Huiliang's embarrassment turned to anger as he demanded sharply. Alright, I'll help. Fang Jian immediately threw up his hands in surrender. Given Yu Huiliang's current state, if he refused, that 200 plus pounds of flesh would likely come crashing down on him. But writing a new song isn't that easy. You'll need to give me some time to work on it. Yu Huiliang exhaled in relief. Fine, that's easy enough. I'll give you 1 day. Fang Jian stumbled slightly and snapped, seriously, I'll try to get it done within a month. After that, it's really off the table. Fine, you're the boss. Yu Huiliang chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. He waddled over to Xiao Xingxing's direction, clearly off to cash in on his success. Fang Jian shook his head inwardly. He couldn't see what was so great about Xiao Xingxing that she had Yu Huiliang completely smitten. It was truly baffling. Truth be told, Xiao Xingxing was top tier in both figure and looks, and being a student, she carried that fresh, youthful charm. But Fang Jian had either Mu Shui or Wang Jiayi by his side. Comparing anyone else to them would be unfair. Not long after, Wang Jiayi arrived accompanied by Hua Juanda. They'd already been chatting animatedly during the recording session, and now they were laughing and joking as if they'd known each other for years, hardly like they'd just met today. Wang reporter, your vocal talent is exceptional, and you've clearly put in dedicated effort. Not pursuing this path would be such a waste, Hua Juanda said sincerely. With your natural gifts and a top-tier composer writing songs specifically for you, why not try your hand at the music industry? Wang Jiayi smiled and replied, Mr. Hua, thank you for your kind offer. However, my aspirations lie not in music, but in documentary journalism. Hua Juanda shook his head helplessly, turning to Fang Jian. Dr. Fang, you also possess enviable talent in composing music. I understand you've been immersed in music since childhood, which shows your deep passion for it. Would you consider pursuing this path? Fearing Fang Jian might refuse outright, he quickly added, if you're willing, I can serve as your mentor and introduce you to several heavyweights in the music industry. Once they make your songs hits, you'll have a solid foundation in this field. Lu Haiyuan and the 2 sound engineers all wore expressions of envy. They knew that if Fang Jian agreed, Hua Juanda would spare no effort to support him. With Hua Juanda's backing, Fang Jian's chances of success would be exponentially greater than those of the average person. Of course, this was also because Fang Jian had demonstrated his own talent, otherwise, Hua Juanda wouldn't have offered to recommend him. Yet Fang Jian merely smiled faintly and replied, thank you for your kindness, Mr. Hua, but my aspirations lie not in the music industry, but in the field of medicine. Hua Juanda opened his mouth, then shook his head with a wry smile. Among the younger generation, countless were bending over backwards to break into showbiz. Yet these two? Even when handed a golden ticket to stardom, they turned their noses up at it. Documentary journalism and medicine, were they truly more appealing than the glitz of showbiz? Hua Juanda pondered for a moment before suddenly saying, Dr. Fang, if you insist, I can't force you. But there's something I'd like to ask for your help with. Fang Jian, who held a favorable impression of him, replied, go ahead, Mr. Hua. I recently took on a project to compose a lead single for a famous singer. What do you think? Which singer? Hua Juanda mentioned a name. Fang Jian pondered for a moment and said, I'll give it a shot. We'll see how it goes. All right. Hua Juanda smiled. Then I'll await your good news. He paused before adding, your composition is excellent, and reporter Wang sings beautifully. To ensure it's a masterpiece, it might take a few extra days. I hope that's okay with you. Ideally, Fang Jian would have preferred an immediate release, but since Hua Juanda had made the request, he wouldn't insist. Watching Fang Jian and the others leave, Lu Haiyuan said regretfully, Brother Hua, it's such a shame they won't enter the music industry. Hua Juanda chuckled, not so fast. What? Songwriting is addictive. Once he composes a few more pieces, who knows what might happen in the future. It's impossible to say now, what Juanda remarked with a hint of smugness. Beside them, Shi Xiaolin unconsciously clenched his fists. Hatred surged within him, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity as he lost himself in thought. Chapter 175, Garage Ambush. Cousin, I have something to attend to and need to head back. I won't be able to stay with you, Xiao Xingxing said cheerfully as they reached the underground parking garage. Yu Huiliang immediately volunteered, Xingxing, I'll walk you out. But what about Senior Fang? Your cousin has a car, right? Have her give you a ride. Great idea. Great idea. Cousin, Senior Fang, will be heading out now. Xiao Xingxing and Yu Huiliang waved goodbye and suddenly broke into a jog. Fang Jian's facial muscles twitched slightly. Even if you two are putting on a show, couldn't you at least maintain some professionalism? That was way too fake. Heh, Wang Ji, they might have misunderstood something. Fang Jian said with a forced smile. Wang Jai, however, responded with grace, my cousin has always been a bit mischievous since childhood. I hope you won't mind. Ah, no problem. She's quite adorable. Oh, so Dr. Fang likes that type? Should I set you two up? Wang Jai asked with a smile. Fang Jian's expression shifted slightly. If Yu Huiliang heard that, who knew what kind of scene he'd make? Wang Ji, stop joking around. That's not my type at all. Wang Jai didn't find his reaction surprising. She continued to ask with a smile, then may I ask, Dr. Fang, who is your type? Fang Jian paused, staring at Wang Jia's stunningly beautiful face. A sudden flutter stirred in his heart. He quickly averted his gaze, but in that instant, his mouth opened of its own accord, uttering, you're my type. The area around them instantly fell silent, as if every sound had vanished. Fang Jian's eyes widened in shock, his expression turning utterly bizarre. Who just spoke? Was that me? That was my voice, but how could I have said that? Damn it, it was you. It had to be you. Right? Yet no matter how fiercely Fang Jian raged inwardly, the culprit remained utterly silent, as if plunged into a deep, unbroken slumber. At that moment, Fang Jian deeply understood the meaning of the saying, you can never wake someone who's pretending to sleep. Whoever coined this phrase must have known the bitterness and suffering it encapsulated. Now, Fang Jian understood it all too well. Woo! The roar of an approaching car shattered the silence between them. Wang Jai brushed her hair aside as if she hadn't heard the previous words and said, Dr. Fang, I'll drive you back. Ah, sure. Fang Jian promptly chose to pretend he hadn't heard, though deep down, a tinge of disappointment and regret lingered. Seems my charm just isn't strong enough. Silly. A voice suddenly flashed through his mind. It's you. Of course it's you. Unfortunately, beyond those two words, Fang Jian received no further response. Wang Jai's car was parked nearby. After they got in, Fang Jian made small talk. Wang Ji, you journalists must work really hard, right? It's okay. It's just tiring when we have to go out for interviews. Otherwise, we have plenty of free time. Wang Jai smiled and said, actually, we're already in the internet age. The importance of hot news has replaced traditional news. Those of us doing documentary journalism have it even tougher. Fang Jian chuckled. If even you're struggling, Ms. Wang, then the entire news industry might as well shut down. Wang Jai chuckled. Dr. Fang, you have a real gift for humor. The car had just pulled out of the parking lot when Wang Jai's phone rang. She had a Bluetooth headset in her car, pressed the button, exchanged a few words with the caller, and apologized. Dr. Fang, I have some materials I need to deliver to the newspaper office immediately. Can we swing by the office first? Fang Jian quickly replied, Wang Ji, you go ahead. I can head back on my own. No way, Wang Jai declared firmly. Xingxing has entrusted you to me. I have to see this through to the end. Otherwise, their whole performance would have been for nothing. By the end of her sentence, she couldn't help but laugh. Fang Jian shook his head silently. Fatso, what kind of rotten idea did you two come up with? The car turned around on the road and drove along the Riverside Boulevard. Half an hour later, they arrived at the newspaper office entrance. The newspaper office occupied a building in N-City's most bustling district, with parking facilities on both upper and lower levels. Though print media's fortunes continued to decline, the publication had carved out a new path by promoting wireless apps and similar projects. Combined with government subsidies and strategic downsizing, it managed to stay afloat. Wang Jai had her own parking spot here. After parking, she said, Dr. Fang, I'll go deliver these documents. Why don't you head to the coffee shop and grab a drink first? Sure. If this had been Yu Huiliang's car, Fang Jian would have slept right in it. But his daughter's car was a different story. The two opened their doors and stepped out. Fang Jian closed his door and had just reached the front of the car when a figure suddenly caught the corner of his eye. This underground parking garage was enormous, nearly filled to capacity, with people passing by constantly. Yet the moment that figure appeared, it instantly triggered Fang Jian's alertness. It was a natural instinctive reaction, honed by countless chaotic battles in the veteran military doctor. The moment he saw the figure emerge and accelerate in a specific direction, Fang Jian made his judgment instantly. This man was heading straight for Wang Jai, and he clearly meant her no good. Lifting his head swiftly, Fang Jian saw a middle-aged man with a menacing expression. The man held a large oil bottle, its cap already unscrewed. Grinning savagely, he advanced toward Wang Jiai, raising the bottle to pour its contents over her. Sulfuric acid? A terrifying word flashed through Fang Jian's mind. Though he couldn't confirm what was happening, the moment he spotted the man, his instincts kicked in. His hands darted beneath his t-shirt, pulling and flipping it up. He swiftly stripped off the garment, flicked his wrists, and flung the shirt open. It flew between the man and Wang Jiai, completely blocking the liquid. Not only that, but Fang Jian's body surged forward like a tiger charging down a mountain. His speed reached an unprecedented level, surpassing even the speed he had displayed when dealing with Zheng Duoqiu by a full third. His kick was merciless, striking the man squarely between chest and abdomen. The blow sent the man staggering backward, crashing ass first onto the ground. Fang Jian spun halfway around, blocking the path in front of Wang Jiai, his cold gaze fixed ahead. Ah! A blood-curdling scream, like a pig being slaughtered, echoed through the underground garage. The man clutched his stomach, writhing in agony. Chapter 176, Calling the Police. Wang Jiai locked her car. Just as she turned and looked up, she saw the middle-aged man rushing toward her, pouring the liquid from the oil bottle over her. Oh no! She knew something was terribly wrong, but her body couldn't react fast enough. Instinctively, she closed her eyes and raised her arms, bracing for the unknown liquid to hit her. Yet, in the next instant, she heard a piercing scream and felt nothing drench her. She opened her eyes in confusion and saw a bare back. Yes, a bare-backed man stood right in front of her. Wang Jiai's gaze shifted. Through the gap in his back, she saw wet patches on the floor and a soaked t-shirt. Quick-witted, she instantly understood what had happened. For some inexplicable reason, a powerful surge of emotion welled up within her. When faced with danger, every woman reacts differently based on her personality. Some fight fiercely, others resign themselves to fate. Yet deep within, they all harbor a princess in distress needs Prince Charming hope. Of course, true princesses are rare in this world, while girls with princess complexes are plentiful. And princes capable of turning the tide and rescuing princesses from peril are even rarer. After spending time together repeatedly, Wang Jiai and Fang Jian had developed an indescribable, hazy fondness for each other. At this moment, that fondness blossomed as naturally as water flowing down a channel, leaving Wang Jiai's heart utterly unsettled. Fang Jian cautiously observed the man before him. Within moments, he concluded the man was no longer a threat. Confusion welled up within him. What was going on? His sharp gaze swept the surroundings. Aside from this man, there were no other suspicious figures lurking nearby. He slowly crouched down, scrutinizing the damp t-shirt on the ground. After a moment, he picked it up and brought it to his nose. His lips twitched slightly. Fang Jian truly didn't know how to describe his feelings at that moment. Fang Jian, you're not hurt, are you? Wang Jiai approached from behind, placing her hand on his shoulder without hesitation. Feeling the cool, slightly trembling hand on his shoulder, Fang Jian composed himself and replied with a wry smile, I'm fine, Wang Ji. Do you know this man? Wang Jiai shot a disgusted glance at the man on the ground clutching his stomach and wailing. No, I don't. I might have punched the wrong guy, Fang Jian murmured suddenly. What? The liquid he splashed was water. Water? Yeah, I thought it was sulfuric acid or alcohol or something, so I blocked it with my clothes and kicked him. Fang Jian said with a bitter smile, I must have been mistaken. This guy hasn't had any military training, he's just an ordinary person. Fang Jian's kick was no joke. Even in the chaotic melee of a military camp, it could knock a rookie soldier flat. Though the middle-aged man was tall, his vitality had already begun to wane, and he naturally couldn't withstand the blow. Wang Ji, the police might show up soon. You should leave first, Fang Jian whispered. You're a reporter. It's not good for you to get involved. No. Wang Jiai declared firmly. That man came for me. You protected me, I'm grateful beyond words. How could I possibly abandon you? Her voice was concise and resolute. If I did that, would I even deserve to be called human? Fang Jian stared at her in astonishment. He had long known that this reporter Wang and Mu Shui were cut from the same cloth. Both were the epitome of those who detest evil with a passion. Yet, her choice at this moment still surprised and moved him deeply. Modern people dread trouble above all else, and the arrival of police signaled massive trouble. Most others would have bolted at the first sign of trouble, caring not a jot whether they saved you or not. At some point, this mindset of self-interest and looking out only for oneself seems to have become a universal value. But they never considered that when someone faces injustice, if you don't stand up today and he doesn't stand up tomorrow, then when that unfair fate eventually falls upon your own head, no one will stand up to defend your interests either. Therefore, after Wang Jiai made this choice, regardless of her motives, it was enough to earn Fang Jian's deep respect. Fight in progress. All units, respond immediately. A security guard shouted into his walkie-talkie from afar, sprinting toward the scene. Stop. Everyone, stop. Fang Jian shot a disdainful glance at the flustered security guard. The situation was crystal clear. He and Wang Jiai stood completely separate from the middle-aged man writhing on the ground, having had zero physical contact with him. How could they possibly stop? It must be said, the quality and competence of security guards like this were truly questionable. It's me. Wang Jia suddenly stepped forward, placing herself in front of Fang Jian. The security guard clearly recognized Wang Jia and hurriedly asked, Wang Jia, what are you doing here? What happened? Wang Jia pointed at the middle-aged man and said, my friend and I just got out of the car when this man attacked us with some unknown liquid and tried to hit me. Luckily, my friend acted quickly and saved me. She paused, then added, call the police. Arrest him. Call the police? The security guard hesitated. If word gets out about this incident here, it could reflect poorly on the newspaper. However, Wang Jia was unwavering in her demand, call the police. Immediately. Yes. The security guard held Wang Jia in considerable awe. Seeing her resolve, he dared not delay, grabbing his pager to issue orders. And call an ambulance for this gentleman, too. Fang Jian glanced at the middle-aged man writhing on the ground. He'll likely be bedridden for a while. In moments of crisis, one naturally kicks with whatever force they possess. Kicking felt satisfying, but the satisfaction was short-lived. Trouble was sure to follow. The security guard glanced at Wang Jia, then at the shirtless Fang Jian, his expression turning strangely unsettled. Yet he dared say nothing, simply relaying the message. Fang Jian pulled his phone from his pocket, about to call Mu Shui, when Wang Jia spoke up, Dr. Fang, you don't need to call anyone. Trust me, we'll be fine. Fang Jian gave a slightly awkward smile. He wasn't some old-fashioned stickler given the situation, he naturally intended to call Mu Shui for help. But since Wang Jia insisted so strongly, he didn't object. Besides, Mu Shui had mentioned that Wang Jia also had deep connections. Resolving this matter shouldn't be too difficult, right? Chapter 177, Turning the Tables. As a government-affiliated institution, an attack on its staff in the basement naturally drew the attention of the Public Security Bureau. Whether due to the exceptional diligence of the local investigators or because of Wang Jia's prior contact, both police and ambulance arrived within a remarkably short time. Naturally, their first priority was to transport the middle-aged man to the hospital. As the parties involved, Fang Jian and Wang Jia were escorted into an office at the police station. This treatment was already quite courteous, at least proving they weren't being treated as suspects. After the examination and receiving the diagnosis results, the investigating officer's gaze toward Fang Jian shifted noticeably. By this time, Fang Jian had changed into a new t-shirt, the original one having been confiscated as evidence. This new shirt had been purchased by Wang Jia herself from the Hualian department store across the street. Though Fang Jian didn't recognize the brand, he knew it was undoubtedly expensive. Mr. Fang, please recount the situation in detail once more. Fang Jian had already recounted it twice. Wang Jia's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she said, he's not a criminal, but a righteous hero who acted courageously. Why must he endure repeated interrogations? Faced with this beautiful woman's questioning, the officer looked utterly helpless. If he were dealing with an ordinary person, he could certainly be more assertive. But when facing a reporter from this city and one who appeared to be a well-connected, prominent journalist that his position as a police officer made him extremely cautious. At this moment, his identity as an officer had perhaps become a burden. Ah, Reporter Wang, we don't want it this way either. But look, Mr. Fang's kick directly caused bleeding in the abdomen. How am I supposed to write this report? Write it however you need to. He initiated the attack. Are we not allowed to defend ourselves? But what did he use to attack you? The officer replied with a wry smile, water. After testing, it was just ordinary mineral water. Do you think a criminal would use mineral water to attack someone? I've never met him before, yet he splashed water at me. Officer, what kind of behavior is this? Wang Jia said solemnly, I may not be a lawyer, but I know right from wrong. I won't let this matter rest. The officer opened his mouth, then shook his head helplessly. He thought to himself, if you were just an ordinary citizen, I'd see how you wouldn't let it go. But since it was Wang Jia who said it, he dared not take her lightly. Officer, may we leave now? Oh, Reporter Wang, you're free to go anytime. But we must detain Mr. Fang to have him elaborate on the circumstances. The officer spread his hands. We've already notified the injured man's family. They're insisting on seeing the person who hurt him. He paused, then added, they're quite agitated and demanding a clear explanation. A cold gleam flashed in Wang Jia's eyes. She took a deep breath and said, so the guilty party accuses first? Fine. I'll see who ends up regretting this. She pulled her phone from her handbag. Fang Jian shook his head silently. It seemed he had overestimated Wang Jia's influence. If he'd known this would happen, he really should have sought Uncle Mu's help. But before Wang Jia could make the call, the office door swung open. Mu Shui strode in with purpose. Mu Shui? Sister Shui. Mu Shui gave a slight nod, pulled a piece of paper from her pocket, and handed it over. I'm taking this person with me. The investigating officer clearly recognized this police beauty. He took the paper, glanced at it, and smiled. All right. Since Officer Mu was willing to take over, what more is there to say? Mu Shui tilted her head back and said, Fang Jian, come with me. Fang Jian responded with a nod, offering an apologetic smile to Wang Jiayi before following Mu Shui out. Behind them, Wang Jiayi remained silent, but her small hand clenched around her phone had turned slightly white from the force of her grip. Sister Mu, why are you here? Your name is on the case file. How could I not come? Ha? You're paying attention to such a minor case? Someone at the precinct recognized you and knew about your connection to my family, so they called me. Mu Shui turned, glaring fiercely at him. I told you before, don't get involved with that vixen. You wouldn't listen. See? Now you've caused trouble. Trouble. Fang Jian's footsteps faltered slightly. Sister Shui, this was self-defense. Self-defense? You kicked someone until they had gastric bleeding. Careful, the judge rules at excessive force. Fang Jian frowned slightly. What's the deal with that guy? Did you find out? No. He insists he was just walking to the parking lot with a water bottle, accidentally tripped, spilled the water, and then you hit him. Mu Shui sighed wearily. I checked with the security footage. He was definitely carrying mineral water, and we can't find any motive. Impossible, Fang Jian retorted without hesitation. He clearly lunged toward Wang Ji. If I hadn't blocked him, Wang Ji would have been drenched. So what if he got wet? What business is it of yours? Mu Shui retorted coldly. Does she need you to play the hero? Ahem, Sister Shui, I was just there and couldn't stand by. I didn't expect that guy to be such a weakling. One kick was all it took. Oh, so you've learned to talk back now? Oof. That vixen's no saint. Since you got dragged into this mess because of her, and she didn't even bother to find someone to help, clearly she wants you to suffer. What? Mu Shui scoffed coldly. With her family connections, one phone call would have had the precinct officers afraid to detain you. But since she didn't intervene, and the victim's family was making a scene, the police naturally wouldn't release you. Fang Jian frowned slightly, recalling Wang Jiayi's behavior. Sister Shui, maybe she has her reasons. Whatever her reasons, not getting you out means she has no good intentions, Mu Shui said bitterly. Remember this, keep your distance from her. Ah, got it. Fang Jian replied casually. He couldn't fathom why Mu Shui harbored such deep resentment toward Wang Jiayi. Still, in front of Mu Shui, he wasn't about to tempt fate. The car pulled up outside the residential complex. Mu Shui instructed, rest up these next few days. Don't go out except to massage Mrs. Liu. As for your situation, I'll handle it. Fang Jian raised his eyebrows slightly. Thanks, Sister Shui. Oof. Just listen to me and don't meet with her. That's how you'll thank me. Mu Shui said indignantly, pressing down on the accelerator as the car sped away. Fang Jian lifted his head, a faint crimson glow gathering deep within his eyes. Chapter 178, Infiltrating the Hospital. Mu Shui wasn't present at the scene, so she remained unaware of what had transpired. Most people seeing the interrogation results would likely feel the same way. Deliberately bringing a bottle of water to splash someone? Was this malicious assault or just a prank? Even if they elevated it to the level of bodily harm, the judge wouldn't hand down a heavy sentence. On the other hand, Fang Jian had kicked him, sending him straight to the hospital. From any perspective, the middle-aged man appeared to be the injured party. In most families, this would mark the beginning of a major disaster. At the very least, he wouldn't be able to avoid paying the medical bills. But Fang Jian wasn't worried. He trusted Mu Shui's words, she could definitely handle this. Yet, watching the car drive away, Fang Jian felt an intense rage welling up inside him. The intense emotional turmoil even roused the terrifying presence lurking deep within his body, causing his eyes to turn slightly red. This is my own business, no reason for others to handle it. Such scum, reaping what they sowed yet daring to extort, let them regret it for the rest of their lives. Turning, Fang Jian headed upstairs. By the time he entered his home, his composure had returned. At least, outwardly, nothing seemed amiss. After eating dinner with his mother, he gave a quick farewell and grabbed his clothes to go for a night run. Suing glanced at the sky outside, then recalled Fang Jian's hurried footsteps as he left. She couldn't help but shake her head silently. Young people these days, once they're in a relationship, they're all lovey-dovey and refuse to be apart. That Fang Jian is too honest, he doesn't even know how to make excuses. Night run? More like running to the park or somewhere to meet Mu Shui, right? Fang Jian, of course, was unaware of his mother's suspicions. He jogged all the way to the 6th hospital. He had been present when the middle-aged man was brought to the hospital and had asked the ambulance's destination, the 6th Municipal Hospital. It was past dinner time now, and the hospital wasn't very crowded. Most of the medical staff had worked tirelessly all day and were beginning to look weary. Entering the hospital, Fang Jian deliberately turned his head away, ensuring nearby security cameras didn't capture him. This was an exceptionally specialized skill, one he'd mastered thanks to his previous high-dimensional experience. His ability to see in all directions and hear from every corner wasn't limited to physical movement. With the support of his mental powers, avoiding a few cameras when prepared was an effortless task. He swiftly entered an unoccupied doctor's office, snatched a white coat from the wall, slipped it on, and casually grabbed an empty folder. This wasn't his first time doing something like this, he'd grown quite adept at it. With the white coat draped over his shoulders and a mask covering his face, even if Mu Shui were here, she wouldn't recognize him at a glance. Doctors in white coats and masks were everywhere in the hospital, and no physician or nurse could confidently claim to recognize every single one. Being able to recognize all the chiefs, deputy chiefs, attending physicians, or senior residents was already considered a remarkable feat. As for the rotating interns in each department, few had the patience to memorize them. The 6th hospital was a large general hospital, and this was no exception. Fang Jian knew that in cases like the middle-aged man's, once admitted to the hospital, 9 times out of 10 they would be sent to the emergency room. Moreover, because he was suspected of assault, he would typically be placed in an isolation ward. Although hospital beds were in short supply, the doctors would make an exception knowing he was a suspect. The primary reason, of course, was that if he were a regular patient, no one would want to share a room with a suspect. Fang Jian strolled down the emergency room corridor, his ears twitching slightly, a subtle sign of his psychic abilities at work, though easily missed by the unobservant. Passing a certain room, he halted. He had caught the faint, barely perceptible moans emanating from within. Though soft, the sound was unmistakably familiar to Fang Jian, identical to the wails he remembered. Alongside this sound came the rustle of chairs being moved. He didn't enter immediately, instead tracing lines on his folder with a folder, lines whose meaning he himself didn't understand. You really are something. Why leave the comfort of home to hang around the newspaper parking lot? Got kicked in the head, nearly lost your life. It hurt like hell. Damn it all. That little is to blame. I only wanted to scare her, to stop her from publishing that nonsense. But some hothead charged at me and kicked me down. I won't let that kid off the hook. I'll make him pay until he's broke. Fang Jian's pen paused slightly. This man had indeed targeted Wang Jia. Yet, according to his account, his initial intent was merely to intimidate. Mu Shui had once mentioned that Wang Jia's reporting had offended many dangerous people. He hadn't believed it at first, but now he understood it all too well. Man, Yang, the doctor says your injuries will take at least a month to heal. The police covered the costs this time, but what about next time? What to do? Go find that kid and demand it. Make him wire over a few $100,000 directly. I'm not getting hurt for nothing. A cold gleam flashed in Fang Jian's eyes. After encountering Gu Laochang at the airport, he'd run into another scumbag like him. A cancer. These people are a cancer on society. Every day they exist is a wound inflicted on ordinary folk. The phrase echoed abruptly in his mind, its volume swelling until it seemed to fill his entire world. Could that kid really come up with that much money? He might not have it, but his family certainly does. Send a few debt collectors to stake out his house. If we don't bankrupt him, my brother Yang would have wasted his time. Boom. Fang Jian's mind grew heated, his clothes fluttering without a breeze. Danger. This was a dangerous sign. All threats must be nipped in the bud. Fang Jian's body suddenly moved. He pushed open the door and walked right into the hospital room, making no attempt to hide his presence. Yet he failed to notice that he was no longer his usual self. Hidden beneath the mask, his eyes had turned blood red. Even more eerie was his hair, which had grown wildly, transforming in an instant into a flowing mass of white locks. Family and his mother were his bottom line, his unbreakable bond. When someone dared to touch them, even Fang Jian himself didn't know what choices he might make. Chapter 179, Vigilante Justice. Inside the room, two people turned in surprise, their puzzled gazes fixed on Fang Jian. In hospital emergency rooms, ward doors were typically left open. However, when patients or their families strongly requested privacy, doctors and nurses wouldn't be so heartless. While medical staff typically held the upper hand, their position could swiftly deteriorate when confronted with unreasonable patients. Thus, there were matters doctors and nurses could only turn a blind eye to, out of sight, out of mind. When Brother Yang spoke with others, he always closed the door. Moreover, they had lodged a complaint with the police at the hospital today. Anyone could see this family was trouble. Even doctors and nurses avoided them unless absolutely necessary. That's why they were startled when someone pushed open the door. But when they saw it was someone in a white coat, their expressions relaxed and they forced a smile. After all, Brother Yang was still a patient. He depended on doctors for treatment now, so he maintained sufficient respect for anyone wearing a white coat. Fang Jian glanced at the two figures. The one lying in bed was naturally Brother Yang, while the other standing beside him was a young man dressed in flashy clothes. Clutching his clipboard, Fang Jian strolled over. As he passed the young man, Fang Jian's hand shot out. His palm formed a blade as he slashed downward toward the back of the young man's neck. Crack! The young man's body jerked, his eyes widening in disbelief. Even with the wildest imagination, he could never have anticipated this white-coated figure striking him down the moment he entered. He tried to struggle, but his body swayed unsteadily for a moment before slowly going limp. Like a sack of bones, he slid to the floor. Brother Yang's eyes widened in equal shock. His mouth opened wide, ready to scream. But the moment his mouth opened, Fang Jian had already grabbed the towel from the table and whipped it out with a sharp crack. The towel transformed into a streak of lightning, instantly snapping against Brother Yang's mouth. His scream was violently ripped back before it could escape. Not only that, the sheer force of the strike sent Brother Yang tumbling backward. Originally half reclining against the pillow, he now lay flat on his stomach on the bed, his mouth swelling rapidly. Fang Jian stood silently by the bed, towel in hand. High-dimensional experience proved quite useful after all. So that's how a handblade was used. Not everything in this world's movies and TV shows was a lie. That night when Fang Jian had confronted Taishu, striking him on the back of the head with a rock hadn't knocked him out. Instead, it had only provoked the man's ferocity, prompting him to draw his sword. Yet today, when the silver-haired, red-eyed Fang Jian moved, he knocked the young man unconscious with a single, effortless motion. This wasn't because the white-haired, red-eyed Fang Jian was exceptionally skilled. Rather, after experiencing the chaotic military camp battles in the higher dimensional world, his understanding of such techniques had undergone a revolutionary transformation. A normal doctor or ordinary person would never spend their days studying how to knock someone unconscious. But in that high-dimensional military camp, his job was to render people incapable of resistance in the shortest possible time. Such a hand-blade strike was a trivial matter, utterly insignificant. Yang covered his mouth, squinting in agony. He grimaced as a salty, metallic taste flooded his mouth, instantly realizing his lip had been split open. His eyes widened with terror as he stared at Fang Jian, his body curling into a tight ball. Under Fang Jian's gaze, he felt a deep chill. He had no doubt that the slightest hint of resistance or attempt to call for help would bring even greater torment. Moreover, he doubted he'd even get the chance to speak. Fang Jian stared at him coldly. "Who told you to come?" What? Brother Yang's eyes darted around nervously as he tried desperately to feign insanity. But Fang Jian hadn't come here to reason with him. Smack! Just as Brother Yang tried to stall for time, the towel in Fang Jian's hand moved again, lashing hard across half his face. Yang Gu, who had sat up slightly while answering the question, slumped back down. His head slammed against the headboard, the pain bringing tears to his eyes. But just as he was about to cry out in agony, the towel in Fang Jian's hand struck his face for the third time. Yang Ji's entire face swelled up. His mouth clamped shut, not daring to utter another word. His gaze toward Fang Jian was filled with terror, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Fang Jian's 3 consecutive towel strikes had utterly shattered his psychological defenses. Brother Yang was merely a small-time thug, utterly insignificant compared to drug lords like Taishu. They were worlds apart. His usual activities involved debt collection and intimidation, mostly relying on threats rather than physical violence. But this time, Fang Jian had entered without a word. A single hand strike and a towel delivered the most direct, brutal lesson, making it crystal clear what kind of man he was dealing with. Such ruthless tactics might prove ineffective against drug lords like Taishu, but they were perfectly suited for dealing with petty thugs like Brother Yang. Talk. Yes. Brother Yang's eyes welled up with tears as he slurred, What do you want me to say? Give me a hint. His mind screamed in agony, what the hell do you want me to say? The basement. The parking garage. Fang Jian said coldly. You mean this? Brother Yang froze. He couldn't fathom why this unfamiliar, ruthless man would ask about this particular matter. He felt utterly wronged. He'd only gone to the basement to threaten a reporter. But the reporter was perfectly fine, while he ended up in a hospital bed. And now, to top it all off, a masked figure in a white coat had come in to interrogate him about this very incident. This white-coated figure wasn't a cop. The aura emanating from him filled Brother Yang with dread. He had a sinking feeling that if his answers didn't satisfy this man, the man wouldn't hesitate to draw blood. Fang Jian's gaze grew colder as he slowly raised the towel in his hand. Speak. I'll speak. Brother Yang's face drained of color. He dared not withhold anything now and blurted out, I don't know that reporter at all. But someone paid me 10,000 yuan to splash water on her to warn her to mind her own business. Chapter 180, I must confess. Mind her own business? What business? Seeing Brother Yang hesitate again, Fang Jian said coldly, if you say you don't know. Smack. His hands suddenly tightened, pulling the soft towel taut. The sound of the towel snapping taut felt like the Grim Reaper's summons, sending Yang Ji's soul flying out of his body. He dared not shout, only stammering urgently, I heard that female reporter was investigating a major health supplement scandal. She apparently wrote some kind of report that caught someone's attention. Fang Jian's brow furrowed slightly. What on earth was this about? How did it connect to Jian Pin? Who paid you? Big head brother. He was the one who set it up. Brother, I swear I don't know the details. I'm just a lowly errand boy who took 10,000 yuan to handle things. Brother Yang pleaded with a pained expression. Fang Jian's gaze remained icy, filled with a chilling intent to kill. Feeling that intense killing intent, Brother Yang's heart nearly stopped. His lips turned faintly purple as regret flooded his mind. If he'd known that female reporter would attract such terrifying figures, he never would have dared take this job. Scum like this deserves to die. But he couldn't kill him. He wasn't a drug dealer, his crimes didn't warrant death. But he threatened my mother. In his mind, 2 Fang Jians were communicating in a way no one could fathom. Only now, the identities of these 2 Fang Jians had switched places. The one in control of the body was the one with white hair and red eyes. Would killing him draw police attention? A faint smile played at the corner of the white-haired, red-eyed Fang Jian's mouth, hidden beneath his mask. The original Fang Jian had been an honest man. Though a doctor, he held life in the highest regard and would never have entertained thoughts of murder for such a reason. But now, Fang Jian had undergone a complete transformation. His words revealed a crucial detail: as long as it didn't arouse police suspicion, he no longer cared about the life of someone like this. For 10,000 yuan, he could disregard right and wrong to threaten a young woman. Though he used water instead of acid, he never considered the immense psychological trauma this would inflict upon her. Was such a person truly worthy of pity? The white-haired, red-eyed Fang Jian felt a sense of relief at the transformation of his other self. Yet he understood one thing: killing him now would inevitably lead to even greater trouble down the road. Gripping the towel tightly, Fang Jian suddenly swung it out. Smack, smack, smack. A series of whip-like cracks echoed through the hospital room, raining down on Brother Yang like hailstones. Brother Yang dared not fight back, desperately trying to dodge. Yet the towel, striking him relentlessly from all angles, left him nowhere to hide. Within moments, his face was already swollen and bruised. Worse still, whenever he tried to cry out in pain, the towel would strike his mouth and nose first, beating him until tears streamed down his face, silencing him completely. Though Fang Jian had gained combat experience as a military medic, he couldn't possibly achieve such precision. But with the aid of psychic power, the situation changed entirely. Whenever the towel's swing faltered, that formidable psychic force would abruptly activate, freezing Brother Yang's body in place. Though it lasted only a split second, it was more than enough time for Fang Jian to act. 5 minutes. To Brother Yang, those 5 minutes felt like nothing short of hell. His face swelled like a pig's head, not a single inch of good skin left visible. Just as Brother Yang thought he was about to be beaten to death, Fang Jian suddenly stopped. 2 things, he said. If you do them, I'll spare you this time. Yang Go gasped for breath, forcing open his swollen eyes. All he could do was nod repeatedly. First, go to the police and confess everything. No secrets. Second, get the hell out of N City within a month. If I ever find out you're involved in this again. Fang Jian turned and walked to the hospital room door. Wrapping his hand in a towel, he opened it without looking back. His voice was cold. I'll find you. Slam. The door slammed shut again. Brother Yang lay hunched on the hospital bed, staring blankly. A full 15 minutes passed before he finally confirmed that terrifying figure had left. Ah! 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 Brother Yang suddenly opened his mouth and let out a wild, unrestrained scream. His cries were thick with grievance and sobbing, laced with the wild elation of narrowly escaping death. For a moment, he was utterly overcome, unable to speak. When Fang Jian had been beating him relentlessly with that towel, Brother Yang had truly believed he was about to be beaten to death. Now that the terrifying demon had finally departed, the intense emotional turmoil overwhelmed him. He could no longer suppress the terror within, and it erupted with the most violent force. The hospital instantly erupted into chaos. The on-duty nurse rushed over, gasping at the pig-faced man on the bed. Glancing at the unconscious figure sprawled on the floor, she couldn't help but join the chorus of screams. The commotion drew more people, especially relatives from other wards who rushed over, showcasing the Chinese penchant for a good spectacle in full force. Help! Someone help! Someone among the crowd shouted, and many rushed forward. First, they pulled the young man off the floor. Then, with hands and voices everywhere, they began discussing, comforting, and exchanging information. Soon, the doctor arrived, and the crowd grew even more chaotic. Fang Jian, still clad in his white coat, turned away and walked off without a second glance. By now, his hair and eyes had returned to their normal color. Fang Jian had been worried about leaving any traces in the ward. But now, he was completely at ease. With so many people flooding into the ward, even if he had accidentally left something behind, it would be obscured. Any subsequent investigation here had become utterly pointless. If the police could still find him under these circumstances, then Fang Jian would have nothing more to say. I need to see the police. I need to see the police. Yang Go regained some courage amidst the crowd and shouted excitedly. The on-duty doctor inwardly groaned. He could clearly see the injuries were fresh from a beating. Though the assailant was nowhere to be found, the incident had occurred within the hospital grounds. The hospital couldn't escape responsibility. But at this moment, preventing him from calling the police was simply impossible. Soon, the police arrived. Seeing the chaotic scene, the 2 young officers felt their heads splitting. Yet, under the watchful eyes of concerned citizens, they dared not raise their voices. Moreover, expecting a crowd of ordinary people to know how to preserve a crime scene was simply unrealistic. The moment Brother Yang spotted the officers, his eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Officer, I'll confess. I'll confess. I have to confess." Chapter 181, The Reason. Fang Jian leisurely avoided the camera's view and jogged back home. The moment he stepped through the door, Suing called out, "Xiao Jian, you didn't bring your phone again?" Fang Jian smiled faintly. It's inconvenient to carry a phone while night running. I'm exercising, not working. All right. I answered Xiao Shue's call for you earlier. You better call her back right away. Suing sighed. Seriously, I just don't know what young people are thinking these days. Fang Jian gaped, his mouth agape. He wanted to defend himself, but watching his mother's retreating figure, he just couldn't find the words. Forget it. Things will work themselves out eventually. Some things just can't be explained. We'll see what happens. Fang Jian returned to his bedroom, picked up his phone, and sure enough, there was a missed call from Mu Shui. Shui, you called? Fang Jian, could you please bring your phone when you go night running? Night runs are for exercise. Isn't carrying a phone just redundant? Forget it, I'm not discussing this with you. Mu Shui sighed in exasperation. I'm telling you, that case has been closed. What case? The underground parking garage case. Oh, that guy's up to his old tricks again. Is he demanding money from me? Nonsense. With me here, how could he extort you? Mu Shui replied unhappily, he confessed. What happened? Wang Jiayi has been tracking a health supplement news story lately. Sister Shui, I asked about that person. Why are you changing the subject? Don't speak. Listen. Mu Shui hissed softly, that health supplement is selling like hotcakes on the market. But after analyzing its ingredients, it's actually just flour. Flour? Yeah, flour that won't kill you. Mu Shui said with disdain, but they've used overwhelming advertising and super aggressive marketing tactics to sell that flour at gold prices. Fang Jian's lips twitched slightly. Don't you guys do anything about this? Mu Shui sighed softly. We're the Public Security Bureau, not the Administration for Industry and Commerce. How could we? She added, besides, local protectionism is rampant. Even if we wanted to intervene, we'd be powerless. Her voice carried a heavy sense of resignation. Fang Jian fell silent for a moment before asking, and then? Wang Jiayi had somehow obtained a lead and pursued it. She hired experts to analyze the health supplement, concluding it was flour. She compiled her findings into an article, preparing to publish it in the press. Mu Shui continued slowly, before the article could be published, trouble found her. No way. Fang Jian frowned deeply. I've heard of that health supplement. It's not even produced in our province, is it? So what if it isn't? They're incredibly generous with their advertising budget. Mu Shui gave a cold laugh. With the current newspaper reforms, publications operate on a self-financing basis. Advertising is their lifeline. They've invested heavily in ads in these papers. If that article gets published, Mu Shui won't just be alienating the health supplement company, she'll be alienating her colleagues at the newspaper too. Fang Jian frowned slightly. If we hadn't known about this, it might be forgivable. But knowing they're deceiving consumers and pretending ignorance, this newspaper is utterly disgraceful. He suddenly recalled a conversation with Wang Jiayi when that stubborn woman had said, journalists must strive to give the public greater access to information. If we can't even do that, then so-called media has no reason to exist. Fang Jian, when did you become such a radical? Mu Shui asked in surprise. Is your own life more important, or the public's right to know? If you were in charge of the newspaper, which would you choose? Fang Jian was instantly speechless. He could confidently declare that if it were him, he'd never deceive the public with lies even if it meant the newspaper couldn't survive. But deep down, he knew this was just wishful thinking. If he ever truly sat in that position, his thoughts might well change. The newspaper had refused to publish Wang Jiayi's article. When the health supplement company learned of this, they paid 10,000 yuan to send someone to intimidate her. If Wang Jiayi had been timid, the matter would have ended there. Mu Shui suddenly chuckled, but they never imagined that this move would actually stir up a hornet's nest. Wang Jiayi will never compromise with them. This is going to get messy. Fang Jian let out a low ah and said, alright, then we'll just sit back and watch how this plays out. Alright, I'm at the hospital now. Let's see if that kid has anything else to say. Mu Shui paused briefly before adding, but rest assured, since he's already confessed, it proves your actions were self-defense. There won't be any further trouble. Yeah, thanks, Sister Shui. You're thanking me? Hey, who's that? Mu Shui's startled exclamation suddenly rang out on the other end of the line. Officer Mu, this is the suspect, Brother Yang. He's Brother Yang? You're telling me this pig-headed fool is Brother Yang? Mu Shui's voice was filled with amusement. What's going on? Did you guys lay hands on him at the hospital? No, absolutely not. The officer on the other end clarified, he was already like this when we arrived. He told me he accidentally fell and injured himself. Fell, she scoffed. Teach me how someone gets injuries like this from a fall? You be honest. Did someone hurt you? Or threaten you? No, officer, I'm telling the truth. I really did fall. Look for yourself if you don't believe me. Whoa, steady on there. Don't hurt yourself. Hold him down, quick. Alright. We believe you fell accidentally. Anything else you want to say? Listening to the various sounds coming from the other end of the phone because Mu Shui hadn't hung up, Fang Jian felt a mix of laughter and exasperation. The man with white hair and red eyes had not only severely reprimanded Brother Yang, but upon leaving, had also planted the most potent seed of fear. Under the powerful mental suggestion, Brother Yang became utterly convinced that only by obtaining police protection and confessing everything could he save his own life. This was the result of a crushing mental dominance, and purely in terms of effect, the objective had been achieved. Though Brother Yang was still alive, he could never again pose the slightest threat to his family. Silently eliminating this nuisance left Fang Jian thoroughly satisfied. However, that health supplement company. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes as his gaze fell upon the test tube on the table. He was powerless against them now, but once the nutrient solution was released, might he be able to do something? Chapter 182, The Paper. At the Lu family home, Fang Jian massaged the elderly woman. His technique grew increasingly proficient. The transitions between pressing, pulling, pushing, and rolling created a truly pleasing sensation. Half an hour later, the old lady finished her juice mixed with the nutrient solution and drifted off comfortably. When they entered the living room, Yi Hua approached and whispered, "Dr. Fang, I've finished my paper. Could you take a look and see if it's acceptable?" He pulled out his phone and sent the pre-prepared paper to Fang Jian via WeChat. In truth, this matter could have been resolved entirely through online communication. However, Yi Hua attached great importance to it and always insisted on discussing it face-to-face with Fang Jian. "Dean Yi, so quickly?" Fang Jian asked in surprise. Although he hadn't written the paper himself, he knew that composing a paper was no simple task. Simply gathering the necessary data required considerable effort, and medical papers were especially demanding. Generally speaking, it was considered normal for a doctor to complete 2 decent papers within 3 to 5 years. While Yi Hua was different as the esteemed vice president of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, he couldn't be measured by the standards of an ordinary doctor. It was still astonishing that he had finished a paper in just a few days. Even if it was only a draft, it was quite surprising. Old Lu sat nearby, smiling as he watched them, offering no comment. Yi Hua chuckled and said, "This paper isn't solely my work. Much of the material came from Professor Zhang and his team. Oh, I added a few interesting bits, take a look." Fang Jian glanced at Old Lu and Mu Shui. Was it really appropriate to read it here? As if reading his thoughts, Old Lu waved his hand. "Dr. Fang, go ahead and look. If there's anything that needs adding, have little Yi make the changes for you." Yi Hua's smile froze imperceptibly. He was the esteemed vice dean, while Fang Jian was merely an intern without prescription privileges. No, he hadn't even qualified for internship yet. Yet in Old Lu's eyes, Fang Jian clearly held greater favor. He'd even specifically requested Yi Hua's assistance in revising the paper. It probably wasn't just editing. The heavy responsibility of getting it published would likely fall on his shoulders too. Such a dynamic between a junior doctor and a vice dean was likely one of a kind in all of N City, no, in the entire nation, perhaps even the world. Still, he dared not show any hint of unease. Instead, he wore a smile, looking as though he couldn't be happier. Of course, his feelings were quite complex at that moment. Part of him felt reluctant, yet another part secretly rejoiced at being involved in this matter. Based on his years of medical judgment, he knew that once this nutrient solution hit the market, it would yield substantial returns. While he wouldn't reap direct financial gains, any association with this nutrient solution would undoubtedly pave his way to a bright future. Advancement within a few years wasn't beyond the realm of possibility. Fang Jian opened his phone and began reading slowly. The paper was meticulously formatted according to publication standards. Every aspect, from writing conventions to content organization, adhered to the requirements. Most of the content was already familiar to Fang Jian, especially the test data and materials, which he knew inside out. However, some parts were entirely new to him. The paper began with a brief introduction to how this nutrient solution was discovered. The author had consumed a type of Chinese medicinal cuisine and discovered its effect resulted in abundant energy. Thus, after years of research and refinement, and with the support of 3 mentors, the author finally perfected the formula for the nutrient solution. Reading this, Fang Jian couldn't help but lift his head and glance at Yi Hua. "Are you sure this is the right way to write it? This is a medical paper, not a web novel." "Dr. Yi, this article was completed under the guidance of Old Master Lu," Yi Hua suddenly interjected. "Old Lu?" Fang Jian froze, his expression turning distinctly peculiar. How was it that he hadn't known Old Lu had also become a doctor? "Dr. Fang," Old Lu waved his hand and smiled. "You're a doctor too. So what do you think? What's the difference between Western medicine and traditional Chinese medicine now? Which one is more declining?" Fang Jian froze, opening his mouth but finding it difficult to answer. Western and traditional Chinese medicine are naturally different. Everyone in the world knows that. But when asked which was more declining, Fang Jian simply couldn't answer. Any rational person would know the answer. Yet, as a Chinese citizen, admitting that his nation's medical treasure, passed down for millennia, was now overshadowed by Western medicine developed in mere centuries was truly heartbreaking and regrettable. "Dr. Yi, I've discussed this with Director Yi. I believe the approach of drawing inspiration from medicinal cuisine, then analyzing and researching it to refine a nutritional solution, is both worthy of consideration and trust." Old Lu narrowed his eyes. I still remember that medicinal soup you brought. After my wife consumed it, her spirits lifted considerably. It was refined from that very bowl of medicinal cuisine, wasn't it? Fang Jian gave a wry smile. With your guidance already set, what more can I say? Yi Hua, who had been observing Fang Jian's expression, finally exhaled in relief. Dr. Yi, if you approve, I'll present this to Professor Jiang and the others. We'll coordinate our statements beforehand and submit it to World Journal of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Fang Jian nodded, inwardly torn between laughter and tears. The impact of this matter seemed to have far exceeded his expectations. However, seeing Yi Hua's unwavering conviction, even Fang Jian began to believe that this nutrient solution might indeed have been inspired by some dietary source, and its final refinement might not be entirely unpredictable. After leaving the Lu residence, Fang Jian rode home in Mu Shui's car. Along the way, he received 2 calls, one from Professor Jian and the other from Huang Shiren. Both professors had reviewed Yi Hua's manuscript. What puzzled Fang Jian was that neither raised any objections to the section on medicinal cuisine. Instead, they promptly forwarded their own papers. Scanning the 3 papers from different professors on his phone, Fang Jian couldn't help but feel a surge of quiet triumph. He was merely an undergraduate without even a small internship qualification, yet at this age, he could publish articles in core journals. Though not the most prestigious ones, it was still no small feat. He believed that with these 3 stepping stones, his future path would surely become much smoother. Chapter 183, The Broke Yu Huiliang. Nutrient solutions may not hold a lofty place in medical history, but with the emergence of this new, super-potent formula, publishing a few papers was no problem at all. Moreover, this time Fang Jian wasn't the one writing. 3 professors with some standing in the medical field served as lead authors, sparing him the need to even think. Of course, this was also a stroke of luck. And if Fang Jian didn't have sufficiently powerful figures backing him, the outcome might have been quite different. After obtaining Fang Jian's consent, 3 papers each with distinct content yet sharing a common core were submitted to 3 different medical journals. Every renowned physician or professor has their preferred publishing platform. This could be due to editors who particularly appreciate their work, accumulated seniority, or personal connections. In any case, their articles have the highest likelihood of being published in certain journals. This is merely the privilege afforded to ordinary professors. If submissions came from Nobel laureates, even within China, there might be a phenomenon where no one dares to review their work. Of course, neither Fang Jian nor the 3 paper authors currently come close to such stature. Thus, after submitting their manuscripts, Fang Jian and his colleagues could only wait patiently. Immediately after submitting his manuscript, Fang Jian received a call from Yu Xiucheng. Little Fang, are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner. Bring that kid Yu Huiliang along too. Just as Fang Jian was about to decline, his heart skipped a beat. Uncle Yu, Huiliang hasn't come home? Yeah, we had a big argument a few days ago. That kid thinks he's all grown up now, refuses to admit defeat, and actually moved out. Yu Xiucheng said with a bitter smile, Little Fang, you're Huiliang's closest friend. He usually listens to you the most. I hope you can talk some sense into him. Play is play, but don't take it to heart. Women in that kind of environment aren't good matches. Yes, Uncle Yu. Fang Jian paused, then cautiously asked, which girl are you referring to? I have no idea which nightclub girl has bewitched that little rascal. Yu Xiucheng sighed softly. But once I cut off his money supply, he'll see her true colors soon enough. Fang Jian blinked, his mind foggy with confusion until the other man hung up before he snapped back to reality. That kid Yu Huiliang sure knows how to stir things up quietly, causing a rift with his family. But Fang Jian couldn't wrap his head around it. How could Xiao Xingxing possibly be involved with nightclub girls? Without hesitation, Fang Jian picked up the phone and dialed. Fatso, dinner tonight? Sure, where? On the other end, Yu Huiliang's voice clearly perked up with excitement. Where are you? In the dorm, of course. Hold on. Fang Jian hung up and had Mu Shui drive him to campus. Mu Shui gave Fang Jian a puzzled look. Did Fatso get into trouble? No, don't worry. He can handle it. Alright, but if he really gets into trouble, remember to let me know. Mu Shui declared proudly, after all, he's a friend I've known since childhood. I won't stand by and watch him drown. Fang Jian silently observed her, thinking to himself, if Yu Huiliang knew how devoted you were, he'd probably run even farther away. Childhood memories weren't exactly pleasant for them. Sure, trailing behind Mu Shui meant endless snacks, but her fierce side was equally unforgettable, etched deep in his mind. The car stopped outside the school, and Fang Jian entered the dormitory. According to school regulations, commuting students weren't required to live on campus. But generally, even students from N City would get a bed in the dorms. Yu Huiliang shared a dorm room with Fang Jian. Though he'd rarely stayed there during his entire university years, Fang Jian still knew his way around like a pro. Pushing open the door, he indeed saw a burly, hefty figure. Yu Huiliang stood up, struck a fitness pose toward Fang Jian, and exclaimed, Fang Jian, check out my results. What kind of results? Can't you tell? I've lost a lot of weight. Oh. Fang Jian studied him carefully, but after a long moment, he still couldn't tell where this guy had lost weight. Yu Hui Liang grew impatient. I weighed myself. I'm definitely lighter than last week. You really can't tell? Fang Jian rubbed his eyes, inwardly wondering, and asked, how much lighter? 1 pound and 8 ounces. A whole pound and 8 ounces. Fang Jian sucked in a sharp breath, his gaze turning resentful as he stared at the bulky frame before him. Could a body weighing just under 200 pounds really look different after shedding 1 pound and 8 ounces? If anyone could really tell the difference just by looking, then the only explanation is that it's nothing but a psychological crutch. Fang Jian, tell me the truth, or we won't be friends anymore. Fang Jian ignored his nagging, glancing toward the dorm room and immediately spotting instant noodles scattered everywhere. The room also carried that distinctly familiar, peculiar scent instant noodles and ham sausages, one of the most classic late-night snack combinations. Every college student who's ever lived in a dorm would recognize this. Fatso, is this all you've been eating these past few days? Fang Jian asked suspiciously. Yeah. Yu Hui Liang looked utterly miserable. For my weight loss mission, I've suffered enough. Fang Jian nodded silently. It seemed that without any income, Yu Hui Liang was indeed struggling. Patting his shoulder, Fang Jian said, how about I join you for dinner tonight? Ah! Yu Hui Liang froze, immediately protesting, no way. I can handle eating alone, but I can't let you suffer with me. It's fine. One little exception won't hurt. Besides, you need energy to lose weight. Fang Jian nodded earnestly. Yu Hui Liang had a point. He was left speechless. Let's clean up and go. Sure thing. The two of them pitched in to clean up the trash in the room. Though that peculiar smell lingered, at least the place looked passable on the surface. After disposing of the trash, they walked to Yu Hui Liang's car. Before Fang Jian could even ask where they were going, Yu Hui Liang had already started the engine and driven off. Fang Jian looked utterly surprised. Could this guy already know where they were going tonight? Moments later, the car pulled into a gas station near the school. Yu Hui Liang turned off the engine and called out, fill it up. Then he turned to Fang Jian and said, Fang Jian, pay up. Chapter 184, Family Banquet. The car, now fully fueled, slowly pulled out of the station. Yu Hui Liang seemed reborn, his voice brimming with swagger. Fang Jian, where do you want to eat? I'll take you. All right. Fang Jian softly gave an address. Yu Hui Liang ran his fingers over the steering wheel. Ha! This address sounds familiar. Wait, isn't this my house? It is your house. You know? Yu Hui Liang asked, his face flushing with embarrassment. Poof. You had a falling out with your family, fine. But why didn't you come find me? Instead, you hid in your dorm eating instant noodles, even running out of money for gas. Fang Jian sighed helplessly, you rich kids are just so dramatic. What's so whiny about it? Yu Hui Liang protested. You have no idea how awful that old guy is. He tries to control everything I do. Really? I always thought Uncle Yu gave you free rein. Yu Hui Liang's nightlife escapades weren't exactly a secret. With his extravagant spending habits, his daily expenses were certainly beyond what most people could afford. But as far as Fang Jian knew, Yu Xiuqing had never said a word about it. That's because you don't live with him. Yu Hui Liang waved his hand dismissively. You have no idea. He set me up with a girlfriend, and the moment I said I didn't like her, he flew into a rage. Fang Jian frowned. You didn't introduce Xiao Xingxing to him? Yu Hui Liang's face flushed. What nonsense are you talking about? I haven't even lost the weight yet, how could I possibly introduce her? Fang Jian sighed deeply, finally grasping the root of this family conflict. Who knew what Yu Xiuqing was thinking? His son hadn't even graduated from college yet, and he was already rushing to set him up on blind dates. In the past, Yu Hui Liang might have just endured it, but now he'd met his true love. The problem was, Yu Hui Liang hadn't managed to win Xiao Xingxing over yet. He was still stuck in the stage of secret admiration. That's why he dared not mention it to his parents. Perhaps because of this secret crush, Yu Hui Liang had unconsciously revealed something at home that led Yu Xiuqing to mistakenly believe his son had been bewitched by some woman from the nightlife scene. Under these circumstances, it would have been strange if Yu Xiuqing hadn't blown his top. Hey, what's with that look? Watch out, or I'll punch you. Yu Hui Liang extended his fist toward Fang Jian in a threatening gesture. Fine, I'll call Sister Shui right now. Go ahead and hit me. Fang Jian, can't you show some backbone? What kind of hero hides behind a woman? I don't need to be a hero. I just need to keep you in line. After trading insults for a few moments, Fang Jian suddenly said, Fatso, let's go to your place. No way. Don't worry, I've got this. You? Yu Hui Liang froze, his eyes narrowing suspiciously. What exactly do you plan to do? I'll talk to your uncle on your behalf. Fang Jian grinned. For the sake of our nutrient solution venture, you can't hide forever. Yu Hui Liang's eyes lit up. Nutrient solution, right? That was one of his trump cards. Fine. Today I'll accompany you through fire and water. Yu Hui Liang gritted his teeth, adopting a resolute expression. He slammed his foot on the accelerator, and the car roared away. Fang Jian shot him a look of contempt, but then remembered the steering wheel was firmly in his own hands. He settled back into his seat. Driving was no time for jokes. Yu Huiliang knew his own home like the back of his hand. He could find his way around with his eyes closed. As the car entered the compound and stopped before the familiar villa, the gate swung open instantly. Yu Xiucheng and his wife emerged almost simultaneously. Fang Jian understood at a glance. Though Yu Xiucheng had fallen out with his son, his heart remained just as attached. Their joint appearance was ostensibly to greet him, but who truly mattered was plain to see. "Ah, Fang Jian, you're here. Come inside and sit down," Yu Xiucheng greeted him. Yu Xiucheng's wife, Shan Ruoliu, however, walked straight to her son's side. Her gaze swept over Yu Huiliang, and her eyes were slightly reddened. "Xiaoliang, how did you lose so much weight in just a few days away?" Fang Jian's eyes widened instantly. He'd stared at Yu Huiliang for ages earlier and hadn't noticed any weight loss. Yet Shan Ruoliu had spotted it immediately with just a few glances. So much thinner? A pound or two? Compared to weighing over 200 pounds, is that really much? Ahem. Yu Xiucheng cleared his throat and gestured, "Let's go to the study. We need to discuss serious matters." Yu Huiliang's eyes lit up instantly. "Right, let's discuss business." Once in the study, Shan Ruoliu gave a single command, and the servants immediately began preparing the dishes. As for Yu Huiliang, the first thing he did upon entering the study was open an inconspicuous cabinet and take out a box of tea leaves. A flicker of regret crossed Yu Xiucheng's eyes as he scolded, "You spendthrift. Do you even know what kind of tea this is? What does it matter what tea it is? It's just for drinking." Shan Ruoliu interjected first, "Fang Jian has finally come today. Of course, we must entertain him properly." Fang Jian froze, inwardly exclaiming, "This is all Yu Huiliang's doing. I can't take the blame for this." However, Yu Xiucheng seemed to remember something and chuckled, "You're right. I'm getting senile. Young Fang is our honored guest. It's only proper to offer him some fine tea." Fang Jian gave a helpless wry smile. "Uncle Yu, you invited us over for dinner today to discuss business, right?" The moment business was mentioned, Yu Xiucheng's expression immediately turned serious. Instantly, a natural aura of a businessman emanated from him, seeming to dilute even the familial warmth present at their initial meeting. However, Fang Jian didn't take offense. After all, only someone who kept business and personal matters strictly separate could be the best kind of partner. "Xiao Fang, since you're here, I'll be straightforward," Yu Xiucheng said solemnly. "Our pharmaceutical engineers have unanimously concluded through research that this is an exceptionally high-quality nutrient solution with tremendous potential. Therefore, I need to know, do you hold the patent for this nutrient solution?" Fang Jian smiled faintly and replied, "The patent for the nutrient solution hasn't been registered yet, but I'm confident that once the research paper is published, there won't be any issues." "Paper?" "Yes. Together with 2 professors and Vice President Yi Hua from the Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital, we've written 3 papers intended for publication in 3 different journals." "Oh, but can one nutrient solution really warrant 3 journal publications?" "The content differs, and each paper conveys distinct aspects. Of course it can. Given how outstanding this nutrient solution is, publishing it in just 1 journal would be a huge loss. 3 isn't too many." Chapter 185, Negotiations. Yu Xiucheng gave Fang Jian a long, hard look, thinking to himself, "I really underestimated him." This seasoned businessman had initially assumed that even though Fang Jian had developed this nutrient solution, its true efficacy and value remained uncertain. If that were the case, while he wouldn't exactly shortchange Fang Jian, he would certainly try to gain some advantage during negotiations. But upon learning Fang Jian had already begun drafting a paper collaborating with 2 full professors and a vice dean, those calculations vanished instantly. His gaze swept over his son's rotund figure, and Yu Xiucheng instantly realized that Fang Jian's willingness to partner with him was likely, to a large extent, connected to his own presence. Young Fang, I won't beat around the bush," Yu Xiucheng said in a deep voice. "How do you plan to operate this nutrient solution?" Fang Jian smiled. "Of course, in partnership with you, uncle. You must have a plan in mind already. Although this nutrient solution was developed by me and Hui Liang, the materials were provided by Uncle Muer, so he should also be considered a partner. As for the specifics of our cooperation, I believe it should be discussed among all 4 of us." Yu Xiucheng chuckled lightly. "Mu Taizhu, then. So you mean I should discuss the outline with Taizhu first, then await your decision?" "I wouldn't presume to make the final decision. You 2 are my elders, and I trust you wouldn't take advantage of me, your junior." Yu Xiucheng's brow furrowed slightly, inwardly impressed. If Fang Jian had clear demands, laid out plainly, you would have faced it without fear. After all, one could always ask for the moon and settle for less. But Fang Jian's ambiguous stance left him somewhat at a loss. "Father, I believe that if we're going to produce this nutrient solution, Fang Jian and I should hold at least a 50-50 stake." 50%? Yu Xiucheng froze, asking in surprise, "What do you mean?" "You and Uncle Taizhu provide the capital, manpower, and distribution channels, while Fang Jian and I contribute the technology. We each get 50%. "Nonsense!" Yu Xiucheng snapped. "We're putting up all the capital and only get 50%? What pharmaceutical company would agree to such terms? Dad, once Fang Jian's paper gets published, if you won't agree, plenty of others will. Yu Xiuqing wore a look of disdain, yet hesitation stirred within him. Truth be told, if Yu Huiliang's proposal were made elsewhere, it would never pass. Technology was indeed priceless, but expecting to claim half the stake with nothing but technical expertise? No one would willingly agree to that. However, Yu Xiuqing had reviewed the Nutritional Solutions Analysis Report. As a pharmaceutical company director, he deeply understood the product's value and had already assessed its market potential. If this nutrient solution were licensed to just one manufacturer for production, even a 50-50 split might be feasible. After all, by then, what he would be selling wouldn't merely be a nutrient solution, it would be a channel, a golden opportunity to expand his network and influence. Father, if you remain adamantly opposed, there's no need to discuss this further, Yu Huiliang pressed relentlessly. Yu Xiuqing froze, his expression turning peculiar. You little brat, I'm your father, he said. Didn't you say there are no fathers and sons in business? Fang Jian turned his head, unable to hide the amusement on his face. It seemed Comrade Yu Huiliang's resentment toward his old man was truly no ordinary matter. But seeing Yu Xiuqing's face darkening, Fang Jian quickly composed himself, clearing his throat softly. Uncle Yu Huiliang and I hold equal shares in decision-making authority in this nutrient solution. Yu Huiliang's eyebrows shot up. Gratitude welled in his heart, but his expression betrayed a hint of smugness. Yu Xiuqing's thick brows knitted tightly. As a father, he knew his son's talents better than anyone. Yu Huiliang did show some interest in medicine, but Yu Xiuqing would never believe he could develop such a nutrient solution. Yet, if Yu Huiliang hadn't contributed anything, no matter how close Fang Jian was to him, he wouldn't have given up half the profits, right? Yet Yu Xiuqing could never have imagined the sheer scale of Fang Jian's ambitions. To him, this mere nutrient solution was nothing more than a starting point. Forget splitting half the profits, even giving up 90% wouldn't deter him if it meant forming a power block centered around himself. After all, what he planned to unveil later would be truly earth-shattering. Yu Xiuqing took a deep breath before finally saying, "Alright, I'll consider this request." He paused, then added, "I'll relay these terms to Mutaiju and await his response." After another pause, he continued, "But don't get your hopes up too high, the chances of him agreeing are extremely slim." Fang Jian chuckled softly. How would we know without trying? Mutaiju was certainly no fool. Fang Jian was confident that upon receiving this news, he would seek confirmation from Yihua and the others. Once he understood the nutrient solution's effects and market potential, Mutieju's nature would inevitably drive him to find a way to get involved. Yu Xiuqing stared at Fang Jian in surprise. How could this kid look so confident? He could accept it because Yu Huiliang held a significant stake. But why would Mutaiju accept it? Could it be? His expression shifted slightly, and he immediately thought of Director Mu's daughter. If that were the case, securing half the shares for his family would already be an extraordinary achievement. Father, just agree. Trust me, we won't let you lose out. Yu Huiliang breathed a sigh of relief, patting his chest emphatically. The nutrient solution is just our first product. We'll be rolling out more in the future. Don't get overwhelmed by all the options. Oh? You're that confident? Yu Xiuqing asked in surprise. Of course. Look who we are. Yu Huiliang boasted loudly, making Fang Jian blush with embarrassment. Perhaps it was due to his upbringing, having been immersed in such environments since childhood. Yu Huiliang's gift for eloquent persuasion and painting rosy pictures revealed a genuine talent for business. Yu Xiuqing's gaze sharpened as he suddenly said, "Xiaoliang, I won't oppose you having shares. But I have one request, not as a business partner, but as your father." Yu Huiliang froze, a strong sense of foreboding rising within him. After a moment's thought, he replied, "Go ahead. You can have the shares, but you'll only receive one salary. I'll oversee everything else." No way. Yu Huiliang sprang up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, staring fearlessly at his father. "My shares are mine. Why should you oversee them?" His voice cracked with fury. Chapter 186, Trust. Yu Xiuqing stared at him coldly, enunciating each word deliberately, "Because I refuse to let the Yu family's assets fall into the hands of someone with ulterior motives." Put. Watching this pair of strong-willed individuals, like two fighting cocks, Fang Jian finally couldn't hold back his laughter. Yu Xiuqing turned his head, a hint of displeasure in his eyes. He wasn't upset at Fang Jian's outburst, but deeply dissatisfied that Fang Jian hadn't persuaded Yu Huiliang to turn back from the brink. A true friend is a mentor and confidant, not someone who watches their friend sink deeper into a path of no return. Drinking buddies could be plentiful, but true friends were exceedingly rare. Fang Jian quickly interjected, "Huiliang, go check if dinner's ready. I'm getting a bit hungry." "You're hungry? I'm not even hungry. Why are you?" Go on, go on." Fang Jian stood up and pushed him out of the study. Truthfully, given Fang Jian's build, pushing Yu Huiliang out was utterly impossible. Yet Yu Huiliang offered no strong resistance, allowing Fang Jian to succeed. After resettling, Yu Xiuqing remarked calmly, "Young Fang, is there something you're hesitant to discuss in front of Xiaoliang?" Fang Jian chuckled. Uncle Yu, nothing gets past you. He scratched his head, looking somewhat troubled. I'm not sure how to explain this to you, but from what I gathered earlier, are you worried Hui Liang might get deceived? Quite right. Yu Xiucheng hesitated briefly before getting straight to the point. He rejected the match I arranged for him and spends his days hanging out in bars and other entertainment venues. Oomph. Does he really think he'll find a lifelong partner there? Utterly delusional. Fang Jian silently grumbled to himself, when I first frequented nightlife spots, you never stopped me. Why are you suddenly concerned now that he's reached marriageable age? If not for your indulgence back then, how could Yu Huiliang have gotten himself into this mess? But these thoughts were best kept to himself. Voicing them aloud would likely turn even Yu Huiliang against him. Ahem, Uncle Yu, you might have misunderstood. Fang Jian shook his head. Huiliang is indeed pursuing a girl, but she's not a nightclub hostess. What? Yu Xiucheng's expression shifted slightly. His piercing gaze fixed on Fang Jian, as if trying to see right through him. Fang Jian met his gaze with a smile, his eyes clear and utterly without fear. With the discernment honed by years in the business world, Yu Xiucheng could easily tell whether this statement was truth or lie. After a moment, Yu Xiucheng asked in a deep voice, what is the girl's name? Her name is Xiao Xingxing, Fang Jian replied slowly. Uncle Yu, it's best you don't reveal this now. Hui Liang hasn't won her over yet. If he fails because of you, I'm afraid it could truly damage the bond between father and son. Yu Xiucheng snorted heavily. With Xiao Liang being so outstanding in my family's resources, why wouldn't that girl want him? Fang Jian hesitated slightly. Though Yu Xiucheng seemed to dislike Yu Huiliang when he was around, this single remark made it clear, in his father's eyes, his son was the best person in the world. Such parental affection was only natural. Though Fang Jian hadn't witnessed it firsthand, he understood perfectly. Uncle Yu, Huiliang is overweight, so he's dieting. Once he loses the weight, he'll confess his feelings. After a pause, Fang Jian added, he was arguing with you earlier precisely to achieve financial independence sooner. You know, courting girls these days isn't just about taking them for bike rides. Without solid financial backing, one must act within their means. Oomph. If that brat had told me sooner, would I have frozen his credit card? Yu Xiucheng shook his head sheepishly, then suddenly said, Little Fang, thank you. If you hadn't told me, we might have ended up arguing over this. Fang Jian quickly replied, Uncle Yu, you're too kind. It was the least I could do. Yu Xiucheng suddenly sighed deeply. Xiao Fang, though our families haven't had much interaction, you and Xiaoliang have been classmates since elementary school and are very close. I remember back when we were kids, our parents would meet at parent-teacher conferences every semester. Over the years, we've become quite familiar. MHM. Fang Jian responded softly, though inwardly puzzled. Why bring this up now? Truthfully, he continued, I've always admired your parents for raising such a fine son. Ha? Do you know why I say that? A peculiar expression suddenly flashed across Yu Xiucheng's face as he continued, do you remember that year after high school graduation when I booked the best bar in N-City to celebrate with all of you classmates? Of course, it was quite the scene. That's when we realized just how wealthy Hui Liang's family was. Before graduation, Yu Huiliang had never seemed burdened by money, but he'd maintained a low profile at school. That day, everyone realized he was a true rich kid. Ever since then, Xiaoliang got hooked on clubbing. I always figured he'd get into this scene sooner or later. Now that I'm keeping an eye on him, let him have his fun. Yu Xiucheng said with a half-smile. Back then, he had a lot of people hanging around him. You know why? Fang Jian shook his head silently. It wasn't that he was putting on airs he genuinely didn't know. Money, of course. Hanging around Xiaoliang meant someone else covered all their expenses. Why wouldn't they come for free food and drinks? Fang Jian froze. Though he knew Yu was right, hearing his classmates and friends described this way still stung. But I remember, even though Xiaoliang invited you every time, you only went once and never returned, right? Fang Jian's lips twitched slightly as he forced out, my family's strict. My mom wouldn't let me go. Heh, whatever the reason, you're a good kid for resisting. Yu Xiucheng laughed heartily. Back then I told Xiaoliang, his bar hopping expenses aren't a big deal, I can cover them. But he needs discernment to recognize true value. Those who tag along are just fair weather friends. Someone like you is worth cultivating a deep connection with. Fang Jian felt a pang of embarrassment. Judging him based solely on that incident seemed rather rash. Truth be told, few at that age could resist the lure of clubbing. Fang Jian hadn't gone largely because Suing kept a tight rein on him, never imagining it would lead to such an unintended outcome. Yu Xiucheng lifted his teacup, sipped it with satisfaction, and said, I didn't misjudge you, and Xiaoliang didn't choose the wrong brother. Being with you, I truly feel at ease. He set down the cup, his expression turning serious. Xiao Fang, I ask you to look out for Xiaoliang from now on. Fang Jian pondered for a moment, then suddenly broke into a smile. Uncle Yu, didn't you say we're brothers? Family doesn't need to say a word. Very well. No need for formalities. Yu Xiucheng laughed heartily, finally letting go of his greatest concern. Chapter 187, The Pirated Copy. The Yu family enjoyed a particularly cheerful dinner, especially Yu Huiliang's mother, who couldn't stop smiling all evening. She was a formidable woman herself. Yu Xiucheng's success was inseparable from her unwavering support. Yet precisely because the couple was so consumed by their careers, they sometimes neglected their son's upbringing. Today, however, Yu Huiliang's conduct had earned their approval, and Fang Jian, who brought him home, now earned their fresh regard. After dinner, Yu Huiliang belched contentedly, then suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh no! Yu Xiucheng and his wife jumped in alarm, demanding, "What is it?" "Oh no, I ate way too much tonight. I completely forgot about my diet." Yu Xiucheng and his wife exchanged a helpless, amused glance. Yet, looking at their son's rather plump figure, they both silently agreed that weight loss was a necessary goal. Fang Jian smiled faintly and said, "You've been eating instant noodles in the dorm for so many days. Today, you finally got a chance to feast on a big meal. It's okay to eat your fill." "What? You've been eating instant noodles the whole time?" Shan Ruolio's expression darkened slightly. How could that be acceptable? "Mom, don't listen to Fang Jian's nonsense." Yu Huiliang's face flushed slightly as he made a fist gesture toward Fang Jian. Fang Jian, however, ignored his threat. Instead, he pointed at his car and said, "What are you embarrassed about? You're just broke. I even paid for the gas in your car." Shan Ruolio turned and shot Yu Xiucheng a fierce glare, leaving the old man visibly flustered. Fearing Fang Jian would say more, Yu Huiliang grabbed his arm and pulled him away, calling out as they walked, "Dad, Mom, I'll take Fang Jian home." Dan Ruolio quickly called out, "Xiaoliang, come home to sleep tonight." "Got it." Watching the car speed away, the couple breathed a simultaneous sigh of relief. These past few days without Yu Huiliang at home had been quite unsettling for them. "I told you not to cut off his living expenses entirely, at least leave him something," Shan Ruolio said discontentedly. "Are you happy seeing our son eating instant noodles?" Yu Xiucheng gave a wry smile. "I never expected this either." "Ah, but it's actually a good thing." "What? A good thing?" "After this incident, we've proven that he and Fang Jian are truly close brothers. With him looking out for him from now on, I can finally rest easy." "You think so highly of Fang Jian?" "My eyes never deceive me when it comes to judging people." In the car, Yu Huiliang drove while grumbling, "Old Fang, what nonsense are you spouting? You've made me look like a complete fool." Fang Jian chuckled softly. "What's there to be ashamed of? As long as you didn't starve to death, it was worth it." He added with a sly smile, "Or maybe you're hooked now. Want to experience that feeling again next time?" Yu Huiliang immediately clamped his mouth shut. Though he hadn't complained on social media these past few days, the sudden loss of money for someone accustomed to luxury was an indescribable discomfort. Besides, he wasn't cut out for hardship. If he could enjoy life, why not endure a little embarrassment? After all, it was just at home, no big deal. The phone rang abruptly. Yu Huiliang answered it casually. Fang Jian turned his head away. Though his hearing was sharp enough to pick up the conversation at this distance if he'd chosen to listen, he deliberately avoided it out of respect for personal privacy. Yet Yu Huiliang's booming voice reverberated through the car. "What the hell? How could this be?" Fang Jian startled. Though Yu Huiliang was a rich kid, he had a fundamentally kind nature and rarely lost his temper like this. A thought flashed through Fang Jian's mind: could the news on the phone be related to Xiao Xingxing? Moments later, Yu Huiliang hung up the phone, his face dark as storm clouds. Fang Jian cleared his throat and said, "Chill out, fatso. We just closed the deal, this is great news." "Ah," Yu Huiliang sighed deeply. "Old Fang, I'm sorry." "What? You owe me?" Fang Jian looked utterly puzzled. A pang of regret suddenly struck him. He should have eavesdropped earlier. "Your song? What about my song? The new song you prepared for Wang Jiai?" Yu Huiliang's voice grew even softer. Fang Jian's brow furrowed slightly. This time, he genuinely felt uneasy. "What's wrong with the new song? Did something go wrong? Is the melody off?" "Ah, if it were just that simple." Yu Huiliang said with a bitter smile. "With Master Hua Juanda overseeing things, the most it would take is for Wang Records to re-record it once." "Then what's the problem?" Seeing it was pointless to hide it any longer, Yu Huiliang finally explained, "The song was released prematurely." "Leaked?" Fang Jian froze slightly. What exactly happened? Did they release an unmastered version? After the singer performs, the song isn't released immediately. It requires multiple post-production steps, like mixing and mastering, to achieve perfection. This was a major undertaking. Even with Hua Juanda personally handling it, it wasn't something that could be completed in a short time. Moreover, during this process, many flawed versions would emerge. In most cases, these versions would be discarded, but sometimes they would be retained. So when Yu Huiliang mentioned the early release, Fang Jian assumed it was a mistake, that they'd accidentally published a flawed version. "Didn't we agree the first wave would go on my Douyin account? Why did they release it early?" Fang Jian was slightly annoyed. "Hey, we didn't post it." "Ha? An unknown singer just released a new song on the website. But that song is the one you prepared for Wangji." Yu Huiliang said helplessly, "Our song has been leaked." Fang Jian suddenly looked up, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. This turn of events was completely unexpected. The new song he'd prepared for Wang Jiayi had been snatched away and released prematurely in this manner. Is it the exact same song? Yu Huiliang pulled over, unlocked his phone, and said, "They sent us the other party's song. Let's listen." Moments later, the phone played the song's melodious tune. The moment the melody began, Fang Jian instantly recognized it as the new song he had intended to release. As the melody unfolded, vocals joined in. A male singer's voice carried a faint, husky quality, not breathtaking, but solid and flawless. However, having heard Wang Jiayi's voice, they lost all interest in this singer's performance. The song wasn't long, ending after 5 minutes. Yet Fang Jian and Yu Huiliang exchanged glances, each seeing the blazing fury hidden in the other's eyes. Chapter 188, Good Brothers. Fang Jian drew a deep breath, forcing down the surging emotions churning within him. "Fatso, what do you think happened?" Yu Huiliang was equally indignant. He fumed, "What do you think? Obviously, what Juinda and Lu Haiyuan screwed up. They leaked the song, so someone snatched it and released it first." He clenched his fist tightly and declared, "No way. We can't just let this slide." The car suddenly made a sharp turn. Without consulting Fang Jian, he drove straight toward the recording studio. Fang Jian's brow furrowed slightly. Though his frustration matched Yu Huiliang's, for some reason, he'd felt something was off about the song the moment he heard it. "Give me your phone." "What for?" "I want to listen to it again." "What's so great about it? Got nothing better to do?" Yu Huiliang snapped. "Think about how we should handle this." "Oomph, that little jerk. I won't let him off the hook." He grumbled discontentedly, but still handed the phone to Fang Jian. Fang Jian quickly entered the passcode. Only 2 people knew Yu's password, himself and Fang Jian, who was as close as 2 peas in a pod. As the song played, its smooth, captivating melody filled the car once more. Fang Jian's eyes sparkled as he listened intently, every nuance of the music clear in his ears. The melody was enchanting, and the lyrics rolled off the tongue effortlessly. With the right singer, it would be a song you could listen to endlessly. Though the performer wasn't top tier, their delivery was solid and flawless. Moreover, this song was clearly a meticulously crafted piece the average listener wouldn't detect any flaws. Yet, gradually, Fang Jian's furrowed brow began to relax, even giving off a sense of relief. Yu Huiliang turned to him in surprise. These 2 brothers knew each other intimately, so intimately that a single glance was enough to grasp the other's thoughts and emotions. Thus, Yu Huiliang could tell that although Fang Jian hadn't completely let go of his feelings, he was clearly much calmer now compared to the anger he'd shown earlier. "What's up? Did you catch something?" Yu Huiliang asked curiously. Fang Jian smiled faintly. "Fatso, we haven't been betrayed or sold out." "What?" "I listened carefully to the music just now. Although the melody is exactly the same, there are still slight differences in the details compared to the song we recorded in Brother Lu's studio." "Differences? Really?" Yu Huiliang asked blankly. Fang Jian played the music again, pausing after a moment. "Here." He played it briefly, then paused. After repeating this 3 times, he said, "If it were just one instance, it could be an oversight. But 3 differences in one song can only mean one thing." Yu Huiliang blinked his small eyes and asked, "What does it mean? Could this song really be someone else's original? It's so similar to yours it can't be that coincidental, right?" Fang Jian shot him a disapproving look. "Did you even listen? What's to hear? They sound exactly the same to me. No difference at all." Fang Jian shook his head in exasperation. He'd forgotten that while Yu Huiliang wasn't exactly tone deaf, he was pretty close. Discussing music with him was like trying to catch fish by climbing a tree. This meant the song hadn't come from Brother Lu's recording studio. Fang Jian's eyes flickered as he slowly said, "Even with the same sheet music, when 2 people play or record simultaneously, slight differences will emerge. Unless they're extremely familiar with the piece, such variations are unavoidable." "Oh, and what does that prove?" "It proves the person who recorded this song definitely wasn't one of the staff at Brother Lu's studio." Fang Jian sighed deeply. He'd explained it so clearly, why didn't Yu Huiliang get it? It seems professional matters really require professionals to handle them. Explaining things to a layperson is truly exhausting and thankless. "That's too absolute," Yu Huiliang retorted. "What if they made a mistake? How could they possibly get it wrong? If they couldn't even remember a song they just recorded, and not just once, but 3 times in a row, they wouldn't be in this line of work. Recording songs is different from live performances, especially when it comes to works meant for release. They're checked countless times before release, and any minor flaw gets caught. Musicians' ears are different from ordinary people, as they absolutely cannot make such a basic mistake." "Fine, then what do you think is going on?" Yu Huiliang asked, growing impatient. Fang Jian raised an eyebrow. "I can't say for sure yet. I need to check with Brother Lu and the others." But a dangerous gleam flickered in his eyes. "If it's what I suspect, Yu Huiliang felt an inexplicable chill surge through him, as if his spine itself had gone numb and cold. He shrank his neck, puzzled. What was going on? Yet he didn't realize that Fang Jian had undergone a profound transformation without anyone noticing. Perhaps influenced by his white hair and red eyes, his personality had gradually become decisive. In the park, it was the white-haired, red-eyed Fang Jian who killed. In the hospital, it was also the white-haired, red-eyed Fang Jian who beat someone up. Yet, when Fang Jian returned to his original self, he didn't tremble with fear. Instead, he walked away as if nothing had happened. Such composure was far beyond what an ordinary person could manage. Yet, he seemed to have grown accustomed to it. Therefore, when Fang Jian sensed the abnormality of this situation and a vague premonition began to take shape, that sharp, menacing aura surged out of him unconsciously. Weird, maybe the AC is set too cold, Yu Huiliang muttered as he adjusted the thermostat. This damn weather, it's scorching outside, freezing inside. Can't live like this. Only then did Fang Jian snap out of it. He quickly gathered his wits and reined in his aura. Heh, you said you wanted to get in shape. If you'd started losing weight earlier, it wouldn't be such a hassle now. Yu Huiliang gritted his teeth and said, don't worry, this time I'm not just talking. For you, I'll definitely lose weight. For me? Yeah, for you. Hey, I'm not taking the blame for this. You're clearly prioritizing romance over friendship, it's all for Xiaoxingxing, isn't it? Bull, you're the one prioritizing romance over friendship. I'm such a pure soul. Fang Jian made a gagging gesture. While outwardly dismissing Yu Huiliang's words, he was deeply grateful inside. He knew Yu Huiliang was actually comforting him in his own way. That's what a true brother is all about. Chapter 189, The Red Sea of Singers. After parking the car, they arrived at the recording studio to find not only Lu Haiyuan present, but also the two sound engineers, one male, one female, and Huo Juanda. The sound engineer's presence wasn't surprising. Given this unexpected turn of events, they'd never stand idly by unless they wanted to lose their jobs. But Huo Juanda's arrival caught Fang Jian off guard. Given his stature in the music industry, he had no obligation to show up. After all, no one present would believe he'd be the one to leak the recording. After all, he had personally promised to oversee this song. If it leaked under his watch, it would be enough to utterly destroy his reputation. Brother Lu, Mr. Hua, I'm terribly sorry to have disturbed you both, Fang Jian stepped forward and said. Oh, Dr. Fang, you shouldn't say that. We're the ones who owe you an apology, Lu Haiyuan replied, his face flushed with embarrassment. We've been working on this song for days, striving for perfection. But somehow, we made a mistake. The song and the playlist were leaked, and someone snatched it to release it first. Shaking his head, he added bitterly, rest assured, Dr. Fang. We won't let this go easily. Even if it means going to court, we'll reclaim the copyright to this song. That's right. I'll make sure they're disgraced and can't survive in the music industry anymore, Huo Juanda added, his voice thick with indignation. The rage boiling within him far exceeded what was visible on the surface. Though he wasn't the primary creator of this song, personally recording such a masterpiece would elevate his reputation. For musicians, a great song is the rarest resource, always in short supply. No musician would refuse the chance to contribute to one. Especially a song destined for massive success, even working for free, many would jump at the opportunity. Moreover, Huo Juanda poured immense effort into perfecting this song. But before this effort could translate into fame and profit, pirated versions surfaced, drastically devaluing the song. If he could remain calm and collected after that, he'd be a ghost. Both sound engineers wore expressions of bitter resignation, but as the lowest-ranking members present, they had no right to voice their opinions. Dr. Fang, that singer is a bar performer in S-City. I've already tracked down his address and phone number and had someone pass on a message. Huo Juanda replied in a low voice. Beyond that, we've also posted a public condemnation on Weibo, hoping he'll give us a response soon. Fang Jian's heart stirred. Huo Juanda's swift response showed he was taking this matter seriously. Will it work? Yu Huiliang interjected. Hard to say. Huo Juanda pondered for a moment before continuing. The singer goes by Red Sea. He has some talent, he's written a few original songs, but they haven't gained much traction. When he released this song, he claimed it was his own work. If he stubbornly refuses to admit it, we'll have a hard time proving otherwise. Why? This song is clearly Fang Jian's work. But we didn't register it beforehand, so we're in for a legal battle. Lu Haiyuan said with a bitter smile, this is also my oversight. It's not your fault. Huo Juanda shook his head. Only our small circle knew about this song, no one would have leaked it. Besides, if blame must be assigned, it falls on me first. How could we blame you? Lu Haiyuan said. This is our fault. The song leaked from the recording studio. The two sound engineers, one male and one female, looked awkward. They both knew that the most suspicious figures in this incident weren't Huo Juanda or their boss, Lu Haiyuan. Given that, they were stuck in a tough spot. But heaven knows, they truly had nothing to do with it. Even if they lacked professional ethics, they understood the gravity of the situation. If the leak had indeed come from them, they'd never be able to work in this industry again. A person's reputation in this circle is like their face. A good reputation grows stronger, but a tarnished one leads to only one outcome: being shunned by everyone in the field, forced out of the industry, and compelled to change careers. After all, if this scandal were confirmed, what fool of a boss would ever hire them again? Sure enough, Lu Huyuan's gaze immediately shifted to them. Besides us, has anyone else been in the studio these past few days? No one. The male photographer replied with unwavering certainty. You instructed us to focus entirely on revising this song these past days. The studio is closed to all visitors. Oh? If no one else was here, then how did this song leak? Think carefully before answering. A dangerous edge cut through Lu Huyuan's words. The two sound engineers exchanged glances before speaking in unison. Mr. Lu, we truly don't know. But we swear on our lives we absolutely did not leak it. Lu Huyuan nodded slowly, then turned to say, Brother Hua, Dr. Fang, I have faith in my team. If they say there was no leak, it certainly wasn't their fault. Hua Juwenda's brow furrowed slightly. So you're implying I'm the one who leaked it? Brother Hua, you're putting it that way, Lu Huyuan quickly interjected. We didn't leak it intentionally, but that doesn't mean outsiders haven't entered our studio. He paused, then added, I'll have them meticulously review the surveillance footage from the past few days. We must find the intruder. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Once I find them, there will be no mercy. After all, he was a wealthy second-generation heir who had also earned substantial money independently. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to afford maintaining this recording studio. Precisely because of this, he detested being taken advantage of and harbored a deep, seething hatred for whoever had stolen the songs. Hua Juwenda nodded slowly. I suggest you let the police handle this. He paused. I know you care about your reputation and don't want police involvement, but at this point, if you still want to settle this privately, I'm afraid. Yu Huiliang was more direct. Brother Lu, Mr. Hua is right. Solving the case is the priority now, not covering it up. Besides, even if you find the culprit on surveillance, you'd still have to report it, right? He gave Fang Jian a knowing look. Old Fang, you handle the police report. Hua Juwenda shook his head. Ordinary people reporting this kind of thing is useless. The police might not even take it seriously. But I still have some influence. Let me handle the call. Yu Huiliang chuckled. Rest assured, Mr. Hua. Old Fang isn't exactly an ordinary person either. Chapter 190, Vocal Comparison. Hua Juwenda and the others were taken aback. They all knew Fang Jian was a medical student. Yet this medical student seemed to have other priorities. Instead of focusing on his medical studies, he displayed an extraordinary talent in music that few could match. Both songs were rare gems with massive hit potential. Oh, one had already exploded in popularity. As for the second, though it hadn't yet been tested by the market, they as music professionals could instantly recognize its quality. Such talent was absolutely worthy of their admiration. Yet, judging by Yu Huiliang's tone, Fang Jian seemed to have considerable backing. At that moment, Hua Juwenda and Lu Huyuan exchanged glances. A thought flashed through both their minds. They seemed to have underestimated Fang Jian. The two sound engineers, however, remained oblivious to the deeper meaning behind those words. Lu Huyuan gave Fang Jian a deep look and said, if you could report this to the police, that would be best. After all, you are the original creator of this song. Fang Jian shook his head. Brother Lu, you needn't waste your efforts. Even if the police came and reviewed all the surveillance footage, they'd find absolutely nothing. Hearing Fang Jian's resolute words, a shadow of gloom settled over everyone's hearts. Why? Hua Juwenda asked. He wondered inwardly, could the problem lie not with the studio, but with Fang Jian himself? Fang Jian sighed softly. Listen to that online song again. The group exchanged glances, but the male sound engineer acted first, playing the online song. Not only that, he connected the audio to the studio's player, streaming it directly through the speakers. As the music began, everyone fell silent, holding their breath in appreciation. Even Yu Huiliang, who was utterly clueless about music, was captivated. Though this wasn't sung by Wang Jiai, a good song is a good song. Even sung by someone else, as long as it was performed well, it could still resonate deeply. Soon, the song ended. While Yu Huiliang remained utterly clueless, a flicker of realization crossed everyone else's faces. Play ours again, Hua Juwenda suddenly spoke up. The male sound engineer switched the music without hesitation, and the same melody began to play once more. 5 minutes later, the song concluded. Hua Juwenda, Lu Huyuan, and the two sound engineers all wore expressions that said, just as we thought. Yu Huiliang looked from one to the other, his face a mix of anxiety and utter bewilderment. These two songs were clearly identical in melody. Aside from the singers' voices, there was no difference whatsoever. But what were those expressions on your faces? Could there be some hidden secret in the music? At that moment, Yu Huiliang felt utterly exhausted. These musicians were all lunatics. How else could they possibly detect differences in two identical songs? Being around these people was truly exhausting. Everyone, do you understand now? Fang Jian asked slowly. We understand, Lu Huyuan replied solemnly. This song didn't leak from our end. Exactly. There are 3 distinct variations in the melody. If it had leaked from our end, such mistakes wouldn't have occurred. 3 different parts? Damn it, where exactly are they different? Yu Huiliang thought indignantly. Could they have deliberately altered it? The female sound engineer muttered to herself. Impossible. After those 3 modifications, the song developed a slight flaw in its transitions. Even if they wanted to change it, they wouldn't have altered it here. That would be shooting themselves in the foot. Huo Juanda's expression darkened as he spoke slowly. Dr. Fang, are you implying? Fang Jian spread his hands. I'm not suspecting anything. Just stating the facts. Yu Huiliang grew visibly annoyed. Hey, what's with all the cryptic talk? Stop keeping me in the dark, will you? Lu Huiyuan cleared his throat, hesitated a moment, then finally said, Dr. Fang suspects. Mr. Shi. He and Shi Xiaolin had always been extremely close, addressing each other as brothers in everyday life. Yet at this moment, he suddenly switched to calling him Mr. Shi. Clearly, his mindset had undergone a subtle shift. Shi Xiaolin? What does that little bastard have to do with this? Lu Huiyuan sighed deeply. While the online version of this song is mostly identical to ours, it contains 3 unwarranted flaws. This indicates that whoever created it likely only heard the melody and lyrics superficially, without deep familiarity. Thus, when rewriting it, minor errors were inevitable. He paused before adding, besides those present that day, the only others listening to the song here were Wang Ji and her friends. And others. Wang Ji and Xingxing would never leak it. Yu Huiliang interjected. I know. How could Wang Ji and the others have leaked it beforehand? Lu Huiyuan said with a bitter smile. But besides us, there was one other person. You mean Shi Xiaolin? Yes. If it was him, then everything would make sense. Lu Huiyuan chuckled. Professional recording equipment, songs fresh in memory, and 3 flaws caused by a lack of time to polish them. Every detail seems to fit perfectly. Damn it, it was him after all. Yu Huiliang growled. I told you he was no good. Brother Lu, only you would get so close to him. Lu Huiyuan froze, shaking his head with a wry smile. He couldn't argue with that. If Shi Xiaolin really did this, he truly misjudged the man. Boss, they're responding, the male sound technician suddenly exclaimed, holding his phone. What? There's a reply to your Weibo post. That singer named Honghai left a message saying you slandered him, claiming the song is his work, and threatening to send a cease and desist letter. Sue me? Yes. Oh, and he even left a comment on Brother Huo's Weibo. Everyone couldn't help but gather around, peering at the phone. Sure enough, just as the male sound engineer had said, he had left comments on both their Weibo accounts. He declared with righteous indignation that he was the true original creator of the song and demanded they retract their earlier statements. Huo Juanda laughed bitterly in anger. Very well. You've got some nerve. Heh, since you want to play games, I'll play along. Let's see who has the last laugh. He turned to Lu. Little Lu, our song is almost finished, right? Yes, it's done. Alright, release it. Let's go head to head with him. Release it now? Lu Huiyuan hesitated slightly. Won't that backfire? Trust me, release it. Huo Juanda declared proudly, I believe the listener's choice is the best judge of us. We must trust our audience. Fang Jian nodded silently. That was truly a golden rule. He then glanced at the silent Yu Huiliang beside him and silently added in his mind, except for the fat guy. Chapter 191, Online Storm. By now, musicians online and countless music enthusiasts had already heard the news. When Red Sea uploaded the song online, it instantly drew widespread attention. After listening, most were captivated by its beautiful melody and spontaneously recommended it to friends or peers. In the internet age, what matters most? Word of mouth. A strong reputation can save a business, make a movie go viral, or turn an app into a sensation. In short, when quality truly shines and positive word of mouth emerges, anything becomes possible. This online song possessed all the hallmarks of a viral sensation, spreading like wildfire across the internet. Precisely because of this rapid dissemination, Lu Huiyuan and his team were able to discover it so quickly. The song's initial popularity was just the beginning. What truly astonished and intrigued netizens was the subsequent storyline. First, composer Mr. Huo Juanda accused Red Sea of plagiarism on Weibo, claiming the song wasn't created by Red Sea because the true creator had already entrusted the song to them. This revelation sent shockwaves through the music industry. Numerous prominent musicians connected to Huo Juanda voiced their opinions, with many pointing out that Red Sea had previously lacked substantial hit songs. The sudden emergence of such a high-quality track was indeed hard to believe. This essentially boils down to a matter of standing. In the online world, no matter how famous you are, without sufficiently strong works to back you up, your reputation remains a house of cards, unable to withstand the storm of skepticism and criticism from others. However, Red Sea didn't sit idly by. They quickly fired back with a counterargument. He asserted the song was his original creation, providing a detailed timeline from initial draft to final version, complete with several revision iterations. This meticulous presentation made it difficult to find any flaws. After reviewing this evidence, skepticism among the public except for Fang Jian and his allies diminished significantly. Instead, the backlash shifted toward Hua Juanda. The online sentiment shifted dramatically. Many now believed Hua Juanda had fabricated the story out of jealousy toward the young singer. Even some musicians who reviewed the materials provided by Red Sea found themselves wavering in their skepticism. They could see that the evidence didn't appear fabricated. However, at that very moment, Hua Juanda posted again on his Weibo, this time attaching a link to a music website. What began as a dispute between a composer and a singer had, due to the quality of the song itself, drawn increasing attention. Similarly, bystanders who learned of the incident would curiously click to listen to the song. The vast majority would be captivated by its melody and vocals, instantly falling in love with it. Wang Jia's version of the song was released at precisely this moment, and her ethereal, crystal-clear voice instantly set the entire music industry ablaze. Under Hua Juanda's Weibo post, music industry heavyweights began flooding the comments section. Bro Hua, who is this female singer? Is she some hidden ace up a label's sleeve? Her voice is so pure and crystalline, a rare talent indeed. That voice sounds so familiar, I've definitely heard it somewhere before, but I can't place which company's female artist it belongs to. By now, Fang Jian had returned home. Though they devised countermeasures, their effectiveness wouldn't be immediately apparent. Moreover, they both understood this matter would likely end up as nothing more than a war of words they couldn't truly challenge Red Sea. However, the hottest online battlefield remained Hua Juanda's Weibo feed. Even Fang Jian couldn't resist joining the crowd. Seeing music industry heavyweights speculating about Wang Jia's identity, Fang Jian felt a twinge of satisfaction. Truthfully, while Wang Jia's voice was highly distinctive, she wasn't a professional singer. As a journalist, she preferred to stay out of the spotlight, so it was understandable that these big names didn't recognize her. Yet the internet isn't called the Almighty King for nothing. Soon enough, someone recognized Wang Jia's voice. This voice wasn't from a professional singer at all, she was just an amateur enthusiast. The guy upstairs is an idiot. If she were just an amateur, how could she possibly get a master like Brother Hua to tailor a song just for her? The idiot upstairs is the real fool. Didn't you see Brother Hua say this song was commissioned by the creator for him to record? You upstairs are such an idiot. I posted the link, go listen. This is her second song. Soon, Wang Jia's first song appeared before everyone. Her first song had already caused a stir, and its popularity hadn't faded. But Fang Jian sold the song rights after posting it on Douyin. The singer most famous for that song wasn't Wang Jia, but a female artist who'd been established for years. Many people were unaware of the circumstances and mistakenly believed Wang Jia was the cover artist. Such situations were commonplace across various music websites and apps. Almost every song would be covered countless times by countless people, and as for the quality of those covers, well, that was a matter of personal taste. Wang Jia's vocals quickly resonated with more listeners, gaining her a growing fanbase. Moreover, when both versions are played side by side, they seem to create a unique charm. Wow, who is this singer? I'm already a fan. This cover sounds even better than the original. What original version? As far as I know, she released this song a few days earlier than that other artist. What's going on? Could this song be her original release? No way, she's just covering it. Our artist's version is the original. A die-hard fan of the other singer immediately stepped in to defend their idol's reputation unconditionally. How dare that woman sing our artist's song? It's shameless. We must protest. Protest. Protest my ass, she sings it way better. Fang Jian watched the increasingly off-topic thread on Weibo and was utterly speechless. Still, the fact that the singer's fans were protesting over this incident was proof enough of Wang Jia's vocal charm. If she hadn't sung so well, even better than the original artist, her die-hard fans wouldn't have felt such intense pressure to protest. Still, these protests were bound to be futile. Because no matter how foolish that singer might be, they would never dare demand a ban on her. Finally, when another renowned musician issued a statement on Weibo, the tide shifted once more. Chapter 192, Refusing to Admit Defeat. Wang Hanong was a towering figure in China's music scene. If the music world were a martial arts realm, composer Hua Juanda would rank among the 7 true disciples, while Red Sea would be no higher than the 7 freaks of Jiangnan. Wang Hanong, however, stood as one of the 5 grandmasters and absolute peak master. He stood at the pinnacle of the music world, possessing a fiercely formidable character and an uncompromising hatred for injustice. After listening to both songs by Wang Jia and Han Hai, his expertise allowed him to make an immediate and accurate assessment, which he recorded without reservation. Having listened to this song, I must say both singers possess unique strengths in their voices and interpretations. As a musician myself, I understand the exhilaration a singer feels upon encountering a truly exceptional song. Therefore, making an unreliable choice at such a moment is entirely understandable. The female version is beautiful, I can find no flaw whatsoever. Both the vocals and melody blend flawlessly. The male version, however, has 3 minor imperfections. Given the singer's skill, I believe he must have noticed them upon careful listening, yet they still exist. This might suggest the song's production cycle was too short, so rushed that it was released before it could be perfected. I'm no detective, nor can I prove anything. I'm simply offering a reasonable analysis from a professional perspective. Wang Handong's Weibo post wasn't lengthy, nor did he name names in his assessment. Yet any reasonable person could grasp his meaning from his words. The male version belongs to Red Sea, who released it online first. Yet this song contains 3 flaws subtle enough that ordinary listeners would struggle to detect them, and even music industry professionals might miss them. Had his version been the only one available, likely no one could have pointed them out. Unfortunately, an identical female version also surfaced online. When the two versions are compared side by side, the average listener or someone tone deaf would naturally fail to discern the difference. Yet those who have spent their lives immersed in music could instantly tell the quality apart. It's not about not recognizing quality, it's about comparing quality. After Wang Handong's Weibo post went live, more musicians spoke up, instantly propelling the post to the top of the feed. S-City, Red Sea Studio. Red Sea, his hair disheveled, stared dumbfounded at the online comments. A chill crept up his spine, and he stumbled, nearly falling to the floor. The drummer from his band beside him immediately caught him, asking, "Honghai, what's wrong?" Honghai steadied himself with effort, shaking his head. Nothing. What do we do now?" the bassist asked grimly. Who knew they had another version? If only we'd known earlier. Honghai suddenly waved his hand. No, if we'd known. His face flushed crimson with agitation. He gritted his teeth. So what if there's a minor flaw? What does that prove? I say this song is our original creation, and it is our original creation. Post on Weibo. Tell them it's our original work. If they don't like it, let them take us to court. With that, he turned and stormed out of the studio without looking back. The others exchanged glances. Though dissatisfied, they understood all too well that at this moment, they were all in the same boat. If Red Sea went down, they'd go down with it. Besides, having been in the music industry for years, they knew the ropes. The song left no trace online, and determining its true origin had devolved into a he-said-she-said mudslinging match. As for legal action? That would just be an endless, pointless tug of war. Even if one side prevailed, the loser would likely face only a fine and a ban on using the song. Prison? Pure fantasy. So, after discussing it, they gritted their teeth and posted on Weibo, still firmly declaring the song their original work. As for the flaws in the song, they attributed these to their own limitations, insisting they proved nothing. Faced with such unscrupulous behavior, even big names in the music industry had few effective countermeasures. The blame ultimately fell on He Juanda and his team for their inadequate handling of the situation. The core members of Red Sea Band were unaware that the moment Red Sea stormed out, he immediately dialed a phone number. Sure, what exactly are you playing at? Red Sea, calm down. I gave you the songs and explicitly told you they were someone else's original, unpublished work. How you handle it is entirely your choice. But why are there flaws in the melody you gave me? You idiot. I only listened twice and glanced through it once. How could I possibly memorize every single note? You got the sheet music yourself, sang it through, and didn't catch the mistakes. Who else can you blame? Honghai was instantly speechless. He understood that without the female version for comparison, these 3 flaws wouldn't have mattered much. But you should have at least told me they'd already finished the arrangement. Heh, what good would it do to tell you? As if telling you would make you give up on rushing to publish it. I could at least prepare myself. Honghai, stop fooling yourself. We're cut from the same cloth, both willing to climb the ladder by any means necessary. Perhaps sensing the harshness in his tone, the voice on the other end softened. Don't worry. I'll keep an eye out for you. If any new songs come up, I'll send them your way. Just get through this hurdle, and you'll be a real star. After hanging up, a trace of bewilderment flickered in Honghai's eyes. Is this really the path to stardom I've been chasing? Yet having come this far, he had no other choice. It seemed he could only charge headlong down this dead-end path. The phone rang. Fang Jian picked it up. Dr. Fang, we've done everything possible, but Honghai still refuses to admit it. Rest assured, I'll make sure justice is served. Brother Lu, thank you for your concern. He's just a plagiarist. I have ways to deal with him. You have a way? Lu Huyuan's eyes lit up. What is it? Fang Jian chuckled softly. If you're free tomorrow, I'll come by. We'll discuss it in person. Alright, I'll be waiting. After hanging up, Fang Jian closed his eyes slightly, sensing the nearly overwhelming surge of warm-toned thought energy around him. Online musicians were already up in arms over this incident, and the number of listeners far exceeded the last time. Consequently, a massive influx of warm-toned mental energy gathered around him. Though invisible to ordinary people, Fang Jian could tangibly sense it. He even wondered if this energy might solidify into a tangible form if it grew any stronger. Taking a deep breath, a faint smile suddenly touched the corners of Fang Jian's lips. He closed his eyes and slowly drifted into sleep. Chapter 193, Going Mad. In the void, under the influence of his consciousness, the vortex leading to the higher dimensional world slowly opened. This time, while asleep, Fang Jian maintained a sliver of subconscious awareness. His objective was crystal clear, to reach Dr. Chen in a certain higher dimensional world. His consciousness ascended through the vortex passage, revealing several shimmering points of light. Beyond these points lay even vaster, seemingly boundless worlds. These realms radiated an irresistible allure, as if extending an invitation his consciousness couldn't refuse. Yet, after a moment of silence, Fang Jian locked onto the most familiar point of light. His consciousness surged like a tidal wave, flooding into the light. In the next instant, Fang Jian's consciousness arrived in this world and successfully attached itself to the body of Dr. Chen, the head of the massage department. To Fang Jian's surprise, Dr. Chen was asleep at that very moment. He could sense that Dr. Chen's sleep was exceptionally deep and stable. Endless questions surged within him. He recalled that after each previous crossing, his memories only surfaced when the host awoke. But why was Dr. Chen still asleep this time? Though baffled by the situation, Fang Jian instinctively linked his consciousness with Dr. Chen's memories. This was a method of mental connection, enabling the acquisition of another's memories and experiences. However, it required one crucial condition: the subject must be asleep or in a hypnotic state. The mental link formed instantly, a process now as instinctive to Fang Jian as breathing. He swiftly scanned Dr. Chen's recent experiences. Suddenly, Fang Jian's mental energy began to surge uncontrollably. The intensity of this fluctuation was almost beyond description. Had his physical body still been present, he would have been overcome with ecstatic joy. Though his body was absent, the powerful energy fluctuations still produced a certain negative effect. Ah! Dr. Chen suddenly roared, his body jolting upright from his sleep. He gasped for breath, his eyes reflecting an indescribable terror. Fang Jian immediately reined in his mind and mental fluctuations. He understood exactly what had happened. His intense psychic ripples had disturbed Dr. Chen, jolting him awake from his deep slumber. Dr. Chen gasped violently, taking a long moment to steady his breathing. He looked around in confusion, the familiar surroundings bringing him a sense of relief. Damn it, was that a nightmare? Dr. Chen rubbed his temples in agony, muttering to himself, what kind of nightmare was that? I can't remember a single thing about it. Fang Jian thought to himself, you woke up because of intense mental disturbance. If you could remember what the nightmare was, that would be the real ghost. Dr. Chen lay back down, but after a long while, sleep still eluded him. With a deep sigh, he rose to wash up. The reason Fang Jian had lost his composure earlier was that he had glimpsed a heart-stirring image within Dr. Chen's memories. Perhaps because the previous impact had been too intense, even though Fang Jian's consciousness had left this world, Dr. Chen still hadn't given up his research on Parkinson's syndrome. Though primarily a massage therapist, he also held the rank of department head at a major hospital. His massage skills were masterful, renowned even among his peers. Such a figure never lacked patience, and certain endeavors came far easier to him than to ordinary people. When he dedicated himself to researching a specific medication, the connections he had built over the years proved immensely valuable. He had even memorized all the chemical knowledge and extraction methods related to Parkinson's-specific drugs. Furthermore, he borrowed a colleague's laboratory and successfully extracted the drug there. In other words, following these steps, even in Fang Jian's world, he had a high probability of successfully replicating the Parkinson's cure. This was an absolutely unexpected windfall for Fang Jian. He never imagined that after arriving here, he would encounter such good fortune. It was like manna from heaven, falling right onto his head. The memory link had been too brief earlier, and Fang Jian hadn't managed to record the entire extraction method. However, he vaguely recalled seeing only the extraction method itself. The underlying medical principles explaining why it should be done this way remained unseen. A flicker of thought stirred within him, causing a faint ripple to spread through Fang Jian's mental consciousness. Medical principles. The medical principles behind the wonder drug. Dr. Chen, who was brushing his teeth, suddenly froze. He stared blankly at the mirror, where his reflection was still brushing. Yet, an utterly bizarre thought abruptly surfaced in his mind, a powerful urge to understand the medical principles behind that wonder drug. Dr. Chen stared blankly at his reflection, his gaze utterly strange, as if he had become a different person. Fang Jian immediately noticed his strange behavior and promptly ceased his mental chatter. At that very moment, the silent Dr. Chen finally erupted. He bellowed, spitting out toothpaste foam without a second thought. In a sudden frenzy, he kicked the sink, sending it clattering loudly. He spat out the contents of his mouth, grabbed a low stool from the bathroom, and hurled it at the mirror. Crash! A deafening crash echoed as the mirror shattered into countless shards. Dr. Chen roared in fury, venting his rage, I'm a massage therapist. A massage therapist. Why the hell should I know the medical principles behind miracle cures? Have I lost my mind? I've had enough. Get out. Get out. Get the hell out of here. His sudden outburst startled Fang Jian, who immediately reined in all his thoughts, daring not to release even a fraction more. After a long while, Dr. Chen slowly regained his composure. Staring at the mess scattered across the floor, he instinctively pressed his hand to his forehead, a look of headache etched across his face. What was going on? Did he have a split personality? Good heavens, he absolutely had to get himself checked out at the hospital. Dr. Chen exhaled a long breath and began tidying up the bathroom. Fortunately, he was alone in the house. Otherwise, this sudden outburst would have been impossible to hide from others. Once everything was tidied up, Dr. Chen's expression finally returned to normal. He looked at the refreshed bathroom now missing only a pane of glass, nodded with satisfaction, ordered a new glass pane via his communication device, changed his clothes, and left the house. Chapter 194, Subconscious Influence. Dr. Chen went to work as usual. His massage skills were renowned locally, drawing countless new clients seeking his expertise. Combined with his steady stream of regulars, his days were consistently busy. Meanwhile, Fang Jian observed his techniques while silently reflecting on his own actions. He had truly overstepped. What kind of nonsense was it to ask a massage therapist to conduct medical research? Fortunately, Dr. Chen worked in the medical field and possessed extensive connections, which finally allowed him to figure out how to extract the special medicine. Although this drug could only be refined in a laboratory, he had already pushed himself to his absolute limit. Asking him to delve into medical pharmacology now would be like forcing him to hang himself, far more painful. Sigh. He really needed to change his approach. He couldn't just milk a sheep dry without giving it any time to recover. However, after this experiment, Fang Jian gained a tangible sense of his mental influence. When his mental influence attached itself to a human in the higher dimensional world, one lacking their own mental power, he could use his own mental influence to affect them. In other words, he could plant a seed within their subconscious. Judging by Dr. Chen's case, the power of this seed was immense. Under the influence of this subconscious suggestion, Dr. Chen, a massage therapist, had walked into the laboratory and personally refined a highly effective drug for Parkinson's disease. While this might sound simple, upon closer reflection, the sheer magnitude of the difficulty involved was almost unimaginable. But Dr. Chen managed to pull it off. However, such subconscious influence has its limits. When Fang Jian asked Dr. Chen to study pharmacology again, he finally couldn't take it anymore and completely snapped. It made sense. Asking a massage therapist to study medical pharmacology was like expecting a bottom-of-the-barrel student from a third-tier city school to get into Tsinghua or Peking University. Any sane person would feel utterly hopeless. Now, Dr. Chen seemed to be questioning whether he had developed schizophrenia or similar illnesses. If Fang Jian continued to push him, who knew what the outcome would be? Beautiful melodies flowed from his headphones. Dr. Chen massaged while listening to the music, completely absorbed in his own world during the process, barely interacting with the patient. Yet his technique was top-notch. Every patient he treated afterward gave him a thumbs up in praise. Of course, in this large general hospital, Dr. Chen was the only one with such a privilege. For anyone else to wear headphones and listen to music during working hours would likely draw immediate stern reprimands, or even dismissal. But for Dr. Chen, with his genuine expertise, it earned him widespread praise. Dr. Chen had a distinct personality, truly one of a kind. The music in his headphones had changed since last time. After all, even the most beautiful songs grow tiresome when played on repeat. Given the hours Dr. Chen worked, listening to music through headphones had become an integral part of his life. Consequently, he changed tracks quite frequently. Fang Jian listened silently, memorizing until he was certain he could recite these songs backwards. After finishing a patient's massage, Fang Jian immediately used his mental focus to influence Dr. Chen's subconscious. You've heard these songs enough. Change them up. Dr. Chen's movements paused slightly, as if momentarily confused. Just then, the next patient entered, a portly man with a large head and ears, whose eyes crinkled into slits when he smiled. Noticing Dr. Chen's furrowed brow, the man inquired, "Dr. Chen, something on your mind?" "Oh, I was just wondering what other great songs I haven't heard yet." "Good songs? You've come to the right person. I'm in the music business." The big man started talking and couldn't stop, rattling off over 30 song titles in one breath. Dr. Chen nodded and gave a command. The smart device he carried automatically searched for the songs and began playing them. The fat man lay on the bed, muttering a few words at first. But the moment Dr. Chen's hand touched his cervical spine, the man's mouth erupted in incoherent whimpers. He could no longer form a single coherent sentence. Fang Jian now understood why Dr. Chen wore headphones during massages. Perhaps he hadn't initially intended to create a barrier with his patients. But when the patient screamed in agony under his hands, the sound was truly unnerving. That must be why he chose to wear headphones. But for Fang Jian in this moment, he had achieved his goal. His attention was divided. On one hand, he continued observing Dr. Chen's massage techniques. Though he'd witnessed these methods countless times and had even stolen insights during their nightly memory connections, giving him a thorough understanding of the craft. Yet every time he witnessed Dr. Chen's technique, he still felt a profound sense of admiration. Mastering any craft to its pinnacle is a remarkable feat. Though Dr. Chen lacked knowledge of medical pathology or the principles behind crafting potent remedies, he had achieved unparalleled excellence in his own field. Dr. Chen could make subtle adjustments to his techniques based on each person's unique muscle groups and pressure points, an exceedingly difficult feat even with Fang Jian possessing his memories and experience. Replicating it perfectly was virtually impossible. Therefore, Fang Jian felt there was still a wealth of knowledge to be gleaned from Dr. Chen. Meanwhile, he was distractedly memorizing song melodies, new tracks recommended by the musician Fatty. Though some songs, tinged with personal sentiment, weren't exactly classics, most were above average. One or two such songs weren't a big deal, they could be considered accumulated knowledge, a natural progression. But when the number of songs reached a certain point, it became downright terrifying. Thus, whenever a song was fully memorized, Fang Jian would discreetly prompt Dr. Chen to switch tracks. Naturally, he chose these moments during patient handovers. This level of psychological suggestion was no big deal. To Dr. Chen, it felt like he simply wasn't very interested in the current song, so changing it after a round of massage was perfectly acceptable and unlikely to cause any unexpected backlash. By nightfall, after Dr. Chen had fallen into deep slumber, Fang Jian reconnected with his memories, firmly committing to mind the method for refining the special medicine he'd developed in the laboratory. Chapter 195, Countermeasures. A strange, indescribable sensation surged from every part of his body into his mind. Fang Jian stretched out his hand and could feel it physically extend outward. A faint smile touched his lips as he silently marveled. Gaining control of this body was truly a blessing. Traveling to higher dimensions and inhabiting other humans allowed him to gain additional knowledge, skills, and experience. Yet, being confined to merely observing and listening, unable to move, and remaining largely passive throughout that existence had been far from pleasant. Now, returning to the world he knew well, his mood lifted completely. Opening his eyes, Fang Jian slowly sat up, mentally reviewing the gains from his latest trip to the higher dimensional world. 100 songs. During his full 3 days in the higher dimensional realm, Fang Jian had heard over 100 songs of varying styles and melodies, committing them all to memory. In the past, achieving this would have been difficult, but with his current mental strength and memory, memorizing 100 songs in 3 days or even 3 hours posed no challenge whatsoever. Though many of the songs weren't suitable for Wang Jiai, a rough estimate suggested he could still piece together at least a dozen or so. Moreover, the quality of these songs was exceptional. Presenting them publicly would certainly not be embarrassing. Of course, the greatest gain wasn't the songs, but the potent medication for treating Parkinson's disease. According to Dr. Chen's research on this compound, if successfully extracted and administered to patients on schedule, it could gradually alleviate symptoms and ultimately lead to complete recovery. Of course, the drug hasn't been refined yet. And even if it were successfully refined, convincing patients to trust him and take it would be another challenge. Shaking his head, Fang Jian pushed these worries aside. That matter could be addressed later. After all, it was still a long way off. Picking up the phone, Fang Jian began making calls one by one. Olju, get in touch with Brother Lu. If it's convenient, let's meet at the recording studio. Yeah, I've thought of a possible solution. We can discuss it when we meet. Wang Ji, it's me. Are you free today? I'd like to invite you back to the recording studio. The song had already caused quite a stir online when it was released prematurely. Unless Wang Jai was blind and deaf, there was no way she wouldn't know about it. Dr. Fang, since my song has already been released, I don't think we should dwell on this matter. Wang Jai smiled and said, arguing with Red Sea is pointless. Give it some time. When he can't produce new songs, it'll be crystal clear who's right and who's wrong. Fang Jian chuckled lightly. So you're implying I should release another new song soon and maintain a consistent pace of production? If that's how you see it, Dr. Fang, I'm all for it. Alright, I can't refuse Ms. Wang's request. See you at the recording studio, don't forget. Oh? Wang Jiai paused, surprised. You've written a new song already? You'll have to guess. After hanging up, Wang Jiai felt a pang of resentment. Guess? Guess my ass. Yet, a faint smile soon spread across her face. After tidying up and leaving the residential compound, Yu Huiliang's car was indeed already parked there. No sooner had she climbed in than Yu Huiliang asked, what solution did you come up with? Fatso, what was the plan you guys discussed earlier? Fang Jian didn't answer directly but countered with a question. Our plan is simple, keep this public opinion going. Humph, Yu Huiliang grumbled. Red Sea is just a singer, not a composer. The songs he wrote before were small time, none of them ever went viral. If he can't quickly create another song of the same caliber, people will start to doubt him more and more. Fang Jian chuckled wryly. There really are no fools in this world. Yu Huiliang and Brother Lu had seen through this too. But what about us? Don't we also need to keep creating songs? Yu Huiliang shot him a glance. I believe you can outpace him and create a great song first. Oh, you have so much faith in me. Of course. You've already produced 2 great songs in such a short time. Writing another one should be a breeze. Yu Huiliang said while driving, I've realized songwriting is actually quite simple, it's just shifting around these musical notes. Too bad I never studied it formally, otherwise I'd be churning out a new song every day. Fang Jian stuttered slightly. This guy was being stubborn again. The sheet music is actually quite simple, with only a few basic notes. But arranging them correctly to form a beautiful melody, that's the hard part. A baby's cry and a piano piece are both sounds, but which one is more pleasant to the ear? Old Fang, don't get worked up. This is a slow grinding process, just let it simmer until it wears him down. Yu Huiliang encouraged him. People who plagiarize like that never end well. When they arrived at the recording studio laughing and chatting, they found not only Lu Haiyuan and the two sound engineers present, but also Huo Juanda waving greetings from inside the studio. Brother Lu, how did you manage to bring Brother Huo along? Lu Haiyuan gave a wry smile. I didn't invite him. He paused, then lowered his voice. Brother Huo feels he owes you this time, so he plans to write a new song as compensation. Compensation? Fang Jian shook his head. Brother Huo, you're being too formal. This isn't his fault. Exactly. That kid must have leaked it, Yu Huiliang fumed. Next time I see him, I'll give him a good scolding. Hey, you, we don't have proof. Don't go spreading rumors or we'll just stir up trouble, Lu Haiyuan shook his head, trying to calm him down. At that moment, Huo Juanda emerged from the recording studio, a trace of unmistakable fatigue visible on his face. Brother Huo, you should rest first, Lu Haiyuan approached him. Haste makes waste. Huo Juanda sighed deeply. I've actually wanted to write some new songs for a while now. I've been trying these past few days and have written a few, but none compare to Dr. Fang's. Creating songs is incredibly difficult, but if you don't demand quality, it becomes much easier. But truly crafting a hit song that resonates with the masses? That's no simple feat. Dr. Fang, we're so sorry. Brother Huo, you're too kind. Fang Jian smiled. Huiliang mentioned you're waiting for the right moment to take on Red Sea? Yes, we'll release a new song soon. I'm curious to see just how thick his skin can get. Huo Juanda said solemnly, rest assured, I'll have a great song ready within a month at most. Fang Jian cleared his throat. Brother Huo, actually I composed some melodies last night. I wonder if they're any good. Chapter 196, the second movement. Huo Juanda and Lu Haiyuan both froze. They exchanged a glance before Huo Juanda said, Dr. Fang wrote another song? That's wonderful news. Let's take a look. Though his words were polite, he harbored little real hope. As musicians, they understood the immense difficulty of crafting a great song. It wasn't merely a matter of accumulated knowledge, but often hinged on luck. Fang Jian nodded slightly, took the sheet music, and began filling it out. Lu Haiyuan watched silently and respectfully from the side. He actually had even more confidence in Fang Jian. After all, he had witnessed Fang Jian write two excellent songs in quick succession. Yet, the moment he saw Fang Jian begin writing, a lingering doubt still surfaced in his mind. Good songs aren't like cabbages at the market. You can get as many as you want as long as you have the money. They're among the scarcest resources out there. For Fang Jian to come up with two good songs was already no small feat. As for a third one, he genuinely didn't hold out much hope. Fang Jian paid little attention to this, quietly writing on the sheet music. Lu Haiyuan stuck to his old habit. While reading the sheet music, he lightly tapped his thigh and hummed softly to himself. At first, he didn't pay it much mind. It was simply a habit ingrained over years. But halfway through Fang Jian's sheet music, Lu Haiyuan's expression grew unmistakably serious, his eyes even seeming to sparkle. Huo Juanda had known Lu Haiyuan for years. He understood that while Lu's musical skill didn't match his own, he still held some reputation within the industry. An ordinary piece would never have moved him so deeply. Curiosity stirred within him, yet his status as a big shot demanded restraint. He forced himself to hold back, silently reassuring himself, not worth interrupting for a minute. Not worth interrupting for a minute. The two sound technicians, however, had no such reservations. They exchanged a glance and immediately rushed over. Glancing at the sheet music, they mimicked Lu Haiyuan's movements, slowly tapping along beside him. Huo Juanda grew increasingly restless, inwardly grumbling, Dr. Fang is great in every way, but he's just too slow. Finally, when Fang Jian put down the last stroke, Lu Haiyuan sighed, good. Truly a good piece. Fang Jian chuckled dryly. Brother Lu, you can tell it's a good piece before it's even finished? Hey, I've got that much discernment. Lu Haiyuan hesitated before adding, judging by this melody, even if it doesn't match the previous two pieces, it certainly won't be far off. Brother Lu, I think this melody feels really good. The standard should be about the same as the previous two, said the female tuner. Right, it should be about the same, the male sound engineer agreed. Ever since learning their painstakingly recorded tracks had been leaked, the recording studio had been devoid of laughter these past few days. It felt like an invisible, heavy mountain had been placed upon them, making it hard to bear. But today, when Fang Jian brought out the new song, it was like the clouds parting to reveal the sun. In that moment, they all felt an immense sense of relief. So what if one song got stolen? We've got a master composer here who can whip up another one in no time. Let's see how Red Sea tries to explain themselves then. Let me see. Huo Juanda's eyes flashed red with irritation as he finally blurted out. Lu Haiyuan handed over the sheet music. Huo Juanda scanned it twice and was immediately captivated by its contents. To the untrained eye, the notation might as well have been hieroglyphics, but to their musician's eyes, it was the most beautiful painting in the world. Huo Juanda began humming softly, his body swaying rhythmically. Slowly, Huo Juanda clapped his hands. Good. Good melody. Yu Huiliang had been observing everyone's reactions. Though tone-deaf and unable to judge musical quality, he possessed an eye for talent. Seeing their reactions, he knew this song couldn't be anything but exceptional. Dr. Fang, you're amazing. Hua Juanda gave him a thumbs up, his admiration unhidden. I can't wait to get this song out there. Lu Haiyuan chimed in, Brother Hua, I feel the same way. Why don't we each pick a section? Sure. Hua Juanda grabbed paper and pen, copied out a new version, and began discussing it with Lu Haiyuan and the two sound engineers. Yu Huiliang tugged at Fang Jian's sleeve and whispered, Old Fang, tell me honestly, how good is this song? Fang Jian hesitated for a moment, recalling the musical melodies he'd heard in the higher dimensional world. The quality is decent, he said. It should be comparable to the previous two songs. He paused briefly before adding, and it shares the same style as the second song. This song was one he had meticulously selected from hundreds of tracks. Not only did it continue the style of the previous song, but it also represented a certain level of improvement. In fact, this song was quite famous in the higher dimensional world, known as the series of 3 songs, and the one he had brought out was the second piece. Lu Haiyuan had invested heavily in this recording studio. While most private studios only had one recording and mixing console, this one had 2, allowing them to work in tandem. Hua Juanda naturally occupied one, while Lu Haiyuan, when using the other, politely inquired, Dr. Fang, do you think this approach is acceptable? Looking at the headphones Lu Haiyuan handed him, Fang Jian waved his hand. I trust your musical expertise and skill, Brother Lu. Lu Haiyuan shot him a grateful glance before immersing himself in working with the two sound engineers. Fang Jian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Truth be told, the only reason he could produce the sheet music was because he'd heard the piece in the high-dimensional world. Producing the sheet music was already pushing his limits. Expecting him to operate this recording and tuning equipment would truly be asking too much. Watching the bustling scene, Yu Huiliang gave Fang Jian a thumbs up. To have them all willingly serve him based on a single sheet of paper, that was no ordinary feat. The studio door swung open as 2 beautiful women walked in side by side, none other than Wang Jiayi and Xiao Xingxing. Yu Huiliang's eyes lit up as he greeted them with a smile. Wang Jiayi's eyes darted around the room. Spotting Hua Juanda and the others hard at work, she whispered to Fang Jian, Dr. Fang, have you already given them the sheet music for the new song? Yes, my brother's a whiz, he nailed it in no time. Fang Jian froze, shooting him a fierce glare. You're the quick shooter, you fatso. My apologies, my apologies. Bai he is in Guizhou these past 2 days and hasn't returned home yet. He's expected back the day after tomorrow for the Mid-Autumn Festival. For these 3 days, Bai he will post 2 chapters daily. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, we'll immediately resume 3 chapters per day. We sincerely apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Chapter 197, The Silent Riddle. The 4 musicians in the recording studio were exceptionally busy, pouring all their focus into the song's recording. Though they all noticed Wang Jiayi and Xiao Xingxing, they merely gave them a slight nod before withdrawing their attention. Xiao Xingxing blinked her large eyes and whispered, Cousin, you really found the right people. Before Wang Jiayi could respond, Yu Huiliang interjected, What do you mean? They're so engrossed in their work they barely glance at my cousin. Xiao Xingxing beamed, When my cousin and I go out, we turn heads everywhere. That proves they're dedicated professionals, people who truly get things done. Fang Jian shot her a helpless look. What a way to evaluate people. But when his gaze swept over Wang Jiayi, taking in her radiant face and stunning figure, Fang Jian couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. As if sensing his gaze, Wang Jiayi shot him a glance, one that carried a hint of playful reproach, before turning her head away. Fang Jian's heart fluttered. He quickly regained his composure and turned his attention back to the musicians at work. Their subtle flirtation went unnoticed. Even Yu Huiliang and Xiao Xingxing standing beside them failed to pick up on it. Yu Huiliang was completely absorbed in Xiao Xingxing, doing his utmost to amuse her. The two spoke in hushed tones, their conversation seemingly quite harmonious. Dr. Fang, I'm sorry. After a long silence, Wang Jiayi finally spoke softly. What? About last time. I'm sorry. Wang Jiayi said with a hint of regret. In the end, Mu Shui had to step in to get you bailed out. That was my mistake. Ah, that was nothing. It's fine. Fang Jian shrugged it off. The police station? I've been there so many times since I was a kid, this one doesn't count. Whenever these two started talking, Yu Huiliang and Xiao Xingxing's voices grew quieter. But upon hearing this remark, Xiao Xingxing looked up in shock. Senior Fang, you're a repeat offender? Fang Jian's face darkened. What did she mean, habitual offender? If you can't speak properly, just keep quiet. Nobody thinks you're mute. Yu Huiliang was laughing so hard he could barely breathe, but seeing Fang Jian's expression, he quickly explained, Xingxing, you've got it all wrong. Old Fang's dad is a cop. If he needs to see his dad, of course he's got to go to the police station. Ah, I see. Xiao Xingxing stuck out her little tongue, looking undeniably mischievous and adorable. Wang Jiayi chimed in, Dr. Fang, please don't take offense. My cousin just can't keep her mouth shut. Haha, no problem. Kids speak their minds. Fang Jian waved it off. Xiao Xingxing's eyes darted around as she asked, Senior Fang, Mu Shui is that police officer, right? Why did she have to step in? Her gaze swept between Fang Jian and Wang Jiai as she curiously inquired, "What did you two do to need the officer bail you out?" Fang Jian felt his head grow as big as a drum. When he first met Xiao Xingxing, he thought she was kind of cute, but today he realized this little lady wasn't exactly a pushover either. Old you, what's so great about this girl? Are you blind or just have terrible taste?" Wang Jiai shot her a glare. "Watch your mouth. That's disrespectful." Xiao Xingxing, however, held considerable respect for this cousin and dared not press further. Instead, she turned to Yu Huiliang with a questioning look. Yu Huiliang, his blood boiling, demanded, "Old Fang, what's with all the cryptic talk? Spill it." Fang Jian sighed softly. "Last time I went back, someone tried to attack the Wang family. I kicked them flying. When the cops showed up, they wouldn't let me go. Attacked Wang's place and you beat them up?" Xiao Xingxing snapped. "Why wouldn't they let you go?" Fang Jian spread his hands helplessly. "They were worried I might have used excessive force in self-defense." He paused. "But that guy really got it. One kick sent him straight to the hospital." "Good. Well done." Xiao Xingxing clapped his hands. "What happened next?" "I heard that guy had a nice little chat with the police and then voluntarily confessed." Fang Jian smiled faintly. "Anyway, it's none of my business anymore and it won't get me in trouble." "Cousin, what's the deal with that guy? Why did he attack you?" Wang Jiai snorted lightly. "Nothing much. Just some companies aren't making their products properly. They're deceiving the public with false advertising. I can't stand it. I just wanted to expose their dirty secrets." "That kind of thing again?" Sigh. "These people never do things honestly. All they know is cutting corners. They should all be arrested." Wang Jiai nodded slowly, seeming to perk up at the remark. "Exactly. And these massive corporations aren't investing in product research, they're specifically targeting the elderly. Many seniors get scammed and still refuse to believe it, even spending their retirement savings on useless flour. How could they be so ruthless?" Wang Jiai sighed softly. "The elderly aren't always clear-headed. Sometimes they're too proud to admit it, but more often, their children are too busy, leaving them lonely and isolated. Once someone sweet-talks them, they soften." She shook her head. "I've met several seniors who know full well these health products are useless, yet they happily transfer their pensions over." "Why? Are they all idiots?" Yu Huiliang asked, puzzled. Wang Jiai gave him a faint glance and said, "Because they're lonely." Yu Huiliang froze, his mouth opening and closing as he searched for words. If every elderly person had a house full of children and grandchildren, these health supplement salespeople wouldn't find any openings to exploit. But in reality, how many families can truly achieve that? After a lifetime of hard work, most seniors still find themselves babysitting grandchildren. Once those grandchildren grow up and no longer need their care, the children themselves are in their middle years, either climbing the career ladder or struggling to make ends meet for their own families. At this stage, they can barely manage their own lives, let alone find time to care for their elders. Such seniors are countless in cities. They are truly the most lonely people. However, these are major societal issues beyond the scope of individuals like Fang Jian to resolve. Even if Wang Jiai successfully exposes this fake health supplement, something new will inevitably take its place. Recording complete. Just as everyone fell silent, Hujuanda's cheerful voice finally rang out, "Dr. Fang, come listen. If anything's off, we'll fix it right away." Chapter 198, Discussion. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Everyone turned to see Hujuanda and the others already gathered in a circle, beckoning Fang Jian over. They all knew Fang Jian had composed this new song. Yet Hujuanda's invitation felt strangely off. "Dr. Fang, the new song." It took a certain leap of imagination to connect the two. Fang Jian responded with a nod, glancing at the curious expressions of Wang Jiai and Xiao Xingxing. He picked up the sheet music from the table and handed it over, saying, "Forget the headphones. Just play it." "All right." Hujuanda nodded and pressed play. An elegant melody instantly filled the recording studio. It was exquisitely beautiful music, its ethereal sound like an invisible hand firmly grasping everyone's hearts. The moment the music began, all other sounds in the studio ceased. While Wang Jiai followed the sheet music with her eyes, the others closed their eyes slightly. Especially the four musicians, including Hujuanda, swayed gently, moving in rhythm with the music's flow. This piece was created by them following the score, yet in this moment, even they found themselves utterly captivated, unable to pull themselves away. Fang Jian listened quietly, and at the same time, the melody from the higher dimensional world seemed to echo in his mind, drawing comparisons between the two. Moments later, Fang Jian's brow furrowed slightly as he detected a slight discrepancy in one of the notes. Of course, this discrepancy was only detectable through direct comparison, otherwise, even the original composer might not have noticed it on the first listen. As the piece concluded, Hujuanda and the others turned to him with expectant gazes. Fang Jian pondered for a moment before saying, "One more time." In the music world, he held little fame. Though he had 2 compositions to his name, they hadn't yet had sufficient time to gain traction, preventing him from achieving true recognition. Yet in this recording studio, everyone present including Hujuanda was utterly bowled over by his skill. Thus, without hesitation, the track began playing once more. Stop. When it reached the jarring part, Fang Jian called for a stop. Here, he said, raise the pitch a bit higher. Huo Juanda and the others played it back several times, compared it to the sheet music, nodded in realization, and meticulously revised the piece. When it played again, the pitch at that specific point was indeed raised by a whole step. Yu Huiliang watched from the sidelines, utterly perplexed. To his ears, the revised piece sounded exactly the same as the original. Why did Fang Jian insist on the change, and why did Huo Juanda and the others willingly go through the trouble? Such was the plight of the musically challenged, their ears simply couldn't effectively distinguish between high and low notes. To them, all sounds seemed to exist on a single pitch. Still, seeing Fang Jian and the others so deeply immersed in their work, he knew his place. He carefully steered his conversation with Xiao Xingxing away from this topic, determined not to expose his weakness. Fang Jian pointed out only 5 errors. Truthfully, these weren't egregious mistakes either. The same piece, interpreted by different people, would inevitably carry subtle variations. Huo Juanda and the others had already achieved an exceptionally high standard by performing the piece according to their own understanding. When Fang Jian pointed out errors, Huo Juanda and the others didn't blindly accept his criticism, they argued their case based on reason. After all, this was a piece from a higher dimensional world. While exceptionally brilliant, it still required a degree of localization here. Moreover, there was no definitive rule for how the pitch variations in certain sections should be arranged. It was simply a matter of differing opinions. Fang Jian wasn't one to cling rigidly to tradition. When suggestions from Huo Juanda and the others proved viable, he readily accepted them. Wang Jiayi initially listened quietly, but soon joined the discussion. She knew that no one else but her could possibly sing this song. After lengthy discussions and revisions, the final arrangement emerged, leaving everyone profoundly satisfied. Huo Juanda sighed softly and said, "Dr. Fang, I'm truly impressed." Everyone looked at him in surprise. To be honest, when you presented the first song, I was surprised, but I never thought I'd be any worse than you. Brother Hua, you flatter me, Lu Haiyuan chuckled. You've composed quite a few tunes yourself, several of them have become hits across the country. Huo Juanda waved his hand. Dr. Fang, this new song feels like a natural progression from your last one, doesn't it? Fang Jian nodded slightly. That's right. After writing the previous song, I felt there was more to explore. When I heard news of someone else releasing something first, inspiration struck and I wrote another one. He couldn't help but admire the man inwardly. This song was the second part of a trilogy, and for Huo Juanda to spot it so quickly demonstrated remarkable skill. Huo Juanda nodded. For us composers, inspiration truly is the most crucial thing. Wow, Dr. Fang, not only are your songs exceptional, but your speed is downright intimidating. His words were absolutely sincere. Composers know how difficult it is to write a good song. On a typical album with 12 songs, perhaps only 1 or 2 lead tracks have the potential to become hits. To put it bluntly, the rest are often of significantly lower quality. Yet Fang Jian had delivered 3 songs in quick succession, each with the potential to be a lead single. That kind of speed would astonish any musician. Huo Juanda had previously doubted whether these songs were truly composed by Fang Jian. But after today's exchange, his doubts vanished completely. Fang Jian could point out the differences in their melodies after hearing them just once. Unless he possessed an extremely deep understanding of the songs, that would be impossible. These were brand new songs, not some old pop tunes that had been circulating for ages. This undeniably proved one thing: Fang Jian was indeed the creator of these new songs. Such immense talent in such a young doctor, his future in the music industry was bound to be limitless. Huo Juanda paused, startled by his own thoughts. A doctor casually messing around had completely overshadowed a group of musicians that seemed a bit embarrassing. Wang Ji, you've memorized the lyrics, right? Shall we do a test recording? Lu Haiyuan checked the equipment and asked. Sure. Wang Jiayi showed no hesitation and stepped straight into the recording studio. Clearly, despite her repeated claims of indifference toward the song being released prematurely, her actions revealed that her inner turmoil was far from calm. Just as the music began to play, the studio door suddenly swung open. A figure no one wanted to see walked in. Chapter 199, The Toad Wants to Eat the Swan. Shi Xiaolin. He pushed open the studio door and walked in with unabashed confidence. The moment he heard the music playing inside, his eyes lit up. Lu Haiyuan's eyes flashed, and without a word, he shut off the music. Not only did the external music stop, but the headphones on Wang Jiayi in the studio went silent too. Shi Xiaolin's footsteps halted. Brother Lu, there's a new song playing. Why shut it off? Let me listen too. Yu Huiliang stepped forward, his bulky frame exerting an overwhelming pressure in that moment. You bastard, you actually have the nerve to show up here. Lu Haiyuan's expression shifted slightly. He hurried over, stepping between the two men. Brother Yu, calm down. Fang Jian also grabbed Yu Huiliang's arm, shaking his head slightly. Though they all suspected Shi Xiaolin was responsible for the previous song leak, it remained mere conjecture. Without concrete evidence, they were powerless to act. Besides, it was just a song, not some state secret. Even if Shi Xiaolin was proven responsible, what could they do? On the contrary, if Yu Huiliang went ahead and beat him up, that might cause real trouble. Shi Xiaolin took a step back, glaring viciously at Yu Huiliang. Why wouldn't I dare come here? Yu Huiliang, you're getting a little too nosy, aren't you? Yu Huiliang laughed bitterly in anger. Shi Xiaolin, I'll ask you this, was it you who leaked our song last time? Hua Juanda and the others froze. They hadn't expected Yu Huiliang to get straight to the point like this. Shi Xiaolin's mouth twisted in disdain. Song leak? Yu Huiliang, I'm warning you, don't make baseless accusations. I have no idea what you're talking about. Shameful. Yu Huiliang exclaimed, both furious and exasperated. Mr. Shi, let bygones be bygones. But could you please refrain from interrupting our rehearsal today? The studio door opened as Wang Jiai stepped out, her voice cold. Wan Ji? Shi Xiaolin's eyes lit up instantly. I just wrote a new song and was planning to have Brother Lu record it, then ask you to sing it. However, his warm face was destined to meet a cold shoulder. Wang Jiai replied without hesitation, I'm sorry, Mr. Shi. I've already started recording a new song and I'm afraid I won't have time to help. Shi Xiaolin froze, his gaze sweeping across the room before settling on Fang Jian. New song? Did you write it? Fang Jian smiled calmly. Yes. Oh, well then, I'd love to hear it. What's this third new song you've produced so quickly? Fang Jian chuckled softly. Certainly. If you'd like to hear it, Mr. Shi, I'd be delighted. Fang Jian. Yu Huiliang exclaimed. The others also looked at him in astonishment. Since they all suspected Shi Xiaolin had leaked the previous song, why would Fang Jian involve him again this time? Wasn't he afraid of another leak? Actually, composers sometimes pre-release new songs for verification. But that's mostly documented in dealings with record labels. As for private exchanges between individuals, no one would deliberately do such things. This was precisely why they'd been helpless after the previous song was leaked early. Shi Xiaolin's eyes flashed with malice. He silently vowed, you arrogant brat, I'll make sure your new song never gets released first. Yet outwardly, he wore a look of relief. Brother Lu, he said, since Mr. Fang doesn't mind, you can go ahead and release it. Lu Huiyuan's brow furrowed slightly. Ultimately, this song belonged to Fang Jian, he had no right to block its release. Not even Hua Juanda could do that. Yet Fang Jian merely chuckled softly. Mr. Shi, you've misunderstood. What? I mean, this song will be released soon, and by then, Mr. Shi will surely have plenty of time to enjoy it. The group paused in surprise before breaking into smiles, especially Yu Huiliang, who clutched his stomach laughing. Shi Xiaolin's face instantly turned ashen. Dr. Fang, he snapped, isn't this a bit too much? Making fun of people like this? Is that too much? Fang Jian blinked innocently, looking around as if puzzled. Am I being too much? Not at all. Yu Huiliang and Xiao Xingxing replied in unison. Though Hua Juanda, Lu Huiyuan, and the others remained silent, the faint, almost imperceptible smiles playing at their corners were quite obvious. Shi Xiaolin was nearly bursting with rage. If it had been Yu Huiliang teasing him, that would have been one thing. Though the chubby guy wasn't exactly on his good side, they were both rich second-generation types of similar standing. Their backgrounds were comparable, their ages nearly identical. Even if conflicts arose, they usually showed each other considerable tolerance. But who the hell was this Fang Jian? A nobody in their circles, relying solely on his familiarity with Yu Huiliang to dare disregard Shi Xiaolin. Such an ungrateful fool deserved a harsh lesson to teach him humility. Dr. Fang, Shi Xiaolin sneered coldly, I'm doing you a favor by addressing you that way. You're just a penniless nobody who lucked out with 2 songs. What gives you the right to act so arrogant? Put. Old Fang is 100 times better than you. Just you wait, soon enough, you'll be the penniless one standing before him. Yu Huiliang shouted angrily. He was speaking the absolute truth. If that nutrient solution could be successfully produced and sold, Fang Jian's wealth would skyrocket. While he couldn't claim to become a pharmaceutical giant, given enough time, surpassing the Shi family was a certainty. But what he didn't expect was that when he finished speaking, the looks on Hua Juanda and the others' faces turned strangely peculiar. Ahem, brother Yu, Lu Huiyuan shifted the conversation. We trust Dr. Fang is no ordinary man. Shaolin, since Dr. Fang says we can appreciate it later, why not? Shi Xiaolin's expression darkened. Heian, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to kick me out? Xiao Xingxing chuckled softly and murmured, not bad, he's got some sense. Shi Xiaolin glared at him, but Xiao Xingxing was different from Fang Jian. This was someone with connections. No matter how furious he was, he couldn't take it out on him. Lu Huiyuan sighed softly. Xiaolin, that's not what I meant. It's just that with you here, we can't continue filming. Shi Xiaolin took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over everyone present as if etching their faces into his memory. He then forced a nod and a smile toward Wang Jiai, saying, Wang Jiai, we'll see you later. Turning, he coldly addressed Fang Jian, a toad dreaming of eating swan meat? Keep dreaming. With that, he strode away with haughty indifference. Chapter 200, The Swan. A toad wanting to eat swan meat? Fang Jian paused slightly before grasping the meaning, unable to suppress a wry chuckle. A flush of crimson spread across Wang Jia's cheeks, her eyes flashing with anger. Yet her refined upbringing prevented her from resorting to vulgar insults. Instead, she turned away apologetically and said, "Dr. Fang, I'm sorry." Fang Jian waved his hand dismissively. "Wang Ji, this has nothing to do with you. No need to apologize." Lu Haiyuan's expression shifted slightly as his gaze swept over both of them. Finally, he sighed inwardly and decided not to meddle further. To the uninformed observer, Fang Jian and Wang Jia appeared to be a perfect match, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. However, Lu Haiyuan knew Wang Jia's background well and therefore held little hope for their future. Though everyone now preached freedom and love, the reality was far from it. The greatest obstacle in mismatched relationships often wasn't financial disparity, but rather incompatible personal experiences and ways of thinking. Lu Haiyuan had discreetly inquired about Fang Jian and learned he came from an ordinary family. While he had become a doctor and demonstrated enviable talent in music, even if he won Wang Jia's heart, the outcome might not align with their hopes. Yu Huiliang, however, laughed heartily, utterly unconcerned about the matter. Currently, Fang Jian certainly lacked the qualifications to pursue the swan like Wang Jia. But once that nutrient solution emerged, Fang Jian's confidence changed completely. "Come on, let's continue." Huo Juanda beckoned with a wave and smiled. "Little Lu, I know this puts you in a tough spot, but some friendships are better cut off." He had always harbored resentment over the stolen song incident. Especially since he had once held Shi Xiaolin in high regard. After this happened, he felt a deep sense of betrayal, which made his hatred all the more intense. Lu Haiyuan gave a wry smile. "Yes, but I just feel it's such a waste." He shook his head. "Xiaolin actually has real musical talent. His new song was quite brilliant, you know." Yu Huiliang retorted, "Brilliant? How could it compare to Fang Jian's new song?" Lu Haiyuan paused, then shook his head. "Well, there is a gap there." He conceded outwardly, but inwardly, his thoughts diverged. That kid Fang Jian seemed to have sprung from nowhere completely unknown before, yet suddenly he'd produced 3 such brilliant songs. Across the entire music scene, there seemed to be only one such person. Though Shaolin was also a talented artist, facing such a prodigy, he could only accept his misfortune. Without Shi Xiaolin hovering nearby, everyone's work proceeded remarkably smoothly. Wang Jia entered the recording studio, donned her headphones, and listened to the melodious music emanating from them. Glancing at the sheet music and lyrics before her, she opened her mouth, and her ethereal voice filled the room. This song was the second part of the trilogy. Not only did it seamlessly follow the previous track, but it also carried an extra layer of depth. Even Yu Huiliang, who was tone-deaf, found it utterly captivating, let alone Huo Juanda and the others. Fang Jian beamed with delight. While he trusted Wang Jia, he hadn't anticipated that this renowned journalist possessed such an exceptional voice and talent, delivering a performance that was so deeply moving. It seemed every time she showcased her talents, she delivered an even greater surprise. "Good. Good. Good." Huo Juanda exclaimed 3 times in succession before declaring, "Everyone, will work overtime these next few days to get this song finished quickly." He let out a deep snort and added, "I'm eager to see what the Red Sea Band has to say once this song is released." Lu Haiyuan and the others nodded in unison, their eyes blazing with fierce determination. Fang Jian's thoughts stirred. "Brother Hua, if we only have one song, it might not be enough to convince everyone." Huo Juanda hesitated briefly before replying, "Outsiders might still harbor doubts, but true musicians should make the right judgment after hearing this song. Music is inherently elusive and unpredictable. But different composers each have their own distinct style. While ordinary people might not recognize it, top-tier musicians can discern it. Especially songs that carry a distinct lineage, those are even easier to recognize. Of course, without a certain level of musical training and knowledge, take Yu Huiliang, for instance, he'd be completely baffled. Even if he listened for 3 days and nights straight, he still wouldn't be able to tell." Fang Jian's lips curled slightly as he remarked, "But do only people in the music industry know?" That would be letting him off too easily." Huo Juanda shook his head. "Dr. Fang, this has already caused severe consequences. Once it's widely acknowledged that he stole our songs, it will become extremely difficult for him to collaborate with others in the future. Moreover, all upright composers will avoid him to steer clear of suspicion." "Exactly. But he brought this upon himself. From now on, he'll be ostracized by the music industry," Lu Haiyuan declared indignantly. Fang Jian's smile remained unchanged as he said, "Brother Hua, is there any way to make all listeners recognize this too?" He continued slowly, "The music industry isn't that big. Being blacklisted in this circle probably won't affect Red Sea's current popularity much." He waved his hand to stop Lu Haiyuan from speaking and clarified, "What I'm referring to is the financial impact." Huo Juanda and Lu Haiyuan both froze. As musicians who were pioneers in the pop scene, they both understood one thing. Reputation. Fame is everything. Whether that fame is good or bad. First, you need to be known. Only then do other possibilities open up. After the controversy surrounding this song, Red Sea's fame skyrocketed like a rocket blasting off. Rumor had it numerous commercial performance invitations were already piling up on his desk. If Red Sea had previously been merely a bar house band with limited local influence, their reach had now expanded tenfold. For the vast majority of ordinary music fans, piracy isn't something they're particularly sensitive about. Seeing the awkward expressions on their faces, Fang Jian understood perfectly. He smiled and said, "Actually, I think there might be a way we could try." "What is it?" Hua Juanda's eyes lit up as he asked. Lu Huiyuan, however, remained skeptical. Even as an insider, he felt helpless. What could an outsider like Fang Jian possibly do? We release multiple songs at once and make a big splash. As long as it becomes widely known and everyone's talking about it, even with his thick skin, he'll become a rat everyone wants to beat. Chapter 201, Another New Song. Release more songs? Hua Juanda and Lu Huiyuan exchanged a speechless look. It was indeed a brilliant idea, but the problem was it was easier said than done. Did he think good songs just grew on trees? Fang Jian had already impressed them by delivering 3 songs of this caliber in such a short time. As for more songs? Did he think they grew like cabbages in the market, available in unlimited quantities? Ahem, Dr. Fang, it's certainly a good idea. We'll definitely give it serious thought. Lu Huiyuan replied casually. Fang Jian could clearly see through his dismissive attitude. Smiling, he asked, "Brother Lu, do you think this idea is bad?" "Heh, it's a solid plan. If we could churn out 10 or 8 songs at once, no, even just 3 or 5 new tracks of comparable quality, it'd be enough to rout Red Sea, leaving them in disarray and fleeing in panic." But what is it, Brother Lu? Spit it out, don't beat around the bush, Yu Huiliang interjected impatiently. Are you still worried about that kid Shi Xiaolin? Relax, with me here, I'll beat him up if he dares show his face. Young Master Yu, Brother Lu isn't worried about Mr. Shi. He's worried we can't produce that many songs in such a short time. The male sound engineer finally couldn't stand it anymore and laid it out plainly. Pfft, it's just a few new songs. What's so hard about that? Yu Huiliang slapped Fang Jian on the shoulder and declared, "With my good brother here, it's no problem." Hua Juanda's eyes lit up slightly. "Dr. Fang, could it be that you've composed more than one song this time?" Fang Jian smiled. "Brother Hua, you're spot on. There's more than one." "Good." Hua Juanda slapped his thigh. "You've already delivered one. If you can produce another of comparable quality." He clenched his jaw. "Actually, I have a song too, one I prepared for another singer. I'll bring it out now to make up the numbers and settle this matter once and for all." Fang Jian and the others stared at him in surprise. Wang Jia exclaimed, "Mr. Hua, absolutely not." Yu Huiliang blinked his small eyes and said, "What's wrong with that? It's a great idea." Wang Jia, however, replied without hesitation, "No." Her tone was unwavering, leaving no room for discussion. Yu Huiliang was dumbfounded, utterly bewildered. Fang Jian sighed softly and explained in a low voice, "Old Ju, do you think creating a good song is simple? Besides deep musical talent, it requires inspiration. Since Brother Hua brought it up, that song must be a new track worthy of being a lead single. We can't just waste it here." "How is that a waste?" "We can just write another one after using this one," Yu Huiliang asked, utterly baffled. Fang Jian rolled his eyes, finding it impossible to explain to someone who knew nothing about music. Explaining such matters to him was genuinely exhausting. Shaking his head, Fang Jian dismissed the thought and walked over to the table. He picked up a stack of sheet music and a pen, saying, "Everyone, actually, I composed more than one new song during my trip back. I'll write them down now and welcome your feedback." "Go ahead," he began writing on the sheet music. The group exchanged glances, especially the musicians, who seemed momentarily lost in thought. The mere fact that Fang Jian could produce a song of comparable quality this time around had already astonished them, earning him their profound admiration for his compositional skills. Any of the musicians present could easily compose a casual tune. But crafting a top-tier song with genuine pop potential? No one dared guarantee they could do that. Now, watching Fang Jian write furiously, they all felt a wave of bewilderment. Where on earth did this guy's melodies come from? They genuinely wanted to crack open his skull to see how many more gems were hidden inside. Fang Jian worked at lightning speed, finishing the composition in no time. Lu Huiyuan clutched it like a treasure and immediately began mixing and producing it with Hua Juanda and the others. Wang Jia copied a version for herself, humming softly to herself. Suddenly, she murmured, "Dr. Fang, this melody sounds somewhat similar to the previous 2 songs. The fundamental notes in music are actually quite limited, just a handful that recur endlessly. Yet when these notes are arranged in varying pitches and combinations, they yield an infinite number of possibilities. Still, when melodies and tunes are similar, they can sound quite alike." Fang Jian nodded. "Exactly. This is actually a trilogy. The 3 songs may seem unrelated at first glance, but they share connections in both melody and lyrics. I think these 3 songs suit your voice perfectly. You're the ideal performer for them." Wang Jia looked at him deeply and said, "Dr. Fang, thank you." "You're welcome. It's actually me who should be thanking you," Fang Jian said sincerely. His words held no pretense. It was precisely because of Wang Jia's singing that he had been able to gather such vast quantities of warm-tone thought energy, granting him the formidable ability to traverse higher dimensional realms through spiritual intent and unlocking infinite possibilities. In this journey, Wang Jia was the greatest contributor. "Oh, you two don't need to thank each other endlessly," Xiao Xingxing chimed in, her eyes sparkling. "Senior Fang, I'm my cousin's younger sister. You can't play favorites, you have to write a song for me too." Wang Jia's expression turned stern. "Xingxing, don't be silly." Xiao Xingxing pouted, "Cousin, Senior Fang only has eyes for you. I've been asking him for help for days, but he hasn't made a move. You didn't even have to remind him, yet he keeps churning out new songs one after another. That's just too biased." Wang Jia's pretty face flushed slightly, tinged with irritation bordering on embarrassment. "Nonsense. Are you asking for a spanking?" Xiao Xingxing stuck out her tongue mischievously but dared not say another word. Yu Huilian approached Fang Jian and gave him a meaningful look. Fang Jian understood his good buddy's meaning instantly, inwardly sighing at this man who prioritized women over his own brother. But he couldn't ignore his best friend's earnest plea. Picking up another blank sheet of music paper, Fang Jian began to slowly fill it in. This time traveling to the higher dimensional world, he had memorized over 100 songs of various styles. Yet, selecting one that suited Xiao Xingxing's style proved surprisingly challenging. He mentally scanned through them while recalling Xiao Xingxing's vocal style, finally making his decision. Slowly, another new song took shape on the sheet music. At that moment, Lu Haiyuan set down his tools and called out, "Dr. Fang, our first prototype is complete. Please come listen." Fang Jian smiled as he handed over a sheet of paper. "What is this?" "I just wrote a new song. Brother Lu, why don't you give it a try too?" Lu Haiyuan. Hui Juenda. Male and female sound engineers. Chapter 202, All In. Melodious music filled the recording studio. It began calm and serene, like a pool of well water deep and unfathomable. Yet in mere moments, various instruments surged forth. That tranquil pool transformed into towering waves, capable of upheaving the entire sky. At that very moment, an ethereal yet powerful female voice cut through the air, piercing the raging tempest like a sudden beam of light, bringing the hope of life to all trapped within the sea. Fang Jian and the others listened in silence. Though they had heard this song before, whenever its stirring melody played at this moment, it still stirred their hearts, drawing them in completely. This was the power of music. After a long while, the music finally ended. Fang Jian and Yu Huilian clapped frantically. "All right, Brother Hua, Brother Lu, Wang Ji, Xingxing, and the other two, you've all worked hard." Hua Juenda exhaled a long breath, the weariness on his face impossible to hide. Yet his eyes remained bright and focused, meeting Fang Jian's with an expectant gaze. "Dr. Fang, are you generally satisfied with this song?" "Absolutely. I'm already very satisfied." "Great. Do you have another song? Bring it out for us to see." "Sure," Fang Jian replied casually, but immediately sensed an oddly tense atmosphere in the air. His gaze shifted, catching the unusual looks from Hua Juenda, Lu Haiyuan, and the others. His mind raced, and he immediately replied with a cheerful smile, "Brother Hua, you really think too highly of me. I've poured my heart and soul into these 3 songs. I have nothing else left in reserve." "None left?" "None left." "Really?" "Absolutely." Hua Juenda visibly relaxed. That kid Fang Jian had not only delivered 2 sister songs back to back, but had also improvised a third one on the spot. Though this song was intended for Xiao Xingxing, it was precisely that fact that made Hua Juenda even more astonished. The style and mood of this third song were completely different from the first 2. Had he not witnessed Fang Jian compose them all himself, and had he not heard any similar melodies before, he would never have believed these songs came from the same person. However, when Xiao Xingxing gave it a trial run, Hua Juenda and the others realized that while her voice and singing weren't the most polished, they were undeniably perfect for this song. Both her personality and aura seemed to blend with the music like fish in water, leaving them deeply astonished and helpless. What kind of prodigy was this Fang Jian? Most composers, when inspired, would first create the melody and then seek a singer whose temperament matched it, maximizing the song's charm. But when Fang Jian composed, he tailored his work to the individual. It seemed that no matter who came into his hands, Fang Jian could provide the best song for them. Such talent left not only Lu Haiyuan feeling utterly inadequate, but even Hua Juenda bowing in complete admiration. If before today, Hua Juenda had harbored even a sliver of ambition to compete with Fang Jian, that thought vanished completely in this moment. "Dr. Fang, rest assured. We'll work overtime to finish these 3 songs. 5 days? No, 3. Hua Juenda declared firmly, "Give me 3 days. I'll release them and let Red Sea know exactly who he's crossed." Lu Haiyuan and the 2 sound engineers were both startled. Finishing these 3 new songs in just 3 days? Was he joking? Yet when they met Hua Juenda's gaze, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. They knew he wasn't joking. "Xiao Lu, how are you holding up? Can you handle this?" Hua Juenda pressed. Lu Haiyuan took a deep breath, inwardly groaning. "With you saying that, what choice do I have?" Whether he liked it or not, he had no choice now. "All right, Brother Hua. Whatever you say goes." We'll finish it in 3 days. The two sound engineers felt a wave of dizziness wash over them, an overwhelming urge to bail out. But when their eyes fell upon the sheet music for those 3 songs, they hesitated once more. Forget it. Such a golden opportunity might as well go along with their madness this once. Seeing the two tuners gritting their teeth, Fang Jian felt a bit embarrassed. Brother Hua, no need to rush like this. It's fine. I just can't stand the way some people act. Hua Juanda snorted coldly. You two can go back now. We'll meet online in 3 days. Fang Jian and the others, kicked out of the studio by Hua Juanda, could only smile wryly and remain speechless. Yet, they found themselves even more impressed by this veteran musician's integrity and stubbornness. 3 days. Perhaps in 3 days, the truth would be revealed. What delighted Fang Jian even more was that waiting 3 more days would surely gather more mental energy around him. In S City, the Red Sea Band performed at a bar. Lead singer Red Sea possessed undeniable talent. His voice was powerful and resonant, tinged with a hint of sensual huskiness, backed by solid vocal technique. He truly had the potential to break out. Though the recent plagiarism scandal had deeply affected him, it had also catapulted his fame. At the very least, his bar performance fees had skyrocketed. Finally, after a long day's work, Red Sea mingled with excited fans, his gaze settling on a young, beautiful woman. With a bit of luck, something might happen tonight. But just as his mind wandered, the phone in his pocket buzzed. His expression shifted upon answering. Forgetting all else, he vanished from the crowd, leaving the bandmates and fans staring at each other in confusion, wondering what had happened. Mr. Shi, why are you here? Didn't you say we shouldn't contact each other lately? Do you think I wanted to come? Shi Xiaolin snapped. Let me tell you, Hua Juanda and the others have written a new song. It'll probably be released soon. Heh, then they'll target you even harder. Let's see how long you can keep jumping around. Hong Hai's expression darkened slightly. He snorted softly. That old bastard is pushing his luck too far. He looked at Shi Xiaolin and suddenly smiled. Mr. Shi, you came all this way just to deliver this news? You've got some wit about you. Shi Xiaolin said coldly. I've brought a new song of my own. You're coming with me to record it immediately. We'll release it before they do. I'll see whose talent truly shines. Hong Hai's eyes lit up instantly. He nodded emphatically. All right. I'll arrange the recording studio. I have absolute faith in your new song, Mr. Shi. I'll go all out against them. Chapter 203, Borrowing the Lab Again. After bidding a reluctant farewell to the two beauties, Wang Jiayi and Xiao Xingxing, Yu Huiliang stood at the car door, watching their vehicle speed away with a lingering gaze. Fang Jian nudged his bulky waist and said, They're gone. They're gone. Yu Huiliang sighed deeply, climbed into the car, and said, Old Fang, thanks. What? I thought it would take you months to get Xingxing's song, but you did it so fast. No big deal, just a small favor. Oh, one compliment and you're already getting a big head. Yu Huiliang lit his cigarette and said, Where to? I'll treat you to a nice meal. Oh, got money now? Of course not. When have I ever been short on cash? Fang Jian smiled without comment. This guy had forgotten his days of surviving on instant noodles so quickly. But then, that fit his personality. Such an upbeat person was indeed rare. Aren't you trying to lose weight? Why go out for a big meal? Don't worry. Xingxing recommended 2 vegetarian restaurants. We'll be regulars there from now on. Fang Jian froze, instantly picturing a scene of a big guy chowing down on veggie food. It was almost laugh out loud funny. But he quickly pulled himself together and said, I'll just grab a bite. I need to head to school. What for? To see Professor Jiang, of course. Fang Jian said casually, I have some new ideas about the nutrient solution and want to delve deeper into it. What? Yu Huiliang whipped his head around, puzzled. Old Fang, the nutrient solution is already finalized. Changing it now might not be ideal. No problem, it won't affect the first formula, Fang Jian said with a smile. I just want to develop one with even better effects. Truthfully, his real goal wasn't a superior nutrient solution, but a targeted cure for Parkinson's syndrome. However, openly revealing this ambition would be too shocking. After careful consideration, Fang Jian decided to continue using the nutrient solution as a cover. Yu Huiliang's eyes twinkled as he chuckled, I see. Clever plan. What clever plan? This time it was Fang Jian's turn to be puzzled. Had Yu Huiliang seen through his true intentions? You should know that every major corporation maintains technological reserves. They don't deploy all their best technologies at once, only the most market-ready products make it out, Yu Huiliang said with a slight smirk. They typically keep second and third generation products hidden, using only first generation tech to deceive the public. Looks like you're developing a capitalist mindset too. Fang Jian gave him a half-amused, half-exasperated pat on the shoulder. Don't paint me in such a negative light. Besides, that kind of business model doesn't work for pharmaceutical companies. Every industry has its own unique rules. Developing a new drug requires costs so astronomical they're downright outrageous. If a new drug truly delivered convincing results, no pharmaceutical company would ever keep it under wraps. After all, pharmaceutical companies need to stay in business too. The two grabbed a quick bite at a roadside snack shop before heading to campus. Professor Jiang had been exceptionally busy lately, especially after submitting his paper. Though it hadn't been published yet, his academic engagements had surged dramatically. However, when he saw Fang Jian and Yu Huiliang arriving together, a genuine smile lit up his face. Initially, he had regarded Fang Jian differently because of Mu Taishan, but now it was purely because of Fang Jian himself. Professor Jiang, sorry to bother you again. Don't say that. You're my lucky charm. I'd be thrilled to have you visit. Professor Jiang, has the paper been published yet? Yu Huiliang asked with a smile. It won't be that quick, Zhang Shengbing chuckled. Rest assured, it will definitely get published. It won't delay your work. He already knew that Fang Jian and Yu Huiliang's father had begun developing this product. At that moment, Zhang Shengbing thought to himself, what a pity. If only it had been some student with no connections who developed this nutrient solution, not Fang Jian. Then, what he would gain would be not just fame, but also unimaginably rich profits. But that was just wishful thinking. The people backing Fang Jian weren't pushovers, and he didn't have the guts to reach out to them casually. Professor Jiang, we're here today to request access to the laboratory, Fang Jian stated bluntly. The lab? Zhang Shengbing froze. Wasn't the nutrient solution already perfected? Could there still be flaws? His expression darkened involuntarily. He had staked everything on the nutrient solution. If problems truly emerged, not only would Fang Jian and his team's money-making scheme collapse, but what would become of his academic reputation? It's not that the nutrient solution has issues, Fang Jian explained, but I want to conduct further research to see if there's any untapped potential. Oh, I see. Zhang Shengbing exhaled in relief. I've taken on a new research project, so the lab will likely be occupied during the day. No problem. We can use it at night. Fang Jian replied without hesitation. Yu Huiliang shot him a surprised look. Bro, you don't have to push yourself that hard. Alright, then there's no problem. Professor Jiang smiled. I'll make arrangements with the university to ensure they don't interfere with your experiments. Thank you, Professor Jiang. You're welcome. By the way, regarding the experimental materials this time, rest assured, we'll have everything prepared in advance. Zhang Shengbing hesitated. He originally intended to go all out to curry favor, even covering the experimental materials himself. But then he thought Fang Jian had already hit the jackpot by tinkering out a new nutrient solution. This current research was likely just him wanting to keep playing around. As for developing anything new? Even if you killed Zhang Shengbing, he wouldn't believe Fang Jian could come up with another new product. The experimental materials were actually quite expensive. Who knew how long Fang Jian would keep playing around? His lab might not be able to sustain the costs long term. Alright, since you're so eager, do as you please, Zhang Shengbing said with a smile. If you really do come up with something, you must let me see it. Rest assured, Professor Jiang. Anything developed in your lab will naturally have you as the supervising instructor. Fang Jian readily agreed. Watching the two leave his office, Zhang Shengbing chuckled and shook his head. He then relayed the request for them to use the lab that evening. As for Fang Jian's final promise, he didn't take it seriously. If new products could be developed so easily, then what would be the point of those of us on the front lines of scientific research? Good fortune might smile upon anyone, but it never lingered with the same person. Chapter 204, Mu Tieju's surprise. Man, old Fang, you really go looking for trouble. After stepping outside, Yu Huiliang couldn't help but complain. What's the matter? Why did you have to choose the evening? Yu Huiliang said discontentedly. The daytime would have been perfect. Judging by Professor Zhang's demeanor, if you'd requested half a day to share the lab with them, he might have agreed. Fang Jian chuckled and said, we're not in a rush. Why compete with them for lab space? He already had a plan in mind. This experiment would undoubtedly be a solo effort, and he absolutely refused to collaborate with Professor Jiang and the others. Working alone at night suited him perfectly. Yu Huiliang spread his hands in a gesture of resignation, then suddenly said, Old Fang, once the nutrient solution sells like hotcakes and we've got the money, we'll build you a lab too. Oh. Fang Jian's eyes lit up slightly. Establishing a lab wasn't something that could be achieved with a mere flick of the tongue. It required not only substantial financial investment but also time and manpower. But if Fang Jian were to cobble together a small, makeshift lab, forget about attracting top-tier research talent, even ordinary lab rats might not deign to work there. Still, when he traveled between dimensions in the future, he was bound to bring back new things. Borrowing Professor Zhang's lab once or twice was unavoidable. Out of respect for Uncle Mu, Professor Jiang probably wouldn't complain. But over the long term, no one could tolerate that. Moreover, while others might dismiss his work as mere experimentation or play, he knew every experiment was purposeful. If each proved successful, how could Professor Jiang remain indifferent? Yu Huiliang was right, this private lab was absolutely necessary. Hey, old Fang, you're spacing out. What's on your mind? Yu Huiliang leaned in, grinning. Thinking about Wang's place? What? Fang Jian froze, pushing his head away. You're the one thinking about Xiao Xingxing. They shared a knowing smile. Yu Huiliang started the car and said, let's go to my dad's place. What for? You just said we need to bring our own lab materials. We should have some at home. Even if we don't, buying them under the pharmaceutical company's name would be easy. Isn't that too much trouble? What's the big deal? Yu Huiliang said casually. Don't worry, we'll just deduct it from our profits. No one will dare say a word. Fang Jian chuckled wryly. When the prince arrived at the factory and specifically requested certain goods, naturally no one dared question it. Fang Jian even suspected this matter might never reach Yu Xiuqing's ears. In Gao Lu's office, Mu Taizhu greeted Yu Xiuqing with a broad smile. Though his face wore a cheerful smile, his mind was filled with puzzlement. Both were prominent figures in N-City's business circles. Though they hadn't interacted much before, they'd crossed paths at various events and were familiar faces. However, Yu Xiuqing's business had no connection to his own. He wondered what could possibly bring him here today. Mr. Yu, this is this year's authentic Longjing tea. Please try it. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yu Xiuqing declared in a resonant voice, Mr. Mu, I wouldn't come here without good reason. I hope our two companies can enjoy a fruitful partnership. Mu Taizhu burst out laughing, cursing inwardly. Pleasant cooperation? What exactly would we be cooperating on? Was it you who had misremembered? Or had I grown senile? Yet, no matter how hard he racked his brain, he simply couldn't fathom what kind of business relationship he, an international trader, could possibly have with this pharmaceutical factory owner. Perhaps they had once commissioned me to import something? But as a seasoned businessman, he didn't ask directly. Instead, he smiled and remained silent. Sure enough, Yu Xiuqing grinned and said, Mr. Mu, your foresight is truly remarkable. Your investment in Fang Fitness will surely yield at least 10,000 times the return, right? Mu Taizhu's eyelid twitched slightly as he laughed, not at all. It's just that Xiao Jian enjoys tinkering, so I offered some support. His words were polite, but his tone carried a hint of unease. Could it be that Yu Xiuqing also knew about old Lu and was trying to muscle in? Even if I didn't interfere, old Lu might not be easy to deal with. Old Lu wields immense influence in N-City. Countless people are bending over backwards to curry favor with him, willing to go through any back channels to get close. Still, this Yu Xiuqing could discern true intentions. He had some skill, that was for sure. Yu Xiuqing waved his hand and said, Mr. Mu, I came today to discuss the general outline with you and finalize the basic details. He paused briefly before adding, I sense that Fang Jian is quite eager. Why don't you share your thoughts first? Ideas? Mu Tiezhu's face darkened slightly. What do you mean, share your ideas first? This is my family's resources, what gives you the right to meddle. If you want to meet old Lu, find another way. But just as he was about to give you a cold shoulder, he suddenly remembered you had mentioned that Fang Jian seemed quite eager. The moment Fang Jian's name entered the conversation, his composure began to unravel. After all, he knew better than anyone that in old Lu's eyes these days, Fang Jian was the most important person. After a moment's hesitation, Mu Taizhu asked, what exactly does Xiao Jian mean? Oh, he wants both our families to invest a little, while Fang Jian and Xiao Liang provide the technology. We'll register a new company. Yu Xiuqing paused before adding, as for the shares, the investment and technology ratios, we'll need to sit down and discuss that properly. Mu Taizhu stammered a couple of times before realizing that what the other party was talking about was completely different from what he had imagined. He secretly rejoiced that he had managed to keep his cool, otherwise he would have made a huge fool of himself. But what on earth was Yu Xiuqing talking about? Why couldn't he make heads or tails of it? Mr. Mu, what are your thoughts? Yu Xiuqing inquired with a smile, straightening his back in preparation for tough negotiations. This was the partner personally selected by Fang Jian who knew what demanding terms he might propose? Still, Mu had resolved to agree to anything reasonable. Mu Taizhu gave a wry smile, spread his hands, and said, Mr. Yu, to be perfectly honest, I have no idea what you're talking about. Could you explain it? Yu Xiuqing froze for a moment before asking, you invested money in Fang Jian for his research, right? Is that correct? Mu Taizhu thought for a moment and replied, yes. Only then did he vaguely recall that when Fang Jian accepted his apprenticeship gift, he had mentioned something like that. But he'd never given it much thought. The so-called investment was essentially a gift. Exactly. Fang Jian and Xiaoliang used that money for scientific research and developed a new product. After our analysis, we discovered this product has enormous market potential. Mu Tiezhu's facial muscles twitched slightly. A single thought consumed him, was he hearing a tall tale? Chapter 205, Future Choices. Fang Jian returned home and began his usual exercise routine. After this period of dedicated effort, his finger strength had improved dramatically. While still no match for that massage therapist from the higher dimensional world, it was incomparable to his initial state. After a full half hour, sweat drenched Fang Jian's body. Though his movements were quiet, the intensity was undeniable, leaving his entire upper body tingling with a faint ache. After rinsing off, Fang Jian picked up his phone. He had been disciplined during his workout, keeping his phone on silent. Now, he noticed a missed call from a very familiar name. He called back, and the phone connected after just one ring. Uncle Mu, you called me? Yes, Yu Xiuqing just came by. As soon as Mu Taiju mentioned the opening line, Fang Jian immediately understood. He smiled and said, Uncle Mu, are you interested in this partnership? Though he knew the project would be profitable, he wouldn't push Uncle Mu if he wasn't interested. I'll ask you one thing, is there a market for this nutrient solution? Can we pull it off? Absolutely. Fang Jian answered without hesitation. He had developed this nutrient solution himself and had already tested it on animals and elderly patients, so he was extremely confident in it. Alright, then. I'm investing in this project. Mu Taiju chuckled. Yu Xiuqing analyzed the market potential for me. If it's really as good as he says, we're looking at least 1 billion yuan in output value, maybe even tens of billions. Fang Jian paused, surprised. That much? Mu Taiju chuckled. Of course not, if it's only for patients. But your nutrient solution has remarkable effects in combating hunger and thirst and restoring physical strength. Well, we'll discuss all that later. I'll have a proper talk with him. After hanging up, Fang Jian's brow furrowed slightly. What did Mu Tieju's words really mean? The number of patients suffering from malnutrition due to illness in this world was not insignificant. After all, the sheer size of the population meant the numbers couldn't be easily reduced. But even if every patient could afford the nutrient solution, it still wouldn't account for this market value. A sudden realization struck Fang Jian, sparking a possibility. Combating hunger and thirst, rapidly restoring physical strength. The target for these benefits didn't seem to be patients, but rather. Shaking his head, Fang Jian dismissed the thought. He had a premonition that if his hunch proved correct, control over this nutrient solution would never remain in his hands. But he didn't object to this outcome. In his grand scheme, the nutrient solution was merely a stepping stone. As long as it brought him wealth and connections, losing it wouldn't matter. It was a matter of perspective. When backed by countless higher dimensional realms, no one would dwell on temporary gains or losses. What he didn't know, however, was that on the other end of the line, Mu Tieju's excitement was running high. Yu Xiuqing had detailed the nutrient solution specifications in future business strategy. While Fang Jian envisioned its use in medical rescue, Yu Xiuqing harbored different ambitions. He aimed to promote this nutrient solution to the military, especially special forces, and elite athletes. This represented the most massive market, far larger than patients suffering from muscle atrophy or malabsorption. If they could truly capture these two markets, they'd be sitting at home counting money. Of course, they would inevitably face challenges along the way. Yet Mu Taiju believed this was an opportunity, a chance to leap forward, not just one step, but 2, 3, straight to the pinnacle. No matter what, he would not give up. Fang Jian, oh Fang Jian. When he presented the initiation gift to Fang Jian, he'd only intended to use this connection as a backdoor way to curry favor with old Lu. But he never imagined that in such a short time, Fang Jian would deliver such a tremendous surprise. Mu Taiju had long understood his elder brother as hopes that Fang Jian and Mu Shui would eventually end up together. Though he dared not dissuade him, he always privately dismissed the idea. Yet now, his perspective had undergone a complete reversal. Fang Jian was absolutely a rising star. Mu Shui, you absolutely must seize this opportunity. Fang Jian had barely hung up the phone when it rang again. Professor Jiang, hello. Fang Jian was puzzled. What could Professor Jiang possibly want at this hour? Had something gone wrong with the lab agreement they'd finalized today? If that were the case, then securing his own lab would have to be prioritized. Fang Jian, are you free tomorrow morning? I'm available. What do you need, Professor Jiang? You and Yu Huiliang are both scheduled for your internship at the second hospital, correct? Yes. Fang Jian silently chided himself. So much had happened lately that he'd completely forgotten his primary role. After all, he was a doctor and intern, but still a doctor. All right. Director Wang from the Medical Education Department of the second hospital will be visiting the school tomorrow. If you're free, come over for a casual meal together. Thank you, Professor Jiang. We're all family here, no need to be so formal. After hanging up, Fang Jian was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected Professor Jiang to be so invested in his affairs. While Professor Jiang could certainly influence the school's staffing decisions, arranging for someone to be assigned there and inviting the head of the medical education department to a meal were two entirely different matters. Fang Jian composed himself and immediately called Yu Huiliang. Old Yu, meet me at my place tomorrow before noon. What for? Professor Jiang wants to introduce someone to us. Who? The director of the medical education department at second hospital. Wow, when did he become so well connected? You must be mistaken. Yu Huiliang exclaimed dramatically. Truth be told, with his family's connections, getting into any hospital wouldn't be a big deal. Besides, for Yu Huiliang, being a doctor was just a stepping stone. His ultimate goal was to inherit the pharmaceutical company. Yet, upon hearing Professor Jiang's arrangement, he was still utterly astonished. This favor is way too big. Professor Jiang personally made the call, no mistake about it. Hey, old Fang, have you thought this through? Yu Huiliang paused briefly before suddenly asking. What? Are you really sure you want to become a doctor? After all that time studying at medical school, what else could I be if not a doctor? But I feel your talent for composing music is stronger than your aptitude for medicine. Yu Huiliang said, songs are the doctor of the soul. You might have a brighter future in that field. Also, your research in pharmaceuticals seems to be stronger than your clinical work. So, are you really set on becoming a clinical doctor? Fang Jian froze slightly, staring at the phone in his hand. For a moment, he truly couldn't answer. Chapter 206, Director Wang. The next day at noon, Fang Jian met up with Yu Huiliang and they arrived at the restaurant reserved by Professor Jiang. This restaurant wasn't near the medical university, clearly indicating Professor Jiang didn't want this matter to become common knowledge. This further proved how seriously he took this matter. Upon entering the private room, Professor Jiang and the others had not yet arrived. Yu Huiliang's eyes darted around before he said, I'll go order the food. He had a family tradition in this regard, and having shadowed the gourmet Xiaoxingxing recently, his taste had greatly improved. Just as he finished ordering, the private room door opened. Professor Jiang entered, walking side by side with a middle-aged man. Fang Jian, Yu Huiliang, come over here. Let me introduce you to Director Wang Xinren from the Medical Education Department of the Second Hospital. Hello, Director Wang. Fang Jian and Yu Huiliang greeted him with utmost respect. Wang Xinren nodded slowly, observing them with a hint of a smile. Old Wang, these are Fang Jian and Yu Huiliang. They're seeking internships at the second hospital. You'll handle their arrangements. Well, you two young talents. Professor Jiang has spoken highly of you for some time. Meeting you today, I see you truly live up to the praise. Wang Xinren laughed heartily, though inwardly he wondered what these youngsters had offered old Jiang to make him set aside his dignity and introduce them personally. Fang Jian and Yu Huiliang exchanged glances. This Director Wang seemed like a smiling tiger. Some of his words were worth listening to, while others were best ignored. After taking their seats, Yu Huiliang brought over the ordered menu and said, Professor Jiang, these are the dishes I selected. Please take a look. If you need anything else, I'll add it right away. Zhang Xiangbing glanced at it and said, Old Wang loves tiger skin chili peppers. Add one of those. Though just a simple home-style dish, its flavor was truly distinctive, and many people couldn't get enough of it. Yu Huiliang gave the order, and the four of them settled into their seats. Professor Jiang, how are these two students performing? Wang Xinren asked with a smile. Fang Jian inwardly scoffed, you just said you'd heard of them before, yet now you're asking about their grades? As expected, you can't get past the pleasantries. Zhang Xiangbing picked up his chopsticks, first adding a piece of cucumber. He let it crunch crisply in his mouth before swallowing and saying, Old Wang, rest assured. The people I introduce to you won't disappoint. He pointed at Fang Jian and continued, don't let his youth fool you. He's quite skilled in research. You saw that paper I submitted, right? Remember who the first author was? Wang Xinren froze, then exclaimed in surprise, he was the first author? That's right. Wang Xinren's gaze finally shifted. Though the paper hadn't been published yet, as Zhang Xiangbing's close friend, he had read it and found it compelling. With his own expertise, he recognized the economic potential of that nutrient solution. However, recognizing its potential was one thing, actually executing the project was beyond his capabilities. Thus, he could only regretfully remain an observer. But now, seeing the first author of that paper, his astonishment was beyond words. It's all thanks to Professor Zhang's excellent guidance, Fang Jian said modestly. Wang Xinren, of course, didn't buy that explanation. If Zhang Xiangbing had truly guided this achievement, then Fang Jian's name would never have appeared as the first author, and Zhang Xiangbing wouldn't have settled for merely a supervising professor title. Professor Jiang, I assumed the first author was a doctoral student, Wang Xinren said, making no effort to hide his astonishment. Who would have thought it was actually a senior undergraduate? I've always said you shouldn't underestimate today's youth, Zhang Xiangbing laughed heartily. Now, eat up, everyone. As they began eating, halfway through the meal Wang Xinren inquired again, Fang Jian, what are your future plans? He paused and added, to publish in a domestic core journal during your senior year. That's a promising future indeed. Fang Jian lowered his head. Director Wang, it hasn't been published yet. Wang Xinren chuckled. Professor Jiang showed me your paper. The writing is mature, the logic is clear. With Professor Zhang's connections, it's bound to get published. He continued, once that paper is published. Even his eyes flashed with a hint of envy. This wasn't just any paper, it was for a core journal. Even he found it incredibly difficult to get published there. Zhang Xiangbing replied with a hint of pride, Old Wang, you're mistaken. What? Not just one. Zhang Xiangbing held up 3 fingers. It would be a waste to publish just one paper on that nutrient solution. So we split it into 3. 3? Wang Xinren hesitated before asking, are you the advisor for all of them? No, Professor Yi Hua from the Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital and Professor Huang Shiren from Yinling University are also co-advisors. Vice Dean Yi? Besides him, who else at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital is named Yi Hua? Wang Xinren froze for a moment, his gaze toward Fang Jian filled with confusion. What kind of background does this kid have that he's worth a vice dean and 2 professors rallying behind him? Old one, rest assured. All 3 papers will be published, and all in core journals. Jiang Xiangbing smiled. A student like this is qualified for an internship at the second hospital, right? Wang Xinren gave a wry smile. If he really has 3 papers in core journals, it's not just about an internship, he'd have no problem securing a permanent position here. Securing an internship at a top-tier hospital wasn't particularly difficult. However, gaining a permanent position was another story entirely. In S-City, top-tier general hospitals like the second hospital typically required at least a master's degree for residency positions. Of course, this rule didn't apply to doctors who had already established their reputation and standing. But there are always exceptions. If a 4th-year student could publish papers in 3 core journals simultaneously, such an achievement would silence most critics. Professor Jiang, given Xiao Fang's exceptional research talent, aren't you considering nurturing him in this direction? I certainly hope he pursues this path. But he is, after all, in clinical medicine. Let's follow the established rules. Jiang Xiangbing said meaningfully, I also have a favor to ask of you. Old friend, just say it. I know doctors have it tough, especially interns. Jiang Xiangbing's expression turned serious. Night shifts are routine, but I hope Xiaofang can avoid them as much as possible. Why? Because he needs to come to my lab at night to conduct certain research. At this point, Jiang Xiangbing couldn't help but glance at Fang Jian, for even he didn't know what exactly Fang Jian was researching. Chapter 207, The Platform. Wang Xinren gave a wry smile. That would be breaking the rules. He frowned and added, since you think so highly of him, why not just let him transfer over and become your graduate student? Jiang Xiangbing shook his head. I'd love to, but someone disagrees. Oh? Wang Xinren glanced at Fang Jian, thinking to himself, this kid has quite the personality. Don't jump to conclusions, it's not him, Jiang Xiangbing waved dismissively. It's one of his parents. They want him to intern at a hospital so he'll have a complete resume later. Wang Xinren's eyebrows twitched slightly. Upon hearing this, his mind immediately began racing. A complete resume? Could it be his parents want him to pursue an administrative career? For a moment, he felt uncertain. Was Jiang Xiangbing helping this kid because he recognized his talent or because of his family connections? Wang Xinren chuckled softly. Since Professor Jiang has spoken, I'll discuss it with my colleagues at the hospital and try to arrange it so that Xiaofang doesn't have to work night shifts. Jiang Xiangbing's thick brows furrowed slightly. He could easily detect the evasive tone in those words. But truth be told, he had already done his utmost. Hospitals had their own rules, entirely different from those of the university. He could ask favors, but he couldn't make decisions for others. A knock suddenly sounded at the door. Everyone turned to look. When they recognized the visitor, all 4 present stood up simultaneously. Director Xue, what a coincidence. What brings you here? Jiang Xiangbing greeted him with a broad smile. Wang Xinren, however, adopted a much more respectful demeanor, his gaze tinged with a hint of suspicion. The person who entered was Xue. She gave a faint smile and said, I'm having dinner with a friend here. I just saw Professor Jiang and came over to say hello before leaving. After speaking, she nodded toward Wang Xinren and added, Director Wang is here too. Wang Xinren promptly responded, Director Xue, hello. Xue smiled and said, it's been a while since I last saw Director Wang. Let me offer you a toast. Not at all, not at all, Wang Xinren hastily raised his glass. But just as he reached for the bottle, Xue said, Xiao Jian, pour Director Wang a glass. Fang Jian gasped in surprise, finally understanding. He quickly grabbed the bottle and filled Director Wang Xinren's glass to the brim. Wang Xinren's eyes widened as he stared intently at Fang Jian. He finally grasped the purpose of this dinner. Yet the more he understood, the deeper his realization sank. This kid Fang Jian was someone you absolutely couldn't afford to offend in the future. Xue smiled as she toasted Professor Jiang and Wang Xinren, then said nothing more and simply turned to leave. But Wang Xinren had already grasped her intent. As everyone settled back into their seats, Wang Xinren's demeanor had shifted dramatically. He took the initiative to say, Young Fang, you're still working on research projects with Professor Jiang, right? Fang Jian hesitated, about to respond, when Yu Huiliang chimed in, yes, we're all working on Professor Jiang's project. Wang Xinren's brow furrowed slightly, his displeasure evident. Director Xue had intervened specifically to instruct him to look after Fang Jian. Who did this youngster think he was? Yu Huiliang poured himself a full glass of wine and said, Uncle Wan, don't you remember me? Wang Xinren paused. That form of address was unusual, but even as he studied Yu Huiliang closely, he still couldn't place him. My father is Yu Xiucheng. I met you at the banquet for the second hospital last time. Oh, you're Mr. Yu's son. Wang Xinren's eyes lit up, his face immediately breaking into a broad smile. My apologies for the oversight. But what led you to choose this field of study? Yu Xiucheng was a prominent figure in S-City, whose industry was closely intertwined with the medical system, wielding immense influence. Though Wang Xinren was a mid-level hospital administrator, he dared not offend such a figure. Out of passion, Yu Xiucheng replied with a smile. My aspiration is to save lives and heal the wounded. I look forward to Director Wang's guidance in the future. No problem at all. Wang Xinren nodded repeatedly. These two young men were no ordinary individuals. Ahem. Zhang Xiangbing cleared his throat and said, Old Wan, they're both working on projects with me, and that nutrient solution is their project too. What do you think? Wang Xinren hesitated before smiling. Alright, I'll discuss it with my colleagues. You two just come for your internship, there won't be too much pressure. He paused, then added, I'm confident that Professor Zhang's top student possesses exceptional talent. Securing a permanent position here in the future is certainly something we can work towards. Fang Jian inwardly gasped. Skipping the internship phase entirely and jumping straight to discussing permanent positions? That leap was enormous. After the banquet, Wang Xinren exchanged phone numbers with the two, offered words of encouragement and departed alongside Professor Jiang. Old Jiang, you're setting me up. Wang Xinren muttered in the car, half joking, half complaining. After all these years as friends, how could I set you up? Those two kids today, neither of them is ordinary. Mr. Yu's son is one thing, but what has the deal with Fang Jian and Director Shui? Wang Xinren pressed for answers. Normally, even if Fang Jian and Shui were related, her asking someone to put in a good word would already be a huge favor. After all, Shui wasn't just any ordinary director, behind her stood an even more powerful figure. Even if that person didn't oversee the medical system, he certainly wasn't someone Wang Xinren could afford to offend. Yet today, Shui personally stepped forward to endorse Fang Jian. The sheer intensity of this backing genuinely astonished Wang Xinren. Without understanding the nature of their relationship, Wang Xinren couldn't rest easy. Well, they did have some connection. Hey, old Jiang, we've known each other for decades. Stop beating around the bush. Don't you trust my discretion? Wang Xinren said with some dissatisfaction. It was precisely because their relationship was so extraordinary that he could ask so directly. Zhang Xiangbing hesitated for a moment before saying, Director Shui has a daughter. She and Xiao Feng have known each other since childhood. Ah! Wang Xinren gaped in astonishment, utterly unprepared for this connection. Old Wang, Director Mu might be taking a step up this time, Zhang Xiangbing said slowly. That would mean a municipal-level leadership position. You'd better handle things carefully. Rest assured. Wang Xinren nodded slowly and said, I know what to do. His gaze fixed ahead as he considered the matter internally. Ask them when they plan to come for their internship, he said. As long as they're willing, I can arrange it any time. As the director of the medical education department, this was well within his authority. Alright, I'll check with them about their plans. But don't worry, they're all smart people. They won't put you in a difficult position. Chapter 208, Caught Off Guard. The meeting with Wang Xinren went smoothly, and he made a promise to pay special attention to Fang Jian and his colleague during their internship. For the two interns, this was already an incredibly favorable arrangement. For the next 2 days, Fang Jian waited quietly at home. Though the methods for refining the special medicine were clear in his mind, gathering all the necessary materials would take time. Some ingredients, commonplace in the higher dimensional world, were entirely unknown in this one. Thus, this was destined to be a long-term endeavor. Still, Fang Jian didn't waste a moment. He immersed himself in the library, devouring books and researching every possible resource to prepare for the work ahead. While the effectiveness of such preparation remained uncertain, the sheer volume of study gave him a measure of confidence. On the third day, Yu Huiliang arrived at his doorstep and brought him to Lu Haiyuan's recording studio. When they pushed open the studio door, they were both startled. Huo Juanda, Lu Haiyuan, and 2 sound engineers were all present, their faces bearing unmistakable signs of exhaustion. Huo Juanda and Lu Haiyuan, in particular, sported huge dark circles under their eyes, looking utterly disheveled. Brother Lu, 3 songs already finished? Yu Huiliang asked skeptically. It used to take 10 days or even half a month to finish one song. Now 3 songs in just 3 days? That efficiency is crazy. Fang Jian tugged at his sleeve and shook his head slightly. Seeing the state of the 3 men, all of Fang Jian's dissatisfaction vanished. In truth, the previous song leak had nothing to do with them, and their current actions filled Fang Jian with gratitude. Brother Hua, Brother Lu, thank you for your hard work, Fang Jian said solemnly. We'll take our time. No need to rush. Hui Juanda chuckled. Dr. Fang, we've worked hard, but thankfully we've done our job well. He handed over the headphones. Have a listen. Fang Jian nodded, slipped the headphones on, and the beautiful music instantly filled his ears. 1 song, 2 songs, 3 songs. As the 3 pieces played in succession, Fang Jian listened intently with half-closed eyes. Though he had composed the scores himself, hearing them now still stirred something deep within him. Both Wang Jiai's voice and the inherent charm of the songs themselves were brought to life with consummate skill by Huo Juanda and the others. Yu Huiliang blinked and said, let me listen too. Fang Jian chuckled, do you even understand it? Of course I do. Why should you care whether I understand it or not? Fang Jian shook his head and chuckled, handing over the headphones. He knew what Yu Huiliang really wanted to hear was probably the song Xiao Xingxing had sung. How is it? Excellent. Almost perfect. Fang Jian gave his honest assessment. As long as you're satisfied. Hua Juanda exhaled in relief, adding regretfully, it's a shame Ms. Wang doesn't want to step into the spotlight. With her voice, she'd have a bright future in this field. Yes, reporter Wang's singing is truly exceptional. Even if she weren't in a recording studio but performing live, it wouldn't be much different from this. The female sound engineer complimented. Truthfully, sounding good in a recording studio isn't unusual. Sound engineers are like magicians, they can make even the roughest vocals sound like a professional singer. But live performances are different. The true quality of one's voice is immediately exposed. That Wang Jiayi earned the sound engineer's approval speaks volumes about her natural talent in this area. Hua Juanda pulled out his phone, smiling as he unlocked it. I'll contact my friends right now to get these 3 songs uploaded. Fang Jian stared at him in surprise. Lu Huiyuan explained from the side, Brother Hua has been off the grid for 3 days straight to get these 3 songs done as quickly as possible. Fang Jian raised an eyebrow, his respect for Hua Juanda deepening. With such dedication, no wonder he's made such a name for himself in the music industry. The moment the phone powered on, a barrage of notification sounds erupted. People were so accustomed to their phones now that even half a day without internet would accumulate a flood of notifications, let alone 3 days. And Hua Juanda was a notoriously busy man. He casually scanned the notifications, but after a moment, his expression suddenly turned grave. Brother Hua, what's wrong? Lu Huiyuan asked in surprise. Red Sea has released another new song, and it's getting some pretty impressive reviews. Red Sea released a new song? Fang Jian and the others exchanged glances, each feeling a mix of frustration and amusement. They'd been working non-stop these past few days to record a new song, specifically to strike back at Red Sea once it was finished. But unexpectedly, before they could release theirs, Red Sea had already made a similar move. Heh, the kid's pretty smart, he actually chose the same approach as us. Lu Huiyuan sneered coldly, if he wants to challenge us, we'll see it through to the end. Yu Huiliang blinked and asked, Brother Lu, you didn't know about this? Lu Huiyuan's face flushed slightly. I was involved in the new song recording too. Though I didn't turn off my phone, I didn't proactively reach out to anyone either. He paused, then added, 3 songs in 3 days, do you have any idea how intense that is? We had no time to pay attention to anything else. Alright, let's hear it. What level is Red Sea's new song at? Hua Juanda waved his hand, making the decision. In this internet age, finding a new song was a breeze. Within moments, they had downloaded it and began playing it in the recording studio. It was a romantic ballad. Both the melody and lyrics had merit. Even Fang Jian and Hua Juanda couldn't help but nod in approval. A good song is a good song. Even if they despised the man behind it, they couldn't deny his talent. Hua Juanda nodded slowly. Not bad. Who'd have thought Red Sea, cornered this time, actually managed to squeeze out some talent? He glanced at Fang Jian, wary of upsetting him, then added, still, this talent is merely competent. It can't hold a candle to Dr. Fang's work. Thud. Suddenly, Lu Huiyuan slammed his fist hard on the table, his face darkening to a frightening shade. Fang Jian and the others froze. The male sound technician cautiously asked, Brother Lu, what's wrong? Lu Huiyuan drew a long breath, abruptly stood up, and bowed deeply to Fang Jian. Brother Fang, I apologize. Fang Jian hurriedly caught him, saying, Brother Lu, what are you doing? Lu Huiyuan shook his head helplessly. The previous song leak, I know you all suspected Shaolin, but he and I are close friends. That's why I never doubted him. Fang Jian's heart stirred. This song. Lu Huiyuan nodded firmly. This song, it's Shaolin's new song. Chapter 209, The Plan. The recording studio fell instantly silent. Lu Huiyuan and Shi Xiaolin had always been extremely close, a fact known to everyone. While others hadn't heard Shi Xiaolin's new song, Lu Huiyuan had not only listened to it but also participated in its creation, offering feedback and revisions. Therefore, after hearing Red Sea's song, he immediately formed his judgment. Ah, this song is actually Xiaolin's blood, sweat, and tears. He intended to present it to Wangji Records. But Lu Huiyuan glanced at Fang Jian, shook his head, and said, last time we met, our attitude might have been too harsh. So he? Over the top? Yu Huiliang sneered coldly with disdain, Brother Lu, do you really think our attitude was excessive? Heh, this song is his blood, sweat, and tears, but does that mean old Fang's song was just picked up off the street? Fang Jian inwardly sweated. The songs he'd composed were indeed all found. That's not what I meant. Lu Huiyuan waved his hand. Xiaolin's song was already recorded long ago, all it needed was a singer. Looks like he immediately approached Red Sea after that day and struck a deal. His mouth twitched slightly. Otherwise, this song wouldn't have surfaced so quickly. Heh, that explains it. Yu Huiliang said, it's precisely because they had prior connections that they could collaborate so seamlessly. That scum Shi Xiaolin, I won't let him off the hook. Lu Huyuan froze. Wei Lang, don't do anything rash. Yu Huiliang grinned. Don't worry, brother Lu. I'll just ruin his reputation, nothing major. Lu Huyuan finally exhaled in relief. Brother Lu, the online reviews for Red Sea are really positive, remarked the male sound engineer as he scanned the comments. The music industry naturally had its own dedicated comments section. Below the song's premiere, hundreds of comments had already accumulated. Red Sea is seriously impressive, another new song in just a few days? Red Sea's new track is solid chart material. Heard Red Sea's new song yet? Anyone still spreading rumors about him plagiarizing? Step forward and show your face, I promise I won't beat you to death. Long live Red Sea. Row after row of comments are overwhelmingly praise, and the song's quality is undeniably strong. Released at this precise moment, it naturally stirs up even more controversy. Of course, some question why the style differed so drastically from his previous track, suspecting different composers. But such doubts were instantly drowned out by the flood of comments. Unless you scrolled through them one by one, they vanished from sight. Hey, this kid must have hired paid commenters, Yu Huiliang declared with conviction. Although Fang Jian and the others weren't internet professionals, they understood one thing: no matter how good a song was, it couldn't resonate with everyone. Moreover, in the online world, even if there were countless praises, opposing voices would never be absent. A song receiving nothing but praise, with even a few skeptical comments seemingly lost in the flood, such a phenomenon was decidedly abnormal. Oh, this is Mr. Who's comment, the female sound engineer suddenly remarked. Mr. Who is praising this song too. Mr. Who is a master with considerable standing in the music industry. While he may not match Wan Handong's stature, he certainly holds his own against Huo Juanda. This time, he too had left his evaluation beneath the song. This song is a labor of love. While the arrangement could be tighter, it's still one of the most stunning pieces released recently. Go Red Sea, keep up the great work and release new music soon. Below, a flood of praise pushed this comment high up in the comments section. Huo Juanda sighed softly and remarked, "Old who doesn't know the inside story, so there's nothing wrong with that comment." Indeed, judging solely by the song's quality, it absolutely deserved such praise. This Red Sea guy's got some nerve. Yu Huiliang sighed. First he plagiarized Lao Fang's song, now he's ripping off Shi Xiaolin's tune. Heh, didn't Shi Xiaolin want to be famous? Why'd he just hand that chance over to someone else? Fang Jian and the others shot him a disapproving glare. Wasn't it obvious? Shi Xiaolin's move appeared to be about the previous song incident, but in reality, it was aimed squarely at the song's composer, Fang Jian. Suddenly, the male sound engineer exclaimed, "Everyone, look! Red Sea is shameless!" Everyone turned to look. The website had just refreshed, displaying a new comment from Red Sea. "This is my new song. Where are those who slandered me last time? If you've got the guts, go ahead and accuse me of plagiarism again." The comments section instantly erupted. Every single post rallied behind Red Sea, urging him not to get angry and hurling insults at Huo Juanda and the others. Lu Huyuan flipped through his phone, glancing at his Weibo feed. His expression darkened considerably as he said, "Brother Hua, your Weibo." Huo Juanda glanced at it for a moment before cursing, "Those bastards, they really don't know a good thing when they see it." Whether this was Red Sea's deliberate plan or his fans' spontaneous action, both their Weibo accounts were now flooded with abusive comments. Most accused them of slandering Red Sea, enraging the two musicians beyond measure. Red Sea and Shi Xiaolin, what a well-orchestrated scheme, Huo Juanda sneered repeatedly. "Isn't this song by Shi Xiaolin? We should just expose it," Yu Hui suggested. Fang Jian shook his head. "Since Shi Xiaolin gave the song to Red Sea, even if we expose it, no one will believe us." Sigh. First move, every move. We were just a step too late. Huo Juanda shook his head. We had 3 songs, so it took a bit longer. If we'd released them the day before yesterday or even yesterday to challenge them head-on, we wouldn't be in this passive position. "Brother Hua, it's fine," Lu Huyuan said, his face grim. "As long as we release these 3 songs, we'll definitely suppress them. We just need to steer public opinion a bit more. I'll see who can't hold out in the end. Xiao Lu, we can upload our songs too." Huo Juanda gave a cold laugh. "Since he's got no shame, we'll just rip his face off completely." Fang Jian scanned the comments on his phone and suddenly smiled. "Everyone, I have an idea. What do you think?" Everyone turned to look, wondering what brilliant idea he might have. Fang Jian didn't hold back, laying out his plan. Huo Juanda and the others were momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter and nodded in agreement. "Let's proceed with Dr. Fang's plan. As for the online trolls, I'll handle them." Lu Huyuan sneered coldly. Since they started this fight, they won't get to decide when it ends. Chapter 210, Music Network. Happy Music Network was the largest music platform in China. The vast majority of established singers released their new songs here after editing. Simultaneously, every day the site received countless new songs and cover versions uploaded by emerging artists. Naturally, cover songs make up the overwhelming majority. As for the original songs from newcomers, their quality varied wildly, and they rarely garnered much attention. Recently, all fans following Happy Music Network have been aware of one thing: a singer from City S named Hong Hai and a composer from City N named Hua Juanda have engaged in a highly publicized feud. Hong Hai released a song first, but within just half a day, Hua Juanda stepped forward, accusing Hong Hai of plagiarism and copyright infringement. Of course, Hua Juanda didn't make empty accusations. He also released a song with nearly identical content, and the female singer performing it received unanimous praise. As the feud intensified, Hong Hai suddenly dropped another new track. This song proved exceptionally strong. His slightly husky vocals delivering an emotionally charged performance instantly won over most neutral observers. Thus, with the deliberate promotion of certain parties, online sentiment began to overwhelmingly favor Red Sea. As for the dissenting voices, they were long since drowned out by an endless tide of paid commenters, unable to make even the slightest ripple. However, barely half a day later, Hua Juanda struck back. A new song appeared under Hua Juanda's ID. Though the composer wasn't Hua Juanda himself, it was credited to an ID named Medical University Student. It immediately captured the attention of most people. They eagerly clicked to listen, discovering it was performed by a female singer. As the beautiful melody resonated in their ears, the previously turbulent online waters once again churned with disagreement. This song is amazing. Who's the singer? Never heard of them before. It's not the singer's performance, it's the song itself that's so well crafted. I don't care who sings it as long as it sounds good. Hua Juanda is going head to head with Red Sea now. Let's see who comes out on top. Red Sea is definitely the better one. Hong Hai's singing is better, but when it comes to composing? Ha! Yeah, right. Xiao Mingyue listened to the song on her phone while placing an order for takeout. Look! Your favorite medical student released a new song. Wang Nuanyuan suddenly rushed over, waving her phone to show off. Xiao Mingyue froze, reaching for the phone. Wang Nuan dodged and weaved, finally letting her take it after a long struggle. Ever since they saw the medical student's banana stitching video on Douyin, the two had become devoted followers of that account. And the medical student didn't disappoint them, releasing several more videos one after another, each more impressive than the last. Not only that, but the medical student had also ventured into the entertainment industry, becoming a composer. Though his composing career was brief and his output sparse, just 2 songs, those 2 tracks alone had turned these 2 girls into devoted fans. Now, upon hearing that their idol had released a new song, how could Xiao Mingyue possibly contain her excitement? Why isn't it on Douyin this time? Xiao Mingyue murmured with a hint of resentment. It's all because of that shameless Hong Hai. He blatantly plagiarized the medical student's song yet insists it's his original work. How brazen! Wang Nuanyuan chimed in. Right now, the medical student is busy going head to head with Hong Hai. Of course he doesn't have the energy to post on Douyin. Actually, it was Hua Juanda who stepped forward to confront Hong Hai head-on, but in their eyes, he was automatically ignored. After all, the song credits below the new release clearly stated Medical University Student as both composer and lyricist. Listen, hurry up and play it. At Wang Nuanyuan's urging, the song filled the office. It was lunchtime, and the office was completely empty except for the 2 of them, so they felt free to indulge without restraint. The next moment, they were completely immersed in the beautiful melody. Only when the song ended did they snap back to reality. This song is great. What's it called? Is it new? Unbeknownst to them, 2 colleagues had entered the office and were asking them about it. Of course it's a good song. It's by a medical student. The song's called Hunter. Medical student? The colleague asked suspiciously. Who's the singer? Never heard of him. Why did he pick such a weird stage name? Xiao Mingyue raised an eyebrow slightly, responding with a hint of annoyance. I just said it's a song composed by a medical student. He's a composer, not a singer. Ah, a composer. No wonder I've never heard of him. The true soul of music isn't the singer, but the composer. Yet today, people only recognize the dazzling singers, while the real soul figures, composers, performers, and others are overlooked. Though Xiao Mingyue and her companion felt dissatisfied, they could do nothing about it. This was an unstoppable trend, not something the 2 of them could change. Strange, Wang Nuan murmured softly. What? This singer seems to have been replaced. Xiao Mingyue froze, then realized. In the first 2 songs created by the medical student, the singer was clearly the same person, a female vocalist with an ethereal voice. This time, though it was also a female singer, the voice was completely different. I feel like this singer isn't as good as the last one. Xiao Mingyue thought about it carefully and found herself agreeing. Could it be that the medical student and his team had fallen out, leading to this last-minute singer change at such a critical moment? Look, new comments are coming in. Both of their eyes darted to their phones. Below the new song, rows of praise quickly appeared. Truthfully, Xiao Xingxing's voice and singing technique were decent, but only decent. Compared to Hong Hai and Wang Jia, there was still a significant gap. However, under the sound engineer's almost magical adjustments, that gap had been largely bridged. That's the power of a sound engineer. As long as it's not a live performance, they can make even someone tone deaf sound like a professional singer. Consequently, fans captivated by the performance began flooding the comments section. Yet among these comments, one discordant voice emerged. This song is indeed excellent, both its melody and artistic conception are top-notch. But its style is worlds apart from the previous track. I suspect they weren't composed by the same author. Chapter 211, Doubts. In a recording studio in City S, Xiaolin and Honghai sat before their computer, closely monitoring the online situation. Lu Huiyuan hadn't been mistaken, the new song Honghai released was indeed the one Xiaolin had painstakingly crafted for Wang Jia. But the incident at the recording studio that day had enraged him to the point of humiliation, prompting him to hand the song over to Honghai instead. He intended to leverage Honghai's popularity and talent to utterly destroy Fang Jian, ensuring he could never gain a foothold in this industry again. This song was the best he had ever composed, and combined with Honghai's exceptional vocal talent, it achieved remarkable success immediately after its release. Of course, this success was also fueled by its controversial nature and his hiring of online trolls to manipulate the narrative. Lu Huiyuan had learned about Fang Jian and his team recording a new song before arriving in S-City. That's why they rushed to release their own track first to build momentum. Though they succeeded, lingering anxiety remained. They had no idea what caliber of song Fang Jian and his team were preparing. Finally, Hua Juwenda's account released the new song, and they downloaded it immediately. After listening to the track, both men's expressions darkened noticeably. "Mr. Shi, this song is quite good." Honghai stole a glance at Xiaolin. He had intended to say, "This song is a notch above what you've composed," but seeing Xiaolin's face turn almost ashen, he changed his words at the last moment. "Poof. The song itself is passable, but the singer he chose is a disaster." Xiaolin sneered coldly. "Rest assured, this song won't be any more popular than yours." For ordinary listeners, the work of sound engineers makes it hard to discern a singer's true skill. But seasoned musicians like Xiaolin could pick up subtle clues in the details. Moreover, the moment Xiaolin heard that voice, he guessed the singer's identity. Although Xiao Xingxing had visited recording studios several times and met him personally, expecting that young girl to compete with Red Sea in this regard was utterly impossible. At that moment, Xiaolin couldn't quite pinpoint the feeling in his heart. Having such a great song sung by Xiao Xingxing felt like a waste. Yet at the same time, he was relieved the singer was Xiao Xingxing and not Wang Jia. Otherwise, the spotlight would likely be stolen by Fang Jian and his crew once again. "Ha!" Honghai frowned. "That guy's showing up again. How annoying." "Which guy?" Xiaolin froze, asking in return. "Look." Honghai pointed at a comment. "I remember this guy's ID. He commented under my song earlier, saying our new release doesn't match the style of the last one and questioning if they're even by the same author. Heh, now he's posting similar nonsense here. What a bore." He shook his head in annoyance. "This guy's clearly here to stir trouble. Check his ID history, see who he really is." Turns out he's a new user. "Wait, the same person?" Xiaolin's eyebrows shot up as a sudden thought struck him. There was no doubt that Red Sea's new release differed vastly from the previous one. After all, his compositional style was worlds apart from Fang Jian's. It would be downright supernatural if they could produce songs in the same vein. But inexplicably, the song released by this medical student was also identical. His eyes darted around. Xiaolin immediately said, "Honghai, notify the troll army. Begin operations." "What action?" Honghai paused, then asked, "You want them to post negative reviews? That's too obvious." While Xiao Xingxing's vocal skills were average, after audio tweaking, ordinary listeners would struggle to detect the difference. Moreover, given the song's solid foundation, if they posted a flood of negative reviews against their conscience, it might just backfire. Xiaolin shook his head. "Negative reviews? That's child's play. Poof. See this comment? Have the trolls push it to the top." Honghai's eyes widened as he cautiously replied, "Mr. Shi, we have that comment too." Admittedly, the medical student's new song did sound different from their previous track, but theirs wasn't much better either. It was a case of the pot calling the kettle black. Poof. We have paid commenters. Just tell them to be careful. If anyone here pushes that comment up, have them flood the comments to bury it immediately. Honghai froze for a moment. This was indeed a desperate solution. Yet he knew it wouldn't fool anyone paying attention. Still, matters had spiraled beyond his control. Even if it meant gritting his teeth and pushing forward, he had to see it through. Under their orders, the online landscape underwent another drastic transformation. Comments beneath Honghai's new song remained uniformly laudatory. Any dissenting remarks were swiftly pushed to the second or third page, making it difficult to spot any discord at first glance. But beneath Hua Juwenda's song, it was a riot of voices. While there were certainly positive comments, there were also plenty of sarcastic remarks. Yet, the most eye-catching was a comment buried under at least 100 replies. "This song is indeed excellent, both in melody and artistic conception, reaching a high level. However, its style is worlds apart from the previous song, and I suspect it wasn't composed by the same author." Below this comment, numerous replies echoed the sentiment. "Yeah, these are clearly composed by two different people. Hua Juwenda is deceiving us. I suspect he's the mastermind behind the previous song plagiarism. Yeah, I suspect he stole the song from Brother Honghai, tweaked it himself, and then turned around and accused others. The creators of these two songs are clearly not the same person. Would you come out and explain yourself? Fueled by certain eager individuals deliberately stirring the pot, this comment thread quickly snowballed. Not only that, but new, similar comments began flooding in as if coordinated, rapidly taking over the first page of comments and showing signs of dominating the second and third pages too. At a glance, it seemed everyone was demanding the same thing. It felt as though the entire internet had reached a consensus. A medical student couldn't possibly create two songs with such vastly different styles. Therefore, one of them must be plagiarized or copied. With this conclusion reached, it became crystal clear who had plagiarized the previous song. The onslaught was relentless, like floodwaters surging unstoppably. At this moment, those who cared about the medical student and Hua Juanda couldn't help but feel deeply troubled. Chapter 212, The Notice. Brother Lu, you're absolutely amazing. In the recording studio, Fang Jian stared at the tidal wave of comments flooding in, unable to suppress his astonishment. First releasing Xiao Xingxing's song, then posting comments with drastically different styles under both songs to spark debate. This was indeed the strategy they planned. But what they hadn't anticipated was that things seemed to have gone a bit too far. Seeing the almost identical comments flooding the song's page, it was hard for anyone to remain calm. Yu Huiliang clicked his tongue in disbelief. Brother Lu, what kind of people did you recruit? Why are they only stirring things up under our songs? Why not mess with Red Seas too? Lu Haiyuan's face flushed slightly. I asked two juniors from my university. They're not industry insiders, nor are they paid trolls. I just asked them to spark discussion under both songs. But this one cited outcome. He gave a wry smile. Paid trolls. These must be the trolls Shi Xiaolin hired. Definitely paid trolls, Hua Juanda sneered. They sure made a big fuss. But the more noise, the better. Let's see how he handles this mess later. Just as Yu Huiliang was about to speak, his phone suddenly rang. Seeing the name displayed, his face immediately lit up with a delighted smile, his eyes narrowing so much they almost disappeared. Fang Jian turned his head. Seeing that expression, even a fool could guess who was calling. Xingxing, what's up? Ah, nothing. Don't worry, everything's under control. Xingxing, you heard the song too, right? Your performance was absolutely perfect, not a single flaw. Hua Juanda and the others shook their heads silently. Yu Huiliang usually seemed so sharp, but whenever he was around Xiao Xingxing, he turned into a complete fool. You guys are coming over now? Great. Should I come pick you up? What? You're already in the underground parking lot? Okay, wait for me. Yu Huiliang tucked his phone away, waved to the others, and said, the main event's here. I'll be right back. Watching him dash off like the wind, Lu Haiyuan couldn't help but remark, he's a big guy, yet he runs so fast. Ah, the power of love is truly great. Fang Jian chuckled dryly. He's only pursuing her now. They're not yet at the stage of mutual affection. Moments later, Yu Huiliang returned with Wang Jiayi and Xiao Xingxing. Wang Jiayi managed to keep her composure, but Xiao Xingxing wore a look of pure fury. That Red Sea is despicable. They're deliberately slandering my song. Lu Haiyuan chuckled softly. Miss Xiao, how did you come to that conclusion? What's there to see? Xiao Xingxing retorted, pouting. If it weren't for someone organizing it, the online sentiment wouldn't be so uniformly negative. Fang Jian and the others froze, their gazes toward her shifting noticeably. People's tastes varied greatly. Beyond widely known public events, musical preferences were deeply personal. Some loved a song to their very core, while others felt nothing for it. Still others frowned and turned away at the mere sound of its melody. With millions of different people, it's utterly impossible to please everyone with a single song. Therefore, when a song's comment section is filled with uniformly identical remarks, it's absolutely an abnormal occurrence. If Wang Jiayi had spotted it, they wouldn't have been surprised after all. She was a seasoned reporter whose keen eye for such tricks was expected. But for Xiao Xingxing to notice? That was astonishing. Who would have thought her gaze could be so sharp? Hey, you guys, do something. Xiao Xingxing looked at everyone, urging them anxiously. If we just let this slide, my first song will really be ruined. This was her very first song. If it were criticized for lacking quality, she could endure that. After all, singing was just a hobby for her, not something she pursued professionally. This recording was purely for fun, with no real intention of pursuing a career in music. But if other reasons turned this song into a pariah everyone wanted to tear apart, that was something she couldn't accept. Xingxing, don't get worked up, Wang Jiayi said calmly. Oh, dear sister, how can I not be anxious? This is my song. Seeing her flustered expression, Fang Jian and the others couldn't help but chuckle. Don't worry, Wang Jiayi reassured her. Look at their expressions, they're clearly confident. A faint smile touched her lips as she added, if I'm not mistaken, they're probably the ones stirring things up behind the scenes. What? Xiao Xingxing's eyes widened in disbelief. Fang Jian and the others were even more astonished. Wang Ji, how do you know that? Lu Huyuan asked in astonishment. What? This is real? Xiao Xingxing exclaimed. What's going on? Yu Huiliang hurried forward. Xingxing, calm down. I'll explain. He cleared his throat loudly, drawing everyone's attention, then continued, we planned this in advance. First, we uploaded your song. Then we had people post comments on both sides to spark fans' suspicions why the drastic style shift from your previous track to this new release. Xiao Xingxing stared at him speechless, then slowly said, oh, so you really were behind this? Just the thief crying stop thief, how amusing. Yu Huiliang gave an awkward smile. We just started it. Never imagined it would escalate like this. He paused, then added, it's all the work of paid trolls hired by Shi Xiaolin. We had nothing to do with it. Fang Jian looked at Wang Jiayi and suddenly asked, Wang Ji, how did you figure it out? Yeah, cousin, how did you figure it out? Xiao Xingxing asked curiously. Simple. Look at the first song they released. Wang Jiayi smiled. Instead of releasing the second part of the trilogy, they went straight to using your song. Something fishy was definitely up. Sigh, such a simple thing, and you didn't even think of it? Xiao Xingxing stuck out her tongue and fell silent. That's the trouble with caring too much. If it hadn't been her song released, perhaps she, knowing the inside story, would have spotted something amiss long ago. Wang Jiayi added, besides the trolls causing trouble, I think the audience's emotions have been pretty much steered in the right direction now. Yes. Then, do you have countermeasures ready to deploy? Wang Jiayi said solemnly, we can't let them continue. Once a reputation is established, it's hard to change people's perceptions. Alright, Brother Lu, notify them. It's time to release the second phase. Got it. Chapter 213, the second act. What Juenda actually spoke up. Wang Nuan held her phone and suddenly leaned close to Chao Mingyu, whispering. It was already work hours, and an outstanding employee should be fully focused on their tasks. But for those following today's song battle, watching Hua Juenda and Red Sea tear each other apart was far more thrilling than any work. So Wang Nuan kept refreshing her phone, glancing at the livestream every few moments. However, the more she looked, the angrier she became. Beneath Hua Juenda's new song, the comments that had initially been a vibrant mix of opinions had, in such a short time, become uniformly identical. And the gist of those comments boiled down to just one thing, questioning whether the two songs were composed by the same person. Wang Nuan seethed inwardly. What nonsense about the same composer? Did every composer have to stick rigidly to one style forever? Occasionally changing one style could sound wonderful too. Fuming, she rushed to post her own comment, only to discover it had no chance of appearing on the homepage. The moment it refreshed, it was immediately pushed down. At this point, even someone unfamiliar with the internet would sense something was amiss. But she was just an ordinary office worker with no influence to intervene. So despite her anger, she was powerless. Yet at that very moment, Hua Juenda posted a comment. And it was prominently featured at the top of the comments section. No matter how much the paid commenters flooded the page, they couldn't displace this single comment. 2 hours later, the new song was released. Not only on Kaisen Music, but the same information was also posted on Hua Juenda's Weibo account. 2 hours? Chao Mingyue blinked her beautiful big eyes and glanced around at her colleagues, seemingly no one paying attention to them. Okay, in exactly 2 hours, let's go to the restroom together. Chao Mingyue's cheeks flushed slightly, but she still said, okay, just 2 hours. They both knew it was wrong to slack off during work hours. Yet at this moment, they both felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation. Ugh, why is the clock moving so slowly today? Is it broken? Yet these two young women's conversation was merely the tip of the iceberg. After Hua Juenda released the news, both his Weibo comments and the music platform erupted like boiling water. Everyone following the story couldn't help but discuss it, their interest intensifying as they eagerly anticipated the new song 2 hours later. City S. Shi Xiaolin and Honghai exchanged glances, each seeing a flicker of unease in the other's eyes. Mr. Shi, what's going on? Is Hua Juenda still releasing a new song? Impossible. Shi Xiaolin waved his hand emphatically. Before coming to S City, I visited their recording studio. They were indeed recording a new song. But, their new song has already been released. Honghai froze, murmuring, could it be they recorded more than one song? Shi Xiaolin's eyelid twitched as worry crept into his heart. The next moment, he moved the mouse over Hua Juenda's new song and clicked play. As the beautiful melody filled the air, his furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Listen to the quality of this song. What do you think? Honghai listened attentively and replied solemnly, it's very high quality. Then I can tell you this, the girl singing it isn't a professional singer at all. She's just a college student. Oh. Honghai's eyes lit up instantly. If the singer's vocal skills are average, then more time must be spent on the mixing. I get it, he said, waving his hand emphatically. They didn't have enough time. Exactly. No matter how talented an ordinary college student is, they can't compare to a professional singer. To get this song polished in just 3 days is already quite remarkable. Xiaolin chuckled, it took us several people working overtime for 2 days to barely finish this one. At their pace, completing one song is already pushing it. Right, we were worrying needlessly. Hai let out a hearty laugh, but it gradually faded as he frowned in confusion. If that's the case, what the hell is Juanda up to? Xiaolin frowned as well. I don't know, but you shouldn't worry too much. He snorted coldly. You're a singer and have written a few songs yourself. You should know how hard it is to find good songs. Do you really think that medical student could write 2 good songs in just a few days? Hai gave a wry smile. This medical student who knows where he came from? He was nowhere to be seen in the music scene before. He asked curiously, Mr. Sure, do you know him? Xiaolin's facial muscles twitched slightly. He gritted his teeth and said, of course I know him. He's a toad trying to eat swan meat. Oomph. As long as I'm around, I'll never let him succeed. Hai froze, his gaze toward Xiaolin thickening with a strange intensity. No wonder Xiaolin was going out of his way to help him. It seemed there was deep animosity between him and that medical student. In that moment, a faint pang of regret stirred in Hai's heart. If only he hadn't succumbed to greed and plagiarized that song in the first place, he wouldn't be caught in this whirlpool now. But alas, even if he regretted it now, it was too late. He could only close his eyes and charge forward. In the recording studio, the music grand yet tinged with melancholy echoed through the space. Though they'd heard this song countless times before, the group remained utterly captivated. They were swept away by its melody, completely immersed in its emotional pull. This was the second song in the trilogy. Though the melodies and lyrics differed completely between the 2 tracks, their styles were undeniably cut from the same cloth. Songs like this were exceedingly rare, even in the higher dimensional world. That Fang Jian had managed to find it was undeniably a stroke of luck. Lu Huyuan pressed pause, glanced at the time, and said slowly, 2 hours is about right. Alright, release it. With Juanda's voice, the second movement successfully uploaded. As the upload progress bar advanced, Fang Jian and the others grew visibly tense. They had done everything within their power, striving for perfection at every step. Now, it was up to fate. 5 minutes. In just 5 minutes, the song's downloads and streams had already peaked, launching an unprecedented assault on multiple historical records. Chapter 214, Editorial Department. Music Network Editorial Department. At that moment, several editors were nervously monitoring the unfolding situation. To the entire online world, Music Network was merely a minuscule branch. The dispute between Juanda and Hai, though highly controversial, remained confined to the music industry and hadn't spread across the entire internet. After all, neither was a top-tier celebrity. Hai was merely a third-tier singer with modest fame in his city, while Juanda's standing in the music industry, though far higher, meant that a composer's recognition could never compare to that of a star. Thus, despite simmering for some time, the incident remained far from mainstream news. Yet on the current music website, it was undeniably headline news. At the very least, the editorial department had shifted most of its attention here. Exactly 2 hours later, Juanda's song arrived as scheduled. Play the music, editor-in-chief Yukansi ordered in a low voice. Without a word, the junior editor immediately clicked to play the music. Although the music website was an open platform allowing users to upload both original and cover songs, in today's online environment, random spot checks were still unavoidable. Naturally, as editor-in-chief, Yukansi only needed to oversee the outstanding songs submitted by his editors. He simply didn't have the time or patience to listen to everything else. However, he couldn't afford to take the current uproar over Huahon lightly. He had to listen to the second newly uploaded song immediately. The beautiful vocals immediately filled the air, instantly silencing the entire editorial office. Securing an editor position at a music website didn't demand immense fame, but it did require a fundamental grasp of musical literacy and the ability to discern quality. Thus, when the opening notes of this song played, it instantly captured everyone's attention. They exchanged glances, their anticipation for the song growing even stronger. If the rest lived up to this caliber, the song absolutely had the potential to go viral. As the intro concluded, Wang Jia's instantly recognizable, ethereal voice filled the air. Like an icy spring bursting forth in the sweltering summer heat, it sent a chill down everyone's spine, giving them goosebumps. Within its ethereal quality lay an indescribable power, as if the entire heart lifted in unison with the melody. Yukon's eyes sparkled with excitement. Unexpectedly, his body seemed filled with energy. This is the magic of music. When a song that touches the soul plays, it often resonates with the deepest parts of the heart. And this song was undoubtedly such a piece. The song itself wasn't long, lasting just over 5 minutes. Yet within those 5 minutes, everyone's emotions rode a roller coaster of highs and lows, utterly captivated by the melody. As the final notes faded, they all exhaled a collective sigh of relief. What a song! Truly a masterpiece. An editor murmured, unable to find words to describe the song. His words immediately sparked a chorus of agreement from the others. Yeah, it's a great song. Way better than the one we just released. Hey, wanna compare it to that song from Red Sea? Is there even a need to compare? Red Sea song is certainly good on its own, but compared to this one. Silence. Silence. A deputy editor-in-chief clapped his hands and called out, "Everyone, don't forget what our responsibilities are. We are editors, not composers or singers. We need to view things from a fair and impartial standpoint. Alright, the song has finished playing. Everyone, please return to your stations." Though 1,000 words swirled in their hearts, they knew this wasn't the time for discussion and forced themselves to stay silent. But just then, Yukansi suddenly spoke up, "Put this song on the homepage's top banner spot." What? The deputy editor-in-chief froze, then hurriedly protested, "Editor-in-chief, isn't that a bad idea? Why not? Didn't we agree earlier to remain neutral in the conflict between Huojuanda and Red Sea?" The deputy editor pleaded earnestly, "If we feature this song on the homepage, it'll be a clear signal that we've taken sides. That's bound to offend people." He paused, then added, "Not only that, but it'll also create a bad impression for other artists and composers. What matters most for a website? Reputation, of course. And that reputation is built through years of consistent, diligent effort. MusicNet is an open platform. Since its founding, everyone has worked diligently, never slacking off or showing favoritism. The songs they featured in recommended spots might not please everyone, but each truly had its merits. Though the site wasn't immune to paid commenters or vote manipulation, its editors stood tall and fair, earning the platform its top-tier reputation in the music industry. But if they make an exception today, the reputation they've built over the years risks being tarnished. Falling is easy, rebuilding is hard. Yukansi shook his head, his gaze sweeping around the editing room. Meeting the uneasy looks on everyone's faces, he asked, "I'll ask you all one question, is this song good?" "It's good. Of course it is. If this song isn't good, then there are no good songs." In that moment, countless voices poured out their emotions. Those in the music industry are often deeply emotional people, far more so than the average person. The mission of our music network is to ensure good songs reach more people. Yukansi stepped forward, patted the deputy editor-in-chief on the shoulder, and said, "Regarding the dispute between Huojuanda and Honghai, we can remain neutral and shouldn't comment. But no matter how they argue, if they produce a good song, we have an obligation to promote it. If we can't even do that, that would be the true tragedy for us musicians." The deputy editor-in-chief paused, his face flushing crimson. He bowed his head and replied, "Yes, the editor-in-chief is right." The editors below all lit up with excitement. If they couldn't promote this song after hearing it, it would undoubtedly be one of the greatest regrets of their lives. Yukansi waved his hand decisively. "Feature it on the homepage. Tell all our fans we've discovered another classic masterpiece." In truth, these musicians had already recognized the song's close connection to the one Hojunda and Honghai had argued over. Yet at this moment, no one pointed it out. Still, they believed that once this song spread, the truth would reveal itself. Chapter 215, Pressing the Advantage. "It's out. It's out." Wang Nuan's eyes sparkled brightly. She gave Chao Minyu a knowing glance, and the two slipped away, heading into the restroom on this floor of the office building. The moment they entered, they pressed play. As the music filled the air, excitement spread across both their faces. The song was truly beautiful. 5 minutes later, the music ended. Not daring to linger, they exchanged a few hurried words while washing their hands. "What a great song. I wish I could listen to it again and again." "No worries, you can loop it on repeat once we get home." "Ah, are you trying to ruin the song?" Any song, no matter how classic or beautiful, can't withstand the torture of being on repeat. Generally speaking, the only outcome of doing that is that you'll never want to hear the song again. Strange, I suddenly feel like this song has a very familiar vibe. "Ah, you feel it too?" Wang Nuanyuan exclaimed with surprise and delight. "I thought I was the only one who felt this way. So it wasn't just my imagination." The two chattered away for a while before returning to their respective workstations. Yet they couldn't fully concentrate on their tasks. Instead, they secretly pulled out their phones and spontaneously shared the song in their familiar group chats. They were just ordinary music lovers. While listening, they simply felt a sense of familiarity and enjoyed the melody, without realizing the reason behind it. Yet on the music platform, alongside ordinary fans, countless professionals were active. Before long, especially after the song landed on the homepage recommendations, its plays and downloads began skyrocketing as if they'd grown wings. Moreover, the comments beneath the song were no longer uniformly disparaging. Instead, many appreciative voices had emerged. "Great song. This is hands down the best track I've heard all year. Why are so many people still bashing such a great song? This is clearly a publicity stunt, paid trolls. Doesn't the website do anything about it?" Perhaps this comment struck a nerve with the music platform's higher-ups. Moments later, everyone noticed that the persistent trolls who had been spamming the comments with nothing but negative feedback had vanished without a trace. The editors had intervened, banning all the fake accounts used by paid commenters. With the paid commenters gone, all the reviews finally started to reflect the song's true merit. "It's a great song, and I've noticed that this track and the one they were arguing about were likely composed by the same person. Indeed, though the lyrics and keys differ, the core melody and style are strikingly similar. To this composer, a medical student? What the heck is that? Never mind. Anyway, kudos to this composer. Thank you for letting us hear such a great song. Who is this singer? Their voice is so beautiful. When are they entering the music industry? If you hold a concert, I'll definitely buy a ticket to see you. In the editorial office, the young editor's face glowed with excitement. Editor-in-chief, in just half an hour, the single play count has hit 200,000 views. That's our highest record yet. Yukansi gave a slight nod. Though inwardly thrilled, he maintained his usual composure. The moment he heard this song, he was deeply moved. That's why he stubbornly insisted on placing it on the homepage's featured recommendations. And the song certainly didn't disappoint his expectations, securing him the best possible start. Records, even minor ones, are notoriously difficult to break. But today, with this song, he had witnessed a miracle. Perhaps because of this song, perhaps because of the composer, the medical student, their website could reach new heights. Still, as that commenter pointed out, what on earth was this medical student ID? What kind of composer would be so bored as to give themselves such a bizarre online name? If he ever got the chance, he'd definitely ask them in person. Suddenly, an absurd thought flashed through his mind. Could this composer really be a medical student? That's impossible, he must be overthinking it. After uploading the second part, Fang Jian and the others nervously stared at their computer or phone screens. This song held the key to their future reputation and was one of their trump cards. They all wanted to see just how far it could go. Within just 5 minutes, Juanda and Lu Haiyuan, two veterans who'd been navigating the music industry for years, let out a sigh of relief. They witnessed the explosive growth in views and downloads. Though no one had yet left comments or messages below, the sheer momentum alone made it clear things were looking promising. Truthfully, Juanda's reputation alone couldn't have generated such staggering results. But his recent maneuvers had drawn significant attention, and combined with the 2-hour preview of the new song, it all culminated in this remarkable achievement. Oh my gosh, look! The website actually put our song on the homepage recommendations, the female sound engineer exclaimed. A homepage feature is a crucial resource for any song, as the exposure here far surpasses that of any subsection. However, securing a spot on the homepage is no easy feat. As a composer for over 2 decades, Juanda had crafted many outstanding songs. Yet, only a handful had ever made it to the homepage of music websites. So, upon seeing this, he was naturally delighted, but more than that, he felt a faint melancholy. It seemed he really was getting old, unable to compete with these young talents. Strange, Lu Haiyuan frowned. How could it have made the homepage? I didn't pull any strings. Hey, brother Lu, what's wrong with being on the homepage? It's got way more impact. Yu Huiliang knew nothing about music, but he understood capital operations well. The homepage played a crucial role that was common knowledge. Lu Haiyuan shook his head. Brother Hua, this must be your doing. Juanda smiled faintly. I'm right here. I haven't contacted anyone outside. How could I arrange it? Besides, you know this music site well. All the editors are tough nuts to crack. Expecting to bribe them? That's tough. Lu Haiyuan's eyes lit up slightly. If it wasn't our arrangement, then it must have made the homepage through sheer song quality. Exactly. That must be it. Juanda pondered for a moment before adding, this song is worth them making an exception. Fang Jian offered no reply, instead watching with satisfaction as the numbers climbed steadily and the praise-filled comments rolled in. Bro Lu, can you announce the release date for part 3 too? Oh, so eager? Juanda asked with a smile. Let's strike while the iron's hot and crush them completely. In the recording studio, a wave of hearty laughter erupted. Gone was any trace of restraint, the air was filled with pure joy and delight. Chapter 216, Good News. Editor-in-Chief. Editor-in-Chief Yu. The urgent call echoed through the editorial department. An editor-in-charge leaped from his seat and hurried toward the editor-in-chief's office. So overcome with excitement, he forgot to knock, simply pushing the door open. Inside the office, Yukansi and his 2 deputies were deep in discussion. Seeing the editor burst in without a second thought, their brows furrowed slightly. Yukansi said coldly, "What's all the rush? Calm down." Since assuming the role of editor-in-chief, he had implemented sweeping reforms in the editorial department, demanding that all editors remain calm and meticulous in handling matters. He had been emphasizing this for years, so seeing someone display such urgency naturally drew his displeasure. The editor's face flushed slightly, but facing 3 editors-in-chief, he could only whisper, "Yes." "What is it?" "Speak," Yukansi said indifferently. The more his subordinates acted this way, the more composed he needed to appear. At the very least, he had to make everyone understand that he was the indispensable anchor of Happy Music Network. Editor-in-Chief Yu, that song's preview has surpassed 300,000 views, and downloads have exceeded 30,000, the editor declared, standing tall. Which song? One deputy editor-in-chief asked in puzzlement. Those numbers aren't particularly high. Given Happy Music Network's massive traffic, this data is only average. No, wait. The ratio of previews to downloads is way too high. Yukansi's heart stirred slightly. Part 2? When Fang Jian uploaded the song, it had no title, just the simple words Part 2. To ordinary people, it seemed utterly baffling. But anyone following the feud between Huo Juanda and Red Sea understood the weight and meaning behind those 4 characters. Yep, this is the song. No way. The other vice president exclaimed in astonishment. It's only been on the homepage for a short while. How could it achieve such impressive results? Yu Kangxi felt a flicker of excitement himself. Truth be told, this outcome had completely surpassed his expectations. After all, the song wasn't released by any superstar or diva, but merely by a composer. In the eyes of musicians, composers are the soul of a song, yet their recognition among the general public tends to be low. Had it been performed by a top-tier star or a popular influencer, such success wouldn't be surprising. But for a song by a composer to achieve this level of impact in such a short time? It was nothing short of astonishing. Editor-in-Chief Yu, this is all thanks to your exceptional vision for insisting on promoting the second installment to the homepage. A deputy editor flattered, without your decisive action, this song wouldn't have achieved its current success. Everyone loves flattery, but Yu Kangxi, seasoned by years in the industry, remained unclouded by success. After a moment's thought, he asked, have you compared the data? Is this genuine performance, or is someone faking it? The internet is a place of freedom, but it's also rife with paid commenters and fraud. In activities like voting, as long as you're willing to spend money, you can potentially push something to the top. Take music websites as an example. If you're willing to pay, professionals will manipulate all the metrics. Trying out songs using different IP addresses, or even going a step further and actively paying to download them. Following most websites' rules, new songs are only available for free previews. To download them, users must either subscribe to a monthly membership or pay per download. In short, obtaining completely free resources isn't that easy. Although Kaisen Music has cracked down on this many times, it's difficult to eradicate completely. Occasionally, instances of users paying for downloads still occur. However, all the big data is controlled by the website administrators. No matter how well outsiders manipulate the system, it's hard to hide from the website's comprehensive checks. If Huo Juanda had indeed paid someone to buy songs, traces would surely show up in the various data logs. A flicker of awkwardness crossed the editor's face as he replied, we haven't had time to investigate yet. Compiling the data takes time. Even if we could uncover anything, it wouldn't be ready for at least half a day. Then what are you waiting for? Get them to compile the data immediately and investigate this thoroughly. Yu Kangxi's expression hardened as he barked the order without mercy. The editor hurriedly responded and closed the door as he left. He had come eagerly to deliver good news, but unexpectedly, the boss not only failed to show joy but expressed deep skepticism, instantly dampening his enthusiasm for the task. Still, he wasn't outright angry, knowing Editor-in-Chief Yu despised such incidents. Many songs had pulled this stunt before, but once exposed, Yu Kangxi would order them frozen. While it wouldn't be suppressed or taken down, it would never receive promotional placements again. For an average singer without massive popularity backing them, this was absolutely devastating. Upon reaching the data department, the editor relayed the boss's instructions. He put his headphones back on and listened to the second part again. As he listened, he hummed softly and tapped his leg to the beat. He wasn't old, nor did he have deep industry experience. What secured his position as editor and earned the boss's trust was his genuine passion for music and his status as a semi-insider. And precisely because he knew good music when he heard it, he loved this song intensely. Lost in the music, he had already formed his own judgment about the dispute between Huo Juanda and Hong Hai. This second movement was absolutely in the same vein as the first song. That Red Sea guy was shameless. Suddenly, the editor froze in place. His eyes widened as he stared at the screen for a long moment, finally certain he hadn't misread it. Jumping to his feet, the editor forgot the earlier treatment and rushed toward the editor-in-chief's office once more. Inside the editor-in-chief's office, the two deputy editors exchanged glances. After a long silence, one sighed softly, Lao Yu, that song is indeed excellent. With such impressive results, plus the topic manipulation and our homepage promotion, it shouldn't be fake. Yes, the other deputy editor-in-chief agreed. Even if the data shows slight discrepancies, it's acceptable. In this industry, one has little choice. Some things are best not taken too seriously. Yu Kangxi nodded gratefully. Though principled, he wasn't inflexible. That these two subordinates could speak to him so frankly was already a sign of genuine trust. Still, he harbored immense hopes for that song, and deep down, he truly didn't want to associate it with any scandal. Slam! The door to the editor-in-chief's office swung open once more. Yu Kangxi and the other two turned to see the familiar face of the editor. A sudden surge of irritation welled up within him. This guy really never learns. Editor-in-chief, the third installment is here. What? Huo Juanda just left a message, release the third installment in 2 hours. Chapter 217, Despair. In S-City, Shi Xiaolin and Hong Hai stared at the screen before them, their expressions utterly priceless. He really released it. Huo Juanda actually released it, and it's the second part. Hong Hai muttered under his breath, his mood plummeting instantly. Shi Xiaolin gritted his teeth. What's there to fear? It's just a new song. You haven't even heard it yet, how can you judge its quality? He snorted coldly. Maybe it's just a filler track. You're in the industry too, you've written songs. Don't you know how difficult it is to create a truly good song? Hong Hai's eyes lit up. Exactly. It's definitely a trend-chasing song. We'll know once we hear it. Shi Xiaolin sneered, we'll listen first. If the quality doesn't meet standards. Heh, you can notify the troll army to go all out and tear it to shreds for me. Alright. Hong Hai agreed as he clicked to play the song. Yet the smile froze solid on his face the moment the music began. He swore he'd never heard this melody before. Yet, inexplicably, it felt intensely familiar as if he'd sung it himself once. Shi Xiaolin and Hong Hai possessed exceptional musical discernment. Unlike ordinary listeners, their ears instantly conjured layers of meaning. At that moment, they both looked up. Their gazes met mid-air, and instantly, they saw the deep fear lurking in each other's eyes. This melody. Could it be? The playback timer on the screen continued ticking forward. As the opening music concluded, Wang Jia's ethereal voice immediately took over. It's over. In that instant, both of them froze as if struck by a petrification spell, utterly immobilized. Yet within their hearts, an indescribable despair began to surface. This song was indeed the second movement. And to make matters worse, it was sung by Wang Jia. Anyone who had heard the first movement would easily connect the two. Seeing the drizzle, yet blind to the breeze. Seeing the moon's brilliance, yet blind to the sparse stars. Seeing the vast red dust, yet blind to the tide of blossoms and the ebb of moonlight. Whether seen or unseen. As this exquisite melody echoed through the room, their faces grew increasingly pale. Though they wished the song had never existed, neither pressed pause. Instead, they waited silently for it to play to its end. Mr. Shi, they've actually done it, Hong Hai said with difficulty. Shi Xiaolin clenched his fists tightly, murmuring under his breath, how is this possible? How is this possible? Hong Hai watched Shi Xiaolin, his eyes bloodshot, and understood his loss of composure. Though he was a mediocre composer himself, it was precisely because of this that he deeply understood the difficulty of creating a good song. Shi Xiaolin had given him this new song, his finest masterpiece in years, one with genuine potential to become a hit. Yet, Hua Juanda promptly followed with two songs of his own. Though the first song's vocalist was mediocre, its inherent quality was undeniably superb, even slightly better than Shi Xiaolin's new track. With a different singer, it could easily reach new heights. Such songs couldn't be casually composed by even the most talented songwriters without a certain stroke of luck. They had assumed this represented Fang Jian's peak. But when this song emerged, they finally grasped the caliber of opponent they were facing. Damn it! Kai Xin Music's Red Sea scanned the computer screen, suddenly landing on the music website's homepage. He couldn't help but curse angrily, these bastards kicking someone when they're down. What's going on? They actually put this second installment on the homepage's featured spot. Red Sea was furious, aren't they always preaching fairness and justice? How could they do this at a time like this? Shi Xiaolin's mouth twitched slightly as his fists clenched tighter, his nails digging deep into his flesh. Fang Jian was a doctor, wasn't he? Why abandon his noble profession to humiliate me? Yet it never occurred to him that the leak of the song had originated from him. Shi Xiaolin held completely different standards and expectations for others versus himself. The moment the music website featured the song on its homepage, its immense influence became immediately apparent. Music enthusiasts were quickly drawn to it. Upon seeing the peculiar title, The Second Movement, many unaware fans began searching for its origins. Naturally, some nosy individuals dug up the entire backstory. In today's internet age, with a little effort, one could uncover details about almost anything. Especially when it came to minor drama and gossip, people couldn't get enough of it. Soon, not only music enthusiasts learned of the story, but even many established superstars discovered this amusing anecdote through the song itself. Yet, upon hearing the song, they too were deeply moved. Sometimes, the quality of the work itself is the best endorsement and the most powerful credential. After hearing the song, those singers couldn't help but entertain the thought of reaching out to this composer to commission a song. Medical student? What kind of idea is that? What composer would choose such a screen name? Yet no matter how bizarre the name, the songs he created were undeniably heart-stirring. With genuine talent, even the most eccentric behavior can be forgiven. Unfortunately, this medical student composer left no useful contact information. So, one by one, they dug up Hua Juanda's contact information. Just as they were about to ask Hua Juanda to connect them, another astonishing piece of news swept through the music industry. 2 hours later, Hua Juanda was set to release the medical student's latest masterpiece. Part 3. Upon seeing the title, many musicians couldn't help but laugh. Yet amidst their laughter, a sense of caution crept in. Hua Juanda's approach was essentially driving the Red Sea to its death. After today's incident, Red Sea's reputation in the industry had truly hit rock bottom. While they might not be completely forced out of the scene, a comeback seemed virtually impossible. After all, musicians value their reputations and wouldn't want to be associated with a collaborator of a plagiarist. And without connections, what chance did Red Sea have of making a name for themselves in the cutthroat entertainment industry? Huo Juenda, that old fox. He's as tough as nails. You don't want to cross him. Chapter 218, Song of the Covenant. Success. In the recording studio, Fang Jian and the others wore beaming smiles. When they saw the music website unhesitatingly featured their song's second movement on the homepage recommendations, they had a premonition: all their hard work hadn't been in vain. Especially Huo Juenda, Lu Haiyuan, and the two sound engineers, their smiles grew even brighter. For these three songs, they had poured their hearts and souls into perfecting them within a mere 3 days, a feat impossible to achieve with mere lip service. Only they truly understood the immense effort they had poured into this. Even Fang Jian and the others, though aware of the difficulty, lacked the first-hand experience to grasp its depth. Now, watching the steadily climbing preview and download numbers, everyone's faces beamed with joy. They would wait 2 more hours, letting this momentum fully ferment, before delivering the final, decisive blow. Huo Juenda chuckled. I guarantee it, once the third installment drops, Red Sea won't stand a chance of turning the tables. Yu Huiliang sighed. He got off easy. Got off easy? Huo Juenda froze slightly. What do you mean? Yu Huiliang shrugged his shoulders and said, what we're doing will at most confirm his plagiarism and make him lose face. But we can't get back the song that was plagiarized from us. Huo Junde waved his hand dismissively with a smile. That's not how it works. He patted the computer. In this matter, we're not at a disadvantage at all. In fact, we've made a huge profit. What? Profited? Yu Huilian looked utterly perplexed, and even Xiao Xingxing shared his confusion. Only Wing Jiayi looked deep in thought. Absolutely, Fang Jian nodded in agreement. We've definitely profited. How do you know we've profited? Yu Huiliang asked, clearly dissatisfied. Fang Jian chuckled. I just know. He understood better than anyone, judging by the abundance of warm-toned thought energy around him. The previous songs had also brought him huge profits, gathering massive amounts of thought energy around him. But this time was different. After the 2 new songs, especially the second part, were released, the sheer volume of surging thought energy was so immense that even he felt a sense of awe. Truth be told, the second part was indeed a great song. Yet Fang Jian understood that the song's inherent charm alone could never have garnered such immense attention. So this time, they'd hit the jackpot and then some. Lu Haiyuan chuckled lightly. Brother Yu, what do we chase in this music biz? Exposure. Recognition. Brother Fang's songs are great, but they lack the necessary name recognition before. So no matter how good they were, they couldn't draw much attention. He paused, hesitating before adding, unless you get a real superstar to cover it, that's the only way to truly make a song go viral. Yu Huiliang, no fool himself, his eyes brightening, replied, I see. You mean our feud with Red Sea was essentially a form of publicity stunt? Exactly. It's precisely because we've been locked in this fierce standoff, refusing to back down, even escalating to a direct showdown. That's why this topic has captured widespread attention and drawn massive scrutiny. Now, with the Fang brothers' second track released, it's bound to create a completely different impact. Yu Huiliang nodded slightly, his eyes darting around as if scheming something. Fang Jian's brow furrowed slightly as he cautioned, Old Yu, don't mess around. Once was enough. I don't want to waste any more time on this. Yu Huiliang sighed helplessly and turned to Xiao Xing. I wanted more people to hear your beautiful voice, but it seems someone doesn't want to play along anymore. Xiao Xingxing chuckled softly. Senior, I'm not a singer. Singing a new song for fun is fine, but turning it into a career? I'm not interested. Huo Juenda and Lu Haiyuan exchanged glances, unsure what to say. These days, young people will lose their moral compass just to get famous. Take Red Sea, for instance. He knew full well that the first piece wasn't his own work, yet he chose to plagiarize and publish it without hesitation for fame. Even after Huo Juenda called him out, he still refused to admit defeat. It's safe to say they'll stop at nothing to achieve fame. Of course, the more they act this way, the greater the backlash they'll likely face. The name Red Sea will probably end up on many musicians' blacklists of people they'd rather not work with. Yet at this moment, no one feels the slightest regret. Having chosen this path, Hong Hai must grit his teeth and persevere. Even if he falls and bleeds profusely along the way, he must endure it silently. Suddenly, Huo Juwenda's phone rang. He answered it without thinking. Hey, old Chang, you calling me? That's rare. Hee hee, good, everything's fine. Oh, I see. Huo Juwenda's brow furrowed slightly. He glanced at Fang Jian, remained silent for a moment, then said, I can't make decisions about this matter either. He's not my student. You know my capabilities. He's a genius, a true genius. I can ask for you, but I can't guarantee anything. Alright, I'll hang up now. After hanging up, he exhaled a long breath, his gaze toward Fang Jian growing distinctly peculiar. Fang Jian frowned slightly. Brother Hua, what's wrong? Is someone giving you a hard time? Truthfully, if he'd used his psychic abilities, the conversation on the other end wouldn't have escaped his notice. But this was personal privacy. Fang Jian wouldn't stoop to eavesdropping. Sigh. It's not that they're giving me a hard time, it's more like they're giving me a hard time. Hearing this contradictory statement, everyone was at a loss. Huojuanda clenched his jaw and explained, Fang, it's like this. The caller was an old friend. When I first started out, he helped me tremendously. I want to repay that favor. Fang Jian's heart stirred slightly. A song request? Exactly. After hearing your previous compositions, he expressed a desire to visit me personally and request a song. I hope you'll agree. He lowered his voice. This old friend is currently working for. At the mention of that name, everyone's heart skipped a beat. This wasn't some unknown artist like Red Sea, he was a genuine superstar with top-tier talent. Before Fang Jian could respond, Huojuanda's phone rang again. Huojuanda hesitated, but pressed the answer button. Moments later, the smile on his face seemed to freeze. When he lowered the phone, the look he gave Fang Jian grew even stranger. Another song request? Yes. Ring. The phone rang again. All eyes turned to it, each person's thoughts their own. Chapter 219, Persuasion. Request a song, book a song. 2 hours later, when the third installment was successfully uploaded, Huojuanda's phone calls reached a peak frequency. Hardly had he hung up one call before another came in. Not only that, but his WeChat notifications blared incessantly throughout this period. He could only glance at them, lacking even the time to reply. Finally, when the phone's battery completely drained, the chaos subsided. Lu Haiyuan silently handed him something. Power bank? No, I don't need it. Huojuanda declined Lu Haiyuan's offer without hesitation. It's finally quiet. Let me rest for a bit. He turned to Fang Jian, his expression a wry smile. Fang, you saw everything. Fang Jian nodded slowly. Yes. Fang, I've met many musicians, and many of them possess genuine talent. But in my opinion, yours is the strongest. Huojuanda waved his hand. Let me finish. Xiao Xingxing's rendition of The Hunter was decent enough, but the trilogy you prepared for Wangji, not only is each song a masterpiece in its own right, but there's an almost imperceptible connection between them. That's what makes it truly remarkable. Fang Jian felt a pang of anxiety. Even in the high-dimensional world, such a trilogy was exceedingly rare. For a song that had once been wildly popular to receive such acclaim in this world was no exaggeration. But he was merely a conduit for the music. Still, he knew this was something best kept to himself, never to be spoken aloud. Brother Fang, being a doctor is a respectable profession, but there are countless doctors in this world. One more or one less makes no difference. Huojuanda spoke solemnly, take my advice, give up medicine and dedicate yourself entirely to being a composer. I guarantee you won't regret today's choice. Yu Huiliang opened his mouth. As in turn, he wanted to argue back. But the moment he recalled Fang Jian's songs, the words caught in his throat. Still, he couldn't help but inwardly scoff at Huojuanda's words. To think Fang Jian had no future as a doctor? That was vastly underestimating him. Fang Jian was the one who'd concocted that special nutrient solution in the lab. If he kept pursuing that path, who knew what achievements he might reach? Brother Fang, brother was right. You possess a talent for composing that most people can only dream of. Don't give it up, Lu Haiyuan urged. The male and female sound engineers exchanged glances. Though they weren't close with Fang Jian, their time working alongside him had earned them profound respect for his abilities. They too were determined not to see such a talented composer fade into obscurity. Indeed, Mr. Fang, Lu Haiyuan added, since you've achieved so much in this field, why not give it a shot? Wang Jia's eyes flickered as she gazed at Fang Jian with a silent smile. Though she didn't directly persuade him, her expression clearly conveyed her strong agreement. In life, one faces many paths to choose from, but which one truly suits you? Ordinary people had little choice, most drifting along with the current. But Fang Jian possessed a clear goal for himself, one he held unwaveringly. Because each time his consciousness crossed over, it attached itself to a different doctor, be it a gang doctor, a massage therapist, a psychiatrist, or a military medic. They all shared one common identity, they were doctors. Given this, what choice did Fang Jian have? With a light sigh, Fang Jian said, Brother Hua, Brother Lu, thank you both for your kindness. But, I think Brother Fang should definitely reconsider. Lu Haiyuan, ever the shrewd one, instantly grasped the implication behind Fang Jian's words. Fearing Huojuanda might lose face if he voiced his true thoughts, he quickly interjected, we've achieved a great victory today. I'll treat everyone to a celebration. How about it? Sounds good. Yu Huiliang chimed in. Xingxing, you pick the place. Over the past few days, everyone had learned about Xiao Xingxing's side gig. She was a well-known food critic in N City. When it came to finding good food, she was the go-to person. Xiao Xingxing nodded repeatedly. With so many of us, a small place definitely won't work. What kind of food do you guys prefer, hot pot, meat dishes, or vegetarian focused? Lu Haiyuan chuckled, as long as it's delicious, anything works. Just hearing you talk about it is making my mouth water. The group couldn't help but smile. They understood that Huojuanda and the others had been holed up in the studio these past days, racing to finish the 3 songs. When hunger struck, they'd either order takeout or scald their tongues on instant noodles. Now that things were settled, they naturally wanted to make it up to them. Fang Jian silently observed the group. He noticed that while Hua Juanda wore a broad smile on the surface, a trace of unmistakable worry lingered between his brows. Brother Hua, what's troubling you? The others paused, their voices dropping. Hua Juanda forced a smile and said, nothing. Let's all go out for dinner. I'm hungry too. Fang Jian thought for a moment and said, Brother Hua, I'm truly sorry for putting you through so much trouble this time. Don't say that. It's my honor to be part of producing these 3 songs. I'm thrilled, actually. Oh? Then why the long face? Where's my gloomy face? Hua Juanda glanced around and asked, is there? Wang Jai suddenly asked, Dr. Fang, have you had any inspiration lately? Inspiration? Yes. Wang Jai smiled. Brother Hua is in the music industry after all. He has so many connections to maintain. If he turned down every song request, he'd end up offending too many people. Hua Juanda shot Wang Jai a grateful look but replied aloud, it's fine. True inspiration is essential for creation. Songs written carelessly aren't fit for the stage, they'd be useless anyway. Fang Jian froze, suddenly understanding everything. After a moment's thought, he said, Brother Hua, I recall you mentioning you owe someone a favor? Hua Juanda gave a wry smile. It's nothing. I'll find a way to repay that favor. Don't worry about it. Fang Jian shook his head, mentally recalling the songs he'd heard in the higher dimensional world. Those songs were all classics. Though their styles varied, each possessed its own distinct charm. He wasn't entirely unfamiliar with the singer he served either. As a part-time musician himself, he'd heard quite a few of this artist's songs. The singer's style was distinctive, but precisely because of certain pronounced characteristics, few songs truly complemented his image and aura. His eyes suddenly lit up as he selected one song from the hundreds. Brother Hua, I've thought of a piece that might be suitable. You just thought of it? Yes. In just a moment? Hua Juanda murmured softly to himself, then looked up at the studio ceiling, speechless for a long time. Such is the nature of genius. Chapter 220, the white-haired figure appears again. After a hearty meal, Yu Huiliang drove Fang Jian home. Pulling up outside his apartment complex, Yu Huiliang stopped the car and suddenly said, Old Fang, aren't you going to think it over? Fang Jian paused his hand on the door handle and asked suspiciously, consider what? Oh, well. I think you actually have quite a talent for composing music, Yu Huiliang said. Why don't you become a full-time composer? Write a few more great songs, and I'll give them to Xingxing for her to choose from. Fang Jian rolled his eyes in exasperation. The initial words had seemed considerate, but the final remark exposed Yu Huiliang's true motive. Old Yu, don't forget I'm a doctor, Fang Jian said solemnly. I was a doctor before, and I'll be one forever. That's something I'll never confuse. Sensing the sincerity in Fang Jian's words, Yu Huiliang conceded. Fine, fine. It's your choice. At least I tried to talk you out of it. With that, he exhaled in relief and smiled. Since you've decided to be a doctor, why don't we start our internship early? For ordinary students, even wanting to intern at a hospital required coordination between the school and the hospital, plus scheduling arrangements. But these two were different. Setting aside Fang Jian having Shui-Yi's full backing, Yu Huiliang's family also wielded considerable influence, capable of arranging internships at any hospital in N City at any time. Fang Jian thought for a moment and didn't object. Alright, go contact Professor Jiang. Let's start our internship. Oh, and those materials you asked for? They should be mostly ready in a couple of days. Yu Huiliang slapped his forehead. Why did you have me prepare all that stuff? What new contraption are you tinkering with now? Fang Jian smiled faintly. Just had a little idea. Still no clear direction yet. Pushing open the car door, he called out, get ready. See you back there. Yu Huiliang muttered under his breath, so mysterious. Who knows what he's up to? He drove off, looking a bit sulky. Fang Jian shook his head slightly. If Yu Huiliang knew those ingredients were for researching a cure for Parkinson's disease, who knows what kind of expression he'd have. But until the cure was truly developed and its efficacy confirmed, Fang Jian couldn't let anyone know his real purpose. Returning home, he exchanged greetings with his mother before retreating to his bedroom. Today had been an exhausting day for him. After spending so many hours locked in a virtual battle with Shi Xiaolin and Hong Hai in the recording studio, he naturally felt drained. After tidying up, Fang Jian prepared to wash up and go to bed. Early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise. As a doctor, he understood this principle well. He picked up his toothbrush, dabbed a pea-sized amount of toothpaste onto it, and placed it in his mouth. However, when he lifted his head and looked into the mirror, his expression suddenly tightened and his body froze. For through the mirror, he saw clearly that half of his eyes had turned red. Red pupils. This was the white-haired, red-eyed entity hidden within his body, something akin to a second personality. Usually, it concealed itself so well that Fang Jian had even forgotten its existence. But now, it had emerged of its own accord. The vivid crimson hue was so striking it almost lured one into a trance. However, Fang Jian snapped back to his senses immediately. He lowered his head and brushed his teeth diligently, not daring to look up even once. Yet, a long-forgotten voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "You're doing quite well." Fang Jian gave a bitter laugh. At this point, he could no longer pretend to be deaf or mute. "What was good? How did you manage to collect so much mental energy? Don't you know? The suppression this world exerts on me is too great. I can't maintain constant clarity, and my periods of slumber are growing longer and longer." Fang Jian's heart sank. He didn't know whether to feel relieved or worried. The existence of the white-haired, red-eyed being truly terrified him, yet he had also tasted the convenience and security it brought. Even he didn't know which path he would choose between abandonment and coexistence. He slowly recounted his activities over the past few days. Though not overly detailed, he held nothing back. Everything was straightforward and proper. After listening, the white-haired, red-eyed figure murmured something under its breath. Is the entertainment industry's influence really that vast? Celebrities in the entertainment industry are the most famous few. The slightest stir they make attracts countless reports. Fang Jian sneered. In this era of entertainment-driven excess, anything connected to entertainment can earn generous rewards of mental energy. Fang Jian suddenly recalled something and began to inquire. Though Fang Jian possessed much of the white-haired, red-eyed being's memories from the higher dimensional world, fully digesting them proved difficult. Some questions simply couldn't be answered by passively observing memories. In your world, what profession is most popular and enjoys the most privileges? Scientists and combat heroes. What? Scientists and combat heroes? Fang Jian looked utterly incredulous. In this world, scientists and combat heroes did hold a certain status, and their deeds were indeed heroic and moving. But no matter how they were packaged, they were nowhere near as celebrated as the so-called celebrities. Even if scientists created wealth 1,000,000 times greater than celebrities, the treatment they received was worlds apart. Your world is truly strange. What value or wealth do these celebrities create? Why do so many people fawn over them? Fang Jian froze, his face flushing crimson. The question was too vast. Perhaps it was a societal issue. As a mere intern, how could he possibly contemplate such matters? You've gathered so much mental energy that you're nearing your limit. Try to expend half of it as soon as possible. Freeing up space will allow you to absorb more. Alright, but how the hell do I expend this mental energy? You're not seriously suggesting I visit the higher dimensional world at night, are you? Gathering mental energy is difficult, but dissipating it is easy. You can try converting it using your psychic power, stimulating your muscles, joints, and other parts of your body to make it stronger than ever before. Fang Jian froze. Since when did mental energy gain fitness functions? Still, now that he had a method, he wouldn't just sit idly by. Mental energy surged rapidly within his mind. Though this force was far weaker than during his white-haired, red-eyed days, Fang Jian still nurtured it with care. Under the influence of his mental energy, Fang Jian's physical energy gradually began to stir. Chapter 221, Ingenious Application. Hey, what do I do next? Fang Jian mobilized his mental energy, but when he was finally ready, he found himself utterly clueless. Using spiritual power and mental energy to stimulate physical enhancement was indeed a wonderful concept. Yet, while it sounded simple, actually achieving it proved far from easy. How foolish. A faint sigh echoed in his mind. Fang Jian's face darkened slightly. This method might be commonplace in your world, but in this one, it was absolutely novel. Without concrete steps to reference, how could Fang Jian possibly risk experimenting on his own body? He strained his memory, but to his frustration, the fragmented recollections of the white-haired, red-eyed figure held no trace of a similar situation. I can only do this once. Remember that. In the next instant, Fang Jian's hair color rapidly shifted, growing visibly longer before his eyes. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, he was adorned with a cascade of snow-white hair. Following closely behind was the transformation of his eyes, now a blood-red, demonic hue possessing an infinite pull. Simultaneously, his spiritual powers surged to unimaginable heights. If his previous spiritual energy had been like a trickling stream, it now raged like a tempestuous ocean capable of overturning the heavens. Fang Jian's consciousness had been replaced by the white hair and crimson eyes, yet he wasn't in a state of emptiness. Instead, it felt like he was in a higher dimension, possessing someone else's body. He could see and hear, yet had lost control over his own body. It was an extraordinary sensation, intensified especially when confronting his own physical form. The white-haired, red-eyed figure shifted slightly, and his psychic energy began to emanate as if driven by an external force. Fang Jian suddenly realized that at this moment, his own psychic power seemed affected, causing him to react in kind. Perhaps that wasn't quite the right description. For his psychic power and that of the white-haired, red-eyed being were fundamentally one and the same. In other words, while the white-haired, red-eyed being utilized their psychic power, they simultaneously transmitted their insights and experience to him. Once the mental energy had spread to a certain extent, it halted. Then, in an extremely peculiar manner, it began to permeate the formless, colorless mental energy surrounding him. Yes, permeation. Fang Jian couldn't comprehend why two forces invisible to both the naked eye and instruments would undergo such a transformation. Yet, under the control of the white-haired, red-eyed ones, they were indeed undergoing some inexplicable fusion reaction. However, this reaction was excruciatingly slow, taking a full quarter of an hour to shift only a minuscule fraction of the energy. Then, the mental energy that had fused with the thought energy began to recede. Yet, instead of returning to his mind, it settled upon his body. Though Fang Jian couldn't control his body, he could still keenly sense every subtle change within it. As this blended energy integrated into his flesh, he immediately felt a faint warmth spreading throughout his body. This warmth was not intense. If one were to make a distinction in comparison, it would amount to a difference of 1 to 3 degrees. Moreover, the increase in warmth was not uniform across his body. Some areas felt noticeably warmer, while others experienced only a barely perceptible rise. Fang Jian quietly observed this peculiar transformation. Gradually, his initially heightened excitement began to subside. He realized that while this peculiarity might offer some benefit to his body, the advantage was nowhere near as substantial as he had imagined. It could be described as a form of gentle cultivation. If maintained consistently, it could indeed grant him a body far healthier and more robust than that of an ordinary person. However, this enhancement undoubtedly had its limits. It could never transform him into a superhuman. A full hour passed before the immense spiritual force slowly receded. Fang Jian's hair returned to its normal color and length. When he opened his eyes, even the red tint within his pupils had completely vanished. Stretching his limbs and body, Fang Jian realized the heat within him hadn't fully dissipated. It seemed the mental energy brought by that spiritual force was still undergoing some strange transformation. He hopped a few times, but the sensation wasn't profound. It felt much the same as before. With a flicker of thought, Fang Jian suddenly braced himself on the ground with his fingers and began doing push-ups. This was the best way to strengthen his finger muscles. Now, when performing push-ups, his palms could slightly lift off the ground. Though he still couldn't compare to Dr. Chun from the higher dimensional world, it was a significant improvement from the beginning. After 3 sets of push-ups, Fang Jian stood up, feeling a slight ache in his fingers and palms. Building finger strength wasn't something that happened overnight. It required long-term training and accumulation. Yet, at that very moment, Fang Jian sensed it. The unusual heat within his body began gathering toward his palms, especially his 10 fingers, where the sensation grew increasingly pronounced. A flicker of delight crossed Fang Jian's eyes as he gained new insight into this peculiar fitness method. Still, figuring out how to apply it effectively would take more time to gradually explore. The heat gradually dissipated, yet Fang Jian felt as though his fingers had been reborn. While describing it as such might be a slight exaggeration, the earlier throbbing sensation had indeed vanished without a trace. Now, he felt confident he could endure another 3 sets of exercises. Hey, is this how mental energy reshapes the body? Hey. Alright, looks like that guy burned through his energy again after popping up for a bit, so he's back to napping. Fang Jian sensed his body and found that the mental energy he could command hadn't been depleted much. With a slight shift in his thoughts, that mental energy surged again. He mimicked the white-haired, red-eyed man's method, spreading it out. Though the intensity of the spiritual energy differed, the method of application remained identical. Of course, the area he could spread it over was significantly smaller, now less than a tenth of the white-haired, red-eyed one's range. Under his mental control, the sparse spiritual energy once again interacted with the surrounding thought energy in a wondrous reaction. However, Fang Jian immediately noticed that this time, the reaction speed was painfully slow. Having experienced the rapid development of the white-haired red-eye technique, this delay became increasingly intolerable. He sighed helplessly. This was the absolute gap in strength between them, something beyond Fang Jian's current capabilities to bridge. Regardless, he now possessed another option, a significant advantage in itself. 10-finger push-ups. Fang Jian performed 3 consecutive sets of this demanding exercise. To his surprise, though his fingers still felt slightly sore and swollen, the effort seemed slightly easier than before. Staring at his 10 fingers, astonishment filled Fang Jian's eyes. Could the use of mental energy to restore stamina and alleviate fatigue in muscles and nerves truly be this remarkably effective? Realizing this, he could no longer contain his excitement. After bidding his mother farewell, Fang Jian stepped out the door. Though their neighborhood wasn't the most exclusive in S-City, it still counted as a mid to high-end area. In such a district, a gym was bound to be available. Previously, Fang Jian hadn't been interested, but now he was eager to try it out. After all, the space at home was too small for proper exercise. If he accidentally made any noise, he'd likely get scolded by his mom again. Better to spend some money and go to the gym. A chain fitness center occupied the commercial building at the front of the complex. Fang Jian had barely stepped inside and stated his purpose when he received an enthusiastic welcome. The gym staff fell into 2 categories: regular employees, including cleaners and trainers, and marketing personnel. When you hadn't signed up for a membership yet, you could definitely feel the extraordinary enthusiasm of the marketing staff. Fang Jian didn't say much, just indicated he wanted to try it out, and was immediately granted access. After changing into his running shoes, Fang Jian approached the treadmills. There were many types available, each with slightly different controls. However, their functions were quite simple, anyone could easily figure them out after a single demonstration. After starting the treadmill, Fang Jian began jogging at a pace of 3. Though not an athlete and lacking deep sports knowledge, he knew the basic rule: warm up before exercising to loosen the body and reduce injury risk. And the best way to warm up? Slow jogging. After about 10 minutes, Fang Jian increased the speed. Watching the number climb gradually, he quickened his pace. Each increment of speed caused the belt beneath him to accelerate significantly. By the time he reached 8, it equaled the running pace of an average person. Running like this consumed a tremendous amount of stamina, making it difficult for most people to sustain for long. Even healthy young adults would feel exhausted and drained after just half an hour. Fang Jian was no exception. After setting the speed to 9 and running for half an hour, he too felt considerably strained. In the past, he would have slowed down appropriately. But now, he quietly released his mental energy, attempting a strange fusion with the surrounding thought energy. The next moment, Fang Jian's eyes brightened slightly as an inexplicable surge of intense joy welled up within him. To his surprise, he discovered that this fusion of energies was proceeding with remarkable ease and lightness. Then, the merged energies surged back into his body. Once again, Fang Jian felt that faintly burning sensation. This sensation spread through his internal organs and down to his legs and feet. These were the areas most taxed during his runs, and as the warmth persisted, his energy and stamina began to recover at an astonishing rate. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. That was the conclusion Fang Jian reached after his experiment. Mental power could indeed fuse with thought energy, and when the body was fatigued, this fusion process accelerated significantly. Though Fang Jian didn't understand the underlying principle, he speculated it might relate to the body's intensity of energy craving. It was like drinking water: if one wasn't thirsty, a casual sip would suffice. But after strenuous exercise, when the body craved water intensely, downing an entire bottle of mineral water in one go was no problem. This fusion energy must confer immense benefits to the body. Setting aside other effects, its ability to restore stamina and alleviate fatigue alone was astonishing. As Fang Jian kept running, he felt no fatigue at all. A strange thought even crossed his mind. What if he entered the Olympic marathon right now? Could he win the gold medal? He increased the machine's intensity once more, maintaining a frequency of 11. At this setting, the treadmill's speed equaled that of a person sprinting. While it couldn't match the pace of a 100-meter dash, it was nearly identical to an ordinary person's full-out sprint. Most people would be gasping for breath after just a few minutes at this pace, yet Fang Jian only grew faster and more effortless with each stride. He let loose, reveling in the unrestrained freedom of the moment. After an unknown period, he suddenly felt a slight dizziness in his head. His heart sank, and Fang Jian immediately stopped this cheating behavior. With a bitter smile, he knew he had overstepped his bounds. Compared to the immense mental power possessed by the white-haired, red-eyed being, his own level was vastly inferior. Therefore, even though there was still plenty of thought energy around him, his own mental strength could no longer hold out. He immediately slowed down, gradually reducing his pace. Without the replenishment of the intertwined energy, maintaining such a breakneck pace would be nothing short of suicide. However, the moment he came to a complete halt, something felt off. Scanning his surroundings, Fang Jian noticed several people scattered about, watching him and whispering among themselves. That guy sure can run. He was in 11th gear and kept it up for a full hour. Not only that, but his warm-up earlier was at an 8-gear level, and he ran for about half an hour too. He must be an athlete. Why's he even at the gym? He must be an athlete, and a top-tier one at that. Fang Jian's face flushed slightly when he realized that among those chatting, besides regular members, there were actually 2 trainers. He glanced at the time. Over an hour had already passed since he started his intense run on the treadmill. Who works out like that? No wonder he was drawing attention. Fang Jian didn't dare linger any longer. After showering, he signed up for a membership card under the guidance of a marketing staff member. However, the salesperson had also seen his running stats and likely assumed he was an athlete too. So he just smiled and processed the membership without mentioning anything about recommending a coach. After all, this was just an ordinary gym. While the trainers here might have some skill, attempting to coach a professional athlete would be nothing short of inviting humiliation. Chapter 222, Safeguarding. Over the next few days, Fang Jian ate well and slept soundly. Whenever his spiritual energy recovered, he would release it and fuse it with his mental energy, using it to restore his physical strength and enhance his physique. His consciousness traversed into a higher dimensional realm, where he acquired vast knowledge and advanced techniques. Yet, constrained by his physical limitations, he was unable to fully harness these abilities at times. The most striking example was the combat techniques of massage therapists versus military medics. While their techniques and experience were crucial, both professions also demanded exceptional physical prowess. The former requires immense finger strength. Without sufficient force, even if pressure points are correctly applied, the effect is minimal, like scratching through a shoe, only making the itch worse. The latter is even more so. The foundation of combat isn't technique, but a formidable physique. A centenarian who walks with a trembling gait could never defeat a young man in the prime of his life, even if he possessed the world's most advanced combat skills. When martial arts stars in their 50s and 60s dominate the big screen, portraying ageless legends, it's merely cinematic fiction. Anyone who takes it seriously is a true fool. After gaining the ability to project his thoughts through space, Fang Jian trained daily. Yet the effects remained limited due to the short time elapsed. However, possessing this unique method to compensate for physical limitations and eliminate fatigue was like adding wings to a tiger. His physical prowess surged rapidly. Of course, reaching the level of a military medic still required considerable time. This special ability merely minimized that time frame. The joyful summer vacation finally came to an end. When Fang Jian returned to school, he sought his familiar classmates. This return wasn't for the start of the semester, but to assign each student their internship hospital. Fang Jian and Yu Huiliang already had their placements secured, so they paid little attention to the process. However, the other students were deeply invested in where their future internships would take them. Upon seeing the assignment list, some expressed satisfaction while others voiced complaints. Regardless, the decision was final and unchangeable. Fang Jian, Yu Huiliang, you two are interning at second hospital too? We'll need to look out for each other. Chen Hogong approached, smiling broadly as he greeted them. The second hospital was S-City's premier medical institution. If not the absolute top, it was firmly among the top 3. Even within the province, certain departments stood at the pinnacle of excellence. Securing an internship there was beyond reproach. Hence, Chen Hogong's face beamed with delight. Class leader Chen, you're our big class leader. We're the ones who need your help. Yu Huiliang puffed out his chest and laughed heartily. Chen Hogong shook his head. Not at all. That title is just a school position, it doesn't matter here. In the hospital, skill is what counts. He glanced at Fang Jian. Fang Jian, your suturing practice is so good, you're qualified to do cosmetic injections now, right? Fang Jian chuckled softly, I'm not interested in that sort of thing. But cosmetic injections are really lucrative. If I had your talent and skill, I'd definitely try branching out in that direction, Chen Hogong said with a touch of envy. The medical industry is incredibly vital to humanity. It's fair to say that human reproduction and existence both rely on healthcare to safeguard them. Moreover, because this field is so closely tied to people's lives and health, it's also a highly lucrative and profitable industry. Regular tertiary hospitals are manageable, with their institutional regulations. Unless it's a serious illness or severe injury, the costs aren't too high with medical insurance. However, certain departments remain major moneymakers. The cosmetic industry, in particular, represents the pinnacle of high profit margins. A double eyelid procedure costs several thousand yuan, teeth whitening runs into the thousands or tens of thousands, and cosmetic injections start at 4 figures. Essentially, anything associated with beauty enhancement comes at a premium. Of course, working in this field demands exceptional technical skill. If a customer isn't satisfied, cosmetic clinics are often the most likely to face disputes. However, with Fang Jian's near-perfect suturing skills, he would undoubtedly carve out a niche for himself in the cosmetic industry. Alright, assemble. The instructor called out at the door, has everyone received their report cards? Got them. A series of uneven, half-hearted voices echoed. The instructor sighed helplessly. Good. You're not children anymore. Go in groups on your own. Ha? On our own? Didn't they used to provide a bus? That was before. Besides, the school wants you to go on your own for your own good, it'll help you learn your way around early. A wave of laughter rippled through the group. Truth be told, as the instructor said, given their age, field of study, and over 4 years living in N City, who among them didn't recognize the top-tier hospitals? After a moment of commotion, the crowd dispersed in small groups. Those assigned to internships within the city center were fine, but students placed in surrounding counties couldn't help but sigh. Fang Jian's class had 3 students assigned to the second hospital, so they naturally formed a group. Leaving the classroom, Chen Hogong watched Yu Huiliang stride ahead toward the school gate and asked in surprise, Yu Huiliang, where's your car? Yu Huiliang halted, his broad shoulders shrugging. Dad confiscated it. Why? Chen Hogong looked disappointed. Dad said the second hospital parking lot isn't big. Even full-time doctors don't always get assigned spots. If I show up driving as an intern, it'll just make people annoyed. Yu Huiliang sighed. I don't want to draw attention on my first day. Chen Hogong shook his head. Well, with your build, it's not exactly easy to go unnoticed. Yu Huiliang playfully pumped his fist at him, just friendly banter between classmates, nothing serious. The 3 of them chatted and laughed as they walked to the school gate. Just as Fang Jian pulled out his phone to hail a cab, a horn blared behind them. They turned to see a sedan parked behind them. The window rolled down, revealing none other than Jiang Xiangbing. Professor Jiang, the 3 greeted respectfully, Chen Hogong especially, who even bowed his waist. Jiang Xiangbing chuckled, what are you blocking the school gate for? Chen Hogong quickly explained, Professor Jiang, the 3 of us have been assigned to intern at second hospital. We're heading there now and we're trying to hail a cab. Oh, second hospital? That's an excellent placement, Professor Jiang nodded. As it happens, I have business there myself. Hop in, we can share a ride. Chen Hogong's eyes lit up, though he said, how could we possibly accept such an offer? You're all my students. No need for formalities. Get in. Yes, thank you, Professor Jiang. Fang Jian and Yu Huiliang exchanged a glance, both thinking to themselves, what a coincidence. Chapter 223, Personal Choice. Professor Zhang's car was a Cadillac, very imposing. Due to his stature, Yu Huiliang was seated in the front row by the others, while Fang Jian and Chen Hogong took the back seats. Professor Jiang started the car and headed towards Second Hospital. Chen Hogong wore a delighted expression, whispering to Fang Jian, we're truly lucky today. Oh? Don't you know? Chen Hogong looked at him with a look of disappointment. None of the other students get rides from their teachers, but were riding with a professor. His voice wasn't loud, but he didn't deliberately lower it either. At the very least, Professor Jiang could hear him. This unconventional form of flattery was quite an eye-opener for Fang Jian. Right, I understand. Thank you, Professor Jiang. Fang Jian readily corrected himself. Professor Jiang appeared fully focused on driving, but when Fang Jian spoke, he immediately replied, it's just a detour for me. No need to thank me. I'm going to see Director Wang from the Medical Education Department. You two can come up with me. Ah, thank you so much for your trouble. Chen Hogong's eyes nearly sparkled with excitement. Not only was Professor Jiang personally giving them a ride, but he was also taking them straight to the head of the Medical Education Department. This was incredibly helpful. Interns were initially assigned by the Medical Education Department. If the department head took a liking to you, they might place you in a decent department where you could actually learn something. But if they disliked you, they could toss you into some obscure corner, and that's when things got interesting. While the hospital's rotation system protected interns, everyone dreamed of a good start. Think carefully about which department you'd prefer to start in. I can put in a good word for you later. Zhang Xiangbing continued to offer his favor. Professor Jiang, you're truly too kind. Chen Hogong bowed deeply in gratitude. He turned to his colleagues, Fang Jian, Yu Huiliang, thanked Professor Jiang properly. He silently cursed under his breath, these two usually so smooth-talking, why had they turned into wooden statues today? Yes, thank you, Professor Jiang. I said no need for formalities. Professor Jiang smiled. Discuss it among yourselves. You can join the same department or go separate ways. Chen Hogong was stunned, his admiration for Professor Jiang reaching new heights. Hospitals weren't schools. In academia, with Professor Jiang's standing, assigning students to departments would be as easy as a casual word. But hospital internship placements followed their own rules. That Professor Jiang could even intervene, his connections were formidable, almost intimidating. Fang Jian, which department do you want to go to? Chen Hogong asked. Fang Jian thought for a moment. I haven't decided yet. What about you guys? Yu Huiliang answered without hesitation, I'll follow you wherever you go. Chen Hogong shot him a disapproving glance. This wasn't child's play. Did he think it was a joke? The first assignment might seem unimportant, but choosing the right specialty aligned with one's strengths could save at least several months. What he didn't know was that Fang Jian and Yu Huiliang each had their own advantages. For them, the choice of department really didn't matter much. Fang Jian, with your skill, it'd be a waste not to operate. I suggest you choose emergency medicine or surgery. Chen Hogong considered for a moment and said, that would greatly benefit your technical growth. I'll consider it. Yu Huiliang, you're different from Fang Jian. You faint at the sight of blood. Surgery is out of the question. Just tell the hospital leadership directly and request a rotation in internal medicine. Chen Hogong paused, fearing Yu Huiliang's displeasure, then added, truthfully, internal medicine is the most crucial field. A person can survive missing an arm or a leg, but have you ever heard of someone living without vital organs? Yes, Yu Huiliang replied softly. What? With stomach cancer, they remove the stomach and use part of the intestine for digestion. That way, they can live for a while. Chen Hogong's mouth twitched slightly. Inside, he cursed, Yu Huiliang, are you deliberately arguing with me? However, in front of Zhang Xiangbing, he dared not show any sign of frustration. Yu Huiliang, you're just grasping at straws. Ha ha. Zhang Xiangbing burst into laughter. Chen Hogong, your classmate is quite the character. Chen Hogong laughed awkwardly, covering his face with his hand, feeling utterly exhausted. How did I end up with such unreliable classmates? Still, seeing Zhang Xiangbing didn't seem angry, which made him feel a tiny bit better. The car soon arrived at the second hospital, but like any hospital in the morning, it was bustling with traffic. The line of cars waiting to enter stretched all the way to the main road. Zhang Xiangbing glanced at it but didn't follow the queue. Instead, he turned the steering wheel and drove into a nearby residential complex. Chen Hogong exclaimed in surprise, Professor Jiang, you seem very familiar with this area. Do you come here often? Of course. I have a collaborative project with the second hospital. We frequently visit each other's facilities. Chen Hogong nodded repeatedly, growing increasingly excited. So the professor had this connection too, it would be even more advantageous for them. Zhang Xiangbing led the way into the second hospital. He didn't need to ask anyone for directions, heading straight to the medical education department. Wang Xinren emerged to greet them almost immediately. His gaze swept over Fang Jian, but just as he was about to speak, he spotted Chen Hogong. His words caught in his throat. Turning to Professor Jiang, he exclaimed, "Professor Jiang, you're incredibly quick. I just called, and you're already here. Director Wang, I'm bothering you again. No need for formalities. I'll treat everyone to lunch." "Sounds good. Professor Jiang, these gentlemen are." Seeing Wang Xinren putting on such a serious act, pretending not to recognize himself or Yu Huiliang, Fang Jian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "They're the interns from our university this time." "Oh, just 3? They're from the same class. I brought them along since it was on my way. The others will report separately." Zhang Xiangbing introduced, "This is Chen Hogong, their class monitor. These are Fang Jian and Yu Huiliang. I'll be counting on you to look after them. Rest assured, they're all your students. Our hospital won't shortchange them." Chen Hogong felt as if he were floating on air. He never imagined Professor Jiang wielded such influence or would go to such lengths to help. For them, lowly interns, this assurance meant the world. "Since Professor Jiang recommended you, I won't stand on ceremony. Is there a department you'd prefer? I can arrange for you to rotate there first." Chen Hogong licked his slightly dry lips, debating whether it would be presumptuous to speak up first. But just then, Fang Jian suddenly spoke up, "Director Wang, I'd like to go to neurology." Chapter 224, Neurology. Chen Hogong choked on his breath, nearly coughing. He stared at Fang Jian in astonishment. "Didn't you just say you hadn't decided yet? How come you made up your mind the moment we got to the hospital?" Yu Huiliang also raised his hand. "Director Wang, I'd like to go to neurology too." "Neurology, right? Alright, I'll make a note of it." Wang Xinren nodded encouragingly, though inwardly he thought, what strange choices of departments these two have made. The second hospital was a large grade 3 Class A hospital, with certain dominant departments ranking among the top in the province. But to be honest, while the second hospital did have a neurology department, its medical strength wasn't particularly strong. It existed more out of necessity for a general hospital than any real need, otherwise they might not have opened the department at all. Still, Fang Jian and Yu Huiliang each had their own connections, people he couldn't afford to offend. So the only thing he could do was ensure they got their wishes granted smoothly. "What about you?" Chen Hogong froze for a moment before finally forcing a bitter smile. I also want to go to neurology." Placing all interns from one school into a single department was naturally impossible. But assigning just 3 students from one class? That was a simple matter. "Alright, all 3 of you will be assigned to neurology." Wang Xinren said, "Just wait in the office for a moment. I'll have someone know, never mind. I'll take you to handle the paperwork shortly." Chen Hogong gasped in shock, almost convinced his ears had deceived him. This was the esteemed head of the department, albeit just the director of the medical education office, but how busy was such a figure? Never a moment to spare was an understatement. Yet here he was, personally offering to take them to complete the paperwork. In that moment, even Chen Hogong sensed something was off. A pie falling from the sky and landing squarely on your head, that sort of luck only happens once, maybe twice, but never 3 times. Was his karma really that good? Zhang Xiangbing exchanged a few words with Wang Xinren before taking his leave. His visit to the second hospital had a purpose, and it wasn't to catch up with Wang Xinren. After their conversation, it was time to attend to the matter at hand. Wang Xinren accompanied Fang Jian and the others through the procedures, collected the clothes, and then delivered them to the neurology department. Hospitals are bustling with staff, and most nurses couldn't possibly recognize every single doctor. Nurses who knew the attending physicians and above were already considered the know-it-alls of the place. As for ordinary resident doctors and interns, unless they were colleagues, it was hard to leave a lasting impression. However, Wang Xinren, the head of the medical education department, was a household name. When he arrived at the neurology department with Fang Jian and the others, it caused a minor stir. "Look, this is the neurology inpatient ward. You'll shadow the on-call doctor here first." "Oh, Dr. Miao." Wang Xinren called out suddenly. A middle-aged doctor hurried over, smiling. "Director Wang, you're here." "Yes, I'm bringing 3 interns. Please mentor them going forward." "Ha?" Dr. Miao glanced at Fang Jian and the others in surprise, puzzled. Who were these 3 young men that Director Wang would personally escort them here? "This is Miao Hanliang, our neurology department's deputy chief physician. You'll be shadowing him from now on. Learn as much as you can and ask plenty of questions, understand?" "Yes." "Good. I've delivered them. I'll be going now." Wang Xinren gave Miao Hanliang a meaningful look before saying, "Dr. Miao, I need to discuss something with you." He led Miao Hanliang to a secluded corner. "Dr. Miao, those 2 Fang Jian and Yu Huiliang are students from medical university. Their professor is Zhang Xiangbing." "Oh, Professor Jiang. I know him. I believe he has a collaborative research project with our hospital." "Exactly. Professor Jiang mentioned those two students are also involved in the collaborative project. Though they intern at the hospital during the day, he hopes they can assist in the evenings. Help out at night? Niao Hanlian's expression turned rather peculiar. The hospital is extremely busy. If they really need to get things done, there's always work to be done day and night. After such exhausting days, they'd still go to the lab to help? Niao Hanliang simply couldn't fathom what the two of them were doing here. Director Wang, since Professor Jiang values them so highly, why not just let them stay on at the university? Because their parents won't allow it. Parents? Niao Hanliang paused slightly, then immediately understood. Perhaps this was the most crucial piece of information. I'm entrusting them to you. Make sure you arrange things properly. Wang Xinren said with a smile before walking away. Niao Hanliang sighed softly, his gaze toward Fang Jian and the others tinged with faint resignation. It seemed these three couldn't be treated like ordinary interns. Sigh. Who knew what Director Wang was thinking, sending over 3 big shots like this? But he quickly composed himself, stepping before the group. You three will follow me today to familiarize yourselves with the environment. Be here early tomorrow to prepare for rounds. He paused. How much do you know about neurology? Chen Hogong's brow glistened with sweat. His academic focus had been almost entirely on surgical skills. While he had some understanding of internal medicine, it wasn't his specialty. Neurology, however, was even more niche. In that moment, he deeply regretted following Fang Jian into neurology. Dr. Miao, neurology primarily treats cerebrovascular diseases, migraines, inflammatory brain disorders, dementia, neurodegenerative diseases, trigeminal neuralgia, sciatica, peripheral neuropathies, and myasthenia gravis, among other conditions. Fang Jian answered honestly, we're here to learn medicine from you. Please guide us. Niao Hanliang glanced at him and smiled. Well done, you've done your homework. I'm seeing patients this afternoon in room 302 of Building 2. You can shadow me there. Yes, thank you, Dr. Miao. Chen Hogong watched Fang Jian with envy. This kid had been quiet until now, but when he spoke, he made a big splash. For interns, the most common tasks involve following doctors on ward rounds and writing medical records in the inpatient department. Accompanying a deputy chief physician to see patients is one of the highest honors an intern can receive. In the emergency room or surgical departments, it would be equivalent to serving as a surgical assistant. Fang Jian had only been here one day and had already secured this level of privilege. Chen Hogong seethed inwardly. Had he answered that question earlier, wouldn't he be the one enjoying this privilege now? Yet he didn't realize that without Wang Xinren's earlier instructions, Niao Hanliang would never have proactively asked the question or spontaneously decided to bring Fang Jian along. As for the question itself, even if Chen Hogong had answered it correctly, he wouldn't have received any praise since it was basic knowledge among the most fundamental. Chen Hogong's delusion stems solely from overthinking. Chapter 225, Resident Physician. As an associate chief physician, Niao Hanliang naturally couldn't spend extended periods mingling with 3 interns. Doctors of his caliber were invariably extremely busy. After giving a few instructions, he left the 3 intern puppies to fend for themselves. Moments like these always revealed a person's adaptability. Though Yu Huiliang was the heaviest among them, his ability to adapt was the strongest. Within a few sentences, he'd already blended in seamlessly with the nursing staff. His approach was simple: treat them to meals, booking gatherings at nearby upscale establishments. This money-no-object approach might not necessarily win everyone over, but it certainly didn't turn anyone off. Coupled with Yu Huiliang's chubby, naturally endearing appearance, it was no surprise he earned the nurse's unanimous favor. Fang Jian skipped this social game altogether. He opened his laptop and began searching through the medical records of hospitalized patients. Writing medical records was the daily task for interns and residents. Interns lacked prescribing authority, but by studying the records, they could learn the treatment approaches of senior doctors. A formal tertiary hospital like the second hospital maintained exceptionally thorough medical records. While this significantly increased the workload for junior doctors, it ensured the records were organized and error-free during review. As for Chen Hogong, he felt utterly deflated. One misstep led to another. Following Fang Jian and Yu Huiliang had truly made this a day of misfortune. He watched Yu Huiliang navigate the crowd with ease, a touch of envy in his eyes. Chen Hogong knew he could never reach that level. Gaining favor with so many people required more than just a thick skin sometimes. The thickness of one's wallet was the ultimate deciding factor. Not everyone had the courage to go head-to-head with a genuine second-generation rich kid. Fang Jian, what medical records are you looking at? Chen Hogong edged closer to Fang Jian, glanced at the pages, and remarked, Parkinson's syndrome? We have patients with that too. Yes, this is an early-stage patient. Symptoms have emerged but aren't particularly pronounced yet. Fang Jian scanned the pages at lightning speed so fast ordinary people couldn't keep up. In truth, he'd already committed the entire medical record to memory during this process. Well, memorized might be an exaggeration. He'd imprinted the records onto his mind using his mental power. He could recall them any time he wanted. Parkinson's disease, also known as tremor paralysis, is a disorder of the extrapyramidal system commonly seen in middle-aged and elderly individuals. Its primary mechanism involves an imbalance in dopamine and acetylcholine secretion within the substantia nigra pars compacta of the brain. This condition results from substantial brain damage caused by nerve cell injury. Once nerve cells are damaged, they cannot regenerate. Therefore, neither traditional Chinese medicine nor Western medicine offers a cure. However, medication administered in the early stages can yield relatively good results. Over time, though, patients develop drug resistance, and the medications can cause some damage to the liver and kidneys. Fang Jian studied the medical records, which documented the patient's recent symptoms: tremors in hands and feet, bradykinesia, muscle rigidity, postural instability, and poor sleep. These were classic manifestations of the disease. The treatment regimen prescribed was 14 tablets of metoprolol plus 12 tablets of levodopa, taken half an hour before each meal, followed by half a tablet of ropivacaine half an hour after eating. After several days of treatment, the patient showed slight improvement. Yet Fang Jian knew this was merely superficial. Following standard protocols could only delay the progression of the disease, not halt it completely. Closing his eyes slightly, Fang Jian slowly reviewed the medical records in his mind. He had encountered Parkinson's patients before while massaging the elderly lady at the Lu residence. However, his role had been limited to providing massage therapy and nutritional supplements. With the supplements now alleviating her muscle atrophy, his massage had become largely redundant. However, neither massage nor nutritional supplements could cure Parkinson's disease. To treat this condition, a specific medication was still required. Fang Jian, why are you still looking at this case? Chen Hogong hadn't opened his computer but was flipping through the thick medical record book. Glancing up at Fang Jian, he asked in surprise. Opening his eyes, Fang Jian smiled. I've encountered this condition before, so I'm naturally curious about it. Curious? Chen Hogong chuckled. With so many illnesses in the world, how could one possibly be curious about every single one? Focus on other conditions instead. Parkinson's is just a rare disease, you won't encounter it very often. Fang Jian nodded slowly. Neurology involved many conditions, and Parkinson's was just one of them. Since he was here, he did need to see more. A young doctor in a white coat entered the physician's office, glanced at Fang Jian, and frowned. Who are you? You're sitting in my spot. Fang Jian stood up and apologized. My apologies. I'm Fang Jian, the new intern. An intern? Why aren't you helping out elsewhere? What are you doing causing trouble here? Both Fang Jian and Chen Hogong were taken aback. Since entering the hospital, accompanied by Jiang Xiangbing and Wang Xinren, their journey had been smooth sailing. Even senior physicians like Deputy Director Miao Hanliang had treated them with considerable courtesy. The nurses outside had accepted Yu Huiliang's kind invitation partly because of his smooth talking and sweet words, but also largely due to Wang Xinren personally accompanying them. Thus, they had grown accustomed to this friendly attitude. Suddenly encountering such harsh treatment left them somewhat unsettled. I'm resident physician Shi Jinghuan. Have you studied how to write medical records? Chen Hogong hesitated before replying. We've studied it, but we lack practical experience. Shi Jinghuan frowned. What do you mean no practical experience? Are you new to the hospital? Yes, it's our first day on the job. Shi Jinghuan sighed and muttered under his breath. Damn it, this is such a hassle. Fang Jian's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of displeasure stirring within him. Yet he understood that in hospitals, senior doctors assigning tasks and reprimanding juniors was simply the norm. Before their internship began, their mentor had repeatedly emphasized this. It was an experience every aspiring doctor must endure. Though undoubtedly unforgettable, it was an indispensable part of their growth journey. What he hadn't anticipated was encountering something like this on his very first day at the hospital. Come here, I'll show you. Shi Jinghuan said impatiently. I'll only explain this once. Remember it well. From now on, you'll be responsible for writing the case summaries after rounds. Ah, that sounds way too difficult, Chen Hogong gasped. What's there to fear? We have templates. Shi Jinghuan waved his hand dismissively. That chubby guy by the door is an intern too, right? Call him over. Chapter 226, Templates. Fang Jian responded indifferently, then went out to fetch Yu Huiliang. Fatso, there's this resident doctor named Shi Jinghuan who's a bit temperamental. Keep your cool and show him some respect. Having grown up with Yu Huiliang, Fang Jian knew his temper all too well. While not exactly a powder keg, he certainly wasn't easy to deal with. Add to that his wealthy background, which meant he could usually smooth things over when trouble arose. He was definitely not the type to swallow his pride. Since Shi Jinghuan was notoriously difficult to deal with, Fang Jian felt it was essential to give Yu Huiliang a thorough briefing before their meeting. Yu Huiliang blinked twice and chuckled. Don't worry. Dad always said interns are meant to be treated like servants. I'm like a pharmaceutical rep. Flatter the doctors, make them feel good, and you'll get everything you need. Fang Jian chuckled dryly. Good to know you get it. With all three interns present, Shi Jinghuan began manipulating the computer system. He was thoroughly familiar with it, clicking rapidly as he switched between templates. He instructed, use this template for this patient's condition. For that type of patient, use the second template. Each patient's template must match precisely, no confusion allowed. And when inputting data, don't be formulaic. Make necessary adjustments in the details. Got it? After speaking, he turned around, his eyes sharp as he looked down at the three interns behind him with an air of superiority. Yu Huiliang and Chen Hogong exchanged glances, both silently cursing under their breath. You switch screens so fast we can't even read what's written. Are you racing to beat a timer or something? You want us to match this condition to a template and tweak the details? We don't even know what the condition or template looks like, how are we supposed to tweak it? Shi Jinghuan watched the two of them gape in astonishment, feeling immensely satisfied. Being a resident physician was incredibly demanding, especially without interns or residents to assist. Residents often found themselves at the bottom of the medical hierarchy. Their pay wasn't great, and they had to handle the hospital's most grueling tasks. For them, the most relaxing moment was instructing the even lower-ranking doctors interning at the hospital. Only in front of these interns did his words carry unquestionable authority. Of course, to instill a bit more awe in these interns, he had to demonstrate superior technical skills. Take today's lecture, for instance, manipulating the mouse with dazzling speed and delivering the entire presentation at a breakneck pace would surely intimidate these interns. Yet, when they humbly sought guidance, he would slow down to impart the truly essential points. This wasn't out of generosity, but because these were fundamental recording basics. If he didn't teach them, he'd have to do the work himself. Chen Hogong opened his mouth hesitantly. Dr. Shi, I didn't catch that clearly. Could you demonstrate again? His face plastered with an ingratiating smile, he added, slow down, just a little slower. Shi Jinghuan stared at him intently, as if observing a hopeless case. I'm already going so slow. Can't you see clearly? Fine, I'll repeat it. Focus. Since you're here, you must work diligently. Don't coast through this, or you'll learn nothing. Yes. Chen Hogong replied in a voice as thin as a worm's. But at that very moment, Fang Jian's voice suddenly cut through the air. Dr. Shi, may I use the mouse? What do you need the mouse for? Shi Jinghuan asked, puzzled. Fang Jian smiled faintly, stepped forward, and picked up the mouse the other had released. He began clicking on the computer screen. The first click immediately brought up a form labeled medical record. This patient has a common condition, suspected sciatic nerve issues. Just admitted, scheduled for thorough examination tomorrow. He continued, moving the mouse down and clicking on an icon below. A pre-filled file appeared on the computer screen. This is the standard template for such cases. Last time no, the time before last, and the time before that similar templates were used. Fang Jian minimized both forms side by side and added, this is the assigned medical record and its template. They're a matched pair. Though every person is unique, once they fall ill unless afflicted by an utterly unprecedented condition, the vast majority of ailments are familiar to doctors. When encountering such patients, they rely on past experience to diagnose and treat. Hospital doctors operate similarly. Most common illnesses have pre-existing medical record templates. With just a name change, adding or omitting a paragraph of explanation, roughly 80% of the text remains identical between two records for the same condition. This is the purpose of templates, and it aligns with the principles of modern medical practice. If every doctor were required to write a completely new medical record from scratch, they'd have nothing else to do but hide behind their computers all day, racking their brains to type out each word. Shi Jinghuan stared dumbfounded at Fang Jian, then glanced at the computer screen. He knew Fang Jian hadn't been exaggerating. But had that kid really seen his lightning-fast typing just now? Impossible. Even if he were gifted, he couldn't be that gifted. His face darkened as he said, this one is correct. Continue. Oof. You might remember one, but could you possibly remember the second or third? I've worked with this template in medical records too. To get truly familiar with it, it takes at least 10 days. I don't believe you could memorize everything. Yet Fang Jian showed no fear. He continued manipulating the computer, clicking on a certain software. Soon, another resume appeared. This patient's symptoms require this template. That patient needs the third template. As Fang Jian explained, one medical record and template after another flashed across the screen. With each new display, Shi Jinghuan's face darkened further, while Yu Huiliang and Chen Hogong beamed with delight. Fang Jian's unexpected performance filled them with sheer delight. Though Yu Huiliang couldn't physically confront Shi Jinghuan here, no one would be pleased to be so harshly criticized and berated. Fang Jian's open counterattack in this manner was far more satisfying than simply punching Shi Jinghuan. Soon, under Fang Jian's explanation, all the medical records and templates were compared. Dr. Shi, see? I was right. Chapter 227, Revision. Shi Jinghuan fixed his gaze on Fang Jian, his expression finally turning serious. If moments ago he had still regarded Fang Jian as an ordinary intern, adopting a haughty, superior demeanor, then now he was filled with caution toward Fang Jian and a considerable sense of annoyance. He was relishing the pleasure of mentoring and reprimanding interns when this guy suddenly jumped in and disrupted his enjoyment, an utterly unforgivable offense. Every licensed physician had once been an intern, and that phase was undoubtedly the most grueling. Unless one chose not to pursue medicine, they had to endure all manner of unfair treatment. Even a regular nurse, when annoyed, might roll her eyes at an intern. Shi Jinghuan had also come up through the ranks as an intern, finally securing a position as a resident at Second Hospital through connections. But even here, residents were still junior doctors, nothing to brag about. Their only chance to flex their authority was when they got to mentor interns. But now, it seemed that kind of mentoring was no longer possible. "What's your name?" "My name is Fang Jian." Fang Jian smiled. "I introduced myself earlier, but perhaps Dr. Shi didn't catch it." Shi Jinghuan's lips twitched slightly. He thought to himself, "I remember you. I won't forget you." He took a deep breath and asked, "Have you worked in neurology at other hospitals before?" Every department in the hospital had its own standardized medical record templates. However, since different departments treated different patients, the corresponding templates were inevitably distinct. The only explanation for Fang Jian's swift grasp of the situation was prior experience, likely an internship in neurology at another large hospital where he'd written countless tedious medical records, honing his ability to discern details so quickly. Yu Huiliang and Shen Hogong clearly thought of this too, both looking at Fang Jian with surprise. In their recollection, Fang Jian had never demonstrated such prior experience. Sure enough, Fang Jian shook his head slightly and said, "No, this is my first hospital internship, and my first time working in neurology." "Impossible," Shi Jinghuan exclaimed without hesitation. "It's your first time working in neurology, how could you possibly make that diagnosis?" Yu Huiliang and Shen Hogong rolled their eyes simultaneously. "So you knew we couldn't identify it either. What were you playing at?" Seeing the strange looks on their faces, Shi Jinghuan seemed to realize he'd said the wrong thing. But having grown from an intern to a resident, he'd developed a thick skin. Clearing his throat forcefully, he explained, "What I meant was, how could you demonstrate it so skillfully on your first exposure?" Fang Jian spread his hands. "Dr. Shi, you demonstrated it to me twice." "Of course I understood." He turned to Yu Huiliang and Shen Hogong. "You too, right?" "Bull." If they could curse, these two would have given Fang Jian an earful. With that kind of lightning-fast hand speed, they could barely make out the characters on the screen, let alone memorize the differences between them. If they could manage it, they wouldn't be human, they'd be gods. Heaven knows how Fang Jian pulled it off, but for them? Impossible. However, at this point, even if they had reservations about Jian, they couldn't possibly say anything else. "Yeah, exactly," Shen Hogong said, gritting his teeth. "Dr. Shi, you've guided us so meticulously. If we still can't remember, wouldn't that make us complete idiots?" Yu Huiliang said with a grin. Shen Hogong's face instantly darkened. Yu Huiliang, if you want to be a pig yourself, that's your business, but why drag me into it? Damn it, I don't believe you can actually remember it." But looking at the other's plump frame, easily over 200 pounds, he really wasn't much different from a fat pig. Shi Jinghuan's expression shifted slightly. Could it be that my movements weren't fast enough, so they actually remembered? With a light snort, Shi Jinghuan said, "Alright, this is the fundamental skill you must master for neurology." He paused, then continued, "From now on, the task of writing medical records will be assigned to you. After completing them, bring them to me for review before submitting them to the professors." "Understood," Fang Jian replied in a low voice. He knew before coming that interns couldn't escape writing case reports. Since that was the case, he might as well agree decisively to avoid any complications. "You've seen the corresponding template records, but I'll demonstrate how to modify them." Shi Jinghuan's eyes gleamed as both hands flew over the keyboard, his body brimming with fighting spirit. "Last time I wasn't fast enough. This time I'll give it my all, no, 200% effort. Let's see how long your arrogance lasts. Remember, don't copy the template verbatim. Make subtle adjustments, but don't overdo it. Doctors need to be able to read it. Just clearly state the patient's symptoms, what tests were done, the findings after each test, and the medication dosage and timing. Like this." As he spoke, he began working on the computer. Both his typing speed and his ability to switch between pages had improved significantly compared to before. This wasn't teaching, he'd entered a state of self-absorbed focus. Shi Jinghuan grew increasingly energized as he edited. During his years as a junior doctor, he'd grown accustomed to writing daily medical reports and had developed a practical set of skills. He'd written countless thousands of words over the years, and now, with someone observing and learning beside him, his motivation was at its peak. He even felt a sense of exhilaration. This medical record flowed effortlessly, written in one seamless breath. An unprecedented thrill coursed through his entire body. Finally, Shi Jinghuan typed the last character. He lowered his hands and turned to ask, "Did you see that clearly?" Yu Huiliang and Shen Hogong's expressions darkened further. "We saw you typing, switching pages, and heard you speaking. But we still don't understand." They both turned their gaze toward Fang Jian. "Don't count on us, brother. You take the lead." Fang Jian didn't disappoint them. Stepping forward, he paused briefly before saying, "Dr. Shi, how about letting me give it a try?" Shi Jinghuan's heart tightened. Could this kid really pull it off? But then he thought, unless he spent years in this field like me, with experience writing tens of thousands of medical records, there's no way he could be as fluent as I am. Rising with pride, he tilted his head back and declared, "Go ahead." "Got it." Fang Jian nodded, flipped to a new page in the medical record, and his hands suddenly began to move. Chapter 228, Learning. Fast. One word, faster. As Fang Jian's hands began to move, the three observers all thought of that word simultaneously. Compared to Shi Jinghuan, Fang Jian's speed was noticeably faster. No, not just a notch faster, perhaps 2 notches, or even 3. Despite his ample experience, Shi Jinghuan was still just an ordinary person. When typing, he first had to clearly read the content on the screen. Moreover, he wasn't a professional typist. Even when inputting repetitive content, he needed to make precise modifications to it. To the uninitiated Yu Huiliang and Chen Hogong, Shi Jinghuan's movements already seemed fast enough. At the very least, they couldn't comprehend them. But for Fang Jian, it was a different story entirely. With just a glance, Fang Jian had already firmly committed the contents of the screen's spreadsheet to memory. Simultaneously, due to his formidable mental prowess, the moment he memorized it, his mind automatically filled in all the details. While others could only see the current page on a computer screen, Fang Jian memorized every single page. He then cross-referenced them, allowing the information to flow seamlessly between them. In other words, before Fang Jian even began filling out the forms, his mind had already run through a rehearsal. He knew exactly which page came first, which came next, which sections needed copying, and which required modifications. Everything was planned out in advance. If that were all, Fang Jian would merely have saved time by eliminating hesitation, and viewing it wouldn't have seemed so extraordinary. But don't forget, Fang Jian was no longer an ordinary man. After gaining the ability to fuse spiritual power with mental energy to transform his body, Fang Jian's physical constitution gradually improved, steadily approaching the level of that military doctor from the higher dimensional world. That military doctor's ability to stand at the very end of a chaotic battle, his agility and swiftness beyond description, was legendary. Now, Fang Jian had perfected that agility to its absolute limit. When his hands moved, they left near visible afterimages. Thus, when Fang Jian unleashed his full power without reservation, it left the three observers utterly stunned. Before long, it felt like only minutes after he'd sat down, a fresh medical report was already printed out. Shi Jinghuan stared in disbelief, scrolling through the pages with his mouse, searching for any flaw. Yet, even after combing through the entire report, he found no flaws whatsoever. What astonished him even more was that the tone Fang Jian used to summarize the medical report bore a striking resemblance to his own. A thought suddenly flashed through Shi Jinghuan's mind. Could it be that Fang Jian was truly writing a medical report for the first time, so he had to mimic his own tone at the end? But if that were the case, he glanced at Fang Jian, who was smiling. He dared not think about it any further. "Dr. Shi, do you think this is appropriate?" Fang Jian asked modestly. Shi Jinghuan's mouth twitched slightly as he suppressed the rising anger and a hint of unease within him. He gave a heavy snort and said, "Not bad. Follow this procedure from now on." He tapped a stack of medical records beside him and added, "These are the records from this morning's rounds. Organize them and fill in the details." Fang Jian acknowledged the request, but his brow furrowed slightly. "Dr. Shi, continuing patients are fine, but I recall one patient is scheduled for discharge today. Are there any particular notes I should take when filling out his records?" Shi Jinghuan paused, surprised. "How did you know someone was being discharged?" "I checked the records earlier. It's written clearly there." Fang Jian looked at Shi Jinghuan in confusion. Was this even a question? Shi Jinghuan's face flushed slightly. He muttered under his breath before saying, "I'll fill out his records later. You guys finish today's work first." With that, he turned and left. For some reason, he simply didn't want to be around Fang Jian right now. Being in the same room with this intern seemed to weigh on him like an unbearable burden. Watching Shi Jinghuan depart in near disarray, Yu Huiliang and Chen Hogong exchanged glances and simultaneously let out a cheer. Of course, they retained enough composure not to shout wildly, but their voices inevitably carried out and were heard by Shi Jinghuan, who hadn't gone far. The resident doctor stumbled, nearly tripping. He steadied himself instantly, muttering under his breath, "What a freak!" Then he hurried away. "Fang Jian, you're something else," Chen Hogong said, stepping forward to deliver a hard punch to Fang Jian's chest. The punch carried considerable force. In the past, it would have certainly hurt. But at this moment, Fang Jian's body instinctively shifted slightly to the side. Thus, Chen Hogong's punch felt like hitting cotton, failing to deliver much force. This was the military doctor's signature skill, the very ability that had allowed him to survive the chaos until the very end. And now, Fang Jian had executed it here, without so much as a flicker of emotion. "Old Fang, tell me the truth, when did you sneak off to learn this?" Yu Huiliang demanded, clearly displeased. "That kid. If he'd told me he was secretly learning techniques, today's spotlight wouldn't be on Fang Jian, it'd be on me." Fang Jian spread his hands helplessly. "We were both swamped this summer. Where do you think I had time to intern?" Yu Huiliang paused, thinking it over seriously. Fang Jian had indeed been swamped this summer. Ever since the plane crash, he'd barely caught a break. And since he'd been involved in most of the work, there was no way he could have slipped away for an internship without Yu Huiliang noticing. You really have no experience? Chen Hogong asked incredulously. Then how come you're so familiar with the medical record filling process and templates? Shi Jinghuan taught me everything. What, didn't you guys see? Yu Huiliang and Chen Hogong exchanged glances, both feeling an urge to beat him senseless. What do you mean we didn't see it? We watched every single detail, but Shi Jinghuan's speed was too fast, we couldn't possibly follow it. Feeling the weight of their resentful stares, Fang Jian began to feel overwhelmed. He quickly interjected, alright, I'll teach you now. Let's discuss how to write medical records. Watch closely, do it like this, then like this, and then like this. Under Fang Jian's patient instruction, Yu Huiliang and Chen Hogong finally began to grasp the concept. They knew mastering medical record writing was a crucial hurdle every doctor must clear, so they never took their studies lightly. Finally, once the two had grasped the basics, Fang Jian and the others each opened a computer to begin documenting today's rounds. Chapter 229, You Handle It. Recording medical records was a highly tedious and complex task, requiring meticulous care to avoid errors. A single mistake could potentially become incriminating evidence in a medical malpractice case. Yu Huiliang and Chen Hogong lacked Fang Jian's extraordinary memory. Though they'd studied this format in school, their first official attempt left them feeling somewhat uneasy when it came to the real thing. Consequently, their pace was inevitably slower. Fortunately, they had the superhuman Fang Jian by their side. By around 11 a.m., all the medical records from the morning rounds were completed. Time to eat. Yu Huiliang rubbed his bulging belly. I'm starving. Chen Hogong looked at his belly but saw no sign of it shrinking. Still, by now, he felt hungry too. Let's head to the cafeteria. I hear the food here is pretty good. All right. Fang Jian swiftly reviewed the medical records they had filled out, double-checking for any errors before feeling satisfied. Though Yu Huiliang and Chen Hogong worked at a slightly slower pace, their diligence was evident. Moreover, their ability to pass the review on the first try after his guidance proved their exceptionally solid foundational skills. The three of them stepped out, exchanged greetings with the nurses, and headed toward the cafeteria together. The food at the second hospital cafeteria was indeed much better than the school meals. For just 10 yuan per person, they got one meat dish, one vegetable dish, soup, and unlimited free rice. After polishing off 3 servings of rice, Yu Huiliang sighed, the food's okay, but the portions are too small. Fang Jian and Chen Hogong remained silent. The cafeteria's communal meals were portioned for average people. Someone with your build should probably figure out a way to handle it yourself. After lunch came a rare break. Instead of heading straight back to the neurology department, they wandered around the hospital. To be honest, this wasn't their first time at second hospital. Not only had locals Fang Jian and Yu Huiliang been here before, but even Chen Hogong, who was from out of town, had scouted the place earlier. However, casually observing as outsiders felt entirely different from wandering the hospital grounds in white coats. Moreover, this would be their internship site, so they had to memorize the locations of every department and testing facility. Otherwise, just finding their way around would be a nightmare for the next year. They strolled leisurely from Building 6 to Building 5, then from Building 5 to Building 2, where they spotted the brightly lit sign for the emergency department. If you were to pick the busiest department in the hospital, the one with absolutely no downtime, it would undoubtedly be the ER. Common ailments could wait a few days for a specialist consultation, especially chronic conditions troublesome and stubborn, yet unlikely to be fatal in the short term. But acute illnesses or accidents like car crashes were another matter entirely, demanding the fastest possible treatment. The second hospital's emergency department was renowned throughout S City for its formidable patient handling capacity. Yet even so, its wards were often stretched beyond capacity. Fang Jian and his companions arrived at the emergency room merely to familiarize themselves with the layout and get their bearings. But just as they reached the entrance, a series of wails erupted from the main gate. Immediately after, 3 ambulances pulled in one after another. Car accident. Where are the doctors? Someone shouted. For those involved in the accident and the families of the injured, nothing mattered more than the well-being of the victims. But the emergency department doctors had seen too many bloody scenes like this. Their demeanor was composed, even somewhat detached. No immediate danger to life. Register first. Sir, can you hear me? How are you feeling now? It hurts. Oh, good. If you can feel the pain, that's a positive sign. Register first. Fang Jian and his 2 companions stopped in their tracks, staring dumbfounded as the surgeon handled the situation with casual nonchalance. 3 patients were brought in, an elderly man and 2 middle-aged individuals. Fortunately, their conditions seemed manageable. All 3 were conscious and lucid, with no life-threatening injuries. They've lost quite a bit of blood. Are you their family? Yes. This wound needs immediate attention. Once the medical records are opened, go pay right away. You, that one over there. You. The surgeon's gaze shifted to Fang Jian, who was watching from the sidelines. Go debride the wound on his leg, then suture it. Me? Fang Jian froze, asking incredulously. What, is there a problem? Ah, no problem. I'll get right on it. Fang Jian's eyes lit up with a flicker of excitement. Chen Hogong shot Fang Jian an envious, jealous look. Why did this kid always get all the good opportunities? For interns like them, any surgical experience was incredibly valuable. Debridement and skin suturing were the simplest of minor procedures, yet not every intern got the chance to perform them. Except for someone like Yu Huiliang, who was naturally squeamish at the sight of blood, anyone else landing such an opportunity on their very first day at the hospital would likely jump for joy. After giving his instructions, the surgeon turned and seemed to pause, a momentary look of surprise crossing his face. He tapped his forehead, thinking to himself, that young doctor must be from our emergency department. He looks so familiar, I've definitely seen him multiple times. He must be a new intern. Let's have him get hands-on practice. Just as Fang Jian stepped forward, a nurse wheeled the patient into the operating room. Even the smallest procedure must be performed in the operating room. However, when Fang Jian entered the operating room, the first thing he encountered were two pairs of eyes filled with resentment. Surprised, he looked over. They were two young men also dressed in doctor's scrubs. For some reason, their gazes seemed tinged with resentment. Had he offended them? Fang Jian shook his head, certain he was seeing them for the first time. Though he didn't know why they seemed hostile toward him, there was no time to dwell on it now. Nodding briefly to them, Fang Jian immediately began examining the patient's wound. The patient's leg had been slashed open by some sharp instrument, already bleeding profusely. While the sight appeared terrifying, the actual situation was far less dire than it seemed. If the blood loss had exceeded critical levels, the victim would have already passed out from shock. How could he still be lying here groaning in pain? He picked up the scalpel and cut open the pants on the injured man's leg. At this moment, saving lives was the absolute priority. Minor losses of personal belongings were negligible. Chapter 230, forgot to ask his name. After administering the anesthetic, Fang Jian mentally rehearsed the treatment procedure once more. In medical school, they had sutured countless bananas and pig's trotters. Yet when it came to operating on actual human bodies, many still felt uneasy. Fang Jian's advantage lay in his spiritual essence, having once inhabited the body of a gang doctor in a higher dimensional world, granting him that physician's years of suturing expertise. Though now returned to his own body, that experience remained intact. Now, upon seeing this long wound, he needed no deliberation. A complete treatment plan had already formed in his mind. This was evident when he administered the anesthetic. The injection site was flawlessly chosen. However, this was already an extremely advanced technique. Not only did the young nurse beside him fail to understand it, but even the two young men in white coats standing nearby looked utterly indifferent. This wasn't because they looked down on Fang Jian's skill, but rather because they simply didn't grasp the difficulty involved. He calculated in his mind that the anesthetic should have taken full effect by now. Fang Jian began cleaning the wound. A generous amount of antiseptic solution was poured over it, finally washing away the blood and exposing the wound surface. Upon seeing the wound, Fang Jian and the three others beside him all let out a gasp. It was impossible to know what kind of trauma this patient had endured. The wound on his leg was quite extensive, but fortunately, there were no foreign objects lodged within it. If glass shards, metal fragments, or similar debris had remained embedded, it would have posed a significant risk. However, such an extensive wound was a headache for anyone, not just an intern, but even the deputy chief of the ER would frown upon it. At that moment, the two young doctors who had earlier harbored resentment toward Jian exchanged glances. A hint of schadenfreude flickered in each of their eyes. Thank goodness I didn't get stuck with such a complicated wound, they thought. Otherwise, who knows where to start with the sutures? If it came apart and we got chewed out by the chief, that would be a huge loss. Fang Jian studied the wound intently, his mind immediately racing. This injury was indeed troublesome, but it was merely troublesome. The gang doctor from the higher dimension had seen countless external injuries, including cases 10 times more complicated than this. So, what would leave ordinary doctors helpless and at a loss was merely a bit troublesome in his eyes. Doctor, shall I go fetch Dr. Chaiyang? As Fang Jian examined the wound, the young nurse beside him suddenly spoke up. Dr. Chaiyang? Who's that? Fang Jian asked suspiciously. Dr. Wang Chaiyang, the one assigned to suture your wound, the nurse replied with a hint of dissatisfaction. Dr. Wang is the youngest attending physician in our hospital. Oh. Fang Jian nodded slowly. A chief resident isn't particularly impressive, but the youngest chief resident must be someone with real ability. Either he has the skills himself, or his family has the connections. Otherwise, the title of youngest chief resident would never have fallen to him. Why did you ask Dr. Wang to handle this? Fang Jian inquired, puzzled. The young nurse replied irritably, with such a large wound, of course we asked Dr. Wang to suture it personally. The implication in her words was clear, you wouldn't be able to handle this injury properly. Rather than risking trouble later and having to call Dr. Wang then, it's better to have him here from the start. Fang Jian's mouth twitched slightly. He hadn't expected to be underestimated like this. Clearing his throat, Fang Jian said, never mind. Dr. Wang has 2 more patients, he's busy. Let me handle this minor injury. Hey, don't you dare. The young nurse felt a flicker of anxiety. Wasn't this intern being overly cocky? Suturing such an extensive wound wasn't a simple task. But just as she was about to scold him, she saw Fang Jian already picking up the needle holder and suture needle. At that moment, inexplicably, the young nurse fell silent. Like the two doctors beside her, she stared at Fang Jian with eyes filled with disbelief. Because the instant he picked up the tools, his entire being seemed to undergo some indescribable transformation. This change wasn't physical. Fang Jian was still Fang Jian, his appearance unchanged, his height unchanged. But his aura had undergone a seismic shift. He no longer appeared to be a minor, inexperienced intern who had never stepped onto the operating table before. Instead, he had transformed into a master capable of commanding the world. Fang Jian's eyes burned with intensity. Without so much as a glance at the nurse or the doctors, he lowered his hand, letting it rest gently on the patient. The needle holder trembled ever so slightly, and the suture needle pierced the muscle layer. With a twist, a bend, and a turn, the needle passed through the flesh, forcibly stitching together the two torn edges of skin. One stitch, just this single stitch, demonstrated Fang Jian's extraordinary suturing skill. Immediately after, Fang Jian's needle flew like lightning. With each stitch he made, the patient's wound healed a little more. The wounds, which had already received basic treatment, were completely sutured in no time. As Fang Jian set down the needle holder and suture needle, he suddenly sensed an unusual gaze upon him. Turning his head, he found the young nurse and two doctors staring at him with expressions that were as peculiar as could be. Ahem, everyone, my task is complete. Goodbye. Unable to endure such intense scrutiny, Fang Jian hurriedly bid farewell and departed. The young nurse and the two doctors exchanged bewildered glances. What kind of operation was this? Suddenly, the young nurse gasped, "Oh no! What's wrong? I forgot to ask his name earlier. How am I supposed to fill out the medical record card now?" Both doctors widened their eyes in surprise. "But you were the one who found this doctor, right? Didn't you say he was specifically recommended by Dr. Wang Qiaoyang?" "Yes, but it was so crowded and chaotic back then. Dr. Wang just grabbed whoever was available." The two doctors exchanged wry smiles. They were interns themselves, hiding in the operating room hoping to snag a surgical assistant role or a minor procedure like this one. Many of the regular doctors even handed such cases over to them. But they never imagined this emergency room perk would be snatched away by some unknown doctor. It was utterly heartbreaking. Still, glancing at the stitched wounds on the patient's legs and feet, they both felt a lingering sense of dread. Thank goodness I wasn't the one handling this case. Otherwise, whether I'd walk away unscathed would have been a huge question mark. If I bring in Dr. Wang Qiaoyang again, I'll probably get a good scolding. Chapter 231, Who is this? Dr. Wang. Wang Qiaoyang set down his pen. Having just finished treating the car accident victim, he felt a bit exhausted. Stretching with a big yawn, he asked, "What is it?" The young nurse's face flushed slightly. "Dr. Wang, we can't find the doctor who was here earlier." "Which doctor from earlier?" Wang Qiaoyang looked utterly confused. "The doctor you just instructed to suture the patient's wound." Wang Qiaoyang thought for a moment before recalling the incident. His brow furrowed slightly as he said, "That doctor should be the intern from the emergency department. Go look for him. He must be there." "No," the young nurse said anxiously. "There's no such intern in our emergency room." "What?" Wang Qiaoyang frowned slightly. "That's impossible. He looked familiar to me." "But he really isn't here," the nurse confirmed again. Wang Qiaoyang waved his hand. "Don't worry. Even if he's not from our department, it doesn't matter." He stood up. "How did his surgery go? He didn't just walk out halfway through, did he?" "The surgery was completed, but how are we supposed to write the follow-up report?" While writing medical records isn't the nurse's job, having the surgeon disappear mid-operation certainly doesn't paint a good picture. Of course, internally, as long as word doesn't spread and no serious consequences arise, it's not a big deal. But first, we must confirm the patient's absolute safety. Take me to see the patient. All right. They soon arrived at the operating room. The patient's wound had been sutured, but it remained unwrapped. The two doctors were too anxious to proceed with bandaging. Upon entering, Wang Qiaoyang understood immediately. Since the patient was still conscious, he refrained from reprimanding anyone. His gaze immediately fell upon the sutured wound. Wang Qiaoyang's eyes lit up slightly, and he let out a soft gasp of surprise. "Who sutured this wound?" "That doctor." "Impossible," Wang Qiaoyang almost blurted out instinctively. The two observing doctors and the young nurse weren't surprised by this remark. Had they not witnessed it themselves, they would never have believed that such a young intern could possess such seasoned expertise and skill. This level of suturing skill shouldn't be found in a doctor of his age. "Doctor, is my wound stitched poorly?" the patient asked anxiously. He was under anesthesia, but it was only local, leaving his mind fully alert. Thus, he clearly observed the expressions on the doctors' and nurses' faces. In truth, he had felt reassured during Fang Jian's suturing. Even someone with no medical training could see how skilled Fang Jian's technique was. Moreover, his effortless confidence was infectious, affecting those around him. But what about the expressions on the other doctors' faces? Wang Qiaoyang quickly reassured him with a smile, don't worry. If a wound like this could be stitched poorly, then there wouldn't be a single well-stitched wound in the world. The patient exhaled in relief and asked, what do you mean? Your wound is stitched so perfectly, even if Dr. Wang himself did it, he might not be able to do better. The young nurse, always blunt, blurted it out. But the moment she said it, she knew she'd made a mistake. She quickly added with an awkward smile, Dr. Wang, please don't misunderstand. If you had done it, you definitely could have done an even better job. Yet, her attempt to cover up her slip was obvious to everyone. The patient felt completely reassured. Though he didn't understand why such a highly skilled doctor had sutured his wound, as long as he benefited from it, that was enough. Truth be told, most patients inevitably became practice subjects for interns or junior doctors. While everyone hopes experienced nurses and doctors perform their procedures, how could new doctors and nurses become seasoned professionals without ample practice? Their skills were honed through countless procedures, a process that allowed no shortcuts. Wang Qiaoyang shook his head. If we're talking purely about suturing technique, I can't match him. Both observing doctors were secretly startled. Though Dr. Wang Qiaoyang had a somewhat arrogant personality, he was a physician with genuine skill. In suturing, he was one of the top experts in the ER. Yet now, he admitted he was inferior even if it was just a seemingly insignificant skin suturing technique, it was still astonishing. That doctor looks so familiar. Isn't he from our emergency department? Wang Qiaoyang furrowed his brow deeply, yet he couldn't fathom why he trusted this man at first sight and handed the patient over to him. Fang Jian exited the operating room and had barely stepped into the emergency hall when he spotted Yu Huiliang and Chen Hogong nearby. They immediately surrounded him. So, did you get it stitched up? Chen Hogong asked, his eyes sparkling. Of course it's stitched up. Otherwise, how else would Fang Jian have come out? Yu Huiliang retorted dismissively. Back in medical school, when Chen Hogong was class president, their interactions had been more formal. But after all three joined the second hospital and were assigned to the neurology department together, their relationship naturally grew closer, and they spoke much more freely now. Fang Jian nodded lightly. The wound was somewhat challenging, but not excessively so. That's why it wrapped up quickly. Chen Hogong nodded repeatedly, fully trusting Fang Jian's words. Their wait outside hadn't been long, proving the surgery was indeed quick and uncomplicated, otherwise, that short time wouldn't have sufficed. However, had he been allowed inside the operating room to see the wound firsthand, he would never have thought that. Sometimes, ignorance really is bliss. Let's go. It's getting late. We should head back soon. Fang Jian glanced at his watch. If Dr. Shi comes back and starts asking questions, it'll be trouble. Though the three of them weren't afraid of a resident doctor, the hospital's hierarchy was strictly enforced. If they were caught doing something improper, they wouldn't just get a scolding, it could even be recorded in their internship evaluations. Fang Jian and Yu Huiliang might not care, but Chen Hogong absolutely would not tolerate it. The trio quickened their pace and soon returned to the neurology department. The moment they entered the doctor's office, they saw Shi Jinghuan seated at the computer desk, reviewing their morning records. Beside Shi Jinghuan, a middle-aged doctor sat nearby, engrossed in a magazine. Chapter 232, Dinner Invitation. Dr. Shi. Though Chen Hogong knew Dr. Shi Jinghuan didn't hold much affection for their group, he steeled himself and addressed him. After all, junior doctors couldn't just wait for senior physicians to initiate greetings. Xie Jinghuan turned his head, gave them a cold glance, and asked, "Where have you been?" Chen Hogong's heart skipped a beat. This guy really is looking for trouble. Yu Huiliang, however, smiled warmly and said, "Dr. Shi, we just went to grab a bite." He showed no fear toward Shi Jinghuan, answering with complete ease and a rather nonchalant air. Shi Jinghuan's anger flared slightly. Did it take that long to eat? Were you eating or sleeping? Chen Hogong's face paled slightly. He wondered inwardly, why is he fixated on this? Could he already know that Fang Jian was in the ER and had undergone minor surgery? Truthfully, it wasn't a big deal. In the ER, besides the interns assigned to the emergency department, interns from other departments occasionally showed up too. Their goal was simple, to see if they could snag a chance to perform a minor procedure like suturing a wound. Though these procedures were as simple as could be, they offered invaluable practice opportunities. Generally, senior doctors in the main departments turn a blind eye to this. As long as the interns complete the tasks assigned to their own department, they won't interfere. After all, this kind of pursuit of technical skill is worth encouraging. However, if someone deliberately picked a fight, it could become quite troublesome. Fang Jian's gaze shifted, and he suddenly chuckled. Dr. Shi, this isn't our fault. If not you, then who? Am I to blame? Shi Jinghuan retorted irritably. Among them all, if there was one person he despised the most, it was undoubtedly Fang Jian. The other two were nearly overwhelmed by his lightning-fast typing speed, yet this freak Fang Jian somehow kept up, robbing him of much of the fun and naturally making him even more displeased. Fang Jian pointed at the medical records on the table. You had us input all the morning rounds records. The three of us spent the entire morning on it, finally finished and double-checked everything. That's why we were a bit late for lunch. Shi Jinghuan was instantly speechless, his face flushing slightly as genuine irritation and embarrassment surfaced. Are you the new interns? The middle-aged doctor who had remained silent suddenly spoke up. The moment he spoke, Shi Jinghuan's attitude and tone shifted completely. Dr. Ku, these are the new interns who arrived today. Turning, Shi Jinghuan instructed, this is Dr. Ku Yuanming, the attending physician. Please introduce yourselves. Hello, Dr. Ku. I'm Fang Jian. Hello, Dr. Ku. I'm Yu Huiliang. I'm Chun Hogong. Good day, Dr. Ku. Very well. Ku Yuanming stood up and said, you've already recorded this morning's rounds, correct? Yes, we've finished entering them and double-checked. Please review them, Dr. Ku, Fang Jian said solemnly. Yu Huiliang and Chen Hogong, however, lacked his confidence. While the rounds records had indeed been entered, they hadn't thoroughly checked them yet and weren't sure if there might be flaws. Moreover, Fang Jian had entered more data by himself than the two of them combined. With such speed, the likelihood of errors was even greater. So expecting them to speak with the same unwavering confidence as Fang Jian would be asking too much. Ku Yuanming nodded slightly and approached the computer, where Shi Jinghuan promptly stepped aside. In front of Fang Jian and the other interns, he was the senior physician and could naturally carry himself with authority. But in the presence of the attending physician, he was the junior doctor. Whether in terms of seniority, connections, or technical skill, the gap was vast, so naturally, he gave way. Ku Yuanming flipped through several records and smiled. I haven't seen the others, but the patients under my care are documented quite well. He patted Shi Jinghuan on the shoulder. These three newcomers are still learning the ropes. Their slower documentation is understandable. Let's not pursue it. Yes. Shi Jinghuan had no choice but to comply. Thank you, Dr. Ku. Yu Huiliang's eyes twinkled as he suggested, Dr. Ku, after work today, I'd like to treat the doctors and nurses in our department to dinner. I hope you'll join us. Shi Jinghuan's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of disdain. Do you really think Dr. Ku has the time to accept your invitation? Doctors, especially senior physicians, are generally very busy. Even when they occasionally relax, they're unlikely to casually accept invitations from junior doctors. Particularly when meeting a junior doctor for the first time, it's difficult to gain the senior doctor's favor. Ku Yuanming thought for a moment and replied with a smile, I'm a bit busy today with some matters to attend to. Shi Jinghuan sneered inwardly. Got that? Took a nosedive. Still, it's rare for our department to get 3 interns at once, definitely worth celebrating. I'll tag along for the meal. What? Shi Jinghuan nearly choked on his breath. For a moment, he even doubted whether he'd heard correctly. It sounded like Ku Yuanming had agreed to attend the dinner the interns had invited him to. He turned, his gaze toward Ku Yuanming tinged with reproach. Aren't you always so busy? Last time you even politely declined Dr. He's son's farewell dinner. Why are you suddenly so eager to accept an invitation from a few interns today? Could it be, today is their lucky day? Ah, thank you, Dr. Ku. We look forward to your presence, Yu Huiliang exclaimed, overjoyed. Ku Yuanming gave a slight nod. Hesitating for a moment, he asked, did you also invite those other doctors? Yu Huiliang chuckled awkwardly. We just arrived at the hospital. We don't know many people yet. We've only met a few nurse sisters, you two, and Dr. Miao. Oh, Deputy Director Miao. Ku Yuanming pondered briefly before saying, since you're inviting them, why not invite everyone? Have you discussed this with Dr. Miao? Not yet, Yu Huiliang replied with a wry smile. We met briefly this morning but haven't crossed paths since. Alright, but I suggest you invite him anyway. Ku Yuanming added, oh, and if anyone from other departments knows him, invite them too. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome to keep arranging separate gatherings. Yu Huiliang paused, then said thoughtfully, right. Thanks for the reminder, Dr. Ku. Ku Yuanming chuckled, then settled back into his seat, picking up a magazine and reading it with relish. Chapter 233, The Derailed Classmates Group Chat. Shi Jinghuan shot a surprised glance at Fang Jian and the other two. While he held little regard for interns, that prejudice applied only to those without any connections. If an intern came from a powerful family, why would he provoke them unless he was bored out of his mind? Ku Yuanming was the attending physician in the department, far surpassing Shi Jinghuan in both rank and medical skill. Moreover, Shi Jinghuan had known Ku Yuanming for quite some time and understood that while the doctor had no ill intentions, he was notoriously lazy. In the past, when Shi Jinghuan had tried to get the interns to work, Ku Yuanming had ignored him completely. But this time, not only had he stepped in, but he had also accepted their dinner invitation. The last part seemed to be the most crucial. People from other departments? Weren't these 3 just new interns at the hospital? How could they possibly know people from other departments? In that moment, Shi Jinghuan's thoughts raced. The look he gave Fang Jian and the others shifted subtly. Fang Jian and the others moved to another corner of the office. Although Shi Jinghuan hadn't assigned them any tasks, they felt awkward playing games or anything like that at this moment. They could only open past medical records and look at the various prescriptions doctors had written for different patients. As medical students, they had undergone 4 years of systematic training and possessed a solid foundation in basic medical knowledge. However, medicine was vast and profound. 4 years could only lay a solid foundation. As for the countless specializations, mastering them all was nothing short of a luxury. Thus, reviewing the neurology department's medical records proved immensely valuable to all 3 of them. Suddenly, Fang Jian's phone vibrated slightly. He glanced at it and couldn't help but chuckle. Yu Huiliang had created a small group chat for the 3 of them and sent a message inside. Hey, do you guys think Xi Jinghuan's attitude has changed? Chen Hogong, with an attending physician in the office, he can't lord it over the ward like a king. Of course his attitude has to change. Yu Huiliang, yeah, right. When we first came in, he was still bossing everyone around. Chen Hogong, whatever he's thinking, as long as it's not like this morning. Fang Jian couldn't help but type, forget about them. We just need to do our own thing. Yu Huiliang sent a laughing emoji, well said. Let him be strong, a gentle breeze sweeps over the hills. We're here for our internship, not to read martial arts novels. Reading is part of learning, how else would you know where that quote came from? Are you being reasonable or not? Watching Yu Huiliang and Chen Hogong gradually build the floor crooked, Fang Jian shook his head silently. He turned back to review the medical records, focusing especially on those related to Parkinson's symptoms. After all, he had already obtained a potent medication for this condition and intended to conduct trials, so a thorough understanding of the disease was essential. Yet half an hour later, Fang Jian couldn't resist glancing back at the pair. They pretended to study the records while constantly swiping on their phones. To say their minds were on research or learning would be flattering them. Fang Jian couldn't help but wonder where they found such boundless energy to trade insults on their phones for half an hour straight. Opening his phone, Fang Jian glanced at the 3-person group chat and couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. After a few heated exchanges, they each started recruiting reinforcements, inviting one person after another into the group. Fang Jian recognized every single one of them. They were all classmates from their class. In their class, Chen Hogong was indeed the class monitor and well-liked. But he couldn't compete with Yu Huiliang, a genuine second-generation rich kid whose father owned a pharmaceutical factory. Add to that Yu Huiliang's own generous and sociable nature. With such a personality and deep-rooted connections, he could effortlessly gather a large crowd, even if they were just fair-weather friends. So, many classmates who were close to them easily pulled in a group. Then, through word of mouth, the outline of another major specific group began to take shape. Observing each person's remarks, even Fang Jian couldn't help but chuckle. At first, Yu Huiliang and Chen Hogong held the floor, but soon a classmate complained about being assigned to the emergency department, where he'd been so busy he hadn't even had time to eat. This lament served as a catalyst, immediately sparking a flood of similar complaints. None of these interns had landed their ideal placements at the major hospitals. More than half were assigned to learn medical record documentation, while some unlucky souls were even roped into night shifts on their very first day. In an instant, the group chat transformed into a venting session, with everyone complaining about the unfair treatment they'd received. Truthfully, this is just what newcomers and interns face everywhere, in every industry. In a new workplace, if you're a complete novice with no foundation or skills, how could you possibly be expected to take on major responsibilities without mastering the basics first? Though they understood this logic, they still couldn't resist venting and complaining a bit in the class group chat. Cut it out, guys. Zhang Tao and I are still on our way to the hospital. Wow, if you're so comfortable, why don't you go? Or do you want to play around for a couple more days? We got assigned to the hospital. Any classmates want to swap with us? The group instantly fell silent. This hospital was a Class A facility in the most remote county of S City, a half-day bus ride away, which was indeed a tight schedule. While all hospitals share the mission of healing the sick and saving lives, few would relish being assigned to such a remote county-level facility. Moments later, new voices gradually resurfaced in the group chat. But by now, the entire conversation had taken a completely unexpected turn. Xi Jinghuan finished reviewing all the medical records. To his surprise, he found no obvious errors. Even minor imperfections were merely issues of order or formatting, or not issues at all. He glanced at Fang Jian and the others in surprise. Regardless of their speed, their attitude was at least diligent. Still, he felt a bit reluctant to let the interns off without finding something to criticize. Yet, observing Ku Yuanming sitting there as steady as a rock, a faint sense of caution stirred within him. After a moment's thought, he stood up, walked into the outer room, and grabbed the nurse on duty that morning. We have 3 new interns in our department. Have you met them? Of course I have, the young nurse replied, clearly pleased that Xi Jinghuan was initiating conversation. Oh, I remembered Director Wang bringing them over. Which Director Wang? Director Wang from the Medical Education Department, of course. Chapter 234, The Doctor's Dilemma. Fang Jian sat at his computer desk, meticulously reviewing the contents stored within. Gradually, he began to discern a pattern. That is, while the specific medications and dosages prescribed by each doctor might differ to a certain extent, their approaches were largely similar. Treating a specific illness would yield different choices when visiting different hospitals or encountering different doctors. However, during certain periods, some medications proved to be the most universally effective. This phenomenon was particularly common within the same hospital. For Parkinson's symptoms, Fang Jian's primary concern, special medications like levodopa preparations were available for patients, and according to the medical records, they yielded acceptable results. Yet, having witnessed truly effective drugs, Fang Jian considered the medications in this world largely negligible. Shi Jinghuan entered the office from outside. Fang Jian instinctively glanced at him, noticing his slightly pale complexion and apparent lack of energy. Yet just as Fang Jian assumed Shi Jinghuan might take a break, he heard him say, "2 more patients are scheduled for discharge tomorrow, and a new patient will be admitted shortly. Who among you would like to shadow the procedure?" He paused before adding, "Regardless of which inpatient department you eventually join, you must master this process. The sooner you learn it, the better." Fang Jian and the others all looked at him in surprise. Jinghuan's words seemed entirely considerate of them. Had it not been for the incident that morning, they might have actually been fooled by him. Ku Yuanming glanced up at them, a knowing smile touching his lips. "Dr. Shi is right. The sooner you grasp these fundamentals, the better. While they aren't particularly difficult, you must understand the basics to rotate through different departments." Only then did Fang Jian and the others rise to thank Shi Jinghuan. Yet a lingering wariness remained in their hearts. Yu Huiliang and Chen Hogong positioned themselves behind Fang Jian, exchanging a knowing glance. If Shi Jinghuan pulls another stunt like this morning, making it impossible for us to see the procedure, then we'll have to rely on you again. Fang Jian gave them both a slight nod, his expression saying, "Leave it to me. Look here, this is our hospital's discharge summary template." Shi Jinghuan pulled up the template on his computer, pointing to the entries. "Take a good look. This discharge summary needs to be detailed, but not overly so. In short, everything must be phrased ambiguously. It should indicate the patient has shown significant improvement and meets discharge criteria, while also reminding them to strictly follow medication instructions and maintain healthy lifestyle and dietary habits." Fang Jian and the other two exchanged puzzled glances. They understood Shi Jinghuan's words perfectly well, but precisely because of that, it felt especially strange. For some reason, Shi Jinghuan's attitude toward them now was like that of a completely different person compared to this morning. If they weren't absolutely certain they hadn't mistaken him for someone else, they might have thought the man before them was Shi Jinghuan's twin brother. After explaining everything once more, Shi Jinghuan asked kindly, "Have you remembered it all?" Chen Hogong hesitated before finally asking, "Dr. Shi, will this really work?" "It won't," Shi Jinghuan replied without hesitation. "Most patients follow their prescriptions diligently right after discharge, but as time drags on, very few stick with it. Well, patients' choices are their own, but we must preemptively eliminate every potential complication." Shi Jinghuan sighed softly. Though doctors today strive to do just that, medical disputes still erupt every year. Sometimes I think being a doctor is actually a very dangerous profession. Shi Jinghuan shook his head, took out paper and pen, and wrote down several codes. "These are templates for various conditions. Study them carefully later. You don't need to memorize them, but you must understand them thoroughly. Never be careless. Typing a few characters too few or too many is usually insignificant, but in certain critical situations, it can put the hospital in an extremely unfavorable position." Fang Jian and the other two immediately grew serious. Ku Yuanming chuckled from the side, "Dr. Shi is right, but don't get too worked up. I've been a doctor in neurology for so long. While I've heard of similar situations happening in other hospitals, at least in our department, things are still normal." Shi Jinghuan flattered him, "That's all thanks to your hard work, Dr. Ku Yuanming chuckled. "That's not the main reason. The real reason." He paused, then continued, "Ordinary patients rarely come to our department, but those who do have some understanding of their condition, so they're mentally prepared beforehand. The shock isn't as severe. It's different in general internal medicine there. You never know. Maybe they come in with a minor stomachache, and we diagnose them with cancer. At that point, very few people can take it calmly." Fang Jian and the others exchanged rather peculiar looks. Dr. Ku Yuanming certainly didn't mince words. Going to the general internal medicine department for a stomachache, only to be diagnosed with cancer, whether the tumor was benign or malignant. It was indeed hard to accept. Shi Jinghuan continued, "This is how discharge summaries are written, and admissions too. Beyond basic patient examinations, you must conduct various tests for any areas of concern. At this stage, you absolutely cannot cut corners or try to save time, because if any underlying condition remains undetected, it becomes a major problem." Chu Yuming seemed to find the conversation engaging. He closed his magazine and joined in. Patients entering the hospital are in a vulnerable position. Whatever they do is dictated by the doctor's arrangements. If they are ultimately cured, everyone is happy. But if, due to our negligence or the omission of a crucial test, the true cause of the illness remains undiagnosed. The patient will absolutely not let it rest. He shook his head. There are so many diseases in the world. We doctors are human, not gods. How could we possibly know everything? So, whether patients understand or not, the necessary tests and examinations must be done. Even if it's like searching for a needle in a haystack. If we discover something, it could save a life. Ku Yuanming grinned. Of course, this also minimizes our own headaches. Patients might grumble about the cost, but they'll still go through with it. Fang Jian and the others nodded in agreement. From this moment on, they felt truly accepted by the department and had learned some of the hospital's unwritten rules. More tests and more lab work meant more money spent. Of course, ordinary people wouldn't be happy about it. But from the doctor's perspective, wasn't this approach born out of sheer necessity? Chapter 235, A New Parkinson's Patient. While hospital work was endless if one was willing to tackle it, but if one wanted to cut corners, ways could be found. Just like this small exchange in the office, where the two senior doctors selectively imparted their experience in navigating the hospital system, leaving Fang Jian and his two colleagues with a feeling of sudden enlightenment. But such a situation clearly couldn't last long. Before long, a nurse called out that a new patient was about to be admitted. The neurology ward didn't have many beds. Patients in this department were mostly suffering from long-term chronic conditions. While intensive supportive treatment required hospitalization initially, subsequent convalescent care could easily be managed at home or in a nursing home. For a hospital, having a patient occupy a bed long-term was not ideal. Anyone who's been hospitalized knows that the first 3 days are filled with various tests. Medical expenses during this period surge like a floodgate opening, rushing downhill and leaving patients stunned. But once all the tests are complete, only routine medical costs remain. Even from a purely financial perspective, hospitals have no incentive to keep patients hospitalized indefinitely. A week is the typical cycle for most patients to be admitted and discharged. Of course, some cases may extend beyond 2 weeks due to the nature of the illness, but these are extremely rare. Vacant beds must be filled promptly, otherwise, they represent wasted resources. Of course, for a hospital like the Second Hospital, renowned even at the provincial level, patient numbers were never a concern. If possible, they could double their beds and still have countless patients filling them completely. However, expanding bed capacity was no simple task. The real constraints lay in the supporting facilities and the number of medical staff. When a new patient arrived, Shi Jinghuan immediately stepped forward to assist. Fang Jian and the others exchanged glances and swiftly followed him out. When Fang Jian saw this patient, his eyes lit up. He instantly recognized the symptoms: an elderly man in a wheelchair, whose arm muscles twitched involuntarily at irregular intervals. Though the tremors were so subtle that Yu Huiliang and Chen Hogong hadn't noticed them, they couldn't escape Fang Jian's keen observation. Parkinson's syndrome. This was indeed a Parkinson's patient, but his condition was clearly much better than that of Mr. Lu's wife. Shi Jinghuan stepped forward, proactively engaging the patient and his family in conversation. At this moment, Shi Jinghuan seemed like a completely different person. His tone was gentle, his face adorned with a warm smile, as if he had transformed into the patient's own child. Through conversation and laughter, he quickly bridged the distance between them, putting the patient's family at ease. Fang Jian and Yu Huiliang exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. It seemed Shi Jinghuan wasn't entirely without merit in establishing himself at Second Hospital, a place full of hidden talents. Moreover, judging by his examination techniques and the way he asked questions, both standard and highly proficient, it was clear he possessed extensive experience. Soon, Shi Jinghuan finished his inquiries. As he prepared to leave, his peripheral vision caught Fang Jian and the others standing idle nearby. Hesitating briefly, he asked, "Do you have any questions?" Yu Huiliang and Chen Hogong shook their heads repeatedly. It was their first day here, they hadn't grasped the specifics yet. How could they possibly ask anything? Fang Jian hesitated briefly before asking, "Mr. Lu, is this the first time you've been diagnosed with this condition?" The patient was Lu Gaoliang, accompanied by a man in his 40s. Lu Gaoliang had difficulty speaking. Though his mind remained clear, his articulation had been affected. The man beside him interjected, "Doctor, my father was diagnosed with this condition several years ago. Treatment improved his condition somewhat, but it seems to have suddenly worsened these past few days." "Oh, you must be. I'm his son, Lu Genie." "Mr. Lu, how long has your father's condition been worsening?" "About a month now, I think." Lu Genie's face flushed slightly as he hurriedly explained. "I've been so busy lately, and my father didn't mention it. We only discovered it recently and brought him here immediately." Fang Jian's eye twitched. "Over a month." He sighed softly and said, "I have no objections." "Good." Shi Jinghuan continued, "Mr. Lu, we'll arrange your admission. This hospital bed is yours. Tomorrow, There will be some tests. Please make sure you don't miss them. Yes, absolutely. Lu Genie nodded repeatedly. Also, given your father's current condition, he likely can't manage daily living independently. Would you prefer family members to assist, or would you like to hire a caregiver? Well, we'll probably need to hire a caregiver. For caregiver arrangements, you can contact the front desk nurse or call either of the two numbers listed there. They're both reputable agencies. Shi Jinghuan didn't elaborate further. After giving a few final instructions, he left. As Fang Jian exited, he glanced at the advertisements near the elevator. Two caregiver agencies operated within the second hospital, offering similar services. Rates varied by care level, but even the most basic option cost 160 yuan per day. Most people had medical insurance that covered the bulk of medical expenses, but caregiver fees were out of pocket, a cost insignificant to the wealthy. For the average person, however, it was a heavy burden. Moreover, judging by Lu Galian's condition, he required specialized care, which would cost significantly more. As the group walked toward the studio, Fang Jian tugged at Yu Huilian's sleeve and whispered, "Did you get the materials I asked you to prepare?" "Mostly gathered. Just 2 items need to be imported. Mr. Mu is helping with that." Mu Taizhu ran an import-export trading company, so he could indeed assist in this regard. Fang Jian gave a slight nod, glancing behind him. A surge of urgency welled up inside him. He needed to accelerate the research on the Parkinson's wonder drug. Every day sooner this medication was developed meant less suffering for countless people. As they neared the office, Shi Jinghuan suddenly stopped. He turned, a slightly sheepish smile on his face, and asked, "Are you guys having a dinner gathering tonight?" Chen Hogong paused, then quickly understood. "Yes, of course. Is Dr. Shi available? Let's all get together." "Great." Shi Jinghuan sighed with relief. "It's always nice to gather together. I'll join you tonight then." "Dr. Shi, you're too kind. We'd be delighted to have you join us." Chen Hogong shot a knowing glance at Yu Huiliang. Yu Huiliang chuckled awkwardly. While he might harbor some dissatisfaction toward Shi Jinghuan, it hadn't reached the point of outright dislike. Naturally, he offered a few polite words, and all parties were satisfied. Chapter 236, Hosting. That afternoon, as the clock struck quitting time, everyone tidied up and prepared to leave. Doctors were busy, but generally speaking, unless something extraordinary happened, they could still leave at their normal time. This was especially true for regular inpatient wards that weren't critical care units. Once the clock struck, most could head home without issue. Today, however, the doctors and nurses of the neurology department weren't rushing out. 3 new interns were hosting a dinner. New interns joining the department was nothing unusual. In fact, besides interns, exchange students and the like arrived multiple times each year, something the doctors and nurses had long grown accustomed to. Such minor matters were usually given little thought. Those interested would gladly join a meal, while others could easily find excuses to decline. But today felt different. Not only did Ku Yuan Ming, the attending physician they'd met once, gladly accept the invitation, but even Shi Jinghuan, the resident physician with whom they had minor conflicts, reluctantly showed up. That's because word had spread that the department head, Director Zhang Fei, would be attending as well. Whoever had mentioned it had ended up forcing many to attend. Yu Huiliang, ever the savvy organizer, had booked several tables early at the nearby Hanton Hotel. Though the food was delicious, the establishment was more notorious for its steep prices. When Chen Hogong entered the hotel and saw the prices in the sample room, his face turned slightly pale. "I'm still just a student, haven't even started earning money yet, okay? If they split this meal 3 ways, he'd be eating dirt next month." "No, the month after that, and the month after that too." Fang Jian instantly saw through his hesitation. He gave Yu Huiliang a light pat on the back and said, "Old you picked this place. I'm not paying. You're treating." Yu Huiliang patted his chest, unconcerned. "Don't even mention it. Since I brought you here, of course I'm treating. Why would I ask you guys to chip in?" Chen Hogong finally exhaled in relief, his voice tinged with gratitude. "Yu Huiliang, I won't bother with thanks. From now on, if anything comes up at the hospital, I'll jump at the chance to handle it myself. No need for you to tire yourself out." In his heart, he was filled with mixed emotions. Being a rich kid really had its perks. Soon, the doctors and nurses from the neurology department began arriving, filling 3 large tables to capacity. At the second hospital, neurology wasn't the most prestigious department, nor was it particularly large. With staff on rotating shifts and on-call duty, it was impossible for everyone to actually attend. In truth, even during annual hospital gatherings, it was impossible to assemble every single employee. While others could take time off, hospitals must operate 24/7, year-round. Patients don't disappear during holidays. Instead, the festive season often brings all sorts of unexpected emergencies, making the hospital busier than ever. Shi Jinghuan, eager to mend fences with Fang Jian and the others, was particularly proactive, introducing them to each attending physician and nurse present. Fang Jian and his two colleagues naturally adopted the humble demeanor expected of interns, respectfully toasting both senior physicians and ordinary resident doctors alike. Although the department's chief physician was absent at the moment, the presence of Deputy Director Miao Hanliang alone was enough to make the three interns feel thoroughly honored. Ku Yuanming and the others didn't rush the meal, instead drinking tea and conversing in tacit agreement. Since the rumored head of the department was expected to arrive, they naturally had the patience to wait. However, as half an hour passed without any sign of him, a look of suspicion began to appear on the faces of Ku Yuanming and the other doctors. Shi Jinghuan, reading the room, quickly whispered, "Fang Jian, is anyone else missing?" After spending the day with them, he had noticed that although Fang Jian spoke little, his actual performance was the most outstanding. By now, Yu Huiliang and Chen Hogong both seemed to look to him for guidance. Fang Jian turned and glanced at Yu Huiliang. All of this had been orchestrated by him. Yu Huiliang gave a calm smile. Having been exposed to similar situations since childhood, he naturally felt no stage fright in front of a group of doctors and nurses. Dr. Shi, I invited Director Wang from the Medical Education Department and a professor from our university. They confirmed they'd attend, but they might be discussing something. Shall I call to remind them? Yu Huiliang picked up his phone, pretending to dial the number. No need. Miao Hanliang waved him off. Don't you know how busy the Medical Education Department is? They handle all personnel matters for the entire hospital. It's already great that Director Wang agreed to come. Why rush him? Yes, sir. Yu Huiliang replied obediently. Then suggested, how about we start the meal first? Once Director Wang arrives, I'll prepare a fresh set of dishes. Miao Hanliang hesitated slightly. Waiting indefinitely wasn't a solution either. Just then, the door swung open, and three figures entered one after another. Upon seeing them, the doctors and nurses present all stood up. Director Zhang, Director Wang. A chorus of greetings rose in succession, and even Miao Hanliang's face broke into a broad smile. As for Fang Jian and the other two, their introductions included an additional title, Professor Jiang. The three who entered were Wang Xinren and Zhang Xiangbing from the Medical Education Department, along with Zheng Fei from the Neurology Department. Director Zhang, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and sporting a perpetual smile, appeared remarkably approachable. Yet everyone in neurology knew that when Director Zhang lost his temper, he was far more formidable than any ordinary doctor. Without sufficient capability and skill, one could never manage such a large department. Zheng Fei glanced at Fang Jian and the others, chuckling. Old Wang, Professor Jiang, you dragged me here just for these three youngsters? Zhang Xiangbing chuckled. They may be young in years, but they're no longer little kids. Oh, Zheng Fei asked with interest. Not little guys? Then big shots? He. In 2 months, when the next issue of Chinese Journal of Integrative Medicine comes out, you'll see. Zheng Fei froze, surprised. What do you mean? His reaction was quick. They have papers to publish in it? Everyone present froze, their expressions turning peculiar. Chinese Journal of Integrative Medicine wasn't just any medical journal. Domestically, it ranked among the top medical journals in terms of overall impact factor. While it does feature traditional Chinese medicine content, the integration of Chinese and Western medicine is also a highly significant topic. Despite the large gathering, aside from chief physicians and deputy chief physicians, no one present had ever dared to dream of publishing in a journal of such stature. Zhang Xiangbing didn't respond, instead mentioning 2 more journal names. These 2 journals were also among China's most prestigious medical publications, with impact factors not significantly lower than that of Chinese Journal of Integrative Medicine. Director Zhang, keep an eye on these 3 publications. Within a month at the earliest, 3 months at the latest, you'll definitely see something surprising. Zhang Xiangbing declared with absolute certainty. Chapter 237, 3 papers. Zheng Fei looked at Fang Jian and the others in astonishment. Though he remained somewhat skeptical of Zhang Xiangbing's words, having known Zhang Xiangbing for many years through work, he understood his character. Zhang would never lie about something so obvious, doing so would cost him face. But expecting him to believe that 3 interns, not yet formally licensed doctors, could publish papers in journals of that caliber? That was simply too far-fetched. To be perfectly honest, even for him, publishing in journals with comparable impact factors was no easy feat. Perhaps with some connections and favors from old friends, 2 papers in 3 years might be possible, but more than that? That would be incredibly difficult. And 3 papers published simultaneously in 3 different medical journals? Professor Jiang, You've either let a big kite fly or given me a huge surprise. Everyone present worked in healthcare, even the nurses knew how difficult it was to get published in those journals. For a moment, they all stared at each other, their eyes darting nervously. Yu Huiliang chuckled and said, "Esteemed colleagues, please don't misunderstand. This has nothing to do with me or Chen Hogong." He pointed toward Fang Jian and added, "He handled all the papers." Wow, is that true? 3 papers by one person? One paper of that caliber would be enough to secure a residency position. What incredible luck! I believe one paper was luck, but 3? Try explaining what kind of luck could produce 3 papers for journals of this caliber. Young talent is truly formidable. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Their gazes toward Fang Jian now tinged with an unusual intensity. Chen Hogong was equally stunned. He knew that since returning, Fang Jian seemed to have changed significantly. Rumor had it that the life-or-death experience during the plane crash had brought about this transformation. His suturing technique had reached such mastery that Chen felt no confidence in even attempting to catch up. But now, with Professor Jiang and Yu Huiliang's revelations, he felt an even greater sense of disbelief. Looking at Fang Jian's smiling face, a wave of deep despair suddenly washed over him. In this lifetime, could he ever catch up to him? Zhang Fei fixed Fang Jian with a piercing gaze as he stepped forward. "Fang Jian, my friend, you've truly outdone yourself. What kind of papers did you publish in those 3 journals?" Interns held little standing in hospitals, especially large institutions like the second hospital. The gap between them and department heads was as vast as the heavens. Zhang Fei never interacted with junior doctors of this rank under normal circumstances. But today, his attitude had completely changed. An intern who could publish papers in these 3 journals during his internship? Damn it, can you even call this a trainee? Look around at every single doctor present, not one, not even Jiang Xiangbing, could confidently guarantee achieving such a feat within a year. Fang Jian bowed his head slightly, adopting a respectful posture, and said, "Director Zhang, the 3 papers I published all pertain to a novel nutritional solution." He paused briefly before adding, "Actually, this wasn't achieved through my own efforts alone, but under the guidance of 3 mentors." 3 mentors? Zhang Fei immediately understood and smiled. Besides Professor Jiang, who are the other 2? One is Professor Huang Shiren from Yinling University, and the other is Vice President Yi Hua from the Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. Oh, I know Professor Huang Shiren, he's a leading authority in domestic nutrition studies. But Vice President Yi Hua? Zhang Fei pondered for a moment before chuckling. No wonder you chose to publish in a traditional Chinese medicine journal. So that's his network. Every influential senior physician has their own exclusive or familiar territory. Submitting to those publications naturally increases the odds of getting papers accepted. So it was only natural that the 3 professors chose different venues for their 3 papers. Yet even though everyone understood this logic, no one dared to underestimate Fang Jian in the slightest. So what if he had connections? Without sufficient quality, would these 3 journals dare to casually publish ordinary papers? Such a reputation-damaging act would be impossible to fix, even if the heavens themselves came down. So Fang Jian absolutely possessed genuine talent and expertise. "Fang Jian, once your paper is published, show it to me first thing." "Yes," Zhang Fei asked with keen interest, "so what exactly is that new nutrient solution?" Just as Fang Jian was about to answer, a booming laugh echoed from outside the door. "Director Zhang, you're asking me about this?" A middle-aged man with a ruddy complexion walked in, none other than Yu Xiucheng. "Oh my, Chairman Yu, what brings you here today?" Zhang Fei and Wang Xinren greeted him with beaming smiles. Yu Xiucheng was the chairman of a renowned pharmaceutical company in S-City. While the drugs produced by pharmaceutical companies ultimately relied on doctors to sell them to patients, any profitable pharmaceutical company was a formidable force to be reckoned with. While pharmaceutical reps naturally needed to curry favor with doctors, that dynamic applied to the medical profession as a whole. When a pharmaceutical company chairman met with an individual doctor, he always held a position of superiority. "Today marks my son's first day on the job, and he's hosting this banquet. Naturally, I must come and offer a toast." Yu Xiucheng beckoned, and Yu Huiliang promptly approached with deference. "This is my son, Yu Huiliang. I humbly request your continued support and guidance." "Not at all." Shi Jinghuan sucked in a sharp breath, inwardly thinking, that was close. Thankfully, I had the sense to back off before completely alienating this pharmaceutical prince. Otherwise, my days at the hospital would be numbered. Yu Xiucheng beamed as he clinked glasses with everyone. "Our factory has secured the production license for Xiaofang's nutritional solution. This is an entirely new formula with extraordinary efficacy. I guarantee it will be in high demand the moment it hits the market." Though he didn't elaborate, Zhang Fei and the others could sense his overwhelming confidence. Yet, no matter how curious they were now, they couldn't bring themselves to ask. Jiang Xianbing took a sip of wine and suddenly said, Director Zhang. I'd like to ask you for a favor while we're here. Zhang Fei smiled and said, Professor Jiang, you're too kind. Our hospital has collaborated with you for many years. Whatever we can do, we'll certainly provide our full cooperation. Very well. Zhang Xiangbing glanced at Fang Jian and said, Young Fang is still following up on another trial. I've permitted him to use my lab in the evenings, so I hope he won't have to work night shifts. Chapter 238, Raw Materials. Zhang Fei paused briefly before smiling. Hospital regulations require coordinated scheduling for interns. Though I'm the director, I can't make such decisions alone. He surveyed the assembled doctors. Fortunately, over half our department is present. Let's take a vote right here. For a chief like him, this matter could be settled with a single word. Had Jiang Xiangbing approached him privately, he would have agreed immediately, but in front of so many people, he had to put on a show. Still, he was absolutely certain no one would dare refuse him. Indeed, departmental matters are everyone's responsibility. Wang Xinren smiled. Though I suggest you abstain from the vote, Director Zhang, since I proposed this suggestion, it's only proper to recuse myself. Zhang Fei said with a smile. Alright, everyone, just pretend Director Zhang and I aren't here. Decide on the spot. Miao Hanliang and the others cursed inwardly. What did as if we weren't here even mean? That phrase should be interpreted the other way around, shouldn't it? Your intentions are so obvious, yet you're still glaring at us. Who would dare cast an opposing vote now? Would they even be able to continue working in this hospital afterward? Clearing his throat, Miao Hanliang said, while systematic training is essential for doctors, we can make exceptions for individuals with special talents. Exactly. Ku Yuanming chimed in promptly. Some people excel in this field, while others shine elsewhere. I believe if Fang Jian discovers something new, its value would far outweigh a few night shifts. Therefore, I support exempting him from night duty. Xu Yuanming nodded. Dr. Ku is absolutely right. That's only fair. One by one, the others voiced their agreement, all in unison. With the department head and the director of the medical education office watching closely, who would dare voice dissent? Still, even knowing it was all for show, the process had to be followed. Zhang Fei nodded slightly and said, Professor Jiang, as you've heard, our department's doctors are quite supportive of medical research. Xiao Feng, thank everyone for their support. Thank you, Director Zhang. Thank you, everyone. Xiao Feng. Zhang Fei chuckled. If you discover anything else in your research, you absolutely must give our Department of Psychiatry credit. Everyone couldn't help but inwardly scoff. They were merely using this as an excuse. But honestly, no one truly expected Fang Jian to invent anything resembling a nutrient solution drug. That sort of thing, if it happened once in a lifetime, it would be pure luck. If it happened twice, would that be considered supreme level luck? Failure to develop anything was perfectly normal. Success would be nothing short of miraculous. The banquet concluded swiftly. Perhaps the presence of the two senior directors had dampened the atmosphere, leaving the gathering somewhat subdued. Yet with Yu Xiucheng present, as he had promised, every guest was thoroughly attended to. After the banquet concluded, the crowd dispersed. Fang Jian followed Yu Huiliang and his son to the car. Yu Xiucheng opened the door, handed him a briefcase, and said, Feng, here are the materials you requested. I've prepared most of them for you. Use these for now if you need them. As for the remaining two materials, I guarantee they'll be delivered within a week. Thank you, Uncle Yu. Fang Jian's eyes brightened slightly. I'll head back first. You guys go have fun. Knowing he wouldn't fit in with them, Yu Xiucheng got into the car and drove off immediately. Fang Jian, where to now? Yu Huiliang approached with a grin. Fancy inviting the Wangs to sing karaoke? Fang Jian shot him a glare. Nonsense. You just want to see Xiao Xingxing, don't you? Ha ha, you're the one talking nonsense. I'm just looking out for you, okay? Ignoring his subtle hints, Fang Jian said in a low voice, take me to the lab. The lab? Yu Huiliang froze, utterly unprepared for that answer. Now that we have the materials, let's get started. Fang Jian's mind flashed back to Lu Guliang's trembling wrist as he declared firmly, let's go. Alright, Yu Huiliang replied listlessly. He started the car and drove Fang Jian to the university. Gazing at the darkened academic building, he asked, want me to stay with you? Fang Jian chuckled dryly. You'd only get in the way. Goodbye. Yu Huiliang flashed him a dismissive gesture before revving the engine and speeding away. Fang Jian called his mother to inform her he'd be spending the night at school, then carried his suitcase upstairs. Security was present on campus, but Professor Jiang had already filed the necessary paperwork. Plus, as a registered student, Fang Jian faced no obstruction or questioning. Entering the lab, Fang Jian surveyed the space. He was quite satisfied with the environment. Establishing a lab required more than just money. The most crucial element was the equipment. Those experimental instruments weren't cheap, and purchasing and installing them often took a significant amount of time. The university naturally housed more than one laboratory. However, Professor Zheng's lab was among the top facilities on campus. Had Fang Jian not had powerful connections and already demonstrated significant achievements, Professor Jiang would never have permitted its nighttime use. Fang Jian closed his eyes, recalling the experience of Dr. Chen refining the special medicine in the high-dimensional world, though the experience remained vivid in his mind, suggesting that simply repeating it would yield the same results. The reality was different. After all, the high-dimensional world was not this one, and the materials used in the two worlds differed in some respects. Therefore, recreating the potent medicine was no simple task. After a long while, Fang Jian opened the suitcase, carefully removing and sorting the raw materials inside. He then selected two specific materials, placed them in test tubes, and began a series of preparatory processes. It took him a full 2 hours just to complete the initial processing of these materials. As for the remaining steps, they were beyond what could be accomplished today. Sighing, Fang Jian began tidying up the lab. Since the lab had been meticulously cleaned earlier that day, he naturally intended to restore it to its original state before leaving. Fang Jian was utterly in awe of those who had discovered a Parkinson's cure in the higher dimensional world. If even replicating their methods proved so difficult for him, how much hardship, financial resources, and manpower must those pioneers have endured to forge a path to success from absolute nothingness? Fortunately, he possessed the high-dimensional world, otherwise, he would never have dared attempt such a venture. Chapter 239, Breakthrough in Olfaction. Refining drugs was far from simple, but with proper preparation, adequate equipment, and meticulous execution, it remained achievable. After all, this was merely a pharmaceutical process, not some fantastical epic. Fang Jian meticulously processed the materials prepared by Yu Xiucheng, referencing the memories stored in his mind. Perhaps because of the precedent set by the nutrient solution, Yu Xiucheng and the others, though skeptical that Fang Jian could produce anything worthwhile, still spared no effort in preparing the materials. At the very least, everything he provided this time was top-notch. In scientific research, the cost of raw materials could vary dramatically. Purity levels, import status, and even origin could drive prices skyward. If one were merely trying to deceive, the same raw materials could command triple the price or even more. The intricacies involved were far too complex to explain in a single sentence. However, Yu Xiucheng handled matters with remarkable care, ensuring Fang Jian could find no fault. Watching the gradual changes in the raw materials within the test tubes, Fang Jian's eyes sparkled with delight. During this experiment, his movements were more deft than ever, and his focus was sharper. Last time he attempted to mix the nutrient solution himself, he failed repeatedly. In the end, the white-haired, red-eyed figure couldn't bear to watch any longer and demonstrated the process at the cost of his own slumber. Now, however, with his knowledge base gradually becoming comprehensive, coupled with enhanced physical prowess and a slow yet steady increase in his spiritual power, he could finally stand on his own 2 feet. Of course, this self-reliance had its limitations. Though his growth potential was boundless, he still couldn't reach the level of the red-eyed, white-haired figure. He retrieved the box and carefully stored both the processed materials and the discarded scraps inside. This lab was now shared between both parties, and Fang Jian didn't want anyone to know what he was researching. Therefore, he took the most prudent approach, leaving no traceable evidence behind in the lab. After exchanging greetings with the security guard, Fang Jian placed the box into his dedicated safety deposit box and departed the campus. Only then did he realize how convenient it would be to have a car for transportation. Just as he opened his ride-hailing app to request a car, a familiar silhouette suddenly caught the corner of his eye. Startled, Fang Jian looked up. If his eyes didn't deceive him, the owner of that figure was someone he knew all too well. After all, though they were 2 years apart, they had grown up together as childhood sweethearts. Even if he wanted to ignore it, it was impossible. Frowning slightly, Fang Jian suddenly remembered he hadn't seen Mu Shui in days. This seemed rather unusual. Looking up, he saw the figure turn a corner and disappear into a small alleyway. She hadn't noticed him at all. With a faint smile, Fang Jian quickened his pace to follow. For some reason, he suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to see her face to face. Turning the corner, he found himself in a narrow alleyway. Fang Jian frowned, a wry smile touching his lips. This wasn't a dead-end alley. Below it lay the famous night market street known for its delicious food. Finding someone there wouldn't be easy. Fang Jian took a deep breath. He seemed to catch a faint, elusive scent, and an utterly bizarre thought suddenly flashed through his mind. His nostrils flared as he strained to identify the faint scent. The scent was faint, almost impossible for a human nose to detect. Yet, the moment Fang Jian's heart stirred, The spiritual energy within his mind began to surge, actively drawing itself toward the source. As his mental energy joined the process, Fang Jian instantly felt his sense of smell become 10 times more acute. The previously faint, almost imperceptible fragrance suddenly became strikingly clear. Moreover, he even had a strong sense that he could track the source of this scent. His lips twitched slightly. So this was another way to utilize mental power. Since acquiring this mental power, Fang Jian had already discovered countless ways to utilize it. When used within the eyes, it provides a certain degree of X-ray vision, allowing observation of internal bodily conditions much like an X-ray, serving as an auxiliary treatment tool. When applied to the ears, it dramatically enhances hearing to an astonishing degree. This heightened hearing proved crucial when he tracked down the drug lord in the past. Of course, the most formidable aspect was the sheer power of his mental influence and hypnotic abilities, his greatest asset for self-preservation. Now, he's discovered a new ability, a dog's nose. Indeed, this powerful sense of smell absolutely rivals that of the most elite police dogs. Shaking his head, he mused that if he kept this up, he might just become a superhero one day. Regaining his focus, Fang Jian followed the scent forward. Soon, he crossed the narrow alley and arrived at the food street. Though it was late, the street seemed to be just coming alive. Numerous shops were open, offering the 4 treasures of late-night snacks, grilled fish, bullfrog, crayfish, and barbecue, all available here. As the surroundings grew more complex, the street's aromas intensified. Manhwa rarely wore perfume. What Fang Jian detected was actually a faint, almost imperceptible scent, a natural fragrance reminiscent of a maiden's purity. So subtle was this aroma that most people would never notice it. Yet here, amidst this bustling environment, even a police dog would likely lose its bearings. Fang Jian closed his eyes slightly, his nostrils twitching as his mind raced. The myriad mingled scents in the air seemed to transform within his consciousness into tangible, traceable entities, ones he could now clearly identify. No, found it. He discarded strand after strand of different scents until finally pinpointing that faint trace. This process seemed complex, yet it was completed in the blink of an eye. However, the mental energy Fang Jian expended surged dramatically. Seems like everything comes at a price. Even finding someone could be this difficult. Rubbing the phone in his pocket, Fang Jian even considered giving up. Just call her directly, how much simpler would that be? But in the next moment, he made his decision. He'd chase after her and surprise her. Whether it would be a pleasant surprise or a startling shock was beyond his consideration. Chapter 240, The Chase. Fang Jian quickened his pace slightly, though he didn't stand out in the crowd. His speed had noticeably increased. In an environment like this, tracking someone by scent was incredibly taxing on his mental energy. While Fang Jian's current abilities easily allowed him to persist, he wasn't actually participating in a stalking game. Why waste it needlessly? Finally, Fang Jian's eyes lit up. He spotted that familiar, graceful figure ahead. A faint smile touched his lips as he quickened his pace, closing the distance rapidly. Yet, just as he was about to reach her, his steps abruptly halted, his brow furrowed slightly, a sense of unease creeping over him. Something about Manhwa seemed off. This usually cheerful older sister was dressed rather provocatively today. Not only was her makeup heavy, but her hair had even been dyed yellow. Hadn't Fang Jian grown up alongside her since childhood? He might not have recognized her at all in this moment. What's more, Manhwa's movements were suspicious. On the surface, she wandered through the night market, seemingly fascinated by the surrounding snacks. Yet, her gaze kept darting, deliberately or not, toward the dark corners around her. Though only fleeting, Fang Jian was certain she was searching for something. On a mission? Fang Jian instantly realized she wasn't out to play, but likely carrying out some assignment, one he just happened to stumble upon. At that moment, he hesitated. Should he go over and say hello? Coming from a police family, Fang Jian understood perfectly well that officers on duty certainly didn't want to be disturbed by outsiders. Just as he hesitated, Manhwa's gaze suddenly turned toward him. The instant she saw Fang Jian, she seemed to freeze in place. She blinked hard, finally convincing herself she hadn't mistaken him for someone else. After a moment's hesitation, Manhwa abruptly stepped forward, walking straight toward him, though her eyes were filled with hostility. Fang Jian inwardly sighed with a wry smile, but since he'd been spotted, he saw no point in evading her now. Fang Jian, why are you here? Manhwa asked in a low voice. Fang Jian shrugged his shoulders. Sister Shui, have you forgotten where we are? Where? Manhwa paused, not understanding the implication. After walking 2 blocks, we're at the medical university. Fang Jian said helplessly. I just came out of school and happened to see you, so I followed. Ah, Manhwa paused, then said, so it was a coincidence after all. Yeah, a coincidence. Fang Jian also lowered his voice. Are you on a mission? Mu Shui hesitated briefly before replying. Yes, I'm tailing someone. You're just in time. Fang Jian froze, still processing the meaning of perfect timing. When Mu Shui suddenly leaned into him, she spread her arms wide and wrapped them tightly around him. In that instant, Fang Jian's body froze. His first instinct wasn't pleasure, but to execute a shoulder throw and toss Mu Shui aside. This was a natural reflex honed by his military medical training. Fortunately, Fang Jian controlled himself perfectly, immediately pulling back the hand he'd just extended, setting aside whether he could even execute a shoulder throw on Mu Shui. What consequences would follow if he managed it? Fang Jian thought it through carefully and decided it was best to keep a low profile. A military medic's combat techniques were meant for outsiders. As for his own people? Forget it. Feeling the added weight on his body, Fang Jian's breathing grew slightly hurried. Sister Shui, what are you doing? Come on, cooperate. What? We're playing a couple. Keep an eye on that tattooed guy up ahead. Ha? Fang Jian immediately turned his head, looking in the direction Mu Shui indicated. Sure enough, there was a tattooed guy buying something at a stall. Due to the weather, he wore a split vest, revealing a tiger tattoo on his shoulder. The sideways glancing tiger head radiated dominance, combined with his mannerisms and tone. He seemed to be flaunting his bad boy image at every turn. Don't stare at him, Mu Shui whispered. He's highly alert. If he senses anything unusual, all our efforts will be wasted. Fang Jian withdrew his gaze and murmured, Who is he? Don't ask. Knowing won't do you any good. Mu Shui exhaled softly. I've been following him all afternoon. He's already changed his appearance twice. If I keep tailing him alone, I'm afraid I'll really give myself away. Luckily I ran into you. At least tonight should be manageable. Fang Jian paused, looking at Mu Shui's slightly haggard face. Sis, you've been following him for so long. That must be exhausting. Being a detective, it's hard to avoid the hardships. But why did they assign you to this surveillance? At your rank, you shouldn't have to handle this kind of work. This is Uncle Zhang's case. I volunteered to assist. Oh, Fang Jian's eyes lit up slightly. If it were anyone else's case, he'd offer help but wouldn't be overly invested. After all, his primary role was as a doctor, not a police officer. But this case? It was Zheng Duoqiu's. That made all the difference. By now, the tattooed man had left the stall, having bought a takeout cup of what appeared to be milk tea. Follow him slowly. Mu Shui whispered the instruction. Fang Jian's heart stirred slightly. No need. Come with me. He took Mu Shui's hand and headed toward the milk tea shop. Mu Shui's small hand felt soft and boneless. Though Fang Jian had been accustomed to holding hands since childhood, a faint flutter still stirred within him. He silently sighed to himself. After all, he was getting older. Those days were gone. Pulling Mu Shui into the milk tea shop, Fang Jian took a deep breath, feigning rapture. It smells so good. What would you like? Mu Shui gave him a strange look. No, let's go. Tell me. She pulled him away forcefully. What the hell are you doing? You're going to get us caught. You know? It's fine. I've memorized his features. He won't get away. Fang Jian smirked, a peculiar curve forming at the corners of his mouth. He patted his chest and declared, Just trust me. Mu Shui paused, staring at Fang Jian. Suddenly, she felt as though she were seeing Uncle Fang. When Uncle Fang taught her martial arts, he'd spoken with that same infectious, heartfelt confidence. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and Mu Shui found herself momentarily distracted, but she snapped back to attention, only to realize she'd already lost sight of the tattooed man. This bustling night market food street was teeming with people. A moment's inattention, and any attempt at tailing someone became child's play. Chapter 241, Street Food Stall. Oh no. Mu Shui shot Fang Jian a glare and whispered, He's gone. Despite losing her target, Mu Shui showed no signs of panic or agitation. After all, this was a bustling public place. Any unprofessional behavior drawing attention could immediately alert the suspect. This failed pursuit could be redone later, but alerting the suspect would be a loss far greater than any gain. Follow me. Fang Jian winked at her, still holding her hand as he led the way forward. As they walked, he sniffed deeply, using his mental powers to analyze every scent in his nostrils. In his mind, he even constructed a virtual 3D image, a dynamic, three-dimensional map formed by the scent and his observations of nearby buildings and people. By tracking the intensity of the scent, Fang Jian could clearly identify the areas the tattooed man had passed through and even estimate how long he had lingered in each spot. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Mu Shui didn't shake off his hand but asked curiously. She could tell Fang Jian wasn't joking, but she couldn't fathom how he could possibly track him down when she herself hadn't even noticed. However, after 2 turns, Mu Shui's eyes lit up slightly, because at the end of her line of sight, the tattooed man's figure had indeed appeared. He was strolling through the night market as leisurely as any ordinary person. occasionally buying something. Mu Shui shook Fang Jian's hand, trying to break free so she could keep up, but she immediately realized Fang Jian's grip was ironclad. She couldn't break free. What are you doing? Let go. I'll deal with you later. Mu Shui glared at him. In this public place, and with a mission to complete, even Mu Shui, bold as she was, dared not resort to violence. Fang Jian shook his head slightly and murmured, "Stay away from him." What? You wouldn't be staring at him for no reason, would you? A guy like him would either be out socializing or playing cards or mahjong at this hour. It's unlikely he'd be out shopping alone, right? Fang Jian, what exactly are you trying to say? I don't know what task Uncle Zheng assigned you, but if he's wandering around here, he must be meeting someone or up to something, right? Mu Shui hesitated for a moment before replying. Right. You didn't arrest him, so you're playing the long game? Yes. Then why follow him so closely? Aren't you afraid of being spotted? Oof. Don't worry. My tracking skills are beyond ordinary people. She pointed to her accessories and blonde hair. I change outfits twice a day. He won't have a chance to spot me. That's only when there's no other choice. Fang Jian said softly, but if I had a way to follow him from a distance, why would you need to take such risks? Are you really confident? Mu Shui's eyes lit up. I might deceive others, but would I dare deceive you? Fang Jian replied with a smile. A faint smile touched Mu Shui's lips. I doubt you'd dare. Watching her like this, Fang Jian felt a flutter in his heart, his gaze growing almost intense. Mu Shui's pretty face flushed slightly. Don't get distracted, she hurriedly said. Keep your eyes on him. Fang Jian snapped back to focus. Don't worry, he won't get away. The two followed at a leisurely pace. This time, they were quite far behind the tattooed man. At this distance, getting spotted would be no easy feat. As they walked, Fang Jian recounted the events of his recent days to Mu Shui. Naturally, the music-related developments took center stage. Mu Shui listened with rapt attention, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Only when a certain name was mentioned did a fleeting hint of something else flicker across her face. As they passed a food stall, Fang Jian twitched his nostrils and suggested, "This place looks good. Want to grab a bite?" Mu Shui paused, then immediately understood. "Sure," she replied with a smile. This was a barbecue-focused food stall, packed not only inside but also spilling out onto the street with chairs set up outside. Fang Jian and Mu Shui strolled inside, their eyes scanning the space. Mu Shui's expression shifted slightly. She hadn't spotted the tattooed man. This was the first time since following Fang Jian that she hadn't seen him. Her brow furrowed slightly as Fang Jian inquired, "Owner, do you have any private rooms?" "Sure. How many of you are there?" "Oh, what does the restroom have to do with how many people?" "Ah, sorry. The owner hastily waved his hands, apologetically explaining, "I heard restroom instead." Mu Shui beside him tugged at her lips, nearly bursting into laughter. She'd heard clearly that Fang Jian had asked about private rooms, but judging by the owner's expression, he must have thought he'd misheard. The boss pointed out the location. Fang Jian said, "Order a few dishes. I'll be right back." "Sure." When Fang Jian emerged from the restroom, he and Mu Shui found a corner table to eat and chat. Though Mu Shui was now wearing makeup, it was hard to connect her to the usual image of the spirited policewoman. Yet her natural beauty remained undeniable, her bright eyes and dazzling smile still captivating, drawing frequent glances from nearby diners. Fang Jian sat across from her and smiled. "Sister Shui, this look isn't exactly ideal for surveillance." Mu Shui shot him a glare. "Uncle Zheng doesn't have many people to spare, including me. There are only 5 of us. This is my first time on the job today, but the other 4 have each been following targets for over 3 days. Couldn't you find a few more?" Mu Shui shook her head. "The case details are unclear. We can't let too many people know." She paused, then added, "If it weren't for the severe manpower shortage, Uncle Zheng wouldn't have transferred me over." "That's Uncle Zheng trusting you." Fang Jian offered a casual compliment before picking up the barbecue and digging in. Though he'd already eaten dinner, young people digest quickly. Now he seemed ready for another big meal. His eyes flickered. Fang Jian raised his drink can and took a large gulp, his movements a bit too forceful. Mu Shui immediately sensed something was off. Just as she was about to turn her head, Fang Jian said, "Don't look back." Her reflexes were lightning fast. Suppressing the urge to turn, she grabbed a grilled chicken wing tip from the table and bit into it fiercely, as if venting all her pent-up frustration. After another moment, Fang Jian said, "He's gone. You go after him first." "What?" Mu Shui exclaimed in surprise. "What about you?" "There are still people in the private room. I need to get a clear look before I go over." Mu Shui gave him a deep look and said, "Be careful, don't act impulsively, and don't get involved. Understand? Don't worry. I'm a doctor, not a cop." Chapter 242, The Fight. After Mu Shui left, Fang Jian remained seated, eating his meal at a leisurely pace. Suddenly, A flicker of unease stirred within him, accompanied by an inexplicable, strange sensation. Instinctively, he turned his head to glance to the side, his peripheral vision catching a fleeting glimpse of a figure that seemed vaguely familiar. However, the figure vanished in an instant, leaving him unable to get a clear look or identify who it was. Still, Fang Jian didn't dwell on it. Running into acquaintances at this street food stall was perfectly normal. If someone didn't want to greet him, there was no need to force it. Still, a quiet satisfaction stirred within him. His perceptive abilities had indeed grown far stronger than before. Now, he could sense when someone was watching him almost instantly, a definite blessing. Moments later, the private room door opened. Two people emerged one after the other. One walked straight out, while the other headed toward the counter. Fang Jian's eyes flashed. He grabbed the waiter beside him, tossed down 200 yuan, and walked straight out. There were two people in the private room, and they didn't appear to be leaving together. Unless he could split himself in two, there was no way he could track both simultaneously. After a moment's consideration, he immediately chose the second person. It was a random choice, perhaps driven by a gut feeling that this second person held greater significance. Yet, the moment he stepped out of the food stall, three figures came running straight at him, their faces twisted into vicious grins, their eyes locked firmly on him. Fang Jian's heart sank. His first thought was that his movements had been discovered, but how could that be? In an instant, Fang Jian's mind flashed through everything that had happened since meeting Mu Shui, yet he couldn't figure out where he might have given away his location. Yet, judging by the aggressive manner these three burly men approached, they were clearly targeting him. Sighing softly, Fang Jian knew the situation wouldn't end well. His gaze shifted, and he noticed the two figures emerging from the private room seemed drawn by the thug's approach, their eyes now fixed on the commotion. Surprise and suspicion flickered in their eyes. Fang Jian's eyebrows shot up as a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that these three weren't their men after all? But at this moment, whether they were or not no longer mattered. Fang Jian's face had been exposed to them, making further pursuit impossible. Sighing softly, Fang Jian turned without hesitation and walked away. The three burly men seemed to have locked onto him and quickened their pace to follow. Annoyed, Fang Jian suddenly darted into a narrow alley and began sprinting. Quick! Follow him! The three men shouted in unison, scrambling after him. Perhaps someone witnessed the scene, but for most passers-by, it was none of their business. Even if someone wanted to watch the commotion, they likely couldn't keep up. The two men emerging from the private room exchanged a glance, but they didn't dwell on the incident. Instead, they went their separate ways. Fang Jian knew the local terrain like the back of his hand, and the three pursuers seemed familiar with it too. Their chase led them to an open, small playground. Slowly halting his pace, Fang Jian was only slightly out of breath, regaining his composure within a few breaths. His recent training had proven crucial, and coupled with his ability to regenerate stamina, this distance felt like little more than a warm-up. The three pursuers behind him, however, were another story. They'd struggled to keep pace with Fang Jian for a long while, each panting heavily. By the time they finally reached the spot, they were gasping for breath, nearly running themselves ragged. Damn it, you little brat, are you a rabbit or something? Running so fast. I'm exhausted. Teach him a lesson. Fang Jian turned to face the three panting figures. Who are you? Who cares who we are? Kid? Stop running. Fang Jian chuckled, though he truly had no intention of running anymore. I don't recognize you lot. Since we've no past grievances and no recent conflicts, why are you picking on me? A sharp gleam flashed in Fang Jian's eyes as he asked, who sent you after me? The three men froze, suddenly realizing something was off. Most people would feel some fear when surrounded by three burly men, but looking at Fang Jian, speaking so calmly and confidently, there wasn't a trace of fear in him. Kid, you've got some nerve. The leader finally caught his breath and sneered. We'll teach you a lesson first, then tell you why. Without another word, he charged forward, his massive fist hurtling toward Fang Jian's face. Fang Jian's eyes shifted slightly. In the past, he would have fled as far as possible from such a situation, but now it was different. In his eyes, the fist's speed seemed to slow considerably at that moment, almost like slow motion in a movie, giving him ample time to react. Moreover, his heart held not a shred of tension or panic. Having been tempered by the chaos of military barracks brawls, this minor confrontation posed no threat to him whatsoever. Tilting his head slightly, he evaded the punch. Simultaneously, Fang Jian crouched low and thrust his fist straight out. The punch landed squarely in the opponent's midsection. The concentrated force of the blow instantly contorted the burly man's face into a grotesque expression. He staggered backward, his stomach churning violently. The sickening sensation was indescribably unpleasant. The other two let out a cry. Though frightened, they charged forward, relying on their numerical advantage. The moment he saw their attack, Fang Jian's resolve solidified completely. These three were nothing but street thugs. And who knows why they'd come looking for trouble. But they'd ruined his tracking plan. How infuriating. With a swift sidestep, he deftly dodged their punches. A sweeping kick sent one crashing to the ground, while another punch landed squarely below the ribs of the remaining assailant. His strikes were measured, inflicting no serious injury. Yet each punch and kick targeted the body's most vulnerable points, delivering pain beyond ordinary comprehension. The trio had started out brimming with confidence. Yet within moments, they were howling like ghosts. Eyes wide with terror, they stared at Fang Jian, utterly bewildered as to why this seemingly harmless rabbit had suddenly transformed into a demon lord, turning the tables and brutalizing them instead. Fight! There's a fight here! Call the police! Their commotion drew attention from the distant crowd. Faint shouts could be heard, but it was nighttime, the lighting poor, and the onlookers lacked courage. No one dared to approach. Chapter 243, Acting on Someone's Orders. Fang Jian's brow furrowed slightly. This small playground was the location he had deliberately chosen. Typically, few people came here at night, and it was usually deserted. But tonight, they had encountered some eager bystanders. He lunged forward abruptly, crouching beside the leader and raising his fist high. At that moment, all three realized who they were dealing with. Even as they were yelling, regret filled their hearts, especially when they saw Fang Jian raise his hand. The leader curled into a ball, covering his head and face with his hands, crying out, "Spare me! Spare me!" Fang Jian snorted coldly. "Who told you to come here?" The leader hesitated for just a moment before Fang Jian's fist slammed down with brutal force right between his ribs and stomach. The blow sent darkness flooding before his eyes, nearly knocking him unconscious. The searing pain assaulted his nerves, and he wailed. "It was Mr. Sure. Mr. Sure sent us. Mr. Sure." Fang Jian froze, suddenly recalling a vaguely familiar figure he'd glimpsed while sitting at the food stall. So that wasn't a friend after all, it was Sure Xiaolin. It was Mr. Sure. He had your photo and said you were at that food stall, telling us to teach you a lesson. The leader cried out. "We were wrong. We won't dare again." Fang Jian stood up, suddenly raising his foot as if to kick. "Don't hit him! Don't hit him!" A piercing scream erupted from all three of them. Fang Jian sneered coldly. "Don't worry, I'm a law-abiding citizen. I won't hit you. Thank you, thank you." The three struggled to their feet and started to leave, but Fang Jian waved his hand. "Don't go. Sit down." The three exchanged glances. Their injuries weren't life-threatening, but the pain was excruciating. They knew full well that disobedience would likely earn them another beating, so they obediently crouched down. "Young master, we didn't recognize your importance. It really wasn't intentional." Fang Jian ignored them and pulled out his phone, before he could dial the police. However, several people had already run up from a distance. The first two were even wearing police uniforms. These were genuine police uniforms, not security guard attire. Typically, even if you called the police, their response time wouldn't be this quick. But this bustling night market was always crowded, so officers were stationed nearby. Hearing the alarm and responding swiftly was perfectly normal. Fang Jian put his phone away and chuckled. "The cops are here just in time. Saves me the trouble of calling them." Moments later, the officers arrived. Seeing the scene, they all looked suspicious. Three burly men sat huddled together, their faces bruised and swollen, while a young man stood casually nearby. The whole scene looked downright bizarre. "What happened?" one officer asked. "Officer, it's like this, they were sent by someone else." "Officer, help us!" the leader suddenly cried out. "This guy's crazy. He called us here, then suddenly started beating us up. Help!" The shrill cry echoed through the empty space, startling everyone. The two officers and the onlookers behind them froze, their gazes turning eerie. "Quiet!" the officer bellowed, cutting off the wailing. His gaze swept the area like lightning as he demanded, "Young man, your ID. What's your occupation?" Fang Jian pulled out his ID and handed it over. "I'm a senior at Medical University." "Oh, a student from Medical University." The officer's expression softened considerably. In this society, while student status wasn't particularly rare, it did carry certain advantages in some situations. "Now, tell me what happened." Fang Jian shrugged his shoulders and said, "I was eating at a street stall with friends. After we left, three guys started chasing me. We got into a fight here, and then they told me they were hired to cause trouble for me." The officer's mouth twitched. He glanced around, then looked back at Fang Jian and said slowly, "You, alone? Yeah, wow." He took down three of them by himself. "Those three guys didn't look like good people. You're something else, kid." He must have studied martial arts. This area isn't usually crowded at night, but when something exciting happens, people naturally gather around. "Hey, isn't that Su Lao-san and his crew?" "Exactly. 3 good-for-nothing punks, and today they got their comeuppance. Serves them right. As the surrounding crowd jeered and mocked, the 3 turned beet red with embarrassment. Su Laosan's face twisted with a mix of shame and rage. Alright, I understand. Everyone come with me to the police station. I need to take statements. The officer turned and barked. Get up! How long do you plan to stay crouched there? Su Laosan's eyes darted around. Suddenly, he flopped onto the ground, wailing, ouch! Oh no! It hurts so bad. My leg's broken. I need an ambulance. The crowd froze in shock before erupting into a chorus of curses. The officer frowned. He detested such scoundrels, but with everyone watching, he couldn't overreact. Fang Jian smiled faintly and said, Officer, I'm a medical student. I know a little about medicine. Let me take a look. After a moment's hesitation, the officer replied, Alright. Fang Jian flexed his hands and walked toward Su Laosan. Hey, what are you doing? Don't come over. Su Laosan, having already suffered at Fang Jian's hands, waved his arms frantically, but Fang Jian was already beside him. Your leg's bothering you. I'll just give it a quick massage. With that, he reached out and applied a firm squeeze to the large tendon on Su Laosan's leg. Though Fang Jian's finger strength now couldn't match that of Dr. Chun from the high-dimensional world, it still far surpassed the average person's. Under that squeeze, Su Laosan felt an excruciating pain shoot through his leg, as if it were no longer his own limb. Ah! He let out a wail, jumping up and down on the spot, rubbing his thigh as he cried. It hurts so bad. It hurts so bad. The group fell silent for a moment. Then, as if by contagion, laughter erupted from one person and spread like wildfire, filling the air with roaring guffaws. The policeman's mouth twitched for a moment before he said, Your leg's better now, right? Come with us. Su Laosan rubbed his leg for a long while, about to make excuses again, when Fang Jian continued flexing his arm and said, If it's still not better, I can give you another massage. Facing Fang Jian's cheerful expression, Su Laosan trembled in fear. He backed away repeatedly, daring not to make another move. His underhanded tricks might work on ordinary people, but running into Fang Jian? That was just his bad luck.